I studied hard for 3 years and finally stepped onto the awakening platform, only to be publicly humiliated by my former best friend and childhood sweetheart. They mocked me as a worthless failure, discarded me like an old shoe, and even the principal looked down on me with disdain. But they didn't know that I saw a full 4 awakening options, and the one I rejected was. It was the highest level they had ever dreamed of. My name is Xiao Ye, a D-class professional once hailed as a genius but now mocked by everyone as a good-for-nothing. Chapter 1, a genius? That's a thing of the past. What's the point of studying so hard? In the end, I just awakened a useless D-class profession, didn't I? At the awakening ceremony, all sorts of mocking remarks came like stings from a swarm of bees. I was once the legend of the school. For 3 years in high school, I worked tirelessly day and night, achieving top scores in all subjects and breaking every record. My brilliance even overshadowed all the prodigies in my year, including Wang Biao, the second son of the Black Eagle Guild's chairman, and Lin Xueming, who rose from the bottom, as well as my childhood friend Lu Ruyan. Until I stepped onto the awakening platform, the ancient stone tablet erupted with a gray light, and a broken greatsword totem emerged. D-class warrior, a cannon fodder profession at the very bottom. As soon as the result was announced, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Wang Biao, who had awakened as an S-class coiling dragon monk, sneered without restraint. I never thought I, of all people, would be suppressed by a worthless trash for a full 3 years. Lin Xueming, the former lackey who used to call me Big Brother Xiao Ye with every breath, now stood before me with a twisted face, sneering as he said, "Xiao Ye, even you have come to this day. Turns out you were just trash all along." He had awakened as an S-rank Frostblade swordsman. What chilled me the most was Lu Ruyan. She was once my childhood sweetheart, and it was only through my tutoring over the past 3 years that she achieved her current status as a genius. Yet, the look in her eyes held nothing but unconcealed disdain and regret. "Xiao Ye, let's not stay in touch anymore." Her words were icy as she turned and walked toward Wang Biao and Lin Xueming. To me, she no longer held any value. Only the usually indifferent school beauty Qin Yanran looked at me with eyes full of regret and pity. Principal Lin Zhangnan also darkened his face. He had exhausted all his efforts for the heads of the 4 major guilds, yet now I awakened with a D-class profession. He was utterly humiliated. He pointed at the grade director and raged, while the director hurriedly fawned, wanting to remove me from the list of outstanding graduates. My beautiful homeroom teacher, Tang Wanner, couldn't help but speak up for me, but was coldly rebuked by the principal. When did our top high school ever allow a D-grade profession to exist among its outstanding graduates? Yet, at this moment, I had no time to pay attention to the ridicule from others, because the scene I was witnessing was completely different from what was described in the textbooks. The textbooks say that during awakening, only one deity appears to bestow a profession upon you. But at this moment, 4 deities actually appeared before me. 4 deities, 4 professions, and the D-rank warrior is merely the lowest tier option among them. Chapter 2, the 4 deities. 4 professions. The first was the goddess of war clad in golden armor, who looked down on me with pride and bestowed upon me the D-class profession, warrior. I refused without hesitation. That's it? I thought to myself, a cannon fodder D-class profession is worthy of my allegiance. I turned my gaze to the second deity, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, exuding an aura of murderous intent. He seemed somewhat pleased by my refusal and extended his hand toward me, saying, "A wise choice. Become the black blade that rends the void." Option 2, become a servant of the void spirits and reclass as S-rank profession, shadow assassin. At the same time, a purple light erupted once more beneath the awakening platform. A black knife totem that seemed to tear through the void suddenly appeared, blocking the tattered gray greatsword. Dead silence filled the room, followed by gasps of disbelief. How can there be a second profession? Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Lu Ruyan's faces instantly turned ashen. Lin Xueming even rushed onto the podium in agitation to confront the principal. He can't possibly awaken 2 professions. Yet, Principal Lin Zhangnan was already flushed with excitement. He had heard of such rare cases of multi-profession awakenings. That's because they were chosen by multiple deities at the same time. The heads of the 4 major guilds could no longer sit still. They recognized this as an S-rank profession, shadow assassin, sufficient to take the head of a general amidst thousands of troops. However, just as they were each harboring their own thoughts and preparing to recruit me, an even more intense wave of exclamations erupted from the audience below. "Oh my God! Look at the awakening platform!" The old principal and others stood up, only to see the ancient stone tablet radiating light once again, with an orange beam shooting straight into the sky. Xiao Ye's 3rd profession. I triggered the anomaly again by shaking my head and saying to that S-rank shadow assassin, "I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. I'll listen to the next 2 people's offers." The void god trembled with anger but could do nothing about it. And from his eyes, I actually saw fear and reverence for the 3rd deity. The 3rd deity was a white-haired old man leaning on a skeletal staff, exuding an imposing aura without anger, his eyes filled with admiration. "I am the king of the underworld. Submit to me, and I shall grant you the power to control life and death." The next second, a line of bone-white large characters floated before my eyes. Option 3, submit to the underworld king. Transferred to the SSS class profession, Undead Calamity.
Innate skill, Hades emissary, no upper limit on the number of summonable undead attendants.
In an instant, a shadowy black cloud appeared like a mirage, rushing straight toward me. The dark cloud was actually an army of trillions of skeletons.
Chapter 3 Terrifying Phenomenon. Shock the Nation.
Outside the awakening platform, the crowd only saw the ancient steel erupt with an orange light that shot straight into the sky. Above the entire awakening ceremony square, the sky suddenly darkened, as a black cloud composed of billions of white skeletons, a cataclysmic omen, appeared like a mirage above everyone's heads. This terrifying phenomenon did not just occur in Beijing, it swept across the entire dragon nation. During the news broadcast, anchor Lucisi saw a colossal undead bone dragon blotting out the sky as it flew past the window. Its bloody eyes turned her face deathly pale, and her voice trembled as she spoke. News outlets across the nation urgently interrupted regular programming with emergency bulletins, advising citizens to remain calm.
The apocalyptic phenomenon was triggered by a class changer.
In a secret military zone of Dragon Country, a white-haired elder stood gazing at the spectacle in the heavens. Beside them, Elder Chan, as Dragon Kingdom's top-tier 5 elements illusionist, was already drenched in sweat. He exerted all his strength to contain this anomaly within the borders of Dragon Kingdom, otherwise it might have swept across the entire world. Who on earth could have triggered such a terrifying phenomenon? The white-haired elder asked.
We've already dispatched investigators.
The military will undoubtedly secure him at the earliest opportunity.
At the awakening ceremony site, Director Zhang anxiously reported to the principal while holding his phone. The entire nation is in an uproar. Xiao Ye's phenomenon has completely enveloped the entire dragon nation. Old Principal Lin Zhangnan had completely lost his composure, muttering in shock, "Undead Cataclysm. This is the Undead Cataclysm." The leaders of the 4 major guilds could also see that this was a special phenomenon only seen with S-rank or higher professions, and it was an apocalyptic scene never before witnessed in history. They knew that the last time a similar anomaly was triggered, it was by an SS-rank profession, the necromancer, whose phenomenon only covered one city. But the anomaly I triggered covered the entire Dragon Kingdom. This means that my awakened profession has even surpassed the SS rank. This is the true scourge of the undead.
Lin Zhangnan stammered, his jaw dropping in shock.
Chapter 4 The Undead Scourge. A fierce battle for supremacy. The term Undead Scourge first appeared in the media through former headmaster Lin Jingnan's remarks.
And the media instantly erupted with excitement.
Undead catastrophe. Principal Lin says this phenomenon is an undead catastrophe? Exactly. An anomaly of this magnitude, isn't that precisely what defines a catastrophe? It's nothing short of an apocalyptic phenomenon. It's nothing less than a necromantic cataclysm.
The first to react, the head of the Hegemony Guild, hastily fumbled for his communicator.
Hello? Guild leader? Hurry to the awakening ceremony at First Middle School. Get here immediately. There's a big fish here. No, not a big fish, it's a whale. A koan. You need to come recruit him yourself.
The Dominion Guild leader's clever maneuver instantly jolted the other 3 major guilds into action. The recruitment officers of the 4 major guilds, disregarding decorum, scrambled to contact their respective guild leaders from the podium.
Hello? Guild leader. First Middle School awakening ceremony, come immediately. What? You're leading a raid? Almost at the boss? Stop right now, this is going to blow up. First High School just produced an SSS tier awakened professional, Undead Scourge. Guild leader. Haven't you seen the necromancer's phenomenon yet? It's happening right here in Shangjing City. You need to get here fast. These seasoned veterans all understood perfectly well, and SSS tier class was beyond what their guild recruitment efforts could handle. Only their guild leaders could personally recruit such talents. For decades, the 4 great guilds had maintained a 4-way stalemate across Dragon Nation. Yet the appearance of Xiao Ye on the awakening platform was destined to shatter this equilibrium. Whoever could recruit Xiao Ye into their guild would inevitably dominate the next century. After all, he possesses the SSS tier profession, the Undead Scourge. The excitement wasn't confined to the leaders of these guilds, large and small. The media covering the event were equally electrified. The awakening ceremony for this year's first high school class was already drawing significant attention. And now it had erupted with the phenomenon of the Undead Scourge. Was Shangjing City about to welcome the nation's second necromancer? Or was Xiao Ye even stronger? No one was more frenzied than these media representatives, their cameras' long lenses and short ones alike locked onto the dark cloud gathering above the awakening platform. Hello, everyone. This is Horn Daily's exclusive coverage of First High School's awakening ceremony. Yes, you saw that right. Xiao Ye of First Middle School has triggered an undead plague omen during his awakening ceremony. Do you remember what profession last caused such a terrifying omen? The throng of reporters instantly abandoned the previously spotlighted Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, Lu Ruyan, and others, rushing to the base of the awakening platform. Some reporters even lost track of their assigned photographers, too consumed by the moment to care. They even borrowed their colleagues' cameras to capture the scene themselves.
I'm a reporter from Sunset Daily, bringing you exclusive coverage of First High School's awakening ceremony.
Hey, how did you get in our shot? Sorry, we're all in the same boat, cut me some slack. Yeah, right. What do you mean exclusive coverage? Can't you see all these other media outlets here? Meanwhile, the leaders of the 4 major guilds were all rushing non-stop to the awakening ceremony at First Middle School.
Lu Lian, leader of the Beacon Guild, was leading a raid through an underground dungeon when he received the news. Having missed the terrifying phenomenon, he hung up the communicator and turned to head straight out of the instance,
leaving his teammates behind, frantically shouting, "Where are you going, guild leader? We're about to engage the boss. No time to explain. Give it a shot. If you can't handle it, retreat."
But guild leader, this is an S-tier dungeon.
We've been preparing for over a month. What's an S-ranked dungeon?
If I can recruit that promising talent from First High School, our guild could push SSS-ranked dungeons next.
Flowing Cloud Pavilion, one of the 4 great guilds, never lacked for professional adventurers seeking to join.
Because among all guilds in Dragon Nation, Floating Cloud Pavilion boasts the most female adventurers and the most stunning ones at that. And the guild's leader herself was widely acknowledged as a stunning beauty. At this moment, Ye Xiao, the current president of Floating Cloud Pavilion, was lazily soaking in a hot spring. After hearing the message through her communicator, the stunningly beautiful guild leader, whose face and figure were both considered peerless, jumped up abruptly.
Her slender, still damp form quickly wrapped itself in a bathrobe. Quickly call a car for me. I must head to Shangjing City immediately for the awakening ceremony.
Her young secretary beside her stared in stunned silence.
But madam, are you really going in your bathrobe? What kind of graduate has you in such a rush? A bathrobe it is.
No time to find out what style of clothes Xiao Ye likes.
Ha!
Tang Jinyuan, president of the Hegemony Guild, was in the midst of haggling with shareholders when the communicator buzzed.
And the sound of the communicator interrupted him. He answered with a furious expression. Didn't I tell you not to interrupt me no matter how important it is? Can a shareholders meeting be interrupted? What? You want me to look out the window?
Tang Jinyuan stormed to the window, but the next second, his hand slipped in shock, dropping the communicator to the floor. This hot-tempered leader cared not a whit about his image before the shareholders. He immediately scrambled to the floor, picked up the communicator, and demanded urgently.
You say the seed causing this anomaly is located where? What? Shangjing City? Wait there. I'll be right over. Shareholders meeting? Who cares about that nonsense?
If we secure this prospect, next year's investment will have to be 10 times what they're offering me. The Black Eagle Guild's leader was none other than Wang Biao's father, Wang Meng, a man usually stern and meticulous, who personally planned every high-level raid down to the last detail.
Even he who attended his own second son's awakening ceremony lost his composure upon hearing this news through the communicator. What? Shangjing First High School? Xiao Biao's classmate, right? I'll be there immediately.
Recruit him for me, leave no stone unturned.
What? Worried my son might feel resentful? Don't bother with that little brat. Find every possible way to recruit Xiao Ye.
The elusive leaders of the 4 great guilds of Dragon Nation, who were usually as rare as a dragon's tail, unexpectedly crossed paths on their way to First High School.
At the same time,
several unremarkable convoys were racing toward Shangjing City from all corners of the nation. These vehicles appeared indistinguishable from ordinary family cars. And the occupants were all dressed in plain clothes.
Yet as these vehicles passed through checkpoints, the guarding soldiers invariably saluted them with utmost respect. Chapter 5, The Fourth Profession. A Flawed Divine Essence.
Immersed in the awakening ceremony, Xiao Ye remained utterly unaware of the massive uproar he had unleashed in the outside world. The choice before him would directly determine the course of his entire life.
The ancient deity wielding a white bone staff introduced himself as the Lord of the Underworld, offering an utterly irresistible SSS-tier profession, the Undead Scourge.
Having thoroughly studied the history of awakened ones, Xiao Ye knew all too well the achievements and glory attained by the previous SS-ranked necromancer in Dragon Nation.
Choosing the third profession meant selecting a divinely chosen starting point, a path paved with unstoppable success, destined to be immortalized in history.
Yet Xiao Ye shook his head once more.
He wanted to see the final deity. That final one more mortal than deity.
A shattered, broken body, disheveled black hair, blood-red pupils, even the object in his hand was merely a dying torch. What kind of god could reduce themselves to such a pitiful state? Compared to the unparalleled grandeur of the previous 3, this 4th deity resembled nothing more than a broken beggar. Yet it was this beggar made Xiao Ye tremble from head to toe the moment he spoke, cold sweat instantly soaking his back.
Are you also a traveler from Blue Star?
Xiao Ye felt as if his mind had exploded.
Xiao Ye is not from this world, he comes from Blue Star.
This secret Xiao Ye had never revealed to anyone. Not even the 3 deities who had confronted him earlier could discern his true origins. Yet this crippled being before him had seen straight through Xiao Ye's origins.
Moreover, also, what does that even mean? Could this deity with a crippled body also be a traveler from Blue Star? Xiao Ye stared in utter shock, but before he could voice his question, the crippled figure spoke urgently. Do not follow the gods. This is all a conspiracy of the gods. We are all pawns, all sacrifices. Gods can be killed too. We can become gods too. These incomprehensible words left Xiao Ye utterly bewildered. Yet the broken being's form suddenly began to slowly dissipate, as if it had been slain. Countless questions surged in Xiao Ye's mind, but it was already too late. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Option 4, reject the god's blessing and become one forsaken by the divine. Obtain unknown tier class, godforsaken. Base skills, none. Initial talent, flawed divinity. Flawed divinity, though incomplete, it still can receive sacrifices. The godforsaken may sacrifice the embers from any slain monster to themselves, thereby gaining one of its attributes, talents, skills, or other abilities. The instant this option appeared before Xiao Ye, Xiao Ye was horrified to witness a bizarre spectacle unfold. 3 deep crimson to black health bars materialized above the heads of the 3 deities before him. Their health spans trillions, yet they were displayed with startling clarity above their heads. The shock the scene delivered to Xiao Ye was overwhelming. His entire worldview crumbled and ended in that instant. So gods have health bars too. Could humans truly ascend to godhood? In that instant, a chill surged through Xiao Ye's heart. His hands trembled slightly beyond his control. He instantly grasped the true value of the talent Fragment of Divinity. Originally, humans could not partake in sacrifices, only deities could receive them. Professional awakened ones could only obtain new skills and second-class blessings from their deities by slaying monsters and offering their flames as sacrifices. But the flawed divine essence was also a divine essence. Possessing a divine essence meant standing equal among the gods, and equally entitled to receive sacrifices. Thus, after slaying monsters that God rejected no longer offer sacrifices to the gods but to themselves. The attributes, talents, and traits from those monsters all become their own. Though starting as a blank slay class, they possess limitless potential for growth. They can even become true gods. The first 3 deities. One is arrogant and stingy. One lures like a predator, coaxing its prey. And the third simply demanded outright submission. Xiao Ye pondered carefully. Followers, servants, submission. Not a single one carried true respect. In the eyes of these deities, perhaps all humans were nothing more than ants to be toyed with. As stated earlier, Xiao Ye is a madman. A complete and utter madman. The final words of that crippled man echoed in Xiao Ye's mind. Gods can be killed too. We too can become gods. Hello, everyone. Due to the once-in-a-century phenomenon of the Undead Scourge, we now witness the unprecedented gathering of all 4 Dragon Nation guild masters in one place. Black Eagle, Beacon, Dominion, and Floating Cloud Pavilion. The leaders of the 4 great guilds of Dragon Nation Lu Lian, Tang Jinyuan, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Wang Meng have all stepped forward. This has pushed the awakening ceremony to its absolute climax. All media outlets aimed their cameras and microphones at these influential figures, who are rarely accessible for interviews. Through the lenses, revealed the rather delicate relationship between the 4 leaders. Though they share the same capital city, their relationship is far from tense. They were undeniably locked in fierce competition. Especially today, with Xiao Ye, a talent so rare it comes once in a century, none of the guild leaders would easily concede ground. Principal Lin truly lives up to his reputation as a century-old educational luminary. What a remarkable talent he's nurtured. Lu Lian, head of the Beacon Guild, immediately began fawning over Lin Zhengnan with flattery. Well versed in social dynamics, he knew that to secure Xiao Ye, he must first win over the old headmaster. In an instant, the leaders of the 4 major guilds swarmed the podium, while the 4 guild heads originally seated there hurriedly made way for the main guests. Principal Lin Zhengnan had likely never experienced such treatment in his entire life. Only after Director Zhang's gentle reminder did he finally tear his gaze away from Yi Xiaoxiao, the leader of the Floating Cloud Pavilion. Overwhelmed by the flattery, Lin Zhengnan beamed with delight, unable to stop grinning. Indeed. Xiao Ye has always been our top priority for cultivation at First High School. For 3 years, we've spared no resources in supporting him. Xiao Ye is truly our most outstanding graduate. Yet even as he spoke, the terrifying, countless legions of spirits hovering above the awakening ceremony began to slowly dissipate. Then, another pillar of light shot skyward from the ancient stone tablet atop the awakening platform. The 4th class. Wang Meng, leader of the Black Eagle Guild, sucked in a sharp breath and couldn't help but exclaim. I've heard of a certain elder who faced 2 class choices during their awakening. But for that ancient steel to grant Xiao Ye 4 class choices, that's truly unheard of. Judging by this phenomenon, it seems to fall short of the SSS tier class, Undead Scourge? Probably just a C rank class at best. The gazes of several guild leaders, along with Headmaster Lin Zhengnan, turned toward the ancient steel. As the 4th pillar of light shot skyward, a broken torch-shaped totem joined the ancient steel. Gray, purple, orange, black. for totems of differing brilliance now shone in harmony around Xiao Ye. Yet anyone could see at a glance that the orange one alone shone the brightest and most dazzling. Clearly, the SSS tier profession, Undead Scourge, was the best choice among them. Principal Lin, I trust Xiao Ye will make the right choice, won't he? Yi Xiao, the beautiful guild leader of the floating cloud pavilion, couldn't help but ask with a hint of concern. After all, even they, as guild leaders, had never witnessed such an awakening ceremony for 4 professions simultaneously, let alone a recent graduate. Meanwhile, the venerable Principal Lin Jiangnan was already gazing skyward with unparalleled ambition. Already envisioning that once Xiao Ye emerged from the awakening ceremony, no other institution in the entire capital city would ever rival the glory of their first high school. Rest assured, chairpersons, our school's career planning courses have always. Lin Jingnan's words trailed off as he beamed. Xiao Ye atop the awakening platform finally made his choice. Chapter 6, Ignorant Fool? Xiao Ye banned. Media cameras and microphones swarmed. Guild masters arriving in person. Under the gaze of the masses. The moment Xiao Ye stirred on the awakening platform, all eyes instantly turned to him. The entire awakening ceremony venue fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness what choice Xiao Ye, the figure who would set the entire capital city ablaze, would ultimately make. As the 4 beams of light from the ancient steel vanished almost simultaneously, wisps of mist settled upon the awakening platform. As the mist dispersed, whether it was the shattered greatsword, the void black blade, or the skeletal remains of the undead scourge, all slowly dissipated. Now, only the final totem remained on Xiao Ye's body. A torch nearly burned to ashes. Circling around Xiao Ye once, it poured into the center of his brow. The entire arena erupted in an uproar. This can't be. Principal Lin Jiangnan's face froze abruptly. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked Director Zhang beside him. Xiao Ye, he didn't choose unholy scourge. The leaders of the 4 major guilds froze in unison on the podium. As the last wisp of dark cloud above the awakening ceremony gradually dissipated, disbelief and astonishment filled every pair of eyes. How is this possible? He didn't choose Undead Scourge. That's a class like a plague. Has Xiao Ye lost his mind? Could it be that Xiao Ye, the one undergoing the awakening ceremony, doesn't know the class intel? Manhwa Guild's leader, Lu Lian, shook his head in exasperation, wishing it were him standing on that awakening ceremony platform. This Xiao Ye is still too young, he didn't even realize how valuable the Undead Scourge class is. Meanwhile, the old headmaster Lin Jiangnan, who had just experienced both immense joy and profound sorrow, charged up the awakening platform like a raging bull. Undead Scourge. That was an SSS tier profession, a once-in-a-century occurrence. And Xiao Ye just rejected it? Xiao Ye! Get out here! The old principal, Lin Jiangnan, yelled hysterically. Director Zhang, who is Xiao Ye's homeroom teacher. Why wasn't proper career guidance provided? Bring his homeroom teacher here immediately. I want to see who it is. Director Zhang, emboldened by his superior, turned to berate Teacher Tang Wanner. Teacher Tang, as his homeroom teacher, you failed to provide even the most basic career guidance? At that moment, Tang Wanner felt as if struck by lightning. In her eyes, Xiao Ye had always been an exceptionally bright and gifted student. He had always mastered even the most obscure subjects with ease. How could he possibly stumble at the most crucial moment, his career choice? Had she been too complacent about Xiao Ye? And neglected to provide him with the most basic career guidance? Facing the reprimands from Principal Zhang and the school principal, Tang Wanner wasn't particularly bothered. But if her failure to provide proper career guidance had wasted Xiao Ye such a promising talent, Tang Wanner trembled with panic, convinced she had ruined Xiao Ye. Such a dramatic outcome sent the gathered media into a frenzy. People love to create heroes. And they relish tearing them down. One by one, cameras and microphones were deliberately aimed at Xiao Ye on the awakening platform, broadcasting this dramatic outcome live in its entirety. Viewers, who could have imagined? Faced with so many promising professions, Xiao Ye actually chose the worst one. The SSS tier profession, Undead Scourge, wasted like that. What a shame. First High School claims to be the top institution in Shangjing City, yet they failed to provide even basic career guidance. How lamentable. I believe both Xiao Ye and the teachers at First High School bear responsibility for this outcome. They must answer for depriving Dragon Nation of a single, Undead Scourge, professional. Viewers of the livestream were divided in their opinions, with many already resorting to online bullying. Meanwhile, the presidents of the 4 major guilds on the podium could only shake their heads in sighs before quietly departing. What was supposed to be a once-in-a-century prodigy? What a pity Xiao Ye couldn't live up to the potential. Manhwa Guild's leader, Lu Lian, had even left a critical raid specifically to attend this event. Now, feeling his efforts had been wasted, he shook his head with disdain and remarked to his secretary beside him. Secretary Lin, this Xiao Ye fellow is far too impulsive. And judging by the class he finally awakened to, it's only a C rank, right? Our Beacon Guild has no need for such mediocrity. Tang Jinyuan, leader of the Dominion Guild, didn't even bother to hide his contempt as he spat out. A waste of space lacking even basic judgment has no place in our dominion. Changing his tone, Tang Jinyuan asked teasingly. Old Wang, would your Black Eagle Guild take him in? Black Eagle Guild leader Wang Mang glared and retorted. Oomph. Do you really think our guild is some trash dump that takes in any kind of garbage?
Yi Xiao, the guild leader of Luyun Pavilion, remained silent, but the disappointment etched on her face spoke volumes, effectively echoing their sentiments.
The 4 major guild leaders banding together to blacklist Xiao Ye?
The surrounding media instantly pounced on the news, adding their own embellishments.
Explosive citywide reports were churned out in an instant. Prodigy Xiao Ye can't even distinguish between professions?
Xiao Ye, the imposter, suffers a brutal ban from the 4 major guilds. Lin Jiangnan and the guild leaders on the podium experienced both elation and despair.
Yet many others experienced profound sorrow followed by immense joy. Like Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, fellow students from the same class. Ha! A loser remains a loser even when opportunity knocks, he can't seize it. Wang Biao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief.
Just moments ago, he thought he'd be overshadowed by Xiao Ye for the rest of his life.
But at the last moment, Xiao Ye actually turned down the Undead Scourge, a class that was practically a given these days, and chose some Fire Rod class instead? Ha 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 ha.
Lin Xueming, who had just stormed the awakening platform like a madman, still trembled with lingering fear. Yet, he couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his lips.
Who'd have thought Xiao Ye really is a fool? Passing up such a great class? Well then, don't blame me for holding nothing back at tomorrow's trial tournament.
A ruthless intent, suppressed for 3 long years, flashed in Lin Xueming's eyes.
Ruyan, you won't be protecting him in the future, will you?
Lin Xueming turned his head and grinned at Lu Ruyan.
What are you talking about? Xueming, he and I are just ordinary classmates. But Lu Ruyan shot him a playful glare and retorted. That single glance was enough to fill Lin Xueming with satisfaction, and his gaze toward Xiao Ye grew even more vicious. Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye. You've been gloating for years.
In the upcoming trial tower, you'll learn how to grovel and act like a worthless piece of trash.
Chapter 7, The Trial Tower. The First Sacrifice. On the awakening platform,
Xiao Ye, who had just awakened his profession, had no time to react. The 4 deities before him and the unfolding supernatural scenes gradually faded away.
Then, the surroundings abruptly transformed.
He found himself teleported from the ancient steel to another unfamiliar place. A voice promptly sounded in his ears. New Awakened One, you have entered the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials serves as the ultimate assessment for each new cohort of Awakened Ones. The ability to swiftly adapt to one's class and maximize the potential of their awakened profession is what major guilds value most. Even among characters of the same level, the gap in combat effectiveness often proved vast, depending on the user's skill. Those awakened ones who swiftly mastered their professions and repeatedly shattered ascent records within the Tower of Trials invariably became the most sought-after talents, receiving intensive cultivation from major guilds.
And the reason Xiao Ye was hailed as Shangjing City's top prodigy seed?
Is precisely because his performance in every assessment throughout his 3 years of high school was simply too dazzling.
Everyone held immense expectations for him,
convinced that awakening any a tier or higher class would guarantee his brilliance in the trial tower. Alas, when faced with the once-in-a-century SSS tier class, the Undead Scourge, Xiao Ye chose the most useless of useless options, a blank slate character worse than a D tier class.
Perhaps only one person in the world didn't share this view,
and that was Xiao Ye himself. Xiao Ye swiftly surveyed his surroundings. He found himself deep within an ancient, sunless forest. Sunlight flickered through the dense canopy of branches, while eerie, faint cries echoed from all directions. This must be the first floor of the trial tower. Each floor of the trial tower formed its own distinct space. Only by defeating the guardian monsters within could one advance to the next level.
Open the attribute panel. Xiao Ye murmured softly. Awakened ones could view their own attribute panels after obtaining a profession.
And before his eyes appeared a panel displaying all his current data.
Xiao Ye. Class, Forsaken. Level, 1. HP, 200 MP, 100. Attack, 20 Defense, 20. Constitution, 5 Strength, 5. Agility, 5 Spirit, 5. Initial skills, none. Talent, Flawed Divinity. Truly pitifully weak. Even Xiao Ye couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Divine Forsaken class truly felt like a blank slate. With all 4 initial attributes Constitution, Strength, Agility, and Spirit paltry at just 5 points each. Vitality, attack, and defense were even lower than the lowest tier D-class professions. It didn't even possess any starting skills, barely qualifying as a talent with its sole perk, Flawed Divine Essence. Examine talent, Flawed Divinity.
Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Having staked nearly his entire fortune and destiny on this dark red talent entry, ordinary talents ranged from the lowest tier gray, white, green, and blue up to the higher tier purple and orange entries, with higher tier entries being significantly more powerful. Yet Xiao Ye's Flawed Divine Essence was an eerie, blood-red color. Then, a line of description instantly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Flawed Divine Essence. Description: the divine essence of one forsaken by the gods. Though incomplete, it can receive sacrifices. The flames of sacrifice can mend the broken divine essence.
I hope I didn't bet wrong.
Xiao Ye gritted his teeth as he spoke. Before him, where he had teleported to, stood a massive weapon chest. Inside lay swords, shields, spears, bows, wands, every conceivable type of weapon, ready for their use. Without exception, every weapon was a base-tier white-grade item, ensuring the most equitable environment for the trial tower. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ye selected a coarse iron spear. His current class offered no weapon specialization bonuses, so he chose the spear simply because it boasted the longest attack range among melee weapons. For Xiao Ye's current fragile physique, it offered the safest environment for dealing damage. Rough iron spear. Level requirement 1. Attack power plus 15. After equipping the rough iron spear, Xiao Ye's attack stat on his attribute panel reached 35. At that very moment, a rustling sound erupted from the surrounding jungle. The guardian monsters of the first floor of the trial tower had appeared. Several hunched, humanoid creatures appeared, pointy-nosed, pointy-eared, and covered in disgusting green skin. Goblins. Xiao Ye instantly recognized these creatures. A race that had endured across the continent by relying on their formidable reproductive capabilities. Though they were among the weakest monsters, Xiao Ye, whose stats were practically blank, dared not take them lightly. Xiao Ye gripped his spear tightly and cautiously retreated several steps. 3 goblins appeared before him. If he were to become surrounded, his current frail physique would likely be instantly overwhelmed. Fortunately, his back was against a massive tree trunk so thick it took 5 men to encircle it. The enormous roots protruding from the ground gave him the advantage of elevated ground. The goblin charging at the forefront let out a shrill howl and lunged at Xiao Ye. Its green-haired claws wielding a rusty iron sword as it swung down at Xiao Ye. Clang! A sharp metallic clang echoed. Xiao Ye gripped his spear with both hands, deflecting the goblin's iron sword with pinpoint precision. A fundamental combat technique. Had Xiao Ye possessed the blood block skill, this strike alone could have thrown the goblin off balance. Unfortunately, Xiao Ye lacked even this most fundamental block skill. Facing the goblin's powerful swings, his palms went numb from the impact. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye, a master of combat and holding the high ground, remained sharp enough to seize the opening for a counterattack. Seizing the moment when the goblin stumbled, he thrust his crude iron spear fiercely into the goblin's chest. 29. A damage number instantly flashed on the screen, reflecting Xiao Ye's current attack power minus the damage reduction from the goblin's defense. The goblin let out a piercing scream. Already unstable on the tree roots, the spear thrust sent its body lurching sideways. Xiao Ye lunged forward in a single step, sweeping and slashing with his spear to land 2 more hits in quick succession. 31. 29. The first goblin's health bar had already dropped significantly. Yet its 2 companions now howled as they lunged toward Xiao Ye. Facing the pincer attack from both sides, Xiao Ye suddenly lunged forward, his spear violently piercing the body of the lead goblin. 27. Instantly wiping out its remaining health. This was Xiao Ye's fighting style. Decisive and ruthless. When facing multiple foes, one must eliminate the first target immediately. The first goblin collapsed slowly, its hollow eyes still holding a trace of reluctance. Xiao Ye also gleaned a crucial piece of information. A goblin's health pool was roughly 100 points. With his crude iron spear, it would take Xiao Ye no more than 4 strikes to finish one off. Witnessing their comrade's death, the remaining 2 goblins flew into a rage and swung their weapons at Xiao Ye with renewed fury. Facing simultaneous attacks from both sides, Xiao Ye remained utterly unflustered. He dodged while maneuvering, parrying with his spear. Were anyone to witness Xiao Ye's perspective at that moment, they would be astonished by his agile footwork and masterful control over his weapon's attack range. Despite having a goblin attacking him from each side, not only did they fail to land a single blow, but Xiao Ye countered each strike with a parry, gradually depleting their health bars. 5 minutes later, the last goblin slid slowly from the tip of Xiao Ye's spear, collapsing into a corpse. 3 streams of white light gathered from their bodies and converged upon Xiao Ye's head. The experience granted instantly leveled him up. Level up. Gained 5 free attribute points. Yet Xiao Ye's gaze was drawn to the corpses of the 3 goblins. Each corpse now glowed with faint, flickering flames. This was the ember. Slaying monsters yields embers. By sacrificing sufficient embers to your chosen deity, you may earn divine favor, bestowing new skills or second-class, third-class, class advancements. But now, Xiao Ye's innate talent, Fragment of Divinity, means he can offer this ember to himself. Sacrifice the goblin's embers. Xiao Ye performed the sacrifice ritual without hesitation. Success or failure hinged on this moment. 3 embers from the goblin's corpse circled the tip of Xiao Ye's spear before dissipating one by one around his body. Goblin ember sacrifice successful. Ember +1. Goblin ember sacrifice successful. Ember +1. Following 2 consecutive ember sacrifices, a pleasant notification tone sounded in Xiao Ye's ears. Goblin ember sacrifice successful. Ember +1. Acquired talent trait savagery D tier, strength attribute +100. Chapter 8, The Fire Seed's Purpose.
Infinite skill enhancement. It worked. Xiao Ye's heart surged with wild joy. He hurriedly opened his talent panel. Where once stood only the solitary incomplete Divine Essence talent page, now featured an additional entry, Brutality D tier. And the effect of this entry was remarkably straightforward: strength attribute plus 100. Level up by 1, but it only granted 5 free attribute points. Yet a single, Barbarian, entry granted Xiao Ye a full 100 points of strength. And this was merely the low-tier Barbarian. Xiao Ye opened his attribute panel. Sure enough, his pitiful original strength of 5 had skyrocketed to a whopping 105. Equivalent to a direct 20-level jump. For most melee classes, strength directly translates to attack power. And now, possessing a full 105 points of strength, his attack power surged to 135. Is this what it feels like to enjoy a sacrifice? Xiao Ye couldn't help but glance at the incomplete Divine Essence in his talent panel. Merely a fragment of a godhead. Yet it yielded such potent sacrificial effects. How terrifyingly powerful must the deities with complete Divine Essences become, feasting daily on countless followers' sacrifices. Yet all they offered their followers were mere skills and class changes. It seemed Xiao Ye had made the right gamble this time. Though his starting base class lagged far behind S-tier classes in both attributes and skills. But with the power of sacrifice, he'll catch up and even surpass them in no time. And consider this, he obtained such a powerful trait by sacrificing merely 3 goblins. What if he sacrificed stronger monsters? What about sacrificing elite tier bosses? Or dragon tier creatures? This talent possesses limitless potential for growth. Xiao Ye gripped his spear tightly as he pressed deeper into the jungle. The first layer's space was vast, far beyond just 2 or 3 goblin-like monsters. Only by slaying their leader could one advance to the next layer. Soon, Xiao Ye once again detected the presence of a small group of goblins, another scattered band of 3 or 5. This time, however, with his attack power soaring to 135 points, Xiao Ye could dispatch a goblin grunt with a single spear thrust. Emerging from the shadows, Xiao Ye took the initiative. Swung his spear with fierce precision, slicing cleanly through the throat of the nearest goblin. 129. A staggering 129 damage points finished it off in one strike. The goblin squad scattered in panic and fear, their chaos providing Xiao Ye with the perfect opportunity to reap their lives. Xiao Ye moved like a god descended from the heavens, dispatching one after another with each spear thrust. Soon, another wave of goblin corpses littered the ground before him. Streams of white light experience points pooled around Xiao Ye, propelling him to the next level. The ember of the goblin on each corpse was naturally sacrificed by Xiao Ye without exception. Goblin ember sacrifice successful. Ember plus 1. Goblin ember sacrifice successful. Ember plus 1. Row after row of successful sacrifice notifications appeared, yet no new skill entries were gained. Seems sacrificing embers requires accumulating small amounts over time. Xiao Ye, who had just wiped out another entire goblin squad, was now approaching the very heart of this ancient forest. Scattered torches dotted the forest ahead, suggesting an entire goblin tribe lay within. Where there was a tribe, there was a leader. It seemed the key to advancing to the next layer of the trial space lay here. Xiao Ye had now reached level 3. To enhance his agility, Xiao Ye allocated all 10 free attribute points to agility. Then gripped his spear tightly and performed a flourish. And his movements became noticeably faster. Agility not only affects movement speed and attack speed, it also directly impacts critical hit rate and damage to weak points. The higher the agility, the more accurately one could strike a monster's vital points. Strength and agility dual cultivation, this was the path Xiao Ye would forge in the future. Xiao Ye carefully observed the goblin tribe. Perhaps all the goblin squads had been dispatched on patrol, leaving only a handful of goblin grunts within the tribe. And there was an orc goblin, its body several times larger than ordinary goblins, sound asleep. Clearly, this creature was the minor boss of the first floor of the trial tower. Xiao Ye gently tossed a small stone he'd picked up along the way. The sound of the stone hitting the ground immediately drew out several alert foot soldiers. Clear the minions before taking down the boss. This was a principle everyone learned from the textbooks. With his crude iron spear growing increasingly nimble in his grasp, Xiao Ye dispatched these goblin minions with almost effortless ease. Next up was the goblin leader. As if sensing his minion's silence, the massive half-orc goblin roared, hoisting a huge mace as it scanned the area. Xiao Ye hid behind a fence and struck first while the half-orc goblin had his back turned. His thick iron spear plunged ruthlessly into the creature's thigh. His high-strength stat tore open a gaping wound. 95. It seemed this thick-skinned, tough-as-nails half-orc goblin's defense was significantly higher than that of the common grunts. At the same time, the goblin chieftain's health bar appeared before Xiao Ye a full 2,000 points. The goblin chieftain winced in pain, then whipped his head around to see Xiao Ye, the attacker. He raised his massive wolf tooth club and swung it down with brutal force. Yet this sluggish attack was deftly evaded by Xiao Ye. Those 10 points of agility he'd just added weren't wasted. Xiao Ye danced around the goblin chieftain like a dancer, thrusting his thick iron spear backward with a swift jab. 98. Such a monster, high defense, thick health, yet slow-moving, was nothing but a clumsy puppet before Xiao Ye. 88. 93. Damage numbers exploded one after another on the goblin chieftain's body. Even its massive 2000 HP pool was instantly reduced by more than half. Suddenly, the goblin chieftain's eyes turned blood red. Like a rabid beast, its destructive power surged explosively. Yet the frenzied goblin chieftain's flail now swung wildly without purpose. The enraged goblin chieftain swung his thick arms wildly, lunging forward with clawing and smashing motions, charging straight at Xiao Ye. This move, however, played right into Xiao Ye's hands. As the goblin chieftain, having lost his height advantage by crouching, exposed his vital points directly before Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's feet shifted in a flash as his spear thrust viciously toward the goblin chieftain's neck. In that instant, a massive damage number exploded. 187. Weakness strike, double damage. For such greedy, brutal goblin mutants, Xiao Ye felt no mercy whatsoever. Strike while the iron is hot. His spear thrust out repeatedly at perfect angles. As critical hits exploded one after another, the massive goblin leader crashed to the ground. The massive experience granted by this elite-level mini-boss allowed Xiao Ye to leapfrog 2 levels, reaching level 5. The ember seed that emerged from the half-orc goblin's corpse was significantly larger than those from ordinary goblin grunts. Sacrifice the goblin chieftain's ember. Xiao Ye touched the goblin chieftain's corpse with his spear tip and began the sacrifice without hesitation. A prompt immediately appeared before Xiao Ye. Goblin chieftain's ember sacrifice successful. Ember plus 5. Acquired skill Berserk B rank. A skill dropped. Xiao Ye's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected this goblin chieftain, possessing half-beast blood, had actually granted him the beastfolk's unique innate skill, Berserk. Check skill. Xiao Ye immediately summoned the skill panel. And the previously empty skill slot finally displayed its first ability. Berserk. Skill tier, B rank. Effect, an exclusive skill of the orc race. Upon activation, damage and attack speed increase by 30%. However, after the effect ends, the user enters a weakened state for a period of time, with defense reduced by 50%. It's common knowledge that the challenge in defeating beast-type monsters lies in their transition to Berserk mode once their health drops below half. Orcs in Berserk mode exhibit vastly increased destructive power and aggressive tendencies. Though they enter a weakened state afterward, 90% of adventurer squads are wiped out during this frenzied period. For a beastman driven into a frenzy is truly terrifying. A direct 50% boost to attack power is enough to shatter most party tanks. Now, this beast-exclusive talent trait had fallen into Xiao Ye's hands. Just as a flicker of excitement stirred within Xiao Ye, a new line of text appeared before his eyes. Consume 10 fire seed points to enhance this skill? Xiao Ye froze in surprise. So that's what fire seed is for. It could actually enhance acquired skills? Enhance. Xiao Ye decisively chose to enhance his only available skill. Consume 10 fire seed points. The Berserk skill has been enhanced to Beast Blood Rage. Beast Blood Boil. Rank, a tier. Effect, an innate skill possessed by high-tier bloodline beastkin. Activation increases damage and attack speed by 50%. After effect ends, enters a brief weakened state with defense reduced by 30%. Additional, killing a target extends duration. Chapter 9, Elite Tier Boss. Undying Treant. Perhaps Xiao Ye was unaware that at this very moment, outside the Tower of Trials, there was another person closely monitoring his perspective, none other than his homeroom teacher from first middle school, Tangwaner. After Xiao Ye rejected the SSS class profession Necromancer's citywide spectacle, all onlookers had ceased paying attention to Xiao Ye the clown and instead turned their focus to the trials of the 3 S-class professionals Wang Biao, Lin Shueming, and Qin Yanran. No one spared another glance for Xiao Ye the good-for-nothing. Only Tang Wanner quietly locked her observation device onto Xiao Ye's perspective. Xiao Ye was a student she had personally mentored, and she alone understood just how exceptional he truly was. And thus she understood all too well the agony a prodigy of his caliber would endure when confronted with such a crushing professional setback. She feared Xiao Ye might be crushed by this crushing blow. Moreover, as a member of the teaching team, Tang Wanner knew this year's trial tower was no simple affair. The goblin tribe in the very first stage alone was enough to wipe out half the awakened. When Tang Wanner activated her observation device, she witnessed Xiao Ye being surrounded by the first wave of goblin squads. As a professional mentor, she knew the consequences for a blank class character caught by goblins. One misstep could mean an instant kill. Yet just as she held her breath for Xiao Ye, she witnessed Xiao Ye instinctively seize the high ground amidst the crisis, taking cover behind a large tree. Then, wielding his crude iron spear, he executed textbook maneuvers to dispatch the goblins one by one. Well done, Xiao Ye. Even Tang Wanner, the head instructor of the combat course, couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Xiao Ye's performance was so exceptional that even among all the awakened of this generation in the entire Dragon Nation, fewer than 5 could match it. What pleased Tang Wanner even more was that Xiao Ye didn't display the self-destructive attitude she'd expected.
Instead, he calmly made his way toward the center of the first floor of the trial tower,
dispatching goblins one after another with decisive precision along the way.
This boy, Xiao Ye, is more resilient than I ever imagined.
Even a base-class profession might not be his final destination. Within the trial tower, a notification sounded in Xiao Ye's ears. Congratulations! You have defeated the guardian of the first floor of the trial tower. Teleporting to the second floor of the trial tower, Xiao Ye felt a momentary dizziness. The surrounding goblin tribe and the corpse of the goblin chieftain gradually faded from view. Then the scene shifted. Xiao Ye found himself teleported into a vast, pitch-black cavern, surrounded only by stone walls and sticky, damp earth. So this must be the second floor of the Tower of Trials. At this moment, Xiao Ye felt less nervousness and more excitement. Simply sacrificing the goblins on the first floor had already granted him two immensely powerful talent traits, barbaric and beast blood boiling. What surprises might the next monsters hold for Xiao Ye? Remember, death holds no real consequence within the trial tower. Death here merely teleports you out, ending the trial. This meant Xiao Ye had absolutely nothing to hold him back. Free to charge forward, boldly sacrificing one more monster meant gaining another talent. As he pondered, the monsters of the second layer of the Tower of Trials were already beginning to show their true colors. Within this vast cavern, something seemed to be stirring beneath the soft, damp earth at their feet. Then, black roots like ancient vines suddenly burst forth from the earth. The branches atop these roots were as sharp as thorns, sending a chill down one's spine. Xiao Ye leapt backward in haste. But two nearby vines whipped toward the spot where Xiao Ye had just stood. The spiked vines instantly carved two deep gashes in the earth. Fortunately, neither strike connected with him. With lightning reflexes, Xiao Ye raised his spear and swung it fiercely, striking at the two vines. 30. 30. Two damage numbers flashed simultaneously as Xiao Ye severed both vines with his spear. They fell to the ground, writhing incessantly like living creatures. So these vines only had 30 HP? Xiao Ye was puzzled. Logically, monsters on the second floor of the trial tower should be far stronger than those on the first floor. But these vines had ridiculously low health? And just then, as if to confirm Xiao Ye's thoughts, the next second, several more vines burst forth from the damp earth around them. They encircled Xiao Ye completely. Xiao Ye acted swiftly. Before the vines could fully extend, his spear sliced through them all with precision. 30. 30. Still only 30 drops of blood? Yet around the severed vines, the ground began to surge as if breathing anew. More vines burst through the earth. A good dozen of them. Is this never ending? Xiao Ye instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Though each vine possessed little life, severing one caused two more to sprout. The more he cut, the more they multiplied. They were impossible to eliminate. Wait, these vines must be subordinate species. Xiao Ye gradually pieced it together. He noticed that before each vine broke through the soil, it stretched out like a slithering snake from the earth in a single direction. The vines are merely satellites. Only by destroying their mother plants could they be utterly eradicated. And the direction of their mother plant was likely the same as the direction the earth was surging. Xiao Ye instantly hoisted his spear and charged toward the surging direction within the earth. Countless vines had already emerged from the earth along the way. But Xiao Ye deftly dodged each one with agile footwork. The chill wind whipping past him from the thorns lashing behind made even Xiao Ye suck in a sharp breath. The vast subterranean cavern twisted and turned in every direction. Yet Xiao Ye remained unfazed by any turns, charging straight ahead along the vine's path. Sure enough, after winding through 7 or 8 caverns, a colossal ancient root, thick enough for dozens to encircle, emerged in the cavern's center. Countless tendrils converged upon its trunk. And even more bizarrely, a massive human face had grown out of the very trunk. This must be the mother entity. As the vines trailing behind him slithered like water snakes toward Xiao Ye hesitated no longer. Raising his thick iron spear and thrusting it fiercely into the massive root. 137. As the damage number flashed, the massive root's health bar appeared before Xiao Ye. Undying Tree Spirit. Tier, Elite Boss. HP, 50,000. Danger level, High Risk. Description, Unknown? That long health bar was a staggering 50,000. And what felt most hopeless was that, just seconds after Xiao Ye's damage numbers appeared, a healing figure suddenly flashed on the Undying Tree Spirit's body. Plus 100. The damage Xiao Ye dealt was nearly restored within seconds. Not only did this Undying Tree Spirit possess a staggering 50,000 HP bar, but its recovery ability was also terrifyingly powerful. So that's how it was. Xiao Ye instantly grasped the purpose of the second floor of the trial tower. To completely clear these roots and vines, one must defeat this colossal Undying Tree Spirit. Yet this Undying Tree Spirit not only possessed immense health but also astonishing regenerative power, making it impossible to kill swiftly in a short time. The longer the battle drags on, the more vines the mother plant will spawn. Thus, this level tested the damage output capabilities of the adventurers. Classes lacking sufficient damage would inevitably be worn down and killed by the ever-growing vines. If the goblin tribe on the first floor of the trial tower eliminates half of the awakened adventurers, then the undying tree spirit on this floor will wipe out every remaining non-DPS class. Who on earth designed this year's trial tower? Xiao Ye couldn't help but sigh inwardly, while simultaneously running a quick calculation in his mind. This undying tree spirit boasts a staggering 50,000 HP, yet regenerates 100 HP per second. So only damage exceeding 100 per second counts as true effective output. For Xiao Ye, who had just reached the first floor of the trial tower, arriving here meant he might as well surrender and retreat on the spot. But for the Xiao Ye of today, a fight was far from impossible. Xiao Ye's enhanced, Beast Blood Boiling, significantly boosts damage and attack speed during its duration. Moreover, defeating targets extends its duration. And the countless vines spawned by this undying tree spirit, each possessing only 30 HP, are perfect for refreshing the duration of Beast Blood Boil. Chapter 10, Sacrificing the Undead Tree Spirit. S-ranked trait, Photosynthetic Recovery. Outside the Tower of Trials. Watching the battle unfold where even on the first floor, over half of the new cohort of Awakened had already been wiped out. Principal Lin Jingnan's brow furrowed so deeply it nearly creased. Damn it! Who the hell designed this Tower of Trials this year? Director Zhang beside him quickly whispered a warning to Principal Lin, the media cameras still trained on their faces. Principal Lin quickly composed himself, plastering on a warm smile. At that moment, within their viewing perspective, the Awakened who had successfully cleared the first level of the trial tower led by the S-rank professionals Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanan had already entered the dark, damp cavern. Countless vines sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, launching an assault on Wang Biao. As in South-rank close combat Panlong Monk, Wang Biao immediately swung his war staff. A battle skill bearing dragon patterns erupted from his strike, instantly shredding the vines. Thankfully, this second layer is somewhat more manageable. Lin Zhengnan was just about to catch his breath when he saw Wang Biao had also discovered the network of vines hidden underground, tracing them all the way back to their mother plant. The moment the massive mother tree roots appeared in the camera frame, every single onlooker present couldn't help but gasp in unison. Good heavens, is that an undying tree spirit? Even a level 10 professional would struggle to defeat that thing. Who on earth placed the undying tree spirit on the second floor? This is insane. Principal Lin Zhangnan couldn't hold back a string of curses. He knew firsthand just how incredibly difficult an undying tree spirit was to kill. This second floor alone would likely wipe out over half of first middle school's awakened students this year. All non-damage dealing classes would likely be stopped in their tracks here. In a corner nearby, class advisor Tang Wanner also hurriedly lowered her head, closely monitoring Xiao Ye's situation. Despite Xiao Ye's masterful gameplay allowing him to clear the first layer's goblin tribe, the undead treants in the second layer presented a gap that couldn't be bridged by skill alone. Xiao Ye's nearly blank class, no matter how skillfully played, simply couldn't muster enough damage to kill the mother tree. Yet within the camera frame where only she could see, Xiao Ye had already begun attacking the undead treant's mother. As a martial arts specialist, Tang Wanner instantly recognized Xiao Ye's movements. They seemed nearly twice as fast as his in the first layer. What the hell is going on? Even Tang Wanner was secretly startled. Xiao Ye now circled the undying tree spirit's mother body, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. The undying tree spirit's mother form possessed no offensive capabilities of its own. All its attacks relied entirely on the tendrils and roots extending from beneath the ground. Thus, the second floor of the trial tower was essentially a test of raw burst damage, nothing more than a wooden target. Xiao Ye's thick iron spear thrust relentlessly into the undying tree spirit's mother body. 179. 158. Hundreds of damage numbers exceeding 200 exploded onto the screen. This was naturally due to Xiao Ye activating Beast Blood Boil, directly boosting his attack power and attack speed by 50%. Xiao Ye now dealt over 200 damage per second. Subtracting the undying tree spirit's 100 HP regeneration per second, his effective damage output averaged a staggering 70 points per second. Even with its staggering 50,000 health pool, the undying tree spirit was far from invincible. However, defeating this undying treant was far from a simple matter of relentless damage output. For every second, the damp earth would randomly spawn a vine root covered in sharp thorns. If these vines aren't swiftly cleared, they would accumulate relentlessly. Yet if one distracts themselves to deal with these vines, they cannot focus their full attention on attacking the mother entity. This was the challenge set by the designer of the second floor of the trial tower. Yet for Xiao Ye's operation, multitasking proved far less difficult. The vines sprouting around him instead became targets for refreshing his Beast Blood Boiling ability, while Xiao Ye unleashed attacks on the undead tree spirit's core, while swiftly slashing down the newly sprouted vines with his thick iron spear. Kill Thorn Vine, extend Beast Blood Boiling effect by 10 seconds. A 10-second cycle. Xiao Ye maintained a steady rhythm, targeting only the vines closest to his firing position. As for the vines growing farther away, completely out of his reach, Xiao Ye paid them no mind whatsoever.
He knew clearly that as long as the mother of this undead tree spirit was slain, no matter how many vines sprouted, they would all perish instantly. Under Xiao Ye's masterful pacing, the Undying tree spirit's massive 50,000 HP bar steadily diminished.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes.
This intense, high-concentration operation continued for an unknown duration. Finally, as Xiao Ye drove his last spear into the Undying tree spirit's body,
the seemingly bottomless health bar was finally drained of its last shred.
The massive tree spirit's roots snapped and withered inch by inch, turning into a swirling cloud of dust. The vines that had nearly covered the entire cavern instantly crumbled to dust as well. The Undying tree spirit collapsed before Xiao Ye. A flood of white experience light poured directly into Xiao Ye's body. This troublesome boss instantly leveled him up 3 times, bringing him straight to level 8. Yet what piqued Xiao Ye's interest more were the vast embers the Undying tree spirit had left behind on the ground. Sacrificial embers of the Undying tree spirit.
Xiao Ye's sacrificial ritual grew increasingly fluid.
The flickering embers, resembling a swarm of fireflies, instantly gathered around the tip of his spear,
gradually fading away.
Sacrifice of Undying tree spirit's embers successful.
Fire seed plus 20. Acquired talent trait photosynthetic recovery. Photosynthetic recovery. Trait level, S rank. Chapter 11, The Rogue's Tactics. The Enchanting Swamp Siren.
Embers blaze, offering sacrifice to all souls.
As flickering embers dance like fireflies, echoes of celestial chanting resound, as if celebrating the birth of a magnificent entry. The entire instance trembled, as if something terrifying had emerged from the void. S-class entry. Xiao Ye suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the entry. Photosynthetic recovery. Attribute tier, S rank.
Effect, the Undying tree spirit's formidable regenerative power. When bathed in sunlight, all self-healing effects are increased by 500%.
Additional, automatically restores 1% of maximum HP per second. It really is an S-tier skill.
Though merely an elite-tier boss, this Undying tree spirit possesses healing power that ranks among the strongest of all monsters. A 500% boost to recovery effects. For a human adventurer, this not only quintuples the effectiveness of health potions but also directly multiplies the power of skills like lifesteal and regeneration by 5-fold.
Before Xiao Ye could fully process his excitement,
a familiar voice echoed in his ears once more.
Congratulations!
You have defeated the guardian of the 2nd floor of the trial tower. Transmitting to the 3rd floor of the trial tower. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ye was transported from that dark, damp cavern to an open marshland.
Once more, a notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations!
You are the 5th awakened to enter the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Remaining awakened individuals in the trial tower, 47.
Xiao Ye's heart skipped a beat.
He knew he couldn't possibly be the first awakened to slay the Undying tree spirit. After all, high damage classes, especially those wielding fire attribute attacks, held a natural advantage against wood attribute monsters like the Undying tree spirit.
But now, only 47 people remained in the trial tower?
That meant, excluding the 5 who had already reached the 3rd floor including Xiao Ye himself, only 42 awakened remained, still battling the Undying tree spirit on the 2nd floor. This elimination is way too fast. You must know that over 10,000 students from Shangjing City participated in this year's awakening ceremony. Whoever designed this year's trial tower.
But the elimination mechanism is downright brutal.
The goblin tribe on the 1st floor wiped out half those lacking combat strength, while the undead treants on the 2nd floor wiped out all remaining non-DPS classes. What kind of brutal challenge awaits on the 3rd floor? Xiao Ye had no time to ponder.
As 3 humanoid monsters emerged from the pitch-black swamp mud surrounding him.
They emerged from the filthy mud. Yet their bodies were flawlessly white. Half of their seductively alluring forms emerged from the swamp, causing even the young Xiao Ye to feel his blood surge uncontrollably. Their naturally enchanting beauty was utterly intoxicating. A soft, sonic chant instantly swept toward Xiao Ye.
Swamp sirens.
Xiao Ye's heart jolted in alarm. He darted behind the jagged rock piles surrounding him. The next instant, a shockwave attack with an extremely wide range struck the very spot he had just occupied, causing the entire marble slab to tremble faintly.
A magical attack. Xiao Ye's suspicions were confirmed.
The guardian monsters of the 3rd layer were 3 swamp sirens. These creatures, with their beautiful, seductive forms yet relying on eerie sonic attacks to claim the lives of countless adventurers, were extremely difficult to deal with.
The reason?
Their attacks weren't ordinary physical strikes, they were wide-ranging sonic blasts that were nearly impossible to evade. And the 3rd floor of this trial tower was deliberately designed with such a vast swamp terrain, with only the central, enclosed area offering shelter behind several massive boulders. Killing these swamp succubi isn't difficult in itself, their physical defenses aren't particularly high if you can get close. The real challenge lies in the fact that the moment you expose yourself to attack one, the other 2 will unleash their sonic assault.
In the swamp terrain, challengers already suffer from a movement speed reduction.
And their sonic attack has an extremely wide range, making it nearly impossible to evade and almost guaranteed to deal damage. Thus, this stage tests the challenger's evasion skills. Or rather, endurance. Realizing the designer's intent behind the third layer, a sly smile crept onto Xiao Ye's lips. When it came to evasion skills, the current Xiao Ye might not yet match those A-rank or S-rank agile specialists. But when it came to endurance, Xiao Ye, who had just acquired the passive skill, Photosynthetic Recovery, considered himself unmatched at this stage. The swamp succubus's sonic attack had an enormous range, yet its damage wasn't lethal. Xiao Ye could simply endure a few hits, trading blows for blood. Then retreat to the central rock pile to fully restore his health with Photosynthetic Recovery before resuming the fight. With this relentless tactic, Xiao Ye practically breezed through the third floor of the trial tower. No time to waste. Xiao Ye's body erupted like a rocket, charging straight at the nearest swamp succubus. His pace slowed as he took the swamp's slowing effect head-on. Yet his killing intent remained undiminished. As the swamp banshee's face drained of color and terror, his heavy iron spear thrust forward with brutal force. 137. He immediately withdrew his spear and retreated, refusing to linger for a second strike. At that moment, sonic attacks from the swamp nymphs in two other directions already echoed through the air. Wave after wave slammed straight into his forehead. Xiao Ye felt a jolt above his head as two damage numbers exploded from his body. 150. 150. Now at level 8, Xiao Ye's total HP reached 500. After taking these two hits, he barely had half his health left. Yet his single spear thrust had already dealt nearly a third of the swamp succubus's health. Hidden behind the rock, Xiao Ye's photosynthetic recovery effect had kicked in, his health visibly regenerating at a rapid pace. Next, he would wait for his health to fully replenish before repeating the same maneuver. Thus, on the third floor of the trial tower, a scene unfolded. A youth wielding a thick iron spear braced against the sonic blast echoing from behind, charging fiercely toward the swamp succubus. Stabbing once before retreating back into the central boulder formation. Then timidly waited for his health to fully regenerate before charging out again, tirelessly repeating the cycle. After 10 odd minutes, Xiao Ye, leaning on his heavy iron spear, exhaled a long breath. He had finally, though not without difficulty, taken down all three swamp succubi. Experience points flashed, and Xiao Ye reached level 11. Sacrifice the swamp siren. Xiao Ye initiated the sacrifice ritual once more. The embers of the three swamp succubi slowly dissipated around him. Swamp siren embers sacrifice successful. Acquired skill water summoning step. The second skill. Xiao Ye hurriedly opened his skill panel. Besides beast blood boiling, the second skill now sat quietly in the skill slot. Water summoning step. Skill level, B rank. Effect, an innate skill unique to aquatic races. Summons water currents to envelop the body, granting immunity to most slow type control effects. Passive effect, increases movement speed by 15%. A supportive immunity skill. At this point, Xiao Ye hadn't yet realized that this seemingly ordinary, non-damaging skill would prove invaluable to him on the fourth floor of the Tower of Trials. Congratulations! You have defeated the guardian monster of the third floor. Teleporting to the fourth floor of the trial tower. Note, you need not kill all guardian monsters on this floor. Simply survive to reach the central teleportation array. No need to kill the guardian monsters? Xiao Ye felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Having witnessed the malicious intent of the designers behind the first three floors, Xiao Ye couldn't help but grow even more vigilant. This fourth floor of the trial tower was definitely a trap. Chapter 12, Ghostfire Spider Lair. Fortune favors the bold. Seconds later, Xiao Ye, teleported to the fourth floor of the trial tower, was utterly dumbfounded. For the guardians here were not mere monsters, but an entire ghostfire spider nest. The ghostfire spiders swarmed. These spine-chilling arthropods were enough to deter 90% of female awakened ones with their densely packed compound eyes and unsettling crawling movements alone. And layer upon layer of spider webs, woven like an inescapable net, had transformed the fourth floor of the trial tower into a veritable spider cave. Anyone who dared to step inside would gradually be bound and restrained, only to be overwhelmed by swarms of spiders closing in from all sides. These demonic arachnids devoured their prey with their most deadly weapon, the ghostly poison sealing from their fangs. This dual-element attack combines fire and poison, inflicting both burning and poison damage over time, capable of instantly killing even the toughest tank classes. Holy crap! Xiao Ye frantically darted through the sky-filling web traps, dodging strands of silk shot toward him. Water step, activate. Xiao Ye urgently activated this newly acquired skill. A stream of water surged up from the surroundings, slowly enveloping his feet and forming a protective water curtain. He felt a lightness beneath his feet. Xiao Ye once again stepped onto the spider webs covering the sky, yet the earlier obstruction and stickiness were gone. At this moment, Xiao Ye could scarcely imagine what would have happened without the divine skill water summoning step, which granted immunity to slow effects, for he would have been devoured alive by the swarm of spiders mere minutes ago. Feeling thoroughly unwell, Xiao Ye hurriedly seized the window while water summoning step remained active, dashing toward the center of the fourth layer.
Yet even with his masterful footwork, Xiao Ye couldn't entirely evade the swarm of ghost fire spiders surrounding him.
A sharp sting shot through his shoulder.
Infected by ghost fire toxin.
The next instant, both poison and burn debuffs appeared above his head, dealing continuous damage.
Burn damage 9. Toxic damage 5.
The damage numbers weren't huge, but remember this was just from a single bite stacking one layer of ghost fire toxin. If it bit him a few more times, stacking 3 or 4 layers of burn and poison, he wouldn't last long.
Xiao Ye's entire body tensed up. Constantly dodging. Positioning. After a long while,
Xiao Ye, charging forward recklessly, had nearly reached the center of this level. And looking up, he could faintly see a teleportation array at the very top of the ghost fire spider's lair, glowing faintly blue. Seizing the moment while the water summoning step was active, Xiao Ye scrambled up the steps in 2-step leaps. Yet the instant he was about to step into the array, Xiao Ye abruptly halted. Both feet planted firmly on the edge of the teleportation circle, he suddenly spun around. Gazing at the swarm of ghost fire spiders closing in behind him, a thought suddenly surfaced in Xiao Ye's mind.
A greedy and reckless one.
Xiao Ye abruptly raised his thick iron spear, sweeping it viciously at several ghost fire spiders lunging toward him.
10. 10. Several damage numbers instantly appeared.
These ghost fire spiders had even lower health than the vines on the second level, barely 10 points.
A single strike was enough to obliterate them.
However, flawlessly eliminating every ghost fire spider approaching him demanded mastery of his weapon.
Moreover, Xiao Ye was currently under the effects of ghost fire poison. His health bar was steadily declining. And if not for the health restored every second by photosynthetic recovery, his health bar would have been nearly depleted by now. Not many chances left. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes.
His thick iron spear striking with precise, decisive thrusts, piercing every charging ghostfire spider through the heart. As the pursuing swarm grew ever larger, Xiao Ye knew he couldn't block every attack indefinitely. But before that, Xiao Ye would kill as many ghostfire spiders as possible.
What is Xiao Ye doing? Tang Wanner, the only one watching Xiao Ye's perspective, froze in shock. He'd clearly reached the teleportation array, yet he turned back to kill these ghost fire spiders instead? Didn't he hear the 4th floor prompt? Tang Wanner couldn't help but feel anxious. In her view, Xiao Ye's current actions were utterly futile.
These palm-sized ghost fire spiders, even in large numbers, yielded minimal experience per individual. Farming them for experience was nothing but a waste of time.
Didn't Xiao Ye know that if all trial participants reached the same final level, the one who arrived first would earn a higher score? Time is money. Xiao Ye, what on earth are you doing?
At this moment, Xiao Ye was also in a state of high alert. On one hand, he had to ensure not a single ghostfire spider crept close to his body, while also monitoring his health bar steadily eroded by the ghostfire's poison.
Finally,
as the pursuing swarm grew ever larger and his own health bar plummeted to the dangerous threshold of barely a quarter remaining,
Xiao Ye had to enter the teleportation array.
Yet his surroundings were now densely packed with the corpses of ghostfire spiders, at least 100 of them.
Sacrificial ghostfire spider embers.
Xiao Ye flicked the tip of his spear, hastily initiating the sacrifice ritual at the last moment. Simultaneously, he took a step backward, 1 foot landing within the teleportation array. As the surrounding scenery spun wildly, over 100 notifications flashed before Xiao Ye's eyes.
Ghostfire spider's ember sacrifice successful. Ember +1.
Ghostfire spider's ember offering successful, ember +1. Successful ghostfire spider ember offering, ember +1. Finally, a pleasant voice echoed in Xiao Ye's ears.
Acquired innate skill ghostfire venom.
This incredibly moving notification instantly filled Xiao Ye's heart with wild joy. Fortune truly lies in taking risks.
At this moment,
every risk he'd taken was worth it. This was precisely why Xiao Ye had risked turning back to slay the ghostfire spider, the ghostfire toxin.
For among all abnormal conditions, poison was the status effect that affected the widest variety of monsters.
The vast majority of monsters, except for those corrupted creatures, are affected by poison effects. While the second most common counter is fire. Most furry creatures or what attribute creatures are weak to fire. The ghostfire toxin of the ghostfire spider combines both of these abnormal states, making it a veritable god-tier weapon for slaying monsters. However, for human adventurers, collecting and refining toxins is inherently a highly dangerous endeavor. Only a select few hunters and assassins possess the skill to infuse weapons with venom. But Xiao Ye is different. As one who can perform sacrifices, he can directly acquire monsters' innate traits. But sacrifices carry a probability success isn't guaranteed on the first try.
That's why Xiao Ye had risked everything to slay as many ghostfire spiders as possible earlier. Fortunately, it was all worth it now.
Ghostfire toxin, this toxin that counters the vast majority of monsters, including human awakened ones, now lies quietly in his talent skill slot.
Check skill effects. Xiao Ye murmured softly. Ghostfire toxin. Entry grade, a class. Effect, a unique toxin of the Ghostfire Spider clan, born from lava and toxic miasma.
When used, it coats weapons with ghostfire toxin. Hitting a target inflicts 1 layer of burning and 1 layer of poison.
Burn deals continuous damage and reduces the target's defense. Poison deals continuous damage and suppresses the target's recovery effects. What a splendid ghostfire toxin. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of quiet delight. Then quietly surveyed the scene of the 5th floor of the trial tower. Upon reaching this 5th level, the surrounding area had grown considerably more confined.
It resembled an arena, its floor paved with neatly laid marble slabs.
Just then, tremors began to ripple through the ground, signaling the imminent arrival of the 5th floor's guardian monster.
Soon, a colossal figure came into Xiao Ye's field of vision. There stood a giant bear, its form like a small mountain, its fur coarse and bristly as needles, with claws on its paws as sharp as blades. Ghostclaw Bear. Status, adult form. Level, 15 elite boss. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Xiao Ye instantly drew his bow taut. Finally, the moment had come to face the monster head-on. There was nowhere left to hide. This adult Ghostclaw Bear before him possessed strength at least matching that of an ordinary professional squad.
And the surrounding terrain offered no cover whatsoever. Yet Xiao Ye had no intention of surrendering. For one simple reason. The Ghostclaw Bear's thick fur coat. Meaning it was weak to fire. Its species classification was ordinary creature. Meaning it was weak to poison. Chapter 13, The Mastermind. A high-ranking military figure. At the Awakening Ceremony Plaza outside the trial tower.
The old headmaster Lin Zhangnan, his gaze fixed on the large screen, sat with a dark expression, saying nothing. He ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Who the hell designed this year's trial tower? The goblin tribes and undead treants in the first 2 floors alone had wiped out nearly 90% of the awakened. Then, the swamp succubi on the 3rd floor eliminated all the clumsy warriors and knights. However, ranged classes like archers and mages, relying on their long-range attacks, hid within rock crevices and managed to kill 3 swamp succubi from afar. Reaching the spine-chilling 4th floor, the ghostfire spider nest resembling a small building left even Lin Zhangnan feeling utterly hopeless. On the live stream screen, only a handful of top-tier players with S-class awakenings remained, along with a few scattered A-class practitioners. Dragon Monk Wang Biao, leveraging his semi-tank warrior's high defense and damage output, charged headlong toward the teleportation array at the nest's center. Even so, he reached the portal with barely a sliver of health left, leaving viewers sighing in dismay.
Frostblade Lin Xueming fared little better.
His ice-based abilities were completely countered by the Ghostfire Spider, forcing him to rely solely on his S-class profession's shield to survive, barely making it to the teleportation array.
Qin Yanran, awakened as the agility-type class Bloodhunter, seemed to possess skills immune to slow-type crowd control.
She deftly dodged web after web and the swarm of spiders that would have deterred most girls.
Reaching the teleportation array as the sole female awakened remaining on the 5th floor.
Earlier, Lu Ruyan had been the first to slay the undead treant by exploiting her fire element mage's elemental advantage, then wore down the swamp succubus with long-range rocket spells. Found herself utterly hopeless upon reaching the 4th layer's Ghostfire spider lair. As a fragile mage, she was immobilized by spider webs after just a few steps. Watching the swarm of Ghostfire spiders crawling toward her in overwhelming numbers, her face drained of color as she chose to forfeit the trial. Her performance ended there. Seeing that only a handful of top contenders remained from First Middle School's current cohort of awakened, Principal Lin and Director Zhang, grumbling all the while, followed Wang Biao and Lin Xueming's perspective to the 5th floor of the trial tower. The adult Ghostclaw Bear that appeared in the arena prompted every single one of them to curse again. Damn it! Who in their right mind would put this thing in the trial tower? Forget newly awakened practitioners, even a full squad of seasoned professionals might not stand a chance against a single adult Ghostclaw Bear. Who the hell designed this year's trial tower? Rumor has it some big shot from the military is involved. At this very moment, within a military research facility in Shangjing City, high-definition screens filled the entire observation room. Without exception, every screen displayed footage from within the trial tower. Though 95% of them had already turned monochrome, signaling elimination. Neat Xiaoyu, her professional attire accentuating her flawless figure and gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, wore a hint of disappointment on her face as she spoke in a detached tone. It seems this year's trial tower ends here. Not a single participant from Shangjing City managed to break through the 5th floor. Beside her, researcher Wang Lin, clad in military attire, sighed with frustration. Exactly. Who would ever put a full-grown Ghostclaw Bear in the trial tower? Even an S-rank professional would never stand a chance against a Ghostclaw Bear right after awakening, right? Xiaoyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression innocent as she asked. Is that so? But when I took the Dragon Scale assessment, taking down a Ghostclaw Bear before first advancement was just the most basic requirement for combat personnel. Researcher Wang Lin beside her couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. Xiaoyu, who had suddenly arrived at the institute this year and now held full authority over the trial tower, spoke without restraint. And the name of that organization she mentioned was a military secret organization completely beyond Wang Lin's level to even know about.
Xiao Ye habitually chewed on the pen in her hand, her tone slightly cold as she said. It's just a shame this year's Awaken couldn't even clear the 5th floor, let alone the hidden layer. I went to great lengths to capture that little one. Beside her, Wang Lin broke out in a cold sweat. If even this formidable figure found it troublesome, what kind of entity could possibly lurk in the hidden floor? Sir, the 5th layer is for mature Ghostclaw Bears. What kind of monster did you capture in the hidden layer? Xiao Ye uttered the most chilling words in the most matter-of-fact tone. Nothing much, just a dragon cub. At that moment, Xiao Ye, positioned on the 5th floor of the trial tower, did not launch an attack rashly. A full-grown Ghostclaw Bear was far beyond what an ordinary practitioner could handle. This floor was clearly designed for S-rank adventurers and above. The Ghostclaw Bear stood as massive as a small mountain, its steel wire-like bristles forming a thick, armor-like coat. Its fierce eyes glared menacingly at Xiao Ye, who had dared to intrude upon its territory. Having come this far, retreating without a fight was simply not Xiao Ye's style. True to its massive frame, the Ghostclaw Bear was a powerhouse monster with high attack and defense stats. Though its movements were fierce, they lacked true speed. To outmaneuver it, one must rely on agile footwork. Xiao Ye had now reached level 13. He'd poured all the free attribute points gained from previous level ups into agility. And after activating Water Step, Xiao Ye's movement speed skyrocketed once more. At that moment, the Ghostclaw Bear let out a low growl and charged fiercely towards Xiao Ye. Bear-like creatures attacked with simple, brute force. A charge, a hug, a bear hug. Xiao Ye had learned these tactics by thoroughly studying the notes of predecessors in the school library's collection. One lunge. The Ghostclaw Bear charged forward with the force of a truck. Even the most defensive-minded shield warriors from the previous generation couldn't withstand this blow. And you absolutely couldn't dodge too early. Never underestimate the Ghostclaw Bear's agility. Xiao Ye steadied his stance. As the Ghostclaw Bear charged like a raging storm, closing to within 4 or 5 meters, he suddenly rolled sideways. The move was messy, but it perfectly evaded the deadly strike. Having dodged the attack, Xiao Ye dared not linger. He charged straight toward the spot where the Ghostclaw Bear had been standing. Double hug. Seeing its pounce miss, the Ghostclaw Bear instantly extended its 2 thick arms, lunging forward to grab Xiao Ye. If it managed to clasp him, his life would be forfeit. But Xiao Ye deliberately ran toward the bear's rear, that blind spot in its field of vision, precisely the angle that placed him outside its attack range. Now! Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed sharply. Ghostfire Toxin, activated instantly. A thread of fire-glowing toxin effect coiled around the tip of the thick iron spear, plunging viciously into the Ghostclaw Bear's back. Target is now afflicted with Ghostfire Toxin. Chapter 14, The Terrifying Ghostclaw Bear. Wang Biao and Lin Xueming eliminated. Xiao Ye landed his strike and, without a moment's pause, leapt backward in a huge bound. In the blink of an eye, the Ghostclaw Bear's broad, sturdy hindquarters slammed backward, its mountain-like back scraping fiercely against the ground. Even the marble slab instantly caved in. This was the 3-seat bench. Though this move appeared clumsy and comical, it packed devastating power. It was the crucial countermeasure against bear-like monsters, hard-won by countless adventurers at the cost of their lives. Those unfamiliar with bear-type monsters' attack patterns who rashly flanked it would likely fall victim to its trap. Fortunately, Xiao Ye had anticipated this move early and pulled back in time. Yet seeing the massive stone slab shattered into fragments by the impact still sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye had successfully applied Ghostfire Toxin to the Ghostclaw Bear. The thick fur on its back instantly ignited, dealing burn damage while also triggering the toxin effect. 10. 15. The Ghostclaw Bear, burning and in agony from the Ghostfire Toxin, grew increasingly frenzied, revealing its health bar. Adult Ghostclaw Bear. Level, Elite Boss Level 15. HP, 4,953 5,000. In mere seconds, the poison swiftly consumed a segment of its health bar. While Xiao Ye used the movement speed boost from Water Step to quickly distance himself from the enraged Ghostclaw Bear. Next, he just needed to seize an opportunity to apply another layer of Ghost Flame Toxin before retreating to a safe distance. If things went smoothly, wearing down this Ghostclaw Bear wouldn't be a problem. However, the other awakened who had reached the 5th floor of the trial tower weren't as fortunate as Xiao Ye. Wang Biao's class was an S-rank melee class, the Coiling Dragon Monk. Wielding his signature weapon, the War Staff, he initially mistook the mountain-sized Ghostclaw Bear for another slow-moving, high-HP monster like the undead treant from the 2nd floor. Knowing countless spectators watched outside the Tower of Trials, including his own father, Wang Biao let out a low growl. Charging forward with his War Staff raised, he intended to showcase his class's prowess in both tanking and damage dealing. But the Ghostclaw Bear taught him a lesson right away. Before Wang Biao could even react, the bear's charge as swift as a locomotive slammed into his face. 891. A near 900 damage explosion erupted above his head. Fortunately, as an S-tier melee class, his solid defense and health pool prevented an instant kill. Yet this single blow was enough to make the spectators outside the trial tower shake their heads in disbelief. The leaders of the 4 major guilds except for Wang Meng's Black Eagle Guild, Wang Biao's father, all watched this comical scene with amusement, mocking him without restraint. Seems young Master Wang still needs to practice his combat skills. Wang Meng's face darkened completely. Then, on screen, Wang Biao was caught in the Ghostclaw Bear's second hug again. The Ghostclaw Bear's thick arms seized Wang Biao tightly, then slammed him into its embrace. Bear hug. This seemingly innocent term only revealed its true terror when witnessed firsthand. 1526. The devastating damage instantly drained Wang Biao's health bar, reducing him to a mere white silhouette. The screen then turned gray, displaying the announcement. Trialist Wang Biao has been eliminated. Final result, 5th layer. The Black Eagle Guild's manager hurriedly flattered guild leader Wang Meng. President Xiao Biao's performance was already outstanding. Who else could have dodged the Ghostclaw Bear's attacks right after awakening their class? Wang Meng remained silent, his face dark. The bear-type monster's 3-step attack: pounce, hug, and sit down. A tactic even he, as guild leader, had only mastered after countless dungeon runs. Yet his son had fallen victim to 2 consecutive strikes in full view of everyone, a humiliating failure. Meanwhile, the other S-rank class awakener, Lin Shueming, wasn't faring much better. Having spent 3 high school years humbly learning from Xiao Ye, he'd naturally absorbed much of his knowledge. So he wisely avoided rushing into an attack against the Ghostclaw Bear. This allowed him to narrowly dodge its first strike, which felt like being hit by a locomotive. And then, relying on the unique skill of his S-class profession, Frostblade, the Frost Array slowed the Ghostclaw Bear's movements, allowing him to evade its deadly embrace. Then, with a swift turn of his feet, he positioned himself behind the Ghostclaw Bear and unleashed a furious barrage of strikes with his longsword. When facing such clumsy, massive beasts, you must circle around to their backs, a tactic Xiao Ye had taught him long ago. Unfortunately, Lin Shueming had only grasped the basics. Not every giant monster's back was its weak point. Like this mountain-sized Ghostclaw Bear before him. When former Principal Lin Zhangnan and Director Zhang, watching the live feed, saw Lin Shueming successfully evade the first 2 powerful attacks and circle behind the Ghostclaw Bear, they were all overjoyed. Student Lin truly lives up to being our first high school's prodigy. With such agile positioning, coupled with his S-class profession, he might just make it through this 5th layer. Principal Lin Zhangnan stroked his chin and grinned. I've always believed in Lin Shueming. Our first high school has finally produced a true talent. Lin's future is limitless. Meanwhile, Tang Wanner, who had lifted her head to watch the large screen, frowned deeply at the sight. Lin Shueming was being far too reckless. Although his Frostblade Knight dealt impressive damage after activating Frost attribute attacks, he absolutely couldn't stay in the same position for too long against a ferocious boss like the Ghostclaw Bear. Sure enough, on the large screen, the Ghostclaw Bear, sensing a chill on its hindquarters, let out a deafening roar before slumping backward with a thud. Lin Shueming, who was happily attacking, had no way to dodge. His eyes widened as the mountain-like rear crashed down from above. Startled and panicked, Lin Shueming nearly cursed out loud. Holy SHT! But before the words could escape his lips, a massive number exploded from above his head. 2158. It shattered his frost shield instantly. This was the most terrifying move of bear-type monsters. Triple smash. Watching Lin Shueming's health bar nearly wiped clean in an instant, leaving only a sliver remaining. But it wasn't over yet. The Ghostclaw Bear plopped down with its massive rear, still unsatisfied, then rolled onto its back. Its broad, thick hide pressed down on Lin Shueming, grinding him into the ground. 951. 861. A series of heart-stopping numbers instantly appeared. Lin Shueming became the first trainee in this tower of trials to be crushed to death by a single sit-down. Transforming into a streak of white light, the screen displaying his perspective instantly turned black and white. Trainee Lin Shueming has been eliminated. Final achievement, 5th floor. Principal Lin, witnessing this scene on the large screen, felt the smile on his face freeze stiffly. He ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Director Zhang, how many remain uneliminated? Director Zhang hurriedly looked down to check before replying. Principal, our first high school still has 2 remaining contestants. One is Qin Yanran, an S-class professional, and the other, Xiao Ye. Director Zhang's eyes widened in shock, while Principal Lin beside him spoke with obvious impatience. Xiao Ye? That good-for-nothing who awakened a blank slate profession is probably still stuck on the 1st floor. Put Qin Yanan's perspective on the big screen immediately. Chapter 15, Total Elimination? No. 1 remains. Director Zhang complied without hesitation. The large screen instantly switched to Qin Yanran's perspective. Holding a longbow, she was the sole agility-type ranged S-class profession, the Blood Hunter. Within the confined space of the 5th floor of the trial tower, Qin Yanran moved with nimble steps, circling around the outer edge of the duel arena. She maintained a safe distance from the Ghostclaw Bear. Her longbow relentlessly unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the Ghostclaw Bear. Arrow after arrow, swift and deadly, struck the beast's body, spinning as they pierced the beast, erupting into one crimson blossom after another. This was her signature class skill, blood arrows.
Though the crude iron longbow in Qin Yanran's hands couldn't inflict excessive physical damage on the Ghostclaw Bear, it triggered the bleeding effect. The Ghostclaw Bear's health bar steadily diminished.
Kiting. That's kiting. Qin Yanran's mastery of distance control is truly exquisite. A wave of admiration erupted from the onlookers.
Already a campus beauty with many admirers, Qin Yanran, blessed with exceptional natural gifts and now awakened to an S-rank profession, had become the object of universal adoration.
Excellent. Excellent. Qin Yanran, you're doing great.
Principal Lin, not daring to be too harsh this time, could only lead the applause with a flushed face.
All eyes converged on Qin Yanran's perspective.
Even Tang Wan'er found herself captivated by Qin Yanran's positioning, inwardly marveling at how much hard work must have gone into perfecting it. Following this tactic, barring any mishaps, they might just wear down the Ghostclaw Bear. Then Tang Wan'er looked down at her monitor to see Xiao Ye's perspective,
only to instantly widen her eyes in shock. On the monitor,
Xiao Ye, wielding a long spear, danced around the Ghostclaw Bear with each strike precise and decisive. In stark contrast, the Ghostclaw Bear, now in a frenzied rage, looked like a clown and hadn't even managed to touch Xiao Ye's fur. But what shocked Tang Wan'er most was that the Ghostclaw Bear's health bar was already terrifyingly depleted? How is this possible? What kind of damage is this? As a professional martial arts instructor, Tang Wan'er couldn't fathom how Xiao Ye, with his basic class, could possibly deal such devastating damage in such a short time.
The observant Tang Wan'er slowly began to discern the pattern.
The bear's health bar wasn't diminishing with each of Xiao Ye's attacks, but seemed to be steadily draining on its own.
And the rate of loss was alarmingly high. Could Xiao Ye have triggered an abnormal status effect too? Announcement. First middle school awakened 1 Wang Dong eliminated. Final result, 3rd layer. First high school awakened 1 Lin Tian eliminated. Final scene, 2nd layer. First high school.
As the elimination announcements flashed across the trial tower's main screen, those awakened who knew they had no hope of breaking through the higher levels of the Tower of Trials, and were merely clinging to survival in the 2nd and 3rd layers to maximize their scores, were gradually eliminated. At this moment, within the viewing perspective of the large screen at the awakening ceremony, only Qin Yanran remained. On the screen, within the vast arena, Qin Yanran relied on her blood arrow feather skill to inflict significant damage on the thick-skinned, tough-fleshed Ghostclaw Bear, gradually whittling its health bar down to nearly half. Qin Yanran truly lives up to being our first high school's role model. Truly a woman who holds her own against men. I believe Qin Yanran has the potential to break through the 5th floor of the trial tower and achieve a perfect score. A flicker of hope once again ignited in the eyes of Principal Lin Jiangnan, while Director Zhang beside him gushed with flattery.
Exactly. In my opinion, Qin Yanran is the true pride of our school. Meanwhile,
Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, who had already been eliminated from the trial tower, were teleported out. Watching Qin Yanran still battling fiercely in the 5th floor arena on the large screen, both wore complex expressions. Qin Yanran, always polite yet aloof to everyone, was widely recognized as the school beauty of First High School, surrounded by numerous admirers, Wang Biao being one of them. Despite being the heir to the Black Eagle Guild, one of the 4 great guilds, and undeniably rich, handsome, and successful, Qin Yanran treated him no differently, keeping him at arm's length.
To onlookers, Wang Biao had crafted an image of himself as a devoted, wealthy, and handsome suitor.
Unfortunately, Qin Yanran had never spared him a single word.
At today's awakening ceremony, he had successfully awakened an S-rank profession.
Compared to Qin Yanran's masterful positioning displayed on the giant screen, his own clumsy performance felt utterly clownish.
Wang Biao's face now twisted with regret and resentment.
He regretted his reckless actions on the 5th floor. Otherwise he could have stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Yan on the big screen right now. Meanwhile, a shadow of gloom crossed Lin Xueming's face. Unlike Wang Biao, who was playing the devoted lover, Lin Xueming had actually confessed to Qin Yanran himself. Yet, in full view of everyone, Lin Xueming, who believed his sincerity was more than sufficient, had been politely rejected by Qin Yanran. Ever since then, the look in Lin Xueming's eyes whenever he saw Qin Yanran had changed.
Qin Yanran.
Lin Xueming stared at Qin Yanran's image on the large screen, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy.
If he couldn't clear the 5th level, then Qin Yanran absolutely wouldn't be allowed to either.
But at that very moment, Qin Yanran on the large screen suffered an unexpected mishap.
The arrow meant for the Ghostclaw Bear's body veered toward its head. 169.
In an instant, a critical hit damage number appeared on the screen. To everyone's eyes, this should have been a good thing.
But they noticed Qin Yanran on the screen looked slightly flustered. While the leaders of several guilds in the audience, including Black Eagle Guild's leader Wang Meng, instantly frowned. Oh no!
Qin Yanran had maintained a safe distance to execute her kiting strategy precisely by targeting the Ghostclaw Bear's body instead of its weak spot to avoid triggering its enraged state. But this arrow had unleashed critical damage. On the screen, the Ghostclaw Bear roared in fury upon being struck, plunging into a rage state as expected. Its massive body lunged forward, charging madly toward Qin Yanran at a speed more than doubled from before.
Xin Yanran instinctively dodged, but the open duel arena offered no cover whatsoever,
forcing her to swerve sideways. Yet in her panic, she still couldn't evade. The enraged Ghostclaw Bear struck with a single swipe, reducing Xin Yanran to a wisp of white light.
1150. As a fragile agility-based class, Xin Yanran had no chance against this strike. First middle school awakened 1 Xin Yanran has been eliminated. Final ranking, 5th layer.
As Xin Yanran's perspective faded to gray, the trial tower for the final S-rank class concluded.
Principal Lin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curse angrily. Who designed this year's trial tower? One touch and you're instantly killed.
Whoever you sent couldn't beat that Ghostclaw Bear on the 5th floor. Beside him, Director Zhang, who had heard some inside information, hurriedly leaned in and whispered something into Principal Lin's ear.
And Principal Lin's face instantly drained of color as he whispered. What?
It was designed by someone from the military higher-ups.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Director Zhang could only nod meekly while forcing a smile.
With the elimination of Qin Yanan, their last hope.
To the onlookers gathered at the Awakening ceremony grounds, this year's event seemed to have come to an end. 3 students from first high school awakened S-rank professions, but unfortunately none managed to break through the 5th floor of the trial tower to achieve a perfect score. Just as the spectators began rising to leave, Principal Lin on the podium and the heads of the 4 major guilds were also preparing to rise. The trial tower's main screen suddenly switched to a new display.
This signaled the trial was not over yet. Wait. How could there still be awakened individuals in the trial tower? Weren't all participants already eliminated? Didn't the 3 S-rank awakened ones all emerge? Who on earth could it be?
Those who had been leaving the venue turned in astonishment, their gazes fixed on the trial tower's large screen. On the screen, an awakened they'd never seen before wielded a thick iron spear, moving with precise footwork to constantly position himself in the Ghostclaw Bear's blind spot. The Ghostclaw Bear's health bar had been whittled down to a mere 1/5, a terrifying sight. Amidst the entire awakening ceremony venue, only Tang Waner silently lowered her monitor and turned her gaze toward the main screen.
Who is this? How did he reach the 5th floor of the trial tower? Look! The Ghostclaw Bear seems about to be killed by him. Wasn't First High supposed to have only 3 S-rank awakened this time? How could he possibly? The onlookers, including the guild leaders, all stared wide-eyed.
Yet fellow awakened individuals from the same cohort recognized the figure immediately.
Wait. That looks like Xiao Ye. Chapter 16, a blank slate class clears the 5th layer? Cheating, no doubt. Xiao Ye? Look, isn't that Xiao Ye? How is that possible? Didn't Xiao Ye only awaken a base class? How could a blank class possibly reach the 5th floor of the trial tower? Impossible.
Wang Biao's eyes widened as he slammed his fist on the table, staring at Xiao Ye on the big screen in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Xueming beside him could scarcely believe his eyes.
Starting with the extremely challenging Orc-Goblin Chieftain.
A 50,000 HP undead treant, a troublesome swamp succubus, and a ghostfire spider lair.
Lin Xueming considered reaching the 5th floor of the trial tower an extraordinary achievement in itself. But Xiao Ye? He was just a generic class. How could he possibly have cleared the 5th floor too?
He should have been crushed by the Goblin Chieftain on the 1st floor, strangled by the undead treant's vines.
Eliminated early on.
Yet the live feed clearly showed Xiao Ye standing in the familiar marble-paved arena of the 5th floor. And standing before him was the very Ghostclaw Bear that had left Lin Xueming, Wang Biao, and the others with psychological scars. Its health bar now reduced to a mere 5th by Xiao Ye.
This can't be right.
Lin Xueming immediately shouted in protest.
Xiao Ye must be cheating. How could a blank slate class possibly kill a 50,000 HP undead treant? Lin Xueming's words instantly jolted Wang Biao and the other awakened ones beside him into realization. They had all personally experienced the trials of the Tower of Trials. The undead treant, the swamp siren, the ghostfire spider's lair. Each floor of the trial tower felt like a brutal hell, and how could Xiao Ye, a bare bones class, possibly overcome these trials? Cheating. He must be cheating. The principal must thoroughly investigate him. Xiao Ye must have cheated. There's no way he cleared those earlier stages. Cheaters must be severely punished. Yet amidst the chorus of accusations, Xiao Ye on the large screen had already whittled the Ghostclaw Bear's health bar down to its last sliver. The Ghostclaw Bear was now in a frenzied rage, yet each of its violent attacks failed to graze Xiao Ye's hair. Xiao Ye's movements weren't particularly swift, nor was his agility exceptional. Yet somehow, he managed to dodge every blow with breathtaking precision, a testament to his mastery of spatial awareness. Xin Yanran, who had just been teleported out of the trial tower, happened to witness this scene. Xiao Ye has reached the 5th floor. After a moment of shock, Xin Yanran's gaze grew increasingly intense. Watching Xiao Ye steadily maneuver around the enraged Ghostclaw Bear's attacks, her gaze grew intensely focused. So that's it. Sometimes, evasion shouldn't solely focus on creating distance. Circling around the target allowed one to exploit the clumsy monster's turning delays. Xiao Ye. Just how strong are you?
Amidst a chorus of disbelief and incredulous stares, the Ghostclaw Bear's health bar steadily dwindled towards zero.
Lin Xueming, veins bulging on his face, suddenly erupted. Look!
That Ghostclaw Bear's health bar isn't decreasing with Xiao Ye's attacks at all.
Cheating! Xiao Ye must be cheating! Lin Xueming's words instantly sparked an uproar.
The crowd surged to their feet, united in a chorus of shouts accusing him of cheating. In the eyes of his peers, Xiao Ye had dominated them for far too long. Yet now, Xiao Ye, who had awakened a common, whiteboard class, was about to break through the 5th layer and achieve a perfect score in the trial tower right before their eyes. This was something they refused to believe, even at the cost of their lives. They would rather believe Xiao Ye had achieved this with an S-tier class, rather than accept that a blank slate class could single-handedly defeat the 5th-tier Ghostclaw Bear through sheer skill. The murmurs of agitation and doubt grew louder and louder. Tang Wanner, the martial arts instructor, could no longer contain herself.
She had witnessed every moment of Xiao Ye's relentless ascent to the 5th floor.
Rising to her feet, she frowned and barked.
Quiet down, all of you.
The health bar not decreasing with attacks means Xiao Ye has inflicted an abnormal status on the Ghostclaw Bear.
Can't you all grasp this most fundamental principle? Have my regular combat lessons been a complete waste of time?
Already renowned for her beauty and as the martial arts instructor for the entire grade, Tang Wanner commanded immense respect among her students. Her words instantly silenced the guilty murmurs. But Lin Xueming, now beside himself, leapt to his feet and retorted defiantly. Teacher Tang, you can't just shield him because of your favoritism toward Xiao Ye.
We all know Xiao Ye only awakened a basic class. How could he possibly trigger the Ghostclaw Bear's abnormal state? He must have cheated. Tang Wanner glanced at Lin Xueming, a hint of displeasure flitting across her face.
Yet even she couldn't fathom how Xiao Ye had managed to reach this point with such a basic class.
Exactly. Teacher Tang, you can't just defend him. Xiao Ye must have cheated.
Cheaters should have their scores invalidated and be barred from participating in the trial tower. A chorus of questioning voices erupted throughout the awakening assembly. Meanwhile, Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the podium frowned as they stared at Xiao Ye's image on the large screen.
Xiao Ye? How could it possibly be that kid?
He's just a worthless class. No matter how skilled his gameplay is, there's no way he could have reached the 5th floor.
Is there something wrong with the trial tower? Did that guy cheat his way through?
At that moment, everyone could see the Ghostclaw Bear's health bar reduced to a mere sliver. Even if Xiao Ye ultimately failed to finish it off, according to the Tower of Trials rules, the trainee who dealt the most damage to the monster would receive a higher score. That meant Xiao Ye was practically guaranteed first place in this Tower of Trials.
Principal Lin couldn't help but turn his head and whisper to Director Zhang. What's going on?
If we award the first place prize to him this time, it'll be a complete waste. Beyond the military's rewards, First Middle School had also offered an additional prize specifically for the tower's top finisher. Principal Lin Zhangnan had spared no expense on this reward. His goal was to forge a connection with the promising champion. Therefore, the winner could be Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, or even Qin Yanan, but absolutely not Xiao Ye, who had awakened a worthless class. Director Shang's face darkened as he remarked. Who would have thought that Xiao Ye, with his blank slate class, could get this far? But Principal, even if we've already made our promises, such a valuable opportunity absolutely cannot be wasted on a good-for-nothing.
Principal Lin Zhangnan looked down at the crowd below, now in an uproar, and couldn't help but speak up. Do you think there might be something seriously wrong with the trial tower, letting that kid cheat his way through? Director Zhang immediately declared with conviction. Principal, I'm certain of it. Principal Lin nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. Then glanced at the growing chorus of accusations of cheating surrounding the awakening ceremony. His mind was made up. Even if Xiao Ye ultimately slew the Ghostclaw Bear, the final reward would never be given to that good-for-nothing. Chapter 17, Poisoning the Ghostclaw Bear. An unexpected surprise in the hidden level. At that moment, on the 5th floor of the trial tower, as Xiao Ye successfully applied another layer of Ghostfire poison to the Ghostclaw Bear, a notification appeared before his eyes. Target is now under Ghostfire poison status. Toxin layers, 10. The full 10-layer stack of Ghostfire toxin effect was precisely why Xiao Ye could unleash such devastating damage in such a short time. Each layer of Ghost Flame toxin only added 1 layer of burning and 1 layer of toxin effect, reducing health by only about 10 points per second. But 10 layers of Ghostfire toxin? That's nearly 100 HP per second. At this moment, nearly all the steel-like bristles on the Ghostclaw Bear's body had been scorched away, while the toxin left its mind reeling and eyes glazed over. 121. 139. The relentless barrage of damage exceeding 100 points finally corroded away every last drop of the Ghostclaw Bear's 5000 HP bar. As the mountainous form of the Ghostclaw Bear crashed to the ground, the massive experience surge instantly leveled Xiao Ye up to level 15. Sacrifice the Ghostclaw Bear's ember. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye performed the sacrificial ritual. More than the massive experience, Xiao Ye was eager to see what this elite tier boss Ghostclaw Bear's sacrifice would bring him. Ghostclaw Bear's ember sacrifice successful. Acquired talent skill barbaric charge. Skill level, a grade. Effect, the Ghostclaw Bear charges toward the target with unstoppable momentum, inflicting a stun effect upon impact. A great displacement skill acquired. As Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears once more. Congratulations! You have cleared all floors of this trial tower. Would you like to unlock the hidden floor? The hidden floor will not be streamed. A hidden floor? Xiao Ye froze in surprise. Hadn't the trial tower always only had 5 floors in previous years? Who would have thought this year's event would ramp up the difficulty so drastically and even add a hidden stage that won't be streamed? What exactly is this designer up to? But since he was already here, might as well take a look. Entering the hidden floor. The moment Xiao Ye's words faded, the surrounding images began to blur as if the world itself were spinning. He seemed to have arrived atop a towering mountain, surrounded only by endless clouds and blue sky. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath his feet. Xiao Ye hurriedly looked down to see he had crushed a white bone beneath his foot. Only then did Xiao Ye realize that the landscape was littered with the bleached bones of all manner of monstrous creatures. Some of these skeletons were even larger than the Ghostclaw Bears. Without exception, every one of them had been devoured to the bone. What kind of monsters were lurking in this hidden level? Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The madman who designed this year's trial tower was capable of things beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. Just as Xiao Ye froze in place, a pair of enormous eyes peered out from a massive pile of white bones ahead, curiously observing Xiao Ye. Yet within those eyes, the pupils were vertical slits of golden yellow, surrounded by layers of fine scales that shimmered with a dark red glow. Simultaneously, a pair of wings emerged, slightly immature yet radiating an air of haughty pride. Xiao Ye couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens! Who left a dragon cub here? Dragonkin. One of the most terrifying species among all monsters. This creature, documented in ancient legends across nations, stands at the apex of the food chain by birthright. They possess unparalleled magic resistance and scales that ordinary weapons can scarcely pierce. Even the lowest tier dragon hatchling possesses the strength of a gold tier boss. The scene before them, resembling a graveyard of monsters, speaks volumes. Even the colossal mammoth elephant, for reasons unknown, has fallen prey to this juvenile dragon. Looks like this is the end of the road. Xiao Ye shook his head, sighing with resignation. It was pointless to dwell on who had designed this year's trial tower. Xiao Ye knew full well that this seemingly harmless dragon cub before him was in existence his weapons couldn't even scratch. A single breath from it could reduce Xiao Ye to ashes. Xiao Ye promptly sheathed his heavy iron spear and stepped forward of his own accord. Even if this little creature eliminated him with a single dragon's breath. For the opportunity to observe a dragonkin creature up close was not one everyone could claim. Most ordinary awakens spent their entire lives without ever catching a glimpse of such high-tier monsters. To Xiao Ye's surprise, as he drew nearer, this young dragon showed no signs of aggressive intent. Instead, it stared at him with wide, curious eyes. Even when Xiao Ye had advanced to within 4 or 5 paces. Only then did Xiao Ye truly marvel at how magnificent dragonkind truly was. Its scales, black with a hint of crimson, shimmered with a dark glow like the night itself. And though its 2 wings were still somewhat immature, the streamlined membranes already radiated a sense of immense power. He'd heard that a fully grown dragon could spread its wings hundreds of meters wide, soaring through the skies with the swiftness and ferocity of a shooting star. Only a handful of the world's most powerful awakened individuals could forge contracts with dragons, becoming dragon riders revered by all. Xiao Ye had not been without such dreams himself, standing atop a towering dragon, its mere entrance enough to turn heads. Xiao Ye had now drawn sufficiently close. Man and dragon now separated by a mere few meters, each observing the other with equal parts curiosity and wariness. Xiao Ye could even sense the young dragon snorting through its nostrils, seemingly sniffing the scent on his body. Once it realized he was merely a human, wouldn't it simply blast him out of the trial tower with a dragon's breath? Just as Xiao Ye locked eyes with the young dragon, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Obsidian Dragon Juvenile Form has initiated a contract proposal. Do you wish to sign the contract? In that instant, Xiao Ye was struck as if by lightning. What the hell? Every cell in Xiao Ye's body surged with wild elation. How could this be? How could such an incredible stroke of luck happen to me? Binding a contract with a monster was an exceedingly rare feat, binding the 2 parties together as one, inseparable. Typically, only the Beastmaster profession possesses such power. And even among Beastmasters, those who can sign a contract with a dragon are probably few and far between in the entire world. I'll sign. For Xiao Ye, even a second's hesitation would be disrespectful to the dragon clan. The next instant, a unique bonding ritual emerged between Xiao Ye and the dragon cub. Since the dragon cub had initiated the contract with Xiao Ye, the entire ritual proceeded smoothly. Soon, a notification appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Contract with Obsidian Dragon Juvenile Form successfully established. Obsidian Dragon. Level 5. Status, Juvenile Form. Race, Obsidian Dragon Clan. A unique dragon-type summon creature icon appeared on Xiao Ye's interface panel. And soon Xiao Ye sensed a subtle connection with the obsidian dragon cub before him, as if he could perceive its thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Ye finally understood why this obsidian dragon cub had chosen to actively bind itself to him through a contract. The reason lay in the unique innate talent he possessed since birth, fragmented divine essence. Only monsters of the highest bloodline could perceive the supreme existence of a divine essence. And this obsidian dragon happened to possess such noble blood. From Xiao Ye, it tangibly sensed a godlike aura of authority, strange yet undeniably real. In other words, this dragon, still in its juvenile stage, regarded Xiao Ye as a true deity. To forge a contract with a genuine deity was an unparalleled honor, even for the dragon clan. Both dragon and human felt they had struck gold. The moment the contract was sealed, a notification appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Congratulations! You have cleared the hidden floor of the trial tower and will be teleported out. Shall the contract beast obsidian dragon juvenile form be retrieved to the summoning space? Xiao Ye immediately nodded. Recall. Of course he had to get this little dragon cub out before being teleported away. This little guy was 100 times more precious than the trial tower champion's reward. Chapter 18. Xiao Ye was stunned. Wait, where's my dragon? Cheating. Xiao Ye must have cheated. Severely punished cheaters. No one should be allowed to cut corners. Outside, the crowd continued to shout indignantly. As the health bar of the Ghostclaw Bear before Xiao Ye on the big screen dwindled thread by thread towards zero, the shouts gradually grew quieter. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the bear's health bar, hoping for some last-minute miracle. Yet, as they watched helplessly the last sliver of the Ghostclaw Bear's health bar vanish, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and the other onlookers finally let their hearts sink. In full view of the crowd, the Ghostclaw Bear, which everyone had deemed impossible to defeat, fell dead beneath Xiao Ye's thick iron spear. The final notification flashed across the large screen. Xiao Ye, the awakened one from first high school, has successfully cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower. This trial ceremony concludes. Shangjing City. Within the trial tower's central control room, Xiao Ye, sipping coffee and strolling in with leisurely ease, immediately spotted the notification on the screen. This cycle of the trial tower has concluded. All participating awakened have been teleported out of the trial tower. Whoa, it's over? Xiao Ye strolled unhurriedly to the control console. Truthfully, the outcome hadn't surprised her at all. A fully grown Ghostclaw Bear was simply beyond the capabilities of newly awakened professionals. It was a shame that the hidden stage she'd worked so hard to capture, intended as a surprise for everyone, went completely unseen. That juvenile obsidian dragon was a young specimen she'd just captured in collaboration with the Research Institute. Since the research proposal hadn't been approved yet, she'd simply placed it in the trial tower's hidden stage. A dragon hatchling of this caliber was a high-level weapon even within the entire military research base. Its military research value and strategic significance were unparalleled. If it weren't for that madwoman Xiao Ye, no one would have dared to bring this dragon hatchling out. But Xiao Ye wasn't worried anyone could harm this dragon cub. After all, even a juvenile dragon was far beyond the capabilities of a newly awakened professional to handle. They couldn't even scratch it. Yet, just as Xiao Ye activated the teleportation array to transport the dragon cub out of the trial tower, he suddenly froze. Wait! Where's my dragon? Where's my huge dragon cub? The coffee cup in Xiao Ye's hand clattered to the floor. Her nimble fingers frantically manipulated the teleportation array and the surveillance feed, while her wide eyes scanned the entire 6th-level space of the world tower with equal parts confusion and panic. Yet within the hidden layer filled with all manner of colossal skeletal remains, there was no trace of the dragon cub to be found. Killed? Impossible. Xiao Ye instantly dismissed the absurd notion that had flashed through her mind. A newly awakened professional could never possess the power to slay a dragon. Moreover, the dragon cub had a special chip implanted within it. If it had died, they would have received a red alert notification long ago. Yet the chip showed absolutely no indication whatsoever. Access the video logs of the 6th floor's hidden level in the trial tower. Xiao Ye's palms began to sweat as she urgently retrieved the surveillance footage. Fortunately, there was only one recording. Across the entire Shangjing City trial tower, only one person had cleared the 5th floor Ghostclaw Bear and reached the hidden stage. Someone actually managed to kill the Ghostclaw Bear on the 5th floor. Xiao Ye narrowed her eyes in quiet astonishment. But when she saw what happened next in the footage, she abruptly stood up. What the hell? He's signing a contract with a dragon cub. Who is this guy? Is he out of his mind? How could a newly awakened professional possibly sign a contract with a dragon? Wait. Xiao Ye's beautiful eyes widened like copper bells. The contract succeeded. Holy. Xiao Ye's shock and bewilderment were beyond words. A newly awakened professional had effortlessly contracted a dragon they'd gone to such lengths to capture? Simply shoved into the summoning space. And taken away? You, leave the dragon cub behind, damn it.
Xiao Ye was so frantic she felt like crying.
None of this made any sense.
After going to great lengths to bring this dragon cub back to the research institute, they hadn't failed to attempt a contract with it. Yet not only Xiao Ye, but even the 200-level beast tamer professionals in the team couldn't form a contract with this dragon cub.
The reason?
They couldn't gain the dragon clan's recognition. But in the surveillance footage, this newly awakened guy just casually and effortlessly bound the dragon cub to a contract.
Just who the hell is this guy?
A thin bead of sweat formed on Xiao Ye's forehead. If the higher-ups found out he'd lost control of this dragon cub, he might end up in a court-martial.
Xiao Ye frantically searched the control panel. First high school, Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye murmured Xiao Ye's name under his breath. News of a dragon cub being contracted by a newly awakened practitioner absolutely couldn't get out.
Otherwise, it would not only attract the attention of factions worldwide interested in dragon cubs, but also endanger that kid's personal safety.
This is serious.
We need to contact their chief examiner immediately.
Meanwhile, at the awakening ceremony held at First High School,
as the announcement of Xiao Ye's successful completion of the trial tower slowly appeared on the large screen, the entire ceremony fell silent at first, then erupted with a chorus of skepticism and curses.
Cheating! Xiao Ye must have cheated.
We demand a thorough investigation into Xiao Ye's progress and severe punishment for any cheaters.
Don't let a worthless class ruin this year's trial tower.
Sensing the moment was ripe, Principal Lin abruptly rose to his feet. Clearing his throat softly, he signaled for the hall to quiet down. Then he activated the microphone and addressed the gathered crowd.
Students, citizens of Shangjing City, I have heard your voices.
Rest assured, in my many years as principal of First High School, I have never shown favoritism to any cheater.
Our institution has always demanded fairness and transparency from its students.
Therefore, at this moment, Principal Lin paused dramatically, a faint smile playing on his lips. I, as principal, will formally request the chief examiner on your behalf to thoroughly investigate Xiao Ye's exam records and determine whether he engaged in any cheating. Should any cheating be found, we will show no leniency. He will be expelled from the school. Principal Lin immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Director Zhang beside him. The two shared an unspoken understanding. The prodigy seed nurtured with 3 years of resources had awakened a worthless class. This would have made First High a laughingstock in the education world, but now they could expel Xiao Ye directly by exploiting the cheating incident in the trial tower. And spare the reward funds they'd have to waste on a useless student. Director Zhang promptly rose to his feet, echoing the sentiment.
Exactly. Our First High School will severely punish any cheater.
Such opportunists have no right to the Tower of Trial's final reward. The principal and Director Zhang not only showed no favoritism toward their own student but demanded the chief examiner conduct a thorough investigation. Their statements instantly drew cheers from the assembly.
The crowd echoed in agreement. Right. We absolutely cannot tolerate any cheaters. Punish Xiao Ye severely. Expel him from school. Chapter 19, The Bold Declaration. Xiao Ye is the champion. Xiao Ye must have cheated. Conduct a thorough investigation into Xiao Ye. Severely punish the cheater.
Amidst the crowd that seemed possessed,
Qin Yanran remained silent, her brows tightly furrowed. Something's not right. Xiao Ye.
She believed Xiao Ye possessed the capability to defeat the Ghostclaw Bear of the 5th layer. Yet before she could finish her sentence, her words were drowned out by the crowd's shouts.
Such is human nature.
In such a situation, no one would listen to her.
Also silenced was their homeroom teacher, Tang Wanner, who was desperately defending Xiao Ye. Director Zhang, principal.
Believe me, Xiao Ye did not cheat. I personally witnessed his entire run-through. Tang Wanner, frantic, grabbed the surveillance footage in her hand and lunged toward the podium. But Director Zhang swiftly intercepted her, snatching the monitor from her grasp.
He glared at her and snapped. Miss Tang, mind your place. The podium is not where you belong.
And you certainly have no business spouting nonsense here.
Meanwhile, Yang Wan, the chief examiner presiding over the awakening ceremony, found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he had personally overseen the entire awakening ceremony and the trial tower. And even he found it hard to believe that Xiao Ye, who had awakened a blank slate profession, could possibly clear the 5th floor of the trial tower, a level of such extreme difficulty. Yet on the other hand, the trial tower, this unique space formed by teleportation arrays, had served the awakening ceremony flawlessly for centuries. It had never faltered. This year's designer was a high-ranking figure dispatched by the military. The likelihood of error was minuscule. Was it really his place to question it? Comrade Chief Examiner.
Principal Lin, who now positioned himself among the crowd's cries, sternly pressured Yang Wan. I demand you immediately contact the Tower of Trials designer and conduct a thorough investigation into Xiao Ye's cheating.
Just as Yang Wan found himself in a difficult position,
his earpiece suddenly activated with a forceful connection. A voice instantly rang in his ear.
First High School's Chief Examiner, correct? Hello? I'm Xiao Ye, the designer of this trial tower. Examiner Yang Wan's body jerked in shock. He snapped to attention and replied.
Sir. I am Yang Wan, Chief Examiner of First High School. Both in terms of her role as designer and her military rank, Xiao Ye far surpassed the chief examiner Yang Wen. Hearing Xiao Ye's unquestionable tone through the communicator.
Did you witness Xiao Ye of first high school clearing the 5th floor of the trial tower and entering the hidden layer? Examiner Yang Wen broke out in a cold sweat.
As the chief examiner, he should have monitored every participant's status. Yet just moments ago, even his attention had been fixed on the 3 S-class professionals Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran. Had the main screen not automatically switched to the final participant, he, the chief examiner, would have remained completely unaware that Xiao Ye had already cleared the 5th floor.
And he'd reached the hidden level?
Examiner Yang Wen was both shocked and flustered, his words becoming incoherent. If word got out, this would be a gross dereliction of duty. Just then, Xiao Ye's voice came through the communicator.
I order you to seal this information immediately. No one is permitted to know that Xiao Ye ever reached the hidden level. This trial tower has only 5 layers, no hidden level. Is that clear? Yang Wen's mind went blank, utterly bewildered. But now it seemed like none of this had anything to do with him anymore?
Yang Wen hurriedly replied.
Reporting to the commander, understood.
Xiao Ye continued through the communicator. The information I'm conveying to you must not be disclosed to anyone.
As the chief examiner, you should know that much, right? Yang Wen's mind raced.
As if he had grasped something crucial. In past trials of the tower, awakened individuals who performed exceptionally well had been scouted by the military. Information regarding these individuals was invariably kept confidential.
So this Xiao Ye? Reporting, sir, I understand. Yang Wen replied decisively.
At that moment, the image of Chief Examiner Yang Wen communicating with designer Xiao Ye via the liaison device was projected onto the large screen, visible to everyone present at the awakening ceremony. Though the contents of the military comms remained inaudible, all eyes were fixed on the impending verdict regarding Xiao Ye's alleged cheating. Principal Lin Zhangnan, Director Zhang, and others watched Yang Wen with expectant gazes. Seeing this, Chief Examiner Yang Wen felt a pang of unease and asked into the communicator once more. Sir, how should we count the results of this trial tower?
Is Xiao Ye still in first place?
From the communicator, Xiao Ye's reply came back crisply.
What do you mean, how is it calculated? Isn't he the only one who cleared the 5th level?
Then he's obviously first place.
Reporting, sir. Understood. Chief Examiner Yang Wen let out a long sigh of relief. With such a clear directive from his superior, what else was there to question?
After disconnecting the communicator, Chief Examiner Yang Wen's expression turned stern. Taking the microphone from Principal Lin Zhangnan, he declared with authority. As the chief examiner of this awakening ceremony, I have sought confirmation from the Tower of Trials designer.
I hereby formally declare. The entire trial tower process was flawless.
Student Xiao Ye has not engaged in any form of cheating or unfair advantage.
Ranked first.
As Xiao Ye is the sole participant to have cleared all 5 tiers of the trial tower, he achieves a perfect score. I will now personally present Xiao Ye with the special reward for achieving first place in the trial.
Examiner Yang Wen's words instantly plunged the entire awakening ceremony into silence.
The onlookers and fellow awakened individuals who had been clamoring moments before were suddenly dumbfounded.
This result was undoubtedly the final verdict. Was there any authority greater than that of Chief Examiner Yang Wen?
Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the podium both froze, their expressions stiffening. Principal Lin, who had thought he stood with the crowd, was utterly humiliated. But now, not only had he failed to establish an image of fairness and justice as principal, he would instead become a principal questioned by his own students, reduced to fodder for the media's sensationalism.
How could this be? Comrade Chief Examiner, have you made a mistake? Principal Lin, still unwilling to accept defeat, stepped forward and pressed Examiner Yang Wen for answers.
But upon seeing Principal Lin's shameless persistence, Examiner Yang Wen frowned and coldly retorted.
Principal Lin, are you implying that our military examiners are guilty of favoritism or misconduct? Or are you questioning the validity of the trial tower we designed with military involvement? 2 blatant accusations were hurled at him. And they instantly sent a wave of shock and dread through Lin Zhangnan. He hastily waved his hands repeatedly. No. How could I possibly question you? I was just Xiao Ye. As luck would have it, at that very moment, a flash of legendary array light erupted, and the very person who had caused this chaos, Xiao Ye, was finally teleported out of the trial tower. The real deal is here. Chapter 20, a special reward from the military. As cameras like a forest of long and short lenses instantly trained on Xiao Ye, Principal Lin Zhengnan's expression instantly shifted. He hurriedly put on a warm smile, approached Xiao Ye, took his hand, and said earnestly, "Congratulations, Xiao Ye. Congratulations on becoming the top performer in this Shangjing City Trial Tower event. Truly worthy of being an outstanding student of our first high school, you are our pride." Xiao Ye, who had just contracted the little dragon cub, was utterly bewildered. In his memory, this old codger Lin Zhangnan was a snob. How could he possibly be so warm and impartial towards someone like him, who'd awakened a worthless class? Could it be that he'd been misjudging him all along? This old principal is actually a decent person. Director Zhang, hurry. Principal Lin Zhangnan shot him a meaningful glance, and Director Zhang promptly presented the lavish gift prepared by First High School. Xiao Ye, this is an additional reward specially prepared by First High School for the top performer in the trial's 100,000 dragon coins. We hope it will aid your future endeavors. Principal Lin Zhangnan gritted his teeth as he spoke to Xiao Ye, while inwardly consumed by regret. Originally, he had prepared this 100,000 dragon coins to forge connections with the top trial performer, only to end up bestowing it upon Xiao Ye, that good for nothing. Even if he did win first place, so what? A worthless profession doomed him to have no future whatsoever. The 100,000 dragon coins he'd splurged on were essentially down the drain. Xiao Ye, who'd just been teleported out, had no idea what was going on, but the look on Principal Lin's face spoke volumes. The old man must have been forced into this against his will. But as for that solid 100,000 dragon coins? Xiao Ye gladly accepted them. Xiao Ye smiled politely, tailoring his words to his audience. Thank you, Principal, for your guidance. I'll work hard to bring honor to First High School. His words were delivered with such righteous indignation, leaving Principal Lin and Director Zhang's faces alternating between green and white. Beside them, the chief examiner, Yang Wan, couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Ye, the one who had cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower, wondering what kind of talent this kid possessed. How could someone with such a useless class clear the 5th floor of the trial tower? But that was no longer his concern. Since the military higher-ups had taken notice of this kid, his duty was simply to award him the first-place prize for the trial tower. Yang Wan immediately raised the microphone in his hand with solemn gravity and announced, "On behalf of the military, I hereby present the reward to the first-place winner of this trial tower, Xiao Ye." He then handed Xiao Ye an envelope containing a card and explained, "This is a weapon and equipment exchange voucher for the Shangjing City Military Supply Depot. With this voucher, you may exchange it for any gold-tier equipment below level 30 at the military armory. I believe it will be a tremendous boost to your early development." Xiao Ye's heart leapt with delight. Gold-grade equipment? Who would have thought the military would go all out for this trial tower event? Weapon tiers are classified as white-grade gear, blackstone gear, refined iron gear, silver gear, gold gear, and beyond that, the higher tiers like brilliant, superb, epic, and legendary weapons. A single gold-grade item on the market was worth roughly 100,000 dragon coins. For weapons, the price would be even higher. Looks like this trial tower run has been quite the windfall. By comparison, the expressions of fellow awakened individuals seated below the awakening platform were nothing short of priceless. Lin Xueming stared at the weapon exchange voucher in Xiao Ye's hand, his eyes practically blazing with envy. Unlike Wang Biao, a rich second-generation kid, Lin Xueming came from a poor family and couldn't afford to buy himself a starter set. He had been certain the final reward of the trial tower was his for the taking. But now it had fallen into the hands of that good-for-nothing Xiao Ye. How dare he? Lin Xueming couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Golden-grade weapons and gear are a complete waste in the hands of that good-for-nothing Xiao Ye. His words immediately sparked murmurs of agreement and support from the crowd surrounding him. Exactly. So what if Xiao Ye got first place in the trial tower? A useless class is useless. When he eventually runs dungeons, he'll get his comeuppance. Exactly. A class this useless will show its true colors the moment it hits the battlefield. The military handing him such a precious gold-tier weapon voucher is like throwing pearls before swine. The murmurs of doubt and criticism grew louder and louder. Naturally, they reached the ears of Xiao Ye, standing atop the awakening platform. From the moment he chose the 4th class, Godforsaken, Xiao Ye had anticipated that this group of awakened peers whom he de-suppressed for 3 years would revel in his misfortune and heap scorn upon him. But he never imagined that Lin Xueming, who had followed him daily, humbly seeking guidance, would turn on him so swiftly. Lin Xueming, now the center of attention surrounded by admirers, fixed him with a gaze brimming with undisguised resentment and shadowed malice. Beside him, a newly recruited subordinate blurted out without hesitation, shouting at Xiao Ye. "Xiao Ye, if you know what's good for you, hand over that gold-tier weapon exchange voucher to Xueming. It's nothing but a waste in your hands." Exactly. What good is such a valuable item to a useless class like yours? A chorus of mocking voices rose from the crowd. Yet Xiao Ye, the target of these barbed words, merely raised an eyebrow and said with amusement, "Give it away? If it were you, would you give away this gold-tier equipment voucher?" The voices of those who had been indignant grew quieter. For such a gold-grade weapon, no one who obtained it would ever consider giving it away. Under the watchful eyes of all, Xiao Ye held the 100,000 dragon coin storage card issued by former Principal Lin Zhangnan in one hand, and the gold-tier weapon exchange card issued by Chief Examiner Yang Wan in the other. Strolled down from the awakening platform with an air of utter self-assurance. The more self-assured Xiao Ye appeared, the more the crowd, who had been loudly proclaiming that worthless professions didn't deserve rewards, felt their defenses crumble. Amidst waves of opposition and even curses, Xiao Ye walked straight into the crowd. And as he brushed past Lin Xueming, Xiao Ye uttered a single sentence. Lin Shueming, over these 3 years of high school, have I ever done anything to offend you?
Lin Shueming, however, made no effort to conceal the shadow in his eyes.
He sneered coldly. Offended? No, Xiao Ye, you haven't wronged me in any way.
On the contrary, you're an excellent teacher, so brilliant.
But have you ever considered how it feels to be trailing behind you? Every time you gave your high and mighty guidance, it felt like charity. But starting now, it's your turn to be the one groveling.
Xiao Ye froze in shock,
carefully recalling the 3 years of high school.
He had never once acted superior toward Lin Shueming, who frequently sought his advice, nor had he ever shown any arrogance. Yet in some people's eyes, whatever you do is seen as pitying them.
I see. Xiao Ye chuckled softly, shook his head,
then turned and walked away from the crowd.
Chapter 21, The Campus Beauty Comes Calling? Xin Yanran's Invitation.
A dilapidated, old-style rental apartment building, crumbling like a dangerous structure, had been Xiao Ye's home for the past 3 years. But today, as Xiao Ye stepped into the stairwell and looked up, he saw someone he never imagined would appear here.
Xin Yanran, the acknowledged campus beauty of First High School.
Xin Yanran now wore casual attire, her silky hair tied back, perfectly framing her delicate profile as she leaned lazily against the railing. Xiao Ye couldn't help but admit that even standing before the door of his own rental unit plastered with all sorts of flyers, this girl remained breathtakingly beautiful. Observing this somewhat incongruous scene,
Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of astonishment.
The Qin Group was a major player in Shangjing City, and Xin Yanran was its sole, deeply cherished heir. Logically, she shouldn't have the slightest connection to Xiao Ye's dilapidated rental building.
Unless this building was also one of their assets? But even if it were for rent collection, surely the Qin family's little princess wouldn't need to handle it personally?
Just as Xiao Ye was lost in thought,
Xin Yanran spotted Xiao Ye.
Rising to her feet, she took the initiative to greet him first.
Hello, Xiao Ye. Hello.
Xiao Ye replied politely, though inwardly he began to wonder, could it be that Xin Yanran had come specifically to find him? As if reading the confusion in his eyes, Xin Yanran offered a radiant smile and explained.
I got your address from Teacher Tang. Ha? So she really did come to find me?
Xiao Ye paused, then asked.
Is there something you need, Xin?
Though they were both among the 4 genius seeds of First High School, in Xiao Ye's memory, they had almost no interaction, they'd barely even exchanged words.
Moreover, Xin Yanran had countless admirers at school, drawing crowds wherever she went. Xiao Ye instinctively avoided her. Xin Yanran blinked, a flicker of unease tinged with a faint blush appearing on her usually cool and composed face.
Then, she suddenly spoke up.
May I ask, Xiao Ye, is there a guild you wish to join?
Xiao Ye frowned, then gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I'd love to join a guild for the steady stipend. But with this class I've awakened.
I doubt any guild would want me.
So for now, I'll just stay a free agent.
Xin Yanran blinked her large, sparkling eyes and replied. But many zones and dungeons are difficult to explore and complete alone.
It'll be tough for you to develop quickly in the early stages by yourself. These words caught Xiao Ye off guard. This didn't sound like something the usually detached Xin Yanran would say.
What exactly was this Qin family heiress up to?
Xiao Ye decided to ask directly.
What exactly are you trying to say, Miss Qin?
Xin Yanran seemed to realize her own slip, a faint blush rising on her cheeks as she said.
My apologies, Xiao Ye. Please forgive my rudeness. Xin Yanran lifted her clear eyes and said sincerely.
I intend to establish a new guild under the name of Qin Group, and I wish to invite you, Xiao Ye, to join.
Xiao Ye froze in surprise.
This was explosive news.
The Qin Group, which had never involved itself in the guilds of professionals in Shangjing City, was suddenly stepping in. Xin Yanran, you should know I've awakened a blank slate class, right?
Xiao Ye shrugged and said.
I know.
Xin Yanran's eyes blazed as she fixed them on Xiao Ye, then she smiled sweetly. But I know even better the value of a blank slate class clearing the 5th floor of the trial tower.
Sorry, Miss Qin. Xiao Ye shook his head politely, declining the offer.
Thank you for the invitation, but I have some personal matters to attend to at this stage.
Joining the guild would be inconvenient.
Unexpectedly, Xin Yanran suddenly turned her body, blocking Xiao Ye's path. Seeing the eyes of First High's acknowledged school beauty up close made even Xiao Ye hold his breath, marveling at what a stunning beauty she truly was.
Was this girl trying to use her beauty to charm him? Xin Yanran blinked her large, sparkling eyes and said. Xiao Ye, would you like to hear my terms first? Xiao Ye shook his head again. Sorry. 50,000 dragon coins a month. Wait. What? Xiao Ye's massive frame trembled.
After all, the annual rent for his rented room was only 3,000 dragon coins. Xin Yanran smiled sweetly as she continued. As long as Xiao Ye joins my guild, he'll get at least 50,000 dragon coins as a base salary every month. After awakening as a professional, everything from gear and potions to dungeon runs, all those consumables cost money. Unlike S-rank adventurers who were destined for financial security the moment they awoke, Xiao Ye wasn't in that position.
May I ask why the Qin Group suddenly decided to get involved with the Adventurers Guild? Xiao Ye composed himself and asked with genuine curiosity.
The pie of Shangjing City had long been divided among the 4 major guilds. How could there be room for a new guild to emerge as a dark horse? Even for the Qin group, starting from scratch to build a new guild among so many established ones would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. It wasn't Qin group's decision, but my own. Qin Yanran bit her lip and smiled, saying, "As for the specific reason, I'll tell you if you agree to join." Hearing this, Xiao Ye had already begun to piece things together. In recent days, numerous rumors circulating around campus had reached his ears. It seemed the Qin group had suffered a major setback, with numerous businesses under its name being sold off. Rumor had it they'd even accumulated massive debts? As the sole heir, Qin Yanran was destined to shoulder the burden of the Qin group. Creating a new guild that was the solution she'd devised to break the deadlock. But even with her newly awakened S-rank profession, founding a new guild was far from easy. Still, this girl was a responsible person and exceptionally clever. Should he agree? Xiao Ye hesitated after all, he desperately needed money right now. "What do you think, Xiao Ye?" Qin Yanran tilted her head as she looked at Xiao Ye and asked. "One condition." Xiao Ye pondered for a moment before stating, "I demand the privilege to act independently. I reserve the right to refuse participation in any non-essential guild activities." "Agreed." Surprised by Qin Yanran's immediate agreement, Xiao Ye continued, "And for the next few days, I need to temporarily detach from the guild and operate independently." "How long is temporarily?" 1 month. "Deal." Qin Yanran immediately extended her slender hand, smiling as she said, "Xiao Ye, welcome to my guild." Xiao Ye shook her hand cheerfully. "Happy collaboration." Future Guild Leader. Chapter 22, SS-ranked Talent. The heaven-defying Obsidian Dragon Cub. Before leaving, Qin Yanran left Xiao Ye a parting gift, a brand new communicator, claiming it would make staying in touch easier. This gadget was an essential item for any professional, and the brand Qin Yanran gifted was particularly valuable. Buying one himself would have been a hefty expense, so Xiao Ye gladly accepted it without hesitation. This future guild leader showed no sign of being stingy. Even with the recent issues at Qin Group, it remained a major powerhouse in Shangjing City. The moment Xiao Ye opened the door and stepped back into his cramped, less than 20 square meter rental apartment, an urgent feeling surged through his mind. Damn it! The dragon cub is about to emerge. Xiao Ye sprang to his feet and a prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Confirm release of Obsidian Dragon juvenile form? Before Xiao Ye could even consent to release the little one from the summoning space, a shimmering summoning array abruptly materialized within Xiao Ye's cramped rental room. The little dragon had actually emerged on its own? The Obsidian Dragon Cub, covered in black-red scales, materialized instantly in Xiao Ye's room. Its vertical pupils scanned the surroundings with curiosity. The little dragonling was only about a meter long now, but it already seemed cramped in this narrow rental space. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before he'd have to shell out money for a bigger place. Xiao Ye rubbed his forehead in thought. Raising a dragon was clearly an extremely expensive endeavor. However, the little dragon didn't seem to mind the cramped quarters. Instead, it curiously sniffed every corner of the apartment before flapping its wings and plopping onto the sofa. It curled up lazily, looking utterly content. What a good dragon! Xiao Ye felt deeply gratified. Truly, dragons don't care about poverty. But before Xiao Ye could relax, the little dragon cub fixed him with a piercing stare and let out 2 innocent whines. The dragon cub was hungry. Xiao Ye immediately rummaged through the refrigerator. Thankfully, there were still a few frozen pieces of meat. He heated the pan, poured in oil, and began frying the meat. Xiao Ye worked with practiced ease in the cramped kitchen, while the little dragon cub sat obediently on top of the refrigerator, watching with curiosity. Before Xiao Ye could even plate it, the freshly cooked meat was snatched away by the little dragon cub with pinpoint accuracy and swallowed in one bite. Hey! Hey! Careful, it's hot! Xiao Ye instinctively cried out in alarm, only to see the little dragon cub swallow it whole, burp, and even let out a puff of steam. Xiao Ye suddenly realized his worry was both unnecessary and foolish. A fire-breathing dragon, and you're worried it might burn its mouth eating? Yet this little dragon cub truly had a voracious appetite. What Xiao Ye had stockpiled to last at least half a month was devoured clean in a single meal. Staring at the now empty refrigerator, Xiao Ye couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I'll need a bigger fridge first. Raising a dragon really is a money pit. After eating its fill, the little dragon turned surprisingly well-behaved, curling up on the sofa and soon snoring away. Xiao Ye seized this opportunity to examine the dragon cub's attributes. Obsidian Dragon. Level 5. Status: Juvenile Form Bonded. Race: Obsidian Dragon Clan. Attributes: Health 30,000. Attack 1390, Defense 2500. Talent: Dragon Breath, Obsidian Scales. Dragon Breath S rank, a signature dragon attack that unleashes scorching breath over a wide area. Ignores burn resistance. Obsidian Scales SS tier, the innate armor of obsidian dragons, granting immunity to most elemental attacks: fire, lightning, ice, etc., and resistance to most status effects. Holy crap!
Xiao Ye couldn't help but widen his eyes. This little dragon cub is only level 5, yet boasts a staggering 30,000 HP. One of its innate skills, Dragon Breath, was already S rank, while the other, Obsidian Scales, had reached SS tier. It was nearly immune to all elemental damage and status effects. Its offensive and defensive stats completely outclassed Xiao Ye's current abilities. No wonder the dragon race is full of god-tier beings. Even their young forms rival golden tier bosses. If allowed to grow, each would become a natural disaster. Even a juvenile obsidian dragon cub, relying solely on its absurd defense and vitality, already crushes every new generation practitioner. Not to mention its area of effect attack, Dragon Breath. With this little guy, wouldn't I have a natural, invincible tank? Xiao Ye suddenly felt a tingling sensation. After all, he had already forged a contract with this dragon cub, making him its master. Dragonling, sit. Xiao Ye commanded with a thought. Only to see the dragon cub, who had been snoring away, lazily open one eyelid. It shot Xiao Ye a disdainful glance before closing its eyes again, pretending not to hear, and drifting back into peaceful slumber. Its tail continued to sway back and forth, utterly carefree. Ha! Xiao Ye felt a pang of frustration. He was absolutely certain the dragon cub had received his mental command, yet it was simply too lazy to respond. Could it be I'm doing it wrong? Xiao Ye began doubting himself. After all, during high school, he'd read nearly every professional textbook, but his study of the subject beast taming had been merely superficial, without much in-depth research. And this little creature wasn't just any ordinary beast, but a genuine obsidian dragon. The most proud and untamable of all dragon breeds. Xiao Ye sat up and activated the terminal on his desk, connecting to First High School's database to search for fundamentals of beast taming. Meanwhile, in the Shanjing City's central control room, Xiao Ye's slender fingers danced across the terminal keyboard. Her military access privileges granted her the highest level clearance in Shanjing City, granting her unrestricted access to the entire city's databases. Soon, row after row of data appeared before her eyes. Xiao Ye, 71st cohort of First High School. Achieved perfect scores in every subject throughout his 3 years of high school, hailed as one of First High School's 4 genius seeds. Achieved an S+ rating in last year's holographic combat simulation, breaking the Shanjing City record. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed instantly, especially when she saw the latest expose about Xiao Ye. Genius prodigy Xiao Ye can't even distinguish between professions? Xiao Ye, the imposter, suffered a brutal ban from the 4 major guilds joining forces. Someone actually rejected the SSS tier necromancer class and chose a worthless profession instead. This is interesting. Xiao Ye stretched lazily, murmuring to herself. A blank slate class? How could he possibly contract a dragon kin? On her terminal screen, an extremely detailed address had already appeared. Xinguang Road Factory Street Residential Building, 3rd floor, Unit 1. Chapter 23, Redeeming a Gold Tier Weapon. When Xiao Ye awoke from his slumber, his legs felt numb. He sat up to find the little dragon cub sprawled at his feet, half its body pressed against his legs, fast asleep. As Xiao Ye slowly withdrew his leg, he marveled at how truly peculiar dragons were. Even though their insides could withstand scorching flames, their scales radiated a cool chill. But today, Xiao Ye had another task to complete, which was to redeem the golden grade weapon and equipment voucher he held at the military armory. Make the most of what you have. A good blade should be used in the moment. Throughout the entire city of Shanjing, the highest tier equipment and weapons were concentrated in 3 locations. First is the military armory of Shanjing City's armed forces. Second, the auction house owned by Shanjing's premier conglomerate, the Poly Group. And lastly, the underground black market, a place no one speaks of openly, yet everyone knows about. The most exclusive of these is the military armory. This classified facility, built specifically for the armed forces, houses collections that cannot be purchased with money alone. Access to buy equipment requires special vouchers and credentials issued by the military. The golden grade weapon exchange voucher in Xiao Ye's possession served as his entry credential. After the heavily guarded sentries at the entrance verified it, Xiao Ye stepped into the military armory, an unassuming exterior concealing a vast, intricate interior. As far as the eye could see, rows upon rows of shelves were packed with an astonishing array of equipment. Organized by tier and profession. Neatly and distinctly organized. Heavy armor, leather armor, cloth armor, robes. Covering gear for every class from warriors to assassins and mages. While weapons of every kind, greatswords, shields, wands, bows, arrows, and more were equally abundant. The greatsword category alone filled over a dozen shelves. Xiao Ye's objective this trip, however, was neither gear nor damage-dealing weapons. He intended to exchange this precious golden grade weapon voucher for a secondary weapon, a battle shield. During his battle against the Ghostclaw Bear in the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ye had relied entirely on agile and precise positioning to evade its ferocious attacks. But monsters in the real world were far more brutal. Monsters far more agile than the Ghostclaw Bear were everywhere. Relying solely on movement couldn't handle every situation. The true solution lies in being able to both defend and attack. Within the shield section,
Shields of every shape and size filled row upon row of shelves. And the names and attributes of each shield fell into Xiao Ye's eyes. Brass shield with fine patterns.
Grade, golden artifact. Type, kite shield. Imperial Guard Great Shield. Grade, golden artifact. Type, great shield. Gold inlaid round shield. Grade, golden artifact. Type, small round shield. Shields come in various types. Great shields, kite shields, patterned shields, round shields, perforated shields. The largest in size are the great shield and kite shield. These shields offer the highest defensive attributes but are also the heaviest. Typically, only the sole frontline warrior within a team would wield them. Such shields, which nearly abandon offensive capabilities to focus entirely on defense, are naturally not what Xiao Ye seeks. Smaller shields and round shields serve as off-hand weapons for agile classes seeking survivability. While sufficiently nimble, their defensive capabilities are significantly diminished. Even when successfully parrying an attack, they couldn't block most damage, making them equally unsuitable for Xiao Ye. What Xiao Ye sought was a specific branch of shield types, the war shield. These shields, often diamond-shaped in appearance, not only absorbed most damage during a perfect block but also enabled counterattacks like shield bash when coordinated with a main hand weapon. They were the most common shields among warrior classes proficient in combat techniques. Xiao Ye's gaze swept across the rows of battle shield displays. Until one shield's name caught his attention, the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. Though its name seemed rather ordinary, the distinctive white tiger pattern adorning it instantly caught Xiao Ye's eye. This was the signature mark of a renowned blacksmith family from White Tiger City, one of the 4 major cities. The fierce tiger pattern. This century-old blacksmith lineage of White Tiger City saw nearly every head of the family transition into the blacksmith profession, even producing several master-level craftsmen. Every weapon or piece of equipment crafted by their family possessed absolutely superb attributes and invariably came with an extremely practical additional attribute or skill. Xiao Ye immediately stepped forward to inspect it, and the attributes of this Fierce Tiger Battle Shield instantly appeared before his eyes. Fierce Tiger Battle Shield. Grade, Golden Tier Item. Strength requirement, 100 points. Defense, plus 300. Block effect, strong damage reduction. Attributes, Constitution plus 45. Additional effect, parry counterattack after a successful block, counterattack with 30% increased damage. This is the one. Xiao Ye immediately grabbed the Tiger Fierce War Shield, gently wiping away the fine layer of dust covering it. He couldn't help but wonder why a shield from this renowned blacksmith family would gather dust in the warehouse. Regardless, he'd snagged a real bargain. This Fierce Tiger Battle Shield not only provided the strong damage reduction blocking effect but also granted an additional 45 points to Constitution. Each point of Constitution increases HP by 20. Equipping this Fierce Tiger Battle Shield directly raised his HP cap by 900 points, absolutely crucial for a squishy character like Xiao Ye. And it even has the blow block counterattack damage bonus stat, exactly what Xiao Ye values most. Truly worthy of its golden tier equipment status. This Fierce Tiger War Shield will undoubtedly become Xiao Ye's life-saving weapon as he sweeps through the leveling zones surrounding Shangjing City. After meticulous documentation once more, Xiao Ye successfully retrieved the Tiger Fierce War Shield from the military armory. Now, walking the streets of Shangjing City, as far as the eye could see, it was a sea of people, bustling with excitement. Today marks the first day for the new generation of Awakened to become professionals. Not only were all the guilds buzzing with activity as they recruited new members, but many solo adventurers were also scouting the streets for permanent teammates. But even more prominent were the small vendors peddling gear for them. Such a large group of Awakened in need of beginner equipment was undoubtedly a huge business opportunity. After all, not everyone had the capital to purchase full sets at the auction house. Hey there, you're a new Awakened too, right? How about a map of the leveling zones around Shangjing City? A small vendor dressed in denim instantly lit up with eagerness as he intercepted Xiao Ye. From Xiao Ye's age and ordinary attire, he could easily discern his status. 50 dragon coins each, all the latest maps from this year. Xiao Ye didn't refuse. The leveling zones around Shangjing City weren't static. Where had new dungeon rifts appeared? Which zones had spawned rampaging monsters? This information changed constantly every year. Xiao Ye promptly tossed out 100 dragon coin note and said, "Give me a map, and while you're at it, the latest intel on guild leveling zones." The denim-clad vendor instantly regarded Xiao Ye with a knowing look, then discreetly pulled an envelope from his pocket and handed it over, murmuring, "You really know your stuff. This info was gathered just last night. The leveling zones claimed by the 4 major guild branches are all marked on here. We lone wolves just trying to scrape by shouldn't cross them." This was precisely the intelligence Xiao Ye sought. At the start of each new wave of awakened professionals, the 4 great guilds would often openly claim entire zones to train their recruits. Many other powerful guilds would follow suit with similar territorial practices. Xiao Ye needed to find a training zone that avoided these groups, keeping the crowds and prying eyes at bay. Opening the envelope. What met his eyes were several explosive news stories about the new batch of S-rank Awakened.
Lin Xueming, S-Class Awakened Professional from First High School, has chosen to join the Dominion Guild, one of the 4 great guilds. Wang Biao, S-Class Awakened Professional from First High School, joins the Black Eagle Guild. Lin Tian, an A-Class Awakener from First High School. Lin Xueming. Wang Biao. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes involuntarily, repeating the 2 names to himself. Wang Biao had been Xiao Ye's sworn rival since their days at First High, openly employing every underhanded tactic imaginable. Lin Xueming, however, was different. This man was exceptionally shadowy. Xiao Ye had long sensed the deep-seated scheming behind Lin Xueming, who constantly trailed behind him. But he never imagined the man's heart could be so narrow-minded. Xiao Ye's kindness toward him was seen as nothing more than condescending charity. Now that Lin Xueming had joined the Dominion, one of the 4 great guilds, and become a key recruit under their cultivation program, his temperament demanded he wouldn't let this rest. But this time, Lin Xueming was in the open, while Xiao Ye operated in the shadows. Chapter 24, Abandoned Mine. Target, Corpse Poison Bats. The Dominion Guild. Xiao Ye murmured under his breath. The Dominion Guild was the wealthiest among the 4 major guilds. Its leader, Tang Jinyuan, controlled a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. Virtually all of Dominion's resources were acquired through sheer financial might. Elite members within the guild enjoyed lavish perks, and the guild was exceptionally generous toward promising recruits undergoing intensive cultivation. Given Lin Xueming's S-Class talent as the Frostblade, it was hardly surprising that Dominion had selected him. However, as one of the 4 great guilds, Dominion couldn't risk losing face by targeting Xiao Ye, a lone player, solely for Lin Xueming's sake. This presented Xiao Ye with a golden opportunity to develop unchecked. Xiao Ye skipped over the sensationalist news articles and opened the latest regional distribution map. Judging from the latest leveling zone distribution around Shangjing City, there were plenty of low-risk leveling areas suitable for Xiao Ye, all below level 30. Northern Wastes. Monsters, mutated wolf packs. Abandoned mine. Monsters, corpse poison bats. Nanshan ruins. Monsters, large goblin tribe. Gale's graveyard. Monsters, skeleton soldiers. For ordinary awakened ones, grinding monsters isn't about quantity, but quality. Especially these low-level monsters in the early stages, they're merely stepping stones for leveling up. But for Xiao Ye, every monster type could yield a new skill or ability. Naturally, whether low-level or high-level, the more varieties he could farm, the better. Thus, sweeping through every low-level map's monsters was an absolute necessity for Xiao Ye. It was merely a matter of prioritizing the order. Corpse poison bats. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up upon seeing the monster distribution in the abandoned mine. Having already experienced the formidable effects of Ghostfire Toxin within the trial tower, his fascination with the toxin extraction playstyle only deepened. If he could stack new toxins on top of that, it would be an absolute game-changer for grinding monsters, especially when taking on boss-level foes. Moreover, this abandoned mine lay deep underground in perpetual darkness, its labyrinthine passages rarely visited by adventurers. Perfect for avoiding prying eyes. No time to waste. At an alchemist shop on the street, Xiao Ye spent over 1,000 dragon coins to purchase 2 sets of health potions, 1 set of mana potions, and 1 set of antidotes. After making thorough preparations, he set off for the abandoned mine. The closest city gate to the abandoned mine was the north gate of Shangjing City. To guard against monster assaults, the entire city was encircled by fortified walls reinforced with intricate formations, with only 4 gates north, south, east, and west open for entry and exit. Heavy military forces were stationed at each gate, and every awakened entering or leaving Shangjing City underwent strict registration. It was said these measures weren't just to guard against monsters, but also to prevent enemy nation awakened individuals from infiltrating. After completing the series of rigorous registration procedures, Xiao Ye stepped into the true wilderness for the first time as a professional awakened. What met his eyes was the vast, boundless wilderness, where remnants of human civilization had been devoured by monsters and dungeons over centuries, leaving only faint traces of roads behind. As he gradually distanced himself from Shangjing City, the number of fellow awakened ones dwindled. Xiao Ye opened his attribute panel. Xiao Ye. Class, Godforsaken. Level, 15. HP, 1950 MP, 230. Attack, 175 Defense, 320. Constitution, 50 Strength, 105. Agility, 75 Spirit, 5. Initial talent, Flawed Divinity. Talent entries, Savage D tier, Photosynthetic Recovery S tier, Ghostfire Toxin A tier. Skills, Water Summoning Step E tier, Beast Blood Boil A tier, Savage Charge A tier. Now that Xiao Ye has equipped the Tiger's Fury War Shield, his defense and health have significantly increased. His talent slots now hold 3 passive entries, Savagery, Photosynthetic Recovery, and Ghostfire Toxin. He has also acquired 3 active skills, Water Summoning Step, Beast Blood Boil, and others, marking a substantial leap forward compared to his bare bones class upon awakening. Empowered by these attributes from various monsters, Xiao Ye now confidently declares he won't back down even against tier professionals at this stage. The only drawback is that his offensive options still feel somewhat limited. Apart from beast blood boiling, there were no other damaging skills available, leaving him to rely solely on the massive damage boost from his berserk state for offense. At that moment, Xiao Ye suddenly recalled the scene in the trial tower. He had once consumed fire seed points to upgrade the skill, Rage, into beast blood boiling. Who would have thought this was the true purpose of fire seeds? Having now cleared the trial tower, he must have accumulated quite a bit of fire seed value, right? Check fire seed points. Xiao Ye murmured, and a prompt instantly appeared before his eyes. Acquired fire seed value, 85. View upgradable skills. Immediately, 2 entries appeared before Xiao Ye in the talent and skill panels. Barbarian D rank upgradable. Water summoning step E tier upgradable. All other entries and skills remained grayed out insufficient fire seed. I see. Xiao Ye instantly grasped the mechanism of fire seed enhancement. The amount of fire seed required to enhance each stat or skill by 1 level increases exponentially. Back in the trial tower, Xiao Ye had spent 10 fire seed points to upgrade the B tier Rage to the A tier Beast Blood Boil. Now, to upgrade the A rank, Beast Blood Boiling, to S rank required a whopping 100 fire seed points. Even the fire essence he'd accumulated by clearing the entire trial tower wouldn't be enough. And to upgrade the already S tier, Photosynthetic Recovery, to SS tier? That demands a staggering 1,000 points of fire seed. It seems the most crucial task at this stage is to harvest massive amounts of fire seed points. Xiao Ye recalled that back then, killing a single goblin grunt only yielded 1 spark point. Even slaying over 100 small ghostfire spiders only granted a dozen or so spark points. He dared not squander them. As more and more entries accumulated, enhancing skills or talent entries would require careful selection, ensuring fire seed points were spent on the most critical entries. However, enhancing Beast Blood Boil was definitely not a bad choice. This skill, unique to beastkin monsters and granting an instant damage boost, stood out as one of the best among all similar abilities. Xiao Ye's advantage lay in these traits and skills unattainable by human awakened, which he could easily acquire through sacrifice. The goblins, savagery. Undying treants, photosynthetic recovery. Ghostfire spiders, ghostfire toxin. These are Xiao Ye's uniquely unparalleled advantages. Following the map's guidance, Xiao Ye gradually arrived at the abandoned mine shaft. Nestled in a desolate wilderness, the mine entrance had partially collapsed. The remaining half was propped up by crumbling rubble, teetering precariously. No wonder most avoided this place. Seeing the dilapidated state of the abandoned mine, Xiao Ye couldn't help but steel himself mentally before stepping inside. I'll explore the outer areas first. If there are any signs of collapse, I can get out quickly. Xiao Ye retrieved a glass tube from his backpack. Inside, a firefly-like creature lay dormant, its faint glow illuminating the area within 3 or 4 meters around him. Known as illuminating bugs, these two were mutated creatures, purchased by Xiao Ye from a street vendor. Affordable and providing long-lasting illumination, they were essential gear for venturing into any dungeon instance. Holding the illuminating insect, Xiao Ye proceeded cautiously, step by step, down the tunnel's staircase into the depths of the mine. The mottled stone walls around him bore witness to the site's antiquity, dating back at least several centuries. Before long, black, sand-like particles began appearing on the ground. Bat droppings? Xiao Ye immediately fastened the lightbug to his waist with heightened alertness. Drew a thick iron spear in one hand and equipped the Tiger Fierce War Shield in the other. Carefully advancing forward by the faint glow of the fireflies. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the tunnel ceiling ahead. The next instant, several dark shadows lunged toward Xiao Ye, at least a dozen corpse poison bats. Each one was as large as a falcon. Xiao Ye ducked sharply, raising the Tiger Fierce War Shield to shield his head and chest. He immediately felt several fierce impacts and heard muffled thuds. Yet Xiao Ye was merely knocked back half a step, suffering no injury whatsoever. This was the true power of the gold-grade weapon, the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. Its formidable blocking effect completely nullified the damage from this surprise attack. The dozen or so corpse poison bats, upon colliding with Xiao Ye's shield, felt as though they'd struck a solid wall. Several of them stumbled dazedly to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Ye swiftly raised his spear and thrust it viciously into the corpse poison bat at his feet. Thud! With the sound of the spear piercing flesh, a damage number exploded on the corpse poison bat's body. 157. Simultaneously, the corpse poison bat's health bar appeared. Corpse poison bat. Level 11. HP 43,200. A corpse poison bat typically has around 200 HP. With a single shot, Xiao Ye could now strip away 3/4 of its health. He promptly fired another shot, sending this corpse poison bat to meet its maker. A white light instantly flowed into Xiao Ye's body, and his experience bar visibly rose by a small segment, a substantial gain for his current level. However, the death of one corpse poison bat sent the others into a frantic scramble. In the dark and narrow mine shaft, Xiao Ye found himself with nowhere to dodge. And one that darted behind him seized the chance to sink its fangs deep into his back. 29 HP. Though the damage wasn't high, a prompt immediately appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. You have fallen into a state of corpse poison. 5.
Dizziness value accumulating. Chapter 25, The Ultimate Poison Control Technique. Corpse Poison.
Xiao Ye immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind growing increasingly hazy. This was the effect of corpse poison. Though the poison damage per second was low, it steadily accumulated a dazed status on the target. Without promptly using an antidote, once the dizziness value reached its threshold, the target would fall into a state of complete immobilization. Xiao Ye instantly pressed his back against the wall, shield raised to guard his front while his other hand fumbled for a vial of antidote. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. As his vision gradually cleared, the continuous poison damage on Xiao Ye's body began to diminish.
Dizziness has been reduced. Damn it, one antidote isn't enough to fully reverse the corpse poison? Xiao Ye immediately downed another bottle of antidote before the poison finally lifted. This showed just how stubborn the corpse poison was. But this only strengthened Xiao Ye's resolve to uncover the entry for corpse poison. By the light of the fireflies, Xiao Ye felt a recess in the wall behind him just large enough for one person. He swiftly darted into the recess, shielding nearly his entire body with one arm while thrusting his heavy iron spear forward with all his might. Though his attack angle was limited, the sheer number of corpse poison bats meant each thrust reliably dealt massive damage. To boost monster farming efficiency, Xiao Ye activated Beast Blood Boil outright. Each corpse poison bat slain refreshed the skill's duration, doubling his damage output instantly. Soon, the nearby mine shafts fell silent, devoid of the flapping of wings. And Xiao Ye's feet were now completely covered in the corpses of the corpse poison bats. Sacrificial embers of the corpse poison bat. Wisp after wisp of ghostly fire instantly flowed from the corpse of the corpse poison bat into Xiao Ye's body. Sacrifice of corpse poison bat's ember successful. Ember +1. Sacrifice of corpse poison bat's ember successful. Ember +1. After a series of successful sacrifice notifications, the words Xiao Ye had hoped to hear did not appear. It seemed the corpse poison trait wasn't so easily obtained. Xiao Ye wiped the blood-stained tip of his gun and pressed deeper into the mine shaft. Along the way, he slaughtered wave after wave of corpse poison bats. What troubled Xiao Ye even more was that within this pitch-black, labyrinthine mine, where the corpse poison bats always seemed to sense his approach ahead of time. At every gathering point, they greeted him with the surprise of a swarm attack. A single misstep could earn him a bite, plunging him into the corpse poison state. Fortunately, the experience gained was substantial. As streams of white light surged into his body, Xiao Ye's level climbed to 17. And he promptly sacrificed the embers from the corpse of a corpse poison bat. Amidst the succession of successful sacrifice notifications, a remarkably pleasant voice finally echoed in Xiao Ye's ears. Acquired talent trait corpse poison. Finally got you to drop. Xiao Ye was instantly filled with delight, and hastily opened the talent panel. There, nestled securely, was the vibrant green entry for corpse poison. Corpse poison. Rank, B grade. Effect, upon hitting a target, applies corpse poison. Inflicts continuous poison damage and accumulates stun value over time. It was indeed the authentic corpse poison. Xiao Ye, who had already experienced this poison firsthand, knew that dazed, dizzying sensation all too well. Especially when used against fellow human practitioners, it delivers surprisingly devastating results. An absolute poison master's weapon. At that very moment, Xiao Ye, who had already ventured deep into this abandoned mine shaft, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up to find a pair of eyes, as large as light bulbs, inverted directly above his head, staring intently at him. Xiao Ye raised his light-emitting insect to inspect it, only to find a corpse poison bat hanging upside down on the rock wall. Yet its size was 3 times larger than an ordinary corpse poison bat, its mouth filled with dagger-like, bone-white fangs. A boss has appeared. Xiao Ye's heart sank instantly. He raised the Tiger Fierce shield above his head, assuming a battle stance. A dark wind swept past. The colossal bat above him lunged fiercely toward Xiao Ye, slamming violently into the shield. Its immense momentum far surpassed that of the earlier swarm of smaller bats, knocking Xiao Ye off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. In the dim, eerie glow, he watched as 2 dagger-like fangs lunged toward his throat. Xiao Ye hurriedly raised his shield to block them. A violent tremor instantly shot through his palm. The beast's strength was astonishingly immense. Xiao Ye was pinned down, unable to rise. And to make matters worse, amidst the struggle, the light-emitting insect test tube tucked at Xiao Ye's waist seemed to strike something, shattering completely with a sharp crack. Xiao Ye instantly knew something was terribly wrong. He watched as the glowing firefly, barely a few meters away, was swallowed whole by the giant corpse poison bat. The entire mine shaft plunged into utter darkness. Damn it! Before Xiao Ye could even reach into his backpack for a spare light bug, he felt the stench of blood and decay rushing toward him once more. It slammed violently against the firefighter's shield. 197 HP. Even while blocking, he still took that much damage. Yet in the pitch-black mine shaft, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, Xiao Ye thrust his spear forward with all his might, only to stab at thin air. In the darkness, the colossal Bat King, a creature of the night, moved with ease. Xiao Ye could only gauge the giant bat's approach by the flapping of its wings. Another wave of foul winds swept toward him. Xiao Ye silently counted the time in his mind. Now! Ghostfire toxin erupted violently. A blazing inferno erupted from the thick iron spear in Xiao Ye's grasp, illuminating the surrounding scene. He thrust it toward the colossal Bat King looming before him. 134. Target is now on fire. Target is now poisoned. As the two prompts appeared, flames instantly erupted across the giant bat's body, particularly conspicuous in the dark underground cavern. Now let's see where you'll run. Xiao Ye, shield in hand, stepped forward boldly. His heavy iron spear stabbed repeatedly into the giant Bat King's body, creating a flurry of spear flowers. 137. Burn damage 35. 129. Burn damage 35. The thrust damage, combined with the burning and poison effects, instantly slashed a huge chunk off the giant Bat King's health bar. It seems these corpse poison bats, long dwelling in damp mineshafts, are indeed creatures vulnerable to fire. Enveloped in flames, the giant Bat King thrashed frantically within the narrow underground cavern, yet could not extinguish the fire consuming its body. Deprived of the darkness's cover, the blazing giant Bat King became an easy target before Xiao Ye's eyes. Xiao Ye raised his shield and pressed forward step by step, his thick iron spear wrapped in ghost fire poison delivering relentless attacks. Another burst of mixed damage erupted, leaving the corpse toxin Bat King with less than half its health bar remaining. Strike while the iron is hot. Xiao Ye decisively activated Beast Blood Boil, a surge of new power instantly coursing through his body, drastically increasing his damage and attack speed. 219. 238. With a deathly howl, the corpse poison Bat King, the boss that had ruled this abandoned mine shaft, finally fell beneath Xiao Ye's heavy iron spear. A white glow of experience instantly flowed into Xiao Ye's body, prompting him to level up immediately. Simultaneously, a flickering flame once again appeared upon the corpse poison Bat King's corpse. Sacrificial Ember of the corpse poison Bat King. Xiao Ye promptly performed the sacrificial ritual. Sacrifice of corpse poison Bat King's Ember successful. Ember plus 10. Acquired talent trait Sonar Detection B rank. Chapter 26, Infinite Enhancement. S rank skill, Sonic Detection. Sonic Detection? Xiao Ye froze in surprise, never expecting to unlock this trait from the giant corpse poison Bat King. No wonder, back in that gloomy underground mine, the corpse poison Bat King could always attack him with such pinpoint accuracy, even anticipating his movements in advance. Biologically speaking, bats can use the ultrasonic waves they emit to determine their surroundings and the location of prey. Unexpectedly, this swarm of corpse poison bats has inherited this ability and taken it even further. Check, Sonar Detection. There it was, this B tier skill had already appeared in his skill bar. Sonar Detection. Tier, B tier. Effect, emits high-frequency sonic waves that radiate outward, revealing the surrounding environment and the approximate locations of enemies. Effective range, 30 meters. Indeed, a skill that allows one to anticipate the enemy's moves. Who would have thought that a low-level area like this would yield such a powerful skill from a corpse poison bat? A prompt suddenly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. You now possess 135 fire seed points. Do you wish to enhance a skill? Xiao Ye realized that after clearing this abandoned mine, he had accumulated enough fire seed points to enhance an A-grade skill. However, Xiao Ye currently had 3 skills available for enhancement. Namely the A-rank Beast Blood Boil, the B-rank Water Summoning Step, and Sound Wave Detection. After a moment's consideration, Xiao Ye made his decision. While Beast Blood Boil was undoubtedly his primary offensive ability at present, but Sound Wave Detection allowed him to sense monsters or other players approaching his vicinity in advance. Being forewarned was infinitely better than reacting passively to threats. Enhanced Sonic Probe. Xiao Ye declared decisively. Consuming 10 fire seed points, Sonic Probe B tier is enhanced to Ultrasonic Probe A tier. Ultrasonic Detection. Tier A. Effect, emits high-frequency ultrasonic waves to rapidly scan surrounding terrain and pinpoint enemy locations with enhanced accuracy. Additional note, effect doubles in confined spaces. Effective range, 50 meters. Effective range has been increased from 30 meters to 50 meters. And it can pinpoint enemy locations with greater precision. But that's not enough. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and declared. Keep enhancing it. A prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Consume 100 fire seed points to upgrade Ultrasonic Detection A tier? Yes. 100 fire seed points consumed. Ultrasonic Detection A rank enhanced to Ultrasonic Target Acquisition S rank. Ultrasonic Target Acquisition. Tier S rank. Effect, emits high-frequency ultrasonic waves undetectable to humans, rapidly mapping surrounding terrain and pinpointing enemy positions and movement trajectories with extreme precision. Additional note, includes enemies in stealth or cloak states, but excludes those in void states. Effective range, 100 meters. This is what an S-tier skill looks like. Xiao Ye instantly felt his 100 fire seed points were well spent. Not only did the detection range jump straight to a full 100 meters, but he also gained the ability to detect enemies in stealth and cloaked states.
It was practically a god-tier skill against assassins. Xiao Ye's experience from 3 years of combat simulation classes in high school taught him one thing: assassins are often the most troublesome professionals. Assassins with stealth abilities could always catch you off guard with a surprise first strike. But now, with this ultrasonic detection skill, any assassin attempting to ambush Xiao Ye would find it nearly impossible. Moreover, with a detection range of 100 meters, was more than enough for Xiao Ye to evade high-risk roaming monsters in advance. Whether grinding mobs or tackling dungeons, his adventures would now unfold with far greater safety. A mere abandoned mine had already brought Xiao Ye so many surprises. Over the next 3 days, having tasted success, Xiao Ye swept through every low-level training zone surrounding Xinjing City. Northern Wasteland, Sacrificial Ember of the Mutated Jackal. Acquired talent trait Bloodlust C rank, melee attacks now deal 5% lifesteal. Nanshan Ruins, Sacrificial Ember of the Goblin Shaman. Acquired talent trait Focus D tier, mental attribute, plus 100. Gale's Graveyard, Sacrificial Ember of the Skeleton Soldier. Acquired talent trait the Dead D tier, poison resistance plus 100. The 4 leveling dungeons not only boosted Xiao Ye to level 25 but also dropped several low-tier items: rusted breastplate, leather wristguards, rottenwood greaves, and hide boots. Though merely low-tier blackrock artifacts with no additional attributes beyond base defense, they at least formed a complete set. After equipping them, Xiao Ye's stats saw another significant leap. Xiao Ye. Class, Forsaken. Level, 25. HP, 2920 MP, 450. Attack, 271 Defense, 470. Constitution, 50 Strength, 105. Agility, 155 Spirit, 105. Initial talent, Flawed Divinity. Talent entries: Savage D tier, Light and Recovery S tier, Ghostfire Toxin A tier, Bloodlust C tier. Skills: Water Summoning Step E tier, Beast Blood Boiling A tier, Savage Charge A tier, Sonic Detection S tier. While Xiao Ye tirelessly traversed Xinjing City's low-level training zones, sacrificing monsters to acquire attribute entries, his movements unexpectedly caught the attention of some fellow awakened individuals from his cohort. Look! That once promising prodigy Xiao Ye is now stuck wandering around low-level training zones. Duh, who told him to awaken a useless class? Going to high-level zones is basically suicide. Yeah, such a waste. Honestly, if I were him, I'd just quit being a professional and stay in the city, become a cook or a blacksmith. A useless class is useless. No matter how hard he grinds, he'll never catch up. Such gossip, utterly unconcerned about being seen by Xiao Ye, was brazenly posted in the class channel of the communicator. Some busybodies even tagged Xiao Ye directly. Wonder if our former prodigy seed needs a mentor? Call me daddy and I'll take you through B-rank dungeons. Ha ha ha. The one who said this was named Li Feng. Honestly, Xiao Ye had no recollection of that name. Li Feng. Xiao Ye repeated the name under his breath, but from this moment onward, he would remember it. Scrolling further up. In stark contrast to the slander directed at Xiao Ye were the fawning remarks about the 3 S-tier professionals, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran. I heard brother Xueming has joined the Dominion Guild, one of the 4 great guilds? I'll be counting on you to look out for me from now on, Xueming. Lin Xueming, however, responded loudly in the group chat. Don't worry. We're all classmates. Anyone with half a brain should follow me from now on. I won't promise much, but at least you'll be better off than that useless loser. Lin Xueming's appearance sparked a frenzy in the class chat, and the subtle sarcasm in his words immediately directed everyone's attention toward Xiao Ye. Don't even mention that good-for-nothing Xiao Ye. He's nothing but bad luck, dragging down our class's standards. Exactly. I heard brother Xueming's already become a squad leader in the Beijing branch of the Dominion Guild? Even with his busy schedule, he still remembers us classmates. Rumor has it a new dungeon popped up in the Scarlet Scorpion Desert recently. Its danger level hasn't been confirmed yet. Wonder if brother Xueming will lead the brothers from the Beijing branch of the Dominion Guild to be the first to clear it? Lin Xueming, however, made no attempt to hide his status as he declared. First clear? That's a given. I'm now the battalion commander of the Dominion Guild's Xinjing City branch. I oversee all the new professionals joining the guild. We're absolutely determined to be the first to clear this new dungeon. Brother Xueming, you rock. Amidst the barrage of unabashed flattery, Xiao Ye sharply picked up a key phrase. A new dungeon has appeared in the Crimson Scorpion Wastes? This was indeed crucial intelligence. Due to the instability of spatial rifts, new instances could appear in any region. Moreover, the danger level of new instances was often unknown, which is why the military in Xinjing City offered extremely generous rewards for the first to clear them. Not only that, many special dungeons contain one-time reward chests and bosses that only the first clearers can obtain. This has made major guilds fiercely competitive for first clear honors in new dungeons. Since Xinjing City is surrounded by low-level zones, even newly appearing instances rarely have excessively high danger levels. Elite members of major guilds generally won't waste their time here, often leaving the opportunity to the guild's newest awakened members. Thus, new dungeons often become a coveted prize for the new wave of class changers, fueling both open competition and covert struggles.
And for Xiao Ye, this new dungeon was also a must-win. New dungeons meant new monsters. New monsters meant new stats. Chapter 27, Crimson Scorpion Desert. Enemies meet unexpectedly. The Crimson Scorpion Desert is another region near Shangjing City. Spanning thousands of kilometers, vast swaths of its depths remain unexplored to this day. Discovering a new instance here comes as no surprise. Moreover, since no teleportation arrays have been established within the desert, all adventurers wishing to reach this newly discovered instance must journey there on foot. The scorching sun and endless yellow sands of the Crimson Scorpion Desert would normally deter most adventurers from venturing there. Yet for this new cohort of transferees, it was an opportunity everyone was clamoring for. This is the very first new instance to appear in this generation. Not only would the military in the capital offer extremely generous rewards to the first party to clear it, but for this new cohort of job changers, it was a chance to make a name for themselves in one fell swoop. So when word spread, this once desolate desert suddenly came alive with activity. As Xiao Ye made his way toward the Crimson Scorpion Desert, the surrounding area was already teeming with eager adventurers heading toward this new dungeon. Most were either traveling in organized guild groups or in small clusters of 3 or 5. Lone wolves like Xiao Ye were almost non-existent. Everyone knew that while a new instance brought opportunities, it also meant danger. In the past, there had been cases where adventurers, driven by a thirst for glory, had wiped out entire groups in such unrated dungeons. An extra teammate meant an extra layer of reliability. Some groups, noticing Xiao Ye alone, extended invitations to him. Hey, you're probably a new transferee too, right? You're heading to the new dungeon alone, right? Want to join our party? The speaker was a tall warrior class, his gaze constantly appraising Xiao Ye, primarily drawn to the nearly complete set of gear Xiao Ye wore. At this stage, anyone who could assemble such a collection of gear was either wealthy or powerful, or possessed considerable strength. Xiao Ye turned to observe the tall warriors group, and deduced from their varied attire that they weren't from a single guild but a loosely formed group. 2 men and 2 women besides the warrior. The 2 women were a mage and a priest, while the other man was an archer. Judging by their similarly cobbled together gear, their class levels were likely C or B rank. The team composition was reasonably balanced, though it sorely lacked a roaming off tank role. Should the sole frontline tank lose aggro, the fragile classes would face grave danger. Xiao Ye's professional instinct kicked in, prompting him to mentally evaluate the group. Sorry, I'm not looking to join a party right now. Xiao Ye shook his head, politely declining. The tall man seemed reluctant to give up, extending another invitation. Hey, buddy, the new dungeon might be full of dangers. More teammates always mean more safety. Would you consider it? My name is Deng Hao. If nothing else, we could exchange contact info? Xiao Ye's communicator immediately flashed with Deng Hao's friend request. The guy seemed genuinely sincere, but before Xiao Ye could tap accept, behind him, the priestess girl behind Deng Hao gave Xiao Ye a peculiar look. She tugged at Deng Hao's sleeve and whispered something in his ear. Deng Hao's gaze toward Xiao Ye shifted. He abruptly cancelled the connection request and stammered. You're Xiao Ye? Sorry, but we'd better find someone else. With those 2 sentences, Xiao Ye instantly understood everything. Clearly, the priestess girl had recognized him as Xiao Ye, the one who'd chosen a worthless, blank slate class during the awakening ceremony. Even this low-level solo player squad didn't want a useless class like Xiao Ye dragging them down. Xiao Ye didn't care. He turned and walked away decisively. Behind him, whispers and pointing erupted. Did you see that? So that's Xiao Ye. That's the guy who picked a useless class. Heard he used to be a prodigy seed at first high school. Look at his gear now, he's doing worse than us. Xiao Ye paid no heed to these mocking whispers. Suddenly, a message popped up on the communicator in his hand from the only contact stored in it, Qin Yanran. Xiao Ye, have you heard about the new dungeon appearing in the Red Scorpion Desert? On my way. Xiao Ye replied immediately. What? Are you coming too? Qin Yanran's reply came almost instantly from the communicator. I'd love to go, but I have to attend the guild creation qualification review today, followed by recruitment tasks afterward. Seems this girl isn't just all talk, she's a doer. Qin Yanran then sent another message. Heard the Black Eagle and Dominion guilds are also heading to the Red Scorpion Desert. Be careful out there on your own. The Qin group's intelligence network was indeed swift and precise. Got it. Xiao Ye replied with a single word, and Qin Yanran didn't send any further messages. By now, Xiao Ye had gradually reached the depths of the Red Scorpion Desert, drawing ever closer to the location where the new dungeon was reported to have appeared. In the distance, a large crowd had already gathered. The dungeon was revealed to be an ancient tomb buried beneath the yellow sands. It was said that the fierce sandstorms of recent days had swept away centuries of accumulated sand, exposing the gap in the underground tomb and opening the entrance to this dungeon. General Lolan's tomb. Danger level unknown? The crowd gathered at the dungeon entrance was brimming with anticipation, many early arrivals already preparing to step inside first.
Among them, Xiao Ye spotted several familiar faces: Lin Xueming, one of the 4 genius seeds of First High School, whom he had crossed paths with before.
The Hegemony Guild has indeed arrived. After just a few days apart, Lin Xueming was already wearing the uniform bearing the distinctive emblem of the Dominion Guild, surrounded by his former classmates like stars clustering around the moon. Seeing those fawning faces, he didn't need to listen to know what they were saying. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from behind Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye? What are you doing here?
Xiao Ye turned to see his former deskmate, Lu Ruyan, speaking. Only now, having shed her school uniform, she had transformed into a more mature and captivating figure. Her upper body was clad in the Dominion Guild uniform, but her lower half wore an extremely short robe, revealing a sliver of tight black stockings beneath, drawing countless stares. Lu Ruyan's words instantly made Xiao Ye the center of attention in the crowd.
Stares instantly converged on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye? What's that useless class doing here instead of staying in Shangjing City? He wouldn't actually be trying to get into the new dungeon too, would he?
That's no place for a blank slate class like his. Heard he's been grinding monsters in the low-level zones for days, too scared to even venture into medium-risk areas.
Ha! Does he still think he's that once promising prodigy? Understandable. People always want to reclaim their lost glory.
Amidst the barrage of hostile, mocking stares, Lin Xueming pushed through the crowd to stand beside Lu Ruyan. He hooked his arm around her shoulder and shot a defiant look at Xiao Ye.
Xiao Ye, you didn't follow Ruyan here, did you? Let me make this clear, Ruyan is mine now. Stay away from her. Lin Xueming's domineering declaration of territoriality instantly flushed Lu Ruyan with embarrassment.
She shot him a reproachful glare, her brows furrowed in feigned annoyance.
Xueming, what are you saying in front of all these people?
Her voice was sweet and alluring, and Lin Xueming basked in the sound of it.
He gazed at Lu Ruyan with adoring affection. Don't worry, Ruyan. From now on, I'll never let him come near you again.
But observing the two of them sitting there putting on airs, Xiao Ye had no desire to become part of their little play.
He frowned and said, well said. But there's one question. Lu Ruyan, have I ever come near you before? Chapter 28, Intimidating Lin Xueming. The General's Tomb dungeon opens. Lu Ruyan's expression instantly changed.
She knew deep down that though many at First High School had seen her and Xiao Ye as close as lovers, it was all merely an illusion she had crafted. In truth, Xiao Ye had never reciprocated her feelings, consistently keeping his distance from her. Hearing such words now from Xiao Ye reduced to a useless shell only shattered her defenses further.
Xiao Ye. I know you're upset about not awakening a good class.
Even though we're no longer together, out of respect for our time as classmates, if you want financial compensation, I can give it to you.
But you must apologize to me. Lu Ruyan had always been a skilled actress.
With just a few words and that tear-streaked, aggrieved expression, instantly painted Xiao Ye as a jealous, clingy stalker. Despite Xiao Ye having merely asked, have I ever gotten close to you before? The crowd around them was stirred up by her performance, erupting in indignant cries.
Exactly. That good-for-nothing Xiao Ye doesn't even realize he's not worthy of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan is an A-rank fire element mage. She and Ming are a perfect match. Exactly.
Lin Xueming, in particular, glared at Xiao Ye with a dark expression and snapped.
Xiao Ye, you must apologize to Ruyan today.
Lin Xueming abruptly drew the weapon in his hand,
revealing a long sword.
Its luster and craftsmanship clearly marked it as at least a gold-grade weapon, proof that the Dominion Guild truly favored him. An icy frost instantly shrouded the golden-grade longsword, the signature talent of an S-rank frostblade. Lin Xueming sneered at Xiao Ye, his tone laced with threat.
Xiao Ye, we're not in Shangjing City anymore.
Get down on your knees and apologize to Ruyan. The group of Dominion henchmen behind him began egging him on.
You dare bully our sister-in-law?
Xiao Ye, look at yourself, you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Brother Xueming, take him down. Surrounded by this raging mob, each person positioned themselves as the moral high ground, as if Xiao Ye was the one who truly owed an apology. Lin Xueming, meanwhile, had become the righteous avenger of heaven.
This was Lu Ruyan's scheme. And Lin Xueming's scheme too.
Xiao Ye didn't grow angry, he smiled coldly, gazing at Lin Xueming and said,
you all claim I insulted her, then tell me, exactly which words of mine constituted that insult? Where there's a will, there's a way to frame someone. What if I refuse to apologize? Xiao Ye's cold indifference only fueled Lin Xueming's fury. The people behind him kept egging him on. Brother Xueming, why waste words on this good-for-nothing? He dared insult our sister-in-law, take him down. In their eyes, Lin Xueming, a top-tier S-class professional, was practically a god. Perhaps driven by the need to uphold the image he'd worked so hard to establish. Lin Xueming struck. The frost-clad longsword in his hand suddenly slashed toward Xiao Ye, unleashing a wave of area of effect sword chi. Xiao Ye, you're asking for it.
The distance between them was mere steps, and the frost-clad sword chi arrived abruptly.
Yet in the next instant,
a shield adorned with the markings of a white tiger materialized in Xiao Ye's hands.
A clang of metal met metal.
The tiger's fierce battle shield firmly blocked the strike, instantly scattering the overwhelming sword chi. A perfect block. With the bonus from the savage trait, Xiao Ye's strength had long since reached 100 points. Holding the tiger fierce battle shield, he stood his ground without retreating. While Lin Shueming's arm went numb from the recoil, causing him to stagger. Before he could regain his footing, Xiao Ye's other hand thrust forward with a thick iron spear, driving it precisely against Lin Shueming's throat. This sequence unfolded in mere seconds. Yet the crowd that had been jeering moments before fell completely silent. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by the spectacle. Lin Shueming, an S-class professional, had unleashed his full power strike only for Xiao Ye to effortlessly parry it? And even countered directly. You didn't even figure out what weapon your opponent was using before attacking? Did I teach you all that stuff for nothing during our 3 years in high school? Xiao Ye declared coldly and arrogantly. In that instant, the terror of being utterly dominated by Xiao Ye throughout their high school years surged back into Lin Shueming's heart. Not just him, every student from First High Present saw that godlike genius who had ruled their high school years reappear in their minds. No, no. This can't be. You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash now. A savage expression erupted on Lin Shueming's dazed face as he sprang to his feet, ready to strike again. But at that very moment, the yellow sand beneath the gathered crowd suddenly began to shift. Like a massive vortex, it sent everyone reeling, their footing unsteady. It seemed as though the door to a tomb chamber was slowly emerging from beneath the sand. A burst of golden light erupted from the exposed corner of the tomb nearby, capturing everyone's attention. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Or quicksand? Looks like the instance is about to open. Wasn't there supposed to be only one entrance? What's going on? As panic began to spread through the crowd, a notification appeared before everyone's eyes. Lulan General's tomb dungeon has opened. Xiao Ye scanned the scene and charged straight into one of the tomb chamber entrances. Now that the instance was open, there was no need to waste any more time with Lin Shueming and the others. Securing the one-time special rewards within the instance was the real priority. Behind him, Lin Shueming still wore a ferocious expression, glaring malevolently at Xiao Ye's retreating figure. Yet he quickly composed himself and shouted, "Brothers of the Conquest, follow me. We must be the first to clear this instance." The other solo teams also snapped into action, one after another entering the entrance to the Lulan General's tomb. Xiao Ye, who had leaped into the entrance first, slid down the passageway. He finally landed after descending nearly 10 meters underground. In the dim light, the vast underground chamber revealed itself truly a world unto itself. Carvings in Western region style adorned every surface. On the walls, multicolored murals gradually oxidized and faded as the air seeped in. Xiao Ye looked up. And at the far end of a corridor, he spotted a treasure chest covered in dust. Its unique markings and patterns proved beyond doubt that this was a special treasure chest from the tomb of the Lulan General. And it could only be opened once. First come, first served. Yet Xiao Ye did not act rashly. Instead, he activated ultrasonic detection. A high-frequency sonic wave inaudible to humans instantly reverberated through the narrow corridor. And results soon came back. 3 red dots appeared around Xiao Ye. It seemed there were 3 others nearby besides himself. Chapter 29, The Treasure Chest at the End of the Corridor. Greed and Betrayal. Those 3 were very close to Xiao Ye's position, clearly having entered from the same tomb chamber entrance. Sure enough, mere seconds later, footsteps echoed behind him. The approaching trio wore identical uniforms, each bearing a distinctive emblem on their chests, the Kanglan Guild. These 3 were from the same guild. They too spotted Xiao Ye right before their eyes, and a look of alertness instantly flashed in their eyes. Especially when the bespectacled male leader spotted the dazzling treasure chest gleaming at the far end of the corridor. Money makes the world go round. The trio exchanged a glance, drew their weapons, and silently closed in on Xiao Ye. Bro, this treasure chest isn't yours to take. If you know what's good for you, you'll back off. We've got our eyes on this treasure chest. The bespectacled ringleader growled, while raising a cold glinting dagger to point at Xiao Ye. This man's profession was likely an assassin. Beside him stood a mage and a warrior wielding a sword and shield. Xiao Ye sneered inwardly. Items within a dungeon were essentially ownerless, governed solely by the principle of first come, first served, or by the mightiest fist. But with the treasure chest placed at the end of such a conspicuous corridor, it wouldn't be so easily obtained. This dungeon was called the General Lulan's Tomb. And the burial offerings within a general's tomb were not something easily taken. Xiao Ye simply sidestepped, clearing the path to the treasure chest. He gestured to the trio, signaling he was ceding it to them. Yet the bespectacled man remained wary, glaring at Xiao Ye as he snapped, "If you're going to leave, get lost. Don't stand in the way." Clearly, they feared Xiao Ye might sneak an attack from behind while they opened the treasure chest. Xiao Ye shrugged and turned to head down the staircase in the opposite direction. Earlier, when he'd used ultrasonic detection, he'd already mapped out the surrounding terrain with crystal clarity. After navigating this winding staircase, he could ascend to the second floor of the platform.
From the second floor, he could observe the situation in the corridor below without being noticed. Only after Xiao Ye vanished from their sight did the three men in glasses begin their move. Little did they know Xiao Ye hadn't gone far at all. He had silently crept above them, observing their every move. The three men in glasses did not advance recklessly. Instead, they moved with considerable experience, positioning their sole frontline warrior at the very front, shield raised. This man was not only equipped with a massive, heavy shield, but his entire body was clad in heavy armor armed to the teeth, one might say. The other two concealed themselves behind him, forming a formation reminiscent of an eagle protecting its chicks. They crept along the corridor, hugging the wall as they advanced step by step. That was actually pretty cautious. However, the bespectacled leader, a nimble assassin class who should have been at the forefront disarming traps, had wisely positioned himself at the rear of the group. Suddenly, the warrior bearing the great shield stumbled as his foot sank into something beneath him, followed by the sharp click of a mechanism springing into action. And several poison arrows instantly flew in from both ends of the corridor. The warrior frantically raised his shield to block. But the mage behind him couldn't dodge in time, taking an arrow in the leg and wailing in panic. What's the panic? The bespectacled man behind him delivered a sharp kick to his shin, barking, "Drink the antidote." The mage, watching his health bar rapidly deplete, frantically fished a vial of antidote from his backpack and downed it in one gulp. Only then did the poison's effects cease. But just then, the marble slabs in the corridor ahead began shattering into pieces. The warrior leading the way stumbled as the floor gave way beneath his feet, tumbling downward. Seeing rows of spike traps below, the warrior reacted quickly, grabbing the floorboards behind him with both hands. "Li Xiang! Watch out!" The male mage behind him urgently reached out and grabbed the warrior's arm. They were now only a few meters away from the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. Yet instead of reaching out to save his comrade, the bespectacled man who had been bringing up the rear, but instead leapt over the trap with a sudden bound, dashing toward the treasure chest at the corridor's end, his eyes burning with greed. "Guys, I'll go check what's inside that treasure chest for you." The treasure chest visible in the corridor shot was clearly no ordinary item. It held a high chance of yielding gold tier or higher equipment and weapons. Faced with the lure of such treasure, the bespectacled man had clearly abandoned brotherly loyalty and his teammates. "Damn it, Wang Tong! Get your ass back here!" The mage class instantly erupted in curses. With his strength alone, it was nearly impossible to pull the heavily armored warrior Li Xiang back up. Li Xiang, clinging desperately to the edge, was nearly spent. His eyes burned with frustration, yet the very armor that weighed him down became his greatest burden. Just then, a rope suddenly dangled down from above the corridor, landing precisely within the warrior Li Xiang's grasp. The two looked up to see none other than Xiao Ye, who had feigned departure earlier. While securing the rope to the railing above the platform, Xiao Ye coldly ordered them, "Take off your shield and armor. Choose your life or your gear." Warrior Li Xiang glanced down at the sharp spike trap beneath his feet, swallowed hard, and hastily tossed the shield weighing dozens of pounds from his hands. He also stripped off half his armor. Gripping the rope with one hand, he successfully climbed up with the assistance of his mage teammate, Xiao Ye, using the other. Meanwhile, Wang Tong, the bespectacled man who had leaped over the trap early on, approached the treasure chest with a face radiant with ecstasy, unhesitatingly pulling a lock-picking kit from his backpack. He deftly unlocked the chest, lockpicking being a specialization of the assassin class. "Damn it, Wang Tong, you're going to rot in hell." Li Xiang, who had just narrowly escaped death, immediately launched into a tirade against Wang Tong. "I must be blind to have teamed up with you." Another mage teammate, Xiao Ye, echoed the sentiment with equal indignation. Yet such betrayal of teammates for Immensegain had long since become a commonplace oddity in this world. "Don't worry, it's not that simple," Xiao Ye remarked coldly. Perched on the second floor platform, he could see clearly that behind the treasure chest at the end of the corridor lay an extremely well-concealed teleportation array. If his hunch was correct, the condition to activate this teleportation array was opening the treasure chest. Meanwhile, Wang Tong, crouched before the chest with a greedy look on his face, remained completely unaware, fiddling with his lock-picking tools, sweating profusely as he struggled to open the chest's lock. Chapter 30. Those who sow the wind, reap the whirlwind. Wang Tong's profession was a C-rank assassin. Ever since he awakened this profession, he had poured nearly all his savings into mastering the lockpicking skill, hoping one day to strike it rich by opening special treasure chests in dungeons. Now, this dreamlike opportunity was right before him. Yet greed and desire blinded him to the teleportation array peeking out from beneath the chest. What about brothers or teammates? Can they compare to a piece of gold-tier equipment? Wang Tong's eyes gleamed with greed as he muttered incoherently, as his lockpicking skill tapped away at the mechanism. Just a little more. Just a little more. Finally, with a crisp click, the treasure chest before him swung open. A burst of golden light shimmered within, revealing an intricately crafted ring, a golden artifact, and an extremely valuable piece of jewelry equipment. Even if he sold it directly on the black market, it would fetch him hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Tong reached out to grab it. But the instant his hand entered the treasure chest, the teleportation array beneath it suddenly activated, sucking him in instantly. What? What's happening? Wang Tong was both shocked and panicked, but half his body had already been sucked into the teleportation array. The next second, his entire body suddenly reappeared atop the spike trap in the center of the corridor. The teleportation array's destination was right here. And so, a dramatic scene unfolded. Wang Tong, who had been the first to reach it, now found his entire body suspended above the very trap he had just crossed, clinging desperately to the edge with one hand. Ironically, the very spot where his teammate Li Xiang had nearly met his end moments before. Help! Help me! Wang Tong clung to the trap's edge with one hand, his feet frantically kicking the wall. But the smooth surface offered no purchase. Li Xiang! Xiao Ye! Quick, pull me up! Wang Tong cried out in desperation. Yet the only response he received were two cold stares. His former teammates had long since seen through his true colors. Especially Li Xiang, who had jettisoned his gear to escape. Now standing mere steps away, he merely stared coldly at Wang Tong. Help me, guys! I just wanted to check what was in the treasure chest first. I'd come back for you right away. The smooth-talking Wang Tong hurriedly explained. But Li Xiang only sneered coldly. No need for you to pull me. Wang Tong, you despicable scoundrel, good luck to you. Let's go. Li Xiang grabbed his teammate Zhang Wei and turned to leave. Before departing, he glanced up gratefully at Xiao Ye on the second floor platform and bowed his hands. Brother, no need for thanks, your kindness speaks for itself. I've lost all my gear. Staying in this dungeon is suicide. I'm getting out now. My name is Li Xiang. When I return to Shangjing City, I'll treat you to a meal. With that, the two turned and left, leaving Wang Tong alone, clinging to the trap, left to his own devices. Rope. Wang Tong suddenly remembered the rope Xiao Ye had lowered from the second floor platform earlier. He frantically turned his head, searching everywhere. But Xiao Ye had already retrieved that rope. And now it was wrapped around his arm. Using the railing as leverage, he swung like a pendulum and landed near the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. The teleportation array beneath the treasure chest had been destroyed, clearly a single-use formation. Inside the chest, a simple yet elegantly crafted ring, glowing with a golden light, lay quietly. Thanks for scouting ahead for me. Xiao Ye gently picked up the ring from the treasure chest and equipped it immediately. The ring's attributes instantly appeared before Xiao Ye. Jade Concealment Ring. Grade, Golden Artifact. Level Requirement, 20. Description, a treasured artifact of the Lulan General's family, crafted from jade unique to the Lulan Kingdom. Its entire body is crystal clear and translucent. Wearing it brings a refreshing and uplifting effect, and it also serves as the key to unlocking the General's tomb. Attributes, Spirit, plus 50, Strength, plus 50. Additional effect, Clarity increases stun resistance by 35%. Truly a golden artifact. Xiao Ye slipped the jade treasure ring onto his finger, then raised his hand to show it off to Wang Tong, who was still crouched over the trap. Speaking of which, I owe you big time for scouting this out for me. Wang Tong, clinging to the trap's edge with only one hand, glared at Xiao Ye with bloodshot eyes, seething with frustration and resentment. Damn it! Before Wang Tong could finish his curse, he forced a smile onto his face and addressed Xiao Ye in a conciliatory tone. Brother, since you've already taken the gear, would you be so kind as to spare my life? Once I'm out of here, I'll repay you handsomely. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. This Wang Tong was remarkably adaptable, shifting his demeanor so swiftly in a life or death situation. His scheming was downright terrifying. Xiao Ye merely shook his head with a smile, his voice cold as ice. If you just now cursed me out fiercely, I might have actually thought you were straightforward and pulled you through. But you risked your own teammate's life for a treasure chest. Now, to save your own skin, you're even willing to hand over gold-tier gear to me. If I really pulled you up, wouldn't you turn on me faster than flipping a page and stab me in the back? Wang Tong's expression instantly darkened. His earlier smooth talk dissolved into desperate pleading. Brother! We're both awakened from Shangjing City, save my life. I can barely hold on any longer. I beg you. After securing the jade concealment ring, Xiao Ye once again grabbed the rope dangling from the platform and swung himself to the entrance of the corridor. Gazing down at Wang Tong, who clung desperately to his feet with one hand, pleading pitifully, Xiao Ye took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward, just as he was about to reach out to pull him up. Wang Tong's eyes suddenly sharpened, and the dagger in his other hand lunged toward Xiao Ye. Yet with a clang of metal meeting metal. The dagger was firmly blocked by a shield adorned with a white tiger pattern. Xiao Ye smiled coldly. He had anticipated this trick all along. Wang Tong was an agility-focused class, clad in leather armor that offered little weight. With his awakened class attributes, he could have easily pulled himself up with one hand to escape. Yet he had deliberately kept one hand clinging to the trap wall while concealing the other within his robes. It seemed he had devised this treacherous plan the moment he was sucked into the trap by the teleportation array within the treasure chest. He was waiting for Xiao Ye to approach before suddenly lunging to kill him and snatch back the gold grade ring from the treasure chest.
Yet Xiao Ye had long seen through this little scheme of his. As the sudden, violent strike was blocked by the Tiger Fierce battle shield, Xiao Ye delivered a vicious kick that sent him crashing down. No! No! Wang Tong let out a wail of agony, his dying eyes filled with utter resentment. Yet the sharp spikes beneath the trap pierced straight through his body. 1,500. 1,500. As massive damage numbers exploded onto the screen, Wang Tong was reduced to nothing more than a corpse. Yet the scene that followed, Xiao Yeqing couldn't help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. For he saw sparks of fire began to rise, identical to the flickering flames that appeared on the corpses of slain monsters. A prompt that made Xiao Ye's entire body tremble appeared before his eyes. Offer the ember of the human practitioner Wang Tong? Chapter 31, Witchcraft. Thousand-legged soldier pupa. Human practitioners leave behind embers after death. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. This wasn't merely a groundbreaking discovery, it was a direct challenge to his own humanity and morality. If human adventurers could also be sacrificed, did that mean one could resort to any means to grow stronger? Sacrifice human adventurer Wang Tong's ember? Staring at the prompt that appeared before him, Xiao Ye hesitated for a moment before selecting confirm. He wasn't a saint. Some people deserve to die, and once killed, their value should be exploited to the fullest. As the flickering embers from the trap drifted toward him, they dissolved into Xiao Ye's body. A notification appeared. Professional Wang Tong's ember sacrifice successful. Acquired skill lockpicking A tier. Who would have thought a C-rank assassin like Wang Tong would possess an A-rank lockpicking skill? Seems he's invested heavily in this. No wonder the treasure chest at the end of the corridor didn't look ordinary. Wang Tong unlocked it in mere minutes. But now this lockpicking specialization, exclusive to the assassin profession, has fallen into Xiao Ye's hands for nothing. This lockpicking skill is essential for team dungeon runs, and one of the key values of classes like assassins and thieves. Now it had become a major boon for the lone wolf Xiao Ye. After leaving this corridor, Xiao Ye scanned the surroundings once more. Satisfied that no other treasure chests or loot remained, it was time to venture deeper into the Lulan General's tomb dungeon. The description of the Jade concealment ring, obtained from the treasure chest, stated that this ring also served as the key to unlocking a crucial mechanism within the General's tomb, though its exact purpose remained unknown. However, this tomb dungeon resembled an entire underground palace. Even if thousands of adventurers swarmed in like fish crossing the river, they couldn't explore every corner in a short time. Moreover, beyond the intricate traps within the tomb chambers, the monsters guarding the tomb posed an equally formidable obstacle to these adventurers. Shortly after leaving that long corridor, Xiao Ye once again detected a group of adventurers nearby using ultrasonic detection. And it seemed they had encountered the monsters within the General's tomb chamber. The sounds of their battle reached Xiao Ye's ears. Xiao Ye stealthily followed the sounds, only to witness the group bursting into a side chamber of a tomb. The group consisted of 5 members, frontline DPS, healers, and support roles, all present coordinating effectively as they battled a monster resembling a thousand-legged insect. Centipede Soldier Pupa. Level 25. Description: a creature neither human nor beast. After being captured by the Lulan General, it was transformed into a guardian of the General's tomb through a special witchcraft ritual. This centipede soldier pupa resembled a gigantic, monstrous insect. Standing upright, it towered as tall as a human, an utterly hair-raising sight. Yet, with the seamless coordination of this group of adventurers, they remained utterly composed even when facing 2 pupae simultaneously. Evidently, this was a long-established party of adventurers who had chosen the thousand-legged soldier pupae as their leveling targets. The group now spotted Xiao Ye. The warrior leading them called out a distant greeting. "Bro, watch your step, nothing but these monsters ahead." Xiao Ye returned the gesture with a bow and said, "Thanks for the heads up." In truth, not all other adventurers encountered within the dungeon were as cunning and self-serving as Wang Tong. Most would kindly offer warnings or assistance to strangers they met. Beyond this side chamber, the tomb passage ahead was also teeming with thousand-legged soldier pupae lurking within. In truth, Xiao Ye's target was precisely these thousand-legged soldier pupae. What kind of attributes did these unsettling tomb guardians possess? Xiao Ye raised his Tiger Fang battle shield and strode directly into the dimly lit tomb passage. The group of adventurers still in the side hall watched in shock. Voices immediately erupted from within their ranks. "Captain, why did he charge in alone? That's reckless." The captain who had just warned Xiao Ye watched him charge into the tomb passage alone, his gaze turning slightly stern. After observing for a moment, he remarked, "He doesn't seem like a reckless fool. That shield in his hands is at least a gold-grade artifact. He must be confident he can solo the thousand-legged soldier pupae. He's probably at least an A-rank professional. No wonder. Looks like we've run into a big shot." At that moment, the leader of the adventurer squad turned to the priestess behind him and said, "Xiao Shui, buff him." The girl in the priest's robes, protected at the very center of the group, swiftly swung her staff. And a distant beam of white light landed upon Xiao Ye.
You have received the praise buff from professional Li Light's protection. For the duration, damage taken from spectral entities is reduced by 20%. Xiao Ye paused. Though not an exceptionally powerful buff, it made him feel the goodwill of this unfamiliar group of adventurers. Thank you. Xiao Ye turned back once more, waving at the professional team and offering his thanks. The team leader gave a slight nod before turning away, leading his group to engage the next 1,000-legged soldier pupa and continue their leveling. After parting ways with this chance encounter of adventurers, Xiao Ye spotted a lone 1,000-legged soldier pupa not far ahead in the tomb passage. Come on then, let's see what you've got. Xiao Ye stepped forward, his tiger fierce war shield in one hand, while the thick iron spear in the other thrust straight ahead. The 1,000-legged soldier pupa, equally aware of this uninvited guest, began writhing frantically with its tentacle-like limbs. A series of gnarled, shell-clashing sounds echoed as it crawled toward Xiao Ye. As Xiao Ye thrust his spear forward, he distinctly felt resistance at the tip. 135. A damage number flashed, yet it was far lower than Xiao Ye had anticipated. In the dim light, Xiao Ye could see clearly, within the 1,000-legged soldier pupa's limbs lay a layer of armor, fused into its flesh like a second skin, forming its most formidable defense. Xiao Ye's strike had landed squarely on one of these scales, which blocked a full half of the damage. Scales growing from flesh? Xiao Ye couldn't help but recall that this 1,000-legged soldier pupa was a monster created by the Lulan tribe using witchcraft, sealed within this tomb to eternally guard the tomb of the Lulan general. It seemed the ancient Lulan people's methods were truly terrifying. Chapter 32, Weakness Damage. The shock of the professional squad. The 1,000-legged soldier pupa's counterattack followed swiftly. The giant insect reared its upper body high, its centipede-like limbs each covered in backward-facing hooks. Swept toward Xiao Ye like a violent storm. Fortunately, Xiao Ye reacted swiftly. His deputy's tiger fierce war shield blocked the attack firmly before him, filling the narrow tomb passage with the shrill screech of claws scraping against metal. Though the shield absorbed all the damage. At the same time, wisps of black mist suddenly surged forth from the backward curving hooks on the 1,000-legged soldier pupa's limbs. Like smoke, it began to spread before Xiao Ye. Is it poison? Xiao Ye instantly held his breath, only for a damage notification to abruptly appear on his screen. Spectral damage, 34. Spectral. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. No wonder that priestess had specifically cast a light's protection buff on him before parting. These 1,000-legged soldier pupae actually deal special spectral damage. Spectral damage is a unique type of damage exclusive to undead creatures. It possesses the ability to ignore physical defense, making it one of the most troublesome types of monsters. Fortunately, these 1,000-legged soldier pupae only possessed a trace of spectral attributes, not the full-blown, troublesome spectral damage. With Xiao Ye's current health pool, coupled with the 5-fold recovery boost from his S-tier talent, Photosynthetic Recovery, he could easily ignore the mere 30-odd points of spectral damage. Xiao Ye instantly raised the tiger fierce war shield before his chest, while thrusting his heavy iron spear forward with his other hand. Ghostfire Toxin, activated instantly. Spectral monsters inherently ignore toxin effects, but this 1,000-legged soldier pupa was at best half spectral, half biological. So at least it couldn't escape the burning damage. The spear, coated in ghost flame toxin, instantly ignited the surface of the 1,000-legged soldier pupa. Burn damage, 39. Burn damage, 39. As each instance of burn damage erupted, Xiao Ye continued to unleash relentless attacks with his spear. Using the flames engulfing the creature as illumination, Xiao Ye examined it closely. It turned out the armor embedded in the monster's flesh didn't completely cover every inch of its body. Instead, it resembled overlapping scales, with a sliver of space between each plate. If he could strike these gaps, one could bypass the defense of the flesh-embedded armor. Xiao Ye thrust his spear forward with sudden force, striking precisely between the scales. As expected, this time there was no noticeable resistance. The spear pierced through, dealing massive damage. 319. A true weakness strike. Having discovered the key, Xiao Ye immediately activated Beast Blood Boil, further boosting his damage and output. 475. 481. Damage figures several times higher than before exploded onto the screen. And within just 2 minutes, he had whittled away over half the health of this 1,000-legged soldier pupa. These monsters, forged by witchcraft, seemed utterly devoid of emotion. Even with their health critically low, they remained in that numb state. It seemed to know only one thing, relentlessly attacking intruders. As its next lunge was firmly blocked by Xiao Ye's Tiger Fierce battle shield, Xiao Ye thrust his spear forward with brutal force. A massive hit instantly wiped out its remaining health bar. 629. This was the effect of stacking the parry counterattack damage bonus. As a wisp of experience flowed into Xiao Ye's body, a wisp of sacred flame likewise appeared upon the corpse of the 1,000-legged soldier pupa. Sacrificing the ember of the 1,000-legged soldier pupa, Xiao Ye sacrificed it decisively. This bizarre creature, which never should have existed in the world, had wandered like a walking corpse within the Lulan general's tomb for centuries. It was long overdue to vanish from existence. Sacrifice of the 1,000-legged soldier pupas ember successful. Ember +1. Sacrificing just 1,000-legged soldier pupa clearly wasn't enough to trigger its special effect. Xiao Ye pressed deeper into the tomb passage. In the dim light, he could clearly see at least 7 or 8 more crawling ahead in the tunnel. Xiao Ye gripped his tiger fawn war shield tightly and pressed forward. With his current attributes and combat prowess, facing a single 1,000-legged soldier pupa at a time was a breeze. Even multiple centipede soldier pupae posed no real threat, provided he wasn't caught in a pincer attack. Slaughtering his way forward. The narrow, gloomy tomb passage was littered with the corpses of 1,000-legged soldier pupae. Meanwhile, the professional team that had cleared all the centipede soldier pupae from the side hall also chose to press deeper into the tomb chamber. Captain, should we take this passageway too? Lin Fei, the archer in the group, immediately pointed to the passage Xiao Ye had departed from earlier. We might catch up to that guy. He can't have gone too far alone. If anything happens, we can step in to help. Captain Hong Liang nodded in tacit agreement, though he too recognized that the man's strength was far from ordinary. But he believed that no matter how strong he was, taking down a 1,000-legged soldier pupa alone would be an enormous task. Let's go. If we encounter him, we can invite him to join our team temporarily. Hong Liang said in a deep voice as he led the team into the tomb passage. Same as always, I'll lead the way. Lin Fei and Li Yang, stay right behind me. Xiao Shui takes the middle position, and Shen Song, you bring up the rear. The two warriors positioned themselves front and rear, with the main damage dealer and the healer protected in the center. Yet after only a few steps, Hong Liang spotted the corpse of a 1,000-legged soldier pupa lying in the middle of the tomb passage. This guy really did take down a 1,000-legged soldier pupa solo. Hong Liang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Though he, a frontline warrior, could withstand the 1,000-legged soldier pupa's attacks, his damage output alone was barely enough to pierce its thick, fleshy armor. It required the combined firepower of archers and mages within the team. How could that guy possess such high damage output alone? But this was only the beginning. Before they could take a few more steps, Hong Liang, leading the way, spotted the corpse of a second 1,000-legged soldier pupa. Lin Fei, how long did it take us to kill that first 1,000-legged soldier pupa? Hong Liang asked in disbelief. Archer Lin Fei also widened his eyes in astonishment before replying. Captain, with all 5 of us attacking together, it still took us at least 10 minutes to take down one centipede soldier pupa. This guy has already killed 2? As the tomb passage deepened, the corpses of more 1,000-legged soldier pupae reappeared before their eyes. As the team's top damage dealer, Archer Lin Fei felt his worldview crumbling. Captain, what kind of monster was that guy just now? It hasn't even been an hour, and that guy has already killed at least a dozen 1,000-legged soldier pupae. Is his damage output higher than our entire team combined? Captain Hong Liang, too, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He raised his flashlight, scrutinizing the corpse of the centipede soldier pupa on the ground. That guy seems to have some kind of fire attack, but fire alone couldn't possibly deal that much damage. Could he be an S-rank professional? But there are only a handful of S-rank professionals in Shangjing City. This is truly baffling. Chapter 33, please. Save them. Hong Liang's profession was a C-rank heavy armor warrior. Just one rank above the lowest D-class among all professional tiers. It placed him on the razor's edge between scraping by as a professional and abandoning the path to live an ordinary life. Yet this did nothing to dampen Hong Liang's unwavering passion for choosing to become a professional. His childhood dream was to assemble a party of adventurers. Explore dungeons, slay monsters, and after a grueling day, return to Shangjing City for a refreshing beer at the tavern. His greatest strengths were his boundless enthusiasm and unwavering sense of justice. It was precisely because of this that he, a C-rank adventurer, became the leader of this adventurer party. Within this 5-member squad, aside from the primary damage dealer, Archer Lin Fei, who was a B-rank adventurer, the rest, the priest Li Shuer, the mage Li Yang, and the berserker Chen Song, were all C-rank adventurers. They had all gathered together because of their captain, Hong Liang, diligently practicing their teamwork every day. As their coordination grew stronger, they gradually evolved into a team capable of sustaining themselves by looting from dungeons. As their leader, Hong Liang felt deeply gratified and increasingly motivated. Walking through the tomb passage, he joked to Lin Fei behind him. Little Fei, once we finish today's objective, let's grab a drink at the tavern. Aren't you already 18? Time you learn to drink. Heard you've got a crush on that girl at the jewelry shop? Tonight, let brother Tsong give you some advice. The youngest and naturally shy Lin Fei instantly flushed with embarrassment. Before he could respond, the priest Li Shuer in the group scolded. Captain, don't you dare corrupt Xiao Fei. Ha ha ha. Chen Song, the berserker bringing up the rear, roared with laughter. You bet. Xiao Fei, let me teach you a few moves. The mage Li Yang, however, ruthlessly undermined him. You're listening to Chen Song? He's been dumped so many times himself. Who said I got dumped? Ha ha ha. The entire dark, narrow tomb passage was suddenly filled with laughter as they teased each other. Lin Fei's face flushed crimson, yet a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. He loved this kind of atmosphere. Under the leadership of their booming-voiced captain, everyone felt like family. Lin Fei turned his head, smiling at brother Chen Song, who was getting the short end of the stick at the rear of the group. Suddenly, his archer's keen senses detected movement as shadows seemed to shift behind Chen Song. "Brother Song, watch your back!" Lin Fei shouted urgently. But it was already too late. He watched as the smile on Chen Song's face froze. Then a jet-black dagger pierced through his chest. 993. A massive damage number exploded from Chen Song's body. As a berserker, his health bar instantly dwindled to a mere sliver. At that moment, the team leader Hong Liang and the others walking ahead heard Lin Fei's startled cry and turned around, just in time to witness this gruesome scene. Li Shuer, the priest standing right beside Chen Song, was thrown into a panic. She hurriedly raised her staff and cast a healing spell on Chen Song. Plus 500. Chen Song's health bar had barely begun to recover. When suddenly, 2 more flashes of black blade light streaked across his body. 2 consecutive damage numbers exploded onto the screen. 753. 719. The health he had just regained, along with his last sliver of life, vanished in an instant. Chen Song was dead. He didn't even have time to turn around and see who had plunged that black dagger into his chest. He collapsed to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Who? Lin Fei, who had witnessed the entire scene, was both shocked and horrified. His trembling hand drew a bow and arrow, aiming at the shadow behind Chen Song. But the arrow missed its mark. The shadow that had killed Chen Song vanished once more into the gloomy tomb passage. Who? Hong Liang, the team leader, watched his teammate die violently before his eyes. He couldn't help but roar at the top of his lungs, while simultaneously raising his shield to shield the fallen Chen Song. Chen Song! Chen Song! But Chen Song's face was already stiff, his chest drenched in blood, and he had long since ceased to breathe. That single stab had pierced straight through his heart. Lin Fei! Flare arrow! Hong bellowed in fury. Already terrified out of his wits, Lin Fei hurriedly shot a glowing arrow into the tomb passage behind him. The stark white light instantly illuminated the entire tomb passageway as bright as day. Yet no trace of the intruder could be seen. At that very moment, a shadowy figure leapt down from the tomb passage's ceiling like a ghost. This time, its target was the party's sole healer, priest Li Shuer. A black dagger concealed in the shadows lunged toward Li Shuer's back. "Shuer, watch out!" Li Yang, witnessing the attack, yanked Li Shuer back violently. Simultaneously, he hurled a blast fire spell at the assailant. The fireball engulfed the shadowy figure, only to reveal a number that left him feeling utterly hopeless. 315. His most prideful offensive technique had only dealt such meager damage at such close range? The shadow, seemingly stung by the disruption to its plan, whipped around and plunged its dagger into Li Yang's chest. Feeling the piercing pain in his chest, Li Yang saw the pale, grim face beneath the shadow, grinning maliciously at him. "Ha ha! Killing you is just as easy." Then a massive burst of damage erupted within him. 1332. As a cloth-robed mage, he couldn't withstand such devastating damage. The dark figure struck true with a single blow before vanishing from sight once more. Li Yang was dead too. Before his final breath, he uttered one last sentence. "Captain, it's a human class." Hong Liang's eyes bulged as if they would burst from their sockets, a thunderclap echoing in his mind. In a mere few seconds, Chen Song was dead, and Li Yang was dead. Rage surged through his mind, yet a threat of fear and panic crept in. He charged forward like a madman, his longsword swinging wildly through the air only to strike empty air. "Who are you? Why? Why? Come out! Come out!" But at that moment, the shadowy figure that had been hiding seemed to have grown bored with the game, slowly revealing itself before him. It was a boy with triangular eyes and a pale, composed face. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be about the same age as Lin Fei. The black dagger in his hand confirmed his profession, an assassin. The boy regarded the terrified trio of Hong Liang and his companions as if they were prey, watching them with a playful gaze. Then, he gave a sinister smile and asked, "Why?" "Because you're nothing but a bunch of C-rank trash, while I'm a rank. I want to kill you, so I will kill you." Hong Liang's face twisted in fury, yet fear surged within him. The strength of an A-rank assassin was truly terrifying. They were down to just 3 people now, no match for him. Absolutely no match. "Xiao Ye, Lin Fei, run!" Hong Liang bellowed, charging like a raging bull, shield raised as he lunged fiercely at the figure. Abandoning all offensive techniques, he just wanted to use the most primitive means to buy as much time as possible. "Captain!" Li Shuer cried out in alarm. Lin Fei suddenly snapped to attention, recalling what Captain Hong Liang had once told them to do in the most critical situations. He grabbed Li Shuer's arm and dragged her frantically toward the depths of the tomb passage. There was still one person ahead, who might just save their lives. Deep within the tomb passage, a massive 1,000-legged soldier pupa slowly collapsed. Xiao Ye deftly drew his spear from its body. A faint, ghostly flame immediately flickered across the pupa's corpse, more intense than those of the previous pupae. This one seemed to be an elite leader. The sacrificial flame of the thousand-legged soldier pupa. Xiao Ye deftly guided the spear tip toward the flame. Finally, a melodious voice echoed in his ears. Sacrifice of the centipede soldier pupa centurion's ember successful. Acquired talent trait spectral resentment grade A. Finally got it. Before Xiao Ye could examine this new talent in detail, frantic footsteps echoed through the tomb passage behind him. Xiao Ye spun around alertly, only to find it was none other than Li Shuer, the priestess from the professional squad he'd encountered earlier. The girl stumbled forward in panic. Her once pristine white robes now caked in mud, tears streaming down her delicate face. Upon seeing Xiao Ye, Li Shuer collapsed to her knees at his feet. Please. Save them. Chapter 34, A Toy-like Hunt. Who is the prey? Xiao Ye's brow furrowed deeply. He lowered his shield, freeing his hands to help the priestess girl who had once cast light's protection upon him. He asked, what on earth happened? Judging by Li Shuer's state, something terrible must have happened. Help! Brother Chen Song is dead. Li Yang is dead too. Li Shuer's face was etched with terror, her words now incoherent. Her tear-filled eyes held nothing but sorrow and despair. The captain blocked him and told me and Xiao Fei to run, but he caught up with Xiao Fei too. Please, save them, I beg you. Li Shuer, who had been helped up by Xiao Ye, knelt back down on the ground, pleading desperately. From her disjointed words, Xiao Ye keenly pieced together the truth of the situation. Given the style of their professional adventuring party, they would never risk confronting monsters capable of wiping out the entire group. The only possibility was that a human adventurer was hunting them down. And within that brief moment, he had already killed 2 of her teammates. Their strength must be at least that of an A-rank adventurer. To strike in the dimly lit tomb passage, it was most likely an assassin type class. Xiao Ye helped Li Shuer back to her feet and said only one thing. Lead the way. Xiao Ye stepped back into the tomb passageway, activating his ultrasonic detection immediately. Sure enough, 2 red dots appeared side by side in the tomb passage they had come through, seemingly locked in combat. If one was Lin Fei, the man Li Shuer mentioned he had caught up to, then the other, moving with extreme speed, must be the hunter. Such extraordinary agility was the first time Xiao Ye had witnessed since his awakening ceremony. He's an assassin, right? Xiao Ye asked as he hurried along. Li Shuer still looked haunted by grief and despair, yet she forced her eyes open wide, struggling to recall the recent events. After he killed Brother Song, he vanished instantly. Even Lin Fei couldn't find him with his light arrows. And just now, Lin Fei was also taken out instantly by him. An assassin, no doubt. Xiao Ye instantly understood. His feet activated the water summoning step and his movement speed surged dramatically. At the same time, he dared not leave Li Shuer, a defenseless healer class, behind alone. He had no choice but to keep her close, ensuring she remained within his line of sight at all times. When Xiao Ye returned to the tomb passage he had come through, he saw Lin Fei, the person Li Shuer had mentioned, leaning against the wall, covered in wounds. His health bar above his head reduced to a mere sliver, yet stubbornly refusing to deplete entirely. His eyes filled with terror as he raised his bow, aimlessly scanning the surroundings. That person was toying with Lin Fei, as if toying with a completely subjugated prey. The appearance of Xiao Ye and Li Shuer caused the figure to slowly reveal itself within the tomb passage. A rather fair face, with a pair of slanted eyes observing Xiao Ye and Li Shuer with keen interest. His gaze as cold and detached as if appraising prey. Oh? Brought a helper along? Perfect. Killing him alone just wasn't satisfying enough. Li Shuer, seeing the dying Lin Fei, completely broke down. She frantically tried to rush forward, but Xiao Ye grabbed her arm. Lin Fei. How are you? Li Shuer cried out. From a distance, Lin Fei shouted hoarsely, Shuer, don't come closer. Run. Run now. Xiao Ye raised his spear, shielding Li Shuer behind him while warning her in a deep voice. If you want to save him, don't go near him. From the man's words and expression, Xiao Ye had already seen through his intentions. He craved a hunt that felt like a game. Ordinary killing had long lost its appeal to him, otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed himself just now. If Li Shuer rushed forward, he would undoubtedly kill her first, right before Lin Fei's eyes. Looks like you're one of the newly awakened too? Xiao Ye suddenly asked, what grudge do you hold against them that warrants such utter annihilation? The man seemed to have heard something amusing, a maniacal grin spreading across his pallid face. Enmity? There is no enmity whatsoever. I kill you simply because I want to. The awakening ceremony has already determined we're not of the same class. Those above deserve everything. You lowly, worthless professions should always be prepared to die. Hearing these deranged, inhuman words, Xiao Ye suddenly smiled, curling his lips as he remarked. So that's who you are? A complete lunatic. I asked you one simple question, yet you've gone on and on. Seems you're just another pathetic loser after all. The smile on the man's face froze instantly. His slanted eyes fixed on Xiao Ye as he sneered. Well, a smooth-talking little bastard. Not many prey show this much guts. Hope you're still so eloquent when the time comes.
The man grinned darkly at Xiao Ye before his form slowly slipped into the shadows, vanishing from Xiao Ye's sight. Li Shuer, witnessing this, gripped Xiao Ye's arm in terror. But Xiao Ye whispered to her.
Wait for my signal. When I say run, go save your comrades. Li Shuer nodded, trembling with fear.
In truth, Xiao Ye had spoken at length with the man earlier solely to wait out the cooldown of his ultrasonic detection. The man's ability to vanish and remain hidden must be an exclusive skill of the assassin class stealth.
Only by relying on ultrasonic detection could his location be pinpointed. Ultrasonic detection had a 3-minute cooldown.
Xiao Ye had already used it once upon returning to the tomb passage. And after the lengthy exchange, it had now finished recharging. But now was not the time to use it. There was only one chance to break through stealth. Xiao Ye shielded Li Shuer with one arm while gripping his gun in the other. Squinting at the direction the figure had vanished. That spot was roughly 30 meters from his current position. Judging by the agility of at least an A-rank professional, it would take no more than 5 seconds, perhaps even less. But the attack would never come straightforwardly from the front. In the dimly lit tomb passage, the stealth mode figure moved with ease, undetectable to the naked eye. The floor of the tomb passage was smooth marble, leaving no trace whatsoever.
An unseen enemy was the most terrifying kind.
With this very intent, the figure sought to toy with Xiao Ye. A tiny pebble suddenly flew out from the shadowy figure, landing at Xiao Ye's feet. And Xiao Ye's reaction was exactly as he had anticipated. Clutching his spear, he frantically shifted positions.
As frantic as a headless fly. Then another pebble.
Li Shuer, hiding behind Xiao Ye, tensed up, fear nearly bringing her to tears.
But just then,
Xiao Ye suddenly murmured in a low voice.
Run!
Li Shuer gritted her teeth and sprinted toward Lin Fei without a second thought. Almost simultaneously, from the shadows, a pitch-black dagger abruptly materialized, striking viciously toward Xiao Ye's back. Yet the expected sound of blade-piercing flesh never came.
Instead, a crisp clang of metal met metal echoed through the air. Clang!
The sharp sound echoed through the narrow tomb passage. At the last possible moment, Xiao Ye spun around, his hand suddenly gripping the Tiger Fierce War Shield, blocking the strike with pinpoint precision. The figure lurking in the shadows was instantly knocked off balance by the sudden appearance of the massive shield. His eyes widening in shock as he stared at Xiao Ye, who had turned to face him. Their eyes locked. And he saw Xiao Ye sneering coldly at him.
Chapter 35, Counterattack in Desperation. Who the hell are you?
The shock in those slanted eyes made it clear.
He never imagined his seemingly unstoppable strike would be parried by Xiao Ye.
Yet Xiao Ye gave him no time to react. The spear in his right hand thrust forward with brutal force.
Block counterattack.
The spear, enhanced with a 30% bonus, pierced viciously into the man's chest. Yet the damage number that flashed up left Xiao Ye somewhat surprised.
275. How could it deal less than 300 damage? Judging by his class, he was likely just an agility-focused assassin. The leather armor he wore couldn't possibly offer that much defense. Unless he was equipped with more than one golden artifact. The man let out a savage grin before deftly stepping back to create distance from Xiao Ye. He declared. Nice parry and counterattack.
Ha!
You low-tier class nobodies probably have no clue about the defense of gold-tier gear, huh? But you actually spotted my stealth.
Looks like you got lucky and picked up a skill that detects stealth.
This is getting more and more interesting. Beneath his cloak, the man's pale face twisted into a maniacal grin once more as he declared. A worthless class actually possessing a skill that can detect stealth? If I'm not mistaken, that skill of yours probably has a cooldown of several minutes. What are you going to do now?
With that, the figure suddenly pulled an item from their backpack and slammed it onto the ground. A cloud of smoke, like ashes, instantly enveloped their entire body. Once again, he vanished from Xiao Ye's sight.
Strong concealment. Xiao Ye's brows instantly furrowed.
This was an advanced skill of the assassin and thief classes, utilizing certain items,
allowing them to forcefully re-enter stealth mode before their stealth skill had fully cooled down.
This man was indeed a troublesome opponent.
The entire tomb passage fell silent once more, not even a faint footstep audible.
But Xiao Ye knew it wouldn't be long before the man launched his attack. He dared not waste any more time. And must strike before Xiao Ye's detection skill cooled down. Not far down the tomb passage, Li Shuer had already reached Lin Fei and used a healing spell to preserve his last sliver of health.
Witnessing this, Xiao Ye suddenly sprang into action.
He abruptly slung his shield behind him, spun around, and strode purposefully toward the opposite end of the tomb passage.
To anyone watching, this scene looked like he was abandoning his teammates to escape alone.
Li Shuer and Lin Fei watched as Xiao Ye sprinted away in the opposite direction, their eyes clouded with despair. But Xiao Ye was gambling. He was betting that the madman's interest in killing him far outweighed his interest in Li Shuer and Lin Fei. He was betting that the man would never let him slip away right under his nose. Only this way could he lure the man into chasing him, thereby distancing him from Li Shuer and Lin Fei. Otherwise, once that man realized he could use Li Shuer and Lin Fei's lives as bargaining chips, the situation would become difficult.
Sure enough, Xiao Ye had made the right bet.
Just as he sprinted toward the other end of the tomb passage, that person's chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ears.
Trying to run? Don't you think it's a little too late?
The man's speed was astonishing, his agility at least half a step faster than Xiao Ye's. The instant the voice echoed, a black dagger suddenly stabbed toward Xiao Ye from another direction. The voice had been a decoy all along. Die! The figure materialized beside Xiao Ye alongside the black dagger, eyes gleaming with vicious madness.
Too fast for anyone to react.
Yet a faint smile touched Xiao Ye's lips, paying no heed to the shadow that had suddenly materialized beside him. Barbaric charge. Xiao Ye's form surged forward like a raging Ghostclaw Bear, raising his shield and charging fiercely in one direction. He actually collided with a shadow that materialized out of thin air. That earlier voice had been a decoy. The shadowy figure that had just materialized beside Xiao Ye was merely a decoy. When Xiao Ye violently collided with it, forcing its true form out of stealth, the slanted eyes widened in shock. Before it could utter a word, it was plunged into a state of dizziness. This was the effect of barbaric charge. Amidst the man's incredulous expression, Xiao Ye's spear thrust out with deadly precision.
Ghostfire toxin. Corpse poison. Wandering spirit.
As damage numbers exploded one after another, a cascade of debuffs instantly overwhelmed the man.
How is this possible? How did you see through my clone? Watching the man's eyes widen in terror, Xiao Ye sneered coldly. You guessed right, I do have a skill that can detect stealth. But the first time, I didn't even use it. Xiao Ye's ultrasonic detection has a 3-minute cooldown. Yet during his initial clash with this opponent, Xiao Ye hadn't activated it at all.
The reason he managed to precisely block the first assault with the Tiger Fierce War Shield was entirely down to Xiao Ye's awareness and judgment. During his 3 years of high school in the new simulated combat course, Xiao Ye had already faced off against rogue classes countless times. And through this, he had learned a crucial lesson: when pinpointing the location of stealth enemies, experience often proved more valuable than detection skills. That's why Xiao Ye had saved his trump card, ultrasonic detection, until this very moment. Through ultrasonic waves, he instantly discerned that the dark shadow was merely a decoy. And the true body's location was now laid bare before Xiao Ye's eyes. He immediately locked onto the target with brutal charge. The man snapped out of his dazed state and gritted his teeth, trying to create distance from Xiao Ye. But suddenly felt a dizzying blur before his eyes, his movements slowing drastically. How is this possible? Seeing the string of debuffs piling onto his body, corpse poison, burning, terror finally flashed across his face for the first time. Xiao Ye watched him with a cold smile. Where's your powerful stealth technique now? I'd love to see how someone engulfed in flames manages to hide. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye activated Beast Blood Boil. Attack power and speed surged explosively. The spear in his hand bloomed like a lotus, sharp and fierce. Each thrust pierced the man's neck and heart, every strike landing a critical hit. 518. 679. Damage numbers, intertwined with poison and burn effects, rapidly depleted the man's health bar. As a fragile assassin class, his health bar was astonishingly over 3,000. This meant he was equipped with at least 3 gold tier items. When an assassin loses their pride, stealth and agility and faces a warrior head-on, they become utterly defenseless. The man raised his black dagger in a frantic attempt to block. But before Xiao Ye, his defense was as clumsy as a clown's. He could only scream in agony as he watched his health bar dwindle to 0. Who are you? Spare me. I'll give you all my gold tier gear. I have money. I'll give you everything. Deep terror and pathetic supplication finally washed over his pale face. But these words, Xiao Ye had heard them before today. There were always those who saw themselves as hunters, viewing others as prey waiting to be slaughtered. But when the tables turned, they would then beg for mercy? How utterly laughable. Xiao Ye watched him with a cold smile. Golden artifacts, wealth. Xiao Ye cared for none of it. What interested him now was what kind of stats sacrificing this rank professional assassin before him would yield. Chapter 36, Cut the grass at the root. Destroy the body, erase the traces. No. Don't kill me. I have a fortune. I'll give you anything. What do you want? Gold artifacts, real estate. I have it all. The man's face was exceptionally fair, clearly the product of a life of extreme privilege. Yet now, that pale complexion was etched with terror and despair. For he had seen the look in Xiao Ye's eyes. Identical to the gaze he had directed at his previous prey. It was a gaze devoid of any mercy whatsoever. Even as Xiao Ye's gun barrel pressed against his throat, he frantically begged for mercy, desperately trying to establish his identity. Don't kill me. I am. But before he could finish, the muzzle pierced his throat, draining his last breath. 319. Xiao Ye could tell this man was no ordinary figure. An ordinary background could never have nurtured such a deranged, bloodthirsty nature. But Xiao Ye couldn't spare his life. Letting him return would only bring endless trouble. But since he'd decided to kill him, then not knowing who he truly was or what his background entailed served as the best concealment. Xiao Ye would treat today's kill as nothing more than crushing an ant, a nameless insect.
A faint, ghostly flame immediately flickered upon the man's corpse. This flame, visible only to Xiao Ye, signified the complete end of his life. Sacrificial ember. While Li Shuer and Lin Fei remained at the other end of the tomb passage, Xiao Ye decisively performed the sacrificial ritual. The faint flame merged into his body. And a prompt appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. A rank Ghost Blade Assassin's sacrificial flame ritual successful. Acquired innate skill Ghost Shadow Clone A tier. Ghostly Shadow Clone. Effect, summons an identical ghostly clone of the user for a brief duration. The clone can be remotely controlled for movement and actions, but lacks physical substance. He never expected to get this skill. Earlier, Xiao Ye had personally witnessed the phantom clone's lifelike quality up close. Had it not been for ultrasonic detection, revealing it as an illusion, the naked eye would never have detected the difference. In combat against professionals, this could be a devastating surprise attack. It's just a pity that the assassin class's specialized skill stealth or that enhanced concealment didn't drop. But then again, class-specific skills probably aren't that easy to come by. The burning effect on the corpse continued to consume it. Without life-restoring power, the body would soon be reduced to ashes. Before that happened, Xiao Ye searched the body thoroughly and indeed stripped off 3 gold-tier equipment pieces. Specifically, the pitch-black dagger in his hand, a pair of bracers, and a chestplate. Shadow-piercing dagger. Grade, gold. Level requirement, 25. Attack power, plus 315. Attributes, agility plus 34 critical hit rate plus 15%. Additional effect, armor penetration attacks deal 25% armor penetration. Serpent scale bracers. Grade, gold. Level requirement, 25. Defense, plus 210. Attributes, constitution plus 30. Additional trait, hardened steel absorbs 100 points of melee physical damage. Gold thread mail. Grade, gold. Level requirement, 25. Defense, plus 328. Attributes, Constitution plus 15 Strength plus 15. Additional effect, Heartguard reduces critical damage taken by 35%. The blessing of 3 gold tier artifacts with special attributes instantly granted a fragile assassin defense and vitality nearly on par with a warrior. This further confirms that this individual is indeed no ordinary figure. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford to buy 3 such top-tier enchantments for a newly awakened professional. From his body, Xiao Ye also stripped off a waist pouch. Inside were a black gold coin storage card, several sets of potions, and some materials. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted black gold card, Xiao Ye could easily imagine it held at least several 100,000 dragon coins. However, using this card would inevitably lead to his family tracking him down. Without hesitation. And tossed everything from the waist pouch straight into the blazing fire, reducing it all to ashes. When Xiao Ye returned to the tomb passageway carrying the 3 golden artifacts from that man's body, Lin Fei, under the healing of Priestess Li Shuer, had finally clung to life. The 2 men trembled slightly as they saw the equipment and black dagger in Xiao Ye's hands, the very items that had once instilled their deepest terror. He's dead. Xiao Ye stated flatly. And the 2 burst into tears. It was the sorrow of witnessing a comrade die before their eyes, mixed with the complex relief of having escaped death. Li Shuer suddenly pulled Lin Fei down to kneel before Xiao Ye. Thank you, benefactor. Xiao Ye stepped forward to help him up, yet his expression remained utterly unwavering. He knew the matter was far from over. Take me to see your comrades, Xiao Ye said in a deep voice. To truly eliminate future threats, not only must the killer's body be disposed of, but also the traces of those he had killed must be thoroughly erased. For an unknown, powerful clan, any trace left behind could become a noose around their necks in the future. Li Shuer and Lin Fei exchanged glances, their faces once again clouded with profound sorrow. Lin Fei silently led the way ahead, leading Li Shuer and Xiao Ye back to that nightmarish tomb passage. Li Yang. Brother Tsong. Li Shuer couldn't help but cry out again at the sight before her. The first sight to meet her eyes was Li Yang's corpse. The robed mage, who had shielded Li Shuer, had a gaping hole pierced through his chest. Next lay the body of Berserker Chen Song, sprawled face down on the ground, his fatal wound on his back. Just then, Lin Fei, with his keen eyes, suddenly noticed a corpse leaning against the wall in the corner of the tomb passage twitch slightly. It was their captain, Hong Liang. Captain! Captain! Lin Fei rushed over and saw that Captain Hong Liang still had a faint pulse. Shui! The captain's still alive. Li Shuer, upon hearing this, rushed over frantically, waving her staff as she attempted to cast a healing spell. But having already exhausted her magic, she wept in frustration, unable to cast the spell. Drink this! Xiao Ye strode over, handing Li Shuer a bottle of mana potion while simultaneously pulling out a blood potion to help Hong Liang drink it down. Hong Liang was barely recognizable as human now. Though he still clung to life, one arm and both legs had been severed at the tendons. The only reason he hadn't died yet was that the madman wanted to keep him alive to suffer a slow, agonizing death. Li Shuer and Lin Fei were initially overjoyed to find Captain Hong Liang still alive. But then, seeing the horrifying state he was in, they couldn't help but burst into tears.
They knew that if it weren't for his sacrifice to delay the madman long enough for their escape, Captain Hong Liang wouldn't have suffered such a horrific fate.
Captain.
Li Shuer's voice was hoarse, barely able to speak. But suddenly, Xiao Ye spoke from behind them. As long as he survives. With tendons severed in both arms and legs, if we can find a priest above the 5th transformation possessing the flesh regeneration skill, it might still be treatable. A glimmer of hope instantly flickered in Li Shuer and Lin Fei's eyes. But Xiao Ye's next words poured cold water on their hopes once more.
The price for a 5th-tier priest to intervene? At least 2 million dragon coins. Your captain's injuries must be treated within a month. Xiao Ye stated flatly.
Therefore, you have no time left for grief.
Chapter 37, Li Shuer's Gift. The Tomb Chamber Map. 2 million dragon coins.
Li Shuer and Lin Fei exchanged glances, the light in both their eyes gradually fading. Their small team of adventurers diligently ran dungeons daily, trading looted materials for coins. After a full year, they had barely saved over 100,000 dragon coins. Raising 2 million dragon coins within a mere month was nothing short of a pipe dream.
Even selling every piece of gear they owned wouldn't be enough.
But then Xiao Ye tossed the 3 gold tier items he'd stripped from the man's body onto the ground before them and said,
"These 3 gold tier items have top tier stats.
Selling them on the black market could net us close to 800,000 dragon coins.
But don't sell them in the capital.
Find a way to get them to another black market and keep it discreet."
Xiao Ye wasn't dismissing the value of these 3 golden artifacts.
But wearing them would be like flaunting deadly weapons in public.
So the best course was to dispose of them at black markets in other cities. Even Lin Fei and Li Shuer understood the value of these 3 golden artifacts.
And Xiao Ye giving them these gold artifacts was like saving their captain's life all over again.
"Thank you,"
Li Shuer murmured, biting her lip. Xiao Ye's kindness left her utterly at a loss for how to repay him. Lin Fei, who had always regarded Captain Hong Liang as his elder brother, now looked at Xiao Ye with eyes brimming with gratitude and said, "Benefactor, please leave your name. Great kindness needs no thanks. I, Lin Fei, owe you my life." To their surprise, Xiao Ye shook his head and replied somewhat coldly, "It's best we remain anonymous to each other. You should know that man had powerful connections. Now that he's died in this dungeon, investigators will surely come looking. If you wish to avoid retribution after leaving, what happened in this tomb passage must never be revealed to others." Li Shuer and Lin Fei nodded in unison. Then exchanged a glance, as if reaching some decision. Li Shuer suddenly pulled a scroll map from her backpack and said to Xiao Ye,
"Benefactor, we can never repay such a great debt. Please accept this map as a token of our gratitude."
Our team leader, Hong Liang, stumbled upon it in a side chamber when we first entered this general's tomb dungeon.
It maps out the entire tomb. The path to the main hall of the general's tomb should be marked on it.
Xiao Ye froze as Li Shuer handed him a scroll of ancient parchment. Meticulously inscribed with delicate script detailing each tomb passage and the densely packed chambers clear, precise, and immediately comprehensible. Li Shuer and Lin Fei helped Captain Hong Liang to his feet. With sorrow in her eyes, she said,
"Our team can't continue any further. We must get the captain out for treatment as soon as possible and retrieve the bodies of Li Yang and Chen Song too. I hear everyone is searching for the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb. You must get there before them." Xiao Yeching couldn't help but take a deep breath.
It's often said that treasures within dungeons are meant for those destined to find them.
Who could have imagined the map to the Lulan General's tomb would end up in Li Shuer's hands? The others, including Lin Xueming and his group, must be frantically searching by now.
All right. Xiao Ye accepted Li Shuer and Lin Fei's offer without hesitation. They could have waited until exiting the dungeon to list this map on the auction house, where it would fetch a hefty sum. Yet they chose to present this crucial map to Xiao Ye instead.
"Leave me your contact info." Xiao Ye took the map and said,
"If I find anything valuable in the main chamber of the tomb, I'll share it with you once we get out."
Li Shuer hesitated.
Xiao Ye had already shown them more than enough kindness, yet Captain Hong Liang's injuries still required a substantial sum of money. Before she could refuse, Xiao Ye proactively sent her a communicator invitation. Among the contacts in his communicator, besides Qin Yanran, a second name finally appeared: Li Shuer.
"Farewell." Xiao Ye nodded lightly.
While Li Shuer and Li Fei still had much to do.
They had to escort Captain Hong Liang out for medical treatment and personally handle the remains of their 2 former teammates. Xiao Ye.
Li Shuer stared at the name displayed on the communicator, hands pressed to her chest. From afar, she performed a priest's rite of light.
"May the god of light protect you."
Xiao Ye pressed deeper along the tomb passage while meticulously examining the parchment map.
The parchment map was drawn with remarkable detail.
It turned out the entire Lulan General's tomb was divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The passage Xiao Ye was currently in remained on the uppermost level. According to the map, the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb lay at the very center of the deepest level. To reach the main hall, besides clearing each level one by one, there was a special passage that cut straight through the middle second level, leading directly to the 3rd level. This passageway was marked in deep crimson ink on the parchment map. It was said that many tomb designers would leave themselves an escape route, just in case they were sealed alive inside the tomb by the deceased's family as sacrificial offerings. It seemed this secret passage was precisely the escape route the tomb's architect had prepared for himself. Following the map's guidance, groping his way toward the entrance of this passage. Along the way, he encountered other adventurers who had entered the dungeon. Some battling soldier pupae, others searching for hidden passages and treasure chests. Desire burned in every pair of eyes, none noticing Xiao Ye, whose gear appeared utterly unremarkable. As he passed by them, Xiao Ye gleaned some intelligence from the murmurs. Did you hear? There's actually another level beneath this tomb passage. The vanguard from the Dominion Guild has already reached the second level. After all, Dominion is one of the 4 great guilds. This time, their leader is S-ranked professional Lin Xueming. Their exploration pace is bound to be much faster than ours. But I also heard Black Eagle Guild's Wang Biao brought his team too. Though they arrived late, their progress isn't lagging behind. Looks like the Lulan General's tomb dungeon is still a juicy prize? 2 of the 4 great guilds have set their sights on it? Not only that, my brother spotted some folks from the Poly group outside. Who'd have thought a cash-rich conglomerate like Poly would bother with a dungeon like this? Wow, all big players? Forget about them. Let's hurry and see if we can get a piece of the action. Even if we can't snag the main hall, we can still raid the side chambers for some treasure chests. Beiji, Black Eagle, Poly Group. The 3 major powers of Shangjing City have all gathered in a newly emerged low-level instance? Looks like this Lulan General's tomb isn't as simple as it seems. Chapter 38, Treasure Map Guidance. Sweep all the treasure chests. By all accounts, while the 4 major guilds fiercely compete, they'd never risk their reputations over limited resources. Especially for a newly discovered low-level instance like the Lulan General's tomb. Typically, if one guild moves in, the other 3 wouldn't bother interfering. Yet now, not only Black Eagle but also Dominion have entered this instance. And even the Bali group has sent people? What on earth could possibly be inside the Lulan General's tomb to draw all 3 major factions into the fray? Xiao Ye couldn't help but scrutinize the parchment map in his hands. Noticing that besides the path marked in red leading straight to the 3rd underground level, several branching paths were also specially marked. Such as the corridor where Xiao Ye had obtained the Yi Jade treasure ring from the treasure chest. So that's it. Xiao Ye suddenly realized. Realizing that the parchment map in his hands was likely not merely an escape route, but a treasure map. The mapmaker had not only charted an escape route, but also marked every single precious burial artifact within the Lulan General's tomb. It seemed this predecessor not only wanted to secure an escape route for himself, but also intended to plunder the Lulan General's tomb. However, judging by Xiao Ye's acquisition of the Yi Jade treasure ring from the treasure chest at the end of the corridor, it appears this predecessor, for reasons unknown, did not succeed, at least not in carrying off all the treasures. Now it was all Xiao Ye's for the taking. The Lulan General's tomb was vast and labyrinthine, like an underground city. Without a map, even thousands of people searching would struggle to cover every corner. But now, Xiao Ye was practically blessed by the gods. According to the map's markings, a specially highlighted treasure chest awaited atop a nearby stupa. Seeing no one around, Xiao Ye activated the water summoning step. His figure flickered as he darted into the 3-story tall stupa. Climbing the stairs and gazing upward, he saw a silver glowing treasure chest resting atop the spire. Xiao Ye examined it carefully, confirming there were no teleportation array traps surrounding the chest like before. He promptly cast his lockpicking skill. Xiao Ye actually carried several sets of lockpicking tools in his backpack. However, with the A-grade lockpicking technique he'd obtained from Wang Tong, the wear and tear on the tools was practically negligible. In just a few swift motions, he unlocked the gleaming silver treasure chest before him. Inside lay a necklace of simple, ancient design. Jade Dragon Necklace. Grade, Silver. Level, 30. Description: a jade necklace crafted using the special techniques of the Lulan Kingdom, symbolizing the noble status of the general's tribe. Attributes: Strength plus 25, Constitution plus 25. Though merely a silver tier item, it's an extremely rare accessory. The dual attribute bonuses provide a significant combat power boost. Killing those 1,000-legged soldier pupae in the tomb passage had already boosted Xiao Ye's level to 29. And he was now just a step away from level 30, soon able to equip it. Following the map's guidance, Xiao Ye immediately headed toward the next marked location. Including the 2 treasure chests Xiao Ye had already obtained, the first level of the Lulan General's tomb contained a total of 5 marked locations. The remaining 3 locations conveniently lay near the secret passage leading to the 3rd level. Xiao Ye's water summoning step never ceased, charging ahead at full speed to each marked location. Combined with the advanced detection of ultrasonic detection, any monsters encountered along the way were avoided whenever possible. Those he couldn't avoid, he dispatched effortlessly, all in the name of efficiency. While others still groped around like headless flies, Xiao Ye had already unlocked all 3 remaining marked treasure chests. Featherlight Beast Hide Boots. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 30. Defense, plus 215. Attributes, Agility plus 25.
Guardian Breastplate. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 30. Defense, plus 310. Attributes, Constitution plus 31. Ice Silkworm Silk Wrist Guards. Tier, Gold Tier. Level requirement, level 30. Defense, plus 210. Attributes, Strength plus 35. Additional effect, Focused Mind-based critical strike rate increased by 15%. 2 silver tier items, 1 gold tier item. All attributes perfectly align with Xiao Ye's pursuit of balance, strength and agility. And the gold item Ice Silkworm Bracers with its special effect provided an extra boost to critical strike rate, a rare asset for early game gear. The experience gained from clearing the soldier pupae along the way finally pushed Xiao Ye to level 30. As always, all his attributes were directly allocated to agility. Equipping 4 level 30 items at once instantly revitalized his entire stat profile. Xiao Ye. Class, Forsaken. Level, 30. HP, 4520 MP, 810. Attack, 391 Defense, 975. Constitution, 126 Strength, 165. Agility, 205 Spirit, 105. Initial Talent, Flawed Divinity. Talent entries, Savage D tier, Light and Recovery S tier, Ghostfire Toxin A tier. Skills, Water Summon Step B tier, Beast Blood Boil A tier, Savage Charge A tier, Sonic Detection S tier. The potions in Xiao Ye's backpack remained nearly untouched. Everything was ready. The secret passage bypassing the second layer and leading directly to the third layer right before him. According to rumors, neither Lin Xueming of the Hegemony faction nor Wang Biao of the Black Eagle Guild had yet discovered the path to the third layer, still toiling away in the second layer. This opportunity must not be missed. Xiao Ye immediately pulled out a tube of glowworms and leapt into the secret passage disguised as an ordinary tomb chamber. The passage sloped downward at an angle, its surface dusted with a layer of accumulated grime from a century of disuse. Covering his nose and mouth, Xiao Ye slid straight down, sliding down a height of roughly 30 to 40 meters before reaching the bottom. Surrounding him lay the tomb's pitch-black chamber. The glowworm in Xiao Ye's hand could only illuminate a few meters around him. To be safe, Xiao Ye immediately activated an ultrasonic detection. Ultrasonic waves radiated outward from Xiao Ye, echoing through the surrounding chambers. Instantly, the entire terrain and other information were detected, revealing numerous moving guardian monsters. They weren't moving randomly as individuals, but seemed to be patrolling in groups of 3 throughout the third-level tomb chambers. This meant facing at least 3 monsters per encounter. This is tricky. Xiao Ye unfolded the parchment map in his hand once more, examining it by the light of his illuminating insect. The main chamber of the Lulan General's tomb, marked on the map, lay at the center of the third level. And the only path to reach it was precisely where 2 groups of guardian monsters roamed. Chapter 39, The Troublesome Lulan Imperial Guard. Sacrifice. Since bypassing them was impossible, battle was the only option. Xiao Ye, now equipped with a completely refreshed set of gear, no longer possessed the fragile defenses of his former self. And with the blocking effect of the Tiger Fierce War Shield, taking on 3 alone might not be impossible. Xiao Ye advanced shield first. Around the corner ahead, 3 monsters in formation stepped into his line of sight. They were 3 soldiers clad in ancient Lulan armor. The leader wielded a shield and a long sword, followed by one carrying a spear, and the last, clad in leather armor, held a crossbow. Simultaneously, the attributes of these 3 guard monsters appeared before Xiao Ye. Lulan Imperial Guard. Level, 35. Attributes, unknown. Description, elite Imperial Guards personally trained by the Grand General of Lulan. Formed in groups of 3 with specialized combinations, these guards pose a lethal threat to any intruder. Woo! The moment these 3 Lulan Imperial Guards detected Xiao Ye's presence, they instantly adopted a ferocious demeanor. The leader struck his shield hard with his long sword, attempting to unleash a battle cry. Yet his jaw had long since rotted away, leaving only a mass of decayed flesh that could produce only eerie, muffled growls. The leader charged forward shield first, followed closely by the spearman, both hurtling toward Xiao Ye. Simultaneously, with the sharp click of a crossbow mechanism, a bolt flew toward Xiao Ye from a distance. Xiao Ye raised his shield to block, feeling the arrow's tremendous force, yet thankfully, it lacked the power to pierce the Tiger Fierce War Shield's defense. Then the 2 melee guards closed in. A powerful sweeping sword slashed toward his face. Xiao Ye pivoted the Tiger Fierce battle shield to block once more. Yet suddenly, the spearman concealed behind the shield guard lunged forward with a fierce thrust. A spear piercing straight toward Xiao Ye's waist with blinding speed and ferocity. Xiao Ye had no way to evade. 513. A damage number instantly exploded from Xiao Ye's body. These disciplined, formation-based Imperial Guards proved formidable indeed. The shield guard's sword slashed down from above, while the spearman behind him thrust downward in 3 separate strikes, a tactic impossible to guard against. But Xiao Ye's counterattack was equally swift. His spear precisely dodged the guard's shield, plunging ruthlessly into his chest. Though disciplined, these Imperial Guards had grown stiff with age, unable to block Xiao Ye's strike. 451.
As the damage number flashed, a recovery figure simultaneously appeared on Xiao Ye's body.
Plus 113. This was the effect from the mutated Wolfpack's drop, the Bloodlust trait, granting a 5% lifesteal on attacks. But under the 5-fold healing boost from the S-rank trait Light and Recovery, it instantly became 25%. This was Xiao Ye's secret weapon against overwhelming odds. With 25% lifesteal recovery, combined with the vitality restoring potions he consumed, allowed him to sustain combat even when some attacks were unavoidable. Xiao Ye raised his shield with his left hand to block, thrusting his spear with his right, exchanging blows fiercely with the two Imperial guards closing in. Though his own health bar had dipped significantly, he had already whittled the shield-bearing guard's health down to a sliver. Just as Xiao Ye raised his spear to finish him off, a volley of crossbow bolts suddenly rained down upon him. Their rate of fire had multiplied several times over. 153. 149. Forced to retreat, Xiao Ye raised his shield to block. Looking up, he saw the crossbowmen in the distance had planted their crossbows into the ground. What kind of mechanism allowed these crossbows to fire continuously? So these hidden crossbowmen at the rear were the true killing machines. The Lulan Imperial Guard was proving to be a formidable foe. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, swiftly calculating his remaining health. Then charged forward, braced against the hail of arrows, and speared the foremost shield guard to death. 418. As he took down the shield guard, Xiao Ye himself was struck by several arrows, his health bar instantly plummeting to half. He immediately raised his shield and retreated, tilting his head back to down a bottle of health potion. A low-tier health potion restored 500 HP, but its effects were amplified fivefold by the photosynthesis recovery buff, allowing a single bottle to nearly refill his health bar. With his health restored, Xiao Ye charged forward again. Without the shield-bearing guard to obstruct him, a mere spearman guard was no match for his onslaught. Activating Beast Blood Boiling, Xiao Ye braved the crossbowman's volley of arrows and ruthlessly dispatched the spearman. Then, radiating murderous intent, he charged toward the ranged crossbowman. Once he closed the distance, the fate of this leather-armored crossbowman was to be skewered through the heart by Xiao Ye in just a few thrusts. 691. 981. The final critical hit dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage. 3 Lulan Imperial Guards fell one after another before Xiao Ye, one of them even dropping an item. A helmet steeped in the style of the ancient Lulan kingdom, adorned with colorful feathers atop its crown. Lulan Imperial Guard Helmet. Grade, Bronze Artifact. Level Requirement, 30. Defense, plus 150. Attributes, Constitution plus 15. A bronze artifact, yet it perfectly filled the gap in his helmet equipment. Xiao Ye equipped it immediately, feeling a weight settle upon his head yet also a newfound sense of security. Xiao Ye also directly sacrificed the sacred flames atop the 3 Lulan Imperial Guard corpses. Sacrifice of Lulan Imperial Guard Embers successful. Ember value plus 9. Though it didn't yield any additional attributes, the 9 fireseed points were still a worthwhile gain. After replenishing his status, Xiao Ye pressed onward. Only a long corridor now separated him from the main hall marked on the sheepskin map. Yet within the corridor, a squad of Lulan Imperial Guards still patrolled mechanically, conveniently or inconveniently blocking the only path forward. The formation remained unchanged, 1 sword and shield warrior, 1 spearman, and 1 crossbowman. This time, however, Xiao Ye, now seasoned with experience, activated his water step from a distance and launched a preemptive strike. The Lulan Imperial Guard squad also spotted Xiao Ye approaching and once again assumed their standard formation. Yet as they closed in, Xiao Ye abruptly activated Barbarian Charge, swiftly sidestepping the shield warrior and spearman to charge straight at the crossbowman hiding at the rear. The bewildered crossbowman hadn't even managed to brace his weapon against the ground before being knocked into a daze by Xiao Ye's charge. 2 spear thrusts pierced straight through him. 719. 723. 2 damage numbers flashed, instantly finishing off the leather-armored crossbowman. Without their rear line repeating crossbow threat, the remaining shield sword warriors and spearmen were no longer a concern. Minutes later, the bodies of 3 Lulan Imperial Guards fell simultaneously before Xiao Ye. Sacrifice the flame of the Lulan Imperial Guards. Xiao Ye performed the sacrificial ritual with practiced ease. As the flickering flames gradually faded, a melodious voice echoed in Xiao Ye's ears. Sacrifice of the Lulan Imperial Guards Embers successful. Acquired talent skill step thrust B rank. Chapter 40, The Tomb Lord's Hall. 3 golden treasure chests. Step charge. Tier, B tier. Effect, a combat technique from the ancient Lulan kingdom. Rapidly step forward and thrust at the target ahead, dealing 150% physical damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Finally, a damage dealing skill dropped. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Though the damage bonus of this step and thrust isn't particularly high, its true value lies in its lightning fast execution. It has virtually no skill wind up. In the heat of battle, a sudden thrust like this is nearly impossible to dodge. Moreover, Xiao Ye could enhance this skill using the considerable fireseed energy he'd accumulated. upgrading it from B rank to A rank without consuming much fire seed energy. Enhanced step thrust. Xiao Ye immediately selected the upgrade and a prompt appeared before his eyes. Consume 30 fire seed points to enhance step thrust B rank? Xiao Ye nodded in confirmation. Yes. Step thrust enhanced to lightning thrust. Remaining fire seed points 45. Thunderbolt thrust. Effect, dash forward a short distance at lightning speed and thrust at the target, dealing 180% physical damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Additional note, this skill can crit. What a thunderbolt thrust. Physical damage bonus increased to 180%. Not only does it now have a critical strike chance, but the cooldown has been reduced to just 10 seconds. This means lightning strike can now serve as a primary damage dealing move. Quite a haul. Xiao Ye dared not linger here. The patrol routes of the Lulan Imperial Guard were constantly shifting, and he must seize this moment to rush straight to the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb. Following the directions on the parchment map, he traversed the long corridor ahead. Before him stood a main hall, its splendor of gold and vermilion still radiant despite the wear of centuries. This was the deepest and most central chamber of the Lulan General's tomb, and likewise the final resting place of this once great general of the ancient Lulan kingdom. The entire tomb resembled a colossal underground city, a testament to the general's status in Lulan likely second only to the ruler himself. Xiao Ye stepped forward and saw the main hall's doors engraved with ancient Lulan script detailing the general's life and achievements. Though Xiao Ye was aware of this script's existence, he could only recognize the most basic characters. Deciphering the inscriptions was nearly impossible. Yet by deciphering the general format, Xiao Ye managed to discern the name of this Lulan general Fu Hua, a name steeped in the ancient grandeur of Lulan. While the murals surrounding the gates depicted scene after scene of warfare. Among them, the exceptionally towering figure standing atop a four-horse chariot was undoubtedly General Fu Hua himself. Entering the main hall was the priority. Xiao Ye stopped lingering and stepped forward to push the door with all his might. A series of mechanical clicks echoed from within the massive doors, which swung open effortlessly without requiring much force. Xiao Ye raised his tiger fierce battle shield, stepping inside with vigilance, revealing an exceptionally spacious hall filled with row upon row of terracotta warrior sculptures. Carved with lifelike precision, they stood in orderly rows throughout the chamber, resembling an army poised for battle. The atmosphere was grim and intense, making even Xiao Ye feel a sense of caution. Could these terracotta warrior sculptures come to life one by one? Xiao Ye moved with the slightest of steps, daring not to make a sound. The thousand-legged soldier pupae encountered earlier in the first level's tomb passage were already beyond the capabilities of ordinary people to handle. And the ones in this main hall were carved with even greater might and grandeur. If they all came to life, Xiao Ye feared he might lose his life right here. Fortunately, these terracotta warriors showed no signs of coming to life, standing rigidly in place like stone carvings. At the far end of the phantom army formation stood a four-horse chariot, equally carved from stone. Upon the chariot rested a gilded coffin. This must be the resting place of General Fu Hua. Xiao Ye now felt like a grave robber. But having come this far, he sought nothing less than the treasure chests and burial offerings within this tomb. Xiao Ye immediately scanned his surroundings, and noticed 3 treasure chests gleaming with golden light arranged around the coffin at the rear of the main hall. My apologies for the intrusion. Xiao Ye bowed respectfully before the coffin of the talisman-transformed general. For it was those 3 treasure chests he sought. As for the coffin atop the four-horse chariot, Xiao Ye decided it was best not to disturb the eternal rest of this ancient Lulan general. Judging by the symbol-transformed general's heroic exploits in life, he must have been a formidable figure. If he were to emerge as some kind of vengeful spirit, he'd likely be at least a level 50 gold tier boss. Just then, Xiao Ye suddenly heard a commotion from beyond the corridor behind him. It seemed that quite a few professionals had already arrived at this 3rd level. They're here already? Xiao Ye immediately sensed trouble. He had clearly underestimated the might of the 2 major guilds, Bai Yi and Black Eagle. Even though they were only the Shangjing City branch, the professional teams led by Lin Xueming and Wang Biao were undoubtedly elite. He suspected every member was at least an A-rank professional. But then, several agonized screams echoed from the distance. It seemed they had already encountered the Lulan Imperial Guard. These 3-person guard units weren't easy to deal with. They could hold them off for at least 10 minutes. Xiao Ye hesitated no longer, immediately activating the water summoning step to charge toward the 3 treasure chests behind the main hall. He pulled out his lock-picking tools and began fiddling with them, racing against the clock. He had to secure everything inside these 3 chests before they reached the main hall. Up close, he saw identical Lulan Kingdom decorations carved on all 3 chests. But without exception, they all glowed with a brilliant golden light. Clearly, they contained at least 3 golden artifacts. Xiao Ye steeled his resolve. And with a crisp click of the lock, the first treasure chest swung open. Inside lay a black cloak, its hem embroidered with a pattern of slaughter. Black Moon Cloak. Grade, Golden Tier Item. Level requirement, none. Attributes.
Xiao Ye had no time to scrutinize its attributes before rushing to the next treasure chest. His lockpicking skills growing increasingly proficient. Before long, the second treasure chest clicked open, revealing a gilded long sword sealed within its scabbard. The hilt was adorned with intricately carved gemstones, radiating unparalleled splendor. Imperial Sword. Grade, Gold Tier. Level requirement, 50. Attributes. It was actually a level 50 Gold Tier artifact. Yet the sounds echoing from the corridor behind him grew ever closer. Xiao Ye ducked behind the stone chariot, while rapidly casting his lockpicking technique a race against time. The sounds outside the corridor grew louder and closer. And almost simultaneously, Xiao Ye finally unlocked the third treasure chest. Without even glancing inside, Xiao Ye snatched the contents from the chest, stuffed them into his backpack, and dashed toward the rear of the main hall. The rear of the main hall revealed a smooth, featureless wall, seemingly offering no hiding spots. But suddenly, Xiao Ye spotted a recess in the wall, its shape strangely familiar. The jade concealment ring. Xiao Ye suddenly recalled the ring he had obtained from the treasure chest in the long corridor, the very key to unlocking a hidden chamber within the tomb. He hastily removed the ring and inserted it into the groove. Instantly, a tiny hidden door opened in the previously smooth wall. Xiao Ye crouched low and slipped inside. At that very moment, the clamor had reached the main hall's entrance. Xu Eming. Look, the main hall is right there. We finally found it. Chapter 41, Epic Item. Lulan Tiger Seal, Een. The secret chamber door slammed shut behind Xiao Ye. The smooth walls bore no trace of its existence. No one could ever guess a person was hidden behind this wall. The clamor outside had now reached the main hall. Judging by the noise, at least 30 or 40 people had arrived, likely the entire contingent of the Dominion Guild branch led by Lin Xueming. Brother Xueming. Look! There's a treasure chest. A sharp-eyed observer had spotted the 3 treasure chests behind the 4-horse chariot coffin and exclaimed excitedly. Little did they know that after Xiao Ye had opened the chests, he had thoughtfully relocked them. To the Dominion members, it seemed as though they were the first to reach the main hall. Take me to see it now. A wild thrill flashed in Lin Xueming's eyes. The monsters in this General's Tomb instance were far more formidable than those in other low-level instances. The treasure chests within the main hall would surely not disappoint him. Lin Xueming charged ahead to the treasure chests. Seeing the 3 chests gleaming with golden light up close made him ecstatic beyond words. Where's the rogue? Hurry up and pick the lock. Lin Xueming called out impatiently. A rogue class member behind him hurried forward, pulling out a set of lockpicking tools and fiddling with them incessantly. Nearby, Lin Xueming held his breath, his eyes brimming with desire. Beside him, Lu Ruyan stepped forward at just the right moment, gently linking her arm through his as she spoke softly. Xueming, what gear do you think is inside? Feeling the warmth on his arm, Lin Xueming felt a wave of euphoria wash over him. Don't worry, Ruyan. If there's any mage gear you can use, I'll make sure my darling gets it first. Lu Ruyan's heart swelled with joy as she shot Lin Xueming a flirtatious glance. Completely oblivious to the strange looks from their Baiyi teammates behind them, Lu Ruyan, though a rank fire elemental mage, had contributed absolutely nothing in the dungeon. When monsters appeared, she'd feign fright and hide in Lin Xueming's embrace. Or she'd tire after just a few steps and retreat to the rear. During team fights, her execution was abysmal, casting spells haphazardly with zero understanding of team coordination. Now that the treasure chest appeared, why were the diligent DPS mages denied first pick? The group exchanged helpless glances. After all, Lin Xueming was the designated team leader this time. He was a bona fide S-tier professional, a key prospect being heavily cultivated by the company. Naturally, the one with the strongest fists got to call the shots. Just then, the sweaty rogue crouched before the chest finally heard a crisp click as the lock gave way, and the chest swung open. Peering inside, the thief's eyes widened in shock. Xueming. This. Lin Xueming shoved him aside and rushed forward to look inside. Only to find the lavishly decorated chest completely empty. Not a single thing? This can't be. After all that effort to reach this main hall, the treasure chest is empty? A wave of foreboding washed over Lin Xueming. His gaze shifted to the 2 treasure chests beside it as he coldly ordered. Go! Open those 2 chests and check them too. The thieves didn't dare delay, grabbing their lockpicking tools and rushing over. A few minutes later, Lin Xueming stared at the 3 completely empty chests, his face turning ashen. He said nothing. After all that effort, leading the Baiyi forces to reach this place first, he never imagined that all 3 of the dazzling golden treasure chests in the vast main hall would be completely empty. Had someone beaten them to it? Impossible. Having pushed all the way from the first level of the tomb chamber, Lin Xueming was certain his team had outpaced everyone else. Even Wang Biao's Black Eagle squad had been left behind. Could these chests have been empty all along? Lin Xueming couldn't help but doubt the very nature of this General's Tomb instance. Yet, the guild's higher-ups had specifically instructed him that within this Lulan General's Tomb, there was a high probability of finding that item. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber hidden behind the main hall, Xiao Ye finally had the chance to properly examine the 3 golden artifacts he'd obtained from the treasure chest. The first treasure chest yielded a pitch-black cloak. Cloak of the Black Moon. Grade, golden artifact. Level requirement, none. Attributes, agility plus 30, dodge plus 30. Additional effect, Black Moon's Embrace. Enveloped by the Black Moon, your form becomes blurred upon activation, increasing movement speed by 50% for a short duration. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. Equipment with an additional skill. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up instantly. Though the cloak's stat bonuses weren't particularly high, it came with an active skill Black Moon's Hour. Upon activation, your form becomes blurred and movement speed instantly increases by 50%. Combined with Xiao Ye's water step movement speed bonus, it was the perfect escape technique after looting and killing. The second piece of equipment was a dazzlingly magnificent greatsword. Imperial Sword. Grade, Golden Tier. Level requirement, 50. Attack power, plus 1100. Attributes, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Additional effect, Royal Dread. Upon slaying a target, inflicts a dread effect on nearby enemies, preventing them from counterattacking or parrying for a short duration. A single sword grants over 1000 attack power. Truly befitting a level 50 golden weapon. In contrast, Xiao Ye's current full set of gear barely exceeds 500 attack power. This truly shows the terrifying power of high-level golden artifacts. But Xiao Ye was still far from level 50, so leveling up was his priority. Then came the final treasure chest Xiao Ye hadn't even had time to glance at. Revealing a Jade Tiger token? The carving was exquisitely detailed, and the entire token radiated a murderous aura. Yet it was only half intact, not a complete artifact. Lulan Tiger Talisman Yin. Grade, Epic Item. Description, the ancient Lulan Kingdom's Imperial Tiger token, channeling the dual forces of Yin and Yang. When both Yin and Yang halves are united, it can shatter 1,000 armies and slay 10,000 horses. Attributes, upon activation of the Yin token, all allied units within its range instantly regain 50% of their maximum health. Effect range, 1000 meters cooldown, 12 hours. The mere mention of the term sent a chill down Xiao Ye's spine. Epic Item. Above golden artifacts, beyond dazzling and extraordinary, lies the realm of epic gear. He never imagined that this half-intact Jade Tiger talisman in his hands was a thoroughly epic tier item. A 2-tier leap in power. All allies within a 1000-meter radius instantly regain 50% of their maximum health. Whether in guild wars or nationwide battles, it could turn the tide of any conflict. No wonder the 3 titans Black Eagle, Hegemony, and Polygroup had mobilized their entire forces. It seems their target was also the most valuable item within this general's tomb, this very Lulan Tiger Seal, Yin. Chapter 42, Opening the Coffin. Level 50 Golden Tier Lulan Corpse General. But now this, Lulan Tiger Seal, Yin, has fallen into Xiao Ye's hands. According to the description, this Lulan Tiger Seal has a counterpart, the Yang Tiger Seal. Uniting both Yin and Yang halves into one would grant power to withstand 1,000 armies. This implies that if both Yin and Yang Tiger tokens are gathered, the skill effect would be significantly enhanced. Truly a remarkable artifact. Yet there remains no clue as to the whereabouts of the other half, the Yang Tiger Talisman. At that very moment, Xiao Ye heard considerable commotion outside. It seemed everyone was rummaging through the main hall. And Lin Xueming's furious voice echoed from outside. Search! Turn this place upside down. I refuse to believe we've worked so hard to get this far and find nothing. The Bai faction immediately descended upon the main hall like a whirlwind, tearing everything apart. Yet the outcome left Lin Xueming utterly dissatisfied. In the vast main hall, aside from 3 empty treasure chests, there was nothing else. So all his scheming and rushing ahead of the Black Eagle Guild to enter the main hall had been for nothing? Lin Xueming's face darkened, and the surrounding Dominion members dared not utter a word. This was his first time leading a sub-faction of the Dominion as a squadron commander. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, only Lu Ruyan's gaze darted around the hall, finally settling on the 4-horse-drawn coffin. Xueming, don't panic. Could the real treasure be hidden inside this Lulan general's coffin? Lu Ruyan's words instantly struck a chord with the dreamer. Lin Xueming's eyes lit up as well. He couldn't help but scrutinize the 4-horse-drawn coffin before him. That makes sense. Who wouldn't place their most precious possessions in their own coffin? Perhaps the item the guild elders entrusted us with really is inside this coffin. Securing that item would make his first expedition a resounding success. A ruthless gleam flashed in Lin Xueming's eyes as he waved his hand and commanded. Men, open the coffin. The accompanying members of the Dominion team all looked stunned. For everyone knew this coffin most likely held the remains of a general from the ancient Lulan kingdom. And opening it would almost certainly summon a boss. Brother Xueming, should we reconsider? Are we really going to open this coffin? There's no need to take that risk. Lin Xueming swept a cold glance over the Baoan members and replied. What's there to fear? We've got over 40 people here, all elite members from the branch. What kind of boss could we not take down?
I'll lead you into battle myself today. Everyone back to your positions. Shield warriors to the front. Mages and archers fall back. Lin Xueming issued his orders with an air of absolute authority. Yet the Dominion members swiftly fell into formation as directed. All shield warriors and frontline classes stood bravely at the very front, shielding the mages and archers at the center of the formation, while the healing priest class took up the rear. As both the team leader and a melee class himself, Lin Xueming took the lead at the very front. Gripping his longsword tightly, he must lead the charge to open this coffin. Lin Xueming strode boldly toward the 4 horse-drawn coffin. Gazing at the vividly carved, majestic steeds, a bead of sweat formed in his palm despite his resolve. This was the coffin of a great general from the ancient kingdom of Lulan. No time for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xueming thrust his sword fiercely into the crevice of the coffin, then immediately activated the skill, Frost Slash. A burst of frigid energy erupted from his blade, splitting the sealed coffin open. In an instant, a wisp of black mist seeped from the coffin's crack. At first, it was only hair-thin strands, but soon, it poured out in waves like mercury spilling across the ground black liquid. The coffin, sealed for centuries, trembled violently. Damn it! There really is something alive in there. Lin Xueming dared not linger at the front, turning back to join the ranks of the shield warriors. Everyone, stay calm. Prepare to engage the boss. Lin Xueming appeared utterly confident. The next instant, as if answering his shout, the coffin lid exploded open. A towering figure, far larger than any mortal, rose from within. Its entire body was rigid with muscle, eyes glowing blood red. Gripping a crimson spear in his hand, he stood defiantly atop a 4-horse chariot, just as depicted in the mural. Charge! I'll see just how much you're worth, you general of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Lin Xueming roared the command, his long sword slashing down with brutal force. The blade pierced flesh, shattering the armor long decayed by centuries of time, yet it failed to pierce the flesh and blood of this great general of Lulan. 95. A damage figure barely reaching 100 stunned Lin Xueming. This was the attack skill of an S-rank professional. Simultaneously, wave after wave of arrows from the Dominion formation, along with blazing flames, rained down like a violent storm upon the Lulan general before them. Yet the numbers that appeared were both terrifying and laughable. 45. 33. 9. None of the damage exceeded 100, and some players even managed only a pitiful single-digit damage output. Meanwhile, the attributes of this Lan Kingdom general finally unfolded before everyone's eyes. Lulan Corp's general symbolic form. Level 50 gold tier boss. HP, 500,000. Description: the undefeated Grand General of the ancient Lulan Kingdom, who swept through nations in his prime. Buried here with royal honors after death. Any disturbance to the general's peace after a century will turn the intruder into a soul beneath his crimson spear. A level 50 gold tier boss. Lin Xueming's eyes widened in shock. This was far beyond the capabilities of their group, whose highest level didn't even reach 40. Not to mention that staggering 500,000 HP bar. He'd brought only the elite from the branch this time, after their earlier barrage of attacks. And the boss's health bar hadn't even budged. The members of the Dominion faction were now trembling in their boots. But regret was too late now. The general of the ancient Lulan Kingdom's eyes blazed crimson, revealing a murderous glint. The crimson spear in his grasp suddenly erupted with a blinding light, sweeping toward the Dominion camp with unstoppable force. Defense! Lin Xueming shouted urgently. The frontline shield warriors immediately raised their shields to protect the formation. Yet, a crimson spear aura swept through. 2,355. 2,988. 2,783. One after another, near instantaneous damage bursts erupted upon these elite shield warriors of the hegemonic faction. Like a whirlwind mowing down grass. Chapter 43, Hatred Detached. The catastrophe unleashed by Lu Ruyan. The frontline shield warriors Lin Xueming brought this time were all handpicked from the Beijing branch of the Dominion Guild. Nearly every single one held a B rank or higher profession, each equipped with at least several pieces of silver grade gear. Combined with the defensive bonuses inherent to the shield warrior class, the frontline's total defense had piled up to over 1,000. Yet before this level 50 gold tier boss, they crumbled like paper. The blood-stained spear in the Lulan Corp's general's grasp swung violently, dealing a staggering 2,000 to 3,000 damage. Such terrifying damage left Lin Xueming speechless. Even his own defensive skill, Frost Shield, shattered instantly upon being grazed. Healers in the back row, keep up! Lin Xueming shouted urgently. White healing beams immediately shot from the rear of the formation. Fortunately, they had brought plenty of priest classes this time. All healing spells converged on the frontline shield warriors. And in an instant, their health bars were forcibly pulled back up. Good! Lin Xueming exclaimed with delight. As long as we don't get one shot, we still have a chance. DPS classes, focus your firepower. Lin Xueming himself didn't stop attacking either.
A Xian slash struck the Lulan Corpse General, finally dealing the first damage over 100.
291.
As an S-tier class, his damage output nearly matched that of 3 mages. And the mage archer squad within the Dominion team were all hand-picked elites. Though their individual damage figures were modest. But sheer numbers matter. Their attack frequency kept pace, especially when the support classes within the team applied buff auras, making their overall damage output formidable. Within minutes, they relentlessly whittled away over 10,000 HP from the Lulan Corpse General. Watching the health bar of this level 50 gold tier boss visibly shrink by a significant chunk.
Everyone in the Dominion faction felt energized and saw hope. Hold the line.
Lin Xueming shouted with particular excitement. If he could lead his team to take down this level 50 gold tier boss, it would be the first time ever in Shangjing City or even the entire nation. It would undoubtedly be the first golden tier kill for this generation of awakened. Not only would the top brass of the Dominion Guild have to take notice, but he could even become famous as a commander. The opportunity was right before him.
Lin Xueming couldn't help but feel smug about his earlier boldness.
Even if they couldn't find the item the higher-ups mentioned, taking down this boss would still be a major achievement. But things were far from as simple as he imagined. While everyone's attention was fixed on the Lulan Corpse General, Xiao Ye quietly pried open a crack in the secret chamber's door.
He hadn't expected Lin Xueming to actually risk opening the coffin?
And after discovering this, Lulan Corpse General was a level 50 gold tier boss. He didn't retreat. Instead, he stubbornly led his team to fight it. To Xiao Ye, this was nothing short of courting death. Though the Dominion members seemed to be holding their ground against the Lulan Corpse General's attacks and maintaining steady damage output,
many bosses possessed a second stage rage state where damage would inevitably skyrocket.
And this was a level 50 gold tier boss, no less. While the frontline members of Bai Yi were well equipped, they could only barely withstand the initial onslaught. Once the boss changed tactics, it would inevitably break through their formation.
And by then, it'll be too late for the Dominion members to escape unscathed. Sure enough, as if to validate Xiao Ye's prediction, the situation within the Grand Hall instantly underwent a cataclysmic shift. The spark was Lu Ruyan, standing at the very center of the mage team. As an A-rank fire elemental mage, she was equipped with numerous items Lin Xueming had procured from the guild. Her damage and output stats were among the highest in the Dominion mage team. Observing the teammates around her who regarded her and Lin Xueming with strange looks, a surge of pent-up frustration welled up within her. Who do you think you are? How dare you gossip behind our backs? Lu Ruyan swung her staff, unleashing a barrage of blast fire spells upon the Lulan Corpse General, erupting in a series of substantial burning damage. 98. 95.
Lu Ruyan seemed determined to outshine her fellow mage teammates, whose gear and class were inferior to hers, proving her own prowess. Yet her pride made her forget that within a team, the core DPS must consciously control their output.
For excessive damage could risk shifting the boss's aggro away from the frontline tank.
Lin Xueming, as the team captain, also noticed this.
Just as he was about to speak up to warn them, Ruyan, you.
The Lulan Corpse General before him swung its spear, sweeping it toward him.
Lin Xueming scrambled to dodge.
But those few seconds of delay proved fatal. Lu Ruyan's blazing inferno spell had stacked 10 layers of burning damage on the Lulan Corpse General, suddenly unleashing a massive burst of damage.
982.
A look of delight flashed across Lu Ruyan's face as she glanced disdainfully at her teammates.
"Oomph, you bunch of useless."
But before she could finish, Lin Xueming's cry pierced the air from the front line.
Bad news. The boss is losing aggro. Frontline tank warriors, hold the line.
The moment the words left his mouth, the Lulan Corpse General fixed its blood-red eyes on Lu Ruyan, who stood at the very center of the group. The intense stare made Lu Ruyan's heart race. The surrounding mage teammates stared at her as if she were an idiot, many already quietly drifting back toward the rear of the group, distancing themselves from her.
Hold your ground. Lin Xueming bellowed in desperation.
Having spent 3 high school years shadowing Xiao Ye, he'd learned some unbreakable rules of team combat. And he knew exactly what would happen if the front line was breached. The Lulan Corpse General's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. Suddenly gripping the hilt of its crimson spear with both hands, it planted its legs in a fighting stance and swept the weapon forward with brutal force. The crimson spear whirled in a circle, resembling a crimson full moon. In an instant, massive damage numbers exploded, sweeping away all 5 frontline shield warriors of the Dominion team. 2 shield warriors whose health bars hadn't been fully restored were instantly killed. A notification flashed before everyone's eyes. Lulan Corpse General used skill Full Moon Sweep. After instantly sweeping away the frontline, the former general of the ancient Lulan kingdom charged into the Dominion formation like a god of war, heading straight for Lu Ruyan. Chapter 44, Black Eagle and Hegemony unite? But the fisherman lurks behind. Ruyan, watch out. Lin Xueming shouted urgently. Yet he didn't recklessly block the path of the Lulan Corpse General. Instead, he retreated to the side. Frontline shield warriors, hold the line. Lin Xueming roared fiercely. Yet the team he led from the Hegemony Division was comprised entirely of newly awakened professionals from this generation. They hadn't spent much time together, and none of them held much faith in this so-called captain. The moment the level 50 gold tier boss, the Lulan Corps General, charged into their formation and began slaughtering indiscriminately, everyone panicked and scattered in all directions. While Lu Ruyan, already positioned dead center in the formation, found herself completely trapped, unable to flee. Xu Eming, save me! Lu Ruyan screamed frantically. Yet in the chaos, Lin Xueming didn't even glance her way. Hidden within the secret chamber of the Grand Hall, watched it all unfold with a cold gaze. But he couldn't save her, nor did he intend to intervene. For everyone must pay the price for their own choices. Had Xiao Ye failed to hide in the secret chamber in time and been discovered by Lin Xueming, then the target of this group from Bai Yi would likely not be the Lulan Corps General, but himself. If Lin Xueming and his Bai Yi crew met their end within this dungeon, Xiao Ye felt not a shred of sympathy. He would welcome it with open arms. Yet, the unexpected twist arrived. Just as the Baoi group was scattered and fleeing in all directions by the Lulan Corps General, another group had already arrived in the main hall. None other than the Black Eagle Guild led by Wang Biao. Witnessing the pitiful and chaotic scene before him, Wang Biao wore a smug, gloating smile. Hiding with his men at the entrance of the main hall, he called out to Lin Xueming from afar. Lin Xueming, how did your dominion end up in such a sorry state? Lin Xueming was already scrambling to find a way out. Seeing Wang Biao standing there gloating only made him seethe with frustration. Wang Biao cut the cold remarks. This is a level 50 gold tier boss. Wang Biao's expression shifted in surprise upon hearing this. A level 50 gold tier boss? This was the first time any awakened of their generation had encountered such a challenge. If they could lead a team to defeat it, fame would be theirs in an instant. At that moment, Wang Biao's thoughts mirrored Lin Xueming's earlier. Everyone craved fame. As the son of the Black Eagle Guild's leader, he was especially eager to prove himself. Yet seeing the pitiful state of the Hegemony Guild, doubts began to creep into his mind. After all, he knew that the group led by Lin Xueming was no weaker than his own. Even though the level 50 gold tier boss's health bar had been significantly depleted by the Dominion Guild, they still had no absolute certainty they could take over. Unless... After a moment's thought, Wang Biao's eyes suddenly hardened. He shouted across the distance at Lin Xueming. Lin Xueming, let's make a deal. Black Eagle Gang will help you take down Overlord. Once it's done, we split the loot evenly. Lin Xueming heard this and couldn't help but spit in disgust. Put. Damn it. They fought their asses off for hours, already losing several teammates' lives, only to split the final spoils with Black Eagle? But now Lin Xueming had no choice. If they refused to cooperate with Black Eagle Guild, all their previous efforts would go down the drain. Split the loot evenly, but Dominion gets first pick. After all, we've already lost so many men. Lin Xueming gritted his teeth as he spoke. Losing several members on his first raid as leader, if he didn't deliver results now, the Dominion Guild's higher-ups wouldn't let him off easy. Wang Biao didn't haggle further. Dominion had already taken a significant toll on the enemy's health. Now, with both sides cooperating, it was a win-win deal for the Black Eagle Guild. He nodded immediately and said, "Deal." Lin Xueming immediately shouted anxiously. "Then hurry up and have your Black Eagle frontline push forward." Wang Biao wasted no time, personally leading the Black Eagle's frontline warriors into the fray. As an S-tier frontline dragon monk himself, he was both tanky and powerful. His defensive capabilities far surpassed those of Lin Xueming's strength agility-focused Frostblade. As the team's primary shield, Wang Biao charged to the very front, raising his specialized weapon, the coiling dragon staff, and landed a single strike, Shatter the Void, to draw the boss's aggro onto himself. By this point, the entire Black Eagle team had entered the fray. Frontline fighters, mages, and healers formed their positions, stabilizing the situation. Meanwhile, the Dominion faction seized the opportunity to regroup, infiltrating Black Eagle's formation. "All rear-line healers, target me!" Wang Biao bellowed with unwavering confidence. With his current gear and the special defensive skill of the Coiling Dragon Monk, Coiling Dragon Vessel, not only was his defense significantly boosted, but his health pool had soared to a staggering 8,000. Wang Biao proclaimed himself the second best defender among the current awakened. No one dared claim the top spot. One person standing at the very front, directly absorbing all healing effects, is like an impenetrable shield. This was Wang Biao's team's signature move. The Lulan Corps General swung its Crimson Spear at Wang Biao, yet it only managed to deal over 1,000 damage. 1,284. And that 1,000+ damage was restored almost instantly under the combined healing of over a dozen healers. A single tank capable of withstanding such blows was worth more than a dozen subpar frontline fighters. Lin Xueming watched this unfold, a shadow crossing his eyes. Wang Biao's S-tier Dragon Monk class truly held its own against his own. However, at this moment, the Black Eagle and Dominion guilds must unite to take down this level 50 gold tier boss, the Lulan Corps General.
With the two top-tier guilds' forces combined, not only did they gain Wang Biao as an unbreakable shield at the front,
but also doubled the number of damage dealers like mages within their ranks. A hail of arrows, interwoven with fire, ice spikes, lightning, and spells of every elemental attribute pelted the Lulan Corpse General. Even the health bar of this towering level 50 gold tier boss visibly dwindled before their eyes. With a total of 500,000 HP, it was halved within half an hour. The combined forces of the two guilds proved remarkably effective. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before they achieved the first kill of this season's golden tier boss among the awakened. Wang Biao and Lin Xueming exchanged glances amidst the crowd, excitement flickering in each other's eyes. The first kill of a gold tier boss was the supreme honor for every awakened generation. Little did they know. Amidst the bustling main hall, another figure shared their excitement. None other than Xiao Ye, concealed within the secret chamber. Xiao Ye now wore the Black Moon Cloak, silently calculating the distance from the secret chamber to the Lulan Corpse General and then to the main hall's exit. 30 seconds. The Black Moon Hour significantly boosted his movement speed. Snatching this boss wasn't impossible. Chapter 45, Holy. Old Six is here. This time, the Dominion and Black Eagle guilds combined to deploy nearly 100 members, each a hand-picked elite from the newest wave of adventurers. Their average level approached 40. Under this combined assault from over 100 players, even the level 50 gold tier boss Lulan Corpse General was struggling to hold its ground. Not only had its health bar dropped below half, but its fierce counterattacks were being absorbed by Wang Biao, shielded by a group of healers. This was the power of teamwork. As long as there was a tank capable of holding the line, supported by a group of healers, and backed by a damage-dealing team of mages and archers, even the toughest boss could be worn down. Yet as the Lulan Corpse General's health bar dwindled, the leaders of the two major guilds, Lin Xueming and Wang Biao, began to scheme in unison. Earlier, they had agreed that if they succeeded in killing this boss, the loot would be split evenly. But no one had specified who would deliver the final blow. As everyone knows, the player who lands the final blow on a boss receives half the experience points outright. The remaining half of the experience would then be divided among all present. Moreover, this was the first gold tier boss encountered by this cohort of awakened ones. Only whoever landed the final blow could claim the honor of securing the first kill on a gold tier boss. Lin Xueming couldn't help but shoot Wang Biao a dark, sullen glance. Clearly, any discussion at this point was futile. Wang Biao would never willingly give up the chance to land the final blow. At the front, Wang Biao watched the boss's dwindling health bar and began calculating his options. Both men unspokenly slowed their attack rhythms, each saving their highest damage ability to claim the final kill. Members of the Dominion and Black Eagle guilds, familiar with their captain's tactics, immediately began coordinating their actions. In truth, among all present, only Wang Biao and Lin Xueming wielded the guild-issued golden equipment. When it came to raw single-skill damage, these two stood in a league of their own. The other members had virtually no chance of landing the final blow. The entire boss push gradually devolved into a battle of wits between the two. Wang Biao, positioned at the forefront, had held back his ultimate move, but he remained the team's primary shield, constantly absorbing damage for the group. Meanwhile, Lin Xueming, the melee DPS, had noticeably slowed his attack rhythm. His lackadaisical attitude sparked discontent among many Black Eagle guild members. Hey, your Dominion captain is clearly slacking off. He hasn't dealt any damage in ages? If you ask me, your guild's damage dealers are just as useless as your captain. As one of the four major guilds, how could the Dominion members tolerate such remarks? They immediately fired back. Since when do you get to tell our Dominion captain what to do? Mind your own business. You Black Eagles just got lucky picking up scraps, keep gloating in private. Though both guilds were still engaged in combat, their members were already locked in a sharp-tongued argument. Without us, you would have wiped long ago. Bull. If we hadn't mapped out the boss's attack patterns, you'd have failed just as badly. Our leader isn't some squishy pushover like yours. You keep talking like that? What's wrong with saying it? As the tension grew thicker by the second, both sides had no doubt that once the boss went down, they might just come to blows. Meanwhile, Lin Xueming quietly sent a message over the Dominion Guild's communication channel. When the boss is about to die, everyone get ready to coordinate with me for the finishing blow. We absolutely cannot let Black Eagle snatch the final blow on this gold tier boss. Upon receiving the directive in the guild channel, the Dominion members quietly prepared themselves. Meanwhile, Wang Biao dropped all pretense, bellowing at the Dominion members beside him. Get the hell out of my way. Let's see who dares to fight me for the final blow. Wang Biao's words only deepened the resentment among the Dominion members. Just then, the Lulan Corpse General's health plummeted, finally nearing the final kill threshold. Now! Wang Biao gripped his coiled dragon staff with both hands and stomped violently on the ground. The massive tremor instantly sent the surrounding Bai Yi members reeling backward in unison, clearing a vacuum zone around the boss. Clearing a space for himself to deliver the final blow. He locked onto the boss, ready to unleash his finishing move. But Lin Xueming proved even more cunning. At this critical moment, he suddenly announced in the Bai chat channel. All damage dealers in the Dominion faction, ceasefire immediately. In an instant, half the mages and archers halted their attacks, slashing the team's damage output in half. The boss's health bar, which had been nearing the kill threshold, suddenly dropped just a hair's breadth. Wang Biao's finishing move struck the Lulan Corpse General, unleashing massive damage. 816. Yet it failed to eliminate its last shred of health. The Lulan Corpse General's health bar was nearly depleted, yet a visible sliver of life stubbornly remained. Behind him, Lin Xueming burst forward, his longsword erupting with a chill as he charged straight at the Lulan Corpse General. Damn it, you're playing dirty with me. Wang Biao roared in fury at the sight, but his ultimate attack was already on cooldown. An ordinary attack simply couldn't eliminate the boss's final health bar in such a short time. Frustrated and desperate, Wang Biao gritted his teeth and stepped directly in front of Lin Xueming. Wang Biao, you, get the hell out of my way. Lin Xueming's eyes widened in panic as he snarled, or I'll kill you too. Both men were now blinded by rage. In that split second when every moment counted, no one noticed a dark figure suddenly bursting forth from the wall behind the main hall, darting at lightning speed toward the Lulan zombie general, who was barely clinging to life. Its movement was so swift it left only a blur, barely discernible in the dim tomb chamber. Before anyone could react, a damage number exploded from behind the Lulan Corpse General. The level 50 gold tier boss let out a furious, unwilling roar before collapsing to the ground. And a notification appeared before everyone's eyes. Congratulations! You have defeated the level 50 gold tier boss Lulan Corpse General. The experience from defeating a gold tier boss above their level instantly leveled up every participant by 1. Yet only a faint white light flickered over both Lin Xueming and Wang Biao. And both gained only 1 level. Neither had secured the massive experience from landing the final blow. What just happened? Wang Biao and Lin Xueming exchanged glances, shock and confusion evident in each other's eyes. Under the bewildered gazes of these 2 days team leaders, a dark figure burst forth from the fallen Lulan corpse. Like a whirlwind, it swept up every gleaming piece of golden equipment dropped by the level 50 gold tier boss. Then, like a dark shadow, it darted toward the hall's entrance. Damn you, Lin Xueming! You had a Bai assassin hiding in the back? That's downright treacherous. Wang Biao, mistaking the shadow for a Bai operative, couldn't help but curse out loud. Lin Xueming froze for a moment before snapping to attention, his eyes widening as he exclaimed. What? Isn't that one of your Black Eagle guys? What do you mean? No, it's not. Holy. Stop him. Damn it, that bloody old 6. Chapter 46, Escape to Freedom. A Bountiful Return. That dark figure was none other than Xiao Ye, who had activated the skill, Black Moon Hour, embedded in his cloak. Movement speed increased by 50% for 30 seconds. His figure blurred, impossible to discern clearly. In the split second, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming were scheming to claim the final blow on the boss. Xiao Ye, with both Beast Blood Boiling and Water Summoning Step activated, unleashed his most devastating skill, Thunderbolt Thrust, directly at the boss's back. With a single strike, he instantly felled this arrogant level 50 gold tier boss. Xiao Ye didn't even glance back, sweeping up the most dazzling golden gear scattered across the ground, and casually sacrificed the fire seed of this Lulan Corpse General. Before members of the Overlord and Black Eagle guilds could react, he had already sprinted to the entrance of the main hall. Damn it, stop that bastard! Wang Biao, finally snapping out of it, bellowed hysterically with rage. While Lin Xueming was so furious he was practically on fire. He immediately gave chase, his voice hoarse as he shouted. Get moving, you bastards! Notify every brother in hegemony. We must capture him. The 2 major guilds had teamed up to push the boss, yet not only did they fail to secure the final blow for kill experience, but every piece of loot dropped was snatched away. If word got out, Black Eagle and Dominion would have their reputations utterly ruined by their 2 leaders. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye had already burst through the main hall's doors, turning sharply into one of the tomb passages. Belated flashes of white light flickered across his form. The experience from finishing off a level 50 gold tier boss instantly leveled Xiao Ye up 8 times, propelling him straight to level 38. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye decisively allocated all 8 attribute points gained from the level up to agility. Run as fast as you possibly can. He didn't even have time to inspect the gear in his arms, tossing it all into his backpack. At that very moment, a familiar notification chimed in Xiao Ye's ear. Successful Ember offering to the Lulan Corpse General. Ember plus 100. Acquired talent skill Full Moon Sweep A rank. Though his running posture was somewhat awkward, Xiao Ye was practically grinning from ear to ear. In the blink of an eye, he'd casually sacrificed the Lulan Corpse General's Ember. This level 50 gold tier boss was truly exceptional. Not only did it grant a whopping 100 fire seed points, but also dropped a tier A skill. And it was likely the very move that had just seen the Lulan Corpse General wreak havoc. Circular Moonsweep. This is a huge win. Xiao Ye now felt Wang Biao and Lin Xueming were his lucky charms wherever these 2 appeared. He always struck gold. But now was no time for complacency. As he sensed the vibrations and curses echoing from behind him, it was clear that Lin Xueming and Wang Biao had brought the entire Bai Yi and Black Eagle Guild in hot pursuit. Lightning bolts and fireballs erupted from behind, attempting to illuminate the shadowy figure's positions. Yet Xiao Ye, moving at breakneck speed, took advantage of the lingering effects of the Black Moon to veer sharply onto a side path, instantly shaking off the pursuit of the hegemony and Black Eagle Guild. Damn it! Which way did that kid go? Lin Xueming hurriedly led his men in pursuit, only to stare dumbfounded at the three-way junction before them. No time to waste. Split up and pursue him. Wang Biao barked the order. The two leaders reached a new agreement. The combined forces of Bai Yi and Black Eagle split into three groups, each entering a different fork. But within the tomb passages of these forks lay yet more forks. The convoluted trap mechanisms made it easy to lose one's bearings, forcing the pursuit teams to split again and again at every fork. Yet Xiao Ye held a providential tool in his hands. A sheepskin map. No one knew the terrain and layout of these tomb passages better than Xiao Ye, including every winding path and hidden door. Not to mention, Xiao Ye possessed a game-breaking detection skill, ultrasonic detection. With these two aids, Xiao Ye could often anticipate the enemy's movements and steer toward the least crowded fork. However, those pursuing him from the main hall weren't all the members of the Bai Yi and Black Eagle teams who had entered the dungeon this time. Besides the elite squad led by Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, numerous members of Bai Oi and Black Eagle were still leveling up on the first and second floors of the instance. Now, at Wang Biao and Lin Xueming's command over the communicator channel, they immediately closed in from above, trapped between an encircling front and pursuing rear. Even though Xiao Ye could play hide-and-seek in these labyrinthine tomb passages, escaping was no easy feat. Turning into another dark chamber, Xiao Ye immediately raised his light-emitting insect and studied the parchment map in his hands once more. The predecessor who had drawn this map was the very architect of this Lulan general's tomb. So besides the entrance to the tomb, there should be a hidden exit. Xiao Ye meticulously turned the parchment map over and over. And finally, on the reverse side, discovered a faintly sketched path leading straight out of the tomb. Yet this path ran in the opposite direction from the tomb's entrance. The path leading out of the tomb was actually in the main tomb hall Xiao Ye had just come from. So that's how it is. Xiao Ye couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the mapmaker. The path to escape lay right near the main hall. It was a twist no one could have anticipated. Hidden in the secret chamber, Xiao Ye now heard the sound of pursuit approaching from all sides. It was the group from Bai Yi and Black Eagle who had chased all the way from the main hall. Xiao Ye held his breath, not making a sound, waiting silently until they had passed by before emerging from the chamber. He then darted off in the opposite direction toward the main hall. By then, the path was already deserted. No one would have imagined that man would dare to run back. The most dangerous place is often the safest. The ancestor who designed this entire general's tomb clearly understood this principle. Centuries later, it ended up benefiting Xiao Ye, this latecomer. He made his way back to the main hall with ease. Xiao Ye easily located the secret passage near the main hall that had led him out of the tomb chamber dungeon, hidden beneath one of the thousands of terracotta warrior statues standing tall within the main hall. Square and just large enough for one person to crawl through. Just before exiting, Xiao Ye sensed something peculiar. The terracotta warrior above the passage seemed different from the others, holding not a sword or blade but a brush. It must have been a civil official. Could this be the very artist who created the sheepskin map? Centuries had passed and the truth was long lost. Xiao Ye could only bow respectfully before the terracotta warrior, then slip into the secret passageway, escaping the general's tomb dungeon still engulfed in fierce combat, returning with a bountiful haul. Chapter 47, Black Robes? Assassins? It all fits now. Outside the Lulan general's tomb instance, the crowd remained thick and bustling, with many latecomers still eager to get a piece of the action. Yet upon reaching the dungeon entrance, they were informed. A joint pursuit and blockade operation by two major guilds was currently underway inside the instance. The exact reason remained unclear, but it was said that the leaders of both the Black Eagle and Dominion guilds had personally issued a warrant. Jointly hunt down an agile-type adventurer clad in a black cloak. The target's class was at least A rank. Likely an assassin or rogue. Even the dungeon's entrance and exit were heavily guarded by members of these two guilds, subjecting every agility-based class entering or exiting to rigorous inspection. Many spectators watched the spectacle with schadenfreude, while others pieced together the truth from eyewitness gossip. Heard the latest? Seen someone snatched gear from the Dominion Guild? Steal gear? Shoo. I heard someone killed Dominance Guild members inside. What? Who'd be bold enough to kill Dominion members? Exactly. I heard he even took out Black Eagle members. Who the hell is this guy? My brother inside says that guy's an A-rank assassin. An A-rank assassin killed someone? That's terrifying. But even if he is an A-rank professional, with two major guilds hunting him down this time, he'd be hard-pressed to escape this instance even if he grew wings. Exactly. How dare he offend both major guilds at once? Amidst the bustling crowd, Xiao Ye, clad in a mix of various class-specific gear, quietly crawled out through another exit of the general's tomb dungeon. Having long since shed his conspicuous black moon cloak and exchanged some golden artifacts, Xiao Ye now appeared as a D-rank warrior, effortlessly blending into the onlookers. Hearing the rumors circulating around him, rumors that bore no resemblance to his true self, Xiao Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, rumors only grew more exaggerated over time. Trying to catch someone based on such descriptions? He'd likely never be caught in a lifetime. Before leaving the general's tomb instance, Xiao Ye noticed something unusual. At the very entrance of the dungeon, the Bali group personnel seemed to have withdrawn entirely from the instance, yet they hadn't departed. Instead, they were waiting for something. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed sharply. As if from the very beginning, the actions of the Bali group members within the Lulan General's tomb instance had been somewhat peculiar. They neither competed with the Black Eagle nor the Dominion guilds for the treasure chests within the instance. Nor did they engage in conventional leveling activities with their team members. In fact, Xiao Ye had barely encountered any members of the Bali group within the instance itself. They seemed to be going through the motions. Or perhaps to accompany someone through this instance. Xiao Ye couldn't help but recall the black-clad assassin who had died by his hand. Before dying, the man had begged for mercy, claiming he had powerful connections. Adhering to the principle that ignorance is the best concealment, Xiao Ye ended his life before he could finish. But now, Xiao Ye had no choice but to consider the worst-case scenario. Which was the background behind that assassin with the fair face was likely none other than the Boli group. Hiss. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes involuntarily. Boli group, though never officially involved in the professional guild industry, had high-level professionals working for them that were no fewer than those of the four great guilds. With its vast wealth and influence, the Boli group had virtually monopolized all major industries in Shanjing City, wielding power that reached into every corner. Crossing them would be even more troublesome than provoking the four great guilds. If that man truly was the esteemed young master of the Boli group, his death within the Lulan General's dungeon would inevitably trigger 1,000 eyes to investigate. Hopefully, Li Shuer and Lin Fei would heed Xiao Ye's warning and flee far away to sell those 3 golden artifacts stripped from the man on the black market of another city. Otherwise, with Boli Group's extensive network of informants, it wouldn't take long for them to trace it back to Li Shuer and Lin Fei. Still, Xiao Ye had handled things fairly cleanly within the instance. Both the corpse and its equipment were incinerated to ashes by the sacred fire sacrifice ritual, leaving no trace for investigators to follow. Unexpectedly, just as Xiao Ye blended into the crowd and was about to leave the Lulan General's tomb instance, he overheard an absurd yet compelling rumor circulating among the murmuring crowd. Have you heard? The 4th young master of Bali Group has come to the General's tomb dungeon run too. All those people from Bali Group are here to protect him. Rumor has it this 4th young master is utterly spoiled and eccentric, and he's even awakened in A-rank assassin class. Shoo, I'll let you in on a secret, but don't tell anyone. I heard it was him who killed those from the Dominion and Black Eagle guilds. What? No wonder. Besides this 4th young master of the Bali Group, who else would be bold enough to take on members of 2 major guilds? Some even say this 4th young master of the Bali Group is insane and has a bloodlust. It must be him. This dungeon is going to be a real party now. Xiao Ye froze, then suddenly realized. When he activated Black Moon's Hour to snatch the final blows experience and gear from Lulan Corpse General right from under the noses of Hegemony and Black Eagle, his movement speed nearly doubled. His lightning-fast movements naturally led them to assume he was an agility-based class, either an assassin or a rogue, and at the very least an A-tier or higher professional. The man who fell by his blade happened to be clad entirely in black gear, his face half concealed by a massive black hood. And his class was indeed an assassin. An A-rank assassin. Black robes? Assassin? Both details matched perfectly. So to the onlookers, the killings of members from the 2 major guilds, Nabayi and Black Eagle, were the work of this 4th young master of the Boli Group. Only the eccentric, powerful 4th young master of the Boli Group would dare to kill members of the 4 major guilds. Doesn't that make perfect sense? It made perfect sense. Even Xiao Ye, the actual mastermind behind it all, was left speechless by the sheer audacity of it. The sheer power of these onlookers' imagination. This directly created a natural escape route for Xiao Ye. Not to mention, the General's tomb instance was already in utter chaos. Members of the 2 major guilds were still joining forces to pursue and block his path. While the 4th young master of the Boli Group, who had slain members of both guilds, was dodging and weaving through the dungeon, toying with his pursuers. This incident now involved 2 of the 4 major guilds, plus the Bali Group. This had become explosive news involving 3 major powers. It had become the perfect spectacle for the gawking crowd to revel in. This so-called golden cicada shedding its shell scheme. The onlookers had crafted a perfect shell for Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye reaps the rewards. Chapter 48, Diverting the Trouble Eastward. Bali Group steps in. At the entrance to the Lulan General's tomb dungeon, Bali Group's SUV convoy formed a neat loop formation. A secretary in bully group's uniform cautiously approached the minivan at the center of the formation, gently knocked on the door, and said,
Uncle Chin, there are some rumors circulating outside. I'm not sure if they're true or not.
It's about the fourth young master.
The minivan door slid open slowly. A man in his 50s known as Uncle Chin reclined in his seat, sunglasses perched on his nose.
His full name was Chin Shan, the butler in the household of the bully group chairman. Though he held no official position within the corporation, he remained a pivotal figure rumored to have devoted his entire life to serving the bully group. Uncle Chin slowly removed his sunglasses, long accustomed to this state of light sleep where he could awaken at any moment.
What rumors? Uncle Chin inquired indifferently.
He knew the temperament of the fourth young master of the bully group, a man he had watched grow up from childhood all too well.
Eccentric, morbid, those were merely surface-level euphemisms.
In his view, the fourth young master of bully group was nothing less than a full-blown psychopath with a bloodlust.
Uncle Chin's task today was to keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't go too far.
But first, he had to let him play. As the fourth young master of the bully group, a low-level dungeon, even if it was making its debut, wasn't worth his attention. The only reason that boy wanted to come here was to find some real fun. Stealing, bullying, even killing.
Uncle Chin's job was to clean up his mess afterward.
And this wasn't the first time he'd done it for the fourth young master of the bully group. No matter how big the mess, Uncle Chin could clean it up spotless. That's what half a lifetime of underworld experience gets you, and that's his value to the bully group.
Uncle Chin.
The secretary knocking on the car door hesitated to meet Uncle Chin's gaze. Everyone here feared him, especially after witnessing firsthand how he disposed of those bodies. The secretary spoke cautiously. Word is the fourth young master killed someone inside, apparently someone from the four great guilds.
Uncle Chin's brow furrowed involuntarily. That damn brat has killed again. But Uncle Chin didn't panic. He merely felt it would be troublesome.
Even the four great guilds and the bully group were entangled in intricate web of interests.
Resolving this matter wouldn't be too difficult. The four great guilds? Black Eagle or Dominion?
The secretary's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. I heard they've killed. Both factions are now hunting down the fourth young master inside the dungeon.
Uncle Chin took a deep breath.
Among the four great guilds, Tang Jinyuan, the leader of Dominion, was like a merchant putting profit first in everything.
Dealing with him, many matters could be resolved purely through financial transactions. Black Eagle, however, was another story. Their current leader, Wang Meng, was a ruthless figure.
If they really had killed his men, it would take considerable effort to smooth things over. Find out exactly who the fourth young master targeted.
Was it one of their elite seeds? Uncle Chin said calmly. Also, who are the captains leading the teams from Dominion and Black Eagle this time?
The secretary hurriedly replied, trembling slightly.
The leader from Dominion is Lin Shueming, a newly recruited S-class professional seed this year.
Black Eagle's leader is Wang Biao, the son of Chairman Wang Meng. Uncle Chin frowned again, then spoke after a moment of silence.
Take a few men and follow me into the dungeon.
The secretary immediately signaled, and four bully group operatives, fully geared up and ready, followed suit. Uncle Chin stepped out of the vehicle, stretched his limbs,
then led the way into the Lulan General's tomb under the watchful eyes of the onlookers.
10 minutes later, in a relatively spacious chamber on the second level of the Lulan General's tomb, Uncle Chin sat quietly atop a polished stone tablet. Before him stood two young professionals. One bearing the emblem of the Dominion faction, the other representing the Black Eagle Guild. Notify your guild channels to inform your current team leaders to come here.
Tell them the bully group has matters to discuss with them.
Qin Shu's voice carried an air of absolute authority. The two newly awakened adventurers dared not disobey and immediately began contacting their respective guilds through their communication channels. Before long, Wang Biao and Lin Shueming appeared together in the tomb chamber.
Uncle Chin? What brings you here?
Wang Biao was visibly startled upon seeing the visitor. Given his family background and connections to the bully group, he had long recognized this man as Qin Shan, the corporation's most loyal enforcer. Upon hearing Wang Biao address him as Uncle Chin, Lin Shueming respectfully followed suit. He didn't recognize this bully group steward, but from his attire and bearing, it was clear this man was no ordinary figure.
Didn't you ascend to the fifth transformation decades ago? Why would you bother descending into such a low-level instance?
Wang Biao asked, puzzled. His words sent a jolt through Lin Shueming.
If this middle-aged man had already been a fifth transformation powerhouse decades ago, what level of strength must he possess now?
Lin Shueming wanted to step forward and curry favor, but the deep-seated humility and fear within him made him open his mouth only to swallow his words back down.
Uncle Chin smiled at Wang Biao and said, "Little Biao, I hear Black Eagle and Hegemony are teaming up to capture someone? What's the story?"
Wang Biao's eyebrows shot up as he gritted his teeth in anger. Sorry to disappoint you. We teamed up to take down a level 50 gold tier boss in the third chamber of this tomb. We were so close to finishing it when, damn it, some assassin came out of nowhere. Not only did he steal the kill, but he scooped up all the loot too.
Talk about bad luck. Uncle Chin's eyes flickered, then he nodded approvingly. You've only just transferred jobs, yet you managed to team up and take down a level 50 gold tier boss. Truly, the young are formidable. Wang Biao grinned instantly and said, Uncle Qin, you flatter us. Compared to you, we're nothing. Uncle Qin then casually shifted the topic, asking, Did you get a good look at the person who stole your boss? Finally getting his chance to speak, Lin Xueming stepped forward eagerly and said, Uncle Qin, I saw him clearly. That kid's an assassin, dressed all in black. I'd say he's at least an A-rank professional. Who knows how long he'd been lurking in the main hall. Probably a turtle-like bastard he sure knows how to hide. Lin Xueming didn't notice the subtle shift in Uncle Qin's expression. For Uncle Qin knew all too well that the fourth young master of the bully group was indeed an A-rank assassin. Did you catch him? Uncle Qin asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. Wang Biao shook his head in frustration. Not yet. The layout of this tomb chamber is far too complex. That kid is like a rat. Mid-sentence, Wang Biao suddenly realized something. He had occasionally overheard his father mention at the dinner table that the bully group had a fourth young master with an extremely eccentric personality who had caused quite a bit of trouble everywhere. Fortunately, Qin Shan was always there to clean up after him. Uncle Qin, did you come here with the fourth son of the Chen family? Wang Biao's expression shifted as he tentatively asked. Could the man who snatched their boss be the fourth young master of the Chen family? If it was indeed him, then given the ties between Bully Group and the Black Eagle Guild, this matter would likely just be swept under the rug. Uncle Qin grinned, knowing Wang Biao had figured it out. You're a sharp kid, just as sharp as your father. Lin Xueming, standing nearby, was still completely lost, unable to make sense of their conversation. But he saw Uncle Qin rise to his feet and say in a solemn tone, Both of you are destined to be rising stars within the guild, with boundless futures ahead. Here, I ask you to do me a favor, let's call off the hunt for that little thief. As for the gear from that level 50 gold tier boss, my bully group will repay you double. Once we're out of here, bully group will also do its part to promote your young talents. Wang Biao's face remained expressionless, but his mind raced. Aware of the connections between the four major guilds and the bully group, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Nodding decisively, he agreed without hesitation. All right. Everything will proceed as Uncle Qin suggests. Beside him, Lin Xueming was still somewhat confused, but he wasn't foolish enough to pry further. He too feigned enthusiasm and declared, I'll follow Uncle Qin's lead too. Setting aside the double compensation of gold-grade equipment rewards, the mere promise of publicity from Bully Group alone was enough to sway both men. After all, wasn't fame exactly what they were after? After seeing off Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, Uncle Qin showed no sign of relief. Having navigated the cutthroat world for years, a persistent sense of unease lingered in his heart. Furrowing his brow, he instructed his secretary beside him. Check the fourth young master's location. The bank card carried by the fourth young master bore Bully Group's unique tracking marker. As long as they were within the same copy space, his location could be pinpointed. The secretary immediately produced a specialized terminal. After a moment of searching, a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Uncle Qin, we can't find him. Chapter 49, Uncle Qin's Unease. The vanished fourth young master. What do you mean it can't be found? Uncle Qin's frown deepened. Given the temperament of the fourth young master in his household, after causing such a major incident, he should have returned by now, pretending to be all proper and respectable. The secretary beside him was already drenched in cold sweat, forcing himself to remain calm as he explained. Uncle Qin, we truly can't locate the fourth young master within the dungeon. Could it be he's already exited and headed elsewhere? Uncle Qin shook his head, his voice cold. Impossible. Today was the birthday of Mrs. Chen from the Bully Group. And no matter how rebellious the fourth young master might be, he would never dare skip tonight's banquet. Bully Group's banquets were exceptionally grand affairs. Even the fourth young master of the Chen family was required to attend early for a fitting of his formal dinner attire. Moreover, no matter whom he might defy, he would never defy the madam. After all, she was the one person in the entire Bully Group who doted on him the most. The madam doted on her naturally eccentric youngest son to an almost indulgent degree. Dispatch every available person to search. Leave no corner unexamined. Check every nook and cranny of this dungeon for hidden chambers, teleportation arrays, or any spatial formations. For the first time in decades, Uncle Qin felt a flicker of panic. Even if the fourth young master of the Chen family had caused an enormous scandal today, he could have cleaned it up for him. But the fourth young master absolutely must not go missing, much less come to harm. Especially since today was the mistress's birthday banquet. Uncle Qin glanced at his wristwatch. It was already 3 in the afternoon, leaving 5 hours until the evening banquet. Before then, the fourth young master of the Chen family must be found. There's no time. Immediately mobilize personnel from the group and seal off all exits and entrances. Uncle Qin's face darkened as his unease grew. Professionals around the Lulan General Instance seemed to have witnessed quite the spectacle today. The blockade personnel from the two major guilds, Hegemony and Black Eagle, had withdrawn. Yet now, Bully Group personnel had taken over the area?
Every adventurer passing through was subjected to their grim, thorough inspections. Some onlookers, fearing collateral damage, gradually scattered like birds. Xiao Ye, who had long since left this trouble spot, didn't immediately return to his small rented room in Shangjing City. Instead, he circled through the low-level training zones to avoid drawing unwanted attention. He also took a moment to inspect the gear he'd snatched from Bai Yi and Black Eagle in his backpack. A level 50 gold tier boss. He should at least get a few gold tier items, right? In the rush, Xiao Ye hadn't had time to check. Now, opening his backpack, he found 4 new items inside. 3 of them were gleaming golden-hued pieces of gear. The first was a serpentine staff, twisted like ancient vine roots. Ancient Lulan Ritual Staff. Grade, Golden Artifact. Level, 50. Spell damage, plus 1050. Attributes, Spirit, plus 45 mana, plus 1000. Additional effect, Focus reduces spell casting time by 25%. Description, the staff wielded by Luo Yunsheng, High Priest of the Ancient Lulan Kingdom. Forged from golden threaded sandalwood, it embodies the priest's lifetime of knowledge and spiritual essence. What an exquisite golden artifact staff! Xiao Ye's heart leapt with delight. Though not his specialized weapon, this staff would fetch a hefty profit at auction or on the black market. Even among golden artifacts, weapons typically commanded higher prices than armor. And their value only escalates with higher tiers. A top-tier level 50 golden staff like this, with an additional stat that reduces casting delay. It would sell like hotcakes even at 600,000 dragon coins. The second item is a pair of leg armor adorned with black feathers. Its appearance is unassuming, yet it is meticulously crafted agile without being cumbersome. Black feather leg guards. Grade, Gold tier. Level requirement, 50. Defense, plus 450. Attributes, Agility, plus 45 Constitution, plus 45. Additional effect, light footing movement speed increased by 15%. Description, light leg armor designed by an ingeniously charming artisan. Maintains high defensive strength while its lightweight construction allows for more agile movement. Another highly practical level 50 golden item. The top choice for strength agility focused warriors. However, Xiao Ye has no plans to list these blackfeather greaves for sale. He intends to keep them for himself to equip at level 50. After all, he's currently wearing level 20 Blackrock gear, the Rottenwood greaves, which can't compare to the formidable stats of gold tier equipment. The third item is a crescent-shaped necklace, exquisitely crafted with a translucent texture and a faint purple hue. Crescent necklace. Grade, Gold tier. Level, 50. Attributes, Spirit, plus 50 mana, plus 500 critical strike, plus 15%. Additional effect, Moon Chant restores 0.5% of maximum mana per second while out of combat. Description, a necklace crafted in the traditional style of the ancient Lulan Kingdom, made from an exceedingly rare glassy mineral. It once served as a token of love among Lulan nobility and possesses miraculous restorative properties. Xiao Yeqing felt both delighted and helpless. Delighted that this gear was undoubtedly a mage's sustain boosting marvel. The additional property Moon Chant continuously restoring mana outside combat was an attribute any mage class at any stage would covet. Not everyone could afford to burn through mana potions like they were worthless. Moreover, with limited backpack space, even the wealthiest mage couldn't carry excessive potions into dungeons. Once mana runs dry, the mage class becomes utterly useless. But the tragedy is that while this crescent necklace is excellent, it's practically tailor-made for mages, boosting spirit and mana. Which is a bit off for Xiao Ye, a strength agility warrior. To extract the necklace's full value, it could only be consigned to the auction alongside that ancient Lulan High Priest staff. 1 reduces spell cast time. 1 ensures sustained mana endurance. Any mage who could acquire both pieces would see their damage output rise by at least 1 tier. Of the 3 golden artifacts, only 1 was usable by him. Just as Xiao Ye felt a pang of regret. His gaze fell upon the 4th item that had appeared in his backpack. A spiral-patterned ring engraved with an ancient totem resembling a ghostly shadow. Yet instead of radiating golden light, it emitted an eerie crimson glow. Merely holding it in his hand for a glance, Xiao Ye felt an overwhelming surge of ecstasy wash over him. Ghost Ring. Grade, Brilliant Artifact. It's actually a brilliant artifact. Chapter 50, Brilliant Artifact. Ghost Ring. Breaking through level 50. Ghost Ring. Grade, Brilliant Artifact. Level requirement, 50. Attributes, Strength plus 100 Agility plus 100 critical hit rate plus 20%. Additional effect, Onslaught transformation. Each consecutive attack on the same target increases attack speed by 5%, lasting 15 seconds. Maximum stacks, 15. Description, a mystical ring of the Ghost Clan warriors, imbued with peerless spectral power. Sustained attacks on the same target trigger a terrifying ghost transformation state. It's actually a brilliant grade ring. A full tier higher than golden grade equipment. Boosting 3 attributes while also featuring the special effect Oni transformation. Xiao Yeqing's joy knew no bounds. If the Starlight necklace was tailor-made for mages,
Then this Onmyoji ring was tailor-made for Xiao Ye's strength-agility hybrid warrior build. Attacking the same target consecutively would continuously stack attack speed, a true god tier item for soloing elite bosses. It perfectly complemented Xiao Ye's current lone wolf playstyle. Brilliant grade gear truly lived up to its reputation. With this addition, along with the Imperial Sword of the Sovereign, looted from the treasure chest in the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb, Xiao Ye has now assembled half a full set of level 50 gear. Once Xiao Ye hits level 50, his combat power will undergo a qualitative leap. Snatching the finishing blow experience from the Lulan Corpse General from the hands of the Hegemony and Black Eagle guilds instantly propels Xiao Ye's level to 38, putting him within striking distance of 50. His next objective was to reach level 50 as soon as possible. With leveling as the priority, the low-level grinding zones around Shangjing City no longer provided sufficient experience. Xiao Ye now needed zones at least level 30 plus, preferably with elite monsters and bosses. And without exception, these high-level zones were all located far from Shangjing City. But Xiao Ye was free and unburdened now, and this was the perfect chance to leave Shangjing City and lie low for a while. He decided not to return to Shangjing City at all. Instead, taking screenshots of the stats for his two pieces of gear, the Ancient Lulan Ritual Staff and Crescent Moon Necklace, and listing them on the online marketplace via his communicator. After restocking sufficiently on food, potions, and a camping tent from street vendors outside the city, he set off directly for the distant high-level training zones. For the next 5 days, Xiao Ye planned to camp in the training zone until he reached level 50, treating it as a camping trip. Little did he know, Xiao Ye's departure would cause hardship for one person in Shangjing City. That person was Nie Xiaoyu, a high-ranking military commissioner dispatched by the military, who was originally tasked with designing this year's trial tower. But in a moment of reckless audacity, she impulsively placed the obsidian dragon cub recently captured by the military within the trial tower's hidden lair as its secret boss. Never imagining that the notoriously proud dragon cub would be accidentally contracted and taken away by Xiao Ye. That was a dragon cub powerful enough to be called a strategic level weapon. Panicking, Nie Xiaoyu immediately located Xiao Ye's address in the military database and came in plain clothes to see just who this extraordinary individual was. Nie Xiaoyu, who had just awakened and managed to contract a dragon cub, arrived at Xiao Ye's residence, only to find him gone. Oh no? Did that guy take the dragon and run? Refusing to give up, Nie Xiaoyu staked out Xiao Ye's doorstep for 5 straight days, yet never caught a glimpse of him. This time, Nie Xiaoyu was truly panicking. If this incident really got pinned on her, it would be enough to land her in a military court. I've made significant contributions to the organization, surely my merits outweigh my faults enough to avoid prison. Aye. The more Nie Xiaoyu thought about it, the more wrong she felt, on the verge of tears. Glancing at the newly acquired major's rank she'd just obtained barely warm in her hands. This time, demotion was out of the question. Not getting discharged outright would be a miracle. Just as Nie Xiaoyu braced herself to report the incident to the organization. Even if it meant confessing, she was determined to get the organization to issue a nationwide warrant for Xiao Ye immediately. Sudden footsteps echoed through the dilapidated rental building, followed by the click of a lock being opened as the door swung outward. Nie Xiaoyu sprang up from the worn-out sofa, her eyes wide as she stared at the dusty figure standing outside the door, a tent strapped to his back. She would never forget that face she'd seen in the database. Xiao Ye! That bastard had actually returned. Nie Xiaoyu bellowed hoarsely, as if venting her fury. Xiao Ye! Where the hell have you been all this time? Who are you? Xiao Ye eyed the woman who had abruptly risen from his couch with wary suspicion, momentarily stunned by her bold, direct question. Wait a minute. This was his rental apartment, right? Why was the stranger in his home? Having survived 5 grueling days in the wilderness's high-level training zone, Xiao Ye still bore the marks of hardship and exhaustion, despite having ample food and a camping tent. But the woman standing before him in his own home seemed even more haggard than he was. Her hair was messy, clearly unwashed for days, and the dark circles under her large eyes resembled a panda's, radiating resentment. Wait, who are you? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, hands on his hips as he demanded. This is my house. How did you get in? Nie Xiaoyu froze at Xiao Ye's counter-question, finally realizing her mistake. When she failed to corner Xiao Ye the next day, her fiery temper drove her to hire someone to pick the lock. She simply moved into Xiao Ye's home to wait for him. Aye. Nie Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, it's not exactly something to brag about a high-ranking military commissioner breaking into someone's home by picking the lock. Never mind how I got in. Nie Xiaoyu pressed 2 fingers to her temples, took a deep breath to steady herself, then looked at Xiao Ye and asked, Where's my dragon? Xiao Ye froze at the question. Dragon? How did this woman know about his contract with the obsidian dragon? Since emerging from the trial tower, Xiao Ye had never let a single word slip. Dragon? What dragon? His mind raced, but Xiao Ye immediately put on a flawless act, his face unflushed and his heart unstirred as he replied. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?
Nye Xiaoyu, who had personally witnessed Xiao Ye's contract with the Obsidian Dragon Cub on the hidden floor surveillance footage of the trial tower, was instantly enraged by Xiao Ye's blatant act of feigning ignorance. She bellowed, "Don't play dumb with me. A black Obsidian Dragon Cub was placed in the hidden level of the trial tower. You're the only one who reached the hidden level during this year's awakening ceremony. Where the hell is my Obsidian Dragon Cub?" Xiao Ye's heart skipped a beat. The sheer volume of information in her words made it clear this woman was no ordinary person. The hidden level of the trial tower was never broadcast to anyone. So how did she know about the hidden floor? Unless she was a major figure. Realizing this, Xiao Ye immediately put on a sweet face, his expression shifting instantly as he asked with a smile. "Hehe, may I ask, sister, who exactly are you?" Seeing Xiao Ye's attitude, Nye Xiaoyu's anger cooled somewhat, and promptly sat down on the worn-out sofa, crossing her legs as she said, "Who am I? I'm the high-ranking military commissioner dispatched by the military, the designer of this year's trial tower. By military rank, you should address me as Major Nye." Chapter 51, Nye Xiaoyu comes calling. "Where's my dragon?" Major Nye. Xiao Ye's heart skipped a beat. This woman was indeed a big shot. He'd heard rumors that this year's trial tower was personally designed by a high-ranking military official, and now the designer stood before him. No wonder she knew about the Black Dragon Cub he'd contracted from the hidden layer of the trial tower. She'd designed it herself. No wonder she knew everything he'd done in that hidden layer. But when it came to beast contracts, once formed, it was nearly impossible to break. Even if Xiao Ye wanted to return this dragon cub to her, it wouldn't be so simple. So, where is the Obsidian Dragon Cub? Nye Xiaoyu's expression hardened as she demanded coldly. Having risen to the rank of major in her early 20s through dazzling military achievements, her usual imposing presence finally settled into place. Hold on a sec. Xiao Ye took a moment to compose himself, his mind racing. Hiding the truth was impossible. Facing this high-ranking official, pointless concealment was worse than straightforward cooperation. Besides, these military officials couldn't very well just take it by force, could they? Xiao Ye instantly summoned the Obsidian Dragon Cub, choosing to respond with action. Yet after a wave of summoning intent passed, the Obsidian Dragon Cub within the summoning space offered not a single response. Was that little dragon sleeping soundly? Xiao Ye had noticed this from the very beginning. Ordinary summoners simply couldn't command this noble dragon cub. Xiao Ye couldn't stop it from emerging when it chose to. And when it didn't want to come out, Xiao Ye couldn't summon it either. Watching Nye Xiaoyu's impatience grow more pronounced by the second, her already haggard face now radiating murderous intent, Xiao Ye felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Frustrated and helpless, he stammered. "Ahem. Commander. Please don't get so worked up. It's not that I won't summon it, that dragon cub just won't listen to me. It refuses to come out." Nye Xiaoyu, already anxious over losing the dragon cub, couldn't rest easy without seeing it. But upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, Nye Xiaoyu suddenly calmed down. Her eyes brightened as she asked, "You mean the Obsidian Dragon Cub can freely break through the summoning space's restrictions?" Xiao Ye nodded urgently. "Exactly." Recalling his time with the young dragon, the little dragon had simply come and gone as it pleased. During those days of leveling in the wilderness training zone, it would always emerge as if drawn by the scent whenever Xiao Ye lit a campfire to grill meat for dinner. Yet during dungeon runs, whenever Xiao Ye tried to summon it for combat support, it stubbornly refused to appear. As this thought struck him, Xiao Ye suddenly slapped his forehead. "Wait! I've got an idea." Xiao Ye abruptly stood up, pulled out a leg of meat he'd bought on the way back from his backpack, and bustled over to the kitchen. Nye Xiaoyu watched the scene with a puzzled look, her eyes wide with curiosity. She followed Xiao Ye into the kitchen without thinking, muttering to herself as she went. "Black obsidian dragons can break the rules of summoning space. That's a major discovery. Back when we were researching it, we suspected the obsidian dragon's powerful defensive scales might be connected to spatial rules. This is new evidence." Xiao Ye skillfully sliced meat, lit the stove, and fried it in oil, while quietly observing the young female colonel. Colonel Nye appeared to be a military researcher. When discussing her studies on the obsidian dragon, she entered a state of complete absorption. She spoke at length about various research matters, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Ye's presence beside her. Xiao Ye wasn't even sure if he should be listening to much of it. Shouldn't that stuff be classified? It wasn't until Xiao Ye deliberately set out 2 portions of the pan-fried meat, handing one to Nye Xiaoyu. "Sir, would you care to try some?" Nye Xiaoyu's smacking lips abruptly stopped. The aroma of fried meat shot straight up her nose. Almost instantly, a distinctly audible cry erupted from her stomach. "Gurgle." Nye Xiaoyu flushed as she came to her senses. All these days she'd been staking out Xiao Ye here, surviving on nothing but crackers and instant noodles. Now, the aroma of this freshly fried meat was so enticing it felt like it was piercing right through the top of her head. "Well, I won't stand on ceremony." Nye Xiaoyu couldn't resist any longer. Her eyes widened as she took a plate of meat. Beside her, Xiao Ye felt a quiet thrill of satisfaction. After all, as the saying goes, you can't bite the hand that feeds you.
Major Nya couldn't very well turn on him now, could he?
As Nya Xiaoyu took her first bite, she felt the crispy exterior and tender interior, the rich meat flavor exploding in her mouth.
She felt like crying. Unable to contain herself, a strange sound escaped her lips. Mum.
Only children instinctively make such sounds when they taste something delicious.
Nya Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, yet she didn't stop eating. At that very moment,
a flash of light erupted from the teleportation array in the dilapidated rental room. A massive black dragon cub suddenly materialized. Its vertical pupils scanned the surroundings with curiosity, zeroing in precisely on the plate of fried meat Xiao Ye had already prepared. It immediately walked over and sat down, waiting to be fed by Xiao Ye.
Nya Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene firsthand, was completely dumbfounded. Hey! Is this really that same black obsidian dragon, noble-blooded and fiercely unruly? And when she saw Xiao Ye toss a piece of fried meat exactly the same as the one she'd just eaten to the black jade dragon cub, a thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Wait, does this dragon cub eat this well every single day? Well, that's one life not going to waste.
Nya Xiaoyu shook her head, banishing that frivolous thought from her mind. Then her researcher's instincts kicked in, and she began meticulously observing the obsidian dragon cub before her. A mere week had passed. The dragon cub seemed to have grown a full size. This growth rate rivaled the progress they'd achieved over half a year at the research base.
What on earth had Xiao Ye been feeding it? No.
It was likely because after bonding with a human professional, the contract beast could also gain growth points from the experience earned by its human partner. This explains why the military research base had been desperately trying to get this obsidian dragon cub to contract with a professional as soon as possible. But no matter how skilled the military professionals they brought in, none could successfully contract with this obsidian dragon.
What kind of magic did Xiao Ye possess?
Watching the heartwarming scene of the man and dragon playfully feeding each other, Nya Xiaoyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that this young obsidian dragon bonding with Xiao Ye wasn't such a bad thing after all. In a way, it actually solved the problem for the military. However, a strategic grade beast like this obsidian dragon cub required a sufficiently powerful professional to unleash its full dragonkin potential.
Was Xiao Ye, standing before her, truly qualified?
Yet Nya Xiaoyu recalled. Xiao Ye was the sole awakened who had cleared every floor of this trial tower's run to reach the hidden level.
Yet he was ultimately only a D-rank professional. What magic could a mere D-rank professional possibly possess to contract a black obsidian dragon? Unless he possesses some special talent trait. Could it be dragon affinity?
Nya Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with insight that was a 1 in a million rare talent.
In terms of strategic value, it could even surpass an SS-rank talent.
Historically, nearly half of all dragon warriors and dragon knights who forged contracts with dragons possessed this exceedingly rare trait.
A professional with the dragon affinity trait, with the training provided by the research base, would almost certainly become a dragon knight in the future. Chapter 52, Human-Dragon Harmony. Nya Xiaoyu's shock. A dragon affinity user is practically a born dragon knight. A practitioner with the innate dragon affinity trait possesses uniquely advantageous conditions when interacting with and training these noble creatures.
These proud and powerful creatures are notoriously difficult to handle. Even the strongest among ordinary adventurers humans struggle immensely to establish any meaningful connection with them. That innate pride, rooted in their very bloodline, is not something time or effort alone can overcome. Thus, every nation cultivating dragon riders these ultimate weapons pays a tremendous price. Even dragons raised from infancy rarely grant their trust to a practitioner. In fact, instances of dragons slaying their paired practitioners are far from rare. Thus, for any nation, a practitioner born with the innate trait of dragon affinity is an invaluable treasure. Could Xiao Ye before her eyes be such a 1 in a million dragon affinity individual?
Nya Xiaoyu's heart began to race uncontrollably.
When the higher-ups assigned the obsidian dragon hatchling a strategic-level dragon to their research team, the entire team was thrilled. Successfully training a single dragon rider would represent a major boost to the nation's combat strength. Yet after months of research, even after recruiting several exceptionally skilled warriors from the military, none could gain the obsidian dragon hatchling's recognition. And the Dragon Knight training program had nearly ground to a halt. At that very moment, Xiao Ye, who possessed the innate trait of dragon affinity, appeared by sheer coincidence. In the hidden level of the trial tower, he effortlessly forged a contract with the obsidian dragon hatchling. It was nothing short of a gift from fate. Nya Xiaoyu's lips curled into a wild grin. With Xiao Ye, this dragon affinity individual, the entire plan to cultivate dragon riders could now proceed and with almost predictable ease. Most noteworthy of all, Xiao Ye was merely a student who had just awakened his class. A bona fide fresh graduate. Nya Xiaoyu could even help him participate in that secret military program. Even if he was currently only a D-rank warrior. After emerging from that military secret program, he would undoubtedly become a warrior capable of standing on his own. And if he truly becomes a symbiotic dragon rider with that obsidian dragon cub, his power would easily surpass even S-rank professionals. Nya Xiaoyu could practically feel the military commendation beckoning her. The merit of discovering a Dragon Knight professional would be enough to earn her another star on her military rank.
Xiao Ye, is that right?
Xiao Ye couldn't help but rub her temples, speaking with the gentlest tone and a smile.
She didn't want to scare him.
Neither the Dragon Knight training program nor the military high command's secret operation were matters Xiao Ye could possibly grasp at his current level.
Telling him outright would likely only frighten him. Little did she know.
Xiao Ye, who appeared utterly composed on the surface, had already pieced together nearly all of Xiao Ye's background and intentions in his mind. Judging by how Xiao Ye launched into an unstoppable monologue the moment she heard about the obsidian dragon hatchling,
this woman was undoubtedly a complete research maniac.
It was through her actions that the obsidian dragon hatchling ended up in the hidden layer of the trial tower's final floor. By some twist of fate, that obsidian dragon hatchling ended up being contracted by him and brought home.
A dragon cub, even within the military ranks, would be considered an absolute strategic level resource.
No wonder she had rushed to his doorstep and waited at Xiao Ye's residence for several days. Yet now, Xiao Ye had indeed formed a contract with this obsidian dragon hatchling. Even if she wanted to break it, she couldn't. As a researcher herself, Major Xiao Ye understood this better than anyone. So she certainly wouldn't force him to sever the bond with the obsidian dragon cub.
But what exactly was she planning to do next?
Sir.
Xiao Ye responded promptly, neither deferential nor arrogant.
What is it, sir? Xiao Ye's gaze toward Xiao Ye held no less warmth than that directed at the black obsidian dragon cub.
She continued. Xiao Ye, do you usually live alone?
Observing Xiao Ye's attitude, which had undergone a complete 180-degree shift,
Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Was she trying to get close to him?
Yeah.
Xiao Ye replied, feeling a bit baffled.
But before he could finish, Xiao Ye cut him off with a delighted expression.
Great. Can I move in and live with you then?
What? Xiao Ye was startled, nearly dropping the spatula from his hand.
This is a bit sudden, isn't it?
Though Xiao Ye was considerably older than him, she was undeniably a stunning older woman and one with considerable connections at that.
Moving in to live under the same roof as him? What kind of talk was that? Seeing Xiao Ye's strong reaction,
Xiao Ye suddenly blinked her eyes and even said with a hint of pitifulness, "This obsidian dragon cub was an assignment given to me by the organization. Now that you've contracted it, I have absolutely no way to fulfill my duty. Logically, with such a major screw-up, I should be sent to a military tribunal, But..." Xiao Ye shifted her tone, her eyes sparkling as she continued. "If I could move in and monitor the dragon cub's growth around the clock, it would actually be a huge boost to my research. Our research team has long observed the spatial patterns on obsidian dragon scales, but we've never been able to confirm them. Besides, I'm the military research team's top dragon expert.
No one understands dragon behavior or how to tame one better than me. You must have noticed this little one doesn't listen to you at all, right?"
Xiao Ye blinked her eyes, a hint of mischief flickering in her gaze. With a tone that was half threat, half temptation, she addressed Xiao Ye.
"Xiao Ye, you wouldn't want to contract a mighty dragon only to find it useless in battle, would you?" Xiao Ye's massive frame suddenly trembled.
That line sounded off somehow. Though he had indeed contracted this obsidian dragon cub, he still hadn't figured out how to tame the little creature to fight by his side. He had scoured the entire database of First High School. Yet information on dragonkind was scarce indeed. Clearly, data on such a noble and powerful race must reside in higher-level databases. Like military databases. And Xiao Ye right before him was precisely the expert in this field.
Chapter 53, Free Dragon Nanny. Living with the Tsundere. So, what do you think, Xiao Ye?
Xiao Ye blinked her eyes, coaxing him gently, a free dragon cub babysitter, you know.
Xiao Ye couldn't help but take a deep breath. How to tame this obsidian dragon cub was indeed a major problem.
Especially since he was only a half-baked beast tamer. If he took the wrong path, failing to unleash the obsidian dragon clan's formidable power in the future would be nothing short of squandering a precious gift.
All right. Xiao Ye nodded decisively.
Upon hearing Xiao Ye's response, Xiao Ye instantly broke into a satisfied smile, the weariness that had clouded her entire face seemingly vanishing in an instant. A strand of lazy hair fell across her cheek. And only then did Xiao Ye notice that Xiao Ye, barely 27 or 28, was undeniably a beauty in the making. Though her messy short hair and glasses perched on her nose somewhat obscured her features.
And upon closer inspection,
her high bridge of the nose and the spirited beauty in her eyes and brows made her a proper older sister type.
Living under the same roof, it wasn't a bad deal. Oh, right.
Xiao Ye suddenly seemed to remember something. She pulled out an extremely tiny communicator from her backpack and handed it to Xiao Ye.
This is a special military communicator. It has my direct line number. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me anytime.
Whether it's the black obsidian dragon cub or your safety, both are equally important to me.
Xiao Ye declared with unwavering conviction. She wasn't lying.
To her, Xiao Ye was now as precious as the dragon cub itself.
A natural dragonkin affinity bearer, one you'd be hard-pressed to find even with a lantern. So, is there any fried meat left? Xiao Ye asked shyly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Hearing these words come from a 27-year-old female major, she felt a touch of embarrassment herself. Yeah, just wait a sec. Xiao Ye sighed helplessly, pulling a piece of meat from the fridge and getting busy once more. This time, he'd truly become the head chef. Xiao Ye's old, run-down rental apartment might be modest, but it was always kept spotless. The rental had only 2 rooms. Aside from the one Xiao Ye occupied, the other was brazenly claimed by Xiao Ye. The two slept separated only by a thin wall. Both exhausted and haggard from the grueling week, snoring soon echoed through the space. Early the next morning, both occupants of the 2 rooms opened their eyes early, as if by unspoken agreement. Xiao Ye retrieved her military-grade encrypted communicator and sent a message to her assistant at the research base. The obsidian dragon hatchling has been located. I've identified a new direction and will commence the next phase of research experiments. I won't be returning to base anytime soon, don't worry. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye also rose early. Even though such an anomaly had occurred in this rented room he'd lived in for years, he couldn't let it disrupt his development plan. After grinding monsters relentlessly for 5 full days in the high-level training zone, Xiao Ye had reached level 50. Gaining numerous new talent traits. But also finally equipped golden tier gear like the Royal Sword of the Sovereign, Ghost Ring, and Black Feather Leg Guards. His attributes underwent a monumental shift. Xiao Ye. Class, Godforsaken. Level, 50. HP, 9540 MP, 2150. Attack, 1595 Defense, 1588. Constitution, 181 Strength, 315. Agility, 345 Spirit, 155. Initial talent, Flawed Divinity. Talent entries, Savagery D tier, Light and Recovery S tier, Ghostfire Toxin A tier. Skills, Water Summon Step B tier, Beast Blood Boil A tier, Full Moon Sweep A tier, Sonic Detection S tier. Reaching level 50 signified eligibility for the first class advancement, and Xiao Ye's next task was to prepare for it. According to the regulations of Shanjing City, professionals who reach level 50 must either solo clear a danger level A dungeon, or clear a S tier dungeon with a party of no more than 10 members. To obtain a proof of strength. Only with this proof of strength can one proceed to the central district of Shanjing City for class advancement. This is what is known as the first job advancement. The first job advancement is crucial for any adventurer. Not only does it grant new class-specific skills, but also grants a substantial boost to all attributes. It's safe to say that the combat prowess of a professional before and after the first advancement is 2 entirely different realms. Xiao Ye was also curious about how far his godforsaken class could go after the first job advancement. But whether tackling a dangerous A-level instance solo or clearing an S-level instance in a party, neither was an easy feat. Take the recently added General Lolan's Tomb instance as an example. Its threat level is S rank. Back when players were only in their 30s, it took the combined forces of the 2 major guilds, Dominion and Black Eagle, to finally defeat the final boss, the Lulan Corps General. Though Xiao Ye had now reached level 50 and his combat power had more than doubled, he still couldn't afford to underestimate the challenge. Moreover, over the past few days, the Shanjing City level rankings had seen more than 20 players reach level 50. S-tier players like Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran now dominated the top ranks. Everyone was preparing intensely, striving to be the first to prove their strength. And become the first among this generation of awakened ones to achieve their first class advancement. Earning this distinction would not only bring immense prestige among Shanjing citizens, but also grant a special reward from the Professional Bounty Association. Only after advancing to the next tier can a professional officially register with the Bounty Association, gaining the qualification to accept various high-reward missions. That is when true profits begin for a professional. Nearly every individual who chooses the path of a professional does so with the goal of striking it rich through the Bounty Association. A bounty mission rated S-class in danger level could yield rewards exceeding 1,000,000 dragon coins, enough to provide a lifetime of comfort for an average family. Xiao Ye also needed this money-making avenue. So his next goal was to find an A-level instance with the lowest possible risk. One that not only met the requirements for solo completion but also minimized interference or deliberate sabotage from others. But before that, Xiao Ye had to visit one place first: the trading post in Shanjing City. The ancient Lulan Priest's Scepter and Crescent Moon Necklace he had listed earlier had already sold. And the buyer of both items was the same person. The offline transaction was scheduled for today. Chapter 54, Trading Post. 1,000,000 dragon coins in hand. Before Xiao Ye left, Xiao Ye suddenly poked her head out from her own room and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Xiao Ye answered honestly, "I'm going to gather some dungeon intel and trade some gear while I'm at it." Xiao Ye nodded obediently, batting her eyes as she said, "Be back soon." Xiao Ye was speechless. That overly familiar tone. This girl really didn't treat him like an outsider. Before leaving, Xiao Ye noticed Xiao Ye speaking into her communicator without hiding it from him. It sounded like she was requesting equipment delivery from the military research base. Looks like this lady really intends to turn his shabby rental into a research lab. Xiao Ye scratched his head but didn't bother to interfere. The trading center was an official marketplace established by Shangjing City. Any equipment listed on the communicator could be purchased and then exchanged in person at this location. The Shangjing City government guaranteed the safety of both parties, providing the utmost assurance. Xiao Ye's 2 top-tier mage grade level 50 items, the Ancient Lulan Priest Scepter and Crescent Moon Necklace, ultimately fetched a staggering 1.1 million dragon coins. After deducting the 10% transaction fee, he still walked away with nearly $1 million in massive profits. The individual who purchased both items left the online name Tang Jianchuan. Though no other details were provided, the transaction proceeded smoothly. The buyer paid the deposit online immediately, arranging for an in-person exchange today. Xiao Ye arrived at the exchange, registered the transaction serial number, and was then led into a private booth, where he discovered the buyer had arrived even earlier than him, already waiting inside. "You're the seller of the Ancient Lulan Priest Scepter and Crescent Moon Necklace?" The man leapt to his feet the moment he saw Xiao Ye. He was a lean young man dressed quite modestly, roughly the same age as Xiao Ye, both being awakened individuals of this generation. However, Xiao Ye had never seen him at first high school before. He must be from one of the affiliated counties of Shangjing City. Hello. My name is Tang Jianchuan. This guy actually left his real name online pretty straightforward. By contrast, Xiao Ye had only used a trading alias online. Tang Jianchuan's eyes were clear as he looked Xiao Ye up and down. His gaze held no hint of disrespect as he spoke to himself. "These 2 pieces of gear have been a huge help. I'm about to lead a group to farm job change certificates. Without these 2 level 50 golden items, I'd be feeling pretty uneasy." This man spoke without any guile, openly revealing that these golden items were for his own use. The fact that he could afford to pay 1 million dragon coins for 2 golden grade items clearly indicated that Tang Jianchuan came from a very wealthy family. "You're a mage class?" Xiao Ye asked politely. Tang Jianchuan nodded repeatedly, smiling as he replied. "That's right. An S-tier Thunder Domain mage. Pleased to meet you. An S-rank mage?" Xiao Ye was startled inwardly. It seemed that even the counties under Shangjing City were full of hidden talents. An S-rank mage, coupled with these 2 level 50 golden grade equipment pieces, his offensive capability could rival that of an entire team. This man was bound to make a name for himself in the future. Moreover, Tang Jianchuan had always been polite and courteous in his speech and demeanor, leaving Xiao Ye with a favorable impression. Xiao Ye promptly retrieved the 2 pieces of equipment, had them appraised at the exchange counter, and then transferred them directly to Tang Jianchuan. Tang Jianchuan promptly transferred the remaining balance to Xiao Ye's account. "Happy trading." Seeing the balance on his card suddenly increase by a substantial amount, Xiao Ye felt a surge of satisfaction. Before leaving, Tang Jianchuan politely inquired, "Would you mind adding me as a friend? If you come across any suitable mage gear in the future, just name your price, I'll pay the highest offer." This guy was quite generous. Xiao Ye, who was precisely in need of such a patron, promptly added him as a contact. Tang Jianchuan's contact information displayed his guild affiliation: Fiery Battle. Manhwa, one of the 4 great guilds alongside Hegemony and Black Eagle. No wonder an S-tier mage like him could only find a home under the shade of such mighty trees as the 4 great guilds. Noticing Xiao Ye's slightly surprised expression, Tang Jianchuan cut straight to the point with frank honesty. "I currently serve as a squad leader for the Beijing branch of the Beacon Fire Guild. Might I ask if you belong to a guild? A talent like yours joining our blazing torch would be a win-win for both sides." Tang Jianchuan's sincerity was unmistakable. Though he didn't yet know Xiao Ye's class, anyone capable of crafting 2 level 50 gold tier items at this stage was clearly no ordinary player. "Sorry, I'm already in a guild." Xiao Ye declined. Tang Jianchuan pressed on, unwilling to give up. "Oh? Which guild did you join, brother?" Xiao Ye froze. He had already verbally agreed to join Qin Yanran's guild, but at the time of their conversation, Qin Yanran hadn't actually registered the guild yet. So now Xiao Ye didn't even know the name of his own guild. It's a newly founded guild. We haven't settled on a name yet." A look of deep regret flashed in Tang Jianchuan's eyes as he urged, "Not to put a damper on things, but a talent like yours deserves a bigger stage to shine on. Or are you planning to go solo?" Xiao Ye shook his head with a smile and said, "A gentleman keeps his word. I've already promised that person I'd join her guild. I can't go back on my word now." Tang Jianchuan frowned briefly before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Well said. A man of his word. Since that's the case, I can't force you any further. But a guild that catches the eye of a talent like you must be no ordinary place. It seems we'll inevitably cross paths again someday. Farewell." "Farewell." After leaving the exchange, Xiao Ye activated his communicator and located one named Li Shuer, and sent a message. "Where are you now? Would it be convenient to meet?" Within seconds, Li Shuer's reply came through the communicator. "We're at the inpatient ward of 3rd Hospital. Hold on, I'll send you our location."
His successful acquisition of the Black Moon Cloak, Tiger Seal, and other gear from the main hall was, in a sense, largely thanks to the sheepskin map gifted by Li Shuer and Lin Fei. After emerging from the Lulan General's tomb instance, Xiao Ye, playing it safe, didn't return directly to Shangjing City but instead wandered around for several days. Now that both gold-tier items had been sold, it was time to fulfill his promise. Chapter 55, A Lifeline in the Snow. A debt of gratitude beyond repayment. The emergence of the priest class, wielding healing magic, ushered in a new era for medical care across the entire world. However, adventurers venturing into dungeons to pioneer new paths inevitably suffered all manner of strange injuries and ailments. Coupled with the emergence of numerous unstable dungeons in residential areas, it felt like a catastrophe. Hence, hospitals did not diminish in number, instead, they proliferated. When Xiao Ye arrived at the inpatient ward of the third hospital, he found Hong Liang, who had narrowly escaped death, had regained consciousness. His entire body was tightly wrapped in bandages like a mummy, with only his face visible from the bed. Upon seeing Xiao Ye, Hong Liang struggled to sit up, his speech still slurred. "Thank you, brother, for saving my life. I can never repay you." Li Shuer, standing nearby, hurriedly gestured for Xiao Ye to sit down. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes brimming with unmistakable excitement. "Xiao Ye, please sit down." Lin Fei, too, looked at Xiao Ye with eyes full of gratitude. "Brother Xiao Ye, you really made it out of the dungeon. Xiao Shui has been worried sick these past few days." Lin Fei's words made Li Shuer's face flush again. "What are you saying?" Xiao Ye cleared his throat lightly and said, "How is your team leader's injury?" The three exchanged awkward glances before Lin Fei finally spoke up. "The captain's condition is temporarily stable, but just as you said, brother, to restore his mobility, we must find a priest above the fifth transformation to intervene. We checked with the third hospital. They said they could arrange one, but it'll cost at least 1.8 million dragon coins." The situation unfolded exactly as Xiao Ye had anticipated. With injuries as severe as their captain Hong Liang's, without a priest above the fifth transformation level, he was destined to become a cripple. Lying in his hospital bed, Hong Liang sighed but managed a faint smile as he said, "It's no big deal. Lin Fei, Xiao Shui, don't put so much pressure on yourselves. At worst, I'll just step back into a supporting role. I can still get things done." Lin Fei, however, spoke with intense emotion. "Captain, don't say that. We'll risk our very lives to heal you." Li Shuer nodded urgently as well. Their bond with Captain Hong Liang had long surpassed that of family. A heavy, helpless atmosphere instantly filled the hospital room. Xiao Ye suddenly interjected. "How much money do you have right now?" Li Shuer bit her lip and replied, "We've emptied all our savings and borrowed from friends. We've managed to gather 600,000 dragon coins so far." Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you found an opportunity to sell those few pieces of equipment yet?" Li Shuer and Lin Fei exchanged glances and shook their heads. Hong Liang, lying in the hospital bed, interjected. "I stopped them from selling. The forces behind the person who attacked us are no ordinary group. I was afraid they'd get caught in a trap." Xiao Ye nodded. Captain Hong Liang had made the right call. Earlier in that dungeon, when Xiao Ye had instructed the two of them, he had considered the depth of that man's backing. But he never imagined that person would be the fourth young master of the Bully Group. The name Bully Group transcended mere influence. Even if they fled to black markets in other cities, they couldn't escape the group's watchful eyes. Refusing to sell was the right call. "You two should know who that person is by now, right?" Xiao Ye's expression darkened, his tone turning stern. Rumors from the Lulan General's tomb dungeon had gradually spread to Shangjing City in recent days. Coupled with media outlets digging into the story like they'd struck gold, a particular story had reached people's ears. The fourth young master of the Bully Group had vanished inside the Lulan General's tomb dungeon, and before his disappearance, he seemed to have been ambushed by the two major guilds, Beoi and Black Eagle. The Bully Group's matriarch flew into a rage. Yet to this day, her most cherished fourth son remains missing without a trace. Rumor has it that high-ranking members of both Black Eagle and Hegemony have contacted the Bully Group, yet no explanation has been offered to this day. People have always relished watching the elite rich turn on each other like dogs fighting. But only Hong Liang, Li Shuer, and Lin Fei in this hospital room knew the true story. The assassin who hunted them down was the fourth young master of the Bully Group. And he had already met his end at Xiao Ye's hands. As for how Xiao Ye managed to divert the blame onto the two major guilds, Dominion and Black Eagle, Hong Liang and the others couldn't fathom it. They only grew more and more impressed with Xiao Ye, even bordering on deep reverence. Understood. Lin Fei and Li Shuer gritted their teeth and nodded. Though they feared the Bully Group, their hearts burned with hatred. The guilty must pay. That fourth young master of the Bully Group had brutally murdered two of their teammates. His death was no loss. Xiao Ye sighed and said, "Bully Group will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation of all markets next. So find a way to destroy those three pieces of equipment you have. Never use them again." Lin Fei immediately protested. "But what about the captain's illness? If we don't sell the gear, where will we get the remaining million+ dragon coins?" Lying in the hospital bed, Hong Liang spoke in a deep voice.
Xiao Fei listened to brother Xiao Ye. He's right. If Poly Group finds out, not only will the three of us die, but we'll drag brother Xiao Ye down with us. A look of utter helplessness washed over Lin Fei's face. Sometimes, money can buy a person's life. Without it, he could only watch Hong Liang become a useless shell. I can lend you the remaining 1.2 million dragon coins. Xiao Ye suddenly spoke up. After securing nearly 1 million dragon coins from the exchange, combined with the bonus he earned from the trial tower, the total barely reached 1,200,000 dragon coins. This represented his entire fortune. No. Absolutely not. Hong Liang, lying on the bed, hurriedly refused. Brother Xiao Ye, saving my life was already a debt I could never repay. Even if you cured me, we'd never be able to pay back this 1.2 million dragon coins. Hong Liang knew their own limitations. And this debt to Xiao Ye was simply beyond their means to repay. Li Shuer and Lin Fei also lowered their heads in silence. They already owed Xiao Ye far too much. If you can't repay it all at once, just pay it back gradually. At worst, I'll add interest to the debt. Xiao Ye said indifferently. His actions weren't solely to aid Hong Liang, but also to eliminate the risk of being traced back to the Bali Group. Your Captain Hong Liang's injuries must be treated immediately. Because next, Bali Group will inevitably settle accounts with every single person who entered the Lulan General's tomb instance. And your injuries are the most damning evidence. You must erase them within 3 days. Hong Liang froze. The three of them finally grasped the gravity of what Xiao Ye had said. Bali Group was no pushover. They would stop at nothing to uncover the cause of the fourth young master's death. Understood. Hong Liang nodded with difficulty, knowing this was their only option. Brother Xiao Ye, we will repay this money. Chapter 56, The Bounty Association's Approach. Something's fishy. Money talks. With this 1.8 million dragon coins, the hospital could quickly arrange for a 5th transformation priest to intervene. And the 5th tier skill, flesh reforging, could even restore Hong Liang's mobility within a day. No one would consider this 1.8 million dragon coins a waste. Nor would anyone think a 5th transformation priest earns their money too easily. For a 5th tier priest who's reached level 250 is as rare as hen's teeth in the entire dragon nation. The higher the level, the more insurmountable the climb becomes. For a healer class to reach level 250 is dozens, even hundreds of times more difficult than for combat classes. A pastor who has reached that level of status, one who, besides being supported by major aristocratic families and top conglomerates, is still willing to step out and charge money to treat people as practically a saint. Only by healing Hong Liang's injuries could all traces be completely erased. When facing a behemoth like Boli Group, not a single trace could be left behind. Xiao Ye must seize every moment to grow stronger. Only now did he truly grasp how utterly helpless an ordinary person would be against the threat of a colossus like Boli Group. Fortunately, Xiao Ye now operated from the shadows. And the diversion tactic he'd employed in the dungeon had temporarily shifted the heat onto the two major guilds, Dominion and Black Eagle. Completing his first transformation was now urgent. After leaving the third hospital, Xiao Ye headed straight for the Bounty Association. Here, he could access more official dungeon information and intelligence. Only by completing dungeons rated a level or higher in danger by the Bounty Association could one obtain a job advancement certificate. Here, Xiao Ye spotted several familiar faces from first high school. Most were already in a rank or higher professions. And in the race against time during the initial phase, no one had fallen behind. Many had already reached level 50. But among them, Xiao Ye didn't see Lin Xueming or Wang Biao. It seemed that due to the case of the fourth young master of Bali Group's disappearance, the two of them who were involved were now stretched too thin. This presented Xiao Ye with a perfect opportunity. Just as Xiao Ye was carefully reviewing the intelligence on the A-level dungeon provided by the Capital Association, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hey there, you here to get your job change certificate too?" Xiao Ye turned to see a melee class character strapped with dual swords. Half his gear was at least silver grade, and his level had also reached 50. Yes. Xiao Ye nodded. The dual sword-wielding boy scanned Xiao Ye's gear from head to toe, his eyes darting around before he said, "Perfect timing. Want to join our party? We're all here for the job change certificate and plan to tackle an S-rank dungeon. We're just short a few members." The dual sword-wielding youth turned and signaled to a group in the distance. The others waved back in response. Each of them had also reached level 50. "What do you say, bro? Teaming up is way safer than soloing." The man immediately extended a party invitation to Xiao Ye. Though S-rank dungeons are only one level higher in danger than rank ones, their difficulty and risks increase exponentially. That's why the Bounty Association relaxed its requirements. Any party under 10 members clearing an S-rank dungeon could earn a class change certificate. "Don't worry. We've got 3 A-class classes in our party. We've got this S-rank dungeon covered." The dual sword-wielding boy persisted in his persuasion, his gaze deliberately lingering on Xiao Ye's gear. Xiao Ye's gear was deliberately covered with rags and sanded to look worn, so casual observers wouldn't realize they were all precious golden artifacts. Plus, clearing an S-rank dungeon drops tons of golden gear. We'll split it up based on need. The backpack-wearing boy kept coaxing him, seemingly desperate for Xiao Ye to join their team. His fiery enthusiasm was almost suspicious. All right. Xiao Ye suddenly nodded readily. A flash of wild excitement lit up the eyes of the boy with the twin swords. He hastily beckoned to his distant companion and exclaimed, "Great! Let's not waste any time, we're setting out now." Several companions nearby quickly gathered around. Among them were a heavily armored warrior, 2 mages, a priest, and an archer. With the dual sword-bearing youth, there were 6 in total. The newcomers' gazes, too, deliberately or casually, appraised Xiao Ye. The heavily armored warrior extended a hand to Xiao Ye with enthusiasm, saying, "Welcome aboard, brother. You're joining our team. Rest assured, with us here, we'll definitely clear this S-ranked dungeon." Before the pleasantries were even finished, the group had already slung their backpacks and gear over their shoulders, ready to set off. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you already chosen a dungeon?" The heavily armored warrior paused, then plastered on a smile and explained, "You bet, bro. We've picked the S-rank Ghost Beast Valley. Don't worry, we've done our intel prep on Ghost Beast Valley. We'll clear it for sure." Noticing Xiao Ye's apparent skepticism, one of the mages quickly interjected, "Honestly, we chose Ghost Beast Valley mainly because it plays to our team's strengths. You can trust us." "Exactly. The timing is perfect today. I say we set off right now." The boy with dual swords on his back promptly suggested. The others nodded in agreement. The group surrounded Xiao Ye and began heading toward the city gates. "Hold on." Xiao Ye suddenly spoke up. The abrupt interruption caused their expressions to freeze momentarily. But then Xiao Ye continued, "Aren't you going to ask my name or what I do?" The heavily armored warrior flushed with embarrassment and stammered, "Look at us, so flustered we completely forgot that part. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuan Chanha. What might this brother's name be?" The young man beside him, who carried 2 swords on his back, also quickly smiled and said, "Right. My name is Yuan Changting. My name is Yuan Xiaoyu." Xiao Ye's lips curved slightly as he feigned indifference. "No problem. I'm Xiao Ye." But he already had a hunch. This group all shared the same surname and likely hailed from the same county under Shangjing City, definitely fellow townsfolk. The group coaxed and persuaded Xiao Ye into joining their ranks, likely setting their sights on him. There was definitely something sinister lurking within that Ghost Beast Valley. Chapter 57, Ghost Beast Valley. The suspicious Yuan brothers. Ghost Beast Valley lay to the north of Shangjing City. As Xiao Ye followed the group toward the north city gate, he noticed 3 more people waiting outside the gate. 2 of them were extremely familiar with the Yuan brothers, but a petite female shield warrior seemed awkward and out of place among them. "These 3 are with us too." Yuan Changting, dual swords strapped to his back, explained with a smile to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's group of 7, plus these 3, made up the full 10. Throughout the journey, the Yuan group and the 2 newcomers kept casting glances at Xiao Ye, occasionally exchanging knowing looks as if by accident. Little did they know, Xiao Ye had noticed every detail. They must have their own private communication channel. Only the shield warrior girl who joined later seemed as bewildered as Xiao Ye, likely not part of their group. Petite in stature, she carried a shield nearly as large as her entire body, creating a charmingly incongruous contrast. Taking advantage of bending down to adjust his gear, Xiao Ye approached the girl and struck up a conversation. "Hi. Were you also called here to fight for the job change certificate?" She immediately nodded, a hint of embarrassment still visible on her face. She seemed shy and socially awkward. "My name is Xiao Ye." Xiao Ye introduced himself promptly. The girl promptly replied with equal politeness. "My name is Gu Shiyu." This simple exchange caught the attention of Yuan Chanha and Yuan Changting ahead of them. The brothers deliberately or inadvertently kept Xiao Ye in their peripheral vision. Noticing that Xiao Ye had only exchanged a few words with her before walking back to the front of the line. Only then did they turn away. Then, just as they were striking up a conversation, Xiao Ye discreetly sent Gu Shiyu a contact request to add her as a friend. Seconds later, Gu Shiyu accepted the invitation. Ghost Beast Valley nestled at the foot of a mountain range near Shangjing City, flanked by mountains to the left and plains to the right, with several natural ravines carved through its center. These ravines could easily reach dozens of meters deep, forming their own distinct world. Benefiting from ample sunlight and a humid climate, the ravines even supported shrubbery taller than a person. Hidden within these ravines lurked a deadly monster, the Ghost Beast. Resembling apes in form, these creatures are covered in black velvety fur, yet their faces bear naturally formed bone armor masks that eerily resemble human features. Hence its name, the Ghost Beast. Ghost beasts are highly aggressive, pack-hunting creatures that inhabit this valley. They move swiftly, possess a strong sense of group combat, and wield astonishing destructive power. Before the area was designated a S-ranked danger zone, news frequently surfaced of lone adventurers straying into the Ghost Beast Valley and meeting their end there. As the group reached the Ghost Beast Valley, tension tightened across every face. The heavily armored warrior Yuan Chanha led the group, followed closely by the dual-sword agile swordsman Yuan Changting.
The remaining mages and archers each took their designated positions. The coordination among these 8 members carried an unspoken harmony, clearly forged through years of teaming up.
Brother Xiao Ye, sister Gu Shiyu, you two are melee classes to stay by my side, he said, waving to Xiao Ye. Which was perfectly reasonable. Xiao Ye promptly pulled a weapon from his backpack and moved to the front of the group. However, it wasn't the level 50 golden weapon, the Sovereign Sword, but rather an ordinary bronze longsword he'd looted from a dungeon earlier. Yuan Changting, who also wielded 2 long swords as weapons, glanced at the sword in Xiao Ye's hand before turning away. The entire party began cautiously pushing forward. Soon, a series of scattered rustling sounds erupted from a thicket ahead. A nimble shadow seemed to flit through it. Xiao Ye observed closely. Alongside the heavily armored warriors Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting, who also witnessed it. The two exchanged a glance. Yuan Changhe suddenly charged forward. Raising his shield, he slammed it forcefully into the thicket. This must be his charge skill. Yuan Changting swiftly followed, his twin swords whirling like a whirlwind. A piercing scream erupted from the thicket as a half-human-sized, black-furred ghost beast was knocked out. Just as the beast was about to bellow, summoning its companions. 2 spells and a sword strike from the party swiftly ended its life. The team's coordination was impeccable, instantly eliminating the ghost beast. Xiao Ye didn't even have time to intervene. The Yuan brothers team truly possessed the strength to clear S-ranked dungeons. But then, what exactly was their purpose in luring him and the other shield warrior, Gu Shiyu, to this ghost beast valley? Xiao Ye grew inwardly wary, though his expression betrayed nothing. Their progress through the ghost beast valley seemed unusually smooth, silently picking off every lone ghost beast they encountered along the way. Thus, they advanced deep into the valley, where the surrounding cliff walls now soared to heights of 4 or 5 stories. Scattered straw peeked out from the surrounding thickets. Xiao Ye parted the bushes with his sword to find a ruined ghost beast lair. The straw-built nest had been hacked to pieces, evidence that someone had already been here. Could it be that the Yuan brothers had already been here once? Xiao Ye's mind raced with questions. But then, behind him, Yuan Changting's startled cry rang out. Look! What is this? Everyone immediately gathered around, and Xiao Ye's gaze followed Yuan Changting's. In his hands, he held a mineral stone radiating a deep blue glow. Essence Spirit Ore. Xiao Ye instantly recognized the item in Yuan Changting's hands. It was a mineral material used to enchant high-grade weapons, extremely valuable, its worth measured almost by the gram. The others nearby also let out astonished exclamations. This must be soul essence ore, right? I've heard this stuff is worth a fortune. How did you find it here? Yuan Changting's face lit up with excitement as he replied. I have no idea either. I just stumbled upon a hard object in the bushes, picked it up, and it turned out to be essence ore. The group's leader, the heavily armored warrior Yuan Changhe, spoke with a gleam in his eyes. Essence ore never appears alone. Everyone, spread out and search. There might be a vein here. If we find a vein, we'll strike it rich. Yuan Changhe immediately pointed in different directions, issuing commands. Pair up. Changting and Xiaoyu, you two head that way. Dashan, Erzhan, you two head west to search. Brother Xiao Ye, sister Gu Shiyu, you two go together. Head to the eastern cliff face, there seems to be a cave there. The shield warrior girl seemed convinced by Yuan Changhe's words, her face lighting up with excitement as she nodded. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Essence or vein? He'd see just what Yuan Changhe was up to. Chapter 58, Spirit Essence Vein. The shield warrior girl, Gu Shiyu. Essence veins are a new type of ore that appeared on this planet alongside dungeons and monsters. Due to its innate, exceptionally strong affinity with magic, it is considered the premier material for enchanting high-level weapons and equipment. However, these veins are exceedingly rare and appear with almost no discernible pattern. Every adventurer who has ever discovered one has risen to the pinnacle of their profession without exception. Could it be that a soul essence vein was hidden within this ghost beast valley? Xiao Ye's vigilance only heightened. The ore he had glimpsed earlier in Yuan Changting's hands, radiating a deep azure glow, was undoubtedly from a spirit essence vein. But he absolutely refused to believe that the Yuan brothers would share such a valuable find with 2 strangers they'd just met. Those men must have been putting on a show earlier. But as long as they didn't slip up, Xiao Ye wouldn't want to alert them prematurely. The direction Yuan Changhe had pointed out to him and Gu Shiyu lay ahead, a cavern carved deep into the cliff face. And from afar, it appeared pitch black inside. The shield warrior girl beside him, Gu Shiyu, raised her light-emitting rod and thrust it forward. And instantly, a scattering of deep blue lights burst forth from within. It's spirit ore. Inside the cave. Gu Shiyu exclaimed excitedly, about to step inside. But Xiao Ye reached out to stop her, placing a finger to his lips. He then whispered a message to her through the communicator. Careful. Those people are shady. Natural spirit essence ore is usually embedded within rock layers, covered by an oxide crust. The deep blue inner core is never exposed on the surface. The ore in the cave was clearly placed there deliberately. Such a crude tactic. Gu Shiyu froze, her eyes widening as she stared at Xiao Ye, her face etched with disbelief. Xiao Ye shook his head at her.
then turned to Yuan Chanha and Yuan Changting, who were searching in another direction, and said,
"There are no minerals in the cave. Let's go look elsewhere." Xiao Ye's words instantly drew the Yuan brothers' attention. Yuan Chang's face froze momentarily before he forced a smile and said, "Brother Xiao Ye, perhaps we should search more thoroughly? That spirit essence is a precious commodity. I hear a single piece can fetch over 10,000 dragon coins." Xiao Ye frowned and replied, "There really isn't anything in this cave, and besides, weren't we here to get the job change certificate?" Xiao Ye's words instantly darkened Yuan Chang's expression as he retorted, "We can get the job change certificate anytime. But this essence or vein is a rare find. If we really find it, we'll strike it rich." Xiao Ye suddenly smiled at him and said, "Brother Yuan, if we really do find it, how should we divide the vein?" Yuan Chang's expression froze for a moment before he replied, "Well, we'd split it evenly, of course. Everyone gets a share. Hurry back into the cave and take another look." Xiao Ye, however, took another step away from the cave entrance and said, "There really isn't anything inside this cave. Since that's the case, we should hurry and look elsewhere." "Impossible." Yuan Chang's expression finally shifted. A cold, ruthless glint flashed in his narrow eyes as his tone turned icy. "Brother Xiao Ye, do you not trust me? You haven't even gone inside. How can you know there's no vein in that cave?" Finally revealing his true colors, Xiao Ye let out a cold laugh and said, "Brother Yuan, how can you be so certain there's a spirit or vein inside that cave? Could it be you planted those ores there yourself?" The question cut straight to the heart of Yuan Chang's scheme. At that moment, Yuan Changha abandoned all pretense, his face hardening as he seemed to utter something in the group chat. Yuan Changting and several other Yuan surnamed individuals nearby immediately closed in, each already armed with weapons in hand. "Heh, never thought you'd see through me." Yuan Changha sneered. "But today, you two are going in whether you like it or not." The group closed in, surrounding Xiao Ye and Gu Shiyu at the cave entrance. Their true nature laid bare. What do you want?" The shield warrior girl, Gu Shiyu, panicked and raised the massive shield strapped to her back, stammering, "We don't want to go into this cave." Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, coldly scanning the group before him. The Yuan brothers, Yuan Chanha and Yuan Changting, were the best equipped, sporting nearly half silver grade gear. The others, though less well equipped, hid behind them, forming a battle formation. Organized crime. These guys were likely seasoned criminals. "If I'm not mistaken," Xiao Ye said with a cold laugh, "this cave likely harbors no spirit essence veins at all. Instead, it's probably the lair of that ghost beast." Xiao Ye sneered coldly. "You went to such lengths to lure us here just to use us as bait for those ghost beasts, freeing yourselves to hunt the real vein." Yuan Changting's twin swords scraped together as he grinned savagely. "You're sharp. But today, we'll just have to sacrifice the two of you to fulfill our brother's dream of rising to the top in one fell swoop." Yuan Changting was a cautious man. He had long recognized Xiao Ye was no ordinary person and knew well the danger of speaking too much. He quickly turned to Yuan Changha and said, "Brother, no need for small talk. Let's move." Yuan Changha gave the order. Two mages in the group suddenly struck simultaneously. With a fierce swing of their staffs, two jade green beams of ethereal light shot forth like serpents from the wands, striking the ground beneath Xiao Ye and Gu Shiyu. Earth Dragon Spell. Suddenly, the earth beneath Xiao Ye and the shield warrior girl Gu Shiyu erupted violently. A powerful thrust surged upward from the ground, slamming both of them into the cavern like an earth dragon. "This is bad." Xiao Ye's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected both mages in the Yuan brothers group to be earth elemental specialists. Though the earth dragon technique dealt little damage, it was a hard-hitting push skill. The earth beneath their feet had transformed into a steep slope, forcing them to slide deeper into the cave. Xiao Ye stomped his feet hard on the ground, his body nimbly scrambling forward. But ahead, Gu Shiyu's body suddenly tilted and collapsed onto the ground. The massive shield she carried toppled over, crashing down toward Xiao Ye behind her. Like a giant pot lid, forcefully pinning Xiao Ye back down just as he was about to climb out. Damn it! Xiao Ye tumbled headlong into the mountain cave. When he opened his eyes again, surrounded by utter darkness, the two earth element mages had instantly sealed the cave entrance with their spells. Both of them were sealed inside the cave together. Xiao Ye was dazed and confused from the fall, only to feel a weight like a small Iron Man pressing down on him. And that massive shield was still smashed against his head. How could this petite-looking girl be so heavy? This time, she'd really gotten him into deep trouble. Then came the faint, echoing voice of the shield warrior girl, Gu Shiyu. "Woo-woo, I'm sorry." Chapter 59, Mutant Species. The Abomination Beast. Cough cough, how about you get up for a moment? Xiao Ye was pressed down so hard he could barely breathe. And he never expected that Gu Shiyu, who looked no taller than 5 feet tall, weighed a full 300 to 400 pounds. Her entire gear set was thick, heavy armor. Most of the health bar he'd just lost was from being smashed by this girl. Whoops. Sorry. Gu Shiyu rolled off Xiao Ye's body, then hurriedly reached out to help him up. "Classmate, are you okay?" "I'm okay."
Xiao Ye gasped, covering his nose and mouth while reaching into his backpack for a glowworm. In the thick cloud of dust, the glowworms could only illuminate a range of 4 or 5 meters around them. Looking up, they saw the entrance to the cave they had fallen through was now completely sealed off. Xiao Ye stubbornly climbed a few steps upward to investigate, only to find the opening had been poured into a thick earthen wall, likely the work of an earth mage. When he tapped it with his sword hilt, it was solid as a rock, not even producing a hollow sound. Breaking through this wall from the inside seemed impossible. Sorry. Gu Shiyu's faint voice suddenly echoed beside him. If I hadn't blocked you just now, you would have made it up. Xiao Ye felt a bit helpless. But this girl did have a shred of conscience. She'd already apologized 3 times in the past few moments. And her attitude was incredibly sincere. What else could Xiao Ye do? Besides, they were both in the same boat now. Xiao Ye remained silent, his mind racing with escape plans. But then Gu Shiyu suddenly spoke up. But don't worry. We'll definitely get out alive. I'll protect you. Xiao Ye froze. In the dim glow of the fireflies, he saw Gu Shiyu's face set with unwavering resolve. You'll protect me? Xiao Ye asked in surprise. Gu Shiyu nodded earnestly and replied. I'm a shield warrior, my defense stats are off the charts. If we run into ghost beasts, just hide behind me. Xiao Ye couldn't help but slap his forehead, unsure whether to call her naive or innocent. Yet her words were strangely touching. However, the Yuan brothers had lured the 2 of them into this cavern for a very specific reason. Judging by their actions, they must have visited this Ghost Beast Valley before, having scouted the area thoroughly long ago. This cave was most likely the lair of the Ghost Beast. Don't forget, the Ghost Beast Valley is an S-rank instance. That meant the boss inside was at least an S-rank dangerous monster. At that very moment, a heavy, violent aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the cave ahead. Xiao Ye and his companion instantly grew alert. He could sense the palpable tension in Gu Shiyu beside him, her hands gripping the shield trembling slightly. Don't panic. Xiao Ye whispered softly, then gently rolled the glowworm along the ground toward the darkness. Its faint glow swirling as it rolled deeper into the cavern, illuminating the source of that violent aura. There, looming before them, was a monstrous ghost beast of staggering proportions as large as a truck. Its thick, obese limbs and enormous belly were wedged in a grotesquely twisted posture deep within the cavern. Its once black fur now streaked with gray, and the bony mass covering its face equally bloated and misshapen. A mutant. A flicker of grim resolve flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes. According to records, even fully grown ghost beasts rarely exceeded human size. This bloated, monstrously swollen ghost beast before him must be a mutant among its kind. In an instant, the lightbug rolling at its feet was crushed under a palm. And a fierce howl echoed throughout the entire cavern. It was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. What is that thing? Gu Shiyu exclaimed in panic, clearly startled by the hideous, bloated specter. It's a mutant species within the Ghost Beast clan. Xiao Ye answered while pulling out a fresh tube of glowworms from his backpack. Don't panic. It seems stuck in the cave and shouldn't be able to escape anytime soon. Though the light from the glowworm had only flashed briefly, Xiao Ye had observed it carefully. The mutant ghost beast, too bulky to move, was trapped in the cave that grew narrower the deeper it went. It possessed fierce ferocity but was utterly immobilized. Xiao Ye shone the light down at his feet. And sure enough, the cave floor was littered with bone fragments and skeletal remains from various animals, and even fellow ghost beasts. What a scourge! Xiao Ye murmured, while Gu Shiyu beside him trembled and asked, what should we do now? Xiao Ye surveyed the surroundings, then shook his head helplessly. There are no other passages branching off from this cave. Retreat is impossible. We have no choice but to press forward. We have to take that thing down and see if there's an exit behind it. Kill it. Gu Shiyu's eyes widened instantly. Just the 2 of us? Xiao Ye suddenly noticed a quirk about this petite girl. She stuttered slightly when nervous. That's right. Xiao Ye nodded firmly. If we don't kill it, we'll truly be sealed inside this cave. With that, Xiao Ye replaced the weapon in his backpack with the genuine level 50 golden artifact, the Sovereign's Imperial Sword. Then activated the Ghost Flame Toxin. An eerie, demonic flame instantly ignited along the entire gleaming blade, its light illuminating the surrounding cavern. Now at level 50, half his body clad in golden gear, and even sporting a dazzling ring, Xiao Ye's damage output was unrecognizable compared to before. The mutated ghost beast trapped in the cavern before him was nothing but a living target. Xiao Ye could finally test just how far his current damage output could reach. He activated Water Summoning Step beneath his feet. Xiao Ye's movement speed surged as he raised the Imperial Sword and charged deep into the cavern. The blade, imbued with burning and poison effects, illuminated the mutated ghost beast's face. And he struck with a swift thrust. 1957. A staggering number nearing 2000 erupted upon the ghost beast's chest. That's insane damage. The enormous damage figure made Gu Shiyu gasp involuntarily. At the same time, the mutated ghost beast's attributes appeared before the 2. Abhorrent ghost beast. Tier, level 55 golden tier boss. HP, 100,000. Description: once the strongest individual among the Ghost Beast tribe, it became the host of the abomination after infection. Its insatiable greed and lust for power drove it mad, gradually transforming it into a monster despised and feared by its own kind.
Chapter 60, Revenge is Mine. The Cunning Xiao Ye.
The mutated Ghost Beast's counterattack was swift and ferocious. Its bulky arm swung violently toward Xiao Ye, sending a shower of sharp debris flying. Yet Xiao Ye's foot shifted lightly to the side, evading the powerful blow with pinpoint precision.
Simultaneously,
his left hand instantly equipped the Tiger Fierce War Shield, completely blocking the barrage of sharp debris. Not a single scratch was inflicted. Xiao Ye wielded his sword with one hand. The damage bonus from the level 50 golden weapon caused every strike to deal 4-digit damage.
1,389. 1,288. 1,355.
As Gu Shiyu watched in stunned silence, Xiao Ye's attack speed only grew faster. The flaming long sword in his grasp whipped through the air like a fiery serpent. And damage numbers exceeding 1,000 points exploded onto the mutated demon beast's body. Combined with the effects of burning and poison damage, visibly chipped away a significant chunk of its health bar within mere minutes. So powerful.
Gu Shiyu's eyes widened as she stammered in awe.
Xiao Ye before her seemed to be putting on a show, each strike of his longsword landing precisely on the beast's vital points. The mutated ghost beast's terrifying, brutal counterattacks made her heart leap with fear each time, yet Xiao Ye effortlessly dodged them all.
This was nothing short of a masterclass in positioning. Gu Shiyu had never witnessed anything like this in her entire life. Bathed in the fiery glow of his blade, Xiao Ye moved like a dancer executing the most agile steps, precise and deadly.
In those few short minutes, she felt as though she had learned a lifetime's worth of lessons. No wonder he had the confidence to claim he could slay this mutated demon beast.
His solo offensive prowess alone was sufficient, he didn't even need her assistance.
The mutated ghost beast's massive 100,000 HP bar was visibly shrinking, plummeting to half its original value in no time. At this moment, the colossal, bloated monster finally plunged into a state of fury, revealing a look of terror for the first time beneath its bone-plated mask. Its immense strength grew even more frenzied as its thick arms swung wildly through the cavern, each brutal strike sending shockwaves reverberating through the air. Rock fragments rained down from the ceiling like hailstones.
Even Xiao Ye couldn't evade the swaths of debris.
Each stone, like a projectile, scraped deep gashes into his body.
39. 47.
Though the damage figures weren't significant, they were enough to affect Xiao Ye's judgment and movements. Suddenly, a massive, already precariously balanced rock above their heads was violently shaken loose.
"Watch out!" Gu Shiyu behind him shouted urgently. Xiao Ye jerked his head back and scrambled to dodge to the side. Yet in that very instant, the mutated beast's thick arm slammed down toward Xiao Ye. One strike from above. One strike from the front. Attacks coming from two directions meant Xiao Ye couldn't possibly dodge them all.
Instinctively, he raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand to brace against the mutant beast's smash.
2,158. In that instant, a massive damage number exploded across Xiao Ye's body. Xiao Ye's entire body was sent flying like a.
Then the most critical moment unfolded. As the surrounding cave walls shifted and crumbled, the mutated ghost beast trapped within seemed to have freed half its body. Only its two swollen legs remained trapped inside.
And its attack range suddenly doubled. Already ferocious, it now raged with fury.
After smashing Xiao Ye away with a single punch, it lunged forward, raised both arms, and slammed them down toward Xiao Ye once more.
Xiao Ye knew trouble was brewing.
He scrambled to his feet, but it was already too late. He was doomed to face the beast's savage blow. His eyes watched helplessly as those two massive arms, thick as calves, slammed toward him. Suddenly, darkness engulfed Xiao Ye's vision.
Boom!
A thunderous collision echoed through the mountain cave, deafening Xiao Ye with its intensity. Yet the expected pain and injury never materialized. Xiao Ye snapped his eyes open, only to find Gu Shiyu standing firmly in front of him. Her petite frame held a shield larger than herself, standing unwaveringly in front of Xiao Ye. The shield embedded in the ground, along with her feet, had been slammed into the earth, carving deep gullies across the surface. Yet she did not retreat a single step.
"Get out of the way!"
Gu Shiyu gritted her teeth as she shouted. Just then, the ghost beast's explosive strike came crashing down once more. It slammed into the great shield in Gu Shiyu's hands like a meteor, forcing her back several more steps.
Simultaneously, damage appeared on her body. 1,259.
Xiao Ye scrambled backward and shouted to Gu Shiyu.
"Get back! Get out of its attack range!"
Gu Shiyu, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive shield, moved with sluggish, cumbersome steps. She simply couldn't evade in time. Her small face taut with tension, she suddenly tucked her shield close, threw herself flat on the ground, and rolled backward with the momentum.
In an utterly comical posture, she rolled out of the mutated beast's attack range. This clumsy yet clever maneuver left Xiao Ye utterly dumbfounded. After witnessing this scene,
Xiao Ye found himself looking at this girl with newfound respect. She really wasn't all talk, she actually stepped up when it mattered. Moreover, when she raised her shield to block the mutated beast's smash, she lost even less health than Xiao Ye, proving her heavy armor was no mere ornament. Her defense likely surpassed even Xiao Ye's, who wore a golden half-body armor. This girl's shield warrior class must be at least A rank. Phew. Gu Shiyu panted heavily as she fled over, her eyes wide and her face flushed with lingering fear. Xiao Ye tilted his head back and downed a health potion. Restoring his health before charging forward once more, the Imperial Sword of Kings raised high. Beast Blood Boiling activated instantly, propelling Xiao Ye's damage and output to a whole new level. The attack speed of the Imperial Sword in his hands grew ever faster. This was the additional effect of the brilliant artifact, Oni Transformation. Attack speed continuously stacks when targeting the same enemy. Under Xiao Ye's ferocious onslaught, after a dozen minutes, the mutated ghost beast's remaining half health bar was finally depleted. With a final, resentful howl, it crumpled into a bloated corpse. In that instant, several beams of white light merged into Xiao Ye and Gu Shiyu's bodies. This level 55 gold tier boss granted exceptionally generous experience, allowing Xiao Ye to leapfrog 3 levels at once. Though Gu Shiyu gained less experience than Xiao Ye, a flash of white light still enveloped her body, granting her a single level. What thrilled them most, however, as the colossal form of the mutated ghost beast collapsed, a faint glimmer of light began to seep from the cavern behind it. Light meant an exit. We're saved. Gu Shiyu couldn't help but cheer, while Xiao Ye, wielding the Imperial Sword, severed the beast's 4 claws. This level 55 gold tier boss would serve as ample proof of their triumph over the Ghost Beast Valley. Xiao Ye handed one of the claws to Gu Shiyu and said, "Don't get too excited just yet. Don't forget the ones who sealed us in this cavern, they're probably still nearby." Gu Shiyu froze, her face darkening with indignation. Those bastards are way out of line. After securing the Ghost Beast's claw, Xiao Ye suddenly turned to Gu Shiyu and asked, "Gu Shiyu, can I trust you?" Gu Shiyu froze, meeting Xiao Ye's intensely serious gaze. She nodded firmly and replied earnestly, "Of course you can. I, Gu Shiyu, have always been a person of integrity. Besides, we've been through life and death together." Watching the girl swear with such earnestness that she even raised a hand in pledge. A faint, enigmatic smile touched Xiao Ye's lips as he said, "Good. Next, I need you to play along with a little act." Gu Shiyu was utterly baffled, yet she nodded again. Xiao Ye then pulled 3 black pieces of equipment from his backpack and equipped them, a bracer, a dagger, and a chainmail vest. Snakescale bracer, shadow piercer, dagger, gold thread, chainmail. These 3 pieces of gear had been stripped from the body of Chen Jia's 4th young master, who had perished in the General S2 instance. Before leaving the 3rd hospital's inpatient ward, Xiao Ye had retrieved these 3 items from Hongliang and the others. He had originally intended to destroy them personally to eliminate any future trouble. But upon encountering Yuan Chanha and Yuan Chanting at the Bounty Association, Xiao Ye abruptly changed his mind. Sometimes diverting trouble elsewhere proved more effective than destroying evidence. He had long seen through the Yuan brothers' warm invitation to join their group there was definitely something fishy. The reason Xiao Ye feigned deception and followed them all the way to this haunted Beast Valley was precisely to personally deliver these 3 potentially disastrous items to the greedy Yuan brothers and their crew. Chapter 61, The Pupa of Feigned Death. The performance begins. How exactly? Gu Shiyu's face instantly tensed. The Yuan brothers outside were a pack of wolves brimming with murderous intent. Even if they could escape from this cavern, safety was far from guaranteed. What possible solution could he have? But then Xiao Ye uttered a sentence, 1 word at a time, that sent shivers down Gu Shiyu's spine. "I want you to dig up my body in half an hour." What? Gu Shiyu couldn't help but gasp in shock. What corpse? What do you mean? Wasn't Xiao Ye standing right before her, alive and well? Why on earth would he ask her to dig up a corpse? Though a faint glimmer of light now filtered into the cavern, it remained utterly gloomy. And in this already eerie and terrifying atmosphere, a chill ran down Gu Shiyu's spine. Stammering, she asked, Are you dead or alive?" Xiao Ye paused, then laughed helplessly. "Of course I'm alive. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself." Xiao Ye jokingly extended an arm. But to his surprise, Gu Shiyu cautiously stepped forward, tentatively pinching his arm with her small hand. Before exhaling a long breath of relief, she looked at him puzzled. "Then why on earth did you mention a corpse? You gave me quite a scare." Xiao Ye gave an eerie smile, then suddenly stiffened completely before collapsing backward, just like a corpse. "Holy crap!" Gu Shiyu screamed in terror, rushing forward to place her hand beneath Xiao Ye's nose only to find he'd stopped breathing. Looking at Xiao Ye's health bar, it had completely drained to 0. He was dead. Don't scare me like that." Gu Shiyu's eyes reddened with panic, tears welling up as she whimpered. "How could this happen? You were just fighting that mutated ghost beast one-on-one. Are you injured? Or poisoned? He was perfectly fine, how could he just die like this?" Suddenly, Xiao Ye exhaled deeply through his nose and mouth, his eyes snapping open as he sat bolt upright. The violent movement instantly sent another wave of terror through Gu Shiyu.
You're faking death again?
Xiao Ye offered a faint smile as he explained.
Relax.
It's one of my innate abilities, the feigned death cocoon. After activating it, I enter a state of feigned death, appearing as lifeless as a corpse.
Pseudo-death cocoon.
A tier talent trait. Was a trait Xiao Ye extracted from the monster, withered leaf butterfly, while grinding to level 50 in the wild. This master of camouflage wraps itself in a cocoon-like shell when near death, mimicking a lifeless corpse.
Only after the enemy departs does it resume its life functions. In its feigned death state, the dead leaf butterfly appears completely lifeless to the naked eye.
Xiao Ye himself had been deceived by this feigned death technique multiple times, never expecting that through some twist of fate, he would obtain this trait during the sacrifice.
Pseudo-death cocoon holds no significance in ordinary combat.
But in certain situations, it becomes Xiao Ye's bloodless blade.
Like now. I'll head out first to seek revenge on that Yuan clan and their crew. Xiao Ye's expression turned serious as he spoke each word deliberately.
Then I'll use pretend dead cocoon to feign death. They'll strip my gear and bury my body with earth element spells. About an hour later, I need you to find their burial site and dig up my body.
Gu Shiyu felt her head was about to explode. She waved her hands frantically. No. No way. You're being reckless. What if you really die at their hands? What if they dismember your body?
Gu Shiyu realized her words had taken a dark, sinister turn under this guy's influence and hurriedly added.
And what if I can't even find your body? Relax. Xiao Ye chuckled. First off, they can't kill me. Their skills aren't up to the task.
Second, when your team has 2 earth mages, using earth magic to bury the body is the best way to destroy all traces.
And if they really try to dismember me? Plan cancelled. I'll escape on my own.
Gu Shiyu listened, stunned speechless. Having just witnessed him single-handedly take down that level 55 golden grade boss, the mutant ghost beast, she believed Xiao Ye definitely possessed the ability to escape. Even if he couldn't fight multiple enemies, his terrifying agility would surely let him escape, right? But how would I know where they buried you? What if it's too late? Gu Shiyu asked, her scalp still tingling. Xiao Ye's actions were practically placing his life in her hands. Yet Xiao Ye pulled 2 tubes of insects nestled together from his backpack, handed her one, and explained. These are called mother and child insects. Once released, the offspring will track the mother's scent to find her.
I'll carry the mother worm. In an hour, use the offspring to find me.
Gu Shiyu took the tube of tiny insects, her mind still buzzing.
Wait. How did I agree to such a ridiculous plan? This is still way too dangerous.
Xiao Ye chuckled, however, and said.
Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill.
Even if Gu Shiyu didn't find his body in an hour, Xiao Ye could still break free from the pseudo-death cocoon on his own. Even in his feigned death state, his senses weren't completely gone.
Gu Shiyu was merely a secondary safeguard.
This. Watching Gu Shiyu still wrestling with her thoughts, Xiao Ye suddenly used his long sword to dig out 2 golden glinting pieces of equipment from beneath the mutated ghost beast's corpse. Earlier, both had been so immersed in the joy of escaping that they hadn't even noticed the ghost beast had dropped 2 pieces of gear. One was a golden bracer, the other appeared to be a cloth headpiece for a mage class.
Loot dropped. Should be gold tier gear? You take it for now.
Once we're out, we'll split it evenly. Xiao Ye handed the 2 gold tier items to Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu accepted the 2 golden items, feeling both delighted and uneasy. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Xiao Ye promptly sacrificed the mutated ghost beast's fire seed. Abomination Ghost Beast Fire Seed sacrifice successful, fire seed value plus 50. A prompt popped up, but unfortunately, no new attributes were gained.
Xiao Ye removed his own gear and stowed it in his backpack.
Then donned the 3 pieces of gear stripped from the 4th young master of the polygroup, snake scale bracers, shadow piercing dagger, gold thread chainmail.
And deliberately donned a black hooded cloak.
Under the dim cave lighting, he resembled the deranged assassin from that general's tomb instance.
The sight sent a sudden chill down Gu Shiyu's spine.
As Xiao Ye trustingly handed her his backpack, a smirk curling his lips.
The show begins. Chapter 62, Before the Performance. First, kill a few event. After changing into his gear, Xiao Ye gripped the black shadow-piercing dagger. And activated the water summoning step beneath his feet. Like a dark shadow, he darted toward the faint light within the cavern. Gu Shiyu watched from behind, utterly speechless. What class is this guy? Tanking, dealing damage, wielding a dagger, yet outrunning even an assassin class. After swapping in those 3 pieces of gear, Xiao Ye's stats naturally dropped significantly compared to before. But the 3 pieces he'd taken from the 4th young master of the Boli group were all golden tier items after all. Even with his current stats, Xiao Ye still far surpassed Yuan Chanha and the others. The faint light source deep within the cavern originated from a skylight-like opening in the ceiling. It was about 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Xiao Ye leapt nimbly upward, thrusting his dagger into the wall. And effortlessly scaled out. Upon exiting, he found this opening had led him to another part of Monster Valley, hundreds of meters away from the cave's original entrance. Xiao Ye silently crouched down and hid among the bushes. and immediately activated ultrasonic detection. Soon, several red moving targets appeared in the western vicinity. Judging by their numbers, they must be the Yuan brothers.
Xiao Ye moved stealthily along the bushes, spotting them from afar as they worked diligently. Each had swapped their weapons for shovels and picks, seemingly laboring to chop a large chunk of ore into smaller pieces. Embedded within a cliff face before them stood a solid ore block over half a person's height. A faint blue glow emanated from the surface's scratches, confirming this was indeed Essence Spirit Oregon. However, its color purity left something to be desired. Seeing this, Xiao Ye couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. These Yuan brothers must have misjudged the situation. A genuine spirit essence vein never existed as a single, massive chunk like this. Instead, it was dispersed throughout the ore, much like gold within a mineral deposit. What the Yuan brothers had discovered was likely a solitary ore that had appeared by chance, not a genuine vein. What's commonly called dog's head gold is just that. A solitary nugget that holds value, yet pales in comparison to an entire vein. Observing the terrain of this Ghost Beast Valley, it reveals immense ravines. Perhaps millions of years ago, this very place was once an ocean. Given this, the true mineral vein is utterly impossible to trace. Had the Yuan brothers, during their high school years, delved into the principles of spirit or vein formation like Xiao Ye did, they would have understood this. But alas, not everyone possesses Xiao Ye's relentless drive to uncover the truth behind everything. Xiao Ye crept silently forward. As he drew nearer, hidden within the thickets, he overheard their conversation. Yuan Changting, double sword strapped to his back, hammered away at the ore with his pickaxe while a sinister grin spread across his face. Big brother, your plan was brilliant. Under the guise of forming a party to obtain job change certificates, we effortlessly tricked the Bounty Association into sending us 2 sacrificial lambs. With them blocking that mutated beast's mouth, we can mine the ore without a hitch. Yuan Chang has sneered coldly. Oomph. Those 2 we tricked today were surprisingly clever, we nearly blew it. We'll have to be even more careful from now on. Who could have guessed that mutated ghost beast stuck in the cavern would be such a pain? Every time it gets hungry, it calls out to its kin. Those ghost beasts really treat that thing like their king, worshipping it. Yuan Changting grinned as he added. Don't worry, big bro, worst case, we'll just go back to the Bounty Association tomorrow and trick a few more scapegoats into coming. Feeding that monster until it's stuffed every single day. As he listened to their conversation, Xiao Ye's expression grew increasingly cold. These people were indeed habitual offenders. Before him and Gu Xiu, other adventurers had surely fallen victim to their schemes. Those primate skeletons in the caverns were likely not ghost beasts, but human adventurers. Each day before mining, they lured other adventurers under the pretense of forming a party to complete class change quests, only to feed them to that mutated ghost beast. What a truly vicious scheme. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes. Holding his breath. And right before the thicket where he lay in ambush, one of the Yuan brothers, an archer, was carrying a barrel of crushed ore on his back. A squishy class perfect as the first target to strike. Xiao Ye struck without hesitation. As the man passed directly before him, Xiao Ye's hand holding the shadow-piercing dagger erupted in a sudden burst of violence. His lightning thrust piercing clean through the archer's back. A massive number exploded onto the screen in that instant. 2,598. The golden dagger's high critical hit rate bonus delivered a devastating critical strike. This shadow-piercing dagger felt incredibly comfortable to wield. If not for the risk of exposure, Xiao Ye would have considered it as his secondary backup weapon. The massive critical damage instantly wiped out half of the archer's health bar. The Yuan surnamed archer, already a fragile class, had only 4 or 5,000 HP to begin with. And this sudden burst of damage left him stunned. The searing pain from behind made him whir around, only to lock eyes with Xiao Ye's gaze, filled with murderous intent. Whoa! Terrified, he opened his mouth to scream. Xiao Ye's soul-piercing dagger plunged straight into his mouth. Weakness damage. 2,144. Another massive damage number exploded onto the screen. The critical hits from both strikes instantly killed the leather-armored archer surnamed Yuan. Before anyone could react, Xiao Ye caught the archer's falling body and concealed it within the grass. The next target. A mage loitering nearby. For this band of desperate men, the Yuan brothers. Even if it was all an act, Xiao Ye needed to kill a few of them first to vent his fury. Before long, the unsuspecting earth mage walked obliviously past the thicket where Xiao Ye lay in ambush. The sharp shadow-piercing dagger stabbed out once more. The mage in his cloth robes had even less health than the leather-armored archer. Xiao Ye delivered 2 swift, decisive strikes. Sliced through her throat. Crimson blood spilled from her severed throat. Her wide eyes stared in disbelief at Xiao Ye before her. Xiao Ye remembered this female mage's name was Yuan Xiaoyu. Then slowly closed her eyes, filled with unyielding defiance. At that very moment, a terrified scream suddenly pierced the air from the nearby hillside. It was another Yuan surnamed mage, who had just returned from relieving herself and witnessed this heart-wrenching scene. Ah! Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu is dead. I'll kill you. The shaman's scream instantly rang out like an alarm bell, drawing the attention of the surrounding Yuan brothers.
Amidst the glare of eyes bulging with fury, Xiao Ye's figure suddenly split into two, transforming into two identical black shadows, each fleeing in a different direction. If you're going to put on a show, you might as well go all the way. This skill was precisely the ability Xiao Ye had sacrificed from the fourth young master of the bully group Ghost Shadow Clone. Chapter 63, The Greedy Wolf Takes the Bait. The Yuan family, foolhardy in their greed. Xiao Yu. Not far away, Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting turned their heads just in time to witness their sister, Yuan Xiaoyu, being stabbed through the heart with a dagger. A piercing wail erupted from both men as they sprinted toward the scene. But just then, they saw the culprit, Xiao Ye, flash them a wicked grin. The dark figure suddenly split into two. Two shadows dashed off in opposite directions. Ah! Damn it! I'll make you pay with your life. Yuan Changting bellowed at the top of his lungs. Kill him! Kill him! The surrounding Yuan brothers, along with another earth element mage woman, all looked sorrowful. Filled with rage, they raised their weapons, closing in on Xiao Ye, who had split into two. Yuan Changting drew the twin swords from his back and charged recklessly after one of the dark figures. The twin blades whirled like a whirlwind, lashing savagely at the figure's back. Die! The blades swept across the shadow's back. Yet the expected damage numbers failed to appear. Instead, the living shadow before him suddenly began to disintegrate, vanishing right before his eyes. Damn it, boss, this is fake! Yuan Changting roared in fury. Turning his head, he saw another shadowy figure dodging and weaving between the other Yuan brothers who had surrounded it. The pitch-black dagger in its hand flashed out, slicing clean through another Yuan family member's throat. His health bar was nearly wiped clean again. Bao! Yuan Changting roared in panic. But he was powerless to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as the shadowy figure, under the assault of several attackers, lunged forward and struck again, slaughtering Bao's last sliver of health. Ah! On the other side, Yuan Changhe, the eldest brother, was equally stunned by the scene, his eyes reddening. The brothers who had all come from Yuan village stood united against any adversary, driven by the dream of one day rising to power. They had committed murder, robbery, and every unscrupulous act imaginable together. But now, within mere minutes, 3 blood relatives had died before his very eyes. Xiao Yu, Bao, lazy. I will avenge you. Yuan Changhe's eyes blazed crimson as he charged forward without hesitation. Beside him, Yuan Changting's eyes flickered with fear. That man's first strike was brutally vicious. Nearly every strike aimed for vital points. Big brother! Watch out! Yuan Changting shouted, yet his feet seemed rooted to the spot. Terrified he might become the next victim to fall by the blade. But at that very moment, another living Yuan surnamed would attribute mage suddenly trapped the dark figure with his Earth Dragon technique. Opportunity! The two nearby Yuan brothers immediately swarmed the shadow like madmen. Their blades and swords plunged viciously into the shadowy figure. Yuan Changhe, who had galloped up, eyes red with fury, raised his long sword and swung it down with all his might. Several massive damage numbers instantly exploded on the shadow's body. 953. 832. 1136. In an instant, the shadow's health bar was slashed away by more than half. Witnessing this, Yuan Changting instinctively sensed something was off. Given how nimbly that shadow had moved just now, the slow-moving Earth Dragon technique should have been easily dodged. Yet Yuan Changhe, already blinded by bloodlust, and several Yuan brothers paid no heed whatsoever, seizing the opportunity to hack away like madmen. By the time Yuan Changting arrived, the shadow's health bar had been completely wiped clean, reducing it to nothing but a corpse. It's him! That kid! Someone recognized the shadow as the very youth they had sealed within the cavern. He actually escaped from the cave? Yuan Changting's eyes widened in disbelief. This couldn't be. They had thoroughly explored that cave earlier. As long as the entrance was sealed, there was absolutely no other way out. Unless he managed to kill that mutated ghost beast blocking the deepest part. And that was a level 55 gold tier boss. If he truly possessed the strength to slay the terrifying mutated ghost beast, how could he possibly have been killed by their group? Had he stumbled in the gutter? At that moment, Yuan Changhe was still drowning in grief over the sudden loss of 3 of his brothers in arms. His voice thick with tears as he snarled. Damned beast! We should have killed him outright back then and fed him to that ghost beast. Just then, a nearby Yuan warrior stepped forward, prying the black dagger from the corpse's hand. Glancing at it, he exclaimed with excitement. Brother! A golden dagger! No wonder it dealt such high damage. With that lead, the 2 Yuan brothers nearby also greedily moved forward, stripping all the equipment from Xiao Ye's body. The bracers are gold tier too. And chainmail. Damn it, this kid actually had 3 gold tier items on him. He sure knew how to hide it well. This pack of greedy wolves. And now, having directly obtained 3 golden items, even the death of a blood relative was instantly cast aside. Even Yuan Changhe's eyes flickered with a strange light. 3 gold-grade equipment pieces. That was a windfall worth 1,000,000 dragon coins. In their village, that would be enough to buy a family's life. Strip every piece of equipment off him. Yuan Changhe ordered coldly. Big brother. Yuan Changting hesitated beside him. This kid has 3 golden artifacts on him. He must be someone important. If we take his gear, won't it bring trouble upon us? Yuan Changhe waved his hand dismissively, his eyes red with fury. Who cares about his background? Do you think Xiao Ye and Air Bao died for nothing? Even if we don't use it ourselves, we can sell it on the black market later. We'll send a portion of the money to Xiao Ye and Air Bao's families. With Yuan Changhe speaking so decisively, Yuan Changting could say nothing more. With a complex look in his eyes, he watched as they personally stripped piece by piece of equipment from the corpse. Then he carefully instructed the others surviving Yuan surnamed Earth Mage. Xiaoying, find a secluded spot later and use your earth magic to bury this body. Leave absolutely no trace. This had always been their most effective method for disposing of bodies. Earth mages were born corpse handlers. Only now, there was just one left among their group. Move quickly. Yuan Changhe stowed all 3 golden artifacts into his backpack before coldly adding. Hurry up with the ore too. Finish everything before nightfall. For now, we'll lie low in the village. In a couple of days, Changting, you'll come with me to find a black market to sell these 3 gold items. Yuan Changting nodded. Got it. Chapter 64, Resurrection. The irritable hound Uncle Qin. Yuan Changhe harbored some apprehension and guilt in his heart. The group hastily chopped up most of the essence ore, then took advantage of the gathering dusk. Hurriedly departed the Ghost Beast Valley. Nearly an hour later, a swarm of glowing insects silently emerged from the cavern, circling and searching through the Ghost Beast Valley. A petite girl clad in heavy armor anxiously followed the swarm of tiny insects, running along the path, until she reached a wild, overgrown field. Watching the glowing insects hover persistently above the soil here, the heavily armored girl raised her massive shield like a shovel, digging the soil bit by bit with utmost care. 1 foot, 2 feet. The seemingly featureless soil grew deeper with each scoop, until finally, a bloodied hand emerged. Gu Shiyu hastily lowered her shield and used both hands to carefully excavate the person buried beneath the earth. Hey! Wake up! You're not really dead, are you? Gu Shiyu, flustered and anxious, laid the body flat on the ground. The corpse was still intact. The dried blood crusts were beginning to flake off. And some scars on the arms had actually healed. With a deep intake of breath, Xiao Ye suddenly opened his eyes. And his gaze immediately fell upon Gu Shiyu, who was staring wide-eyed at him from mere inches away. Even though she had witnessed Xiao Ye's resurrection before, Gu Shiyu was still startled by his sudden awakening. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Xiao Ye straightened up and stretched his limbs. Thanks to the powerful 5-fold healing boost from his photosynthetic recovery ability, his injuries had already healed completely. His health bar was already more than half full. Don't worry, I'm fine, Xiao Ye said with a deep breath. He scanned his surroundings and silently activated ultrasonic detection. Only scattered monsters remained in the Ghost Beast Valley. No trace of the Yuan brothers could be found. That's good. Gu Shiyu likewise exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground. That past hour had been even more agonizing for her than it had been for Xiao Ye. I'm warning you, never, ever make me do something like this again. Gu Shiyu pouted, her face flushed with indignation. 2 people who had only just met had shared life and death experiences in this short half-day, even digging up corpses. To Gu Shiyu, the emotional roller coaster of this half-day felt more intense than the entire decade of her life. Thanks for everything this time. Xiao Ye thanked her earnestly. Once we're back in Shangjing City, I'll treat you to a feast. It has to be at Guiyun Tower. Gu Shiyu retorted indignantly. Guiyun Tower was the most renowned restaurant in Shangjing City, and its prices were anything but modest. To her surprise, Xiao Ye agreed readily. Alright, let's go to Guiyun Tower. Shangjing City, atop an unfinished building. Several people were bound hand and foot, suspended mid-air at the highest level like hanging corpses, yet each still clung to a thread of life. Uncle Qin sat on a stone slab, smoking a cigarette as he coldly surveyed the group he had suspended. His hair was slightly disheveled, and he still wore the same suit from the banquet 5 or 6 days prior, now covered in grime and dust. But Uncle Qin, who always prided himself on his appearance, couldn't be bothered with such things now. Uncle Qin had been irritable lately, because the 4th young master of the Bali group had still not been found. No sign of life, no trace of death. A nagging unease gnawed at his heart. That little bastard, the one who enjoyed the lady's exclusive favor, was probably dead. Yet not a single clue could be found. All those hanging from the rooftop were people who'd harbored grudges against the Bali group. And in the span of a single night, nearly all of them had been rounded up by Uncle Qin. No matter what methods he employed, he couldn't extract a single shred of useful information. The lady had issued her final ultimatum, giving him a final 24 hours. Qin Shan had devoted his entire life to the Chen family of the Bali group, serving diligently as their most loyal hound. A hound with a long list of achievements.
Yet just as he was about to retire, this mess erupted. Not only is his reputation tarnished, but even his dream of quietly retiring as an ordinary man seems impossible now. He knew the Bully group and the Madam's methods all too well. When all was well, he was Uncle Chin, the most respected figure among all who served the Bully group. But the moment trouble strikes, he becomes the first to bear the brunt of their fury. Next life, whatever I do, I won't be anyone's lackey. Uncle Chin gave a self-deprecating chuckle. The situation before him had become a dead end. His only lingering thought was curiosity. Who had killed that little bastard, the fourth son of the Chun family? The execution was so clean that even he, a seasoned veteran who'd spent his entire life in this line of work, couldn't uncover the slightest clue. Just then, Uncle Chin's communicator buzzed with a message. The message came from an informant he had planted outside Shangjing City, apparently spotting someone wearing gear identical to what the late fourth brother Chen had worn. Where is this person? Don't alert them yet, wait for me to arrive. As Qin Shan answered the communicator, his bloodshot eyes sharpened like a hawk's. Outside Shangjing City, on the highway heading toward the countryside, Qin Shan muttered these words under his breath. Then abruptly stood up. The stone slab beneath his legs shifted, and rope slid out from underneath it. The figures suspended atop the unfinished building plummeted like stones. With several thuds, the wails abruptly ceased. Gazing down from the lofty heights, he saw brilliant splashes of blood blossom on the ground below. Qin Shan's already stooped back straightened once more, his eyes flashing with a bone-chilling coldness. Notify all brothers to prepare. Leave 1 or 2 men in every sector to keep watch. The rest assemble at the north gate, prepare to leave the city with me. The men following him watched as this pack of old wolves bared their fangs once more, each tensing their nerves as they shouted in unison. Yes. Beneath the unfinished building, vehicles were swiftly mobilized. Qin Shan pulled out a map of the Shangjing City area, tracing a circle with his fingernail along the highway near the north city gate. That highway led from Shangjing City out to the countryside. Following the road led to several counties and villages under Shangjing's jurisdiction. Among them lay the most remote and notoriously ill-reputed settlement, a place where harsh terrain breeds troublesome people, known as Yuanjia Village. Chapter 65, Wolves Meet Hounds. Dogs biting dogs. Brother, this golden dagger is truly something else. The design, the sheen. One of the Yuan brothers was admiring the soul-piercing dagger in his hand with evident delight. Its deep black, matte surface bore streamlined patterns converging into a terrifying blood groove. This is pure artistry. Huddled together, the group greedily handled the 3 golden artifacts as they hurried along. Yuan Changhe kept a watchful eye on his surroundings as he impatiently reminded them. Enough already. Put it away once you're done reading. Watch out you don't poke someone's eye out. There weren't many people on this road leading to the countryside, and only those of them who had come from Yuan Village knew this path intimately. Alright, everyone, stop looking. Yuan Changhe stepped forward and stuffed all 3 items into his backpack, saying, We're not blessed enough to keep these 3 golden artifacts. It's safer to trade them for cash on the black market later. Did you really think they were yours? Watching Yuan Changhe take the golden artifacts, the greed in the eyes of the Yuan brothers was almost impossible to contain. If they could equip these 3 golden artifacts, their overall stats would practically double. Big brother, how about we skip the money and just keep 1 gold artifact for us to share among ourselves? One of the Yuan brothers blurted out with a laugh. Yuan Changhe shot them a fierce glare. Nice dream. If we keep it and someone sees it, none of you will live to tell the tale. The Yuan brothers immediately gave sheepish grins. Though everyone from Yuan Village was as cunning as wolves, Yuan Changhe still commanded some authority as the eldest brother. Yuan Changting stepped in to smooth things over. Big brother's just looking out for you. Turning it into cash is the most practical thing to do. If we accidentally let the treasure slip away, we'll be in big trouble. Little did they know. Just a few kilometers behind the Yuan brothers, a convoy was pursuing them like specters of death. As the roar of engines drew nearer, Yuan Changhe and his companions hadn't yet registered the danger. In this awakening era dominated by professionals, luxury cars remained the playthings of the elite. The Yuan brothers couldn't help but marvel at the uniform convoy of SUVs. Wow. That's impressive. Bro, if we sold those 3 golden artifacts, could we afford one of these? The group remained utterly oblivious to the approaching soul-binding scythe, until the SUV convoy slowly encircled them, trapping the entire group. What's going on? What do they want? Yuan Changhe was the first to react, instinctively tucking his bag behind him as he asked warily. The SUVs formed a wall around them, trapping them in the center. The Yuan brothers finally panicked. They all looked at each other, too afraid to speak. Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting felt an even deeper unease in their hearts. The two exchanged a glance, and their worst fears were confirmed. Could these men be after the 3 golden artifacts? But how could they have arrived so quickly? When exactly had they been exposed? To be safe, the cautious pair had deliberately avoided setting foot in the capital city again. Instead, they turned back toward the countryside.
Little did they know, the outskirts of the capital were also teeming with spies from the Poly Group. The SUV doors opened simultaneously, and men dressed in identical uniforms surrounded them, all professionals. From the lead SUV, a middle-aged man in a wrinkled suit slowly opened the door and stepped out. Uncle Chin's gaze was like that of an old wolf, his icy gaze sweeping over the Yuan brothers' faces. For a moment, they were frozen, unable to utter a word. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Only Yuan Changhe gritted his teeth and managed to ask. But Uncle Chin didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned his head to look at someone within his own group. A uniformed professional, catching Uncle Chin's glance, hurried forward. His gaze swept across the Yuan brothers' faces before he pointed at one of them and declared, "It's him. That's the one. Uncle Chin, I saw him playing with the fourth young master's dagger with my own eyes." With those words, sent a chill through Yuan Changhe and his men. So these people were after the 3 golden artifacts after all. Could it be that this time, they had truly provoked those they shouldn't have? The way he addressed him as fourth young master, if this weren't a matter of immense importance, who would dare use that title? The Yuan family member being pointed at looked utterly terrified, his eyes pleading for help as he turned to Yuan Changhe. I didn't. What gold artifacts? I have no idea what you're talking about." Yet Yuan Changhe felt like killing him with his own hands. A wave of regret washed over him. He should never have brought out the golden artifacts for them to handle. Now he was truly in deep trouble. Uncle Chin, however, maintained his cold stare on the Yuan brothers. Lighting a cigarette, he spoke. "Take off your backpacks." The Yuan brothers exchanged panicked glances, fear evident in each pair of eyes. The most terrified of them all was Yuan Changhe himself, for he knew full well that the 3 golden artifacts were currently tucked away in his own backpack. Why should we?" Yuan Changhe gritted his teeth. "What right do you have to search us? I don't even know who you are." But Uncle Chin had no patience left to play along. After searching for the Chen family's 4th young master for so many days, he hadn't found a single clue. He demanded to see the man alive or his body dead. Now that he finally had a lead, he couldn't wait to see the golden artifacts and equipment on the 4th young master. "Move," Uncle Chin said coolly, then turned and got into the car. His men immediately surrounded him, each arming themselves as if they were already at a funeral. What do you think you're doing?" Yuan Changhe gritted his teeth and roared. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Today I'll show you that the people of Yuanjia village aren't so easy to bully. Damn it! This isn't Shangjing City. Try to make a move and I'll break your arms." Yuan Changhe's outburst ignited the Yuan brothers, who erupted like a pack of rabid wolves. The men from Yuanjia village were like a pack of ravenous wolves. In their eyes, there were no rules, no humanity. They didn't even know the meaning of fear. One Yuan family member raised his long knife and savagely slashed at one of Uncle Chin's men. Yet soon, he learned the meaning of despair. For with a single swing, a damage number leapt out that made him doubt his own eyes. 1. At that moment, his opponent's full attributes and level instantly appeared before his eyes. Every single one of them was a second-class professional above level 100. Their gear was all elite equipment provided by the Poly Group. The overwhelming disparity in level and gear left the Yuan brothers utterly unable to break through their defenses. The next second, the first Yuan family member to charge forward had his arm instantly severed by a single blow. Then another strike, cleaving off his leg. Chapter 66, Facing Death. Yuan Chanting's Reluctance. These people from Yuan village are all wolf cubs, every last one of them. Uncle Chin puffed on his cigarette leisurely, letting out a cold laugh. No wonder 4th young master fell at their hands. These money-grubbing wolves will stop at nothing. Recently, his informants have relayed news that a group of young men from Yuanjia village have already claimed several lives. These wolf cubs from Yuanjia village care nothing for rules when profit is on the line. Drawing blades and taking lives is just business as usual. Now Uncle Chin was increasingly certain that the 4th young master of Bali Group had fallen at their hands. Besides these wolf cubs, who in Shangjing City would dare lay a finger on anyone from Bali Group? Ah! Chang Shun! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the mouths of the Yuan brothers. The man they called Changshan had been hacked to half a man. The bloody fate of their kin only ignited the bandit spirit deep within their bones. "I'll kill you all." Yuan Changhe's eyes blazed with fury. Once they had rummaged through his backpack and seized the 3 golden equipment pieces. Sooner or later, death awaited them. With no path to survival, he might as well fight to the death. Brothers of Yuan village, attack. Avenge Changshan. A group of Yuan brothers, eyes ablaze, charged forward recklessly like madmen, fully aware they were outmatched. Yet against the Bali Group's highly trained professionals, their reckless bravery only exposed their weaknesses to the blades more swiftly. A brutal slaughter was underway. Uncle Chin remained silent. And the one-sided slaughter continued unabated. One after another of the Yuan brothers fell before Yuan Changhe in mere seconds, their deaths gruesome and pitiful. Despair, helplessness, sorrow. A torrent of overwhelming emotions flooded his mind. Yuan Chanha wanted to know why.
Why had an entire group of people who had been perfectly fine just yesterday been nearly wiped out within a single day?
Who the hell had he offended? Ha ha ha. Yuan Chanha suddenly erupted into a maniacal, frenzied laugh. Then abruptly pulled out the 3 golden artifacts from his backpack.
He waved them at Uncle Chin, who sat inside the car observing coldly. Then equipped them directly onto himself, cackling wildly.
Ha! You wanted these 3 golden artifacts? Well, I've got them right here.
Uncle Chin abruptly leapt from his seat, his gaze burning like fire as he fixed it on the 3 pieces of equipment in Yuan Chanha's hands.
He recognized them instantly. These were the very items worn by the Chen family's 4th young master.
Among them, the golden artifact soul-piercing dagger was one he had personally bid for at the auction and gifted to the 4th young master.
The culprits were indeed this damned pack of Yuan village wolf cubs.
What Yuan Chanha said next made Uncle Chin's expression grow even colder.
That's right.
The man you're looking for is already dead by my hand. I buried him myself.
You'll never find his body in this lifetime. Yuan Chanha laughed maniacally.
Then, wielding that golden dagger, he lunged viciously at the nearest member of the bully group.
The bonus from the gold tier equipment finally breached the opponent's defense,
dealing a significant wound.
951.
Yet this nearly 1,000-point damage was utterly insignificant compared to the opponent's 10,000-point health bar.
The blade in the enemy's hand was already pressed against his throat, yet they hesitated to strike. Instead, they turned to look at Uncle Chin with a questioning gaze. Should they spare this man to be handed over to the lady for judgment? After a few seconds of deliberation,
Uncle Chin made a cold gesture, drawing a line across his throat. Now that the equipment had been recovered, he would ensure this man became nothing more than a corpse, putting an end to this matter once and for all. By now, nearly all of the Yuan brothers had been wiped out, leaving only the brothers Yuan Chanha and Yuan Changting.
Watching the blade poised against their own brother's throat, ready to strike, Yuan Changting knelt down in utter despair. Please, don't kill my brother. We truly didn't know who that man was. If he hadn't attacked first, we wouldn't have killed him. But his younger brother's plea only drew a sneer from Yuan Changha's face. He snarled. Get up, Changting. When have the people of Yuan village ever begged for mercy? Even if our heads roll, they'll leave no scar larger than a bull. Yet a flicker of reluctance flickered in Yuan Changting's heart. He didn't want to die. He instinctively sensed something was terribly wrong. These 3 golden artifacts felt like death warrants delivered into their hands. Who were these people searching for? Was it truly the man they had killed in Ghost Beast Valley? Wait. Who are you people? Why are you trying to kill us? Don't you want to know the truth? I'll cooperate. I'll tell you everything.
Yuan Changting suddenly clutched at this lifeline, urgently pleading.
Just don't kill me, spare my life. Even if I die, let me die knowing the truth.
Uncle Chin, seated in the carriage, slowly dismounted. Step by step, he approached the last remaining Yuan brothers. Observing one who faced death with resignation and another who clung desperately to life,
Uncle Chin suddenly broke into a grin.
Yet to the Yuan brothers, his smile seemed all the more sinister and terrifying.
Why kill you? Uncle Chin said with a cold, mocking laugh. Because you crossed someone you shouldn't have.
They say everyone from Yuanjia village is a money-grubbing wolf, but I never imagined you'd dare set your sights on the 4th young master of Bali Group. You really must be tired of living. Yuan Changting froze the instant he heard those words. Truth be told, they had heard rumors about the 4th young master of the Bali Group going missing. Could it be that the man they killed in Ghost Beast Valley was actually the 4th young master of the Bali Group?
No. That can't be right. That man absolutely could not be the 4th young master of the Bali Group.
He had personally stated his name was Xiao Ye.
Yuan Changting's pupils suddenly dilated as if he had grasped something. His brothers had likely been set up as scapegoats. Wait. No, it wasn't us. Listen to me.
We didn't kill your 4th young master.
Yuan Changting protested urgently, his voice choked with desperation.
Yet Uncle Chin's hands had already clamped around both brothers' throats, his fingers sheathed in blade-like finger guards. Over the decades, countless lives had ended beneath these blade-like finger guards.
Seems you still don't understand.
Uncle Chin shook his head with a savage grin.
Who exactly you killed is actually irrelevant to me.
What matters is that you killed someone, and I saw with my own eyes that the 4th young master's 3 golden artifacts are in your possession. Yuan Changting's face froze, his eyes filled with despair.
He suddenly understood. Qin Shu wanted a result. He didn't care about the truth. Whether or not they killed the 4th young master. To Uncle Chin they were the ones who killed the 4th young master. The blade at Uncle Chin's fingertip sliced through. Blood gushed forth. By this point, every member of the Yuan family had been utterly reduced to corpses, perishing on this very road leading to Yuan village. Chapter 67, A Turn. The top student of their cohort. When Uncle Chin delivered the 3 golden artifacts to the old mansion of the bully group, the mistress stood at the windowsill, a glass of red wine cradled in her hands, her gaze fixed blankly outside. There, a freshly dug grave lay waiting for its occupant. The figure of Baoli Group's current supreme authority appeared lonely and frail. This wayward fourth son of the Chen family was her most cherished child, the only one who had grown up by her side. Has the killer been identified? Her voice was hoarse, yet still carried an air of authority. For decades, Uncle Qin had witnessed this awkward girl from the countryside climb step by step to the pinnacle of the Baoli Group. Identified. It was a group from Yuanjia village. Uncle Qin bowed his head respectfully. Oomph. The matriarch snorted coldly, her words sounding like drunken ramblings tinged with self-mockery. I knew that child's temperament would cause trouble sooner or later. I never imagined he'd go so soon. Better dead. He'd only become a liability to the group sooner or later. Ha! The son of Chenli, of all people, met his end at the hands of a bunch of rustic villagers. The colder the mistress's words, the more Qin Shu understood the depth of her sorrow. Madam, please compose yourself. Uncle Qin said in a solemn voice. I've already dealt with every last one of those Yuan village people. Informants are out gathering intelligence. Once we find a pretext, I'll order an attack on Yuan village. Let the entire village bury the young master with him. The mistress gave a sorrowful laugh, then turned to Uncle Qin and asked. Qin Shan, how many years have you served the group? Uncle Qin's heart sank instantly. He answered respectfully. 42 years, madam. He watched as the mistress, upon hearing his answer, lifted her gaze to the sky outside the window, as if pondering what she herself had been like 42 years ago. After a long pause, the madam finally spoke. Qin Shan, you're from Sangshan, aren't you? Uncle Qin's eyes widened instantly, a complex mix of emotions surging within him. He understood the meaning behind the mistress's question. Yet he could only nod in response. Yes, madam. The lady turned back toward the window, her tone regaining the commanding, cool demeanor of the Baoli Group's leader. Sangshan is a good place. You're getting old. Go back and visit. Uncle Qin's pupils dilated sharply. Even with some mental preparation, the words left his mind blank. He had come to Shangjing City as a teenager, using his blade and blood to serve the Baoli Group, climbing step by step to his current position. Yet now, with a single sentence, he was to lose everything. All because of some sick little bastard? Resentment. Rage. Regret. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged through Uncle Qin's heart. Yet in the end, he could only bow deeply and whisper. Yes, madam. As he emerged from the old residence, a young man in an embroidered suit suddenly called out to him at the gate. Uncle Qin, my name is Liao Yuan. The madam has instructed me to handle the handover with you. Uncle Qin knew this man was likely his replacement. Their eyes met. Uncle Qin saw ambition and desire written all over the young man's eyes, yet he remained cautious. Just like himself when he was young. Ha! Uncle Qin couldn't help but laugh aloud. As if laughing at the young man's future fate, or perhaps at himself. No rush. Uncle Qin leisurely lit a cigarette, then looked up at the sky and said with a hint of recklessness. This old man is hungry. I'd like to eat first. The young man named Liao Yuan paused, then asked. What would you like to eat, Uncle Qin? It's on me. Uncle Qin took a drag on his cigarette and replied casually. Gue Yun Lu. North gate of Shangjing City. Xiao Ye and Gu Shiyu rushed back from Ghostbeast Valley. Class change first. Class change first. Gu Shiyu's eyes sparkled brightly. Having shed her heavy armor set, her petite frame bouncing like a rabbit as she hurried toward the Shield Warrior Guild in the city center. Turning back to Xiao Ye, she urged. Meet me at Gu Yun Tower later. You're not allowed to back out. Unlike Xiao Ye, Gu Shiyu had obtained her job change proficiency test from the Shield Warrior Association. Therefore, she needed to head there first to exchange her Ghostbeast Claw for the job change certificate. Her urgency stemmed from the same news. The Shangjing City authorities had announced an exceptionally generous additional reward for the top 30 adventurers to complete their first job advancement this session. As of today, no one had completed their first job advancement. And the Demon Beast Claws Xiao Ye and Gu Shiyu possessed were more than enough to secure valid class change certificates. Securing a spot in the top 30 should be a sure thing. On the way back, Gu Shiyu chattered excitedly the entire journey. And from her words, Xiao Ye learned that this girl's class was indeed an A-tier, Mystic Armor Warrior. Her innate special talent, Mystic Armor Shield Force, concentrates the defensive properties of her full heavy armor onto her shield, doubling its defensive power. She was essentially a top-tier frontline tank. In terms of defense alone, she was practically on par with an S-rank class. Yet throughout the journey, a hint of concern had begun to stir within Xiao Ye's heart. Class advancement represented a massive leap for all practitioners. Every practitioner could receive a class advancement opportunity from the deity they followed, thereby being granted even more powerful class change skills. Yet Xiao Ye's own class was God abandoned, a being forsaken by the gods. Naturally, no deity would grant him a job change. So what sight awaited him as he stood upon the job change platform? Thanks to his ability to perform sacrifices, he could extract remarkably potent talent attributes and skills from various monsters. Does this mean he can no longer advance through class progression? Yet, only practice could provide the answer.
After bringing the mutated ghost beast's claws to the Bounty Association and successfully obtaining a stamped job change certificate, and made his way to the heart of Shangjing City. This was the location of the ancient stone monument where the awakening ceremony took place, and also the site where all professionals underwent their class advancement ceremonies. This magnificent, hall-like structure was surrounded by heavily guarded military sentries. After verifying Xiao Ye's rank and the certification, the guard gave him a look of approval and granted him passage. Not bad, kid. None of this year's awakened have earned a job change certificate, yet you're the first. Hurry inside. Xiao Ye's heart leapt with joy as he stepped into the job transfer center. It seemed that Gu Shiyu had been beaten to the punch. Lifting his gaze, he saw a vast formation etched into the floor of the resplendent golden hall, said to have been constructed to communicate with the gods through ancient stone tablets. Stepping into the formation, a familiar sensation suddenly surged through Xiao Ye's heart. The scene of touching that ancient stone tablet remained vividly etched in his memory. The awe inspired by each deity stirred a surge of trembling and fervor within Xiao Ye's heart. The first transformation, it's finally coming. Chapter 68, Fusion of Entries. SSS-ranked Illusion Piercing Eye. Xiao Ye stepped into the teleportation array. The entire hall emptied, leaving only a priest clad in robes, roughly in his 40s. Priests were a unique profession. They possessed no combat attributes or skills, being the sole class capable of communicating with the gods. Each priest served as a messenger of the gods and was responsible for facilitating class transitions. The priest gazed solemnly at Xiao Ye and explained in detail. The class advancement ceremony differs from the awakening ritual. The deity will not descend upon you. Instead, you will be transported to the realm of the deity. There, you will once again behold the deity who bestowed your vocation, and that divine being will grant you the power to advance your profession. Xiao Ye nodded lightly, wondering what reaction this sullen priest would have if he knew his profession had never been granted by any deity. But before Xiao Ye could ponder further, the light of the teleportation array beneath his feet flared. A sense of primordial chaos, reminiscent of the ancient stone tablet, suddenly filled the entire hall. Xiao Ye's vision gradually blurred. The next instant, the scene before him shifted abruptly. The once gilded and splendid hall crumbled inch by inch, gradually transforming into a collapsed ruin. This place seemed to be an abandoned temple, where all that met the eye were crumbling walls and broken ruins, a desolate and decaying landscape. Xiao Ye could even smell the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. The good news was that he had successfully traversed the teleportation array, rather than being unable to perform the class change ceremony at all. The bad news was that there didn't seem to be anyone here who could guide his career advancement. Following the barely there path beneath his feet, Xiao Ye stepped over scattered stones and piles of collapsed ruins, eventually reaching the very center of this abandoned temple. It was completely empty, devoid of anything. No deities were present, nor was the elder who had granted him the Forsaken God profession during the awakening ceremony. Only a letter lay on the steps. Scrawled across the envelope was a line of hastily written characters. The handwriting alone instantly reminded Xiao Ye of the battered, disheveled elder from the awakening ceremony. The message contained only 4 words: to the one who comes after. Xiao Ye's heart pounded wildly. It seemed the key to advancing his professional realm lay within. Xiao Ye gently opened the envelope, revealing a blood-stained sheet of paper. The characters seemed written in charcoal ash. Fellow traveler, if you are reading this letter, it means you have already walked a path of your own. I am glad you did not perish before reaching level 50, nor did you abandon this incredibly arduous path. The road ahead is still long. Forgive me for not being able to personally teach you the secrets of class advancement, but I shall impart to you the ingenious uses of fire seed value and the rite of sacrifice. You've likely discovered that fire seed value can enhance certain talent traits and skills, but I must tell you this is far from its full potential. Perform the following ritual to fuse acquired talent traits by burning fire seed value. Talent traits can be fused too. A wave of shock and wild excitement surged through Xiao Ye's heart. His gaze fell downward. He saw a peculiar array inscription drawn upon the letter. With just one glance, Xiao Ye felt as though the array markings had been etched into his very soul. They seemed so familiar, so instantly mastered. You have learned the fire seed fusion ritual. By burning fire seed points, you can fuse and advance certain traits into new ones. This was a monumental discovery. For Xiao Ye, it was like unlocking the door to a whole new world. By now, he had accumulated a substantial number of entries. From the lowest tier D rank entries like barbarism and focus, to a tier entries like Ghostfire Toxin and Spectral Resentment, all the way to S tier entries like Photosynthetic Recovery and Ultrasonic Detection. Though he possessed numerous innate entries beyond basic attribute boosting ones, Xiao Ye couldn't unleash their full potential in a single battle. After all, combat opportunities are limited, demanding the most suitable and potent innate skills. But now, through this newly acquired ritual, he could fuse and advance certain entries. Xiao Ye was itching to try it out. Yet the letter's contents weren't finished. Xiao Ye turned to the final page, only to find a gift awaiting him at the letter's conclusion. Later, Comer, I regret I cannot personally teach you certain things.
I have left you a gift here, hoping it will aid you on your path ahead. The hastily scrawled words ended there. And the envelope bore no signature. Yet it left Xiao Ye with a gift. A gift all too familiar to Xiao Ye. It was a flickering, ghostly blue torch. Unlike any fire Xiao Ye had ever seen before, not only because of its color, but also because within that burning flame, there seemed to be a strange, eerie eye. The moment Xiao Ye's fingers touched the flame, the sacrificial ritual activated automatically. Congratulations! The ember's sacrifice to the spirit of illusion has succeeded. Acquired talent entry piercing illusion ISSS rank. In an instant, the scene before Xiao Ye's eyes seemed to become incredibly clear. Even the intricate patterns and dust particles on distant ruins became perfectly discernible far beyond the limits of normal vision. The following description then appeared before his eyes. Piercing illusion gaze. Rank SSS. Effect: the pupil of an illusory spirit traversing between illusion and reality. Upon activation, reveals a target's innate traits, hidden attributes, and vulnerabilities. Additional effect: vision range increased by 300%. Additional effect: can penetrate illusions below legendary tier. Xiao Ye couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, Xiao Ye felt no envy or longing for other classes gaining new skills upon advancement. For him, this piercing gaze was the ultimate new skill. Upon activation, it could reveal the innate traits imbued upon a target. This alone saved Xiao Ye immense effort from blindly sacrificing and slaying monsters. From now on, Xiao Ye could hunt monsters with precision and purpose, acquiring exactly the attributes he desired. Not only that, but the piercing gaze also granted a threefold increase in field of vision. And the ability to see through illusions to reveal a target's weaknesses. Truly worthy of an SSS tier talent attribute. His divine forsaken predecessor had left him this flickering flame of illusory spirit not by accident, but a deliberate act. Precisely because this predecessor had once walked the same path, they left this flame of the illusory spirit here for Xiao Ye. Just reading the description of the illusory spirit makes it clear that monsters of this caliber are far beyond what Xiao Ye can currently handle. The trees planted by those who came before provide shade for those who follow. Xiao Ye bowed respectfully toward the envelope in his hand. The next moment, the envelope bearing the hastily scrawled script ignited without flame, gradually turning to ashes, dispersing with the wind. Chapter 69, where clouds gathered deep, returned to the cloud tower in the capital. The scene before him gradually shifted and faded. When Xiao Ye opened his eyes again, he found himself back in that resplendent golden hall of class advancement. The glow emanating from the teleportation array beneath their feet gradually faded away. Only the priest, his expression as solemn as ever, gave Xiao Ye a slight nod. Congratulations! You have completed the profession advancement ceremony. Xiao Ye turned around and saw a line of text appear above the priest's head. Class, Priest. Level, 150. Talent, Divine Servant S rank. Divine Servitude, a faithful devotee chosen by the deity, bearing the crucial link for communication with the divine, favored by the deity. This was precisely the effect of his piercing illusion gaze. Xiao Ye's heart pounded wildly, yet his expression remained composed as he bowed respectfully to the priest. He never imagined his piercing illusion gaze could even see through the attributes and entries of a priestess as high as level 150. Truly worthy of an SSS tier attribute, it had completely nullified the invisible suppression of level disparity. As he pondered this, a recorder in the job change hall suddenly approached with a smile, extending his hand to Xiao Ye and declaring, "Congratulations! Xiao Ye, you are the first awakened one in Shangjing City to complete your first job advancement this session." Even under the dim lighting, Xiao Ye clearly read the name on the staff member's name tag. Name, Wang Song. Position, job change recorder. This recorder named Wang Song seemed even more excited than Xiao Ye himself. As he shook Xiao Ye's hand, he exclaimed, "Who would have thought the first-tier awakener would appear so soon? Xiao Ye, your future is boundless." Faced with Wang Song's fiery enthusiasm, Xiao Ye could only chuckle and nod in agreement. Realizing he'd gotten a bit too enthusiastic, Wang Song scratched his head and said, "My apologies, student. This is my first year serving at the job change hall, so I got a bit carried away. Oh, and did you know the capital city government has a special reward for the top 30 adventurers who complete their first job change this year?" Before Wang Song could finish, his words were abruptly cut off by a voice from his earpiece. It was his immediate superior, Director Liu. Two whispered sentences echoed through the communicator. And Wang Song's expression turned shocked and peculiar. He glanced at Xiao Ye before him once more, hesitated for a few seconds, and said with a hint of resignation, "Sorry, Xiao Ye. You may leave for now. We'll notify you about the reward later." Xiao Ye detected a hint of unease in his tone. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he turned and left the job change hall. He still had to head to the Guyun Tower for his appointment. After leaving the job change hall, as he walked through the bustling streets filled with passers-by, Xiao Ye couldn't resist his curiosity and activated the piercing illusion eyes. Every single talent attribute attached to each passerby fell into Xiao Ye's sight without exception. Iron Wall C tier. Insight C tier. Precision D rank. Swift as the wind B tier. Thunder element D rank. A variety of strange and unusual attributes appeared above each person's head. At this moment, Xiao Ye noticed that most of the talent entries attached to these passersby were below B tier. Even A tier entries were rare, let alone S tier ones. After all, in this world, B and C rank practitioners were the overwhelming majority, and only a select few stood at the very apex of the pyramid. As the streets grew increasingly bustling, Xiao Ye made his way to the city center of the district, where some of Shangjing City's most bustling streets converged. Auction houses, private employment agencies, luxury clubs, all were clustered here. This was a playground for the wealthy. Among them, the most renowned and extravagant was the Guiyun Tower, standing right in the heart of the district, where the clouds gather, beyond the reach of the world. Guiyun Tower. Guiyun Tower was Shangjing City's finest restaurant, where spending thousands of dragon coins on a single meal was merely the minimum charge. Here, there's nothing you can't eat, only things you haven't thought to try. Even the rarest and most exotic delicacies find their way to Guiyun Tower through its mysterious and inexhaustible supply chains. At most, I'll treat that girl to 1,000 coins. Xiao Ye silently calculated in his mind. This was his first time at Guiyun Tower, but since he'd promised Gu Shiyu, he intended to keep his word. Though extravagantly priced, Guiyun Tower was undeniably worth every penny. As soon as Xiao Ye entered, he was greeted by an enthusiastic and courteous server. "Sir, are you dining alone?" The staff at Guiyun Tower were all dressed in Shongsams, their figures graceful yet poised, their smiles making guests feel right at home. "For two, please. Could you find me a quieter spot?" Xiao Ye nodded in agreement, and was soon led to a window-side table. Perched at the very heart of Shangjing City, every window seat offered an unparalleled view of the cityscape. As dusk fell, and lights were now glowing in every household across Shangjing City, looking down from above, it resembled gazing upon a dazzling, glittering starry sky. Guiyun Tower, 11th floor. Xiao Ye sent a message to Gu Shiyu via his communicator, and within seconds, a reply came. "Got it. I finished my job change too. Be right there, hee hee." The girl had been in high spirits all along. According to Gu Shiyu herself, she had initially thought that relying solely on her own strength, obtaining the job change certificate would be an extremely difficult task, and becoming one of the top 30 job changers among this year's professionals in the entire capital city was something she dared not even dream of. But unexpectedly, misfortune turned to fortune today, and she obtained the job change certificate so quickly. Gu Shiyu hadn't arrived yet, and the seat across from Xiao Ye's desk remained empty. His gaze instinctively swept forward, just catching sight of the adjacent table where two people had been seated. But one of them, a young man, had settled his bill and hurriedly departed. Only a middle-aged man in a worn suit remained, sipping his drink alone, gazing out the window. His tall figure seemed somewhat desolate, yet his eyes gleamed like those of an old wolf in its twilight years. This man was none other than Uncle Qin, and it was rather ironic that he boasted of having been a force to be reckoned with in Shangjing City for half his life. Yet this was only his second visit to Guiyun Tower, the city's most renowned establishment. The last time was 30 years ago, when he was just beginning to make a name for himself and caught the eye of the bully group. Back then, Qin Shan felt like a young man who had achieved success early in life, full of vigor and ambition. How could he have ever imagined ending up like this? Gazing out the window at the twinkling lights that resembled a starry river, this scene was nothing like it had been 30 years ago. Uncle Qin raised his wineglass and drained it in one gulp. His mind no longer dwelled on how he had fallen to this state. For someone who'd spent half his life navigating the treacherous waters of the underworld, all problems ultimately boiled down to one thing: he simply wasn't as skilled as his adversaries. Uncle Qin turned his head, and his gaze met that of Xiao Ye across the table. Xiao Ye raised his cup of tea in a toast from afar. Though a stranger, Xiao Ye felt an inexplicable respect for the middle-aged man before him. Uncle Qin raised his cup in kind, and in the eyes of this unfamiliar youth, he too saw a lion-like gaze that filled him with awe. In that instant, Uncle Qin suddenly felt that perhaps the lady had been right after all. He had indeed grown old, and the new generation was surpassing the old. Chapter 70, Hidden Intent to Kill. Dimpled Girl Gu Shiyu. Uncle Qin downed glass after glass of wine. Today was his last glimpse of the brightly lit city of Shangjing beyond the window. Sangshan was a barren, remote mountain valley. Had he not been starving, how could the young man have risked everything to come to Shangjing City for a living? Over the decades, he had rarely touched alcohol. Alcohol numbed his senses, and for someone like him who lived on the edge of danger, one moment of carelessness could mean never waking up again. But today, he wanted to drink his fill, to get utterly drunk. Not for the company, nor for the brothers under him, just for himself, to get drunk once. The lights before his eyes grew increasingly blurry, like a fleeting illusion. Time to go. Uncle Qin braced himself against the table and stood up, staggering toward the stairs. The carriage outside the city gates was already prepared. Tonight, he would leave Shangjing City. Not the wine that intoxicates, but the man himself. As Uncle Qin stumbled down the stairs in a haze, Far across the same floor, several figures in plain clothes silently rose from another table and followed him down the stairs. On any other day, Uncle Chin would have spotted these tails trailing him with murderous intent. But today, his heart dead and his mind numb, he remained utterly oblivious. Yet this scene fell squarely within Xiao Ye's line of sight. Those men were after the middle-aged man. Xiao Ye keenly sensed the concealed murderous intent. And with his piercing illusion eyes activated, he saw clearly that the several individuals who rose alongside the middle-aged man were all uniformly professional warriors. Judging by their attributes, they were equipped with full sets of light armor, concealed beneath their civilian clothing. Each bore exceptionally formidable combat-oriented talent traits, or rather, assassin tier traits. And their levels were far beyond what Xiao Ye could handle right now. Intervene or not? Xiao Ye hesitated briefly before making his decision. A faction bold enough to kill openly in Shangjing City was no ordinary group. He was merely here to dine at Gu Yunlu. There was absolutely no need to invite trouble. Yet even so, when the middle-aged man turned his head, Xiao Ye still shot a discreet glance toward the group of assassins. If he was alert enough, he should have sensed the warning. Yet the middle-aged man, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, didn't even turn his head, instead staggering down the stairs on his own. A message from the communicator interrupted Xiao Ye's thoughts. It was from Gu Shiyu. Hey! I'm here. Where are you, Xiao Ye? You didn't stand me up, did you? Xiao Ye sprang to his feet and scanned his surroundings. On the opposite side of the 11th floor, a petite figure tilting her head, peering around. She was sneaking glances at the faces of one customer after another. Hey! Turn around, over here. Xiao Ye said helplessly into the communicator. Only then did Gu Shiyu turn her head and spot Xiao Ye. Her face lit up instantly as she skipped over. Hee. At least you kept your word. Gu Shiyu had already shed her heavy armor, now wearing a pale yellow dress. Her petite frame now radiating an ethereal charm. Sorry to keep you waiting. This lady went home to change. Gu Shiyu smiled, revealing two faint dimples at the corners of her mouth. Truth be told, it was only under the light of the Guyan Tower that Xiao Ye truly saw her features for the first time. After all, back in the Ghost Beast Valley, she'd been wearing a thick helmet the entire time, its tightly fitting faceplate concealing her features completely. Now, upon closer inspection, Xiao Ye found Gu Shiyu quite pleasing to the eye. Though she wasn't the kind of stunning beauty who instantly stood out in a crowd like Qin Yanran. Her smile radiated a refreshing, vibrant energy. Here, order up. Xiao Ye promptly slid the electronic menu across the table, adding, 1,000 yuan budget, okay? I'm not paying a cent more. Oomph. You cheapskate. Gu Shiyu wrinkled her nose at that, yet the smile on her face couldn't be contained. Fine, 1,000 it is. I've never eaten at Guiyun Tower before anyway. Hee. Gu Shiyu blinked her eyes as she scanned the menu carefully, silently calculating the prices in her mind. By the way, how did your job change turn out? Xiao Ye suddenly asked. His own class, the God Abandoned, couldn't formally advance through the first job change, yet it had still gained significant enhancements. He was genuinely curious what ordinary classes gained after their first advancement. The moment the question was asked, Gu Shiyu instantly straightened her back and declared with pride. Of course it was a smooth success. This lady is now a first transitioned Mystic Armor Warrior, the very first Shield Warrior to transition in all of Shangjing City. Impressive. Truly impressive. Xiao Ye promptly gave her a thumbs up in perfect sync, then asked, did you gain any new skills? Gu Shiyu scratched her head, then seemed to open her attribute panel and said, hold on, let me check. Xiao Ye couldn't help but slap his forehead. So this girl was so fixated on successfully advancing that she didn't even check what skills she'd gained? I got an A-rank skill called Mystic Armor Barrier. Using it instantly grants a shield equal to 30% of your maximum HP, which slowly converts into health over time. There's also a Thorn Shield Counter skill. Seems like it can reflect damage. The original Mystic Armor Shield skill has been upgraded too. Now it has a higher damage reduction rate. Nice. Xiao Ye nodded in understanding. It seemed to align with his expectations. Other standard classes gain new class skills after their first job advancement, while their existing exclusive skills would also receive further enhancements. Gu Shiyu's class was an A-tier Xuanzhou warrior, a frontline role emphasizing defense over offense. The new skills gained after her first job advancement looked surprisingly powerful. Aha! Decision made. This lady's having these dishes. After meticulously scanning the entire digital menu from top to bottom, Gu Shiyu finally made her satisfied selection. Elegantly waved to the server, then slid the electronic menu across the table toward Xiao Ye. He's paying. Xiao Ye glanced down and saw the grand total on the electronic menu clearly displayed. Total, 1,000 dragon coins. Ahem. Xiao Yeching couldn't help but cough a few times. What a complete set. So this girl was just padding the numbers all this time. Wow, you sure did the math fast. Across from her, Gu Shiyu just chuckled nonchalantly. Hee. Waitress, could we get a free cup of tea first? Chapter 71, Ambush Under the Night. The underground Dark Emperor. Uncle Chin didn't notice the tails following him until he'd passed through a narrow alley. The car back to Sangshan was waiting outside the West City Gate. This narrow, deserted alley leading to the West Gate was a route Uncle Chin often took when handling dirty work for the organization. Someone had anticipated this. In an instant, Uncle Chin sobered up halfway. His eyes once again gleaming with the sharpness of an old wolf. "You've been following me for ages. Come out." Uncle Chin sneered coldly. A rustling of footsteps immediately echoed from behind him. Not just behind him, from every corner of the alley ahead, a dozen dark figures emerged, surrounding him completely. "So many of you have come? You really think much of this old man?" Shin Shu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet the shadowy figures closing in step by step dared not relax their vigilance. They knew exactly who tonight's target was. A seasoned veteran who'd spent his entire life in this line of work. One slip tonight, and he'd become another soul on the blade. Oomph. Nothing but a bunch of lowly minions. Uncle Chin narrowed his eyes and barked. "Where's your boss? You've come all this way, don't you dare show your face?" After a moment of silence, a figure slowly emerged from the alley ahead, a playful smile on his face as he said, "Uncle Chin, you're a seasoned veteran after all. You can't be fooled." Uncle Chin stared intently at the figure before him. Though the alley was dimly lit, he recognized him clearly. This was none other than Liao Yuan, the replacement the group had found for himself. "I'd like to know, is this the madam's decision, or yours?" Uncle Chin lit a cigarette with deliberate slowness as he asked. Liao Yuan grinned. "No comment. If you must blame someone, blame Uncle Chin. You know too much about the group." Uncle Chin's eyes narrowed slightly at these words. He had already guessed it was the madam who wanted him dead. Over the years, he had witnessed her transformation step by step into the ruthless, merciless matriarch of Bali Group. To truly silence someone, only death ensures they won't speak. This very principle had been taught to her by Uncle Chin himself back then. Little did he expect karma would come back to bite him in the ass. What a twist of fate. Uncle Chin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. But then Liao Yuan abruptly changed the subject, saying, "But if you're willing to cooperate, Uncle Chin, I can spare your life." "Oh?" Uncle Chin was taken aback. He took a drag on his cigarette and asked, "How exactly?" Liao Yuan's eyes flashed with unhidden ambition as he spoke deliberately. "I can spare your life by staging a fake death for you. In exchange, I want you to teach me everything you've accumulated and all your connections in Shangjing City over the past 40 years. Everyone knows you, Qin Shan, are the underground kingpin of Shangjing City." "Haha, the underground king? You're flattering an old man like me." Uncle Chin grinned widely, then took a deep drag on his cigarette. His eyes suddenly grew sharp. "But what if I refuse?" Liao Yuan's expression instantly hardened as he retorted. "Uncle Chin, don't force my hand. Keeping your life intact is always better. Without life, you have nothing." Uncle Chin stared coldly at Liao Yuan, who stood in the shadows. This man who sought to replace him, whose ambition now surpassed his own. He intended to use Uncle Chin as a stepping stone, squeezing every last drop of value from him. By the values he'd held for most of his life, granting Liao Yuan's wish and preserving his life would indeed be better than anything else. But he simply refused to accept it. "Ha!" Uncle Chin stubbed out his cigarette butt, revealing a savage grin as he spoke each word deliberately. "Then today, I'll teach you your first lesson. Everything I've got, I carved out with my own 2 hands." The alley was dimly lit by the flickering street lamp. Yet in that instant, this middle-aged man, as cunning as an old wolf, suddenly unleashed a murderous intent that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Liao Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. "Shin Shan, don't blame me for what comes next. Attack!" Shadowy figures, gleaming with cold steel, erupted from the alley. After devouring their meal almost wolfishly, Xiao Ye and Gu Shiyu parted ways at the Guiyun Pavilion. Despite her petite frame, the girl's appetite was every bit as hearty as Xiao Ye's. Before leaving, she lingered over the Guiyun Pavilion menu one last time, leaving Xiao Ye with a parting remark. "Next time you get a treat like this, remember to invite me along." After leaving the opulent Guiyun Tower, Xiao Ye made his way back home. Step by step, he walked from the bustling heart of Shangjing City back to his own dilapidated rental building in a remote neighborhood. The scenery along the streets gradually shifted, the world of bright red lights slowly fading back into reality. In the alley ahead, not all streetlights were functioning. Under the flickering light, stray cats darting about far outnumbered pedestrians. Though not yet midnight, this secluded neighborhood was already nearly deserted. But Xiao Ye had long grown accustomed to this quiet. And the walk from these alleys to his own rented room was still quite a distance. In the pitch-black light, Xiao Ye, possessing the piercing vision, took in every detail of his surroundings. The threefold enhancement of his vision allowed him to see clearly even in the night. Suddenly, Xiao Ye spotted a figure lying in a concealed corner ahead. The figure leaned against the wall, clutching their abdomen. The slight rise and fall of their chest confirmed they were still alive. Beneath the body, a large patch of the ground was soaked with thick, fresh blood. And a severed blade was even lodged in his leg. Xiao Ye's gaze sharpened. For he recognized the man. The very same middle-aged man who had been drinking alone at the table across from him in Guiyun Tower. He had indeed been ambushed. Yet he had survived the combined pursuit of such a group of professionals? Despite injuries so severe they could claim his life at any moment, he was still alive. Xiao Ye instinctively activated ultrasonic detection. Unnoticed ultrasonic waves instantly radiated outward from his body, spreading through the surrounding streets. Today's sonar detection systems can cover an extensive area. Soon, the results came back. No one was found in the nearby blocks. This meant the middle-aged man had escaped from the group of professionals and even fled to a considerable safe distance. Xiao Ye slowly approached. The man's breath was weak, exhaling but not inhaling. Xiao Ye hesitated no longer. He pulled a vial of blood potion from his backpack just as he was about to administer it. When suddenly the man's eyes snapped open, gripping Xiao Ye's hand like eagle talons. Yet in the next instant, Uncle Qin, whose gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, recognized the youth before him as the very person he had encountered by chance at the Guiyun Pavilion. "It's you!" Xiao Ye met his gaze directly and said. "Your injuries are too severe. Blood medicine can't save your life now. How can I help you?" Uncle Qin gazed at this youth he'd met only once, gasping for breath as he clutched a fatal wound on his chest. Red Moon Hair Salon. Take me there. Chapter 72, Red Moon Hair Salon. The Corpse Stitcher. Red Third Sister. In the old quarter shrouded in night, Xiao Ye carried a person on his back, moving like a dark shadow through the winding alleys. According to the middle-aged man, the Red Moon Hair Salon was located in another dilapidated section of the old city. But to reach it, one must traverse a bustling commercial district. Xiao Ye didn't know who was hunting him, but traversing that district meant exposing himself to countless passers-by, making discovery almost inevitable. By now, the middle-aged man on his back was growing weaker by the moment. Only the faint flutter of his heartbeat proved he still clung to life. In this state, even if rushed to a hospital in Shangjing City now, survival was far from guaranteed. What kind of people at the Red Moon Hair Salon could possibly save his life? Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, pushing aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, determined to see this through to the end. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. If there was anyone in Shangjing City who could slip this middle-aged man into the Red Moon Hair Salon under so many watchful eyes, it could only be Xiao Ye, the one possessing ultrasonic detection. Xiao Ye's foot stomped down forcefully. As the water summoning step activated, a wave of inaudible ultrasonic waves rapidly spread outward. At this moment, ultrasonic detection functioned like an enemy seeking sonar. The moment he detected any rapid movement nearby, Xiao Ye instantly changed direction. If someone could look down from above at this intricate network of alleys, they would see Xiao Ye, carrying a person on his back, moving through the intersecting alleys as if guided by divine vision, weaving through the crisscrossing lanes with pinpoint precision, evading every single person. Finally, only the brightly lit street remained ahead, teeming with countless lingering passers-by. Xiao Ye's ultrasonic detection was utterly useless in this situation, as his gaze swept across the faces of the surrounding pedestrians. Yet he couldn't possibly distinguish which among the crowd might be the assassins hunting him down. Rushing across the street with someone on his back now would only make him look more suspicious, drawing even more attention. Xiao Ye gently set the middle-aged man down, shouldering half his weight as he said, "Wake up! We're almost there, just past this street. Eyes are everywhere. You need to stand up and walk with me." Uncle Qin forced his dazed eyes open. Seeing the familiar street before him, a flicker of shock and hope crossed his mind. He had no idea how this youth had managed to carry him through the dense encirclement in that alley. But now, as long as they could reach the Red Moon Hair Salon, his life would be saved. "All right." Uncle Qin gritted his teeth and growled softly, forcing himself to stand up by clutching Xiao Ye's shoulders despite the searing pain radiating through his body. Xiao Ye supported him, stride by stride, oblivious to the bustling street ablaze with lights. One step, two steps. Just as they were about to step into the old town across the way, suddenly, Xiao Ye, having activated his piercing illusion eyes, suddenly spotted two plainclothes figures charging toward him from within the crowd. Daggers concealed within their long sleeves flashed a cold gleam. "Run!" Xiao Ye abruptly hoisted the middle-aged man onto his back and plunged into the heart of the old quarter. "Where to?" Xiao Ye growled as he asked. The century-old buildings here formed a labyrinthine maze. Narrow alleys of varying sizes even led directly through some of the dilapidated buildings. Uncle Qin, straining on Xiao Ye's back, struggled to lift a finger and point in a direction. The assassins on the street were hot on his heels. Xiao Ye glanced back and could almost see them in his peripheral vision. If they caught up, he'd lose his life right here. Seizing the opportunity at a darkened corner ahead, Xiao Ye abruptly activated Ghost Shadow Clone. An exact shadow clone of Xiao Ye instantly materialized in the alley, while Xiao Ye, carrying the middle-aged man on his back, sprinted off in another direction. Xiao Ye had no time to look back and see if his diversion had worked, and could only push forward with all his might. Fortunately, Not far away, atop an old 3-story building, an aged neon sign flickered with light red moon hair salon. Finally, Xiao Ye took 3 steps in 2 and burst through the entrance. It was late at night, yet the red moon hair salon's rolling shutter was only partially lowered. Xiao Ye didn't even bother knocking. Crouching low, he squeezed through the opening with the middle-aged man on his back. He spun around and yanked the entire gate down. "Who are you?" A sharp voice rang out from inside the room, revealing a girl with delicate features sitting behind the counter. She appeared to be around Xiao Ye's age, frowning as she stared at him. "Help! He's dying." Xiao Ye didn't pause to explain further. He laid the middle-aged man on a recliner and urgently pleaded. "He has 4 life-threatening stab wounds. Can you save him?" The girl approached without a hint of fear. But when she saw the middle-aged man's face, her expression turned shocked. "Uncle Chin. I can't save him. Only third sister can." The girl covered her mouth in a gasp and hurried back into the house. "Third sister, come out quickly." Moments later, a woman dressed in a red skirt emerged, graceful and elegant. She appeared to be in her 30s, her eyes and brows radiating a worldly charm. The woman called third sister glanced at Xiao Ye with a hint of surprise in her eyes. When her gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, her expression became intensely complex. A look that held heartache, resentment, and a disbelief so profound it bordered on shock. "March, fetch my sewing kit." The woman in red took a deep breath and addressed the girl beside her, her voice as smooth and alluring as silk. Xiao Ye stepped back in surprise, making room. Needlework? The middle-aged man's injuries had reached such a critical stage. What good would suturing do now? Piercing illusion gaze swept over the woman named San Yang, and a line of text instantly appeared. Occupation, corpse stitcher. Talent entry, corpse stitching revival technique SS tier. The girl hurriedly fetched a sewing kit from inside the house. Xiao Ye keenly discerned that this needlework was no ordinary kit, it was a precious artifact. At the very least, it was a brilliant tier artifact. "Ashen, I told you long ago that staying by that woman's side would lead to this outcome sooner or later. But you refused to listen." The woman in red spoke with a hint of resentment in her voice. Xiao Ye, standing nearby, seemed to pick up on the gossipy undertones in her words, but pretended not to hear, standing obediently by. The woman in red turned her head to glance at Xiao Ye, her tone seductive yet commanding as she declared. "Don't you recognize me? Everyone in the underworld calls me Red Third Sister. The streets aren't safe tonight. Stay here at my Red Moon Salon. I'll keep you safe." Chapter 73, I'll give you 10 billion. Do you dare take it? After taking the needle-filled pouch wrapped in silk from the young girl named Xiao Ye, her other jade-like hands swiftly and precisely plucked the broken blade from Uncle Chin's thigh with 2 fingers. Swift as a blur. But what truly astonished Xiao Ye was the Red Third Sister's subsequent wound suturing technique. Several needles, as fine as hairs, darted between her fingers. Moving so swiftly even Xiao Ye couldn't follow the motion. The lacerations on Uncle Chin's body were swiftly sutured. With each stitch, Xiao Ye could see Uncle Chin's health bar steadily increase by a sliver. His rapidly draining life slowly stabilized. And the man seemed to have a fighting chance. Was this the legendary suture revival technique? Xiao Ye's astonishment spilled over his face. Truly, masters exist among the common folk. Xiao Ye had never even heard of the profession of corpse seamster before, but now he saw its ingenuity was nothing short of miraculous. The girl beside him, named September, noticed the astonishment on Xiao Ye's face and softly chuckled. "Blown away, huh? Third Sister's corpse sewing skills are priceless, a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Today, you've seen something truly remarkable." Red Third Sister shot September a playful glare, her hands never pausing as she continued her work. "The suturing will likely take all night. If you're tired, young man, you should go rest first. September, please escort our guest upstairs." September obediently nodded, took hold of Xiao Ye's sleeve, and said with a shy smile, "This guest, please follow me." Realizing she was referring to him, Xiao Ye felt an inexplicable flush rise to his cheeks. Since the host had spoken, he saw no reason to linger. Xiao Ye had already done his utmost by carrying the middle-aged man through layers of pursuers and delivering him to the Red Moon Hair Salon. Whether the middle-aged man lived or died was ultimately not Xiao Ye's concern. But for now, it seemed his life was saved. "This way, please." September led Xiao Ye with light, nimble steps up a narrow staircase to the upper floor. This 3-story building had seen better days, its wooden floors worn yet clean and tidy. The girl named September gently opened one of the small rooms off the hallway and then said to Xiao Ye, "You can rest here tonight." Xiao Ye peered inside. The room was cramped, barely accommodating a single bed. The wallpaper featured vintage-style pin-up girls, giving the space a dated feel. But when Xiao Ye flipped the light switch, the entire room was bathed in a pinkish glow, casting an oddly eerie atmosphere. Xiao Ye froze for a moment, though he didn't say anything. But September beside him caught his expression perfectly. Covering her mouth with a soft giggle, she asked, "What? Never been to a place like this before?" Xiao Ye froze again at the question, scratching his head. He really hadn't been to a place like this before.
Under the pink glow, September's every smile and frown seemed exceptionally alluring. Though she was only a few years older than Xiao Ye, a single raised eyebrow and a glance were enough to make him avert his eyes.
Greenhorn.
September stared straight at Xiao Ye's face, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she suddenly stepped closer.
If you need anything, you can call me.
In the already cramped room, this girl named September stepped forward, her entire body nearly pressing into Xiao Ye's embrace. Xiao Ye instinctively tried to step back but collided with the wall. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted from her body. Her face was mere inches from his. He could almost feel the faint flutter of her long lashes as she blinked. Her eyes were slanted like phoenix tails, now brimming with laughter as she gazed at Xiao Ye so beautiful it made him involuntarily hold his breath.
No, thank you. Is there somewhere I can wash my hands and feet?
Xiao Ye steadied his breathing and replied calmly.
Ha ha ha.
The girl named September burst into a silvery bell laughter, stepping back lightly and exiting the room.
Pointing toward the end of the corridor without turning back. The bathroom is over there.
Xiao Ye waited until the girl named September had descended the stairs before making his way to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. In the mirror, Xiao Ye saw his clothes stained with large patches of blood.
And the exposed skin on his ankles was smeared with mud.
Xiao Ye stripped off his clothes and gear, turned on the shower, and carefully washed away the blood and mud from his body, easing the nerves that had been taut all night.
Xiao Ye had heard rumors about this old district before.
It was the largest gray zone in Shangjing City. Not only was the city's biggest underground black market located here, but also the city's largest underground black market. Many illicit goods, transactions too shady for the light of day, and even some wanted criminals had found refuge here. Even the military had attempted to eradicate it multiple times, only to return empty-handed each time the stakes involved were simply too high. Xiao Ye didn't know who the middle-aged man he'd carried out tonight truly was, but he was undoubtedly connected to the shadowy forces lurking behind the scenes. The shockingly ruthless Red Third Sister had completely reshaped Xiao Ye's understanding of this old district. Compared to the powerful figures active in the sunlight of Shangjing City, the shadows held their own hidden dragons and tigers.
After a thorough cleanup,
Xiao Ye returned to that cramped room, turned off the light, and closed his eyes to rest for the night. He didn't sleep deeply, but remained in a state where he could awaken at any moment. Through the crack in the door, the light from downstairs seeped in, burning steadily all night long. Red Third Sister spent the entire night suturing the middle-aged man's wounds.
Until the next morning.
A soft patter of footsteps echoed out the wooden staircase in the hallway. A light knock sounded on Xiao Ye's door. A familiar voice called out. It was the girl named Xiao Ye.
Get up. Third Sister needs to see you.
Xiao Ye sat up, tidied his clothes, and followed September downstairs. The floor of the first level was strewn with blood-soaked gauze. Red Third Sister leaned against the counter, gently massaging her temples with her fingers. The middle-aged man lying on the recliner had regained consciousness.
His breathing still faint but steadily improving.
Both the middle-aged man and Hong San Yang turned their gaze toward Xiao Ye as he descended the stairs. Both pairs of eyes held a hint of sharpness.
Suddenly, the middle-aged man addressed Xiao Ye. Young man, do you know who I am?
Xiao Ye shook his head. Beyond their brief encounter at Guiyun Tower last night, Xiao Ye knew nothing about the man before him.
My name is Qin Shan.
Those in the underworld call me Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin suppressed a cough, his gaze carrying a hint of depth as he slowly continued.
You saved my life last night.
As repayment, I'll give you 10 billion.
Do you dare to take it? Chapter 74, Xiao Ye. The new underground kingpin of Shangjing City. 2 hours earlier.
Uncle Qin, who had been unconscious, gradually regained consciousness. In a daze, he gazed at the familiar scene before him and Red Third Sister, who was meticulously suturing his wounds. A long-lost sense of security surged through Uncle Qin's heart. He knew his life was spared, though he had no idea how that youth whom he'd met but once had managed to escape the deadly ambush behind his back. But he had survived.
Unable to open his eyes now. Feeling somewhat guilty and even afraid of this woman in the red dress.
He kept his eyes narrowed, feigning unconsciousness. Oomph. Red Third Sister snorted coldly, and the needle in her hand jerked with force, causing Uncle Qin's face to twitch in pain. If you're awake, just make a sound.
Stop pretending to be unconscious for me.
Uncle Qin hastily opened his eyes, gave an awkward smile, and called out, Third Sister.
Hong San Yang didn't even lift her head, but the pressure from her hands intensified once more. Ow ow.
The pain made Uncle Qin yelp in pain, urgently pleading.
Third Sister. I'm still injured, you know.
Hong San Yang's face was as cold as frost as she replied. Don't worry, you won't die. Uncle Qin hurriedly suppressed his pain and forced a smile. I always said when it comes to real medical skill, you're the one to rely on, Third Sister.
Those hospital and Illuminati folks are nothing but empty names.
But Hong San Yang had long since grown weary of his flattery. Her expression hardened as she snapped.
Cut the nonsense. Who tried to kill you last night? Who could have wounded you this badly?
Uncle Qin's expression froze, then grew increasingly cold.
After a moment's silence, he finally spoke. It was the mistress. Poof. Hong Sanyang suddenly let out a cold chuckle and said, The mistress, the mistress. Even now, you still call her the mistress? I told you long ago that Chenli was nothing but a scheming demon. Staying by her side, you'll lose your life sooner or later. Uncle Qin dared not speak, clearing his throat several times before his expression darkened. I just never imagined that in the end, she wouldn't even leave me a way out. Nothing is more sorrowful than the death of the heart. And as Uncle Qin spoke these words, his entire face bore an unmistakable look of utter resignation. Seeing his dejected expression, Red Third Sister swallowed the curse she'd been about to hurl. Yet she couldn't resist adding a cold, sarcastic remark. What else could you do? Didn't you willingly sell your life for her? Uncle Qin suddenly laughed, a laugh tinged with self-mockery. A laugh that mocked himself yet carried a sense of release. He had been working for the Boli Group since he was 14. 42 years had passed in the blink of an eye. From a lowly foot soldier wielding a knife in the front lines to his current position where everyone addressed him respectfully as Uncle Qin. He had watched with his own eyes as the girl who had once shown him kindness and recognition transformed step by step from a helpless victim into the current head of the Boli Group. He believed Chenli would never kill him, no matter what. But he was wrong. Chenli had even found a replacement to take over all his operations and influence in Shangjing City, accumulated over these 40-plus years. The bitterness in his heart gradually turned to indifference. Liao Yuan was a talent, a man with ambition far more ruthless than he himself had ever been. But this time, Uncle Qin had no intention of granting their wish. I intend to relinquish all my businesses. Uncle Qin suddenly declared. Red Third Sister froze upon hearing this and asked. What do you mean? Uncle Qin smiled faintly. I'm getting old. It's time to retire. Being forced out is never as good as stepping down voluntarily, especially since the group has long wanted to take back my cards. But this time, I refuse to give them. Hong Sanyang's face flashed a hint of surprise as she frowned and asked. Then who do you plan to give them to? Your businesses aren't so much a fortune as a liability. Besides, who could possibly handle them? Uncle Qin narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he replied. The child who carried me back last night, what do you think of him? 2 hours later. As repayment, I'll give you 10 billion. Do you dare take it? Hearing these words suddenly come from Uncle Qin's mouth. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow, his face frozen in utter astonishment. Had this man lost his mind? Yet judging by their demeanor, neither seemed deranged nor joking. What was this? A windfall from heaven, or a cruel trap designed to toy with people? Xiao Ye's face twitched for a moment before he finally asked. 10 billion dragon coins? This question drew a burst of unrestrained laughter from Red Third Sister. While Uncle Qin's face flushed with embarrassment as he clarified. Not 10 billion dragon coins in cash. But then, Uncle Qin's expression turned serious, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed as if he were a different person. In that instant, Xiao Ye was once again reminded of that wolf-like figure in the Guyun Tower. I'm talking about assets and businesses worth 10 billion. Over half of the gray market operations in the entire capital city, including this very old district you're standing in, are mine. Uncle Qin stated. His tone flat yet carrying an air of authority. Someone wants to kill me, to seize all this from my grasp. But I refuse to give them this satisfaction. But now, even I must reclaim this billion yuan business with blades and blood. Xiao Yeqing took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Who exactly are you people? Uncle Qin's gaze sharpened slightly as he replied. My name is Qin Shan. I was once the steward for the Chen family of the Boli Group, and I am also the underground kingpin of this old district. Xiao Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. He had suspected this middle-aged man's identity was far from ordinary, and that he was undoubtedly connected to the shadowy forces lurking in the background. But he never imagined Qin Shan would be someone from the Boli Group. And the butler to the Chen family, the very president's family. Xiao Ye's expression betrayed no hint of unease. Yet Uncle Qin, whose gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, still detected the unusual emotion within Xiao Ye. He pressed further. You know me? Xiao Ye shook his head honestly. No, I don't. Uncle Qin immediately smiled with a hint of amusement and said. Then do you know who the person was that tried to kill me yesterday? Xiao Ye shook his head again. Those plainclothes professionals possessed extraordinary abilities across all attributes. Their identities were far from ordinary. Uncle Qin gave a self-deprecating chuckle and said. I won't hide it from you, the ones who tried to kill me yesterday were from the Bali Group. Last night, you truly saved my life. So I'll be honest with you, this 10 billion won't come easily. But I'll teach you how to chip away at it, bit by bit, until you wrest it from Bali Group. So, do you dare to take it? Uncle Qin's gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ye, as if he could see right through him. Then he spoke slowly. Regardless, you saved my life. If you're unwilling to take this risk, I'll find other ways to compensate you. But if you're willing, I'll personally teach you how to become the new underground kingpin of Shangjing City. Xiao Ye's face betrayed no emotion. Yet within his heart, a tidal wave of emotion surged. From Uncle Qin's words, Xiao Ye pieced together a complex and incredibly coincidental chain of events, one so unbelievable he couldn't even fathom it himself. Why would Uncle Qin, the esteemed chief steward of the bully group, be silenced by his own people? Even if it was a case of the hare is dead, the hound is cooked, there had to be a reason. The only major incident that had occurred recently at the bully group was the unexpected death of the fourth young master. And this incident was inextricably linked to Xiao Ye. Because the fourth young master of the Chen family was killed by him. Chapter 75. Good lad. If you dare to kill, you dare to bury. Butterfly effect, cause and effect. Xiao Ye's heart suddenly tightened. In a sense, could it be that precisely because he had killed the fourth young master of the bully group in that Lulan general's tomb? That led to Uncle Qin being discarded by the bully group like a used tool. To this miserable state? And last night, by sheer coincidence, he had saved the life of this Qin Shu, a complete stranger in that narrow alley. He had harmed him, yet he had saved him. Xiao Ye could have buried this secret deep within his heart forever. Uncle Qin would never have known it was he who killed the fourth young master of the Chen family. Uncle Qin offered a 10 billion yuan business deal as repayment for saving his life, and promised to personally mentor Xiao Ye step by step to become the new underground kingpin of Shangjing City. It was an offer no one could refuse, a temptation of astronomical proportions. But Xiao Ye was a stubborn man. If these matters weren't made clear, and he gained this colossal opportunity through concealment and pretense, Xiao Ye felt an uneasy twinge in his heart. He was going to take a gamble. Uncle Qin, the reason you're being hunted down and silenced by the poly group boils down to the murder of their fourth young master, right? Xiao Ye spoke with a composed, unassuming expression. Uncle Qin's expression froze momentarily before he gave a faint, indifferent smile. How did you learn of this? It seems the matter has already spread throughout Shangjing City. Xiao Ye took a deep breath and declared. The fourth young master of the bully group, I killed him. Uncle Qin's pupils suddenly contracted. What? In an instant, the entire Red Moon hair salon fell into an eerie silence. Even Red Third Sister beside him gripped the edge of the table tightly, her expression turning serious as she looked at Xiao Ye and said, Young man, you mustn't speak recklessly. It was a group from Yuanjia village who killed the fourth son of the Chen family. Having spoken his words aloud, Xiao Ye grew even more composed, enunciating each syllable clearly. I killed him on the first level of the Lulan General's tomb dungeon. Uncle Qin, reclining on the lounge chair, suddenly sat bolt upright. Staring at Xiao Ye in utter disbelief, he exclaimed. Impossible. How could you have killed him? Xiao Ye replied plainly. He tried to kill me, so I killed him. Seeing the absolute seriousness in Xiao Ye's expression, Uncle Qin's own face grew increasingly grim as he pressed. But I personally led a thorough search of the Lulan General's tomb. How did you dispose of the body and cover your tracks? Xiao Ye extended a single finger. The burning effect of the ghostfire toxin suddenly manifested upon his fingertip, a flickering flame dancing at its end. Reducing the body to ashes leaves no trace whatsoever. A flicker of shock crossed Uncle Qin's face, yet he still asked with lingering disbelief. You claim to have killed him on the first level, yet members of both the Black Eagle and Dominion guilds clearly saw him alive while fighting the boss on the third level. How do you explain that? Xiao Ye answered without pause. Diverting blame. He was already dead by then. The one who snatched the boss and loot from Dominion and Black Eagle on the third floor was me. Uncle Qin couldn't help but gasp in shock. His injuries triggered a fit of coughing. Yet his mind, honed by years in the underworld, raced. Furrowing his brow, he stared at Xiao Ye and demanded. What about that group from Yuanjia village? Why were the 3 golden artifacts belonging to the fourth son of the Chen family found on them? Xiao Ye continued. A shell game. Using others' blades to kill. I personally delivered those 3 gold artifacts to the Yuan brothers. Those greedy wolves were born scapegoats. Uncle Qin's eyes, sharp as an old wolf's, bore into Xiao Ye, as if trying to see through him completely. Xiao Ye met his gaze just as intently. Their gazes locked. Just as they had when they first met in the Guiyun pavilion. The entire room of the Red Moon hair salon fell silent once more. Suddenly, Uncle Qin's mouth stretched into a grin. And he laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder. Until tears streamed down his face. Coughing fit, gasping for breath. The very culprit who had caused him to be cast aside by the group and reduced to this state was none other than the young man who had saved his life just last night? Yet at this moment, Uncle Qin felt no resentment. Instead, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction filled his heart. He hadn't chosen the wrong person after all. Uncle Qin gasped for breath between coughs, clutching his chest as he shouted. Good lad. Fine work. Beside him, Red Third Sister also smiled, gazing at Xiao Ye with alluring charm as she remarked. Xinshan, this lad's got far more guts than you ever did. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ye stood there, somewhat bewildered. He waited until Uncle Qin finished laughing before asking. Don't you hate me? Uncle Qin shook his head, his expression serious as he replied. My fall to this state, Xinshan, stems from the death of the Chen family's fourth son, but that was merely one factor among many. Bully group had long since made no room for me.
Even without this incident, they would have moved against me sooner or later. As for that fourth young master of the Chun family, he's nothing but a sickly little beast. Kill him and be done with it. Uncle Chin looked at the youth before him, his gaze growing increasingly appreciative. He resembled himself back when he first arrived in Shangjing City, yet there was something different about him. Just as Red Third Sister had said, he possessed more guts than he had back then. If you dare to kill, you dare to bury. Uncle Chin narrowed his eyes and asked, since you've already figured it out that I ended up in this situation because of the death of the Chen family's fourth young master, why did you still speak up? Xiao Ye answered frankly. Separate issues are separate issues. If I kept this matter hidden and accepted your 10 billion yuan reward, it would just leave me feeling uneasy. Well said, uncomfortable. Uncle Chin roared with laughter once more. At that moment, he suddenly understood what set this youth apart from his younger self. Back then, he had acquired many things he shouldn't have, and his youthful spirit had gradually been eroded and corrupted. So what do you intend to do now? Xiao Ye looked at Uncle Chin and asked. Qin Shu and Hong Sanyang exchanged a glance. Then his expression hardened as he addressed Xiao Ye in a grave tone. I gave you two choices before, but now I've changed my mind. You have no choice. This 10 billion yuan deal, you must take it, whether you want to or not. Because you are the heir I, Qin Shan, have personally chosen. The new underground kingpin of Shangjing City. If Polygroup thinks they can just take back everything I've built over the past 40 years, they're in for a rude awakening. Within 1 month, I want you to achieve the second transformation. Make your mark among the dark forces of the entire old city. Chapter 76, Suicide Level Grinding. Blackwater City. Reach the second transformation within a month? Uncle Chin, that old wolf, never minced words. He always went for the jaw-dropper. 1 month? Xiao Ye couldn't help but furrow his brows. It had taken him nearly a month to climb from level 1 to level 50 for his first advancement. As levels increased, the experience required per level up skyrocketed. And the experience needed to go from level 50 to level 100 for the second transformation was at least dozens of times more, if not far more, than what it took to reach the first transformation. How could that possibly be achieved in just 1 month? Even by constantly risking everything to tackle high-level dungeons, reaching level 100 within a month was far from guaranteed. Unless you're one of those wealthy scions from prominent families, spending a fortune to hire higher-level professionals to carry you through high-level dungeons and hand over the final blow experience from bosses. What? Can't do it? Uncle Chin sensed Xiao Ye's shock and smiled faintly. He instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but caught the murderous glare from Red Third Sister beside him. He gave a sheepish chuckle, tucked his hand back into his pocket, and turned to continue speaking to Xiao Ye. I know what you're thinking, but everyone has their own way of leveling up quickly. Wealthy young masters can naturally pay others to carry them through rapid leveling. But we who live by the blade have our own ways too. Uncle Chin's eyes narrowed sharply as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Ye, slowly uttering a place name. Blackwater City. Only there can you reach level 100 in second class transformation within a month or even higher. Xiao Ye's expression turned serious. Blackwater City? It was a name he had never heard before. Xiao Ye prided himself on knowing every human city-state, large and small, surrounding Shangjing City, as well as all major dungeon regions. Yet whether in the textbooks of first middle school or the ancient texts of the library, Xiao Ye was certain he had never come across this name before. Blackwater City? What kind of place is that? Xiao Ye asked directly. Hong Sanyang chuckled softly beside him and explained. It's no surprise you've never heard of Blackwater City. It's a place even more shrouded in secrecy than the underground black market, a place you can't speak of openly. Because 90% of the goods in Shangjing City's underground black market originate from there. September, bring the map. Hong Sanyang called out, and the young girl named Xiao Ye responded with a clear, crisp voice. And shortly after, produced a map carefully sealed in protective wrapping. Hong Sanyang unfolded the map on the counter, revealing dense markings across every section, each area annotated with vast amounts of information in meticulous handwriting. With her slender fingers, Hong Sanyang gently tapped a specific location and declared, "This is Blackwater City." With just a fleeting glance, Xiao Ye felt as though his mind had exploded, suddenly realizing that everything he had known before was merely the tip of the iceberg in this world. For the place Hong Sanyang pointed to was a long-abandoned, heavily polluted zone. According to the maps in textbooks, it was a danger zone marked in deep crimson, overrun by all manner of high-risk monsters. The humans who once lived there had been completely evacuated centuries ago, and the military of Shangjing City had long since sealed it off, designating it as the highest risk zone. And now you're telling me that within this area, arguably the most dangerous zone near the entire city of Shangjing, a human city-state actually exists? And it's the very source supplying goods to the entire underground black market of Shangjing City? Xiao Ye's astonishment spilled across his face as his gaze fixed intently on Blackwater City on the map. If a human city truly existed here, then the surrounding area would be teeming with high-risk monsters. Killing all those high-risk monsters within a month to reach level 100 isn't impossible.
But the prerequisite was surviving the ordeal. Because this was nothing short of suicidal leveling. Yet a fierce determination gradually surged in Xiao Ye's eyes. For those of us at the very bottom of the pyramid, climbing step by step up the ladder meant trading their lives for an existence licking blood off the blade's edge. Damn it! Xiao Ye hesitated no longer, his words sharp and decisive. Hong Sanyan's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Xiao Ye and said, "Oh? You'd better think this through." She shot a warning glance at Uncle Qin beside her as she added, "You don't have to listen to him about everything. Even when he was young, he didn't dare venture into Blackwater City during the first turn." Uncle Qin rubbed his chin in defiance, retorting, "I'm not sending this kid to his death. The situation is different now. Blackwater City isn't the small settlement it used to be, the one that couldn't even withstand a beast tide. Besides, we have our people waiting to assist them in Blackwater City." Once Xiao Ye made up his mind, there was no turning back. Now he must spare no effort to gather every scrap of information to make this mission happen. "How do I get to Blackwater City?" Xiao Ye suddenly asked as he studied the map. The heavily polluted area where Blackwater City was located had long been sealed off by the military. Ordinary people weren't even allowed to approach it, let alone venture deep into the central zone. Uncle Qin, seeing Xiao Ye immediately begin making plans, chuckled with a hint of satisfaction and said, "Don't worry. Those official blockade zones? They're practically riddled with holes for us. We have 4 escape routes with our people waiting to pick you up. As long as you go, I'll naturally arrange everything for you. The question is, when do you plan to leave?" By now, the sky had begun to lighten. A sliver of dawn light filtered through the crack in the window of the Red Moon hair salon, spilling into the room. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ye replied bluntly, "Today." "Good." Uncle Qin's eyes sharpened at the words. He straightened abruptly from the recliner and declared, "I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Tonight at 10 o'clock, I'll be waiting here for you. I'll have someone escort you there." Red Third Sister frowned as she looked at Uncle Qin, then cast a worried glance at Xiao Ye. Sunlight fell upon the young man's profile. And Hong Sanyang suddenly felt this boy was exactly like Qin Shan when he first arrived in Shangjing City all those years ago. Equally decisive and bold. Equally audacious and fearless. Hong Sanyang couldn't help but sigh. But given the current situation, once Uncle Qin fell, a massive crackdown by all factions would follow, with the bully group lurking menacingly behind them. They truly needed a new leader. Yet as she watched Xiao Ye scrutinize the map on the counter, studying it so intently it seemed he might commit the entire thing to memory. A captivating smile inevitably curved the corners of Hong Sanyan's lips. A new generation replaces the old. And this new leader is quite something. Chapter 77, Nye Xiao Yu's Gift. S-rank skill scroll. As dawn broke, the doors of Red Moon hair salon swung open once more. By dawn, the entire old town was already bustling with people. Breakfast stalls, handicrafts, general goods stalls. Only now did Xiao Ye realize that this old town of Shangjing, a gray zone feared by all, was, in truth, mostly home to the poor and destitute. Xiao Ye glanced back and saw Red Third Sister hanging the Red Moon hair salon sign outside the door. Stretching lazily, she smiled at Xiao Ye and said, "See you tonight." Xiao Ye nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Ye navigated through layer upon layer of alleys until he returned to his old, dilapidated rental unit. Only to find the living room cluttered with various documents and equipment piled haphazardly. But Nye Xiao Yu was nowhere to be found. From the numerous screens scattered throughout the room, Xiao Ye observed that beyond her research on the Black Obsidian Dragon hatchling, Nye Xiao Yu was simultaneously engaged in several other research projects, with numerous research meetings scheduled daily. He assumed she must have returned to their military research base today. Xiao Ye flopped onto the worn-out sofa, hoping to relax the nerves that had been on edge all night. Last night had been too eventful. But just as he settled in, a teleportation array suddenly activated within the cramped rental apartment, followed by a dark figure deftly emerging from the array. None other than the black dragon cub. The little dragon seemed to sense it had returned home. After sniffing around, it let out a series of loud cries directed at Xiao Ye. Oh boy, the little dragon was hungry again. Xiao Ye sighed, reluctantly rising from the sofa and heading toward the kitchen. But on the refrigerator, he suddenly spotted a note Nye Xiao Yu had left for him. "I'm back at the research base for a meeting. There's been some new progress lately on how to tame obsidian dragons. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Oh, and I left something good for you. Worried about thieves in your crappy rental, so I put it in the fridge." Nye Xiao Yu. Xiao Ye opened the refrigerator door in surprise, only to find, nestled within the chilled compartment, a scroll emitting a purple glow lay quietly, already encased in a layer of frost. A skill scroll. Xiao Ye was utterly stunned. For professionals, aside from gaining skills through awakening and class changes, the only way to acquire new skills was through skill scrolls. However, crafting skill scrolls was no simple task, requiring the assistance of specialized high-level engravers. Moreover, the higher the skill level, the more difficult it was to transform into a scroll.
Hence each scroll commanded a value exceeding hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. The scroll inside the refrigerator glowed with a purple light. It was at least an S-rank skill. How did Xiao Ye manage to get her hands on something like this? Xiao Ye hurriedly and carefully removed the scroll from the refrigerator with both hands. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Who in their right mind would hide something as precious as a skill scroll in a refrigerator? You could say she was being clever, taking an unexpected approach to deter thieves. She'd even left a note on the fridge. Yet at that very moment, the scroll's attributes appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Spirit Link. Rank, S tier. Description: the signature technique of legendary spirit tamer Lin Suijie. By employing spirit writing methods, it establishes a soul link with tamed beasts, achieving a state of mind-body unity. Indeed, an S-tier spirit writing technique. Xiao Ye was instantly struck with awe. The value of this skill scroll in his hands had likely already surpassed 1,000,000 dragon coins. What kind of status does Xiao Ye hold within the Military Research Institute? She managed to obtain something like this. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Learn skill Spirit Link? The young obsidian dragon, curious, crept closer, stretching its neck to sniff the scroll in Xiao Ye's hand. Learn. Xiao Ye clicked confirm without hesitation. This trip to Blackwater City, the obsidian dragon cub residing within the summoning space, was his greatest trump card. If he could forge a stronger bond, the synergy between dragon and rider would unleash formidable combat power. The scroll, still frosted with ice, activated abruptly. A warm current surged from his palm into his body. Simultaneously, an immense surge of mental energy, packed with vast amounts of information, flooded into Xiao Ye's mind. This was the method of skill scroll inheritance. Only high-level spell engravers could condense complex skill usage methods into psychic energy for storage, then engrave them onto scrolls. Skill acquired Spirit Link S rank. The skill instantly appeared in his skill bar. Xiao Ye's heart leapt with joy. He tentatively used the Spirit Link on the curious young obsidian dragon beside him. A slender beam of light projected from his body, converging upon the young obsidian dragon, prompting the young obsidian dragon to curiously extend its claws, swiping left and right, then taking a bite only to find nothing there. Yet suddenly, another scene appeared in Xiao Ye's mind. The perspective was that of the dilapidated rental house before him, yet the angle was significantly lower than his own. Just as he was puzzled, the viewpoint abruptly shifted, and a figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. None other than Xiao Ye himself. Whoa! Xiao Ye instantly grasped the ingenious utility of this Spirit Link skill. Now, Xiao Ye could practically see through the eyes of the obsidian dragon cub and hear through its ears. What a remarkable Spirit Link! Xiao Ye immediately recognized the immense value of this skill. The greatest difficulty in establishing communication with beasts lies in the inability to empathize with them. Yet this Spirit Link directly shattered that greatest barrier. From now on, Xiao Ye could even perceive the world through the eyes of the obsidian dragon cub. This was essentially gaining an additional reconnaissance ability. After all, the little dragon could fly. Yet immediately afterward, some of the dragon cub's sensations flooded into Xiao Ye's mind. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Alright, I'll make it right away. Xiao Ye promptly retrieved meat from the refrigerator, skillfully lighting the stove, heating oil, and feeding the dragon, a series of utterly familiar motions. Finally, Xiao Ye specially pan-fried several fresh steaks, wrapped them in plastic wrap, and stored them in the refrigerator. These were reserved for Xiao Ye. All she'd need to do was reheat them. On the refrigerator door, Xiao Ye left another note for Xiao Ye. I'll be away for a while. I'll keep track of the dragon cub's progress and send updates to you via the communicator. Thanks for the skill scroll. The fridge has some steaks I cooked for you, just heat them up and enjoy. Xiao Ye. After both dragon and human had eaten their fill, Xiao Ye returned to his room, lying on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. The jet-black dragon cub curled obediently at the bed's edge, its dark scales resting against Xiao Ye's leg, radiating a soothing coolness. Outside the rental house, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the day slipped away in a flash. When Xiao Ye opened his eyes again, night had fallen. A surge of battle-ready anticipation welled up within him, and he murmured softly, Blackwater City. Chapter 78 S-Rank Professional Necromancer Thief September. As night fell, the entire old town was instantly enveloped in a grim, murderous atmosphere. The ordinary shops that operated during the day closed their doors early, while shops dealing in illicit goods hung out their signs one after another. The Red Moon Hair Salon sign remained as bright as ever, standing out starkly among the dilapidated buildings, a three-story structure that was quite eye-catching. Xiao Ye stood before the Red Moon Hair Salon, and noticed the salon was particularly bustling tonight. The recliners on the first floor were packed with people, at least a dozen of them. You're here? Come on in. Madame Hong, propped up on one hand against the counter, spotted Xiao Ye outside immediately. She waved at him and called out. Xiao Ye didn't hesitate, stepping right inside. The moment he entered, every pair of eyes in the salon turned to him. His gaze swept over their faces without fear. Yet Xiao Ye met them without flinching, his gaze sweeping across their faces as he silently activated his piercing gaze,
revealing that every single one of them was a professional.
Judging by their attributes and talent entries, they were in no way inferior to the assassins who had hunted down Uncle Qin that night.
This is the guy Qin Shu took a liking to? The kid hasn't even grown any hair yet.
A burly man with a scar across his face immediately voiced his discontent.
Hoof.
Another gaunt man, his head wrapped in a turban revealing only a pair of narrow eyes, rose to his feet. He eyed Xiao Ye up and down with a hostile glare, his mouth twisted into a sneer.
He's got a pretty face, though. Could he be Master Qin's secret bastard son hiding out here?
Red Third Sister, leaning against the counter, watched the scene unfold with a silent smile. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from inside the room. If any of you keep spouting nonsense here, I'll cut out your tongues. The speaker was none other than the girl named Xiao Ye, who emerged from the room with a frown, her light footsteps now heavy. The scarred man outside paled instantly upon hearing this, offering only an awkward, silent smile clearly wary of September. September had changed her outfit today. Having shed the casual long dress Xiao Ye had seen her in yesterday, she now wore a sleek leather armor set, with a cold glinting dagger tucked at her waist.
So September was a professional too.
Judging by her gear, she was likely an assassin or a rogue.
What are you staring at?
September's gaze settled on Xiao Ye's face, but once again, a teasing smile blossomed just like last night. Staring so intently that Xiao Ye felt his face flush.
I thought you wouldn't dare show up tonight. Turns out you've got some guts after all. You greenhorn.
September's playful scolding drew another round of laughter from the people in the room. Hong San Yang, standing beside the counter, tapped it lightly with her fingers and said, "Enough, September, stop teasing him.
Uncle Qin will be here any moment."
Hong San Yang then walked over to Xiao Ye and handed him an item, the very detailed map he had seen the day before.
This map is yours. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly an extremely valuable gift.
He quickly took it with both hands and said,
"Thank you, Red Third Sister." Hong San Yang smiled warmly at Xiao Ye and whispered softly in his ear, "Did that September girl tease you again last night?"
Xiao Ye's cheeks flushed instantly, as the hazy scene from last night in that cramped room replayed in his mind. He didn't know how to respond. Hong San Yang suddenly waved her hand, her gaze carrying a hint of meaning as she said to Xiao Ye, "That girl just has a playful nature. But don't get the wrong idea, my Red Moon Salon hasn't been in that line of business for over a decade.
September is a good girl.
She'll be going with you to Blackwater City this time."
Xiao Ye was taken aback. September was nearly his age, likely a newly awakened professional herself. The journey to Blackwater City was fraught with peril. Going alone was his only choice. So why would Red Third Sister want September to venture into such a treacherous place?
Red Third Sister seemed to sense Xiao Ye's confusion. She smiled and said,
"Don't worry about her. September is an S-rank undead thief.
It's not just the overt factions in the capital that have dazzling young talents, we in the shadows have our own successors too."
A wave of astonishment surged through Xiao Ye's heart.
He never imagined September was an S-class professional. It seemed the underground world truly harbored hidden talents.
Shanjing City certainly wasn't limited to the few S-rank professionals publicly known, like Lin Xueming and Wang Diao.
Xiao Ye's gaze shifted toward September, only to meet her eyes looking straight back at him. Their eyes locked. A faint smile touched September's lips, yet the pupils of both eyes abruptly turned blood red. Blood-red pupils. The very hallmark of the undead.
Indeed, an S-class profession, the undead thief. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed outside the Red Moon hair salon. A tall figure appeared at the doorway. "Uncle Qin's here. It's Uncle Qin."
In an instant, the group of people who had been slumped haphazardly inside the salon all stood up respectfully. Every pair of eyes fixed on the tall figure at the entrance, filled with genuine respect from the bottom of their hearts.
"Uncle Qin, are you all right?"
The scarred man hurried forward, anxiously scanning Uncle Qin from head to toe. Yet there stood Uncle Qin, who just last night had been covered in wounds and lying on a recliner, now standing firmly on his own 2 feet. Whether due to Uncle Qin's remarkable resilience or the handiwork of the corpse sewing artisan Hong San Yang.
"It's nothing."
Uncle Qin waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the room before settling on Xiao Ye.
He gave him a slight nod and said, "Enough chatter. Everyone prepare to depart immediately. This time, we'll take the water route to Blackwater City." The entire Red Moon Salon sprang into action.
Everyone except Red Third Sister swiftly donned their gear and weapons. Uncle Qin had brought 3 off-road vehicles this time, just enough to seat everyone.
Xiao Ye was seated next to Uncle Qin.
Uncle Qin pulled a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, though he didn't light it, merely satisfying a craving. Then he turned to Xiao Ye and said, "I'll personally escort you out of the city. After that, Scar and the others will guard you all the way by water to Blackwater City.
Once you arrive, September will guide you to our brothers waiting to meet you in Blackwater City. After that, it's all up to you. In 1 month, I'll send someone to retrieve you."
Uncle Qin rolled down the window, waved to Red Third Sister standing at the entrance of the red hair salon, and said,
San Yan were off. The car's engine roared to life once more.
And under cover of night, the convoy moved steadily toward the docks of Shangjing City.
Chapter 79, Underground Tunnel. Perilous Waterway.
Shangjing City was a riverside metropolis that once boasted numerous bustling docks. However, as the beast tides grew more frequent, the military sealed off most docks to ensure the city's safety, leaving only two that connected to the canal.
Uncle Chin was heading for one of them.
The entire off-road convoy weaved through Shangjing City's alleys before abruptly descending underground.
Descending along a long passageway.
Before their eyes lay a network of interconnected underground tunnels. In the pitch-black tunnels, the headlights illuminated several sets of rails reflecting the light. Each station even bustled with people moving about, truly an underground world. Is this an abandoned subway line? This route left Xiao Ye utterly astonished. He never imagined these subway lines, abandoned for centuries, had become underground passages coveted by shadowy forces.
That's right. Uncle Chin nodded in confirmation.
These underground tunnels were built to air raid shelter standards, so they remain sturdy even after a century.
But aren't these tunnels often plagued by unstable instances and high-level monsters?
Xiao Ye asked, puzzled. Uncle Chin turned his head, a hint of mischief in his eyes as he replied.
Guess who spread that rumor? If we didn't deceive the military and the masses, how could we, the ones lurking in the shadows, openly seize control of these interconnected underground networks?
Xiao Ye suddenly understood Uncle Chin's shadowy faction was far more cunning than they'd imagined.
About half an hour later, the convoy of off-road vehicles emerged back onto the surface after traversing a series of pitch-black underground tunnels. A dock dotted with scattered lights lay before them. All three off-road vehicles simultaneously extinguished their headlights, slowly entering a narrow path leading into the dock's interior. They passed through the checkpoint silently, before coming to a halt beside a cargo ship.
"We're here.
Get out,"
Uncle Chin murmured into his communicator. The scar-faced man and the masked man hurriedly exited the vehicles, cautiously making their way forward. Several figures stood beside the cargo ship ahead, their rendezvous partners. After a brief exchange, the scarred man waved from afar toward Uncle Chin.
"Let's go."
Uncle Chin turned to Xiao Ye beside him in the car. He couldn't resist lighting the cigarette in his hand, bringing it to his lips but not taking a drag.
"Once we reach Blackwater City, remember this one thing. The danger isn't just the high-pollution monsters outside the city. You must be wary of other human professionals."
Uncle Chin's gaze was complex, but Xiao Ye understood his meaning.
"I'll come for you in a month."
Xiao Ye swung himself off the vehicle.
"See you in a month."
Led by the scar-faced man and the hooded figure, Xiao Ye and September boarded the cargo ship concealed within the darkness. The space aboard the cargo ship was extremely cramped. Xiao Ye's living quarters consisted of a tiny compartment less than a meter tall, so low that he couldn't even sit up straight on the bed. September was housed in the adjacent compartment, which was equally cramped.
Before long, Xiao Ye heard a soft knock on the partition between their compartments, followed by September's voice. "Hey, once we pass the checkpoint, let's go up to the deck. This place is so stifling." When Xiao Ye didn't respond, September tapped the partition again. "I heard you."
Unable to bear the sound any longer, Xiao Ye muttered under his breath.
"You heard me, but you won't even say hello? Don't call me raw sunflower seeds. My name is Xiao Ye. Greenhorn. Greenhorn."
Soon, Xiao Ye felt the cargo ship begin to move slowly. But he grew anxious about the checkpoint September had mentioned. After all, it was a naval blockade established by military forces. If discovered, forget reaching Blackwater City, he'd likely be thrown straight into prison. But as it turned out, Xiao Ye's worries were unnecessary. Uncle Chin and the others had already greased the right palms. The cargo ship didn't even slow down as it approached the checkpoint, passing through smoothly. A little while later, the partition rattled with another thump-thump, followed by September's impatient voice. "Sunflower seeds, let's go." Xiao Ye rolled off the bunk and slowly climbed the dim cargo hold ladder. September had already climbed up and turned to glare at him, extending her hand as she said, "Hurry up." The moment Xiao Ye emerged from the cargo hold, he was met by a refreshing river breeze. A world apart from the cramped, stifling confines of the hold. The scarred man and the hooded figure were already on deck. September hurried to the railing and took a deep breath of the crisp air. The moon shone brightly in the night sky, illuminating the rippling river like a silver-painted expanse of starlit sky. Xiao Ye felt an instant surge of exhilaration. September quietly approached, playfully punched Xiao Ye's side, and said with a smile, "How's it feel, Greenhorn? This is a hell of a lot more comfortable than your warehouse." Xiao Ye couldn't deny it. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the deck ahead, punctuated by a piercing scream. "What the hell?" The scarred man on deck growled lowly, while the hooded figure beside him already streaked forward like a blur. A cold, gleaming scimitar had already been drawn from his waist and gripped in his hand. Blazing speed. Xiao Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately grew alert. Activating his piercing illusion eyes, he scanned the front deck, where he saw several sailors already gathered, each clutching a weapon. "Don't panic," September beside him spoke with a solemn expression, gripping the dagger at his waist as he did so.
It must be a monster from the river that boarded the ship.
But with Scarface and Flowerface here, nothing bad will happen.
Let's go check it out. Xiao Ye's heart skipped a beat.
Monsters dwelling in the sea and rivers, untouched by human hunting and thriving in harsh environments, were often far more powerful and dangerous than their land-dwelling counterparts.
September had already quietly approached.
Yet Xiao Ye dared not relax for a moment. He donned all his gear, shield in hand, and followed.
As the two approached the bow of the deck,
where the scar-faced man stood before the sailors, a fearsome great axe held horizontally across his chest. While the hooded man shielded a ship's worker who was wailing in agony, the poor soul had lost a leg below the waist.
Before the crowd,
a giant crab, covered in thorns and as large as 2 oxen, dominated the bow. Its narrow eyes glared cruelly at the crowd as it swung its 2 scythe-like claws, tearing apart a blood-soaked leg piece by piece and greedily chewing it. The ghost scythe crab, one of the most dangerous creatures among the sea-dwelling species, ranking among the top 10 monsters for the number of human adventurers killed each year.
Chapter 80, Monsters Board the Ship. High-risk level ghost scythe crab.
This mutated giant crab monster possesses a thorn carapace as hard as steel plates, making it virtually predator-free underwater.
Left unhunted, its size can grow almost limitlessly.
In recent years, ghost scythe crabs breaking size records have been reported worldwide. The largest nearly matched a transport ship in scale, reaching catastrophe-level threat. The one now dominating the ship's bow has long surpassed the size of ordinary monsters. Its 2 massive thorn-covered claws stretched 2 meters long.
Even Scarface's giant axe, taller than a man, seemed dwarfed beside it. With his illusion-piercing eyes activated, Xiao Ye could see its attributes clearly. Ghost Scythe Giant Crab. Level 95.
Talents, Thorn Shell, Bloodlust. A level 95 elite monster far beyond what Xiao Ye could currently handle. Yet the scar-faced warrior standing at the bow showed no fear. He raised his massive axe high and brought it crashing down upon the giant crab's claw,
projecting an aura of one man holding the pass, unstoppable by 10,000. Scarface's stats appeared before Xiao Ye. Class, Bloodthirsty Warrior. Level, 115. Talents, Bloodburning, Rage Charge, Axeblade Mastery.
No wonder September said with this scarred man and that hooded guy around, nothing bad could happen. Scarface stood alone at the forefront, his massive axe swinging like a raging storm. Each time the ghost scythe crab savagely raised its claws to cleave through his body, the fierce, whirling axe would strike back with pinpoint precision. Xiao Ye had never seen such a heavy, cumbersome weapon wielded with such dexterity.
The axe, as long as a man, seemed to defy its own weight in Scarface's hands, wielded with effortless precision. This must be his innate talent, Axeblade Mastery. Scarface suddenly lunged forward, transforming his defense into offense.
He violently parried the ghost scythe crab's claws and brought the blade crashing down on its head. In an instant, the blow cracked open a fissure in the crab's thorn-covered carapace.
The axe blade plunged into the crack.
Scarface gripped the handle with both hands and yanked it out with all his might. Green blood oozed from the giant scythe crab's shell, causing it to writhe in agony. Its massive, razor-sharp claws carved terrifying gashes across the bow.
Suddenly,
the already rocking vessel, tossed by the rising swells, tilted sharply to one side in an instant. Scarface's feet slipped beneath him, his body lurching sideways as the massive axe nearly flew from his grasp. Had this been on land, Scarface could have single-handedly slain the ghost scythe crab. But this was on water. The moon high in the sky was suddenly obscured by a dark cloud, and the once calm river surface churned with waves.
The boat creaked and swayed violently.
The scarred man shuffled his feet back and forth to maintain his balance. But this made it impossible for him to swing his massive axe freely. Meanwhile, the ghost scythe crab had driven its sharp claws deep into the bow deck, anchoring itself firmly. Its 2 massive claws like giant guillotines, slashing toward Scarface.
Scarface couldn't dodge in time.
Though he blocked with his massive axe, he still took a solid hit.
A gaping wound, now dripping with blood, instantly appeared on his arm.
In an instant, the situation turned dire. The hooded man guarding the shipwright with the severed leg shouted urgently, "September, take over."
"Got it."
September responded urgently, rushing over to apply medicine and bandages to stop the boatman's bleeding. While the hooded man raced toward the bow along the ship's rail like a blur.
His agile form seemed utterly unaffected by the rocking vessel.
2 crescent moon blades had materialized in his hands.
With a nimble leap, the hooded man landed behind the ghost scythe crab.
His crescent blades unleashed a storm of blades, slashing at the ghost scythe crab's hind legs,
instantly freeing Scarface from the danger.
Meanwhile, the other deckhands had rallied, each armed with crossbows and arrows. A hail of arrows struck the ghost scythe crab's shell. Though the damage was minimal, it succeeded in slowing its movements. The situation stabilized once more. And at this rate, it wouldn't be long before they drove the ghost scythe crab from the bow or destroyed it altogether. Just then, someone among the crew, likely an archer, fired an illumination arrow toward the bow. Its entire body was instantly illuminated by the flickering glow, revealing its thorny shell covered in terrifying crimson patterns resembling ghostly faces.
This scene was seen clearly by Xiao Ye, whose illusion-piercing eyes were activated. His eyes widened in shock as he bellowed. Something's wrong. The ghostly patterns on this ghost scythe crab's back are bright red. Only male ghost scythe crabs in mating season display crimson markings. During this period, they never hunt alone, there must be a female nearby. Everyone, be careful. Xiao Ye's loud shout reached every sailor on deck, including the scar-faced man and the masked man locked in fierce combat with the ghost scythe crab at the bow. What's that kid talking about? He says there's a female nearby. Is that true? Or is he just trying to scare us? Sounds about right. What does a kid who hasn't even grown a full set of hairs know? The boatmen immediately began murmuring among themselves, yet none took Xiao Ye's warning seriously. Only September stared at him in astonishment, asking incredulously, "What are you talking about? There's really another ghost scythe crab nearby?" "No doubt about it." Xiao Ye clenched his teeth and declared firmly. His gaze darted around the deck. The moonlight had dimmed, and the entire ship sailing on the river was shrouded in pitch-black darkness, with visibility no more than 2 meters. Xiao Ye looked upward, slung the Tiger Fierce battle shield onto his back, and climbed straight up the mast to the highest lookout platform. He activated the searchlight on the lookout platform, sweeping it across the entire deck. The bright beam instantly illuminated the entire ship. There! Xiao Ye suddenly pointed toward the stern and bellowed. The light from his watch lantern pierced through the sails, illuminating the stern, revealing a massive shadow slowly crawling out the stern toward the deck. 8 limbs and 2 claws. The shadow cast was 2 to 3 meters long, terrifying like a ghostly specter. The deckhands immediately fell into chaos, each swiftly turning their crossbows toward the stern. Yet none possessed the fortitude of Scarface to stand in its path. The sharp scraping of the ghost scythe crab's limbs across the deck sent shivers down every spine, head and tail, like demon gods. Yet Xiao Ye, standing on the lookout platform, felt an even deeper chill in his heart. Under the spotlight, he saw the mother crab's abdomen at the stern had flattened, a sign she had finished laying her eggs. Xiao Ye swiftly swung his searchlight to scan both sides of the cargo ship. And in the pitch-black shadows, countless baby crabs, each as large as a human head, were swarming up the hull. Every shell bore a grotesque, ghostly face. These crab monsters were prolific breeders, capable of laying thousands, even tens of thousands of eggs at a time. Chapter 81, Crab Plague. Boatman's Chant. Spotlight. As Xiao Ye's spotlight swept across the hull, every soul aboard witnessed this hair-raising spectacle. The young crabs scuttled upward with a grating sound, each bearing ghostly patterns on their shells. Under the glare of the light, they resembled a horde of vengeful specters. Many crew members were terrified out of their wits by this horrifying sight, clutching their heads and wailing uncontrollably, while others collapsed onto the deck, their eyes filled with utter despair. Most of these sailors were ordinary folk, either laborers by trade or fighters of the weakest sort. They'd boarded this cargo ship merely to scrape out a living. Where had they ever seen such a scene? The scarred man and the masked man battling the giant crab at the bow also witnessed this spine-chilling scene. "Damn it, we've stirred up a hornet's nest." Scarface spat and muttered under his breath. That wet-beard kid actually called it. The masked man's exposed eyes widened in horror. His heart sank as he thought, this is bad. The male crab at the bow remained unresolved, while a larger female crab now crawled up from the stern, surrounded by a swarm of ghost scythe crab larvae crawling up the deck one after another. If they managed to climb aboard, it would be the end. He and Scarface could certainly protect themselves, but the crew would be doomed. It wouldn't be long before they all met their end at the claws of these crabs. Without the crew, this ship would never reach Blackwater City. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Chaos reigned on deck as the crewmen clung to the railings in terror. One sailor, already driven to the brink by terror, screamed and leaped overboard, attempting to abandon ship. "Don't jump!" Xiao Ye shouted urgently, but it was already too late. The spotlight followed the fleeing sailor, and beneath the splash that sent waves crashing, countless baby crabs surfaced from the water. They swarmed the sailor, their sharp claws tearing him apart with brutal efficiency. Piercing, agonizing screams echoed, and despair spread among the remaining crew on deck. At that very moment, the searchlight high atop the mast suddenly flashed across their faces. The intense glare momentarily disoriented them. Xiao Ye, standing on the lookout tower, roared, "Everyone, don't panic. We won't die. Those newly hatched baby crabs are merely monsters in their teens. Everyone on deck, follow my orders. Grab whatever weapons you have at hand and defend both sides of the ship." September. Xiao Ye's shout to September. September, who had been growing increasingly panicked, instantly understood his intent. She drew the dagger from her waist and, slashing viciously at a young crab that had charged onto the deck. A flash of steel. The young crab let out a piercing scream, sliced clean in half. September urgently shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Follow Xiao Ye's commands. These crablings are just minor foes, we can handle them." In moments of utter chaos and confusion, people often need someone to step forward and tell them exactly what to do. Xiao Ye's words were like a searchlight piercing the darkness.
instantly reigniting hope in the dazed and despairing boatmen. Gripping their weapons tightly as they rushed to both sides of the ship. Better to fight than to wait for death. And September's figure charged to the very front, slashing every young crab that scurried onto the deck with his cold, gleaming dagger. Splattered with thick, foul-smelling crab blood, yet she paid it no mind. September's slaughter, as effortless as slicing through melons and vegetables, reignited the boatmen's courage. Each taking his post at the deck's edge. With reckless abandon, they hacked and smashed with their weapons, reducing the young crabs to pulp. Some let out howls of rage to vent their fury, while others sang the boatmen's traditional chant. Yo ho ho! Yo ho ho! We brave the raging waves, we tread the treacherous shoals. A boatman's heart is made of steel. The ancient boatman's chant echoed through the night, quietly soothing the hearts of all. The crisis on deck was temporarily averted. Yet a greater peril had already arrived. The massive ghost scythe crab at the stern slowly crawled onto the deck. Its 8 sharp claws clamped viciously onto the stern. The sight of the children brutally slain on the deck sent it into a frenzied rage. A hissing growl erupted from its mouthparts. Wielding its scythe-like claws as it straightened its upper body, crawling toward the ship's center as if standing upright. Ghost Scythe Giant Crab. Level 115. Its level surpassed even the male crab at the bow. Its form was far larger. Its colossal silhouette cast a shadow across the hull, sending shivers down the spines of the deckhands below. If it reached the deck, they'd become a buffet in an instant. Knowing he was the only combatant on deck, September hesitated not a moment. Gripping his dagger, he charged forward with fearless resolve. She must buy as much time as possible. She had to stand her ground. The man at the bow, witnessing this, couldn't help but shout urgently. September! Don't go near it! He knew that with September's agile but fragile class, and facing such a massive level disparity, there was no way she could block the female crab at the stern. A single hit could cost her life. Against a monster like the Ghost Scythe Giant Crab, a tanky bastard with high HP and attacker rogue class was at a colossal disadvantage. The man in the cloak wanted to dash to the stern, but it was already too late. Now, his only option was to quickly eliminate the male crab at the bow with Scarface. Finish them fast. The masked man barked urgently. Got it. Scarface, recognizing the gravity of the situation, gritted his teeth. Wielding his massive axe with both hands, he swung it fiercely at the male crab, fighting with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, September had already positioned herself before the female crab at the stern. Leveraging the thief's nimble footwork, she struck first, her dagger slashing viciously across the female crab's abdominal shell. Yet only a few insignificant damage points appeared, leaving her utterly despairing. The dagger in his hand, barely a foot long, couldn't even pierce the female crab's thick shell. A dagger, a small, swift, and nimble weapon, was inherently at a disadvantage against such a heavily armored creature. The female crab's furious counterattack was already upon them. Witnessing her offspring being slaughtered by the ship's crew on the deck, its fury demanded crushing any obstacle into mincemeat. Just then, the river churned with wind and waves, rocking the vessel once more. Xiao Ye, whose steps had been nimble moments before, lost his footing as the massive scythe-like claw swung toward her. She had no time to dodge. September! The scarred man at the bow and the masked man roared in unison. Yet suddenly, a figure leapt down from the lookout platform atop the mast, landing precisely in front of September. A shield bearing the fierce mark of a white tiger parried the ghost scythe crab's strike with lightning precision. A thunderous clang of metal echoed. The vast disparity in strength sent Xiao Ye sliding backward several meters, the tiger's fierce battle shield clattering from his grasp. Yet he had blocked that fatal blow for September. Leave this to me. Xiao Ye shouted without turning his head, his expression unflinching. Let Scar and the others take down the male crab first. Chapter 82, Crabby Feet. Grilled crab for dinner today. September's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Ye, who stood before her shielding her with the tiger fierce battle shield. Though Xiao Ye had executed a near-perfect block against the previous strike, the vast disparity in level and attributes still sent him flying backward like a. Leave it to you? Are you crazy? How could you possibly? September exclaimed urgently, reaching out to pull Xiao Ye up. But Xiao Ye didn't wait for her. With a nimble roll, he sprang back to his feet, shield raised, charging forward once more. You go help Scarface and the others take down the giant crab at the bow. Xiao Ye barked without turning his head. Take out one first. We can't afford a war of attrition. September's eyes widened in horror, but she knew Xiao Ye was right. The only ones on this cargo ship capable of facing the ghost scythe giant crab were Scarface and Flowerface. Yet both were currently at the bow. The distance from bow to stern was barely 50 meters, but under these circumstances, it felt like a life or death chasm. Even if they could spare one to hold off the fiercer female crab at the stern, it was already too late. Better to concentrate their blades' power and kill the male crab first. Right. Understood. September bit her lip fiercely and nodded. A crimson glint flared in her eyes once more as her speed surged. September swung her dagger through the center of the boat, casually dispatching the young crabs that had breached the boatman's defensive perimeter.
shouting to the two scarred men at the bow. Hurry! Kill the male crabs first. Xiao Ye can't hold them off alone for long. Scar and the hooded man turned their heads toward the stern at her words. Sure enough, only Xiao Ye stood guard there, holding the Tiger Fierce War Shield, the last line of defense for the deckhands. Damn it! Is this kid out of his mind? He's throwing his life away. Scarface cursed urgently. His and the masked man's mission was to escort Xiao Ye safely to Blackwater City. If the kid died en route, how could he possibly report back to Uncle Chin? Scarface abruptly drew a slender dagger from his waist, slashing his own arm. As blood flowed, his entire body's muscles instantly bulged and rippled. This was his class-specific talent, blood-fueled battle rage. By burning a large portion of his health, he gained explosive bursts of power and damage. Scarface had just gambled his life. Meanwhile, the masked man revealed a ruthless glint in his eyes, clasping his crescent blades together, spinning like a top as the blades whirled like a storm toward the giant crab. With both men fighting for their lives, the demon scythe crab's health bar rapidly diminished. On the deck, September turned with concern, only to see Xiao Ye, wielding the Tiger Fierce War Shield, now mere steps away from the female crab. Xiao Ye, a level 50 player, was facing an elite-level monster boasting a staggering level of 115. Even the extraordinary bonuses from his exceptional talent traits couldn't bridge the gap in stats. Yet Xiao Ye grew increasingly composed. For his true objective was not to slay this terrifying ghost scythe crab, but to buy as much time as possible. If he could just hold out a little longer until the scarred man at the bow and the hooded man finished off the giant crab and were free to act, the situation would be resolved. Xiao Ye didn't even need to deal significant damage. He only needed to draw its aggro and survive beneath the claws of this enraged female crab. The ghost scythe crab's side-like claws lashed out at Xiao Ye with frenzied ferocity. Seeing this, Xiao Ye abruptly activated water step beneath his feet. His body darted nimbly toward the crab's inner flank. In an instant, he flashed to the crab's flank. Without pausing, his feet carried him swiftly to its rear. He's exploiting the ghost scythe crab's blind spot. September on the deck instantly grasped Xiao Ye's maneuver. The ghost scythe crab's 8 sharp claws dug fiercely into the deck. While this anchored its body against the rocking ship, it had also pinned itself in place. That was its weakness. Xiao Ye swiftly darted behind the ghost scythe crab, instantly drawing the imperial sword in his hand. Ghostfire toxin erupted. The blade, imbued with burning and toxic effects, plunged viciously into the crab's back, though it failed to pierce its carapace. And due to the massive level disparity, the burning and poison effects failed to take hold. Yet Xiao Ye's maneuver successfully drew the ghost scythe crab's attention. The enraged female crab shifted its gaze from the deckhands below, swiveling its massive, heavy body to crush the unwelcome intruder behind it. Yet each of its clawed legs, already deeply embedded in the deck, had to be wrenched free with every shift. What had been its advantage anchoring its massive frame to the rocking vessel now turned into the ghostly scythe crab's greatest disadvantage. In contrast, Xiao Ye, who kept darting and positioning himself firmly in the ghost scythe crab's blind spot, was incredibly agile. The swaying vessel left the deck drenched in water, and the ghost scythe crab's sharp limbs kept piercing the deck. One limb suddenly slipped, stabbing into thin air. Though supported by its 8 legs, it remained unshaken. This moment was keenly observed by Xiao Ye. Suddenly, he bellowed toward September and the deckhands below. Oil! Do you have any oil? September snapped to attention, his eyes darting across the deck. One of the older boatmen reacted quickly, grabbing a barrel of engine oil meant for lubricating the landing gear bearings from the storage box and handing it to September. September intended to toss it high to Xiao Ye, but seeing the female crab standing nearly as tall as a floor, claws splayed wide, blocking the entire sky, he suddenly had an idea. He bent down and slid the barrel of lubricating oil along the deck, right beneath the ghost scythe giant crab's massive body. Xiao Ye! Catch! A barrel of engine oil swung across the deck, sliding through the gap between the 8 legs of the ghost scythe crab. Xiao Ye watched closely, planting his foot firmly to stop it. Then gripped the imperial sword in reverse, thrusting it through the oil drum. The golden oil instantly spread across the deck. The already smooth and shiny deck instantly became slippery as grease. The ghost scythe crab's sharp legs slipped the moment they touched the surface. Nearly all its left limbs were now coated in oil, causing its entire body to topple over in an instant. Xiao Ye seized this moment and unleashed the ghost flame toxin once more, instantly igniting the oil-soaked left half of the ghost scythe crab's body. 26. The burn damage was minimal, even pitifully low. It instantly threw the water-dwelling ghost scythe crab into a panic. Never having seen fire in its entire life, half its body now scorched, its 8 legs frantically flailing only to plunge into the oil, engulfing its entire form in flames. The intense burning sensation, though not fatal, caused it to panic and rage, causing it to overlook Xiao Ye beside it. This scene was witnessed by the scar-faced man and the masked man at the bow. Damn, he really pulled it off. Scarface couldn't help but cheer. Under their combined assault, the male crab's health bar finally hit 0.
Scarface swung his massive axe with brutal force, cleaving the crab's head clean in two. Then, exchanging a glance with the masked man, they hurried to the stern to assist.
Damn it! Roasted crab for dinner tonight. Chapter 83, The Masked Man's True Colors. Arrival at Blackwater City. Xiao Ye, get out of the way. Let Old Knife show you what he's got.
Scarface chuckled, gripping his massive axe with both hands as he charged toward the stern. Swinging the heavy axe taller than a man in a sweeping arc that bloomed like a full moon across the deck. Then, a gigantic axe blade appeared out of thin air. At least 7 or 8 meters long, it slashed viciously toward the female crab at the stern. Xiao Ye's massive frame trembled at the sight, and he scrambled for cover in the nearby cargo hold. The colossal phantom blade struck the female crab's carapace with brutal force. The already unsteady female crab was knocked completely off balance by the solid blow, collapsing onto the deck. A deep gash ripped open the thorny shell on its back. 21,689. A staggering damage figure of 20,000 erupted. Xiao Ye was secretly startled. This must be Scarface's ultimate move. In that instant, the shadowy figure flickered, having somehow circled behind the female crab.
Kid, your job's done. Leave the rest to us too.
Scarface called back to Xiao Ye without turning his head. Suddenly, the bandages wrapped around half his body including his head and face unraveled. The long bandage in his hand seemed to possess a life of its own, whipping toward the female crab and instantly binding one of its claws tightly. Was this bandage actually a piece of equipment? Or rather, a weapon? With one claw immobilized, the ghost scythe crab's destructive power plummeted by half. Yet despite its frantic struggles, it couldn't tear through the binding bandage anytime soon. As the bandage unwrapped from his face, the man beneath finally revealed his true appearance. Revealing a gaunt face bearing a painted opera mask literally living up to his name. To be precise, it wasn't painted on, but tattooed a face mask of a female opera character, seemingly to conceal the horrifying burn scars across his face.
Xiao Yeching's heart skipped a beat. What had this man endured?
Just then, a hand suddenly pulled Xiao Yeching into the adjacent cabin. It was September, who had rushed over. Seeing Xiao Ye's gaze fixed intently on the masked man's face, September whispered. Uncle Qin carried brother painted face back from the dead. They say he offended someone he shouldn't have, and a pyromancer burned his entire family to death. Even third sister couldn't stitch his face back together. So he tattooed this mask onto his own face and has kept it covered ever since.
Xiao Ye remained silent. Each of these people was nothing more than a wretched soul. The two hid within the ship's hold. Watching as Scarface and the masked man teamed up. The vicious female crab at the stern could only retreat step by step. Their coordination was remarkably seamless. Scarface led the assault while the masked man controlled the situation. With no reservations holding them back, it was only a matter of time before the two, firing on all cylinders, took down the ghost scythe crab at the stern. There was no need for them here. Xiao Ye and September made their way up from the cargo hold to the deck, assisting the crew in clearing away the juvenile crabs that still crawled onto the ship as if oblivious to their peril. Without the threat of the giant male and female crabs, these low-level young crabs, though still swarming in dense numbers, no longer seemed so terrifying. The sailors steadied their nerves, firmly guarding both sides of the ship, while Xiao Ye and September dispatched them one by one with swift, decisive blows. Finally, with Scarface's furious roar, a massive axe blade slashed down at the stern. And the female crab's massive body collapsed with a thud, its life completely extinguished. Whoa! The deckhands waved their weapons in triumph, cheering their narrow escape from peril. Xiao Ye couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. At that moment, the moon in the sky broke through the dark clouds once more. Silver moonlight once more spilled across the river's surface. And all was quiet once more. Scarface forcefully pried off the female crab's massive claw, shouting that he'd roast it for dinner. While the man in the wrapper seemed to be muttering something in disgust. The ship's captain on deck held a roster, calling out the names of the crew one by one. Those called out slowly raised their hands, their faces showing little joy. This crab disaster had claimed 3 crew members and left one critically injured. Among the survivors, some prayed to the gods, thanking them for their protection. Others stared blankly at the empty spots beside them. Once this voyage concluded, the families of the deceased crew members would receive a generous compensation payment. Such is the life of the vast majority of ordinary people in this world. Xiao Ye sat on the cargo hold steps, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding on deck. September quietly sat beside him and said, "By dawn, we'll be close to Blackwater City." Xiao Ye gave a slight nod in response. September gazed at Xiao Ye's profile, her own thoughts drifting away. She recalled the moment when, under the frenzied attack of the female crab, Xiao Ye had calmly shielded her with his body. This man was somewhat like Uncle Qin, yet also quite different. Xiao Ye suddenly turned his head, catching Zhou Yue's gaze fixed on him. He asked, "What's wrong?" Caught off guard by their eye contact, September's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly looked away. "Nothing. I'm going to get some sleep." Then she walked back to the warehouse with light yet slightly hurried steps. Not long after, Scarface appeared, one hand gripping a crab claw over a meter long, the other carrying a charcoal grill. He plopped down on the deck near Xiao Ye, seemingly determined to roast and eat that crab claw. However, the charcoal in the grill must have been dampened by the ship's recent violent rocking. And Scarface couldn't get it lit no matter how hard he tried. Frustrated, he sighed repeatedly. Turning his head, he spotted Xiao Ye sitting on the steps. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed. "Hey, kid! Didn't you just show off a trick to start fires? Quick! Quick! Help me light this grill!" Xiao Ye sighed inwardly, then extended a finger to activate his ghost fire poison. Flames danced at his fingertip as he warned the scarred man. "This fire is poisonous. Are you sure you want it?" The scarred man froze, staring at the flame in Xiao Ye's hand. It seemed to carry an eerie green tint. He curled his lip and said, "Ha! I think I'll pass." Xiao Ye chuckled and advised him. "You're better off not bothering. The meat of a fully mature ghost scythe crab is tough as old boots and sour, not exactly tasty." Scarface shot Xiao Ye a skeptical glare. "Really? Don't bull me, kid." Xiao Ye nodded helplessly. Scarface hesitated for a long moment but ultimately chose to believe Xiao Ye. Grumbling under his breath, he carried the enormous crab claw to the bow of the boat and flung it into the river with a furious toss. "Damn it, stinking crab. Useless piece of junk." By now, the eastern horizon had begun to glow with the first light of dawn. And the first rays of the rising sun spilled across the river's surface. In the distance, the shadowy outline of a magnificent city slowly came into view. Blackwater City is in sight. Chapter 84, Nightingale Tavern. Talent Fusion Technique. As the dawn light spilled across the sky, the mountain-like shadow of the city-state grew ever closer. The once tranquil river, upon reaching this point, visibly accelerated its flow. The crew on the cargo ship even shut off the engines, yet the vessel continued forward unabated, as if drawn by a powerful suction from afar. As the morning mist gradually dispersed, Xiao Ye, who had unconsciously risen from the deck, finally beheld the colossal structure before him. There, spanning the river, stood a majestic dam. The ceaseless flow of the river was abruptly halted here. As the dam, resembling a mountain, rose and fell to release water, the surrounding vessels were naturally drawn along the current toward it. Beneath the dam's shadow, the already muddy river water turned as black as ink. No wonder this place is called Blackwater City. They say this dam is only a third of its former glory. Had it not been destroyed by that catastrophe-level monster back then, it would be even more spectacular now. Flowerface had appeared beside Xiao Ye at some point, his face once again completely concealed. As if explaining to Xiao Ye, or perhaps just to himself, he murmured. "But even with just one gate remaining, it's still enough to power the entire city." September had also arrived on the deck. Gazing at the colossal dam before them, her face lit up with excitement. "We're finally here." A long line of ships had already formed ahead, slowly navigating through the tributaries' passage gates and entering this city-state built almost entirely upon the dam. The cargo ship docked alongside one of the piers. "Let's go!" The scar-faced man at the bow called out to Xiao Ye and the others before leaping ashore first. "God damn it, this solid ground feels so damn good under my feet." Scarface muttered under his breath, stomping the ground several times before feeling satisfied. He then turned to the man wrapped in cloth and asked, "Patchface, where's our contact? Which place was it again?" "Nightingale Tavern." The hooded man replied in a low voice, then led the way forward. Beside him, September whispered to Xiao Ye. "Actually, Scarface is also visiting Blackwater City for the first time. But Painted Face isn't. He knows this place better than he knows the old quarter. We just need to follow him." Scarface led them down a narrow, winding alleyway. They encountered no one along the way. As the clamor ahead grew louder, the narrow path suddenly opened up. Face-painted brother led them straight into the bustling marketplace of Blackwater City. Only then did Xiao Ye grasp the true weight of Uncle Chin's words. 90% of the goods in Shangjing City's underground black market originated from this very place. As far as the eye could see, it resembled a vast ghost market. The ground-level market teemed with people, while surrounding low-rise buildings featured interconnected, self-built corridors upon corridors. Layers upon layers, like a labyrinth. Every shop's wares left Xiao Ye utterly astonished. Bloodstained weapons and armor, high-risk beast cubs strictly forbidden by the military, even humanoid monsters caged in captivity. Noisy, bustling, yet strangely chilling. This was Blackwater City. The Nightingale Tavern, where the painted face guide led the way, sat in a relatively quiet block. Trendy neon lights adorned the wooden signboard, bearing 4 bold characters: Nightingale Tavern. The main body of the tavern seemed to be underground, with only a single entrance built into the ground-level facade. Patchface and Scar led the way down a staircase. The underground space was indeed a hidden world. The entrance hall alone was as vast as a factory floor. Further in, numerous corridors had been carved out, resembling a complete underground shelter. Patchy exchanged a few words with the person behind the counter. And soon a woman with dyed purple hair approached, leading Xiao Ye and the others to a suite at the very end of the corridor. "You'll stay here tonight. If you need anything, just ask the tavern staff. They're all our people." Flowerface instructed Xiao Ye in September. "Scarface and I have some business to attend to outside. Stay in your rooms for now and avoid going out if possible.
September shot Xiao Ye a sidelong glance, but obediently carried her luggage into the suite. The suite contained 4 rooms. Though located underground, it wasn't cramped, at least it was vastly superior to the ship's cabin. September boldly flung open all 4 doors. Then picked the one she liked best. Pointing to the adjacent room, she said to Xiao Ye, "Sunflower seeds, I'll take this one. You take the one inside." Xiao Ye didn't care either way. After all, these rooms were underground with no windows. So he walked in, flopped onto the bed, and shut the door. After a harrowing night navigating the waterways, exhaustion washed over Xiao Ye the moment he lay down. The sound of trickling water came from next door. It seemed September was taking a shower. Xiao Ye sat cross-legged on the bed. Then opened his attribute panel. The experience gained from participating in the deck battle last night, slaying the ghost scythe crab and over 100 baby crabs, had propelled Xiao Ye's level up by 4 tiers in one go. Moreover, while processing the corpses, Xiao Ye had quietly sacrificed the ember of both ghost scythe crabs and countless young crabs. Even now, Xiao Ye could still recall that delightful notification sound in his mind. Soulfire offering of ghost scythe crabs successful. Obtained fire seed value 489 points. The combined corpses of the ghost scythe crabs on the deck provided Xiao Ye with nearly 500 fire seed points. A veritable windfall. Moreover, Xiao Ye successfully acquired one of the ghost scythe giant crabs' innate traits, Fury Dance. Tier, a rank. Effect, the ghost scythe crab's claws, armed with sharp barbs, serve as one of its most formidable weapons, enabling it to move steadily across slopes of varying inclines. Additional effect, movement speed increased by 15%. Additional effect, immune to most force displacement effects while standing steady. In the quiet room, Xiao Ye suddenly activated this furious dance. As if a fierce suction force gathered at his feet and hands, each step he took seemed to anchor him firmly to the ground, exceptionally stable. Xiao Ye tentatively stepped onto the wall, then leapt abruptly, even managing to traverse several steps along the vertical surface. Plus, it boosted his movement speed by 15%. What a skill! Xiao Ye immediately recalled his other movement speed enhancing skill, Water Summon Step, which also granted immunity to most control effects. He wondered what would happen if he combined these 2 skills into one. That very night, after successfully completing his first job change, Xiao Ye encountered Uncle Qin and was immediately swept into this series of strange occurrences. The talent skill fusion he'd learned from the envelope left by a predecessor at the job change ceremony had yet to be utilized. A sudden thought struck Xiao Ye. A line of text instantly appeared before his eyes. Consume 100 fire seed points to fuse the entries Water Summoning Step and Raging Dance? Chapter 85, Frenzy Fusion. S-rank skill, Tide Summoning Spirit Step. Fuse. Xiao Ye chose fusion without hesitation. Last night's massive harvest of fire seed points on the deck, combined with his previous stockpile, gave Xiao Ye a solid 900 plus fire seed points in hand. If not now, then when? A prompt immediately appeared before Xiao Ye. After fusion, the innate traits Water Summoning Step and Rage Dance will be permanently lost. Proceed with fusion? Proceed with fusion. Xiao Ye nodded in confirmation. Out with the old, in with the new. 2 fiery sparks abruptly burst forth from his body, like 2 intertwining fire serpents, gradually merging together, coalescing into a new, even more dazzling spark. A prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Talent entry fusion successful. Acquired S-tier talent entry Tide Summoning Spirit Step. Success! Xiao Ye's heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly opened his attribute panel. A new entry now appeared in the talent slot section. Tide Summoning Spirit Step. Tier, S-tier. Effect, summons the Tide Spirit to gain agile power. Upon activation, instantly increases movement speed by 50%. Additional effect, immune to most slow effects and crowd control effects while active. Additional effect, while in aquatic environments, skill effects are amplified by 100%. What a splendid Tide Spirit Step! Xiao Yeching couldn't help but let his delight show. Never imagined that a B-tier Water Summoning Step combined with an A-tier Fury Dance could fuse into an S-tier talent skill. Not only did it stack the original immunity to slow and crowd control effects, but also amplified the movement speed boost to a staggering 50%. If combined with the additional skill of his Black Moon Cloak Black Moon's Hour, which grants an extra 50% speed boost for 30 seconds, Xiao Ye, already a strength agility hybrid, would achieve terrifying movement speeds, even capable of completely outpacing pure agility classes of the same level. His first fusion skill slot yielded a top-tier result. This success left Xiao Ye brimming with anticipation for the upcoming skill fusions. He settled his mind and meticulously examined the 20-plus talent traits within his attribute panel. When Xiao Ye used the fusion technique on a spell, he discovered that not all attributes could be fused together. For instance, the D-tier trait Savagery, which granted a plus 100 strength bonus, could not fuse with Focus, which granted a plus 100 spirit bonus, as these 2 traits held no connection whatsoever. However, the Deceased attribute, which grants plus 100 poison resistance, could fuse with the Corrosion Resistance attribute, which grants plus 100 corrosion resistance, since both enhance resistance to status ailments.
Moreover, since both traits are D tier, merging them only consumes 40 ember points. Xiao Ye chose to fuse them without hesitation. And immediately obtained a new B tier attribute, Steel Soul. Effect, Steel Physique, significantly increases resistance to poison and corrosion effects. Additional effect, Defense plus 500. Not only did it fuse and upgrade both entries, but it also rolled an additional defense boost effect. A win-win situation. Having grasped the fusion mechanics, Xiao Ye swiftly scanned his talent entries. Suddenly, two unexpectedly compatible traits appeared as fusible. They were the A tier, Cocoon of Feigned Death, and the equally A tier, Phantom Clone. These two traits can actually fuse? Xiao Ye was genuinely surprised himself. After all, judging by their skill descriptions, the effects and attributes of these two abilities seemed completely unrelated. Yet, since both were A-tier skills, merging them into a single skill would consume a staggering 300 fireseed points. Xiao Ye hesitated immediately. For now, these two entries held immense strategic value. And deploying them in battle could catch enemies completely off guard. If the fused skill turned out poorly, it would severely weaken his combat effectiveness. After careful consideration, however, Xiao Ye ultimately chose to proceed with the fusion. He was taking a gamble. He bet that this fusion, consuming a staggering 300 fireseed points, would not produce a useless skill. The instant Xiao Ye made his decision, two strands of fireseed energy were drawn from his body, slowly merging with one another. Finally, a notification appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Talent entry, Phantom Shadow Clone successfully fused with entry, Feigned Death Cocoon. Acquired SS tier talent entry Mirror Substitute. Effect, instantly summons a mirror clone within a certain range. The clone possesses physical form, identical appearance to the host, and 50% of the host's total attributes. Additional effect, the host may remotely control the mirror image within its effective range and redirect a single instance of damage suffered by the host onto the mirror image, limited to one use. An SS tier talent. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This time, he'd truly hit the jackpot. The 2A rank skills with immense strategic value hadn't been wasted after all. This mirror image instantly granted the clone physical substance. No longer a mere ethereal projection, this physical form opened up a whole new realm of tactical possibilities for Xiao Ye. Dual line operations, striking unexpectedly. And to top it off, an exceptional additional trait had emerged, allowing the substitute mirror image to absorb one instance of damage for him. This was nothing short of a life-saving trump card. Those 300 fireseed points were well worth the cost. Just as Xiao Ye was reveling in the gains from this fusion. Suddenly, among the numerous attributes, he spotted a set of fusion-eligible talent attributes. A prompt appeared before Xiao Ye. Fuse talent entries, Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, Spectral Resentment? Xiao Ye froze in shock. Could multiple talent entries actually be fused simultaneously? He had considered merging Ghost Fire Toxin and Corpse Poison, both toxin-based effects. But he never imagined the Wrathful Ghosts trait could be fused as well. He had obtained this trait while defeating the thousand-legged soldier Pupa in Lulan General's domain. And when activated, attacks would inflict the Lu Wrath effect, bypassing all physical defense and magic resistance of the target. Inflicting continuous true damage. While the damage output isn't high, one aspect makes it exceptionally troublesome. The Wrath effect cannot be removed by antidotes or similar items, only dispelled by purification skills like a priest's holy light. Now these three talent traits can actually be fused together? But it requires a staggering 500 ember points. That's nearly all the resources Xiao Ye has left in stock. This time, it was practically emptying the entire household. Though it stung like hell, Xiao Ye didn't hesitate for a second. Scanning the other talent entries on his body, he found that only the most basic D-tier resistance type entries could be fused. Higher tier traits like Photosynthetic Recovery, Ultrasonic Detection, Full Moon Sweep, and Lightning Strike couldn't be fused together just yet. He might as well go all in. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and commanded in a deep voice. Fuse them. Chapter 86, Toxin Fusion. SS tier, Bone-Gnawing Poison Flame. Three distinct flames instantly erupted from Xiao Ye's body. The one emitting an eerie green glow was the Ghostfire Toxin. The one emitting wisps of white smoke was Corpse Toxin. While the one darting about like skeletal spirits was the Wrathful Ghost Venom. The three flames, each symbolizing a distinct innate talent, instantly intertwined and fused before Xiao Ye's eyes. They emitted crackling, scorching sounds as they seemed to devour and battle each other. Finally, the three flames intertwined and merged, becoming a single, even more violent blaze. Will-o'-the-wisp Toxin, Corpse Poison, and Wrathly Resentment successfully fused. Acquired SS tier talent slot Bone-Gnawing Poison Flame. Another SS tier attribute. Xiao Ye held his breath, rushing to examine this new talent. After all, the effects of Ghostfire Toxin and Corpse Poison had been major aids in his journey thus far. What kind of new talent trait could possibly emerge from their fusion? The talent panel instantly displayed the new entry's attributes. Fossilized Poison Flame. Tier, SS. Effect, a relentless poison that clings to the bones like a vengeful spirit. Upon hitting a target, it inflicts poison flame, dealing damage every second. After stacking 10 times, it shifts to dealing 1% of the target's maximum HP per second. Additional effect, cannot be removed by ordinary antidotes or standard purification spells. Additional effect, while afflicted with bone-gnawing poison flame, the target's stun resistance gradually decreases, making them more susceptible to status effects. Hiss. Xiao Ye couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This was an SS tier toxin fused with ghost fire poison, corpse poison, and specter resentment. Once it hits its target, it cannot be neutralized by ordinary means. This single trait alone was already overwhelmingly dominant. Not to mention that after stacking to 10 layers, it transforms into a continuous poison that deals damage per second based on a percentage of the target's maximum health. Venom. Pure venom. Even Xiao Ye himself felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. In other words, once this fatal bone-binding poison flame reached 10 stacks, the target could only wait obediently for death. Unless they possess higher-tier alchemical antidotes or sacred-grade purification spells. But who in their right mind would carry a potion costing tens of thousands in their inventory? Not to mention sacred tier purification rites only priests who've undergone at least 3 transformations can master them. This thing was Xiao Ye's ultimate trump card. True to its name, crushing bone toxin, once it clings to you, it's like a bone-gnawing ulcer, you can never escape it. At this stage, it's virtually unmatched. It's also a lethal tactic for soloing boss-level monsters. Unless it's some epic tier boss far exceeding Xiao Ye's level, nothing can withstand this bone-gnawing poison flame. Now that Xiao Ye has arrived in Blackwater City, it has become a major boon for his monster grinding and leveling. Those 500 fireseed points were absolutely worth every penny. This single purchase has completely depleted all the fireseed points Xiao Ye had accumulated up to this point. Moving forward, it wasn't just about grinding for experience and leveling up. Sacrificing monsters to harvest massive amounts of fireseed value was now an absolute necessity. Just as Xiao Ye was meticulously studying and experimenting with several newly fused high-tier attributes, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Sunflower seeds, have you finished resting? His train of thought interrupted. Xiao Ye initially didn't want to respond. But within seconds, the door swung open from the outside. There stood September, leaning against the doorframe with a cheerful smile, twirling a delicate lockpicking tool in her hand. Her profession was that of a necromancer thief. A vocation born to seek out undead treasures. The unique lockpicking skill granted by her innate talent was among the finest even among all rogue classes. Xiao Ye looked at September helplessly. Don't you think this is a bit rude? Picking someone's lock without permission. September, however, smiled with righteous indignation. Just getting my hands back in the game. Practicing on your door lock. Xiao Ye. Hey, don't be so stingy. September strode casually into Xiao Ye's room, her gaze sweeping around the space. She plopped down on the chair beside the bed. Then gave Xiao Ye a sly grin and asked, "Aren't you curious what Scarface and Patchy are up to, sneaking around like that?" Xiao Ye shook his head, replying honestly, not curious. His mission in Blackwater City had only one purpose, to leverage every available resource to rapidly level up within a month. Uncle Qin hadn't mentioned anything else, so it was none of Xiao Ye's business. But September shot him a dismissive glance, as if she'd anticipated his response all along. She continued speaking to herself. I heard Uncle Qin sent Scar and the others to Blackwater City for another reason, something about a shipment. Someone in Blackwater City snatched a shipment meant for Uncle Qin, and now that cargo has vanished without a trace. I suspect Scar and the other guy were sent to investigate this very matter. Xiao Ye heard every word clearly, yet showed no reaction whatsoever. His indifferent demeanor infuriated September. She stood up and glared at Xiao Ye, demanding, "Hey, aren't you even curious what this shipment was?" Xiao Ye shook his head again. Not curious. Uncle Qin has his own plans. September was driven to fury by Xiao Ye's stubborn refusal to budge. She snapped. Then just stay locked up in your room. Xiao Ye remained unmoved, closing his eyes to rest. Instead, September paced angrily around the room several times before finally approaching Xiao Ye and declaring, I overheard Uncle Qin and Third Mother talking the other day. The lost shipment was a batch of high-grade alchemical potions. Do you even know what high-grade alchemical potions are? They're meant for the battlefield, life-saving stuff. Xiao Ye finally opened his eyes and abruptly asked, if they were Uncle Qin's potions, why send them to the battlefield? September froze for a moment before replying, well, I don't know either. All I know is that this batch of high-grade alchemical potions was incredibly valuable. Even Uncle Qin couldn't just stand by and let it get stolen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye once again resumed his previous state of resting with closed eyes, replying indifferently. In that case, it's even less our concern. Your mission in Blackwater City should be the same as mine, right? To level up as quickly as possible within a month. These trivial matters are best left to Scarface and his crew to investigate. September's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. The task Third Sister had entrusted her with before leaving was indeed that, and knowing her temperament, Third Sister had specifically instructed her not to meddle in other matters. September could only sigh and say, you really have me beat. So when do you say we head out of town to grind levels? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, his finger pointing precisely at the map San Yang had given him, lying on the bed. He said, "Beyond Blackwater City lies a high-level contaminated zone, once a jade quarry. Monsters within range from level 50 to 90. We're setting out at dawn tomorrow." Chapter 87, A Melange of Dragons and Snakes. The terrifying high-pollution zone. Scarface and Flowerface still hadn't returned by late night. Though the Nightingale Tavern wasn't exactly quiet at night, it was relatively safe. The suite where Xiao Ye in September stayed was separated from the outer corridors and main hall by a concealed gate. Come nightfall, the tavern staff would come to close the gate, sealing off the suite area from the outside world, and deliver dinner to Xiao Ye in September. The meal was delivered by the same purple-haired woman who had guided them earlier that day. September tried to coax information from her, asking where Scar and the others had gone. But the purple-haired woman paid her no mind, merely reminding her, "Try not to go out at night. Someone will open the inner gate tomorrow morning, it's all for your safety." The night at Nightingale Tavern passed quickly. Xiao Ye finally slept soundly, easing the persistent tension in her body and nerves. When she opened her eyes, it was just past midnight. Xiao Ye reorganized the backpack she carried with her. For this leveling trip to Blackwater City, Xiao Ye had splurged on a substantial supply of high-grade blood potions and other restorative elixirs. Along with ample supplies of antidotes, mother and child worms, illuminating worms, and other auxiliary items that might prove useful. All this was to prepare for any eventuality that might arise in the high-level contaminated zones. Everything was ready. Xiao Ye gently knocked on September's door. His finger had barely touched the surface when the door swung open from the inside. September stood smiling at the doorway, already fully geared up. Her form-fitting leather armor giving her a dashing appearance. Her eyes, tinged with a hint of red, exuded a dangerous yet captivating beauty. "Hey, Greenhorn. Talk about leveling up, and you're up bright and early." September glided past Xiao Ye with light steps, twirling a cold steel dagger between her fingers before sheathing it back into its leather holster at her waist. "Let's go." Near the Nightingale Tavern stood one of Blackwater City's gates, and the tavern had even sent someone to guide Xiao Ye in September. Though dawn had only just broken, numerous merchants were already bustling about within Blackwater City. The morning light filled the streets with a bustling crowd. The guide proved to be a walking map, skillfully navigating Xiao Ye in September through the bustling market and between buildings until they soon reached the city gate. "This is the northern gate of Blackwater City. Beyond it lies the high pollution zone. You two must be extremely careful." The guide, having fulfilled his duty, cautioned Xiao Ye in September. Compared to the majestic city gates of the capital, this rather crude gate resembled a makeshift defensive structure, quite dilapidated. Yet, standing guard before the gate were over 100 soldiers. Their uniforms varied in style, yet they formed distinct formations, working in unison to firmly hold their defensive positions. "Who are these guards?" Xiao Ye asked immediately. "They don't seem to belong to the same faction." After a moment's thought, September replied, "I heard from Uncle Chin and the others that Blackwater City's defenses are jointly maintained by the major factions within the city. Each faction contributes its own personnel to the city's defense. Because they all understand that if Blackwater City falls, everyone's business will be finished. So, driven purely by these vested interests, every faction gives their utmost to the city's defenses, daring not to slack even slightly." A wave of shock washed over Xiao Ye's heart. This Blackwater City, hidden behind the major criminal factions, had managed to sustain the defenses of an entire city solely through mutual interests. There must be a mastermind guiding them from behind the scenes. The guards at the city gates, representing various factions, eyed Xiao Ye in September, two such young professionals attempting to leave the city, and regarded them with peculiar stares, as if they were already dead. Yet they offered no resistance. Their orders were to let people in, not to stop them from leaving. Besides, the daily death toll outside Blackwater City was never low. Stepping outside the gates of Blackwater City, Xiao Ye almost immediately sensed the difference between this high pollution zone and the ordinary leveling areas near Shangjing City. The sheer number of monsters roaming here was staggering. Their numbers were dozens of times greater than in ordinary training zones. And the variety was bizarre. Ordinary monsters mingled with elite-level creatures. Barely 100 meters beyond the city gates, a pack of hideously mutated hyenas appeared. Their blood-red eyes fixed on Xiao Ye in September with hostile intent. Yet before they could close within 100 meters of the gate, they were instantly cut down by the gate guard's spells and arrows. Before they could catch their breath, another horde of monsters, drawn by the scent wafting from Blackwater City, charged toward the gates from another direction. The guard's job was far from easy. Xiao Ye couldn't help but exchange a glance with September. Their eyes tightening with focus, daring not to relax even for a moment. Stepping beyond the city gates was like plunging headfirst into a tidal wave of beasts. Monsters swarmed from every direction. One careless step could turn them into prey. This was the high-level contamination zone. Xiao Ye pulled the map from his backpack once more to confirm their direction, then pointed toward a seemingly abandoned road ahead, the path leading to the Jade Quarry. But forget the Jade Quarry. Even crossing this open field swarming with wandering monsters was no easy feat. "We have to fight our way through." Xiao Ye gripped the tiger's fury war shield in one hand and the sovereign's sword in the other, his entire being primed for battle. He charged straight into the swarm of monsters. Passing the corpses of mutated hyenas slain by guards, he casually finished off a last gasp hyena. And in the process, he sacrificed the ember fire from their corpses. Sacrifice of mutant hyena embers successful. Gained 50 ember points. The notification flashed in Xiao Ye's ears, instantly filling him with delight. These high pollution zone monsters actually granted far more fire seed points than ordinary ones. September, the agile rogue, wasn't far behind. Wielding her daggers, she quickly caught up. Blocking their path now was a colossal rhinoceros-like monster, its massive form resembling a small house. Its skin bulging with bursting blood vessels like molten lava, billowing white smoke. The giant rhinoceros approached step by step, each footprint it left behind engulfed in blazing flames. Piercing the sharp horn protruding from its forehead was the corpse of a fallen adventurer. Xiao Ye, having activated his insight eye, instantly perceived the colossal creature's information. Lava Rhinoceros. Level 60 highly contaminated monster. HP, 30,000. Talent traits, Lava Carapace, Magma Blood, Explosive Horn. Chapter 88, Lava Giant Rhinoceros. An unexpected new trait. High pollution level monster. Xiao Yeching murmured under his breath. This was his first time facing a high pollution level monster in reality. According to the first middle school textbook, high pollution level monsters differed from ordinary ones. Their entire bodies underwent more pronounced and destructive mutations due to extreme contamination. The lava rhinoceros before him was a living example. Not only had its size increased several fold, but its entire skin glowed like molten lava, radiating intense heat. The blade-like horn protruding from its forehead was truly terrifying. Yet now, the lava rhinoceros tossed its head, flinging the professional's corpse lodged on its horn to the ground. Its blood-red eyes immediately fixated on Xiao Ye and his companion as new targets. Two thick streams of steam erupted from its nostrils as its four massive hooves stamped the ground, poised to strike. Strike first. I'll draw aggro. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye charged forward, the imperial sword in hand. A searing hot wind instantly swept across his face. The closer he got to the molten rhino, the more the temperature surged. The molten lava rhinoceros, seeing Xiao Ye charging toward it, suddenly seemed enraged. Snorting through its nostrils as it lowered its head, thrusting its towering horn forward in a furious charge. The moment they collided, Xiao Ye abruptly activated Tide Summoning Spirit Step, his speed surging as he planted the imperial sword into the ground and forced a sharp turn. By the skin of his teeth, he evaded the lava rhino's charge. Simultaneously, the imperial sword sliced cleanly through its leg. 896. The damage number exploded onto the screen. True to its reputation as a high defense, high health monster, Xiao Ye's attack power, normally around 1,500, could only deal nearly 900 damage. But once its defenses were breached, it could be slain. Behind him, Zhou Yue moved. Holding her icy dagger, she stepped lightly, deftly evading the lingering momentum of the lava rhino's charge. Her form shrouded in a crimson aura. In a flash, she materialized behind it. Her dagger dancing in crimson arcs, unleashing multiple strikes in an instant. 351. 298. 344. Though the individual hits weren't devastating, the attack speed was blindingly fast. September's S-tier Necromancer Thief output was absolutely formidable. A sharp sting erupted from the back of the lava rhino's hindquarters, its health bar dipping sharply. It whipped its head around, its vicious gaze locking onto September as its hatred shifted toward her. The lava rhino pivoted, its forehead horn lashing out like a spear toward September. September scrambled back several steps to evade it, only to see the beast suddenly lower its head and charge at September once more with overwhelming force. Yet suddenly, a crimson glow flared around September, and she vanished from its sight entirely. A skill unique to the assassin class, stealth. Suddenly deprived of its target, the lava rhino charged into thin air. It raised its head, scanning its empty surroundings in bewilderment. But in that split second, Xiao Ye, wielding the imperial sword, had already closed the distance and appeared behind it, landing a critical hit with a lightning strike. 2,583. Whoa, that's some serious damage. A voice abruptly rang out beside Xiao Ye. The crimson-clad figure of September slowly materialized beside him, her eyes widening slightly at the massive chunk of health bar that vanished from the lava rhino. Xiao Ye had no time to engage her in conversation. And as the lava rhino turned clumsily, he deftly shifted his stance to reposition behind it. The imperial sword in his hand thrust out repeatedly, dealing several more hits. September wasn't about to be outdone. With a flash, she appeared on the other side of the lava rhino, her dagger slashing fiercely, as bursts of damage erupted across its body. The lava rhino raged, spinning its massive body and charging wildly, yet it was utterly helpless against the two fighters with their incredibly agile maneuvers. Xiao Ye and September's figures alternated dodging, weaving around the lava rhino with playful agility, causing its aggro to jump back and forth between them. Unable to pin down either figure, it could only rage and bellow. its health bar already ground down to the bottom. Though this was their first time teaming up, they already showed remarkable coordination. As the lava rhino's health bar dwindled to a sliver, a flash of crimson flickered in September's pupils. A smirk curled her lips as she prepared to rush in for the final blow and claim the last hit experience. But Xiao Ye wasn't about to let her. His feet stomped down fiercely, and the imperial sword in his hand shot out like lightning. The once mighty lava rhino let out a furious roar, its eyes burning with hatred and resentment. As scorching heat erupted from its skin, and crimson bloodlight suddenly surged forth in threads. Suddenly, Xiao Ye's piercing truth eyes clearly registered a new entry appearing on the molten rhino's body: thermal meltdown self-destruct. Back off. Xiao Ye acted swiftly, grabbing September by the arm as she lunged forward for the finishing blow. His overwhelming strength advantage allowed him to yank her back with one swift pull. And he dragged her backward in a hurry. You little brat. You're cheating. September's eyes widened instantly as she protested indignantly. But before she could finish, the lava rhino, whose health bar had been reduced to a mere sliver, exploded violently behind them. The deafening roar reverberated through her ears. Its massive body suddenly imploded. Scorching blood, like a river, splattered everywhere, instantly scorching a massive crater where it had stood. SSS-ranked. Such a terrifying scene left September unable to resist sticking out her tongue. Rubbing her ears, which were still ringing, she turned to Xiao Ye, her eyes still wide with lingering fear, and asked, "How did you know this thing had another trick up its sleeve?" She dared not imagine the consequences had she been caught in that blast. At such close range, death or crippling injury was certain, at the very least requiring days of recuperation back at the Nightingale Tavern. Xiao Ye merely raised an eyebrow without a word, maintaining a cool demeanor. Truthfully, he too had spotted the sudden anomaly on the lava rhino just in time. But if not for his piercing truth eyes instantly recognizing the sudden appearance of the molten self-destruct ability, Xiao Ye wouldn't have reacted so decisively. After all, self-destruct traits typically only appeared on specific insectoid monsters, like razor beetles or exploding crickets. Yet here it was a self-destruct trait unexpectedly manifesting on this lava rhino. Perhaps this was the peculiarity of high pollution level monsters. The damage from self-destruct often unleashes devastating power far exceeding the monster's original tier. The massive crater stretching over 10 meters wide before them spoke volumes about the sheer terror of that attack. Worse still, the deafening explosion had drawn all the nearby monsters toward us. Get out of here. Xiao Ye instantly assessed their position and turned to flee. September hurriedly followed behind him. At that moment, two beams of white light surged forth from the molten remains of the giant rhino within the crater, converging upon Xiao Ye and September. Xiao Ye's experience bar visibly surged upward. Truly befitting a high pollution level monster, the experience granted was several times that of ordinary creatures. Just as Xiao Ye was fleeing, a faint, ghostly flame suddenly materialized from the blast crater and burrowed directly into his body. Then, a prompt unexpectedly rang in his ears. Lava Rhino's Ember Sacrifice successful. Acquired talent trait Thermal Meltdown S rank. Ha! Chapter 89, Arachnophobia. Black-striped human-faced spider. Thermal Meltdown Self-Destruction. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He never expected to actually unlock this trait. Glancing down at his talent panel, he saw a brand new talent entry clearly displayed. Thermal Meltdown Self-Destruction. Tier, S rank. Effect, consumes one's own bloodline to unleash a magma-like, scorching explosive force, dealing 1000% of maximum HP as explosive damage across a large area while applying a burning effect to targets within range. Additional note, death occurs immediately upon detonation. Xiao Ye felt both helpless and slightly amused. An explosion 10 times one's maximum health was undeniably terrifying. But using this move meant certain death for himself too. What kind of life-ending technique is this? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Xiao Ye's mind. He recalled another entry he had just fused with. Substitute Mirror Image. The summon clone possessed 50% of his own attributes, could be remotely controlled by Xiao Ye, and could cast his skills. This meant the clone could also use the Thermite Self-Destruct skill. Even with only 50% of Xiao Ye's attributes, the damage from this Thermal Meltdown Self-Destruct would still deal 500% of maximum health. That was terrifying damage, delivered with complete surprise. In that instant, Xiao Ye's sorrow turned to joy. His tactical options with the clone had just expanded once more. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye and September swiftly crossed the vast open plain, avoiding being surrounded by monsters drawn by the commotion. Crossing the abandoned highway before them lay their destination, the Jade Mine. However, the density of monsters in this highly polluted zone was indeed incomparable to ordinary leveling areas. Even this single stretch of road was swarming with wandering high-pollution monsters. Mutant wolves, carrion vultures, black-striped human-faced spiders. These high-pollution monsters blocking their path weren't exactly coexisting peacefully. A carrion vulture circling low in the distance locked horns with a black-striped human-faced spider lurking by the roadside. Suddenly, it dove headfirst like a sharp arrow, its two claws extending violently, intent on snatching the black-striped human-faced spider to death. Yet just as the vulture closed in, it suddenly lost all strength as if struck by lightning, tumbling awkwardly downward. Instantly, its wings were ensnared by the venomous silk web shot from the black-striped tarantula, dragging it down from the sky. Before long, it let out a piercing, agonized scream. Xiao Ye noticed September beside him shudder violently, her face turning pale as she gasped. Damn it! I'm terrified of spiders. How could there be such a thing here? Who would have thought that September, a girl who feared nothing under heaven, had arachnophobia? After the world underwent its transformation, arachnophobes were likely among the most wretchedly affected. After all, the mutated spider-like monsters were dozens, even hundreds of times larger than their original counterparts. Many awakened professionals kept their distance from these spider-like creatures. Then I'll take care of it for you, Xiao Ye said indifferently. For him, every monster was a living source of experience and fuel for his growth. Especially when he noticed the corpse of a massive black-striped human-faced spider lying beside numerous other monster carcasses. A veritable windfall. September stared blankly at Xiao Ye, who had already drawn the imperial sword and charged forward. Frowning, he called out, "Hey! Be careful!" Yet Xiao Ye, his illusion-piercing eyes activated, already saw the black-striped human-faced spider's information before him. Black-striped human-faced spider. Level, 65 high-pollution monster. Innate abilities, venomous web, compound vision, hallucinogenic magic patterns. Weakness, hair-like structures vulnerable to fire. Xiao Ye's insightful gaze immediately highlighted its weaknesses. And Xiao Ye clearly observed the grayish-brown downy hairs covering the black-striped human-faced spider. Hair meant a weakness to fire. A flicker of trepidation crossed Xiao Ye's mind. The newly fused ability bone-piercing poison flame finally had its moment to prove itself. The imperial sword in his grasp instantly ignited with strands of flame glowing with an eerie light. He delivered a swift, thunderbolt thrust, plunging it deep into the black-veined human-faced spider. The dense fur on the black-striped human-faced spider ignited instantly. Target is now in poison flame state. Damage numbers exploded one after another. 153. 176. 173. Each instance of sustained burning and poison flame damage exceeded 100 points. Enraged, the black-veined human-faced spider flung aside the carcass of the carrion vulture it had nearly devoured, turning to spew a torrent of silk threads at Xiao Ye. Thick, sticky strands of silk, as thick as ropes, shot toward Xiao Ye. If struck, the entanglement would be unbearable. But Xiao Ye's stride suddenly quickened as he activated Tide Spirit Step. Completely immune to slowing and binding effects, Xiao Ye spun, swinging the imperial sword in his hand with a sweeping, full-moon slash at the black-veined human-faced spider. This added another layer of poison flame effect to it, and dealt a massive burst of damage in the process. 2,864. With only a layer of fine hairs for defense, the black-patterned human-faced spider couldn't compare to the thick-skinned, tough-hided lava giant rhinoceros in terms of defense. Now, the black-patterned human-faced spider seemed visibly alarmed, the flames consuming its body only deepening its unease. Suddenly, the downy hairs on its back began to quiver violently. The black patterns resembling a human face on its body emitted a dizzying, disorienting aura. Xiao Ye's guard rose instantly. Yet a notification already appeared before his eyes. Immune to target's hallucinogenic effect. So that's it. Xiao Ye's mind clicked into place. This must be the special innate trait of the black-veined human-faced spider hallucinatory magic pattern. Likely, the scavenger vulture that had just swooped down from the sky had fallen victim to this very ability. Unfortunately, Xiao Ye had activated the SSS tier piercing illusion eyes, which granted immunity to hallucinatory skills. This ferocious, arrogant black-striped human-faced spider was completely countered by Xiao Ye. The imperial sword in Xiao Ye's grasp unleashed one devastating blow after another. 2,381. 2,455. Before even stacking 10 layers of Fugong poison flame, the black-striped human-faced spider breathed its last. Before September could catch up from behind, Xiao Ye skillfully sacrificed the black-veined human-faced spider, along with the corpses of the surrounding carrion vultures and other high-pollution monsters. As the familiar notification sounds rang out. Though he gained no new entries, Xiao Ye reaped another 350 fire seed points. The fire seed points provided by these high-pollution monsters were truly generous. After the black-striped human-faced spider fell, September covered her eyes and scurried over. After the two teamed up once more to eliminate several high-pollution monsters blocking their path, the abandoned highway finally came to an end. Before them lay a valley scarred by mining traces, dotted with massive pits and a series of man-made caves. Their sheer scale hinted at the site's former grandeur. We've reached the Jade Quarry. Chapter 90, First Exploration of the Jade Mine. Emerald Stone Golems. What felt odd to Xiao Ye, however, was that compared to the dense hordes of monsters roaming the highway earlier, this Jade Quarry felt eerily quiet. Not only were there no monsters roaming about, but even near the numerous mineshaft entrances scattered throughout the area, there was no sign of any monsters. Careful! Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed instantly as he issued the warning.
September, who had been about to step forward dagger in hand, obediently retreated to his side upon hearing this.
After everything they'd been through, September now trusted Xiao Ye's sharp instincts completely. What is it? Did you spot something else? September immediately followed Xiao Ye's gaze forward, asking curiously. Xiao Ye stated his assessment bluntly. This jade mine is a heavily polluted area. The number of monsters here should be substantial, yet we haven't seen a single one. This suggests the monsters here are light-shunning, dark-seeking creatures. They're likely hiding in the mine shafts during daylight. Xiao Ye turned to ask September. Do you have any light-based damage skills? September scratched his head, grimacing helplessly as he replied. I really don't. I'm a necromancer rogue and I'm also light-sensitive. Xiao Ye could only nod in resignation. That made sense. For September, an undead rogue, not being countered by light attribute skills was already fortunate enough. Expecting her to possess light elemental abilities would be asking too much. Then what should we do? September tilted her head and looked at Xiao Ye as she asked. Xiao Ye pulled a tube of glowworms from his backpack, clipped it to his waist, and said, We're already here. Let's go inside and take a look first. Xiao Ye, wielding the Tiger Fierce War Shield, led the way. The moment he stepped into the mine shaft, a chill swept over him. Not the ordinary chill of a mountain cave, but a bone-chilling cold that made one's chest and back grow cold. It seemed the monsters lurking within this mine shaft possessed ice attributes. Xiao Ye dared not be careless. Holding the Tiger Fierce battle shield aloft, he cautiously probed deeper into the mine. The entire tunnel was eerily quiet, even the sound of dripping water could be heard. The faint glow of the light-emitting insects refracted off the mine walls. And upon closer inspection, he saw numerous translucent jade stones embedded in the walls, reflecting a brilliant light. Barely a few dozen meters into the mine, such high-purity jade deposits already surrounded him. No wonder the people of that era had built such a magnificent mining complex here. Shang Guazi! Watch out! Just as Xiao Ye was pondering, September's shriek suddenly pierced the air behind him. September's quick reflexes propelled her forward as she thrust her dagger fiercely into the wall beside Xiao Ye. The clang of metal striking stone echoed through the tunnel. Startled, Xiao Ye whirled around to look. Only to find nothing but a deep gash carved into the tunnel wall by the dagger. What the hell just happened? Xiao Ye asked in confusion. But September stared wide-eyed, fixated on the very spot where he just gouged the wall with his dagger. Ha! I clearly saw an emerald green eye here just now. Xiao Ye instantly grew alert, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the luminous mineral layer on the wall. But aside from a deep gash carved by the dagger, there was nothing else. You have to believe me. September declared emphatically, I really saw a pair of eyes moving just now, and they were staring right at you. Xiao Ye gave a slight nod and said, I believe you. But if what you say is true that there really was a monster within these walls just now, it's vanished without a trace. That means the monsters here can move freely within the mine walls. A sharp gleam flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes. And silently activated ultrasonic detection. An imperceptible sonic wave instantly radiated outward. Within the confined space of the mine, the sound waves reverberated, carrying farther. Soon, it detected a rapidly moving target. The target's path was clearly within the surrounding walls. It really is inside the walls. Xiao Ye exclaimed in surprise. Yet when all the results from the sonar detection returned, Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. For the sonar could detect not only monsters but also the surrounding terrain. The sonar readings revealed. The surrounding walls were riddled with a dense network of interconnected passages, intricate as capillary vessels. They seemed to have been hollowed out by something. These tiny passages were only about 30 centimeters in diameter, far too narrow for a human to pass through. Clearly, they were the work of the monsters lurking within this mine shaft. At that very moment, Xiao Ye detected a target rapidly approaching September from within the ceiling above. He immediately shouted urgently, Watch your head. He then raised the Tiger Fierce War Shield, holding it like an umbrella to shield September's head. Simultaneously, a crisp sound like shattering jade echoed above their heads. A baby-sized monster plummeted from the sky, landing on the Tiger Fierce battle shield. Resembling a winged, sharp-beaked ape. Its entire body glowed with an emerald-colored fluorescence. Claws on its limbs dug fiercely into the shield. It let out a piercing shriek. Xiao Ye's piercing truth eyes activated instantly. Lines of information appeared over the emerald-colored creature that had suddenly materialized overhead. Emerald Golem. Level 55, highly contaminated monster. HP 5000. Description: the first emerald golem emerged from a jade embryo forgotten within a jade quarry. Over centuries, it has spawned countless offspring. These deep emerald golems have become the true masters of this quarry. Attack! Its HP isn't that high. Xiao Ye roared, raising his Tiger Fang War Shield to smash it violently against the mine wall. The jade-bodied gargoyle clinging to the shield was knocked loose and crashed to the ground. The winged monster, resembling a fleeing imp, immediately launched another vicious attack at Xiao Ye and his companion. September, quick-witted, spun her dagger in a whirl and slashed its abdomen. 1759. A critical hit damage notification flashed. The Jade Gargoyle's health pool wasn't substantial and it lost a significant chunk instantly. Xiao Ye's Imperial Sword of the King immediately thrust forward. Lightning strike. It also dealt massive damage. 1867. The jade-bodied stone golem, with a total health pool of only 5,000, was left with barely a sliver of health remaining. September delivered the finishing blow to slay it. Two streams of white light surged into Xiao Ye and September's bodies, their experience bars visibly growing by a small segment. September exclaimed with delight. This jade-bodied gargoyle isn't much of a challenge. It practically handed us the experience points. Yet Xiao Ye instinctively sensed something wasn't quite right. Just then, a series of faint, crackling sounds echoed from the depths of the mineshaft. Then came the sharp scrape of sharp stones scraping against the walls, sounding like a torrential downpour echoing from the cavern walls. Xiao Ye, who had activated his ultrasonic detection, immediately sensed a massive wave of enemies surging toward them. At least 10,000 of them. Chapter 91, has Xiao Ye lost his mind? This is what you call monster spawning. This sound is off, right? September's expression darkened as she wisely turned and fled. But Xiao Ye grabbed her arm with a sudden jerk, catching her red-handed. Hold on. Wait and see. September's eyes widened instantly. She stared at Xiao Ye like he was a lunatic and exclaimed. You let go. You lunatic, don't you dare drag me down with you. A single jade gargoyle might not deal much damage and had low health. But a swarm? That was an entirely different story. Even mosquitoes could kill you in large enough numbers. And the bone-chilling sound of sharp stones scraping against each other echoing through this mine tunnel, there must be thousands upon thousands of them. I'm outta here. One-on-many has never been the assassin class's forte, and September couldn't help but turn and run. Yet strength was equally not the assassin's forte. September's arm, firmly grasped by Xiao Ye, felt as if it were locked in place, utterly immobilized. Her feet skidded across the floor, yet she couldn't break free even an inch. Wah, you lunatic. If you wanna die, don't drag me with you. September whined, on the verge of tears. Xiao Ye remained unmoved. His mind raced through calculations. The attack from that jade-bodied stone golem earlier couldn't break through his defense when he raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield. The mine shaft before them was only about 3 meters wide and tall. Even if the jade-bodied stone gargoyles could fly low, it could only accommodate 6 or 7 jade-bodied gargoyles attacking simultaneously. Any more than that, and no matter how agile they were, they'd obstruct each other, crowded together and unable to attack. In other words, within this narrow mine shaft, Xiao Ye would only need to withstand the attacks of 6 or 7 jade-skinned gargoyles at once. Under such a combined assault, even with the Tiger Fierce battle shield's defense, Xiao Ye would inevitably suffer damage. But don't forget Xiao Ye possesses the S-tier trait, Photosynthetic Recovery, granting a 5x recovery rate bonus. As long as he continuously consumed recovery potions, he might just be able to withstand it. If he could endure it, this cramped mine tunnel would become an exceptional spot for grinding experience. That's why Xiao Ye grabbed September, who was about to flee. After all, to speed up clearing the mobs, her S-rank Undead Rogue's damage output was absolutely essential. All calculations were theoretical. To see real results, they had to test it firsthand. Amidst the tug of war, a faint emerald glow flickered deep within the tunnel. One by one, jade-bodied gargoyles surged toward Xiao Ye and September like a startled swarm of bats. September, already on edge, grimaced inwardly, my life is forfeit. Xiao Ye, however, stood firm before them, his Tiger's Fury War shield raised, fully engaging his block stance. I'll tank the damage. You focus on dealing damage. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth. September stared wide-eyed at him, instantly grasping his intent. He intended to use this narrow mine tunnel as a monster spawn point. You're insane. September muttered under her breath, biting her lip. Yet she could only dart behind Xiao Ye, gripping her dagger tightly, ready to unleash her attacks at any moment. The flapping of wings, mingled with dust, grew louder as it approached, followed by forceful impacts like fists smashing against Xiao Ye's Tiger Fierce war shield. The sharp scraping of claws against metal echoed, and damage exceeding the shield's block effect erupted from Xiao Ye's body. 276. 315. 278. In an instant, Xiao Ye's health bar dropped by nearly 1,000 points. Yet for Xiao Ye, whose health now exceeded 10,000, this was merely 1/10 of his total. I can take it. Xiao Ye growled fiercely, yet without delay, he fished a health potion from his backpack, popped it into his mouth. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. Under the effect of photosynthetic recovery, the 5-fold healing instantly restored his health bar to full. Simultaneously, Xiao Ye's other hand re-equipped the Imperial Sword, swinging it forward with brutal force. An eerie flame instantly coiled around the blade. Flesh-eating poison flame. Xiao Ye held nothing back now, unleashing every combat ability at once. Beast blood boiling, full moon sweep, thunderbolt thrust. The Imperial Sword struck viciously at the jade gargoyle clutching the shield.
Instantly, a barrage of critical hit damage numbers exploded onto the screen.
3,166. 2,581. 3,089. Amidst the damage dealt, healing effects also erupted one after another. Plus 861. Plus 754. This was the blood-sucking effect granted by the bloodlust trait attached to Xiao Ye's body. Originally only 5% lifesteal, it was amplified fivefold under the effects of light and recovery. The recovery amount was substantial. Vampirism, combined with the health replenishment from recovery potions, was one of the reasons Xiao Ye was confident he could endure. The scene unfolding before them left September, hiding behind Xiao Ye, utterly stunned. This guy is way too tough. Could he truly withstand this tidal wave of thousands of jade gargoyles surging forward? After the initial shock, September regained her composure. The dagger in her hand suddenly burst into a crimson glow. The dagger, originally only a foot long, extended into a 3-foot-long phantom blade, greatly increasing its attack range. Her innate skill, soul-binding blood blade. Standing behind Xiao Ye, September's dagger pierced precisely into each jade-bodied gargoyle clinging to his shield. Each strike dealt massive damage. September's attacks not only boasted an extremely high critical hit rate but also inflicted bleeding effects. Any Phasian gargoyle struck in its weak spot would bleed to death within moments, even if not instantly killed. Thudding impacts, mingled with the sound of blades slicing through flesh, echoed through the narrow mine tunnel. Xiao Ye's feet dug deep into the earth as he braced against the force of the blows striking his Tiger Fang war shield. As more jade-bodied gargoyles surged forward, they piled upon each other just as Xiao Ye had anticipated, losing the agility that came with their small size. Often, a jade-bodied gargoyle would charge forward only to be knocked off balance by the ones behind it before it could even attack Xiao Ye, crashing headfirst into the Tiger Fierce battle shield. As the jade-bodied gargoyles crowded deeper into the mine shaft, Xiao Ye's Imperial Sword of the King required no aiming, merely continuous swings to unleash devastating damage across the mass of monsters. One by one, the jade-bodied stone gargoyles fell like kites whose strings had snapped, landing on the mine floor, piling up into mountains, only to be trampled by the next wave of jade-bodied gargoyles as they charged forward to meet their doom. Streams of white light experience flowed from the corpses, merging into Xiao Ye and September's bodies. Xiao Ye watched his experience bar visibly surge upward. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had already leveled up twice. Now this is what grinding monsters is all about. Chapter 92, Experience Farming Frenzy. The self-destruct tactics reveal their ferocious potential. Whoa! Holy crap! This XP. The effortlessly gained experience points sent Xiao Ye and September's excitement soaring. Both were the type to risk life and limb for riches. And the experience points surging toward them like a tidal wave felt like a colossal stroke of luck. September, safely tucked behind Xiao Ye, wielded her blood-stained dagger with lightning speed, striking again and again. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Ye saw the unstoppable smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, the Imperial Sword in Xiao Ye's grasp never ceased its relentless harvest. As the On-Myoji transformation effect from the On-Myoji ring activated, his attack speed accelerated relentlessly. Even compared to September, an agility-focused class wielding the most nimble dagger weapon, he showed little inferiority. Suddenly, as Xiao Ye's Imperial Sword cleaved through a jade gargoyle statue, a golden light surged forth from the sword's hilt. It radiated outward like ripples. The jade-bodied gargoyle struck by this golden radiance trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. The fierce offensive momentum suddenly halted, as if frozen in place by some unseen fear. Xiao Ye, witnessing this scene, froze in surprise. Then a notification appeared before his eyes. Target has been intimidated and is now in a state of fear. Xiao Ye instantly understood, realizing he had triggered the weapon's inherent effect, royal dignity, from the sovereign's sword. Upon defeating a target, there is a chance to inflict the intimidation effect on other members of the same group nearby. All along, due to the extremely low trigger rate of this royal dignity effect, Xiao Ye had nearly forgotten the Imperial Sword even possessed such an additional effect. But now, the overwhelming tide of jade-clad gargoyles, mountains and seas of them, had managed to trigger this exceedingly rare effect. In an instant, all jade-bodied gargoyles within tens of meters of Xiao Ye were stunned. Trembling violently, some even knelt before him. What's going on? September beside him stared blankly at the scene. The jade-bodied stone gargoyles ahead seemed to have gone dumbstruck. Some were even trampled underfoot by their own kind surging forward from behind, yet they still dared not advance. I triggered the weapon's additional effect, intimidation, Xiao Ye explained as he, while seizing the opportunity to pull out a fresh set of blood potions from his backpack, and sharpened the blade of the Imperial Sword with a field whetstone. Under such intense combat, even the golden great Imperial Sword had grown dull from repeated strikes. Meanwhile, the Tiger Fang battle shield in his left hand bore deep claw marks from the jade gargoyle. Seeing this, Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. For the Tiger Fierce battle shield was his very first golden artifact, an indispensable ally throughout his journey thus far. Though merely a level 30 golden grade shield, its attributes and additional effects were still formidable. But with the urgent need to level up now, he could only ask this old companion to hold on a little longer. Though it had only been about an hour of monster slaying, half of the health potions in Xiao Ye's backpack had already been depleted. And despite Xiao Ye's substantial lifesteal effect restoring his health, the potions were vanishing faster than he'd anticipated. These jade gargoyles surged forward relentlessly, some even becoming stepping stones trampled by their own kind before they could even attack Xiao Ye. Yet their sheer, unending numbers turned the battle into a war of attrition. This was the first time since awakening his class that Xiao Ye. And he felt for the first time that his backpack's slots were too small. The healing potions he carried were simply insufficient. Xiao Ye's backpack was a basic military-grade pack purchased in Shangjing City, featuring 24 slots each capable of holding a set of 12 health potions. In previous dungeon runs, he'd typically only use 1 or 2 sets of health potions, leaving extra slots for looted gear and materials. But this trip to the Jade Mine had him carrying a full 10 sets of health potions and 5 sets of mana potions. Now, only half remained, replaced by a massive influx of experience points. Over an hour of intense monster slaying had propelled Xiao Ye's level up by 4 straight levels, reaching 58. The results were nothing short of spectacular. But judging by this rate of consumption, he could barely last another hour before the healing potions in his backpack were completely depleted. Without healing potions, relying solely on his blood-sucking regeneration would be utterly insufficient to withstand the relentless, suicidal charges of these jade gargoyles. Just as Xiao Ye was downing potion after potion, his inventory gradually emptying, September behind him suddenly reached out and handed him several sets of health potions, saying, "Sunflower seeds, they're all yours. I won't need them anyway." Hidden behind Xiao Ye, she had suffered almost no direct damage. And even stray attacks that slipped past Xiao Ye's shield were swiftly dispatched by her quick reflexes, posing no real threat. "It's just a shame I only brought 5 sets of health potions in my backpack." September couldn't help but smack her lips in regret. As a rogue, she needed to carry more items in her backpack than most other classes. Lockpicks, trap tools, throwing darts, poison extraction kits, all sorts of items took up precious inventory space. "It's fine, this should be enough." Xiao Ye nodded as he accepted the potions, glancing at the battle-scarred Tiger Fierce War Shield. "Once we finish these last few health potions, it'll be time to head back." The higher the intensity of the monsters they killed, the faster their weapons and equipment wore down. Even a gold-grade Tiger Fierce War Shield couldn't withstand such intense wear and tear. Once back in Blackwater City, they'd need to find a craftsman for proper maintenance and repairs. Grinding monsters to level up was always a money-burning endeavor. Whether it's gear wear or potion consumption, ordinary adventurers simply can't bear the financial strain. Thus, this creates an invisible barrier. The stronger a professional becomes, the more they can afford to consume, leading to further growth. Conversely, those lacking both strength and funds to sustain their efforts can only watch as the gap widens. Nearly another hour passed. The 5 sets of health potions Xiao Ye had obtained from September were nearly depleted. Yet within the mine shaft before them, the jade gargoyles continued to surge forward recklessly, showing no sign of diminishing. "Retreat. We'll come back tomorrow." Xiao Ye gave a signal, clamping the last vial of health potion between his teeth as he prepared to fight his way back toward the mine entrance. September immediately stepped aside, pressing herself against the wall as she spoke with concern. "Retreat slowly. I'll cover you." But Xiao Ye merely curved his lips into a smile, replying without turning his head. "No need. You retreat first. I've got your back." Seeing his goodwill rejected, September snorted indignantly, ignoring Xiao Ye entirely as he turned and retreated toward the cave entrance. Once September had retreated far enough, Xiao Ye tilted his head back and down the last vial of blood potion, immediately activating substitute mirror image. Instantly, a ghostly figure identical to Xiao Ye materialized within the mine shaft, possessing physical substance. Xiao Ye abruptly retreated, and the surrounding jade-clad stone gargoyles immediately attacked the ghostly figure with frenzied ferocity. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Ye commanded the substitute to advance while activating his own tide summoning spirit step to dash rapidly toward the mine exit. Just as he neared the entrance, Xiao Ye's mind flickered, and the stand deep within the mine suddenly erupted with intense heat, as if magma-like blood was about to erupt from its body. Then, a deep, muffled explosion echoed from the cavern's depths. Deprived of the decoy's perspective, Xiao Ye could not witness the explosion's aftermath, only seeing countless streaks of white light experiences shooting out from the cavern's depths, slowly coalescing upon his own body. This wave of the stand's lava self-destruction had obliterated at least 40 to 50 jade-bodied gargoyles. Strands of ghostly fire also belatedly surged out from the mine shaft. Chapter 93, Return to Blackwater City. The Secret of the Jade Mine. Succeeded in the fire sacrifice of the emerald-bodied stone golems. Fire seed value +5. The Ember of the Jade-bodied stone golems. Line after line of notifications instantly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Each jade-bodied gargoyle's fire offering granted him 5 fire seed points. Xiao Ye, who had already depleted his entire stockpile, reaped a massive harvest of fire seed points within just a few hours. For the first time, his ember value broke into 4 digits, reaching a whopping 1,800 plus points. The experience gained from the final wave of jade-bodied gargoyles that self-detonated in molten heat also propelled Xiao Ye's level to the maximum of 59, leaving him just a hair's breadth away from 60. Yet what puzzled Xiao Ye was this: despite sacrificing so many jade-bodied gargoyles to the ember, he hadn't gained a single new attribute? Historically, even if the drop rate for entries was low, killing a few more would usually yield a sacrifice. Yet today, after slaying nearly hundreds of jade-bodied gargoyles in this quarry, not a single item has dropped. What kind of creatures were these jade-bodied gargoyles? Xiao Ye had no time to ponder this here. Seizing the lingering deterrent effect of the molten self-destruct, he hurriedly retreated from the mine shaft. September was waiting outside, her small face etched with worry. Only when she saw Xiao Ye escape the mine did she relax. Sunflower seeds, are you okay? What was that explosion in the tunnel? Was that the trick you mentioned? You're reckless. Did you think you'd get buried in there? Xiao Ye just chuckled and said, "Relax, I've got this under control." The self-destruction damage and range of the mirror image had been almost entirely within his calculations. The mirror image possessed only 50% of Xiao Ye's full attributes. And Xiao Ye had already observed that the ore deposits clinging to the mine walls were exceptionally hard, seemingly mutated. Even September's full power strike could only carve a shallow mark into the ore. The explosion damage from the mirror clone self-destruction wouldn't compromise the mine's structural integrity, but it was precisely enough to obliterate those jade-clad gargoyles with their health bars barely exceeding 5,000. September curled her lip, shaking her head in frustration. "You lunatic!" Xiao Ye suddenly handed her half a set of health potions, saying, "Take these." Earlier in the mine, Xiao Ye hadn't used up all his health potions. He'd saved one set in case they encountered monsters blocking their path back. Fortunately, they encountered few wandering monsters on the return journey. After leaving the jade mine, the two followed the same abandoned highway back to Blackwater City. At the city gates, a fresh batch of guards now stood watch. Each wore uniforms of different styles. Yet each stood at their post with meticulous diligence. Only after undergoing a security check and registration process no less rigorous than that of the capital city were Xiao Ye and September permitted entry. Now back in this human city-state built amidst a heavily polluted zone, Xiao Ye and September felt a newfound sense of security. The city and its surroundings were like two entirely different worlds. Outside the walls, the high-pollution zone could claim one's life in an instant, while the black market within the city bustled with crowds, teeming with people. When the pair returned to their suite at the Nightingale Tavern, they found the scar-faced man who had vanished for an entire day had unexpectedly returned. As Xiao Ye and September pushed open the suite door, they saw Scarface standing there, half his torso bare. One arm was covered in knife wounds, and he was bandaging himself. He was alone, the other man was nowhere to be seen. "Scarface? What happened to you?" Seeing this, September rushed over, took the medicine from Scarface's hand, and began bandaging his wound. "How did you get such severe injuries? Where's Flower Face?" Scarface grinned at the two of them. "It's nothing, I'm fine. Looks like you two made quite the haul." Xiao Ye glanced at the wound on Scarface's arm, clearly a slash injury. The cuts weren't from a single person, but they weren't life-threatening. This suggested that although the enemy had outnumbered them, their professional skill level was far below Scarface's. Scar hadn't come out worse for wear in this fight. September spoke with a mix of concern and pride. "We went to the Jade Mine today and leveled up nearly 6 times in just one day." Scar grinned and nodded, replying, "Not bad. Don't worry about Flower Face, he's handling some business outside and won't be back tonight." September frowned and asked, "Scarface, who on earth did this to you? Aren't there plenty of our brothers in Blackwater City?" Scarred Face shook his head stubbornly. "You two shouldn't get involved in this. Blackwater City has changed. It's a mixed bag now, nothing like it used to be. Besides, Uncle Chin said your mission here is to level up. And before your second transformation, you two wouldn't be much help anyway." September immediately pursed his lips and retorted, "Scarface, your words sound exactly like what that greenhorn said." Xiao Ye shrugged, pulling out a cloth to meticulously wipe the blood from the Juanshou King sword. The dried blood of the jade-bodied stone gargoyle had crystallized into tiny, sparkling grains. Under the room's lamplight, they reflected speckles of jade-green brilliance. Xiao Ye suddenly frowned and asked, "Scar, what exactly happened at that jade mine outside Blackwater City? Why was such a large operation suddenly abandoned?" Even in this day and age, jade remained a valuable and rare commodity. "Jade quarry?" Scarface scratched his head, looking bewildered. "I don't know either. This is my first time in Blackwater City. But Flower Face should know, he's an old hand around Blackwater City. Ask him when he returns tomorrow." Xiao Ye nodded, gathering the crystals he'd wiped off with the cotton cloth and stowing them in his backpack. The scarred man grinned at the weary, dust-covered pair. "How'd it go? Leveling up's no walk in the park, huh?" Tomorrow I'll have the Nightingale Tavern's landlady hook you up with an equipment craftsman. Get some proper rest and restock your supplies.
Upon hearing this, September's eyes lit up as she asked curiously.
Scarface, the Nightingale Tavern's owner, is a woman?
A hint of longing flickered in Scarface's eyes as he replied with a touch of nostalgia.
Yep. She's got a fiery temper too. You'll probably meet her tomorrow. Get some rest tonight.
Just as Xiao Ye was about to get up and head back to his room, a signal flashed on the communicator he carried with him. It wasn't the communicator Qin Yanran had given him, but the miniature classified military communicator.
Nie Xiaoyu had sent a message. Chapter 94, Nie Xiaoyu's Military Secrets. Operation Godslayer.
Just then, someone from Nightingale Tavern knocked on the door outside the suite, seemingly summoning Scarface for something. September couldn't bear the solitude and insisted on tagging along, leaving Xiao Ye alone in the entire suite. He promptly retreated to his own room and shut the door. He held the miniature military communicator to his ear. Nie Xiaoyu's voice instantly filled his ears.
Xiao Ye, where'd you go?
Nie Xiaoyu's voice came through the communicator with a faint muffled sound, as if she were eating something, most likely the meat patties he'd left for her in the fridge.
Went on a trip to run some dungeons and level up.
Xiao Ye replied softly.
Oh, leveling up is great.
The higher the host's level, the stronger the contracted beast becomes.
How's the dragon cub doing? Did you learn that skill scroll I left for you?
Xiao Ye silently scanned the surroundings of the suite with his ultrasonic detection.
Seeing no one nearby, he immediately activated Spirit Link. With a thought, a teleportation array materialized within the room. The jet black obsidian dragon cub burst out with an excited howl, its vertical pupils curiously scanning the new surroundings. Since mastering the Spirit Link, the mental connection between Xiao Ye and the obsidian dragon cub had grown significantly smoother. At least now Xiao Ye could summon the little dragon cub out of the summoning space. Thanks for the gift.
Xiao Ye immediately addressed the communicator, then pulled out a large bag of jerky from his luggage, tossing it to the obsidian dragon cub.
Make do with this, it's all I've got out here. The black dragon cub showed no sign of disgust whatsoever.
It stretched its neck and caught it steadily, devouring it with such relish.
Under the dim light inside the hut, the obsidian dragon hatchling's frame was visibly larger than before.
From being only half a person's height at first, it now held its head high, towering almost as tall as Xiao Ye. The color of its dark scales seemed to have deepened even further. And Xiao Ye couldn't help but recall Nie Xiaoyu's words. The scales that granted the obsidian dragon its formidable defense seemed connected to the laws of space. The dragon cub must have grown a bit more.
Xiao Ye reported to Nie Xiaoyu while rummaging through his luggage for a tape measure.
He carefully measured the dragon cub's height and body length.
Xiao Ye's meticulous approach to everything earned Nie Xiaoyu's profound admiration.
After meticulously reporting the dragon cub's growth to Nie Xiaoyu stretched contentedly before suddenly asking, "By the way, Xiao Ye, you successfully completed your first class change a few days ago, right? Did the job change hall mention the challenge announcement ceremony happening in a month? This is a chance."
The challenge announcement ceremony?
Xiao Ye froze.
When he successfully completed his first job change, the job change hall hadn't mentioned anything about a challenge announcement ceremony? What? They didn't tell you?
Nie Xiaoyu's voice sounded slightly puzzled over the communicator. Logically, the top 30 first transition success stories in all of Shangjing City should qualify directly for the challenge announcement ceremony.
I recall you were among the top few, right? Xiao Ye's brow furrowed instantly. Not just among the top few?
He was the very first to achieve the first transformation among this batch of professionals. He suddenly recalled the strange expression on the recorder's face in the job change hall, and the instruction to return home and await notification.
Ha! Xiao Ye let out a faint, hollow laugh.
It must be that the staff at the job change hall had discovered his awakened profession was merely a blank slate class. So even though he was the first to complete his first job advancement, they didn't want to waste a spot in the challenge announcement ceremony on him. That's why they told him to return and wait for further notice.
What exactly is this challenge announcement ceremony? Xiao Ye asked immediately.
Only to hear Nie Xiaoyu's voice over the communicator grow indignant and stern.
What? Those people at the job change hall actually didn't tell you about this?
To dare disregard military regulations like this, these people have some nerve.
The challenge announcement ceremony is a talent selection event organized by the military this year.
In 1 month, it will test the strength of this year's awakened individuals and reveal the potential ranking list for this cohort. According to military regulations, the top 30 professionals who complete their first class change first will directly qualify for the ranking ceremony. Nie Xiaoyu's tone regained its usual sternness as he declared, "Rest assured, I will reclaim your spot in the ranking ceremony. You are someone I have taken notice of. No one can take the spot that rightfully belongs to you." These bold words instantly warmed Xiao Ye's heart. Wondering if he'd somehow benefited from this black obsidian dragon cub's luck, he promptly tore off another large piece of jerky and fed it to the little dragon.
"Thank you," Xiao Ye said sincerely.
Then shifted the topic with a question.
But what exactly is this potential green list? What purpose does it serve? Xiao Ye wasn't one to crave the limelight. And being listed on the board for no apparent reason would only draw too much attention. That wouldn't benefit him at all, especially now that he desperately needed to develop his skills rapidly. Yet on the other end of the communicator, Xiao Ye fell silent for a moment before speaking. The green list is tied to the military's next phase of operations. I can't disclose specifics to you. All I can say is this: the green list is crucial. Crucial for you, and crucial for that black obsidian dragon brat. You absolutely must return in 1 month to participate and aim for the highest ranking possible. Every single professional in Shangjing City this term is preparing intensively for this ranking ceremony. Xiao Ye took a deep breath and replied into the communicator. Understood. He trusted Xiao Ye's words. And in a month's time, it would be just when he was due to return from Blackwater City. Wang Biao, Lin Shueming. No doubt he'd meet these old classmates again at the upcoming challenge announcement ceremony. Meanwhile, in Xiao Ye's dilapidated rental apartment in Shangjing City, Xiao Ye meticulously filled out the research file on the Black Obsidian Dragon Cub according to the data Xiao Ye had provided her, while simultaneously grabbing a heated meat patty with her hands to eat. Her slender fingers were smeared with grease, yet she paid no heed to her appearance, simply popping the greasy fingers into her mouth and sucking them clean. After all, she was alone in this rental flat. And on the screen of that military-grade classified terminal she carried everywhere displayed the highest level classified plan currently in the northern military district of the entire Dragon Nation. The very same follow-up classified operation related to the blue list she had just mentioned to Xiao Ye. The first page of the plan displayed 4 bold red characters in meticulous detail: Operation Godslayer. Chapter 95, The Iron Forging Old Man. The White Tiger's Fierce Shield. The Origin. By evening, September returned to the suite and immediately knocked excitedly on Xiao Ye's door. Sunflower seeds, Scarface found us a craftsman in Blackwater City. Let's go get our gear repaired together. Since it was serious business, Xiao Ye quickly gathered his gear and opened the door. Where's the craftsman? Xiao Ye asked curiously. September shot him a look and said, the craftsman is obviously in his workshop. Did you seriously expect him to come here personally to repair your gear? Besides, there's no forge here. Finally getting the better of Xiao Ye, September couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. She grabbed his arm and urged. Hurry up. Scarface is waiting for us outside. Led by Scarface, Xiao Ye and September navigated the bustling black market, eventually reaching a narrow alleyway. From afar came the crisp clang of metal being forged and the creaking sound of bellows. The black lacquered building before them was the craftsman's workshop. Inside sat an elderly, bare-chested man with graying beard. His arms displaying surprising strength for his age as he wielded a hammer, meticulously shaping a piece of iron. Master Lon. Scarface was the first to greet the master craftsman with a cheerful smile. But the blacksmith didn't even lift his head or acknowledge him. Only when Scar mentioned he'd been sent by the Nightingale Tavern's landlady did the blacksmith pause his work. He lifted his head to appraise Scar, then asked coldly. Forging something, or repairing something? His tone wasn't exactly cold, but it was certainly not warm. But the unflappable Scar didn't care one bit. Grinning, he handed over the axe in his hands and said, Master Lon, would you mind giving this axe a good sharpening? The edge has gotten pretty dull from all the chopping. Scar's massive axe stood nearly as tall as a man, yet the blacksmith caught it effortlessly with one hand and placed it steadily on the workbench. This display left Xiao Ye inwardly astonished. The blacksmith's strength was undeniably formidable. Artisans belonged to the life-oriented profession, whose attributes often couldn't compare to combat-oriented ones. And Scar wasn't just any ordinary combat class. Even when he himself battled the ghost scythe crab aboard the ship, he had to wield this massive axe with both hands. Yet this blacksmith, well past 50, effortlessly caught the massive axe with one hand? The blacksmith placed Scarface's axe on the workbench, examined it closely, then ran his fingers over it before declaring, Cloud-patterned steel, cold-edged stone. Scar's eyes widened instantly as he exclaimed with admiration. Master Lon, you truly are remarkable. You recognize the forging materials of my axe at a glance. The blacksmith, however, responded with a cold tone. I do have cloud-patterned steel here, but I'm out of cold blade stone. You'll have to buy some at the market. Alright. I'll go buy some right away. Scarred man nodded eagerly and scurried off toward the market. The blacksmith old man set Scar's axe aside, then turned his gaze coldly toward Xiao Ye and September, asking, Are you two here to repair equipment as well? The old man's peculiar temperament made September feel uneasy. She immediately ducked behind Xiao Ye, gesturing for him to go first. The previous scene had already convinced Xiao Ye that this old man possessed genuine skill. So he respectfully placed the Juensho King's sword and the Tiger's Fury battle shield on the workbench. Master Lon, thank you for your help. The old man gripped the hilt of the imperial sword with one hand while gently lifting its tip with the other. He examined it closely. His eyebrows arched slightly as he murmured to himself. This sword carries a distinct flavor of ancient Lulan. This single remark deepened Xiao Ye's respect for him even further.
This imperial sword had been retrieved from the tomb of a Lulan general, and yet this blacksmith had recognized its origin with just a few glances. The blade has some damage, but it's not severe. It just needs some refined iron to be remelted and polished. The blacksmith gently set the imperial sword aside before picking up the tiger fawn war shield nearby. Yet when his gaze fell upon the unique white tiger pattern etched into the shield's surface, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked up, his gaze fixed directly on Xiao Ye's eyes as he demanded, "Where did you get this shield?" Xiao Ye was taken aback. He had acquired this tiger fierce war shield by exchanging it from the military arsenal in Shanjing City. But Xiao Ye knew the shield's origin. Those distinctive tiger stripes were the emblem of a renowned artisan family from White Tiger City. He had specifically chosen this particular tiger fierce war shield from the arsenal precisely because of this detail. The blacksmith before him was clearly a seasoned veteran with exceptional skill, one who would undoubtedly recognize the emblem of this renowned artisan family. The question remained, what connection did he share with that White Tiger City artisan family? Was it enmity or gratitude? This tiger-patterned shield came from the armory in Shanjing City. Xiao Ye answered honestly. After all, his acquisition of this fearsome tiger shield had been above board, with nothing to conceal. As for the old blacksmith's ties to the White Tiger City craftsman's family, it ultimately had nothing to do with him. Military arsenal. The blacksmith stared at the tiger-patterned shield for a long time, his gaze unfocused, murmuring to himself. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I'd see you here. Was the blacksmith actually speaking to the shield? Xiao Ye hesitated to speak up, but September behind him couldn't resist whispering softly in his ear. What a strange old man. Xiao Ye turned and glared at her with a frown, only to see September stick out her tongue in defiance. When he turned back, the blacksmith had lifted his head and was scrutinizing Xiao Ye from head to toe. His gaze no longer held the earlier coldness and hostility, but instead carried a hint of gentleness. A smile that hadn't graced his face in ages finally appeared, though it remained somewhat stiff as he addressed Xiao Ye. Young man, do you know who forged this shield? Without hesitation, Xiao Ye replied. The White Tiger's fierce marked the unique emblem of the renowned artisan family from White Tiger City. It was precisely this mark that led me to select it from the military arsenal in the capital city. The blacksmith's eyes suddenly widened, his expression shifting as he demanded in a deep voice. You were born in Shanjing City. Why did you leave that place and come to this Blackwater city, where humans and demons mingle? Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow and answered without hesitation. Blackwater City and Shanjing City, aren't they both human cities? Ha! The blacksmith grinned, though the smile felt oddly unsettling. He said, Young man, this tiger's fury war shield it was forged by my own hands in my youth. Over 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Never imagined I'd see it again today, right here in Blackwater City. Chapter 96, Madame Jean Kyer. Tales from the Jade Mine. Had youthful recklessness, full of sharp edges. Forging a shield, yet insisting on beveling the very corners. The old blacksmith chuckled oddly as he spoke to the tiger fierce battle shield. His words seemed directed at the White Tiger fierce shield, yet they also echoed his own youthful self. Yet Xiao Ye, who overheard this, felt a deep sense of respect. Never did he imagine his tiger fierce war shield was forged by this very blacksmith before him. And that he was actually a descendant of the renowned White Tiger City blacksmith clan. But why, he wondered, had he ended up in this Blackwater City? You are a descendant of the White Tiger City blacksmith clan? Xiao Ye asked respectfully, his eyes filled with reverence. A complex expression flickered across the blacksmith's face. He waved his hand and replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. A member, yes, but a sinner. Enough, enough. Leave your White Tiger shield here. I'll polish it for you. Come back tomorrow to collect it. Xiao Ye's heart leapt at these words. This master craftsman of the Lan clan possessed skills beyond the ordinary. The White Tiger fierce shield was forged by his own hands. And when he spoke of repolishing, he meant to completely reforge and upgrade the shield. A master equipment craftsman could, through reforging, enhance, strengthen, or even advance an item's attributes, significantly boosting its power. He felt as if he'd stumbled upon a windfall from the heavens. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the Tiger Fierce war shield he'd obtained from the military arsenal in Shanjing City would lead him to its very creator here in Blackwater City. Thank you, master. Xiao Ye bowed respectfully. But the old blacksmith waved him off impatiently, saying, And you there, young lady, leave the equipment you need repaired with him too. I owe the Nightingale Tavern's proprietress a favor. You may collect it tomorrow. September beside him carefully removed the dagger from his waist and placed it on the table before the blacksmith. He softly added, Thank you, old master. The eccentric blacksmith waved dismissively without looking up, signaling them to leave. Xiao Ye and September, understanding the hint, quietly slipped away without lingering. On the way back to the Nightingale Tavern, September continued to pout and grumble. Sunflower seeds, do you think that weird old man might pack up and run away? That dagger of mine is a golden artifact, you know. Xiao Ye chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, he won't. September blinked her eyes, asking defiantly, How do you know? Xiao Ye sighed in exasperation. Look at the thick layer of soot caked onto the wall beside the furnace in his workshop.
That couldn't possibly have accumulated in just a few weeks. That means his workshop has been operating in Blackwater City for at least a decade or more. How could a workshop that's been running for over 10 years just pack up and flee over a single gold artifact? September scratched her nose thoughtfully and said, Soot? How come I didn't notice that? When the two returned to the Nightingale Tavern, they saw the hooded man who vanished for nearly 2 days had finally come back. He sat upright in a chair beside the front counter, chatting with a woman behind the bar. Big face. September spotted the hooded man and immediately ran over excitedly. You're back. How'd it go? You didn't get hurt, did you? The masked man still wore his intimidating, unapproachable look, a face completely swathed in cloth, revealing only 2 eyes. Yet toward September, a hint of gentleness flickered within those narrowed eyes. Relax. I'm not that dimwit Scar charging in recklessly when we're outnumbered. The hooded man delivered a sharp-tongued jab at Scarface before spotting Xiao Ye following September. He gave him a nod, then stood up and announced, Let me introduce you, this is Jean Kyer, the owner of Nightingale Tavern. Seated across the counter from the masked man was a woman with a bold, cropped hairstyle. Her golden hair accented with fiery red highlights that shone brilliantly. Her features were large and bold, her striking face radiating a unique, spirited energy. Jean Kyer was the kind of person who radiated energy in any crowd. Slightly younger than Red Third Sister. Now leaning casually against the counter. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Ye in September as she smiled warmly and said, Well, so these two are the juniors Uncle Chin and Third Sister picked? At least they look quite handsome, a world better than you and that scar-faced guy. September, both curious and excited, looked at Jean Kyer and said, So your sister care? Third Sister always talks about you. She says if I had even half your goodness, she'd live longer from sheer contentment. Ha ha ha. Jean Kyer burst into a hearty laugh at this, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she replied. That's what Third Mother told you? Back in the day, my sister never praised me, she scolded me fiercely. The veiled man beside them explained to Xiao Ye, Miss Jean and Third Mother are sworn sisters. Oh, and I heard from Scarface that you went to the Jade Mine today? The hooded man abruptly changed the subject. September eagerly interjected, Yes. We leveled up 6 or 7 times right in the mine shafts of that jade quarry. If only we hadn't run out of healing potions. A flicker of something passed in the masked man's eyes. He exchanged a glance with Jean Kyer before saying, Did you encounter any jade-like monsters there? Jade-bodied stone gargoyles. Xiao Ye nodded immediately, then pulled a cloth-wrapped jade-colored crystal from his backpack. Unfolding it on the counter, he explained. These were extracted from their blood. These monsters seemed different from ordinary ones. Brother Flowerface, what exactly happened in that jade mine? This mine isn't far from Blackwater City. It could easily have been incorporated into the defensive perimeter. Why was it abandoned by the people here? The man wrapped in cloth stared intently at the crystals on the cloth, speaking slowly. These crystals are the key. That jade mine has been closed for centuries. I only heard about it from the elders in Blackwater City. At its peak, that jade mine employed tens of thousands of workers who mined the jade deposits non-stop. But one year, all the workers suddenly fell, no one knows why. Emerald green crystals grew in every worker's bloodstream, and their deaths were horribly gruesome. Xiao Ye instantly furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, September hastily extended her pale arm to examine her veins, exclaiming, What? Could we have caught this disease too? The man wrapped in cloth chuckled and replied, Rest assured, awakened professionals possess far greater physical resistance than ordinary humans. It's been confirmed this disease doesn't affect them. September exhaled a long breath of relief. Xiao Ye pressed further. Was there any investigation into what actually caused this disease? The masked man replied slowly. It said that Blackwater City dispatched several awakened professionals to investigate the depths of that jade mine. But back then, awakened professionals weren't as numerous as they are today. Despite repeated investigations, no conclusive results were found. Ordinary workers shunned the diseases plaguing the jade mine and fled the area in droves. Without laborers, this once glorious jade mine gradually fell into ruin. In recent years, some adventurers like yourselves have ventured to the jade mine to level up, only to be blocked by hordes of jade gargoyles at the mine's entrance. No one has ever penetrated deeper. Now, no one knows what lies deep within the jade mine. September immediately pouted. Brother Spotted Face, we were actually planning to head to that jade mine tomorrow, but after hearing you say that. The man inside chuckled and said, I've actually explored that jade mine once myself. If you're just leveling up around the outer caves, it's actually a great spot for monster killing and grinding. Just don't recklessly venture deep into the mines. Xiao Ye's mind raced. Back then, he discovered the jade ore in that mine was exceptionally hard, completely different from ordinary jade deposits. Judging by this, there must be a source deep underground within that jade mine. It had caused the entire vein to mutate, triggering the plague disaster back then. A source of this magnitude had reached near catastrophic levels. Was it an object or a monster? If it could be sacrificed, it would undoubtedly be a colossal opportunity. A thought stirred within Xiao Ye's mind. Chapter 97, A High-Stakes Gamble. SS Tier Trait, Golden Cicada Shedding Its Shell. Among Xiao Ye's numerous innate traits, one was called homogenization.
Obtained by chance from a monster called the Crystal Worm, while pushing for level 50 in an outdoor instance in Shangjing City. Its effect allowed him to briefly absorb a small portion of a target's attributes and traits upon physical contact. However, this skill was only of the lowest D tier. The attributes and traits gained were merely a minuscule percentage, and the duration was extremely brief. It was essentially a useless, half-baked support trait. Consequently, Xiao Ye had never utilized this talent slot, nor had he ever considered expending precious fire seed points to upgrade it. After all, upgrading a D-rank trait step-by-step consumes fire seed points exponentially. Xiao Ye naturally reserved his precious fire seed points for more critical uses. But now he held nearly 2,000 seeds to squander. If that strange source deep within the jade mine was indeed the cause of the plague disaster hundreds of years ago and the mutation of the ore within, then its mode of influence was likely some form of intangible radiation, causing the monsters, humans, and even the ores within the mine to mutate. According to the man wrapped in cloth, awakened practitioners, due to their enhanced physical constitution, would remain unaffected in the outer regions. But venturing deep into the mine tunnels was another matter entirely. But what if Xiao Ye used homogenization to steal the attributes and traits of the monster within the mine, the Phasian stone golem? These creatures were born from the mineral veins themselves and would naturally remain unaffected. If the D-tier homogenization couldn't steal enough attributes and traits, what about an A rank? An S rank? With Xiao Ye now possessing a staggering 2,000 fire seed points, it would be more than enough to upgrade this D-tier skill to S-tier, or even beyond. Should he stake everything on this homogenization skill? A bold thought instantly took root in Xiao Ye's mind. He wanted to see what this quasi-cataclysm level entity, hidden deep beneath the jade mine, truly was. Anyway, if you plan to level up at the jade mine tomorrow, be extra careful. The man wrapped in cloth gave one final reminder before rising to bid farewell to Jean Kyer, seemingly with other matters to attend to. Jean Kyer waved to Xiao Ye in September, saying, "You too should get some rest early too. Leveling in a high pollution zone is no easy feat. If you need anything, just ask the tavern staff, they're all our people." After returning to the suite, Xiao Ye headed straight to his own room. The faint sound of running water drifted from the next room. September was a clean girl, bordering on obsessive about it. With no one to disturb him, Xiao Ye initiated the fire seed enhancement ritual. With a thought, a prompt instantly appeared before his eyes. Consume 5 fire seed points to enhance the talent trait homogenization D tier? Without hesitation, Xiao Ye selected confirm. First, let's see which direction this homogenization will enhance. A wisp of fire seed energy surged from his body, swirling before dissipating into the air. A prompt instantly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Consumed 5 fire seed points. Talent trait homogenization D tier has been enhanced to enhanced homogenization C tier. Xiao Ye took a deep breath, scrutinizing the enhanced attribute. Enhanced homogenization. Tier, C tier. Effect, upon contact with a target's body, temporarily gain 15% of their attributes and traits for 10 minutes. Sustaining a certain amount of damage will break the homogenization state, leaving the target in a weakened state afterward. The acquired attributes and traits have been boosted from the previous negligible single-digit increases to a solid 15%, and the duration has been extended. It's a good start. But it's still far from enough. A prompt instantly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Consume 18 fire seed points to enhance the talent trait enhanced homogenization C tier? The required seed energy cost had indeed increased significantly, but Xiao Ye chose to enhance it without hesitation. Soon, the enhancement success notification appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes once more. 18 spark points consumed. Talent trait Strong Homogeneity C tier has been upgraded to Strong Homogenesis B tier. Enhanced homogenization. Effect, upon physical contact with a target, assimilate 30% of their attributes and traits for an extended duration. Can be voluntarily terminated at any time. Voluntarily ending the assimilation state does not induce a weakened condition. Continue enhancement. Consumed 70 spark points. Talent trait Enhanced Homogenization B tier has been upgraded to Low-tier Shapeshifting A tier. Xiao Ye's heart surged with delight. Indeed, when the talent trait reached tier A, a qualitative change occurred. The attribute assimilation type trait had directly transformed into shapeshifting. Low-tier Shapeshifting. Tier A. Effect, upon contact with a monster, temporarily shapeshift into the target's appearance and physique, inheriting 50% of its all attributes and traits. The transformation breaks after sustaining a certain amount of damage. It can actually alter one's appearance. With this, low-tier shapeshifting has gained transformative tactical significance. Even if this gamble at the Jade Mine ultimately fails, this skill will still prove useful in the future. Xiao Ye glanced at his remaining 1,000+ fire seed points. If he was going to gamble, he might as well go all in. Continue enhancement.
Consumed 270 fire seed points.
Talent trait low tier shape shifting A tier has been enhanced to high tier shape shifting S tier.
The skill had been upgraded to S rank. The next enhancement would inevitably drain nearly all of Xiao Ye's resources. Continue enhancement. Sure enough, a prompt appeared before his eyes, one that made Xiao Ye wince at the cost. Consume 1100 fire seed points to enhance the talent entry advanced shapeshifting S tier? Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ye selected confirm.
Immediately, strands of fire essence surged from his body, swirling through the room like a burning whirlwind before dissipating into the air. A faint sense of emptiness welled up in Xiao Ye's heart. This move had essentially emptied his coffers, pushing the enhancement all the way to its limit. A notification appeared before his eyes. Consumed 1100 fire seed points. Talent entry advanced shapeshifting S rank has been upgraded to Golden Cicada shedding its shell SS rank. Golden Cicada shedding its shell. Tier SS. Effect: Golden Cicada shedding shell, a masterful art of transformation. Without physical contact, after a brief incantation, you may assume the appearance of any target within sight and inherit 100% of their attributes and traits. Additional effect: status only interrupts upon receiving fatal damage. Can be voluntarily dismissed at any time with no negative consequences. Additional effect: the target can be any species, including human practitioners. Whoa! Reading the description of this SS tier talent, Golden Cicada shedding its shell, even Xiao Ye couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. No physical contact required to assume the target's form. And it could inherit 100% of the target's attributes and traits even if the target was a human practitioner. The strategic value of this skill was no less than that of substitute mirror image. Truly a divine technique for swapping identities and committing murder or robbery. Moreover, directly inheriting 100% of the target's attributes and traits would allow Xiao Ye to transform into a jade gargoyle. To probe the depths of that jade mine. Chapter 98, Recasting. Tiger Pattern War Shield Mountain Tiger. The next morning, Xiao Ye rose early as usual and reorganized his equipment. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Surprisingly, September from next door had risen even earlier than him. Xiao Ye opened the door, only to find her smiling as she held out a backpack. Handing it to Xiao Ye, she said, "Here. Spotty gave this to me, a high-grade military storage pack. It holds several times more than our old beat-up backpacks." Xiao Ye was taken aback and reached out to take it. The military green backpack was indeed much sturdier than his current one. Its exterior was adorned with camouflage patterns, while the interior was reinforced with spatial arrays. A full 60 compartments. This thing must be worth a fortune after all. Each additional compartment significantly increases a backpack's price. How many dragon coins for this high-grade military pack? Xiao Ye asked earnestly. But September patted his shoulder and said, "Relax. Scarface gave it to me. Just take it. That guy. I bet he'll have to go ask Uncle Chin for reimbursement later." Xiao Ye nodded slightly, intending to personally thank Scarface later. But right now, this high-grade military backpack with a whopping 60 slot capacity was proving incredibly useful. More compartments meant he could carry more medicine, avoiding the need to exhaust his supplies early and retreat back to Blackwater City. "Let's go. See if that weird old man fixed our gear yet?" September walked ahead with light steps, saying. Xiao Ye followed behind, replying earnestly. "Scarface calls him Master Lun. Don't keep calling him that weird old man." "Fine, fine." September rolled her eyes, agreeing with her mouth but clearly not taking it to heart. When the two retraced their steps from yesterday to the blacksmith's workshop deep within the alley, they found the old blacksmith still working bare-chested, swinging his heavy hammer with all his might, completely unfazed by the morning chill. "You're here?" Spotting Xiao Ye in September, the blacksmith set aside his work, wiped his hands on his clothes, then retrieved the weapons Xiao Ye and September had left on the nearby rack yesterday, handing them over. "Everything's fixed up. See how they look?" September immediately took his dagger and examined it closely. Noticing the blade and hilt had been repolished to their original sharpness. Overjoyed, she nodded. "Master Lun, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ye took his imperial sword, noticing that areas with minor wear had been polished to a cold, gleaming sharpness. Truly masterful craftsmanship. Only then did the old blacksmith retrieve Xiao Ye's Tiger Fierce war shield from a large vat filled with oil. After rinsing it thoroughly with cold water, he wiped away every trace of oil with a clean linen cloth. Then handed it to Xiao Ye with a grin. "Young man, see if it still fits your hand?" Xiao Ye respectfully accepted the shield with both hands. And upon holding it, he immediately felt it was much heavier and sturdier than before. Upon closer inspection, he saw the entire Tiger Fierce war shield had been recast and polished. Its once razor-sharp edges melted into a thick, intricate pattern around the rim. A metal skeleton was now inlaid across the shield's surface. The shield, though lacking some of its former lethal aura, radiated immense weight and solidity, like a massive bell. Xiao Ye gripped it with one hand, swinging it through the air to practice several blocking motions. He felt the shield had grown significantly heavier than before, yet it felt far more responsive in his hands. It now perfectly matched Xiao Ye's rapidly surging strength.
Equipping this shield felt like wielding an unbreakable bell.
A sense of unstoppable might surged within Xiao Ye's heart. And at that moment, the attributes of this upgraded Tiger Fierce Battle Shield appeared before his eyes.
Tiger Patterned Battle Shield Mountain Tiger. Level 75. Grade Brilliant Artifact. Strength requirement 450 points. Defense plus 2,800.
Block effect Extreme damage reduction.
Attributes Constitution plus 150 Strength plus 180 Health plus 3,000.
Additional effect Mountain-like stillness after a perfect block becomes immune to the vast majority of damage.
Additional effect Tiger's Might. Each perfect block accumulates one layer of momentum.
When counterattacking, all accumulated momentum is consumed to unleash a terrifying last-ditch counter. Such overwhelming stats left Xiao Ye both stunned and exhilarated.
A dazzling level 75 artifact. Though Xiao Ye's current level was insufficient to fully utilize its attributes, it still easily outclassed vast swaths of golden tier equipment. Master Lan hadn't merely reworked it for him, he'd gifted him a true treasure. A frame forged from black tortoise steel, with mountain-shattering stone inlaid along the shield's rim. The old blacksmith watched Xiao Ye swing the shield with fierce momentum, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes as he described his creation. A shield is a shield. Why adorn it with fancy blades?
Only when forged with true weight does it fulfill its purpose. A craftsman's mindset throughout their life shapes the weapons and armor they forge. Especially those whose skills surpass all others, their understanding of weapons deepens profoundly with the accumulation of time and experience. Master Lan's reforging of the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield embodied his lifetime of experience and the culmination of his craftsmanship.
Xiao Ye felt profoundly the heart and soul poured into this shield.
Its value had long transcended any monetary measure.
Thank you, Master Lan.
Xiao Ye said respectfully.
Master Lan's ingenuity is unparalleled. Name your price for this shield. Whatever it may be, this junior will do his utmost to fulfill it.
But the old blacksmith merely grinned, shook his head, and said,
Forget about the price.
To see my own forged work from my youth again in this Blackwater city, well, that alone is fate bringing us together. Young man, just deliver a message for me that'll be payment enough.
Xiao Ye's expression immediately turned serious as he listened intently.
Please speak. Master Lan, with his peculiar temperament and hair now entirely white, slowly raised his head. He glanced toward the western horizon, where the sky had yet to fully brighten. His voice tinged with melancholy as he spoke.
Young man, should you ever find yourself in White Tiger City, deliver a message for me to my kin.
Tell them that the unfilial descendant, Lan Shiyuan, is still alive.
May our ancestors rest easy.
Xiao Ye paused at these words, then nodded firmly. This junior will deliver the message without fail. Lan Shiyuan gazed deeply at the young man before him. Just as he had felt last night while reforging this fierce tiger battle shield, his own life had been one of drifting, ultimately losing its sharp edge but gaining a weighty depth. But this youth was different.
So young, yet already daring to make his way in Blackwater City, his future was bound to be limitless.
Just like the newly carved mountain tiger on the shield.
Chapter 99, Revisiting the Jade Mine.
The terrifying tiger's counterattack.
Xiao Ye, do you think that strange old man is truly from that renowned family of craftsmen in White Tiger City?
After leaving the blacksmith's workshop, September asked curiously.
Master Lan.
Xiao Ye emphasized earnestly.
Right, Master Lan. Master Lan.
Deep down, Jodue felt a newfound respect for this gray-haired master blacksmith. After all, not everyone possessed such masterful skill, the kind that could restore his dagger to pristine condition.
If it weren't genuine, why would he have me deliver such a message to the craftsman's family of White Tiger City? Xiao Ye nodded and said, unconsciously repeating that name once more in his mind, Lan Shiyuan. Though he couldn't fathom why this master craftsman had left White Tiger City for the chaotic Blackwater City.
But surely he must have his own reasons. White Tiger City, alongside Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, stood as one of the 4 major cities of the Dragon Nation. Both in terms of city-state scale and strategic significance, they far surpassed the secondary city of Shangjing.
These 4 major cities were the true lifeblood of the Dragon Nation. The strength and numbers of professionals mingling within these main cities far exceeded those of Shangjing City by dozens of times. They were also the headquarters of the Dragon Nation's 4 major guilds. Only there could one truly witness the nation's most elite professionals. For ordinary people, only those who have achieved at least a second-class transformation have the qualifications to enter the 4 major cities. To fulfill Master Lan's request, he too must swiftly elevate his level and power. After obtaining their gear and weapons, Xiao Ye and September retraced yesterday's path to explore the Jade Mine once more.
Armed with the lessons learned from their previous attempt, the pair now carried double the supplies and potions, brimming with confidence. Sunflower seeds were aiming to level up at least 10 times today. September twirled her dagger in a flourish, her voice brimming with excitement.
I've stocked up on a full 20 sets of health potions today. I guarantee you'll last all day as our human shield.
Xiao Ye shot her a disapproving look. As a strength agility DPS warrior, he should have been a top-tier roamer, yet he was stuck as a turtle shell frontline tank. But what could he do? September was a fragile, low-health rogue. A figure flashed through Xiao Ye's mind, the dark-armored warrior Gu Shiyu. If only that girl who loved wearing heavy armor were here. That defense-specialized girl with her damage-absorbing gear probably wouldn't be any worse than Xiao Ye. But right now, back in Shangjing City, she was probably preparing intensely for the upcoming challenge tournament in a month. The familiar abandoned highway. The Jade Quarry is utterly silent as yesterday. And those deep, dark mine shafts. Xiao Ye and his companion, one ahead and one behind, formed their battle formation with practiced ease as they advanced into the mine shaft. Though Xiao Ye was currently only at level 59 with maxed experience, his strength had already met the requirements for wielding the tiger-patterned battle shield, Mountain Tiger. Equipping it now allowed him to harness 80% of its defensive and attribute bonuses. Compared to before, Xiao Ye's defense had now soared to an impressive 3,588 points. His health had finally surpassed the 10,000 mark, reaching nearly 12,000. Now, even facing a group of heavily armored frontline classes, Xiao Ye held his own without flinching. Feeling the weight of this thicker shield in his hands, a profound sense of security settled in his heart as he pressed forward relentlessly. Before long, the familiar, sharp sound of sharp stone claws scraping against the cave walls echoed through the mine once more. And jade-green figures surged forth from the depths of the tunnel. Emerald-bodied stone gargoyles. Or rather, a swarm of jade-bodied stone goblins. They're here. Xiao Ye's voice turned grave as he raised the tiger-patterned battle shield Mountain Tiger in his hands, holding it firmly at the very front. As the first jade gargoyle lunged forward, the shield in my hand instantly absorbed the impact, though it felt far lighter than yesterday. The additional effect, immovable as a mountain, activated instantly, blocking over 90% of the damage. Xiao Ye sustained only a minor, double-digit damage mark on his body. 59. This was the terrifying defensive power of a level 75 brilliant weapon. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. One layer of Tiger Might accumulated. The next parry counterattack will increase damage and attack range by 10%. Tiger Might actually increases attack range too. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, uttering, "Let the slaughter begin." He drew the Imperial Sword in his right hand, yet did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he focused solely on parrying with his left-handed shield. Under the dim glow of the fireflies, Xiao Ye constantly adjusted the shield's angle with precision, striving for perfection in every block. Behind him, September had already begun her harvest. The dagger in his hand erupted with a crimson glow. Hidden behind Xiao Ye, he stabbed precisely into the weak point of one of the jade gargoyles. 3,199. 3,081. Each critical hit to the weak point dealt significantly higher damage than yesterday. As the jade-bodied gargoyle's piercing screams echoed through the mineshaft, a thunderous scraping sound once again erupted from the depths. An even greater swarm of jade-bodied gargoyles poured out, densely packed. Xiao Ye scarcely needed to deliberately block, as wave after wave of impact struck his shield. And his accumulated Tiger Might instantly reach the 18th tier. Seizing the moment after another flawless block, Xiao Ye brought the Imperial Sword in his right hand crashing down in a sweeping strike. Parry counterattack. Instantly expending all accumulated Tiger Might, the Imperial Sword in his grasp suddenly blazed with a colossal phantom. Unstoppable, it slashed forward. A tiger's roar echoed through the narrow mine tunnel. The colossal phantom struck down, reducing each jade-clad gargoyle to dust and ashes. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. One after another, the damage numbers appeared before their eyes. This strike, having accumulated a full 18 layers of Tiger Might, instantly obliterating all the jade-bodied gargoyles within range, each with health barely exceeding 5,000. The damage even overflowed. Sunflower seeds, what kind of damage is this? Not only was September beside him utterly stunned. Even Xiao Ye himself was momentarily stunned. Such devastating AoE damage had actually come from his own hands. This Tiger Stance truly was a trump card for desperate counterattacks. Streams of experience surged from the Jade Gargoyle's corpse, pooling onto Xiao Ye in September. And Xiao Ye's level finally broke through to 60. Chapter 100, Deep Within the Mine. The Bizarre Jadification Phenomenon. Xiao Ye and September advanced relentlessly through the mines, their formation as immovable as mountains. Armed with the explosive area of effect counterattack technique, Tiger's Might, their damage output efficiency had risen to a whole new level compared to yesterday. In less than an hour, the pile of jade gargoyle corpses beneath their feet seemed to have already matched yesterday's haul. Meanwhile, both of their levels had once again jumped up by 2. Xiao Ye distinctly felt that after reaching level 60, the experience required for each level up had skyrocketed compared to before. The experience from these hundreds of jade-bodied gargoyles would have granted them 6 or 7 levels yesterday, yet now it only yielded 2. Unnoticed, the sharp, grating sound of sharp stones grinding against the cave walls gradually grew fainter. As the crowd of jade-bodied gargoyles before them grew increasingly sparse, the two finally realized.
That the swarm of jade-bodied stone gargoyles, once as dense as fish crossing the river, had been completely wiped out? As September's dagger drove itself deep into the final, shrieking jade gargoyle, the entire mine shaft finally fell silent. Every jade-bodied stone golem had fallen as corpses. They're all dead? September looked up at Xiao Ye in disbelief and asked, "What level are you?" Xiao Ye glanced at his attribute panel. His level had just surpassed 65 with half the required experience remaining. He replied, "I'm level 65. September nodded immediately and said, "Me too. I thought we could hit level 70 today. How come we killed all those jade-clad stone gargoyles already?" September glanced reluctantly deeper into the mine shaft. Yet a sly grin spread across her face as she leaned close to Xiao Ye's ear and whispered, "Hey, buddy. Wanna go check out the deeper parts of the mine?" Xiao Ye froze for a moment. This suited him perfectly. He'd spent over 1,000 fire seed points yesterday to enhance golden cicada shedding, precisely so he could explore the depths of the mine today. But he hadn't expected September to want to go too? Xiao Ye frowned and said, "Didn't Flowerface warn us not to venture deep into the mine? Have you forgotten those workers who fell ill? The depths of this mine likely harbor strange radiation. Even professionals might not be immune to its effects." But September narrowed his eyes, flashing a defiant grin as he retorted, "What? You scared?" Xiao Ye pursed his lips and admitted frankly, "I do have a skill that should grant immunity to whatever lurks in the depths. But what about you? Going down recklessly might just cost you your life." September's eyes crinkled with amusement as she replied, "Hee. Look who's talking. Shangwazi, just you wait and see." September's pupils abruptly turned blood red, and the exposed skin on her neck outside her armor turned an eerie white, with every vein and tendon starkly visible beneath. As if she were a lifeless specter. September's lips curved upward as she chuckled. This skill is called Undead Body, an exclusive innate talent of this lady's profession. Once activated, it grants immunity to nearly all abnormal statuses affecting living beings. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her from head to toe. A wave of quiet astonishment washed over him. He had to admit he'd underestimated September, this S-tier professional necromancer rogue. The value of an S-tier profession was undeniable. Certain unique talents possessed undeniable power. Undead Body, as the name implies, grants immunity to status effects affecting living beings, including the radiation within this mine. Alright. Let's venture deeper into the mine shaft. Xiao Ye nodded firmly. His original plan was to have September act as backup outside the mine while he ventured deep inside alone. But now, having September and S-rank companion by his side to watch each other's backs was undoubtedly a blessing. A spark of exploration flickered in September's eyes. Just as Red Third Sister said, when it came to boldness, September was actually quite similar to Xiao Ye. The two hacked their way through the overwhelming sea of jade greenstone golem corpses with their weapons, and ventured deeper into the mine shaft. So far, Xiao Ye hadn't sensed anything unusual. Yet the deeper they ventured, the more intensely they felt a bone-chilling cold seeping through their very bones. Ultrasonic detection activated silently, and the intricate terrain of the mine ahead appeared in Xiao Ye's mind. Suddenly, September, who had been walking ahead, turned her head strangely toward Xiao Ye and asked with a puzzled look, "Sunflower seed, did you feel that fluctuation? Echoing back and forth in this mine tunnel." Xiao Ye froze, about to speak. September had already turned her head away again, muttering to herself, "Strange, why does it seem to have vanished again?" Xiao Ye felt a sudden pang of surprise. His S-rank ultrasonic detection, a top-tier skill, had actually been detected by September, another S-rank professional. It must be that after activating Undead Body, her senses had become even more acute. It seemed every S-tier profession possessed its own unique innate abilities. Absolutely nothing could be underestimated. And his own pride and joy, the S-tier detection skill, ultrasonic detection, was due for another advancement. Judging from yesterday's enhancement process, enhancing an S-tier talent to SS-tier required over 1,000 fire seed points. However, when I defeated that jade-clad gargoyle today, I also harvested a massive amount of fire seed points, no less than yesterday's yield. This would be perfectly timed for enhancing ultrasonic detection. I wonder what surprises upgrading this ultrasonic detection to SS tier might bring. Lost in thought, the narrow mine tunnel ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a vast underground chamber before their eyes. "Ha!" Xiao Ye, who was leading the way, let out a startled exclamation. While Xiao Ye, who had activated his illusion-piercing eyes, also saw it clearly. This vast underground chamber, which must have served as a transit hub within the mine, strewn with numerous abandoned railcarts and a rust-covered, massive elevator platform. Centuries had passed, and these mechanical installations had long since ceased to function. Yet strangely, under the dim glow of the light-emitting insects, the machinery originally forged from steel reflected patches of jade green light. Xiao Ye couldn't help but step forward for a closer look, only to discover that the steel frames had actually turned to jade. What on earth could transform even steel into this state? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow.
In every inch of rust before her eyes, the steel had transformed into emerald green jade-colored ore, blending seamlessly with the rust.
At that moment,
September on the other side suddenly gasped softly.
Xiao Ye, look. There's a person over there.
No, it must be a corpse.
Chapter 101, Miner's Notes. Strange Disease. Crystal Man.
Xiao Ye followed September's gaze and saw, within the rust-stained giant elevator control room, a vaguely discernible human corpse with half its body exposed. September, bold as ever, scrambled up in 3 quick steps. She gently prodded the corpse with her dagger and gasped.
Shangguazi, come see this. This looks like a former worker from this mine.
Xiao Ye hurried over. The corpse wore a set of uniform clothing, now nearly rotted away, easily identifiable as work attire.
Yet beneath the work clothes, the corpse was utterly bizarre.
Given that this jade mine had been sealed for hundreds of years, the corpse deep within the tunnel should have long since decomposed into bones.
Yet this corpse still retained a human form. September gently prodded the corpse's arm with his dagger.
The dried, parched skin flaked off in pieces, revealing the white bones and shriveled flesh beneath. Under the dim light, a jade-green glow emanated from the exposed bones and flesh. The rotting flesh and bones beneath the skin had actually turned to jade.
Ah! September couldn't help but cry out in shock.
The two exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes and uttered words that sent a chill down September's spine.
This person seems to have committed suicide.
What did you say? September gasped in shock. Xiao Ye used the imperial sword in his hand to gently lift the decayed clothing covering the corpse.
On the man's abdomen, a horrifying wound was faintly visible.
Not only the abdomen, but the chest, lungs, kidneys, even the legs and neck bore multiple lacerations. Beside this corpse lay a decayed dagger, similarly petrified.
Xiao Ye stared in utter horror,
while September murmured in terror. What unimaginable agony must this person have endured in life to resort to such a method, piercing every part of their own body to end it all? In truth, both harbored a faint inkling of the answer within their hearts. Xiao Ye raised the imperial sword in his hand, gently slicing through the half-jade like decayed flesh on the corpse's chest, revealing the chest cavity already densely packed with sharp, jade-green crystals as if pierced by 10,000 needles. September immediately turned her face away. Such a gruesome death scene sent chills down one's spine with just a single glance. Xiao Ye suddenly noticed a notebook peeking out from beneath the corpse.
My apologies.
Xiao Ye murmured softly to the corpse,
reaching down to pull the notebook free.
The pages had long since yellowed and crumbled, the ink blurred by the passage of time.
Xiao Ye carefully opened it.
The contents were sparse, mostly work logs. Only the latest few pages bore hastily scrawled entries that were startlingly harrowing.
Yesterday, another person started coughing up blood.
They're gone, everyone fled, terrified of catching this strange disease.
But I can't leave yet. Damn company. Shuai caught that strange disease too. I saw him last night. It was terrifying. Why aren't the protective suits working? The handwriting grew increasingly sloppy. The final page of the notebook contained only a single line. Help! I don't want to become a monster.
Xiao Ye felt a whirlwind of emotions surge through him. According to the man wrapped in bandages, this jade mine had suffered an incident hundreds of years ago,
which coincided with the dawn of the Great Awakening era. Strange phenomena beyond human comprehension suddenly erupted across the globe. Dungeons, monsters, corruption, they began appearing one after another. For humanity, it was an age of catastrophe.
The first wave of awakened professionals was few and far between, and ordinary humans stood defenseless against the onslaught of the bizarre.
More lives were lost during that era than in any other period in history.
This jade mine stands as a stark, living testament to that era.
But today, the mystery here must finally be unraveled.
Xiao Ye re-equipped the tiger-patterned battle shield mountain tiger on his left hand.
The monsters described in this notebook deeply troubled Xiao Ye.
The owner of these notes had ended their own life with a dagger, becoming the gruesome corpse before him.
But what if he hadn't taken his own life? What kind of monster would he have become?
September, be careful on the road ahead.
Xiao Ye called out in warning. September froze in surprise.
But just then, a sharp scraping sound of stone against rock echoed from deep within the mine ahead. Yet it was not a clamorous sound,
but heavy and slow.
A jade gargoyle?
September blurted out in alarm.
Xiao Ye shook his head.
Ultrasonic detection had already provided feedback only one enemy lurked deep within the tunnel ahead.
Unlike the agile jade-bodied stone golems capable of low-altitude flight, this thing moved with extreme sluggishness.
It couldn't be an elite monster. It must be a boss. A high-pollution level boss would never be that easy to handle. Old formation.
Xiao Ye murmured, raising his shield to shield September from the front. Fortunately, this wasn't the cramped mine tunnel but a relatively spacious underground platform, providing some room to maneuver. The slow scraping sound grew closer. A massive figure gradually materialized on the platform, revealing a towering, grotesque humanoid creature. Its limbs were elongated like those of an ape, standing a full 3 meters tall. What made Xiao Ye's nerves tense even more was that The creature's entire body was encased in a thick layer of jade green crystalline armor.
Like spiked armor. Xiao Ye's insightful eyes activated instantly, revealing an entry before his eyes. Emerald Crystal Being. Level 70 High Pollution Sub-Boss. Abilities, Crystallized Skin, Corrupted Corpse Pod, Gravel Storm. This must be the monster the notebook's owner spoke of. Corrupted and petrified to such a terrifying form.
Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed sharply as he raised his shield to guard his front. The massive crystalline figure's face was similarly encased in a thick layer of crystal, devoid of eyes or any facial features.
The faceless, gigantic visage only intensified its eerie presence. Suddenly, it somehow sensed Xiao Ye and September's presence. It charged toward Xiao Ye and September with a monkey-like sprint that made hearts skip a beat. Boom!
Xiao Ye, watching intently, met its charge precisely with his tiger-patterned war shield. In that instant, a tremendous force surged through him, sending his entire body reeling backward.
958.
Even with a successful block, it still dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage. This crystalline being truly lived up to its reputation as a high-pollution quasi-boss. Yet at the same moment, Xiao Ye had already accumulated a layer of tiger might.
Without hesitation, he launched a parry counterattack. Xiao Ye wanted to see just how much this crystalline being was worth.
The imperial sword in his right hand, imbued with tiger might, slashed straight down.
The blade struck the crystalline being's skin, yet emitted a crisp, metallic clang. A damage number that made Xiao Ye's eyes widen instantly appeared. 77. How is this possible? Xiao Ye was utterly shocked. With his current attack power nearing 2,000 points, plus the added boost from Tiger's Might, how could he only deal double-digit damage?
At the same moment, September's figure darted out from behind him, her blood-red dagger plunging viciously into the crystalline being's chest.
Instantly, a damage number appeared. 65. What? September's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 102, The Bizarre Crystal Layer. Xiao Ye couldn't contain his anger. No way. What the hell is going on? September was completely dumbfounded. Because according to the damage numbers displayed, her last strike had even landed a critical hit. A critical hit only dealt 65 damage? Both considered themselves elite among their cohort of awakened ones.
Whether in gear or innate combat prowess, they might not be unrivaled, but they were undoubtedly among the absolute top tier.
Yet with a single swing each, neither managed to surpass 100 damage?
The jade-colored crystalline being's counterattack came swiftly. A pair of long, ape-like arms, studded with crystalline spikes, lunged fiercely toward September. Fortunately, September reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the attack by the narrowest of margins.
Watch out!
Xiao Ye, shield in hand, once again positioned himself in front of her. Yet a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for both combatants to deal only double-digit damage. It was likely due to the effect of the innate trait attached to that jade-colored crystalline being crystalline skin. Xiao Ye activated his insightful gaze and looked again, only to see the thick jade-colored crystalline layer on the creature's body. It resembled a natural protective shell, enveloping its entire form completely, revealing not a single trace of vulnerability. A prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Target is in crystallized state, defense significantly enhanced. Just how high is this guy's defense? Xiao Ye couldn't help but frown. At that moment, the jade-green crystalline being's health bar appeared. Its total health was surprisingly low, only a little over 20,000. Yet the damage from Xiao Ye and September's 2 strikes earlier seemed like a mere drizzle. The health bar showed no noticeable decrease. Once more, the jade-colored crystalline being swung its long arms like a monkey, lunging toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye raised his tiger-patterned war shield, precisely blocking the attack once more. Then used the immense force to step back, thrusting the imperial sword forward with sudden ferocity. Refusing to believe in misfortune, Xiao Ye unleashed a direct strike of thunderbolt thrust. The imperial sword plunged viciously toward the jade-colored crystalline being's chest, only to see another meaningless number pop up. 105. Damn it! Even the lightning strike could barely break 100 damage? This time, Xiao Ye was thoroughly convinced. He deftly retreated several steps while downing a bottle of health potion. Fortunately, though the jade-colored crystalline being's attacks were brutally powerful, its speed was far from swift. As an agility-based class, September could easily dodge them with her footwork, while Xiao Ye's tiger-patterned war shield, reforged and reinforced, could block significant damage. September deftly sidestepped, circling behind the crystalline figure, her dagger dancing fiercely once more, refusing to believe in misfortune. And several damage numbers instantly flashed on the screen. 44. 51. 47. Holy! The damage output was so absurd September couldn't even bear to watch, muttering under her breath. How am I supposed to beat this? It's a pure iron turtle. Truth be told, the jade-colored crystalline being's health bar wasn't particularly thick, but its defense was absurdly high. Xiao Ye was so frustrated he couldn't hold back his anger. In this underground platform neither cramped nor spacious, the two circled the jade-colored crystalline being, one in front, one behind, constantly dodging its bizarre, ape-like attacks.
Though we haven't faced any life-threatening crises yet, this can't go on forever.
Their basic attacks barely scratched the surface, dealing damage under 100 like scraping the surface. Though 20,000 health points might not sound like much, it now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Xiao Ye lunged forward, the imperial sword in his hand suddenly coiled with an eerie flame. He swung it fiercely at the jade-colored crystalline being. Bone-clinging poison flame. Yet, as expected, a notification flashed before Xiao Ye's eyes.
Target is immune. Bone-piercing poison flame effect failed to attach. Even his ultimate move, bone-gnawing poison flame, proved ineffective.
This jade-colored crystalline being was no longer a living creature. Its entire body, composed of jadeite crystals, was impervious to fire, utterly immune to both flames and poison. Such thick-shelled monsters, as tough as ironclad turtles, typically required blunt weapons like giant hammers to inflict significant damage. Yet both Xiao Ye and September wielded blade-type weapons, precisely countered by this thick crystalline layer.
Blunt weapons?
Xiao Ye suddenly had an idea and shouted to September from a distance.
Hey, back off a bit.
September was still a bit confused, but hurriedly retreated to the corner of the platform, muttering under his breath.
What's your plan now? Xiao Ye's gaze locked onto the jade-colored crystalline figure. Suddenly, a faint golden glow began to emanate from Xiao Ye's body. His entire form shifted, inch by inch. His limbs gradually elongating as a thick layer of jade-green crystalline armor formed over his body. This was the new ability Xiao Ye had gambled over 1,000 fire seed points to obtain, golden cicada shedding its shell. Since he had no blunt weapon in hand, he would become one himself. After all, what could be a better blunt weapon than this jade-green crystalline body? A prompt instantly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Transformed into jadeite crystal human. Due to lower level than target, inherited attribute effect is 83%. Inherited health 18,721. Inherited defense 12,889. Inherited attack 2791. Inherited agility 230. Inherited. A strange sensation washed over his entire body. Xiao Ye felt his perspective suddenly shift upward. Looking down, he saw his limbs had transformed into slender, crystalline appendages encased in a thick layer of jade-green crystal. Checking his defense stats, they had surged to nearly 13,000. And this was merely inheriting 83% of the effect, meaning the jade-colored crystalline being's actual defense had reached 15,000. Far surpassing the current tier of monsters. No wonder its defenses were impenetrable. Little did they know, this scene had been witnessed by September nearby, appearing utterly bizarre and spine-chilling. Ah! September let out a sharp scream, pointing at Xiao Ye and stammering. Xiao Ye, how did you turn into that thing too? Did you catch the disease? Then September hurriedly looked down at her own body, her voice trembling with tears as she cried. It's over. Why? I'm going to turn into that monstrous thing too. At that moment, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The jade-green crystalline figure Xiao Ye had transformed into suddenly raised an arm and waved at September. His intention was to reassure September that he hadn't mutated, but with his entire face now encased in thick jade-colored crystals, he was utterly unable to speak. To September, this gesture only made the situation even more terrifying. September froze for a moment. Then suddenly burst into tears. She turned and sprinted toward the mine exit, wailing as she ran. Why? Xiao Ye, even if you turn into a ghost, don't come looking for me. Xiao Ye. Chapter 103, Fist for Fist. The key to breaking through the crystal layer. Xiao Ye had no time to tend to September. The jade-colored crystalline figure before him was once again charging recklessly toward him. Xiao Ye's face was now completely covered in a thick layer of jade-green crystals. He could only make out a vague outline before him. This must be the perspective of the jade-green crystalline being. A figure with long limbs like an ape lunged toward him like the wind. Xiao Ye instinctively tried to dodge, only to suddenly feel his entire body grow as heavy as if filled with cement. Even taking a single step backward felt painfully slow. Too late. Xiao Ye swung his own equally elongated crystalline arm, striking the emerald-green crystalline figure with brutal force. Two bodies, both encrusted in jade-green crystals, collided violently. An instant shower of jade-green powder shattered, forming a cloud of mist in the air. Yet this time, Xiao Ye wasn't knocked back by the single blow. Instead, both he and the jade-green crystalline being staggered backward from the recoil. Though possessing only 83% of its attributes, Xiao Ye now possessed the strength to trade blows with it. In an instant, two damage numbers exploded simultaneously on each other's bodies. 591. 481. Using their own tactics against them. And it actually dealt effective damage. In fact, the damage number that appeared on the jade-colored crystalline being when Xiao Ye struck it was even higher. That's because Xiao Ye's fist struck its face, while the one injured was his own shoulder. Retaliating with blood for blood, there might still be a chance to kill it. Xiao Ye found a surge of energy in that instant. readjusting his stance with one arm shielding his chest, while the other hand gathered power behind him. With a sudden step forward, he unleashed a sweeping hook. It slammed straight into the crystalline being's face. 891. The heavy blow sent the jade-colored crystalline being reeling backward, seemingly dazed by the impact. But then a strange, frenzied growl erupted from somewhere within its body, and it lunged at Xiao Ye once more. Yet after these few brief exchanges, Xiao Ye was gradually becoming familiar with this heavy yet incredibly sturdy body. Though his overall attributes were only 83% of his opponent's, his combat skills had been honed through relentless training in holographic simulations. He had dominated the rankings as the undisputed champion of the heavenly list for 3 consecutive years. The jade-colored crystalline being once again lunged at Xiao Ye like a monkey, only to find Xiao Ye ducking low to evade it. He then unleashed a vicious uppercut from above, smashing it squarely into the creature's face. The blow sent it reeling backward, face up to the sky. Simultaneously, a jade-colored fragment shattered from its crystalline face. And in that instant, Xiao Ye saw that its jade-covered face seemed to have a chunk knocked out, revealing the flesh beneath. This was precisely because Xiao Ye's 3 consecutive punches had all landed squarely on its face. The crystalline layer could be shattered. A thought flashed through Xiao Ye's mind: it could be shattered provided one delivered sufficient damage to the same spot repeatedly. To test his hypothesis, Xiao Ye recklessly charged forward, slamming his fist into the gaping wound on the jade-green crystalline face. As the punch connected solidly with flesh, a massive number instantly shot up. 3,211. Just as he'd suspected. Xiao Ye couldn't help but roar with excitement, yet from the mouth encased in jade-green crystal, only muffled grunts emerged. Once the surface crystalline layer is shattered, the jade-colored crystalline being's defenses will plummet instantly. Yet before Xiao Ye could even feel excited, he clearly saw the missing section of crystalline layer on the jade-colored crystalline being's face rapidly regrowing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? The crystalline layer could actually regenerate itself? Panic surged through Xiao Ye. He lunged forward, determined to strike while the iron was hot. Yet his movements remained painfully slow and heavy. Even swinging a single punch took several seconds. If only September were still here. With her S-tier necromancer thief's agility and explosive damage output, she could have slain it before that crystalline layer even formed. But at that very moment, a crimson blade aura suddenly struck from behind Xiao Ye, slashing cleanly through the jade-colored crystalline creature's facial gap before it could fully form. Then, like a swallow returning, it flew back behind Xiao Ye. A massive damage number instantly exploded across the jade-colored crystalline being's face. 3,871. Xiao Ye whipped his head around to look, only to find September had returned. Her eyes still glared at Xiao Ye with wariness, the sockets slightly reddened. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Hey! If you're Xiao Ye, nod your head." Xiao Ye hurriedly nodded, but the hard crystalline layer covering his neck prevented him from lowering his head. Xiao Ye simply bent over and bowed to the maid. Alright, I get it," Zhou said, somewhat speechless. Though her face still held traces of disbelief and wariness. Xiao Ye hastily extended a hand, pointing at the rapidly closing crystalline layer on the jade-green crystalline figure's face. September instantly understood his meaning. Her expression turned cold. The dagger in her hand flared with a crimson glow once more. She spun it around and gripped it in reverse. Then, in a flash, like a crimson afterimage, she lunged toward the jade-green crystalline being. This was the first time Xiao Ye had ever seen September unleash her full power. Her agile, swift strides propelling her forward. With a fierce stomp on the ground, she leapt high into the air like a hunting cheetah. The dagger, gripped reverse in her hand, pierced the jade-colored crystalline being's face with pinpoint accuracy. 3,681. But it wasn't over yet. As September descended from the air, she thrust the dagger into the jade-colored crystalline being's chest. Using the momentum, her body spun outward once more. As several crimson flashes bloomed like lotus petals across the jade-colored crystalline being's face. 3,191. 2,985. 3,381. 3 explosive damage spikes instantly wiped the jade-colored crystalline being's health bar clean. This was the burst damage of an S-tier rogue. As the jade-colored crystalline being's heavy corpse crashed to the ground, sending a shower of debris flying, September landed with grace. Turning to look back, Xiao Ye raised his stiff arm to give her a thumbs up. Chapter 104, The Can Opener Duo. Slaughtering Crystals. As Xiao Ye voluntarily released the state of golden cicada shedding its shell, the thick jade-green crystalline layer covering his body peeled away layer by layer, dissipating into the air. His limbs, once elongated like those of an ape, gradually returned to their normal human form. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, September beside him flashed a look of caution once more and asked, Hey! Sunflower seeds, what the heck is going on with you? 1 minute you're a crystallized being, the next you're human again." Xiao Ye flexed his stiff facial muscles before explaining. "It's one of my skills allowing me to briefly transform into a monster's form." September fell silent for a moment before asking, similar to advanced shape-shifting magic? Xiao Ye nodded. Pretty much.
Then September suddenly lashed out, delivering a hard punch to Xiao Ye's lower back. Gritting her teeth, she snapped.
Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me.
Xiao Ye sighed helplessly.
I was planning to tell you after I transformed.
I didn't expect that after transforming, my face would be covered in a thick layer of crystalline armor, making it impossible to speak.
This one was definitely on Xiao Ye.
September seethed with frustration, realizing how utterly humiliated she'd made herself moments ago. Seeing September's reddened eyes, which seemed to bear traces of tears, Xiao Ye felt a mix of guilt and curiosity as he asked.
Then how did you come to terms with it out there just now?
September's face twitched as she replied. I thought that even if I had to run away, I'd come back to collect your remains, take a piece of your clothing or something, so I could at least build you a symbolic grave back home.
Xiao Ye fell silent for a moment before saying, I really do thank you. You're welcome.
At that moment, the thick crystalline layer covering the fallen jade-colored crystalline being in the distance suddenly began to peel away, revealing a somewhat shriveled human form.
The figure was still clad in the exact same work uniform as the previous corpse.
Sure enough, both these jade-green crystallized figures and the corpse that left the notes had once been workers in the jade mine. Judging by this, continuing deeper into the mine would likely lead to encountering more jade-green crystallized figures. At that moment, two streams of white experience light surged from the crystallized corpse, converging upon Xiao Ye and September. Their experience bars visibly surged upward. September, who had delivered the final blow, shimmered and instantly leveled up.
Hey! I leveled up.
September, who had been seething with resentment moments ago, now turned her sorrow into joy, chattering happily, these jade-colored crystalline beings actually give such generous experience?
Xiao Ye was also startled.
His experience bar, which had been just over 65%, had surged by a full third. At this rate, killing just 3 jade-colored crystalline beings would grant a level up. No wonder it's a high-pollution quasi-boss at level 70. Deeper into the mine, there should be plenty more of these jade-colored crystalline creatures. As long as you focus enough damage on the same spot, you can temporarily break through its thick crystalline layer. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up as he explained to September. Once that crystalline layer is shattered, its defenses are severely weakened.
With both of us working together, we could even take it down instantly.
Hearing this, September's slightly bloodshot eyes instantly regained their sparkle. Truthfully, she had already vaguely grasped this point during their earlier exchange.
Now, she urgently asked. How do we concentrate the damage? How did you break it just now?
Blade weapons weren't particularly effective at damaging the crystalline layer. They'd already tested that. Xiao Ye paused to recall he had shattered it with his own crystallized fist. After a moment's thought, he replied. When I transform into a crystalline being, I also develop a crystalline skin layer. By exchanging blows with my fists, I can break through it. The cooldown for transforming is half an hour, but as long as I don't take fatal damage, I can maintain the transformation indefinitely. September instantly grasped his meaning, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed.
I see. Don't worry. Sunflower seeds, with me here, you won't die.
The two exchanged a knowing glance.
Both understood each other's intentions.
As long as Xiao Ye transformed into a crystalline being and shattered the jade-colored crystalline being's protective layer, September could unleash her explosive offensive capabilities to instantly eliminate it. And as long as Xiao Ye didn't suffer fatal damage, he could maintain his crystalline form indefinitely. Thus, as long as they didn't encounter swarms of crystallized beings, they could perpetually replicate this tactic, reaping the crystallized being's massive experience rewards.
No time to waste. After half an hour of recuperation on the spot, Golden Cicada Shedding Shell's cooldown ended.
And Xiao Ye instantly transformed back into that strange being with long limbs, entirely encased in crystalline layers. This time, having witnessed the entire scene firsthand, September watched curiously from the side. Propping her face up with her hand, she seemed deep in thought, then turned to Xiao Ye with a serious expression.
Come on. Spin around for me. Let's see if the back looks like the crystallized parts too. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye spun around.
Only to make September chuckle softly. She teased him playfully.
Hee. You look so ugly. Xiao Ye.
The two continued exploring deeper into the mine shaft.
After leaving the underground platform, they once again entered the narrow mine tunnel.
Before long, they heard heavy, deliberate footsteps approaching once more. September moved with nimble steps to scout ahead. Returning moments later with a delighted expression.
He gestured to Xiao Ye and declared. Just one crystalline being. Kill it.
Xiao Ye instantly assumed a fighting stance, flexing his stiff limbs before launching into a powerful, heavy-footed charge. The jade-colored crystalline being emerging from the depths of the mine shaft. When it was met with a punch to the face from a fellow crystalline being identical to itself. The collision of their similarly thick crystalline shells sent jade-colored shards flying everywhere. Before the jade-green crystalline being could react, Xiao Ye stepped forward and landed another punch. He had gradually grown accustomed to this heavy frame, landing 3 consecutive punches, each striking the jade green crystalline being squarely in the face. As a cloud of jade green shards exploded in the air, a gaping wound was carved into the jade green crystalline being's face once more. Xiao Ye instinctively sidestepped. A blood-red figure flashed past from behind. September's dagger, like a deathly lotus, ravaged the crystalline being's face. Several consecutive critical hits erupted, and the jade green crystalline being crashed to the ground. The echoes of heavy stones colliding and the thud of a body hitting the ground reverberated through the mine shaft. Similar scenes instantly unfolded deep within the mine. After who knows how many jade-colored crystalline beings they'd dispatched with this canning tactic, September, who had once again ventured forward to scout and draw the creatures, suddenly froze in her tracks at the entrance ahead. It was as if she had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Woo-woo! Xiao Ye wanted to ask, what's going on? But the crystalline layer covering his face rendered him speechless. He could only drag his heavy body forward to take a closer look. A single glance, and Xiao Ye couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Before him, the mine shaft opened into a colossal underground sinkhole, stretching thousands of meters wide. Within that subterranean chasm, hundreds upon hundreds of jade-bodied crystalline beings stood in unison, in a kneeling posture, motionless. Chapter 105, High-Ranking Crystal Followers. The Lure and Kill Plan. Such an eerie scene sent a chill down both their spines. So many jade-colored crystalline beings. September Qing couldn't help but swallow hard, lowering her voice to say to Xiao Ye, "Xiao Ye, maybe we should retreat?" Third sister always said, if you can't win, run, there's no shame in that. Xiao Ye wasn't entirely without the thought of retreat being the best option either. After all, their can-opener tactic worked fine against a single jade-colored crystalline being. But if they faced multiple crystal beings at once and couldn't shatter their crystalline layers immediately, trouble would ensue. Not to mention this vast subterranean cavern held hundreds, perhaps thousands, of jade-green crystalline beings. Moreover, they'd already slain over 20 jade-green crystalline beings along the mine tunnel, and Xiao Ye's level had risen to 71. This trip to the jade quarry had proven remarkably fruitful. Wait a moment. Xiao Ye, having just exited his golden cicada shedding shell state, suddenly murmured. These jade-colored crystalline beings seem to be dormant? With his illusion-piercing eyes activated, his vision was several times sharper than Zhou Yue's, allowing him to see clearly even in the dimly lit mine. Circling the central area, the jade-colored crystalline beings knelt in worship, motionless as stone statues, as if plunged into slumber. What exactly were they doing? And what exactly was at the center, receiving the worship of hundreds of jade-colored crystalline beings? The distance was too great. Even with his illusion-piercing eyes activated, Xiao Ye could only make out a dark, indistinct shape at the center. Sleeping? September pursed her lips, her eyes darting about as she spoke. You mean we can lure these sleeping crystal beings over and kill them one by one? Xiao Ye neither nodded nor shook his head. The idea was far too risky. Who could guarantee we'd only awaken one crystal being at a time? Though these clustered crystalline beings were indeed spaced apart. What if one stone stirred 1,000 birds, and hundreds or even thousands of crystallized beings were all awakened? That would be disastrous. But if the plan worked, then nearly 1,000 crystallized beings would be like walking giant experience packs. Slaughtering them all would guarantee a direct level up to at least 80, or even 90. September's eyes, tinged with a hint of red, began to flicker. Clearly, she too was reluctant to give up the massive experience points these jade-colored crystalline beings offered. Why not give it a shot? September's voice carried a hint of eagerness. I'll sneak up on them, stab one in the back, and run. It shouldn't cause too much commotion. The rogue class was born to be experts at initiating encounters. Xiao Ye immediately glanced back at the mine tunnel they had come through. All the wandering crystal creatures along the way had already been cleared by the two of them. If September failed to lure the creatures, they could simply retreat the way they came. The narrow tunnel actually made escape easier. Even if the jade-colored crystalline beings were numerous, they'd likely crowd together like the gargoyles before, tripping over each other. Worth a shot. Feasible. Xiao Ye murmured, quickly replenishing his status before returning to the previous tunnel to find a corner where he could maneuver more easily. He instructed September. Be careful, take them one at a time. Test if it works first. September immediately activated stealth with utmost caution, her crimson silhouette vanishing into thin air. Xiao Ye watched the pit ahead with bated breath. And soon, a crimson glow abruptly materialized from the air, piercing the back of the outermost, closest jade-colored crystalline being. 19. A minuscule damage number flashed on the screen. September had clearly held back. The dagger instantly carved a shallow gash into the crystalline being's back. Then, a faint ripple spread out from the crystalline being's body. Sure enough, it was successfully awakened. Watching this scene from afar, Xiao Ye couldn't help but hold his breath in tense anticipation. The jade-colored crystalline being awakened by September slowly rose to its feet. The joints encased in thick crystalline layers creaked audibly as it turned its head. A faceless, eerily massive face stared at September standing behind it.
Then, in an instant, it launched an attack towards September. Yet this commotion failed to awaken any of the other jade-colored crystalline beings nearby. Only this single crystalline entity stirred. It worked! September's face lit up with delight. She turned and fled, racing toward the agreed-upon mine shaft corner with Xiao Ye. The jade-colored crystalline being gave chase with equally lone strides. Xiao Ye immediately activated Golden Cicada Shedding Shell, transforming back into the thickly crystallized humanoid monster. Clenching his fists as he crouched in ambush at the bend, he waited for September's figure to appear before suddenly smashing into her back. The crystalline-encrusted flesh collided. Xiao Ye distinctly felt this strike wasn't like previous ones that had sent the crystalline figure reeling backward, but rather like colliding with a massive, immovable wall. No, this jade-colored crystalline being was of a higher grade than those that had roamed the mineshafts earlier. 759. As expected, the damage dealt by Xiao Ye's punch was significantly lower. The attributes of the pursuing jade-colored crystalline being now appeared before his eyes. Jade Green Crystal Cultist. Level 75 High Pollution Sub-Boss. HP 30,000. Sure enough, the level had increased by 5. But now the arrow is on the string, no turning back. Xiao Ye, now increasingly adept at wielding this formidable physique, unleashed a flurry of punches, striking left and right, slamming viciously into the crystalline believer's face. A cloud of jade-colored shards erupted, obscuring Xiao Ye's already blurred vision. Suddenly, September beside him cried out in alarm. "Xiao Ye! Watch your right!" Xiao Ye heard the warning and reacted instantly, lunging sharply to his left, only to see a jade-green crystalline longsword swing out from the smoke, slashing fiercely at the spot he had just occupied. Did this crystalline creature actually wield a weapon? Xiao Ye's heart sank. As the smoke cleared, he saw the crystal blade had actually grown from its hand. Its originally slender arm had extended into a blade encased in jade-green crystal. A mutated monster. This crystalline follower was indeed more than it appeared. Xiao Ye, now transformed into an ordinary crystalline being, already held the disadvantage in attributes. Now the enemy even possessed a weapon. His only remaining advantage lay in his own hand-to-hand combat skills. Though the crystalline follower's arm had become a crystalline long sword, greatly increasing its attack range. But within this cramped mine tunnel, it had also become far less agile. Xiao Ye steeled himself and executed a highly risky maneuver. A low body tackle. He suddenly lowered his upper body, seized an opening, and charged straight into the crystalline believer's embrace. His shoulder colliding violently against its chest, rendering its 2-meter-long crystalline sword arm unable to strike. Xiao Ye now pressed against it. Xiao Ye clamped one arm tightly around it, while his other hand delivered a series of upward punches, smashing repeatedly into its jaw. 816. 759. 1136. As wave after wave of jade-colored shards exploded in a cloud of dust, a gap finally opened in the crystalline believer's jaw. Now! September, whose coordination with Xiao Ye had grown increasingly seamless, flashed out from behind him, stomping onto Xiao Ye's back to launch herself skyward. A crimson glow emanated from the dagger in her hand, and a blood-red lotus blossomed once more. 4,661. 3,981. 3,996. Massive explosive damage instantly erupted above the crystallized believer's head. The crystalline devotee let out a furious roar, its entire body convulsing in struggle. Yet Xiao Ye held it tightly, not moving an inch. September seized the opportunity to unleash another round of high burst damage. 4,517. 3,955. Even with its staggering 30,000 HP bar, once its defensive crystalline layer was shattered, the crystalline believer became as fragile as paper. This is the fatal weakness of such monsters. September sheathed her blade at her waist and gracefully stepped down from Xiao Ye's body. The crystalline believer slowly collapsed from Xiao Ye's embrace, dissolving into a shower of crystalline shards. 2 beams of white light then merged into Xiao Ye and September's bodies, and both their experience bars surged significantly. Though the crystalline devotee had become more troublesome, it granted double the experience points of ordinary crystalline beings. Xiao Ye and September exchanged a glance. This tactic works. The lure and kill plan begins. Chapter 106, The Root of All Evil. The Jade Marrow Demon Fetus. September's figure darted back and forth through the mine tunnels. One jade-green crystalline follower after another, trapped in the pits, was successfully lured to the mine's corner, only to be met by a savage kin, its body equally encrusted in jade-green crystals. The ambush tactic proceeded smoothly, and Xiao Ye noticed something. The jade-colored crystal followers in the pits possessed increasingly higher attributes the closer they were to the center. The outermost jade-clad crystalline beings were only level 75. But the deeper he ventured, the higher their levels became 78, 81. After slaying nearly 50 jade-colored crystalline followers, the jade-colored crystalline follower September lured over this time was already a staggering level 85.
Even though Xiao Ye used golden cicada shedding shell every half hour to transform into the most recently slain jade-colored crystalline follower and boost his own attributes, he still felt a slight suppression in his attributes when facing this particular crystalline follower. Jade-hued martyr. Level 85 high pollution sub-boss. HP 50,000. Talent traits: crystallized skin, emerald stone blade, emerald stone shield. Line after line of information appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Sure enough, this crystalline being's level had risen again, and even its name had changed. Jade Martyr. Its rank was clearly one tier higher than that of the Believer. When September successfully lured it into the mine shaft, the Emerald Martyr, one arm instantly materialized into a crystalline sword, while the other transformed into a crystalline shield. This is a first. Xiao Ye couldn't help but mutter inwardly, though he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. As someone who wielded a shield and sword as his weapons, he knew all too well how much a single additional shield could bolster his defenses. However, the experience gained from successfully executing the bait-and-kill tactic earlier, eliminating nearly 50 emerald-hued followers, had propelled Xiao Ye's level from 71 to 79. This level increase significantly boosted the attribute inheritance percentage when he activated Golden Cicada Shedding to transform into a crystalline being. Having replaced his phantom form with the latest Emerald Crystal Follower template, Xiao Ye could now also cast the skill to transform his arm into a crystalline greatsword. The crystalline greatsword formed from his right arm pierced precisely toward the Emerald Martyr's face. The crystalline greatsword formed from his right arm stabbed precisely toward the Jade Martyr's face. In an instant, a burst of jade-colored shards and dust erupted. The strike directly gouged a crack across the Jade Martyr's face. Xiao Ye instinctively prepared to strike again. But unexpectedly, the jade-colored martyr's movements were far quicker than those of the crystalline followers before. Its left hand instantly transforming into a crystalline shield to guard its face. It seemed this jade-colored martyr had not only gained vastly enhanced attributes, but also significantly improved combat awareness. He now executed a textbook defensive counterattack stance. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Xiao Ye, a master utterly familiar with shield and sword combat techniques. Xiao Ye swiftly raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick, striking the very center of the jade-colored martyr's raised crystal shield. Indeed, the most practical way to break through an opponent's shield defense is to deliver a direct, powerful kick. After all, the crystalline shield materialized from the Jade Martyr's left arm was not a massive shield meant to stand upright on the ground, but a small shield. Xiao Ye's sudden kick sent the entire body staggering, toppling backward unsteadily. In that instant, his guard was wide open. All of this unfolded precisely as Xiao Ye had anticipated. He immediately lunged forward, his right hand materializing a crystalline greatsword that struck again with blinding speed, targeting the unsteady Emerald Martyr. A crack began to spread across its face. September, watching from behind, seized the moment. Like a crimson storm, she charged forward, her dagger striking precisely at the crack. 4,136. 4,758. In an instant, several massive damage figures exploded. The jade-colored martyr frantically tried to shield its weak point. But with Xiao Ye assisting, it couldn't even protect its weak spot. Blade after blade sent it reeling, unable to stand steady. After another combined assault from the duo, the jade-clad martyr finally crashed to the ground, shattering into a swirl of jade-colored fragments that slowly dissipated. A stream of experience points flowed into their bodies. And Xiao Ye's level finally reached 80. A full day of relentless, high-intensity monster slaying had already left both of them feeling a hint of fatigue. But this weariness had been overshadowed by the thrill of the massive experience rewards until now. Xiao Ye immediately dispelled his Golden Cicada Shedding Shell status, flexing his stiff joints as he said, "That should be enough. If we drag this out until nightfall, the journey back will be troublesome." September nodded in agreement, though a hint of hesitation lingered on her face, as if she had something to say. "What's wrong?" Xiao Ye noticed the unusual expression on her face and inquired. But then, a mischievous gleam flashed in September's beautiful eyes as she replied, "Sunflower seeds. Actually, that last jade-colored martyr was the crystallized being from the final layer of that pit. Its position was only a few steps away from the very center. I was too busy luring the monsters earlier to get a good look. Want to see what's actually at the center, surrounded by those crystallized beings?" Xiao Ye's curiosity was instantly piqued by this. Truth be told, he'd long harbored suspicions about the eerie scene within the pit, the group of jade-colored crystalline beings performing what seemed like a ritual of worship. Were those crystallized beings performing some kind of ritual? These crystallized beings, who had once been workers in the jade mine during their lifetimes, not only became this bizarre form after death but also transformed into devotees, martyrs. It was truly bizarre. Xiao Ye and his companion quietly approached the end of the mine tunnel, peering into the pit from a distance. They saw that the crystalline beings, originally encircling the pit in several layers, had been nearly halved on the side closest to the mine entrance by their decoy tactic, leaving a massive gap that led straight to the center. "We might as well take a look." Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. September's class was a rogue, and her stealth skills allowed her to approach undetected. while Xiao Ye, possessing Tide Spirit Step, moved with comparable speed. Even if something unexpected happened, they should be able to escape in time.
Let's go! September's eyes lit up instantly.
A crimson glow flashed across her body as she slipped into stealth mode, leading the way down the mine shaft. Xiao Ye followed closely behind. Having just activated Tide Spirit Step, he momentarily struggled to adjust to this speed, far more agile than that of a crystalline being. Moving with stealthy precision, they crept step by step along the fissure toward the center. Along the way, the changing appearances of the kneeling crystalline worshippers once again confirmed Xiao Ye's assessment. The farther from the center, the higher the rank of the crystalline beings. The towering jade-colored martyr they had slain earlier belonged to the innermost circle. Only 5 jade-green martyrs existed in total. Now one was missing, all kneeling in a circle around the center. At that moment, Xiao Ye suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness pierce his very soul.
September?
Xiao Ye was about to speak up to warn her. But saw Yu's figure already appear at the very center, several steps away. She stood there, frozen, exclaiming in shock.
Xiao Ye, this looks like a fetus?
The words sent a chill like needles piercing his skin, sending a wave of dread through him. He hurried over to take a closer look and found September was indeed correct. At the very heart of the kneeling crystalline figures lay a crystal-clear piece of chalcedony, pure as a silkworm pupa, seemingly the most pristine substance in the world. It was tightly connected to the entire underground jade vein, like a source.
Within the chalcedony, a minuscule, unformed fetus was developing within.
Such an eerie, indescribable scene, even tinged with a hint of the divine,
left both of them utterly stunned in their tracks.
Nearly centuries had passed.
This vast jade vein buried deep underground had actually nurtured a fetus? What would hatch from this embryo? A monster? A human? Or a deity?
But Xiao Ye instinctively sensed that the hatching of this fetus within the jade marrow would not bode well. If the birth of a deity requires the lives of tens of thousands afflicted by a strange plague to welcome it,
then what difference is there between such a deity and a monster?
Xiao Ye instantly activated his illusion-piercing eye,
piercing through the translucent jade marrow,
only to suddenly glimpse within the fetus's abdomen something all too familiar.
A faintly pulsing jade-green flame. The jade marrow enveloping the fetus was translucent and fragile as glass. By slaying it, Xiao Ye could offer this emerald green flame as a sacrifice. A flame nurtured by such grand arrangements must be extraordinary.
As hesitation flashed through Xiao Ye's mind,
suddenly,
September beside him erupted into a violent coughing fit, even coughing up a mouthful of blood.
September's eyes widened in sudden terror,
slowly extending her blood-stained hand. And within the crimson blood on her hand, jade-green crystals began to crystallize.
Chapter 107, Sacrificing the Monstrous Womb. The Flawed Divine Essence finally. September. How are you?
Xiao Ye's heart clenched violently as he rushed forward to support September. Her face was deathly pale as she struggled to suppress her cough, fearing it might awaken the crystalline martyrs around them. Yet within the blood she coughed up, jade-green crystals identical to those found in the miners' corpses were clearly visible.
When exactly had September, who had activated the undead body, also contracted this strange illness? Yet why did he show no signs of it?
Xiao Ye's mind swiftly replayed their battle through the depths of the mineshaft. Suddenly, Xiao Ye seemed to grasp the answer. From the moment he stepped into this pit, he had sensed a chill here several times more intense than within the mine shaft. The closer one approached the fetus within the jade marrow at the center, the more severe the effects became. September had repeatedly ventured into this pit to lure monsters, and the impact had long surpassed the resistance of her undead body. Xiao Ye, however, remained unaffected because he spent most of his time transformed into a crystalline being. The golden cicada shedding shell allowed him to inherit all attributes and traits of his target during transformation, rendering him immune to most of the effects.
Let's go. I'll carry you out.
Xiao Ye instantly hoisted September onto his back.
With their formidable physical constitution as practitioners, as long as they escape this influence quickly, they should gradually recover. There's no time.
Yet September, carried on Xiao Ye's back, suddenly pointed weakly ahead with a despairing gaze and said,
"Shangguazi, you must go, you must survive."
Xiao Ye followed the direction of September's finger, only to see that the outermost crystalline followers had been stirred into action at some unknown moment. Rising one by one as shards of jade stone fell from their bodies. Some of the first crystalline beings to awaken slowly turned their heads toward Xiao Ye and September at the center, then began advancing toward them with heavy, deliberate steps. The situation changed dramatically in an instant. If these crystalline followers blocked the mine exit, it would be a dead end. September suddenly struggled free from Xiao Ye's embrace, her face hardening with stubborn resolve as she declared,
"Carry me, neither of us will survive. I'll stay here to draw their attention. You run. Hurry."
Xiao Ye stared at September's eyes in utter shock, but then saw September's weak, pale face suddenly smile at him, just like that day in the cramped cubicle at Red Moon Hair Salon. "Sunflower seeds, it was my stubborn insistence on descending into this mine shaft. You must go.
I don't blame you. You must live."
Xiao Ye snapped his head up, activating his piercing truth eyes to frantically scan the surroundings.
His mind raced. When they descended into this pit, they certainly hadn't awakened any crystal beings. And even if they had violated some taboo, any awakening would have started with the jade-colored martyrs nearby. So how had these outer crystalline followers been awakened? There were no signs of any formations beneath their feet, nor any traces of human intervention at all. Yet those outer crystalline devotees seemed deliberately encircling Xiao Ye and his companion, even attempting to block the mine exit. As if directed by someone. A bolt of lightning seemed to strike Xiao Ye's mind, and a thought suddenly dawned on him. "It's you, isn't it?" Xiao Ye whipped around, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on the fetus concealed within the jade marrow at the very center. If this fetus about to hatch within the jade marrow was the very culprit behind the entire jade mine's anomaly, then only it could command those crystalline worshippers kneeling in the outer circles. It was already too late to flee the mine with September now. The only way to swiftly eliminate the strange influence within this vein affecting September was to kill this jade marrow fetus. Sacrifice the jade green flame within its womb. Once the flame is sacrificed, any lingering influence in this world will vanish. In an instant, a cascade of consequences flashed through Xiao Ye's mind. With the death of this jade embryo, the eerie influence permeating the entire jade mine would vanish. And the cavern walls and machinery that had long since turned to jade might vanish as well. And with that, might this already riddled mine collapse entirely? One possible consequence after another flashed rapidly through Xiao Ye's mind. But gazing at the feeble yet stubborn face of September before him, only one thought remained in Xiao Ye's heart. He refused to let her die. So Xiao Ye equipped the imperial sword, gripped it with both hands, and aimed fiercely at the fetus within the jade marrow at the center. In that instant, the entire mine trembled. The jade-colored followers closing in from the periphery seemed to sense a wave of dread, charging toward Xiao Ye with even greater fury. The jade-colored martyrs beside him began to tremble one by one, as if rapidly awakening. Yet Xiao Ye, witnessing this scene, let out a cold smile. He knew he had made the right gamble. The fetus within the jade marrow was afraid. The imperial sword in his hand suddenly pierced through that layer of crystal-clear jade marrow, encountering almost no resistance as it pierced through the bizarre fetus. Then, a wisp of emerald-hued sacrificial flame flickered before Xiao Ye's eyes. Sacrificial flame. The ritual, performed countless times before, unfolded with practiced ease. That emerald-hued flame abruptly drifted along the tip of the imperial sword, dispersing into the air, transforming into specks of ash around Xiao Ye. A piercing, wretchedly resentful sound whistled past his ears, piercing his ears with a ringing buzz. Then, terrifying cracks rapidly erupted across the surrounding ground, while the ore above his head emitted a shrill tearing sound, teetering precariously, as one massive boulder after another crashed down. Xiao Ye's worst fears had come to pass. Without the jade support, the already corroded and riddled mine shaft finally collapsed. Before the entire section of the cave wall crashed down overhead, Xiao Ye swiftly scooped up September beside him and dashed into a massive recess ahead. The thunderous crash of the collapse buried everything, and the entire mine fell into darkness. Yet a familiar voice rang in Xiao Ye's ear. Sacrificial offering of the jade marrow demon fetus successful. Fragmented divine essence has gained a slight restoration. Chapter 108, Mine Collapse. Enclosed underground space. Everything before his eyes turned to darkness. Crashing sounds, collapsing noises, the shattering of massive boulders echoed relentlessly around Xiao Ye and his companion, stirring up a storm of dust and debris. September leaned against Xiao Ye's embrace and coughed again. Xiao Ye removed his black moon cloak and draped it over her as a curtain. The two were temporarily sheltered in a recess within the cave wall. In that split-second crisis, Xiao Ye had noticed this spot showed the least jadification. Once the strange jadification effect faded, it might hold out for a while longer. Yet the collapse of the mine exceeded Xiao Ye's expectations. The rumbling of collapsing rock echoed for hours before finally subsiding. Their current position must have been near the deepest part of the mine. The long-decayed structure of the mine had completely collapsed, with debris nearly burying everything. The air around them grew increasingly thin, though thankfully it hadn't been completely cut off. This indicated that some narrow gaps must still exist amidst the collapsed mine shaft, which was the only glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. The thunderous roar of the collapse had shaken September, already weakened beyond measure, into unconsciousness. The recess they found themselves in was extremely cramped. So cramped it reminded Xiao Ye of the cargo hold on the freighter he'd taken to Blackwater City. He couldn't even stand upright. Xiao Ye could only cradle the unconscious September in his arms. As the sounds of crumbling debris and sliding rocks gradually ceased, everything grew eerily quiet in the darkness. Xiao Ye's mind raced as he thought. He could already feel the bone-chilling cold seeping through his skin gradually dissipating, indicating that the strange influence in this place was also gradually dissipating. Given September's formidable physique as a professional, she should be able to slowly recover. It might take several days, but at least it wouldn't be fatal. The immediate problem facing Xiao Ye now was how to escape from this mine shaft, buried like a tomb. Complete darkness shrouded his vision, not even an outstretched hand could be seen.
Yet Xiao Ye dared not casually activate his ultrasonic detection again.
In structurally sound environments, ultrasonic waves could be used to freely survey the terrain for enemies. But now, in this precarious mine tunnel that had already collapsed once, Xiao Ye's ultrasonic detection could very well trigger another collapse. How could he possibly escape? Xiao Ye steadied his nerves, forcing himself to calm down. The air around him was thin, yet not suffocating for a professional. Both he and September's backpacks contained at least 5 or 6 days' worth of rations and water. So starvation or dehydration wouldn't threaten them in the short term. Xiao Ye removed the communicator from his gear and tapped it lightly, but there was no signal at all. These rich caverns naturally blocked signals. And the military communicator Nie Xiao Ye had given him, though it registered a faint signal, was utterly insufficient to send a distress message. However, this jade mine wasn't far from Blackwater City. So news of the entire mine suddenly collapsing should reach Blackwater City soon enough. By then, the scar-faced gang who knew he and September had come to this jade mine to level up would realize they hadn't returned. They would surely come searching for them. But even if they rushed to the jade mine, facing the collapsed site resembling a ruin, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. To escape, they would have to rely on themselves. After fully comprehending the desperate situation they now faced, Xiao Ye grew even more composed. His immediate priorities were preserving his stamina and maintaining a steady mindset. Otherwise, the claustrophobia alone could kill a person. Xiao Ye pulled a tube of glowworms from his backpack. By their faint light, he meticulously examined their current predicament. A massive chunk of ore had fallen from above, landing precisely beside a recessed area. It had created a small, relatively stable space. After cautiously surveying the surroundings, then smashed the tube of glowworms in his hand. The tiny luminous insects instantly scattered throughout the space, gradually drifting toward a nearby crevice. Xiao Ye crouched down, bringing his nose close to sniff. He could indeed detect a flow of air emanating from the crevice. Insect senses were the most acute. This crack must be where the airflow originated. To escape, this crevice was the only way forward. Having a direction was better than having none. Xiao Ye retrieved his tiger-striped battle shield from his backpack, wedging it securely beneath a massive ore block as a support and safeguard. After completing all this, exhaustion instantly washed over Xiao Ye. After a simple meal of dry rations and water, he leaned against the cave wall and slowly drifted off to sleep. When Xiao Ye opened his eyes, darkness still enveloped his vision. But according to the time displayed on his communicator, it was already the next morning. If Scar and the others had returned to the Nightingale Tavern, they would surely have noticed the two hadn't come back yesterday. News of the jade mine collapse would have reached Blackwater City by now. At the latest, Scar and the others would arrive here before tonight. But even if they made it here, finding the two buried deep underground would be no easy task in such a short time. With utter darkness surrounding them, Xiao Ye, who could no longer distinguish day from night, retrieved another tube of glowworms and placed it beside him, and began studying the tiny crack nearby where air was flowing. Xiao Ye possessed numerous skills, yet none were applicable in this situation. Any brute force action risked triggering a second collapse. Xiao Ye must carefully excavate along the crack while stabilizing this temporary refuge, seeking a path to the outside. Yet this method was bound to be arduous and yield meager results. September awoke late the following evening. After a full day and night of rest, a faint flush had returned to September's once deathly pale face. Her first reaction upon waking was a violent coughing fit, though she no longer coughed up blood. Under the dim glow of the firefly, September blinked obediently, looking at Xiao Ye, who was huddled close to her. She asked softly, "Sunflower seeds, where are we?" Xiao Ye gently lifted the tube of fireflies, shining its light on September's face as he studied her closely. September's cheeks flushed crimson under Xiao Ye's intense, close-up scrutiny. She murmured softly, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you feel?" Zhou Yui took a deep breath, followed by another coughing fit. She seemed slightly out of breath, yet remarked with surprise, cracking sunflower seeds? I feel so much better. That excruciating pain in my chest seems to have mostly faded." Xiao Ye instantly relaxed. Sure enough, once that bizarre jade-like influence was removed, September's formidable physique as a practitioner began its slow, self-healing process. But how did we end up here? Where is this place? Why is it so pitch black? Surveying the narrow, gloomy space around them, September asked curiously. Xiao Ye pondered for a moment before revealing the grim reality to her. The entire jade mine collapsed. We're now trapped deep within the cavern. The good news is there's still some thin oxygen here, and both our backpacks have some dry rations and water left. The bad news is that it'll only last us 4 or 5 days. To get out, we'll have to dig our way through. But any significant movement could trigger another collapse. September's small face slowly shifted from joy to sorrow. She then summed it up in a single, hollow sentence. "So, we're buried alive, huh?" Xiao Ye. Chapter 109, Epic Tier Entry. Liquid Crystal Realm. After September awoke,
Their posture shifted from September leaning against Xiao Ye's embrace to sitting back to back in a cross-legged position.
Woo woo. Sunflower seeds. Who'd have thought this lady would end up dying here with you? Xiao Ye was momentarily speechless, choosing instead to ignore her. Instead focusing on propping up the narrow crevice with nearby rocks to prevent collapse during excavation. Unexpectedly, within this gloomy recess, September seemed to have found her voice, murmuring incessantly from the side. Facing death with no one to bury me, not even a coffin. Third mother always said, when a person dies, they must have a good coffin. Only then can they be reborn into a good life in the next world. Sigh, I wonder if the feng shui here is any good? Xiao Ye couldn't help but interject. With the Blackwater City River at its back and a natural jade vein nearby, the feng shui here isn't bad at all. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yue perked up instantly, turning her head to ask. Ha? Greenhorn, you know about this stuff? Xiao Ye shook his head and shot him a look. Just making stuff up. With all this energy around, you might even turn into a zombie after you die. September shuddered violently, baring his teeth and grimacing. I don't want to turn into one of those crystallized monsters. Raw peanut, if I die first, you have to bury me. Xiao Ye looked at her helplessly. This place is tiny. How exactly am I supposed to collect your body? Can't you think of something better? Like how we're going to get out of here? September stuck out her tongue, tilting her head as she looked at Xiao Ye and said. I'm just preparing myself mentally, you know? But seriously, is it the lighting? Or am I seeing things? Sunflower seeds, why has your hand turned jade green? September's sudden remark made Xiao Ye's heart skip a beat. He abruptly looked down. Under the dim glow of the light-emitting insects, the hands propping up the crevice were tinged with an eerie jade hue. Exactly like that jadeite-like fetus. Xiao Ye's heart sank. Could the strange influence beneath this mine shaft still linger? Yet he could no longer sense that eerie chill, and September's body was visibly recovering. Was it the light from the illuminating insects? Xiao Ye swiftly extended a finger, activating fossil bone poison flame. A wisp of ghostly fire ignited upon his fingertip. The flame's light illuminated the entire underground recess. Xiao Ye saw it clearly. It was definitely not the light. Instead, his own hands had somehow turned that eerie jade green. Whoa! September behind him couldn't help but gasp in shock. Xiao Ye, what's going on? Xiao Ye flexed his fingers lightly, feeling no stiffness or discomfort whatsoever. Nor did his body feel any different. Why was this happening? Suddenly, September pointed a finger at the crevice Xiao Ye had just touched and exclaimed. Shang Guazi! Look, the spot you touched has turned jade green too. Xiao Ye extended his flame-lit finger to inspect. The fragments of rock he'd touched, along with that crack, had somehow taken on a jade green hue. Could the jadification power of that jade-marrowed monstrosity have transferred to him? A thought that startled even himself flashed through Xiao Ye's mind. Yet despite this extraordinary occurrence, Xiao Ye himself remained surprisingly unflustered. After all, acquiring monster ability traits was something he'd done countless times in recent days. Could it be that during the sacrifice of the jade marrow strange embryo, he had gained a talent attribute? Xiao Ye hurriedly opened his attribute panel. After the mine collapsed, though he heard the notification that the sacrificial flame had succeeded. He'd been too preoccupied to check it, instead clutching September as he hid in the recess. The moment Xiao Ye opened his attribute panel, there in the talent section, a new jade green entry lay quietly waiting. Liquid Jade Realm. Tier, Epic. Description, a mystical jade embryo forged from the essence of subterranean jade veins and nurtured by the purest Yin energy. Innately possesses the ability to crystallize all surrounding life forms into jade. Effect, upon activation, the host transforms their body into a glass-like state and jadifies objects within a certain radius, forming an impenetrable glass realm. During this duration, the host gains complete immunity to all damage. Additional effect, the host may touch nearby living or non-living entities to jadify them, pulling them into the jade realm where they share the host's damage immunity. The more targets jadified, the shorter the duration of the jade realm's immunity. Additional effect, current maximum range, 10 meters radius. Scalable with host's power progression. An epic tier talent. Xiao Ye's heart surged with ecstasy in an instant. This was his first true epic tier attribute, surpassing even SSS tier. Though only one tier separates epic from SSS, everyone knew they belonged to entirely different realms. Only those talent skills powerful enough to be etched into human history deserved the title of epic. And any single epic skill far surpasses 10 SSS tier skills combined. And now, this jade green entry lay within Xiao Ye's talent panel. Liquid Crystal Realm. Upon activation, it grants immunity to all damage for its duration. It can even pull nearby allies and inanimate objects into the invincible state of the glass realm. A true trump card that transcends combat power disparities. Even when facing practitioners far beyond one's current level, it can completely withstand any of their ultimate moves. This is the sheer power of an epic tier skill. More importantly, this skill finally gave Xiao Ye and his companion, trapped deep within the mine shaft, a way to break free and survive. Sunflower seeds, what are you grinning like an idiot for? September, watching Xiao Ye's dazed smile, couldn't help but frown.
Then, as she opened her own attribute panel, she suddenly gasped in surprise.
Ha! How did I level up to 87?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye glanced at his own level and discovered he had somehow reached level 90.
So that's how it is. Xiao Ye instantly understood. Before the accident in the pitfall,
both had reached level 80 after using a lure and kill tactic against the crystal believers.
Unexpectedly, slaying this jade marrow monstrosity had granted them a tsunami-like surge of experience.
September jumped up 7 levels in one go. While Xiao Ye, having personally delivered the finishing blow to the jade marrow spawn, gained even more experience points, his level skyrocketing straight to 90.
Not only that, Xiao Ye's mind instantly recalled the earlier prompt he'd heard. Incomplete divine essence, minor fragment acquired.
Glancing down, he saw the Soul Crimson special entry in his talent panel, incomplete divine essence. Had somehow gained a thread of dazzling, gilded gold.
Chapter 110, Escape to Freedom. Clearing the fog to see the light. A fragmentary divine essence has gained a slight restoration? What exactly did this notification mean? As the divine essence gradually restored its wholeness, what changes would this bring to him? But soon, Xiao Ye was stunned to discover the changes within himself. He suddenly realized that every single attribute on his entire stats panel had skyrocketed.
These gains weren't from leveling up to 90, they'd appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Ye seemed to grasp something suddenly. The subtle completion of his incomplete godhood had actually boosted his entire class strength. In other words, Xiao Ye's class, the Divine Forsaken, had grown stronger. The gap between different tier classes primarily manifested in their respective attribute growth potential. For instance, Xiao Ye's initial class, the G God Forsaken, was merely a blank slate class inferior even to D tier professions. If the lowest class rating were D tier, Xiao Ye wouldn't even qualify as D tier. Thus, aside from the 5 free attribute points gained per level, his other stats saw virtually no growth. In stark contrast, S-tier class holders possess far superior attribute growth potential compared to other classes. S-rank professionals not only gain free attribute points per level up, but all attributes experience substantial growth. The growth in their class-specific specialization attributes could even reach dozens of points per level. For example, agility for assassin and rogue type classes. Mages gain substantial increases in their corresponding spirit stat. And strength and constitution for warrior and tank classes. This is precisely why the power gap between S-tier practitioners and those of other tiers widens dramatically with each level gain. But now, with the incomplete godhood restored, Xiao Ye's class, the God Rejected, is no longer that blank slate with 0 growth attributes. Thus, the instant he sacrificed the Jade Marrow Demon Embryo, all the attribute growths missing from Xiao Ye's level 90 were fully restored. Xiao Ye. Class, Godforsaken. Level, 90. HP, 17,540 MP, 5,430. Attack, 4781 Defense, 4310. Constitution, 855 Strength, 915. Agility, 961 Spirit, 631. Initial talent, Fragmented Divinity. Talent entries, Lapis Lazuli Realm Epic Tier, Piercing Illusion Eyes SSS Tier, Bone Piercing Poison Flame SS Tier. Skills, Tide Summoning Spirit Step S Tier, Substitute Mirror Image SS Tier, Spirit Link S Tier, Thermite Self-Destruction S Tier. Xiao Ye estimated his current class strength had surpassed at least A Tier. And was even approaching S rank. Merely a slight enhancement to this incomplete divine essence had yielded such terrifying advancement in class strength. Surpassing S rank, or even reaching SSS rank, was only a matter of time. Yet this minuscule repair came only after enduring immense hardship and sacrificing the deadly Jade Marrow Demon Embryo. How would Xiao Ye now seek the path to complete the divine essence? A figure instantly flashed through Xiao Ye's mind. Surely his fellow divine forsaken predecessor must know something. Xiao Ye's level had now reached 90, not far from the 100 level second transformation. He should soon be reunited with him at the job change ceremony. But would he finally meet the elder in person this time, or would it just be another letter left behind? Sunflower seeds, what are you grinning about now? September's eyes narrowed in exasperation. Even if we hit level 100, if we can't get out, won't we both just suffocate in here? September's words snapped Xiao Ye out of his reverie. Xiao Ye composed himself, then curved his lips into a smile directed at September. I'm smiling because I figured out a way out. September straightened abruptly, her eyes lighting up as she asked. Really? What is it? Xiao Ye said nothing, instead pressing his hand directly onto the narrow crevice within the recessed groove. Liquid Jade Realm activated instantly. In an instant, the area where Xiao Ye's fingers touched transformed entirely into jade-colored mineral ore. Crystal clear, yet unbreakable. Shangguazi, you, how did you learn this technique? September hurriedly placed her hand on Xiao Ye's forehead. You haven't caught that strange illness too, have you? Xiao Ye shook his head and replied. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll explain the details later when we have the chance. September froze in place. She wasn't a fool. And her sharp mind was no less astute than Hong San Yang's. Before she had fainted in that pit, she had seen with her own eyes how Xiao Ye, to save her, had stabbed the jade marrow demonic embryo with a sword. The influence of that jade marrow demon embryo must have somehow transferred onto Xiao Ye. A complex wave of emotions surged through September's heart. A mix of heartache, guilt, and deep emotion, yet also an indescribable feeling. What young girl doesn't dream of romance? And that was precisely the age Linglong was now. Sunflower seeds. September suddenly turned her head, murmuring to herself. Xiao Ye, absorbed in casting the glass realm, failed to notice September's emotional shift. He only felt his hands grow as cold as icebergs. And wherever they touched, they are instantly transformed into jade. He was rapidly figuring out how to precisely control this glass realm. The talent panel's description of the glass realm was highly detailed. The larger the living beings and area drawn into the glass state, the shorter the duration of the vitrification. Conversely, if Xiao Ye could minimize the area affected by the glaze transformation, he could prolong its duration. Xiao Ye raised both hands and slowly traced the edges of the crack, which seemed to carry a current of air, gradually transforming the waist-high mineral deposits surrounding the crack into jade-like solidity. If he could transform the surrounding stone walls, which served as supports, into indestructible jade, then breaking the fissure would not trigger a collapse. Xiao Ye's gaze swept over the jade-reinforced stone wall before him once more. Then he equipped the imperial sword bestowed by the sovereign, gently inserting it into the crack where air flowed. He carefully wiggled it back and forth. Fragments began to fall in a shower. Yet since the surrounding supporting walls had all been jade-hardened, it indeed caused no overall collapse. Watching this unfold from behind, September's eyes lit up as she grasped Xiao Ye's thoughtful strategy. "Let me help you." September promptly drew her golden dagger, inserting it into the same crevice and digging with utmost care. A crack was slowly chiseled open, forming a hole. Xiao Ye peered through with his light-emitting insect in hand. Sure enough, ahead lay a series of crevices formed by massive boulders stacked upon one another. Air was flowing in through these very crevices. Xiao Ye immediately crouched down and crawled inside. September followed slowly behind, taking the opportunity to block the original crack with some stones. This was to prevent another collapse should the glaze coating fail. The path ahead remained shrouded in darkness. Some gaps between the boulders were wide enough for a person to crawl through, while others were too narrow to allow passage. Only after using the jade realm to transform the surrounding supports into jade once more could he chisel out a passage one by one. Driven by the instinct to survive, Xiao Ye and September tirelessly carved through mountains and chiseled through rocks along their path. Whenever they found a relatively spacious, stable spot large enough to hold their bodies, they would pause and use it as a resting station. After 3 full days and nights of this relentless toil, as Xiao Ye used the imperial sword in his hand to chisel through another massive boulder, a faint, ethereal moonbeam suddenly shone directly upon their faces. In that instant, both Xiao Ye and September instinctively squinted, reaching out as if to touch the ethereal, formless moonlight. Sunflower seeds were finally out. September's voice cracked with emotion. Xiao Ye gave a slight nod, saying nothing, but was suddenly embraced tightly by September, who pressed her cheek against his neck. Marching fearlessly through the tiger's den, parting the clouds to see the light. Chapter 111, Moonlit Night. Ghouls. Temporary camp. Splitting the final collapsed boulder blocking their path, a rush of fresh air finally washed over them. Emerging from the collapsed ruins, Xiao Ye and the others realized just how massive a disturbance they had caused. The entire jade quarry once built within these mountains, along with half the surrounding hillside, had collapsed into a colossal sinkhole. Ruins and debris swirled together like a vortex, completely engulfing the already battered underground mine. A perfectly round moon hung high in the sky, even fuller than the one Xiao Ye and his companion had seen on the cargo ship deck the night they arrived in Blackwater City. They had been trapped beneath this mine shaft for 3 or 4 days now. Whether Scarface and his crew had come searching for them remained unknown. But they had finally escaped. Dust and grime smudged Joyua's face, yet the uncontrollable smile spreading across his features looked strangely beautiful in the moonlight. Xiao Ye. September called out Xiao Ye's name with a smile. Xiao Ye turned and asked, "What is it?" September simply smiled sweetly, "Nothing, just wanted to call your name, hee." Meanwhile, Xiao Ye was studying the surrounding landscape to determine their current location. They should be on the eastern side of the jade mine. But since the entire jade mine had collapsed into a massive pit, the abandoned roads that once remained were naturally long gone. Returning to Blackwater City would require a long detour through wilderness paths. After a quick assessment of their direction, Xiao Ye pointed westward and said, "If we go around that mountain, it should be about 20 kilometers back to Blackwater City." Joyua nodded obediently and said, "That's great." But a trace of worry flashed across Xiao Ye's face once more. His expression darkened as he said, "But there's still one problem." Seeing his expression, September froze and asked, "What is it?" Xiao Ye turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the pitch-black wilderness trail. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It's nighttime now, and we're currently in a high-pollution zone with extreme danger." Only then did September grasp the gravity of the situation. High pollution zones were far more dangerous at night than during the day.
Though they weren't too far from Blackwater City now, this stretch of night road would be anything but easy.
At night, high pollution zones spawn more high-risk monsters, and even lord-level bosses venturing out to hunt.
If they encountered even one of these, the two exhausted travelers might not even have the strength to flee. What do we do?
September sucked in a sharp breath, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the ruins at their feet.
What if we hide back inside and wait until daylight? Xiao Ye shook his head solemnly. No. These ruins could collapse again at any moment.
Besides, the commotion we just made has probably drawn the attention of the monsters roaming nearby.
At that very moment,
as if responding to Xiao Ye's words, a series of faint, scattered sounds suddenly echoed from the nearby wild woods. Eyes glowing like ghostly flames darted swiftly through the darkness.
Oh no!
Xiao Ye's face paled at the sight.
He grabbed September's hand and dragged her away in the opposite direction.
At the same time, September also keenly sensed the figures lurking within the wild woods. She had never seen Xiao Ye so panicked before, and her own nerves instantly tightened. As they fled, she demanded, "Xiao Ye, what exactly are those?" Without looking back, Xiao Ye uttered a single word. Ghouls. In an instant, September's expression changed dramatically. Ghouls, elite monsters of the high pollution tier, exceeding level 100. Nocturnal creatures that hunt in packs, possessing an intense predatory drive toward all life forms. Their movements are swift and deadly, leaving a trail of carnage wherever they go. For human adventurers, it ranks among the most dangerous monsters. Xiao Ye's mind instantly flashed with intelligence on this creature. On the detailed map Red Third Sister had given him, Xiao Ye had previously noted areas around Blackwater City marked as high pollution zones with dangerous ghoul activity zones. But none had been marked near this jade mine. Why would ghouls come here? So close to a human city-state. Could they have been drawn by the commotion at the jade quarry? But Xiao Ye had no time to ponder the reasons now. Once ghouls locked onto prey, they would swiftly encircle and slaughter it through coordinated teamwork. Xiao Ye and his companion must escape to a location sufficiently close to Blackwater City before the ghouls marked them as prey, and the creatures dared not venture too near human settlements. Their figures darted swiftly through the wild woods. While behind them, one crimson ghostly flame after another followed closely, seeming to test their limits yet also to trail them. Blackwater City was still too far away. It was barely midnight, with an entire night remaining before dawn. Out of the ruins, and into the jaws of the beast. Just as Xiao Ye was on the verge of despair, preparing to turn back and fight to the death, he suddenly spotted flickering campfire lights on the distant mountain peaks. There seems to be a temporary camp of human adventurers up ahead. Xiao Ye exclaimed with sudden joy. Sometimes, powerful human adventurer squads undertaking bounty missions in the wilderness, unable to return to the main city in time, would set up a temporary camp in a suitable nearby location. They would light bonfires to guide other adventurers who hadn't made it back to the main city in time. Bonfires meant people were in the camp. And likely quite a few adventurers. Xiao Ye instantly tensed his nerves. The tide summoning spirit step and black moon techniques activated abruptly on his body, causing his movement speed to surge dramatically. September, whose body had already recovered more than half its strength, likewise demonstrated the high agility befitting a rogue class. And the two swiftly fled toward the makeshift camp. The flickering bonfires grew ever closer before their eyes, while the rustling sounds and flickering ghostly flames trailing behind them gradually faded away. The ghouls retreated, clearly still unwilling to confront a group of human adventurers head-on. They found a makeshift camp built around an abandoned church, with defensive lines formed by piled stone walls and fences, with blazing bonfires lit at each of the camp's four corners. The camp was bustling with activity, likely housing at least 24 adventurers. A professional archer guarding the camp entrance keenly spotted Xiao Ye and September approaching, and immediately fired an illumination arrow from afar, lighting up Xiao Ye and September's surroundings. "Who goes there?" the sentry archer bellowed. Xiao Ye shouted back in response. "We're adventurers from Blackwater City. We got lost in the wild woods and didn't make it back in time." The archer turned away, exchanged words with the adventurers in the camp, then beckoned to Xiao Ye and September from afar, barking, "Come in. Hurry up." Chapter 112, Where One Least Expects It. Xiao Ye and September hurried into the makeshift camp. Whereupon the archer who had been standing watch atop the platform nimbly leapt down. He opened a makeshift defensive gate covered in iron thorns from within the camp. Approaching closer, they saw the archer was a rather lean man. Yet the marks left by animal claws on his gear proved he was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran of the wilderness. The longbow in his hands was clearly a fine weapon. The lean man waved urgently at Xiao Ye and his companion. "Hurry! This area won't be peaceful tonight." Just as Xiao Ye and September were about to step into the makeshift camp, when suddenly a burly man blocked their path at the entrance. Bald-headed, broad-shouldered, and thick-waisted, his face was a mass of jowls. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up Xiao Ye and September with a fierce gaze before barking, "Hold on." The bald man then turned his head to glare fiercely at the gaunt man beside him, snapping, "Why are you letting just anyone in?
There's no room for so many people in the camp. Xiao Ye noticed the two men wore uniforms of different styles, suggesting they likely weren't part of the same group. Sure enough, the gaunt man showed no leniency, frowning as he retorted immediately. Why shouldn't they come in? This temporary camp has always been open to all human practitioners. That's been the rule since time immemorial. Besides, is it really up to you to decide whether this camp can accommodate them?
The bald man's face instantly darkened with menace as he glared fiercely at the lean man. Yet, he seemed somewhat intimidated by the bow and arrows in the other's hands. He turned away, spat viciously on the ground, and muttered under his breath.
Damn it, what a crappy rule. Xiao Ye didn't even glance at him, instead pulling September into the temporary camp. He addressed the gaunt man with a simple, "Thanks." The gaunt man waved it off, glancing at the dust-covered Xiao Ye in September before saying, "No big deal. Come on in. Find a place to rest. It'll be safe once dawn breaks." He then returned to the elevated platform, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the wild woods surrounding the camp. Xiao Ye scanned the makeshift camp. Noticing that this modest camp housed over 20 people. Two groups wore identical uniforms. One faction, like the gaunt man, bore a flowing floral shield emblem embroidered on their chest garments. They likely belonged to the same guild. Some patrolled the camp's periphery while others tended a fire, simmering soup. The other group wore uniforms identical to the bald man's, their sleeves bearing the emblem of a black venomous snake. They had completely taken over the only room in the abandoned church that still had a roof intact. Many of them glared at the newcomers, Xiao Ye and September, with hostile eyes. The bald man, in particular, stared at Xiao Ye with such intensity he didn't even bother to hide it. Muttering curses under his breath, Xiao Ye immediately activated his insightful gaze. Revealing the bald man was a level 95 berserker. His companions occupying the church were mostly combat classes, their levels clustered between 90 and 80. The other group, the companions of the gaunt man, were lower leveled. Many were between levels 50 and 60, with only the gaunt man himself being a level 108 archer. The lean man's group appeared to be a mix of combat and support classes, likely a group of merchants. Xiao Ye and September found a spot near the campfire on the outskirts of the temporary encampment, keeping their distance from the bald man's group. The two sat cross-legged around the fire. Xiao Ye retrieved some portable cooking gear, poured the remaining water from his backpack into it, and added some dried meat. Using the campfire, he cooked up a simple bowl of soup. After being buried for 3 or 4 days in the ruins deep within that mine shaft, this bowl of hot soup felt better than anything else to Xiao Ye in September. September downed his bowl in one gulp, wiped his mouth ungracefully with his sleeve, and gave Xiao Ye a satisfied thumbs up. Not bad. Raw sunflower seeds, I didn't know you had this up your sleeve? Xiao Ye curled his lip inwardly, thinking this girl truly hadn't tasted anything decent before. Meanwhile, the gaunt man from earlier seemed to have been relieved by his comrades. He approached his group, exchanged a few words. Then slowly approached Xiao Ye and his companion, initiating conversation. Are you both unharmed? My group has a healer. If you need it, she can check you over. Xiao Ye shook his head and replied. No, thank you for your help earlier. The lean man smiled and replied, it was nothing. Trivial matters. This temporary camp was left behind by those who came before us. We merely arrived here before you. Any professional who couldn't make it back to the main city in time has the right to seek refuge here. My name is Yufeng. I'm the leader of this caravan. The lean man promptly introduced himself. Xiao Ye responded frankly. My name is Xiao Ye. We're adventurers from Blackwater City who came here to level up. Yufeng glanced at the two of them, covered in dust and looking rather bedraggled, and chuckled. I see. But for two of your age to dare level up near Blackwater City, that takes some guts. Next time, remember to get back to the city before nightfall. These makeshift camps out in the wild aren't exactly foolproof. As he spoke, Yufeng shot a discreet glance toward the bald man and his group occupying the church. Lowering his voice, he added, keep an eye on that group. I've been trading around Blackwater City for 7 or 8 years, and I've never seen these faces before. Xiao Ye nodded in understanding. After delivering his warning, Yufeng rejoined their group. Xiao Ye's gaze, however, quietly assessed the bald-headed man's group who were brazenly occupying the church. The black viper emblem on their sleeves was one Xiao Ye was certain he'd never seen in Shangjing City, likely marking an out-of-town faction. Xiao Ye's gaze swept deliberately around the abandoned church. His eyes suddenly sharpening. Landing on a haystack exposed outside the church. It was a tightly packed haystack. Though the bald-headed man's crew lay sprawled haphazardly, each of them seemed to be guarding that haystack, whether intentionally or not. Xiao Ye, what's wrong? September noticed the change in Xiao Ye's expression and feigned nonchalance as he leaned closer to ask in a low voice. Xiao Ye lowered his voice and said, September, do you recall the mission Scarface and Flowerface were assigned when they came to Blackwater City? September froze for a moment before whispering. You mean the batch of potions Uncle Chin lost? Xiao Ye discreetly signaled to September with his eyes. September followed his gaze. And saw a corner of the haystack guarded by the bald man's crew in the abandoned chapel.
revealed a sliver of metallic sheen. A layer of frost clung to its surface, seeming to be some sort of portable cryogenic storage unit.
Chapter 113, 10-1. A covert maneuver.
September's eyes flickered, widening slightly in surprise. Then promptly turned away as if nothing had happened, whispering to Xiao Ye.
You mean the batch of potions Uncle Qin lost there right here? Xiao Ye nodded. Just a guess.
Though Xiao Ye didn't know exactly what kind of potions Uncle Qin had lost, it was clear that only high-grade, specialized potions would require storage in a low-temperature environment. If they were just ordinary potions, Uncle Qin wouldn't have sent Scarface and his crew through all this trouble to retrieve them. Xiao Ye then glanced sideways at the group of bald men occupying the church and remarked, "Look at those guys, their clothes are covered in dust.
Cooking utensils and sleeping mats are scattered everywhere.
The campfire and grime on the ground show they've been in this makeshift camp for more than a day or two. That bald man earlier didn't want us to come in precisely because he feared too many eyes would be a nuisance."
What kind of people would stay in this makeshift camp for days on end, yet refuse to return to Blackwater City, which isn't far away? Zhou Yue's expression darkened as he murmured. If what you say is true, then it's almost certainly them.
No wonder Scarface and the others searched Blackwater City for days with nothing to show for it.
Who would have thought they'd hide this batch of potions in a makeshift camp outside the city?
September tapped her communicator lightly. Whether it was because they'd caused the entire jade mine to collapse or not, the surrounding signals had vanished completely, and the communicator still wouldn't function properly.
Looks like we'll have to wait until daylight.
Xiao Ye glanced up at the night sky and said,
"Whether the stuff hidden in the haystacks by that bald guy's crew was the missing batch of medicine or not?"
As long as they could wait until dawn, the two would return to Blackwater City and inform Scar and the others, who would then investigate.
Yet Xiao Ye couldn't shake a lingering worry.
Once daylight came, it might not be so easy for them and the merchants to slip away from the camp. If Uncle Qin's lost batch of medicine truly was in their possession, then to prevent the news from leaking out, they wouldn't hesitate to silence witnesses by force.
If they were going to act, it would be at the crack of dawn.
The bald man's crew feared only Yufeng, the leader of the other group. Most of the others were non-combatant support roles. In contrast, the bald man's group consisted entirely of combat-focused professions,
holding an overwhelming numerical advantage. Should a fight break out, Yufeng's group would likely suffer heavy losses. September, when dawn approaches, you must leave the camp ahead of time and return to Blackwater City.
Xiao Ye suddenly spoke up. His gaze swept around the perimeter walls of the makeshift camp,
noticing a gap in the fence near them just large enough for September's slender frame to slip through.
Upon hearing this, September furrowed her brow.
What do you mean?
Her sharp mind instantly grasped Xiao Ye's concern, and she whispered,
"You're afraid they might attack us?" Xiao Ye nodded.
"Better safe than sorry. At first light, you must return to Blackwater City and inform Scar and the others of the situation here."
Zhou Yue stubbornly shook her head and said, "No way. If we leave together. Leaving you here alone would be even more dangerous."
Xiao Ye shook his head.
"Don't worry. Those men fear leaks. As long as I don't leave this temporary camp, they won't openly confront me. Besides, someone has to stay behind and keep an eye on them."
September's eyes flickered with worry again as she hesitated.
"But,"
Xiao Ye cut her off, saying, "and the fact that these people managed to snatch that shipment from Uncle Qin means they have outside support. If they wait for reinforcements to arrive and move the goods beforehand, we'll be in trouble."
September knew he was right.
She could only bite her lip and nod.
"All right." For the rest of the night,
Xiao Ye and September took turns standing guard, leaning against each other to rest, seizing every moment to recover their nerves and bodies strained for days.
As dawn approached,
Xiao Ye silently signaled to September, then pulled a blanket from his backpack and draped it over her.
In an instant, September's form abruptly entered stealth mode,
while beneath the blanket lay several ordinary pieces of equipment arranged in a human shape, resembling someone curled up in rest.
After completing this,
Xiao Ye stretched lazily, oblivious to his surroundings, using his own body to shield the human-shaped form behind him.
This created the illusion that September was still sleeping beneath the blanket.
Meanwhile, September had already slipped away through the gap above the fence.
As the sky began to lighten, Xiao Ye noticed the bald man and his group not only glancing this way intentionally or unintentionally,
seemingly satisfied that both individuals remained obediently within the camp. Their gaze then shifted toward Yufeng's group. Would they be the first to strike? A flicker of tension crept into Xiao Ye's heart. Just then, the bald man emerged from the church, his eyes fixed on Yufeng with a vicious glare.
He whistled defiantly.
Yufeng merely turned his head to give him a cold glance before ignoring him entirely. He continued wiping his bow and arrows, waiting quietly for dawn to break. They were a group of merchants who would leave this temporary camp at daybreak. Yufeng had no desire to clash with the bald man's crew. Yet to his surprise, the bald man strode straight toward him, blatantly trampling the rugs spread by the merchants along the way and casually kicking over some cooking equipment set up for meals.
"Hey! You with the bow and arrows?"
A savage grin spread across the bald man's face as he taunted.
Weren't you acting all tough last night? If it weren't for the fact that an archer might still be useful at night, I'd have chopped you up already. Such blatant provocation caused Yu Feng's expression to darken. Though he could usually keep his cool, losing face in front of his own men was something no leader wanted. What do you think you're doing? Yu Feng glared at him coldly. The bald man grinned, revealing 2 rows of ghastly white teeth, and replied, "Nothing much. Just curious what cargo you're hauling. Let us guys get a look too." The bald man's gaze shifted to the cargo boxes beside the street vendors, his eyes gleaming with undisguised greed. Seeing this, Xiao Ye couldn't help but frown. Last night, this bald man had shown considerable caution toward Yu Feng. So what gave him the nerve to act so brazenly at first light? Unless their reinforcements were already on their way. Sure enough, as daylight gradually illuminated the surroundings, shadows began to appear in clusters along the abandoned highway leading to Blackwater City outside the makeshift camp. Rushing straight toward the makeshift camp. Chapter 114, Bloodbath at the Camp. Infiltrate their ranks. Yu Feng, the merchant leader, also sensed something amiss. His expression turned icy as he drew his bow and knocked an arrow, glaring at the bald man and snarled. "We're all adventurers seeking refuge in this temporary camp. Come dawn, we'll each go our separate ways. You wouldn't dare take advantage of the chaos, would you?" Yu Feng's actions instantly put the entire merchant caravan on high alert, hurriedly rousing their sleeping companions as each drew their weapons. Yet this display did nothing to intimidate the bald man. He grinned savagely. "Robbery? I'm not just taking your goods today, I'm taking your lives. Blame yourselves for having the guts to barge into this makeshift camp last night. Hell has no gates, yet you insisted on barging right in. Guys, let's move." At the bald man's command, combat class professionals armed with weapons surged out of the church one after another. It seemed they had planned this all last night, ready to strike at first light. Yu Feng's expression grew increasingly grim as he declared, "In a temporary camp, we mind our own business. You're breaking Blackwater City's rules. You'll be cursed by heaven." The bald man, however, seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. He bared his teeth and sneered. "What crappy rules? The sky's the limit, but I'm the limit. Attack!" Yu Feng suddenly drew his bow and released a volley of arrows. A row of meteor arrows landed before the bald man. The piercing arrows instantly carved rows of gouges into the ground. "Who dares to stop me?" Yu Feng knew he was practically the only combatant among this group of merchants, but having roamed the martial world for years, he felt no fear whatsoever. The bald man stared at the precise volley before him, a flicker of apprehension returning to his eyes. His expression hardened as he abruptly drew a massive broadsword, slicing through the arrows before him. He declared, "You're ruthless. But I'll see how many you can protect." In an instant, the two groups clashed. Meanwhile, a berserker wielding a hammer charged toward Xiao Ye with murderous intent in his eyes. His sallow face betrayed a hardened veteran of the battlefield. He snarled at Xiao Ye. "You little brat, you're the first one I'm taking down today." Seeing this, Yu Feng urgently warned Xiao Ye. "Young man, you too, come over here quickly. These men are a pack of wolves." Even now, Yu Feng still sought to protect both Xiao Ye and the other youth, truly a man of chivalry. But Xiao Ye remained motionless. Any movement would reveal that September had already escaped. His piercing gaze activated instantly, revealing that the berserker charging toward him was the same level as himself, exactly 90. Perfect for using him as a test subject. Within the makeshift camp, a chaotic battle was about to erupt. Yu Feng had no time to spare for Xiao Ye. Life and death were predestined, he could only protect his own comrades. His bow drew taut, and the fierce arrows sent shivers down the spines of every bald man's henchman. Veteran members of the merchant caravan swiftly drew their weapons, forming a defensive line. And under the control of Yu Feng's arrows, the situation was temporarily stabilized. A volley of arrows struck the bald leader, who scrambled to block in vain, his body erupting with massive damage numbers. The bald man gritted his teeth, swinging his blade fiercely at a nearby merchant with a life-sustaining profession. Growling low, "Damn it! All useless trash! Slash them to death!" His men deliberately avoided Ye Feng, charging instead at the merchant vendors. Blades knew no mercy, blood flowing like a river. "You bastards! Come at me if you've got the guts!" Yu Feng's eyes blazed with fury. A volley of arrows struck one of the bald man's henchmen. Massive damage numbers instantly obliterated the man's health bar. Yet Yu Feng could no longer control the situation. Only the merchants closest to him managed to form a makeshift defensive line with whatever weapons they could find. Many of his companions too far away had already fallen victim to the bald man and his men's blades, while the rest were held captive, knives pressed against their necks. "You damned traitors!" Yu Feng's eyes blazed crimson with murderous intent, resolved to fight to the death. Yet the sound of approaching footsteps outside the makeshift camp brought even deeper despair. A group of operatives clad in uniforms identical to the bald man's, their sleeves emblazoned with a black venomous snake, charged toward the makeshift camp. The moment they entered the camp gates, they immediately swung their blades at the merchants without a word. Only then did Feng realize these men weren't after their goods at all, they were here to kill and silence witnesses. Caught between two fires, the merchants, mostly life-oriented professionals, saw their defenses collapse almost instantly. Some merchants, already covered in blood, cried out in pain, pleading for mercy. "Leader, we can't fight them anymore, we're outmatched. If we keep fighting, we'll all die." Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" The bald man narrowed his eyes and burst into a loud, skyward laugh. "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with." Suddenly, Feng lowered his bow, bowed his head, and gritted his teeth. "Please, masters. Have mercy. Spare our lives. We're just small merchants trying to scrape by in Blackwater City. If you want it, we'll give you every last item in our cargo. Money, equipment, take whatever you fancy, lords, just spare my brothers' lives." Feng was the leader of this merchant group. He knew that if the killing continued, it wouldn't be long before all his companions were dead here. So he bowed his head, begging for mercy from these wolves. Even if it meant begging for a shred of compassion that didn't exist in their hearts, he had to do it. Not everyone was like him, willing to die fighting here. The bald man, upon hearing this, let out a savage laugh and lunged forward, snatching the longbow from Feng's hands. He kicked him hard, shouting, "Coward! Weren't you so tough last night?" Feng's face was brutally pressed into the ground, yet he dared not resist in the slightest. But he had no choice. If this meant his fellow merchants could live, what did it matter how deeply he was humiliated? Just then, a voice cut through the chaos. "Enough! Baldy, the higher-up, said business comes first. Tie these guys up first." The speaker was the leader of the later group bearing the black venomous snake insignia. And though a flicker of resentment crossed the bald man's face at the command, he dared not defy it. He delivered another vicious kick to Feng's body and barked, "What are you standing around for? Tie them all up. We'll slaughter them tonight." The group swarmed forward, binding Feng and the merchants inside the church. No one noticed that Xiao Ye and his companion had vanished from their corner of the camp. Only a blanket-wrapped pair of bloodied corpses remained, discarded outside the camp's fence. While a level 90 berserker bearing the black venomous snake emblem on his sleeve blended into the bald man's group as if nothing had happened. Chapter 115, The Extraordinary High-Grade Purification Potion. This berserker was none other than Xiao Ye, who had activated Golden Cicada Shedding. Amidst the chaos that had just unfolded, no one noticed, nor would anyone have imagined that the level 90 berserker could be silently slain by Xiao Ye. The battle concluded swiftly. Berserkers were an anomaly among melee classes. Their higher damage output and burst potential compared to other warrior classes also meant their defense was far weaker than that of ordinary warriors. Thus, when the berserker raised his iron hammer to smash down upon Xiao Ye unleashed his maximum damage output in an instant. Beast blood boiling, fracture poison flame, thunderbolt thrust. That berserker was merely a C-tier class, with no equipment exceeding silver grade quality. With complete superiority in gear, attributes, and skills, Xiao Ye ended the fight within mere minutes. The savage berserker hadn't even registered what was happening before his health bar was corroded away by bone-eating poison flame. When Xiao Ye's sword tip pierced his throat, the man couldn't even utter a cry for help. Xiao Ye then activated Golden Cicada Shedding, transforming into an exact replica of the berserker. He wrapped the corpse, along with the human-shaped equipment used to impersonate September, in a blood-stained blanket and tossed it outside the temporary camp's fence. After the deed was done, no one even noticed the swift battle that had unfolded in the corner of the makeshift camp. Even the bald man never regarded Xiao Ye and his companion as a threat, just two kids from Blackwater City out leveling up. Killing them was no big deal. Wrapping the corpse in a blood-stained blanket and tossing it beyond the camp's walls would certainly not raise any suspicions. And so, Xiao Ye successfully infiltrated the bald man's crew and followed the group into the abandoned church. "Stop spacing out. Get moving." At the bald man's command, his men hurried forward and tore open the haystack. Xiao Ye swiftly joined in. Once the straw bales covering the exterior were moved aside, the portable cryogenic storage units hidden inside were revealed. 5 storage units stood side by side, resembling a large coffin, emitting a faint chill. Meanwhile, the leader of the later arriving group entered the church. A tall, lanky man with a hook nose, he scanned the cold storage units with a glance. Then gave the bald man a knowing look, signaling him to open them. The bald man's face instantly broke into a fawning grin as he hurriedly ordered his men. "Open them. Quickly, show brotherine. Don't you trust me to handle things?" The group of men immediately opened all 5 cryogenic storage units in unison. Xiao Ye, who had been standing nearby, glanced over at the opportunity. And sure enough, the containers held rows of meticulously preserved medicinal solutions. Within the chilly chambers, each vial was secured in crystal test tubes. It was a liquid agent with a faint bluish tint, containing traces of pale golden sediment. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. High-grade purification potion. This was an extremely precious alchemical elixir, more accurately, an antidote. It counteracted not ordinary toxins, but specifically cataclysmic level contamination. Not only could monsters become contaminated, undergoing terrifying mutations.
In highly contaminated zones, even human adventurers risk exposure, their flesh corroded and rotted until death, or worse, becoming undead specters.
Take the front lines of battle, for instance.
No wonder September mentioned this batch was originally destined for the battlefield. For the current front lines of Dragon Nation's warriors are areas with contamination levels surpassing any recorded in history. Seen this way, the significance of this batch of high-grade purification agents is not merely valuable, it's priceless. After the hawk-nosed man finished inspecting all the cargo in the storage containers, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Keep your eyes peeled. Someone's already investigating the whereabouts of this shipment in Blackwater City. By noon today, higher-ups will send people to transfer these agents. Not a single mistake can be made." The bald man immediately responded with a flurry of apologetic smiles. "Rest assured, brotherine. This is on us." He then respectfully escorted the man with the hook nose out, waved to his men behind him, signaling them to secure the potions once more and guard them closely. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, now transformed into a berserker, voluntarily remained within the church to guard the batch of potions.
Noon. Another group would arrive to transport the serum then. But would September and Scar arrive in time?
Earlier, Xiao Ye had already used his insightful gaze to probe the hawk-nosed man's profession. A level 118 assassin, the strongest combatant among this group. A direct confrontation carries too great a risk. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air.
Two of the bald man's henchmen were dragging a female merchant, a life-class profession, roughly into the abandoned church.
The vendor was an attractive woman around 30, stripped of all her defensive gear, leaving only a few layers of undergarments. As she struggled, glimpses of her skin were revealed.
The intentions of these two bald men's henchmen were all too clear.
The other guards inside the church immediately erupted into a chorus of beastly shouts, which only amplified the woman's desperate cries for help, making the scene all the more despairing. Though riddled with holes, the walls of this abandoned church still offered some semblance of cover.
Those outside the camp couldn't see what was happening inside. Xiao Ye's gaze swept across the church interior. Besides himself,
including the two beasts who had entered later, there were 4 guards in total.
All 4 were around level 80.
And their equipment was so poor that not a single silver-grade item could be found among them. Bronze gear was the best they had.
Kill them.
Xiao Ye had no idea when September and Scar would arrive.
Once noon arrived and the reinforcements Hooknose mentioned arrived to transfer the potions, Xiao Ye alone would be utterly powerless to stop him. Unless Xiao Ye secretly released the bound Yufeng and his group, joining forces to assassinate some of them first. Starting with the 4 inside this abandoned chapel, Xiao Ye transformed into the berserker, wielding the massive iron hammer that had once belonged to that warrior. Stealthily approaching a corner within the church, he bent down as if inspecting something, then beckoned to another guard inside the church, motioning him over to look. "What is it, Brother Chen?"
The man approached the corner with a look of suspicion, bending down to examine the spot Xiao Ye indicated, while Xiao Ye's other hand swiftly drew his imperial sword.
A wet thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh. Lightning strike.
A massive damage spike erupted from the man's back.
7,879. After completing his divine essence, Xiao Ye's attributes had surged dramatically.
His base attack alone now approached 5,000 points. And with the lightning strike's enhancement, it dealt nearly 8,000 damage. A flicker of terror and disbelief flashed in the man's eyes, but Xiao Ye's hand clamped over his mouth.
"You, Wah!"
The imperial sword in his hand delivered 2 swift strikes, effortlessly finishing off the man's last sliver of health. Xiao Ye reached out, gently lowering the corpse without making a sound. Then he peered out, waving his hand once more at the other guard inside the church who was watching the scene with a lecherous grin.
Chapter 116, Ruthless Tactics. Savior Xiao Ye. 2 bodies fell silently at the church's corner, while the other 2 beasts within the church remained utterly oblivious. The woman's final desperate struggle only fueled their excitement further. In an instant, Xiao Ye had silently approached from behind. The woman pinned beneath them had her clothes nearly torn off, her face etched with despair and struggle, yet her strength was spent. Outnumbered 2 to 1, to end the fight swiftly, Xiao Ye released the state of golden cicada, shedding its shell. A swirling flame instantly ignited upon the imperial sword. The pinned woman stared blankly at Xiao Ye, who had suddenly appeared behind the 2 beasts. Xiao Ye acted decisively, landing a precise circular moon sweep strike across the exposed bodies of the 2 beasts. To vent their lust, these beasts had shed their armor. Without armor's defense, the blade of the imperial sword pierced their bodies as if they were nothing. 7,583. 9,451. 2 massive damage figures exploded onto the screen. One of them was a squishy agility-based class. Stripped of all his gear, his already low resistance was instantly obliterated by Xiao Ye's single strike. The other man whipped his head around in sheer terror, only to find Xiao Ye, his face twisted with murderous intent, standing mere inches away. The shot turned his flushed face deathly pale in an instant.
Another strike of his sword completely wiped out the remaining health bar of the survivor, and with a casual motion, he sacrificed the flames of both men. Shoo! Xiao Ye made a gesture to the woman, who was still frozen in terror. And the woman recognized the youth before her as one of the two young men their leader, Yufeng, had led in the previous night. Xiao Ye glanced warily outside the church. Noticing that no one had yet detected the disturbance within, he concealed the two corpses in a haystack and tore off a piece of clothing, handing it to the still shaken woman. "Where are the others being held?" Xiao Ye demanded in a low voice. The woman shivered, wrapping the garment around herself in a flustered daze. Yet her face remained blank and unresponsive. Only after a long, stunned pause did she finally point toward the rear of the church and stammer. Behind. Team leader Yufeng and the others are all locked up behind the church." Xiao Ye nodded slightly and instructed the woman. "Stay hidden here and don't move. I'll find a way to rescue them." All right. The woman's emotional breakdown hadn't yet subsided. So Xiao Ye stepped forward, tucking her into a corner and covering her with a pile of straw. Within this dilapidated, bullet-riddled church stood a worn back door leading to the rear. Peering through a hole in the door, he saw Yufeng and the others indeed bound tightly with iron chains to the rear fence. The fence was studded with sharp spikes, each of them pierced with bleeding wounds, their faces contorted in agonized wails. Yet in this backyard, the bald man had left only a single guard. Xiao Ye activated his piercing gaze and saw the guard was a level 90 shield warrior class. Leaning casually against the wall, smoking a cigarette with a large shield propped against the wall beside him. A shield warrior to guard prisoners? This bald man's crew truly was nothing but a rabble. Xiao Ye slowly opened the back door and moved toward the man with light, stealthy steps. Yufeng, bound and gagged, suddenly caught sight of Xiao Ye. Seeing Xiao Ye still alive, shock flashed in Yufeng's eyes, followed by a surge of hope like a lifeline. Xiao Ye moved swiftly. The imperial sword, imbued with flesh-eating poison flames, stabbed straight toward the shield warrior. Instantly, a damage explosion number appeared. 6,523. Yet to Xiao Ye's surprise, this strike enhanced by the lightning strike damage bonus barely chipped away at a quarter of the shield warrior's health. Could it be that this shield warrior's health pool had already surpassed 20,000? This meant he was equipped with at least one gold grade item. Or at least an A-rank professional. A sudden, searing pain shot through the shield warrior. He whipped his head around to see Xiao Ye, his face instinctively contorting in shock as he reached for his shield. Only to have his shield kicked away by Xiao Ye, who had already taken a step forward. "You! It's you!" The shield warrior's face twisted with terror, but Xiao Ye gave him no chance to react. Another sword thrust aimed for his face, instantly coating him with another layer of bone-burning toxin flame. The dual effects of burning and poison instantly engulfed him. Already clumsy by nature, the shield warrior's movements slowed further under the toxin's influence. Xiao Ye danced around him with playful steps, layering upon layer of bone-gnawing poison flame. 178. 235. The effects of the poison flames piled up layer by layer. Even his massive 20,000 HP bar couldn't withstand this dual scorching assault. The shield warrior, in his dying moments, desperately tried to let out a wail to alert his comrades, only to have Xiao Ye drive his sword straight through his mouth. This move had been honed countless times by Xiao Ye while slaying crystalline beings deep within the mines. After swiftly harvesting the last shred of health, Xiao Ye casually sacrificed the fire seed from the corpse. A notification instantly rang in Xiao Ye's ears. Human Practitioner's Ember offering successful. Acquired talent trait Iron Body Grade A. A trait dropped? Xiao Ye felt a surge of astonishment, but there was no time to examine it closely. He strode swiftly to Yufeng's side, drew the imperial sword, and with a swift stroke, severed the iron chains binding him. "Young man! How did you?" Yufeng's face instantly flashed with both shock and the joy of being saved. He hadn't expected Xiao Ye to still be alive. Even less did he expect that the shield warrior guard had just been killed by Xiao Ye with such ruthless efficiency. Who exactly was this seemingly young youth? Xiao Ye handed Yufeng the dagger he'd taken from the corpse in the church earlier, saying, "No time for details. Free your men first." Yufeng's expression immediately hardened. He hurriedly turned and made a shushing gesture to his companions. The two worked together swiftly to free the group bound to the fence. "Young man, thank you." Yufeng bowed earnestly to Xiao Ye, his face beaming with gratitude. "This life-saving favor Yufeng can never repay." Xiao Ye replied in a solemn tone. "It's not that simple. First, we must escape this camp." At that very moment, a cursing scream suddenly erupted from the abandoned chapel, as if the bald man's men had detected something amiss. Chapter 117, Yufeng's Betrayal. The plan falls through. Damn it! They must have noticed. Xiao Ye's expression darkened instantly as he warned Yufeng in a grave tone. "They outnumber us. We must join forces." As he spoke, the dilapidated back door of the abandoned church was kicked open. The bald man wielding a machete led his group with savage ferocity into the backyard. His gaze fell upon Xiao Ye and the others Yufeng had rescued.
A look of shock flashed across his face. He spat on the ground and cursed. Damn it! You little bastard didn't die. You almost let them all escape. You never give me a moment's peace. Since you've grown tired of living, don't blame me for being ruthless. Slaughter every last one of these brats. Xiao Ye instantly equipped the tiger-patterned battle shield mountain tiger, charging to the front line. Shouting back over his shoulder to Yu Feng and the others. Grab your weapons fast. I'll hold them off. Last night, Xiao Ye had already observed that. And though Yu Feng's merchant group mostly comprised life-oriented professions, their class distribution was remarkably well-rounded. Among them were not only healers but also several support-oriented healing classes. With them healing him from the rear. Xiao Ye, wielding his tiger-patterned war shield, could hold the front line, allowing Yu Feng, the archer, to deal damage from the rear. The bald man swung a large machete first, slashing toward Xiao Ye. A layer of black mist swirling around the blade, clearly a high-level offensive skill. Yet Xiao Ye didn't retreat a single step. He needed to buy Yu Feng and the others enough time to equip their weapons. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ye suddenly stepped forward, his tiger-patterned war shield precisely blocking the blow. A perfect block. Not only did he suffer no injury, but the force of the strike sent the bald man staggering backward. Simultaneously, a layer of tiger-like momentum gathered around Xiao Ye. The imperial sword in his right hand counterattacked instantly, unleashing that momentum. However, the target wasn't the bald man, but one of his henchmen charging from the side. In an instant, an elongated sword shadow slashed out, slashing away half of the man's health bar. 8,547. The immense damage sent shockwaves of terror through the eyes of the surrounding attackers, including the bald man. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ye unleashed another circular moon sweep. The imperial sword dance unleashed a crescent-shaped blade storm, instantly forcing the surrounding attackers back. Are you done yet? Xiao Ye couldn't help but shout, though a strange feeling stirred within him. With Yu Feng's seasoned experience, finding his weapon and reorganizing the team should not have taken this long. Yet now, the bald man before him suddenly flashed a mocking look in his narrow eyes. Glancing behind Xiao Ye, a mocking laugh escaped his lips as he remarked, as if watching a farce unfold. Ha! Little brat, your buddies probably can't spare you now. Xiao Ye whipped his head around to look, only to see that Yu Feng's group had already equipped themselves with their weapons. Yu Feng had even drawn his longbow, charging up a powerful arrow skill. But his aim wasn't at the bald man's group, it was at the fence wall of the makeshift camp behind them. Xiao Ye instantly grasped his intent. He intended to breach the wall and flee. While Xiao Ye held off the bald man's crew at the front, Yu Feng planned to lead his companions to escape from the rear. My apologies, brother Xiao Ye. Yu Feng's face bore an unusual resolve as he shouted back over his shoulder without turning. As the leader, I must ensure my men survive. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed sharply. After a moment's silence, he replied, There's a woman from your team still inside the church. Don't you care whether she lives or dies? Yu Feng's expression froze momentarily before he clenched his jaw and declared, Better one dead than all of us perishing here. Yu Feng roared. His longbow roared to life, unleashing an arrow technique that shot forth like a fiery dragon. The makeshift camp's fence offered no resistance, blown open to create a gap wide enough for a person to slip through. A group of merchants surged out like fish escaping a net, fleeing toward the open. Yu Feng followed them out, glancing back at Xiao Ye with a complex expression before leaving. His eyes held guilt, but more than that, they held unwavering resolve for his choice. You're a good leader, Xiao Ye said coldly. Then he spun around abruptly, his tiger-patterned war shield blocking the attacks of several bald men's henchmen who had tried to ambush him. Yu Feng's betrayal instantly shattered Xiao Ye's entire plan. And the situation shifted dramatically. Now, Xiao Ye stood alone against the encircling attack of 7 or 8 men, including the bald-headed man. The bald man twisted his mouth into a sneer and declared, Ha 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 ha. You little brat, you're pretty gutsy, aren't you? Now I'll see how gutsy you are when you're all alone. With Yu Feng's archery threat gone from the rear, the bald man's expression hardened. His machete erupted with another black glow as he swung it toward Xiao Ye. Damn it! Slit this brat's throat. His henchmen seized the moment to close in for the kill. Most of them were melee fighters. And in an instant, a barrage of weapons, swords, spears, axes slashed and stabbed toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye calmly blocked the bald man's frontal slash with his tiger-patterned war shield. Then executed a precise sidestep to evade the flanking attack. With a swift counterblock, he struck a leather-armored enemy beside him. 8,869 HP. The parry counter, amplified by the Tiger Stance's damage bonus, instantly depleted over half of the leather-armored class's health bar. Xiao Ye then lunged forward with a fierce step, immediately following with a lightning strike. The Imperial Sword pierced straight through the leather-armored class. 5,423. Despite being surrounded by multiple attackers, he struck first with brutal efficiency, taking one down instantly. This scene enraged the bald man to the core. He spat directly at the corpse of the leather-armored class player and cursed, Damn it, what a useless piece of trash.
Immediately after, the imperial sword in Xiao Ye's grasp once again shimmered with a sinister, poisonous flame. Full Moon Sweep had finished its cooldown. The blade, now engulfed in bone-clinging poison flames, swung out, instantly coating everyone within range with the flesh-eating poison flame status. The venomous flames, carrying their toxic effects, erupted across their bodies. A series of sustained damage and the poison's stunning effect caught them completely off guard. Seizing this moment, Xiao Ye lunged forward once more, seizing the opening in one professional's positioning, wielding the imperial sword with icy resolve, unleashing its full fury upon him. 6,187. 7,156. In an instant, several damage numbers exploded onto the screen. Xiao Ye claimed another kill. The bald man glared with narrowed eyes and roared, "All of you, attack!" In that instant, several long blades all struck Xiao Ye's tiger-patterned war shield. Though Xiao Ye had blocked many attacks flawlessly, attacks from different directions and angles still landed on Xiao Ye's body. 2,811. 1877. 2,414. One damage number after another exploded onto the screen. Xiao Ye's health bar was instantly whittled down by nearly half. A murderous intent flashed in the bald man's eyes as he snarled, "You little brat. I'll see just how much trouble you can stir up all by yourself." Cold blades whirled toward Xiao Ye like a killing array. Xiao Ye raised his tiger-patterned shield and abruptly retreated a step, creating some distance. As he surveyed the bald man and his crew, Xiao Ye suddenly let out a cold laugh. A silent command echoed in his mind. A faintly glowing teleportation array suddenly materialized beside Xiao Ye. In an instant, a dark, swift figure burst forth from the teleportation array, like a specter reaping souls, unleashing a storm of destruction upon the bald man and his group. I've never been alone. Chapter 118, Dragon Calamity. Retribution. The shadow flickered, its claws tearing through flesh and bone. Massive damage surged through the bald man and his crew. 9,816. 9,133. 9,817. In the blink of an eye, the dark figure tore his three henchmen to shreds. Fear and bewilderment flashed in their eyes, but when the group turned to get a clear look at the dark figure, their terror amplified tenfold. Before them stood a dragon, its body covered in pitch-black scales, its form swift and deadly. Its vertical pupils stared at them like prey. A dragon! A dragon disaster! How is this possible? A chorus of terrified cries erupted from the crowd. Dragon Calamity, a term humans used for dragonkin, tinged with both dread and reverence. For every untamed dragon is born a calamity-level monster. Wherever they roamed, utter devastation followed, leaving nothing but bones behind. The obsidian dragon hatchling had now doubled in size since last seen, its head towering 3 to 4 meters high. Bonded beasts rapidly matured alongside their hosts' growing strength. Xiao Ye's incomplete divine essence was now complete. And this obsidian dragon hatchling had undergone astonishing growth. A dragon? How is that possible? How could there be a dragon here? The bald man froze instantly, even though he had just witnessed Xiao Ye activate a teleportation array. He never imagined this dragon could be Xiao Ye's contract beast. The dragon race, an exceedingly noble lineage. Yet its nobility was forged through the might of destruction. The slaughter he'd just witnessed was also the first time Xiao Ye had seen the black obsidian dragon cub's wild nature exposed. As a dragon, the savagery ingrained in its very bones erupted in an instant. It was like a shadowy specter reaping souls, swiftly weaving through the crowd, its claws sharper than blades, piercing their chests with deadly precision. The obsidian dragon is the swiftest among the dragon clans, and their formidable magic immune scales provided terrifying defense, making them the sharpest daggers among the dragon clans. The obsidian dragon cub's vertical pupils glared fiercely at the bald man and his men beside it, then snorted sharply at Xiao Ye. 2 columns of black smoke billowed from its nostrils, as if seeking praise, or perhaps guarding its master. Spirit Link. Xiao Ye instantly activated this unique skill. In an instant, a telepathic connection of mutual understanding appeared in Xiao Ye's mind, while the vision the obsidian dragon perceived was simultaneously shared within Xiao Ye's consciousness. Dual line operation. Kill. As the dragon cub slaughtered his way through the bald man's henchmen, Xiao Ye, wielding his tiger-patterned war shield, lunged forward with a fierce step, thrusting his sword straight for the bald man's throat. Still reeling from the shock of close-quarters combat with a dragonkin, caught completely off guard by Xiao Ye's assault, his broad machete swung out desperately, but it was far too late to block the strike. Xiao Ye's lightning strike had cooled down again. The imperial sword of the king struck like thunder, piercing straight through the bald man's chest. A critical hit burst forth in an instant. 9,853. The bald man's health bar plummeted, terror flashing across his face as he panicked and lost his composure. He frantically grabbed a nearby subordinate and pulled him forward to shield himself. Xiao Ye's follow-up strike pierced the henchman clean through. 7,691. Though not a critical hit, the strike still decimated the man's health bar. Damn it! Don't panic. The bald man, overcome with fear, clenched his teeth and bellowed, steadying his nerves.
It's just a juvenile dragon. Cut it down. The bald man gave the order, swinging his machete toward Xiao Ye.
But Xiao Ye's tiger-patterned war shield blocked it solidly. A layer of tiger momentum surged, ready to unleash. Xiao Ye saw no need to wait for the tiger's might to fully build.
He immediately activated the king's sword's parry counterattack.
Use what you have. The bald man was overwhelmed by the relentless strikes, forced to retreat step by step. The bald man knew that if this continued, he would surely die at the hands of this youngster before him. His resolve hardened. Clutching his machete with both hands, he charged forward instead of retreating, slashing low at Xiao Ye. A layer of black mist enveloped the machete. A tactic of trading blood for blood, his ultimate strike, the A-tier skill, crushing star over winding mountains. It possessed the effect of shattering shields and parries. His desperate last stand. Yet as this black mist shrouded, life or death strike swung toward him. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed as he discerned the flaw. Instead of blocking with his shield, he deftly retreated step by step, covering a significant distance in mere moments.
At the same time,
he murmured softly, "Dragon's breath." In an instant, the jet-black dragon cub amidst the crowd abruptly spread its wings, hovering mid-air. Its neck arched backward as it gathered power. A sea of fire spanning 30 to 40 meters erupted.
The searing heat engulfed the entire crowd like a scorching wave.
A searing heat radiated from behind the bald protagonist, yet it was already too late to dodge. In that split second, he caught a mocking smile on Xiao Ye's face. Then, massive burn damage erupted from the bald man and his henchmen. 15,639. 19,637. 17,561. This is Dragon Breath. A signature scorching breath attack unique to the dragonkin, dealing massive burn damage while ignoring burn resistance. Even at the edge, Xiao Ye was caught in the blast and had to raise his tiger-patterned war shield to block the searing breath rushing toward him. After the raging inferno subsided, the bald man's entire crew had been incinerated to charred husks. Only the bald man's health bar clung to a sliver of life. At that critical moment, he had pulled one of his men onto himself as a shield. But before he could scramble to his feet, Xiao Ye's imperial sword of the king had already descended upon his throat.
"No! Don't kill me!"
All traces of the bald man's ferocity had vanished.
His ugly face now bore only pleading. "I was just doing someone else's bidding."
Even in his dying moments, he couldn't fathom why he'd crossed paths with Xiao Ye, this god of death. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from behind Xiao Ye. "Halt!" Xiao Ye turned his head to see, and saw none other than the hawk-nosed man he had encountered earlier.
But this hawk-nosed man and his henchmen had actually come from behind the temporary camp?
Blood dripped from the weapons in their hands. Xiao Ye couldn't help but sigh softly at the sight. It turned out that the moment they had detected the anomaly within the church, they had immediately split into two groups. The bald man led his men in pursuit from the church, while the hawk-nosed man led his men to circle around and pursue the fleeing figure. Alas, despite Yu Feng's meticulous planning, he still couldn't escape the fate of being silenced along with the rest. Had he not betrayed Xiao Ye then and stayed to fight alongside him, he wouldn't have met his end so swiftly. When the hawk-nosed man saw the jet-black dragon before him, astonishment flashed in his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by greed. A hoarse chuckle escaping his lips.
A dragon breed specimen?
Never expected such a stroke of luck here.
Ha!
This is worth far more than that batch of potions. The bald man pinned under Xiao Ye's foot saw the hawk-nosed man as if he'd spotted a lifeline, shouting frantically,
"Brother Ian! Save me!"
The hawk-nosed man shot him a cold glance, as if surveying a worthless piece of trash, and spat out, "Useless fool!
If it weren't for orders from above, I wouldn't bother saving you."
The hawk-nosed man then lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Xiao Ye with a threatening glare as he ordered, "Kid! Let him go. Hand over that dragon brat in your grasp, and I'll show mercy today, spare your life."
Xiao Ye remained silent.
Right before the hawk-nosed man's eyes, the imperial sword in his hand suddenly pierced the bald man's throat.
Chapter 119, Human-Dragon Synergy. Slaughtering the scout squad.
The bald man died. The blade of the imperial sword pierced straight through his entire neck. Blood gushed forth, leaving him dead as a doornail. Even in death, his narrowed eyes glared with utter refusal to accept his fate. He couldn't believe Xiao Ye dared to kill him right in front of Hooknose.
Hooknose couldn't believe it either.
And upon witnessing this scene, his already narrow face darkened so intensely it seemed ready to rain. Though in his eyes, the bald man was nothing but a useless pig. But as fellow agents serving the higher-ups, the death of a colleague right before his eyes meant trouble would come his way too if the higher-ups found out. "You bastard, you're ruthless. I'll skin you alive."
Hooknose snarled, baring 2 rows of ghastly white teeth.
A dagger gripped in his hand, its tail untethered by a chain neither too long nor too short, coiled around his wrist. The hawk-nosed man swung the chain dagger, then gave a signal with his left hand. His men instantly scattered and closed in on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye noticed something unusual at that moment. The hawk-nosed man himself was an assassin, and his men were all agile assassin types as well. suggesting this was likely a scouting squad. Fighting multiple opponents was never easy, especially when they were all stealthy assassins. The hawk-nosed man let out a cold chuckle and said, "Your dragon-blooded contract beast is merely a juvenile, isn't it? What a pity. If it were an adult today, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare lay a finger on it. But since it's a juvenile, don't blame me for being ruthless. That dragon cub of yours could fetch 10 billion. Slaughter this brat for me, but don't harm my precious dragon." At the hook-nosed man's command, nearly all the henchmen surrounding Xiao Ye slipped into stealth mode, their figures vanishing into thin air. Faced with so many stealthy assassins, any professional would likely feel their scalp tingle with fear, unsure how to respond. Except Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye held his tiger pattern war shield to shield his entire left side, his right hand poised with the imperial sword, ready to strike. Using his spirit writing link to command the black dragon cub to stand back to back with him, guarding his rear. 1 second. 2 seconds. Xiao Ye had practiced countless times in holographic combat simulations against stealth mode assassins. He knew these assassins, once cloaked, favored a probing tactic first. They'd never risk revealing their position by attacking outright. Based on Xiao Ye's experience, all attacks within the first 15 seconds were probing maneuvers. Xiao Ye's killing move had to be saved for after the 15-second mark. Silently counting in his mind, he was right. Suddenly, the sharp whistling of a blade cutting through the air erupted from his left rear. The tiger-patterned war shield swiveled sharply, effortlessly parrying the strike. Sure enough, it was a dagger hurled as a throwing skill, not from a real attacker's position. Immediately following came the whistling sounds of blades approaching from all directions. Xiao Ye, shield in hand, struggled to block most of them. Still, numerous blades pierced his body, each dealing hundreds of damage points. Yet such ranged projectile damage was precisely within Xiao Ye's calculations. Such projectile damage was barely a scratch. Those striking the dragon cub's pitch-black scales didn't even spark. Silence descended once more upon the surroundings. Xiao Ye's silent count of 15 seconds had just concluded. And he knew the true lethal moves of these assassins were yet to come. Ultrasonic detection activated abruptly. In an instant, an undetectable ultrasonic wave radiated outward from Xiao Ye. One by one, the positions of those in stealth mode were instantly detected. Left front 2. Right side 1. 2 behind left. Directly behind 1. Xiao Ye made precise judgments in an instant. And these positions were relayed to the dragon cub through his spirit taming link. In the blink of an eye, both man and dragon sprang into action. Xiao Ye's imperial sword, enveloped in the Yufugong poison flame, thrust forward with blinding speed, precisely piercing a blood blossom in the air. A stunned figure was instantly exposed, then struck by Xiao Ye's lightning-fast thrust, piercing directly through his throat. 8,719. The critical hit instantly killed him. 1. Xiao Ye said coldly. Then abruptly sidestepped. With a sweeping right-hand strike, he sent the two figures on his left flying. The effects of Fugong poison flame instantly spread across their bodies, burning them into two blazing figures. The tiger strength accumulated from earlier shield blocks erupted. Xiao Ye brought down his sword. A colossal phantom blade, accompanied by a tiger's roar, instantly slew one and crippled another. 2. Xiao Ye counted coldly once more. While the fate of those assassins attempting to ambush him from behind was even more gruesome. Having pinpointed their positions, the obsidian dragon cub crushed an assassin clad in nothing more than bronze armor with a single claw strike. A single sweep of its tail, like a raging storm, sent the remaining two thieves flying in opposite directions with immense force. Two massive damage bursts erupted from their bodies. 7,819. 12,556. One of them failed to dodge in time, his throat sliced clean through by the razor-sharp tail spike of the obsidian dragon, killing him instantly. This was the sheer power and physical weaponry of the dragon race. 4. Xiao Ye counted them off indifferently. Of the 6 henchmen who swarmed forward under the hawk-nosed leader, 4 were instantly dispatched by Xiao Ye and the dragon cub working together, leaving the remaining 2 either dead or crippled. Witnessing this scene, a look of ruthlessness and apprehension flashed across the hawk-nosed man's narrow face. He finally understood why that useless bald man had fallen so easily at the hands of this youth. This young dragon had already developed a battle synergy with the boy. It was far from just a brute with raw strength and dragon breath. What made his palms sweat the most was that he still couldn't figure out how the youth had pinpointed the locations of his subordinates, who were in stealth mode. Once an assassin's pride stealth was exposed, they instantly lose all advantage, becoming lambs led to the slaughter. As an assassin himself, he understood this better than anyone. Yet the hawk-nosed man refused to accept defeat here. Whether it was the batch of potions his superiors had ordered him to escort at all costs, or the priceless dragon cub before him, he refused to accept defeat. Desire overrode reason. And besides, he was nothing but a complete desperado. Hooknose slipped his hand behind his back and made a gesture to his remaining 5 men. A prearranged signal among their scout squad, signaling everyone to strike from a single point, breaking through head-on. Even if this kid could spot their stealth, with everyone striking from one direction at once, he couldn't possibly block them all no matter how many arms he had. And this time, the Hooknose intended to lead the charge himself, to be the very first blade. In an instant, Hooknose and every remaining subordinate behind him slipped into stealth mode. Blade after blade vanished into the air, streaking toward Xiao Ye. No probing strikes. Their intent was pure and simple: to take his life. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed sharply, his keen senses registering that this assault was anything but ordinary. And his ultrasonic detection was still on cooldown. There was only one path left. The hawk-nosed man moved with blinding speed. So fast that Xiao Ye could feel the killing intent in the air surge toward him. Yet just as the chained dagger in his hand swung toward Xiao Ye before his eyes suddenly split into two identical figures. Mirror image. Chapter 120, Clone Gambit. Lava self-destruction. Both figures held a tiger-patterned war shield in their left hands and the sovereign's sword in their right. Identical in appearance, movement, and even the bloodstains on their weapons. Clone technique? The hawk-nosed man abruptly halted his movement. Every lurking shadow in the air froze in place. Everyone was stunned. Which one was the real one? After all, the hawk-nosed man was a veteran of half a lifetime of combat. His sharp eyes fixed on the spot where Xiao Ye had originally stood, silently marking it in his mind the one who appeared later must be the fake. But then, both Xiao Ye's moved. Two identical figures retreated in unison behind the black obsidian dragon cub. Simultaneously, the obsidian dragon cub suddenly spread its wings and lunged forward with savage ferocity. Its sharp claws lashed savagely at the air ahead, forcing the lurking figures including Hooknose to scramble frantically for cover. Meanwhile, the two Xiao Ye seized the moment, moving with nimble steps, swapping positions in a dizzying display. Hooknose merely ducked to avoid the attack, but when he looked up again, those two Xiao Yes had already switched positions countless times. Damn little bastards. The hawk-nosed man cursed inwardly. By now, he couldn't tell which was the real one and which was the decoy. But then, the black dragon cub's tail spike slashed out violently, inadvertently flinging out a shadowy, fleeing figure. 7,814. The massive damage instantly decimated the hawk-nosed man's subordinate's health bar. Both Xiao Ye charged forward simultaneously. The imperial sword of the king pierced the revealed assassin through and through from both sides. The obsidian dragon cub then savagely lunged forward, delivering a final claw strike. The hawk-nosed henchman met a gruesome end. Witnessing this scene, even the hawk-nosed man felt a jolt of shock in his heart. Triple line operation? That's impossible. The hawk-nosed man quietly retreated behind the others, lurking in the shadows, observing. He refused to believe that the young upstart before him could pull off a triple play without showing a single flaw. At this moment, Xiao Ye's entire focus was intensely concentrated, his nerves stretched taut. Three images simultaneously played in his mind. His main body, his clone, and the obsidian dragon. Xiao Ye controlled three bodies at once while facing the remaining enemies still lurking in stealth, ready to strike at any moment. And the greatest threat of all, the hawk-nosed one. The clone possessed only 50% of the main body's attributes. Should it act alone or sustain damage by itself, this seasoned enemy would inevitably detect its presence. Xiao Ye must ensure every strike is executed simultaneously by both the main body and the clones. In that instant, another assassin lurking in the shadows lost his patience. A blood-red dagger materialized abruptly from the air, striking toward Xiao Ye's back. This man was actually quite clever. His position perfectly exploited the blind spot between the two Xiao Yes. Yet he could never have imagined that within Xiao Ye's mind existed another perspective, that of the obsidian dragon, connected through the spirit link. Just as he thought victory was his, both Xiao Yes simultaneously whipped their heads around. The imperial sword of sovereignty pierced precisely through his chest. The wound was even in the exact same spot. The combined damage exceeded 10,000 points. Another kill. Useless. The hawk-nosed figure lurking in the shadows watched the scene unfold, his heart boiling with rage and frustration. He had thought this was a mere child he could crush with one hand, yet before his very eyes, the child had already slaughtered nearly half his men. If this dragged on, his entire crew would likely be wiped out one by one. Everyone, attack together. Even if it's a clone, break one first. Who dares refuse? I'll chop them down right here. The hawk-nosed man barked the order through the communicator, his feet shifting stealthily beneath him. Even if it cost the lives of a few more men, as long as he could shatter the brat's clone, he was confident he could strike directly at Xiao Ye. But at that moment, Xiao Ye's ultrasonic detection had already finished its cooldown. An undetectable ultrasonic wave radiated outward from Xiao Ye once more, instantly revealing the enemies lurking in the shadows around him. This time, they seemed to be charging at Xiao Ye as if their lives didn't matter. It appeared they were determined to destroy one of Xiao Ye's clones at any cost. Seeing this, a plan instantly formed in Xiao Ye's mind. The two Xiao Yes, who had been standing together in perfect unison, suddenly split apart. One raised his tiger-patterned war shield, bravely blocking the front, while the other retracted his shield and bolted backward in a flash. You little brat, trying to escape? The hawk-nosed man's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight, instinctively fixing his gaze on the fleeing figure. Just as he was about to issue orders through the communicator. But he halted abruptly. No, it wasn't that simple. This brat was cunning as hell. The one who stayed behind was likely the real one, while the one who fled was just a decoy. Turn back. Kill the one who stayed behind. A cruel smile curled the hawk-nosed man's lips. His figure flickered as he charged forward, leading the assault on the Xiao Ye who remained behind. As one by one, enemies lurking in the shadows closed in on the Xiao Ye who remained behind. The Xiao Ye who had fled to the rear let out an almost imperceptible smile, casually retracting the black dragon cub back into the summoning space. His pace suddenly quickened as he darted through the church's crumbling wall. At the same moment, the dagger chained to the hawk-nosed man's hand had already stabbed toward the back of Xiao Ye, who remained rooted to the spot. Suddenly, Xiao Ye whipped his head around and flashed him a wicked grin. Damn it! I've been tricked! A wave of panic surged through the hawk-nosed man's heart. He spun around, ready to flee. But a wave of scorching heat erupted from behind him. Beneath Xiao Ye's skin, veins bulged violently. Crimson vessels pulsed as if filled with molten lava, and his entire form exploded in an instant. Lava explosion. Dealing 1000% of maximum HP damage to a large area. Though the stand possessed only 50% of Xiao Ye's total attributes, his current physical body boasted a staggering 17,000 health points. Converted, that equated to a staggering 80,000 plus additional explosive damage, intensified by the scorching lava. For the group of leather-armored assassin classes, including the Hooknose, it was like the Grim Reaper himself. A thick cloud of smoke erupted from the rear courtyard of the makeshift camp. In an instant, flesh, body parts, and fragments of leather armor flew in all directions. This was the first time Xiao Ye had witnessed the full impact of his clone's self-destruct tactic firsthand. And he was thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 121, The Final End. The hook-nosed fugitive. The moment this tactic crystallized in Xiao Ye's mind, he recognized it as a gambit. The clone versus the original body. With the situation already muddled, which would the hawk-nosed man choose? Xiao Ye knew the hawk-nosed man was a cunning adversary. Simple tricks wouldn't fool him, only his own mind could deceive him. It must be said this was an extremely high-stakes gamble. For if the hawk-nosed man were given more time, he might well see through Xiao Ye's scheme. But everything had unfolded too swiftly. The hook-nose had to make a decision within mere seconds. And just as Xiao Ye had anticipated, the hawk-nosed man took the bait. The clone's self-destruction tactic succeeded. The massive blast radius of lava self-destruct engulfed the hawk-nosed man and all his henchmen. While Xiao Ye, having swiftly recalled the obsidian dragon cub into the summoning space, took cover behind the walls of the abandoned church. As the billowing smoke gradually dispersed, Xiao Ye held his tiger-pattern war shield vigilantly, eyes fixed ahead. He knew a man who had survived on the edge of a blade might well possess his own means of self-preservation. The explosive force of this lava blast far exceeded the health bars of those fragile classes. Could it truly have obliterated that hook-nosed villain as well? Xiao Ye casually pulled a healing potion from his backpack and downed it in one gulp. Assessing his current state, his two trump cards, the self-destruct tactic and the obsidian dragon hatchling, had already been deployed. If he still couldn't kill that hawk-nosed bastard, things would get tricky. Even if only the hawk-nosed man remained, he was still a level 118 assassin with incredibly seasoned combat experience. Xiao Ye now held his final trump card, Lapis World. His final life-saving trump card. As the thick smoke gradually dispersed, and Xiao Ye activated his piercing illusion eyes, he saw that the rear courtyard of the temporary camp had been blown open into a massive crater. Scattered molten lava still radiated intense heat. The bandits who had surrounded his clones had long since been blown to pieces, not a single intact corpse remained. Yet among the debris, neither the hawk-nosed man nor the chained dagger in his grasp could be found. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed sharply. His nerves taut as he vigilantly scanned every movement around him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the church roof above Xiao Ye's head. Ha! What a troublesome little brat! Xiao Ye snapped his head up, only to find the hawk-nosed figure had somehow hidden on the dilapidated roof of the abandoned church, gazing down at Xiao Ye with a sinister expression. His gear was splattered with scorch marks and soot, and he was currently chugging a bottle of healing potion. In the blink of an eye, what tactics the hawk-nosed man had employed to escape the massive blast radius. But he was clearly in a state of utter disarray. You little brat! Jealousy, hatred, and greed flared in the hawk-nosed man's eyes as he spat out. I truly underestimated you. Such skill and resolve at such a young age. If you'd been allowed to grow unchecked, who knows how powerful you might have become. Too bad you won't have a future. With that, the hawk-nosed man lunged forward, his entire body plunging like a diving falcon toward Xiao Ye, the dagger in his hand slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Today, he would erase Xiao Ye from existence right here. Xiao Ye watched intently, gripping his tiger-pattern war shield tightly, even preparing to unleash the liquid crystal realm to defend against the hawk-nosed man's lethal strike. But at that very moment, A massive, familiar axe-shaped phantom abruptly materialized behind the hawk-nosed man, slashing viciously toward his back. Sensing the killing intent behind him, the hawk-nosed man had no time to spare for Xiao Ye, scrambling to dodge aside in a flustered rush. A familiar voice rang out behind the hawk-nosed man. "Ton, with your reputation, why bully these half-grown kids? If you've got the guts, come play with your scarred grandpa." Xiao Ye glanced behind the hawk-nosed man to see a burly man standing tall, gripping a massive axe with both hands. He grinned mockingly at the man with the hook nose. None other than Scarface. Beside him, a masked man gripped a crescent moon scimitar. Jean Kyer, proprietress of the Nightingale Tavern, and a petite figure anxiously tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of Xiao Ye. Only when she saw he was alive did a faint, radiant smile finally grace her face. September. They had finally arrived. For a moment, Xiao Ye felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, finally able to breathe easy. But Eagle Nose, who now saw Scarface and the others, without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. The fear of death unleashed his utmost speed as he fled like a blur toward the horizon. "Where do you think you're going?" Scarface swung his massive axe in a wide arc, brutally sealing off his retreat. Yet the hawk-nosed man spun on his heel and dashed off in another direction. That was his true objective. The strength-based scarred man couldn't match his speed. And the hawk-nosed man's scheme succeeded. Like a flickering shadow, he dashed toward the camp's perimeter. But suddenly, a white figure launched itself into pursuit, closing in hot on his heels. It was the stern-faced hooded man. An agility type class whose speed matched if not surpassed the hawk-nosed man's. Seeing this, Xiao Ye immediately retracted his tiger-patterned war shield and prepared to give chase. Only to be stopped by Scar's outstretched hand. The man grinned and said, "Don't worry, leave it to him. If he can't even catch that Tong, Scarface might as well not come back at all." Jean Kyer, the proprietress of Nightingale Tavern, nodded in agreement. Tong? That guy was already defeated by Flower Face years ago. Scarface now saw the gruesome scene in the back of the makeshift camp. His face twisted in shock as he exclaimed, "You little bastard. You did all this." Xiao Ye's taut nerves finally relaxed, and the accumulated fatigue and pain surged through him in an instant. And he slumped weakly against the church's crumbling wall. A figure swiftly darted forward, catching Xiao Ye as he fell. Her watery gaze sweeping over his wounds with both heartache and a hint of reproach. She couldn't help but scold him. "You fool! Why did you have to act so reckless alone? If I'd known, I never would have left." Xiao Ye merely smiled faintly and replied, "Relax, I'm fine." September immediately pulled out some medicine from her backpack, carefully wiping the bloodstains from Xiao Ye's body as she asked with concern. "On our way here, we saw the bodies of those merchants, including their leader, Yufeng. What exactly happened?" Xiao Ye sighed with a complex expression and asked, "They're all dead?" September nodded silently. "It's a long story." Xiao Ye gave a self-deprecating chuckle and said, "I released them, intending to join forces against the Bald Ones. Little did I know they only cared about saving their own skins." Upon hearing this, September's expression darkened instantly. He coldly demanded, "They betrayed you and fled?" Xiao Ye nodded. But September's expression turned icy as he snapped, "Then they deserve to die. I thought Yufeng was a man of principle, but it turns out he's just as petty as the rest." Xiao Ye said nothing more. People are complex. And one cannot judge solely based on one side of the story. Scar rushed into the church, opened the 5 cryogenic storage units, and exclaimed with delight, "Found them! All 5 boxes of the serum are right here." Beaming from ear to ear, Scar came over and slapped Xiao Ye on the shoulder, saying with a broad grin, "Good lad, I owe you a huge one this time." Meanwhile, Jean Kyer, who had entered the church with Scar to search, suddenly let out a startled cry. Then helped out a disheveled woman whose face was still pale with terror. From Yufeng, Xiao Ye learned the woman's name was Ear. Of the entire merchant caravan, she was now the sole survivor. Chapter 122, The Moment of Reckoning. Viper Mercenaries. "You're with those merchants, aren't you?" Upon seeing the woman, September's eyes flashed with coldness as her hand instinctively reached for the dagger at her waist. She was no ordinary girl. Raised from childhood by Red Third Sister, September held no qualms about taking lives. Yufeng's betrayal of Xiao Ye with his band of merchants had fueled her hatred, and now she glared at the woman with icy fury. The already dazed woman's legs trembled violently once more. "September." Xiao Ye stepped in front of September. "Enough. She's just a pitiful soul who's been abandoned. After enduring such humiliation, barely clinging to life, only to be abandoned by her companions. Now she was the sole survivor of the entire caravan, with every single person who had journeyed alongside her dead. It's doubtful she'll ever recover from this, not for a long time, perhaps not even for the rest of her life." Scar gave a signal to his men. And the group immediately swarmed forward, meticulously searching the entire makeshift camp, including that dilapidated, abandoned church. Scar and Jean Kyer had brought quite a few men this time. Apparently all from the Nightingale Tavern. Each possessed a high-level combat profession. with a complete complement of roles of force to be reckoned with. Under Jean Kaire's command, the group carefully carried the 5 cryogenic storage containers out of the church. Xiao Ye suddenly remembered something and urgently said to Scar. Scar, I heard that Hawk-Nosed Guy mentioned another group would arrive at noon to take over. Seems they plan to move this batch of potions out. Don't worry. I got it. Scar nodded in response, then grinned at Xiao Ye. You've done more than enough, kid. Leave the rest to us. Scar chuckled darkly before adding. That backup team Inton mentioned? They might not even show up. Xiao Ye froze at the news. September explained beside him. Over the past few days, Scar and Flowerface have uncovered some leads in Blackwater City. Those snakes who infiltrated the city, our people have already begun dealing with them. So that's it. Xiao Ye instantly recalled the black snake emblem on the sleeves of the bald man and the hawk-nosed man's group. Scarface, what exactly is the background of this group? Xiao Ye asked immediately. The merchant leader, Euphone, had mentioned they were all unfamiliar faces in the vicinity of Blackwater City. Scar kicked aside a nearby corpse with his foot, his gaze settling on the black venomous snake emblem on his sleeve as he replied. This gang isn't from any faction in Blackwater City. They're not even from our northwest region. If it weren't for Flowerface having some connection with them years ago, probably no one in the entire city would recognize them. Scar tore the black viper emblem from the corpse, a cruel smile curling his lips. Here. They're called the Viper Mercenaries. Used to operate along the border. They'll take any job for the right price. Their reputation's been rotten for ages. Never thought I'd run into them here in Blackwater City. Xiao Ye sharply picked up the key words from Scar's statement and immediately pressed. Are you saying these men are merely pawns? That someone hired them to rob Uncle Chin's shipment? Scar nodded solemnly. We need to thoroughly investigate who's behind this gang. What kind of people would dare target Uncle Chin? Xiao Ye also sensed this matter wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Earlier, September had mentioned that this batch of high-grade alchemical potions was destined for the battlefield. And the Viper mercenaries had been active along the border? It was hard not to suspect some connection existed. Enough. Tally up the goods and dispose of all the bodies here. Scar commanded his men to thoroughly destroy the makeshift camp and eliminate all traces, while casting a somewhat exasperated glance at Xiao Ye and September. You two kids, really, how could you cause such a ruckus at the Jade Mine? These past few days, Flowerface and I have been frantic. Even if we can't find this shipment, we absolutely cannot lose track of you two. If anything happened to you two in Blackwater City, Uncle Chin and third sister would skin me alive when we got back. Xiao Ye and September exchanged stunned glances, clearly caught off guard. Joyua hadn't had time to tell Scarface about what happened at the Jade Mine. Just then, Jean Kair approached, her eyes brimming with curiosity and scrutiny as she asked. So the collapse of that Jade Mine really was caused by the two of you? Word's been spreading all over Blackwater City these past few days. That Jade Mine stood for centuries, yet now it's completely collapsed. Rumors are flying about a massive beast tide approaching. Jean Kair frowned, grabbing both Xiao Ye and September by the head and giving them a firm rub. I just can't wrap my head around how two little kids like you managed to cause such a huge commotion. September immediately stuck out her tongue obediently and said. It's not entirely our fault. We just went deeper into the mine to explore. Who would have thought we'd encounter such strange things? September shot Xiao Ye a knowing glance before dismissively telling Jean Kair. It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it when we get back. Anyway, we were buried in there for 3 whole days and nights. Hearing this, even the usually carefree scarred face showed a hint of lingering fear. Hey! Didn't Flowerface tell you two to just level up around the outer edges of the Jade Mine? Never go deep into the tunnels. And look what you two did, almost got yourselves buried alive. Kids these days are more rebellious than ever. Jean Kair shook her head, laughing as she scolded. Scarface, haven't you seen who brought them up? Kids raised with our crew, what good habits could they possibly learn? Scar's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered under his breath. What about us back in the day? Jean Kair's expression shifted as she addressed Xiao Ye in September. Alright, you two should hurry back to Blackwater City with us. Wash off all that dust and grime and get some rest. Now that we've found this shipment, Scar will train you both to level up over the next few days. And keep a close eye on you two little troublemakers, no more causing any more trouble. When the time comes, I'll make sure to deliver you both back to Third Mother and Uncle Chin in one piece. Chapter 123, An Unexpected Delight. Assassin Specialization Entry. While Scar and Jean Kair supervised the loading of the 5 portable cryogenic storage units onto the transport vehicle, Xiao Ye slipped back to the corpse pile at the temporary camp. Under the guise of assisting with the bodies, he secretly sacrificed every single ember from those bald-headed and hawk-nosed thugs. He plucked every feather, sparing not even a single spark. One by one, the embers gathered on Xiao Ye's body without a trace, and line after line of notifications sounded in his ears. Human Professionals Ember Sacrifice Successful. Ember Value plus 80. Human Adventurer's Fire Essence. The fire essence granted by these high-level adventurers surpassed even that of highly polluted monsters. Combined with the fire essence from the jade gargoyles and crystallized beings slain deep within the jade quarry earlier, Xiao Ye suddenly realized his current ember value had surged to nearly 10,000. This was arguably the most abundant accumulation since his class awakening, and a significant portion of it likely came from the jade marrow spawn. Just as Xiao Ye began contemplating how to utilize this massive influx of fire seed points, a notification suddenly rang in his ears. Acquired talent entry stealth B tier. A trait. Xiao Ye's heart surged with excitement. Most of the hawk-nosed man's subordinates were assassins and rogue type classes, and he never imagined that the sheer accumulation of points would finally unlock this specialized skill for the assassin class. Stealth skill. It's no exaggeration to call this the foundational skill upon which assassins and rogues rely for survival. Though merely a B-tier skill, Xiao Ye could enhance and upgrade it using ember points. Human practitioners offered high fire seed values, yet the drop rate for skill slots remained unpredictable, sometimes even lower than monsters. Who would have thought Xiao Ye would stumble upon such good fortune today? He owed thanks to the hawk-nosed man for bringing that entire squad of assassin-class players. And earlier, he'd even looted an A-tier attribute called Iron Body from one of the bald man's minions, a truly unexpected windfall. Before Xiao Ye could even open the talent panel to examine it, he heard September calling him from the car. Sunflower seeds, let's go. What are you still doing there? Coming. Xiao Ye quickened his pace to catch up. He'd examined the entry in detail once they returned to the Nightingale Tavern. The journey back to Blackwater City went smoothly, and they didn't encounter the group of Viper mercenaries the hawk-nosed man had mentioned coming to assist. With two masters like Scarface and Jean Kyra in command, even the guards at Blackwater City's gates showed a touch more respect. Scarface, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, leaned against the carriage window, striking a cocky pose. Though Xiao Ye suspected this was largely due to the influence of Jean Kyra, the Nightingale Tavern's proprietress. At the city gates, they spotted numerous groups of adventurers bustling about, their flow moving directly opposite theirs. Xiao Ye couldn't help but ask Jean Kyra, "Where are all these people going? I didn't see this many here a few days ago." Jean Kyra shot him a glare and retorted with a laugh. "All because of you two troublemakers. You blew the jade mine to smithereens. Now everyone thinks a new dungeon has opened up there, and they're all rushing to strike it rich." Xiao Ye was instantly at a loss for words. While September grinned, watching the throngs of adventurers swarming outside the window. She chuckled. Well, they're in for a disappointment. That jade mine is probably nothing but rubble now. Finally back in the suite at Nightingale Tavern. Xiao Ye suddenly found this windowless underground suite strangely comforting. September, who had returned to Blackwater City earlier but hadn't had time to bathe, plunged straight into the bathroom the moment she entered, shouting, "Sunflower seeds. Don't you dare take mine." Xiao Ye shook his head helplessly, settling into a chair in his own room, still covered in dust. Closing the door, he instinctively checked his talent panel, where two brand new entries lay quietly waiting. Iron Body. Tier A. Description: a body tempered like steel through trials, possessing a physique far surpassing others. Effect: passive, increases maximum health by 20%. So it was a passive skill. Xiao Ye suddenly understood. No wonder that shield warrior guarding the backyard alone had absurdly high health when he assassinated him. Turns out he was carrying this trait. And the bonus from Iron Body scales as a percentage, meaning it keeps increasing as his own stats grow. In a way, it was a growth-oriented talent. Xiao Ye reopened his attribute panel. Sure enough, his health bar, previously hovering around 17,000, had now surpassed the 20,000 mark. This was an unexpected delight. Next, Xiao Ye clicked on the long-awaited assassin specialization talent. Stealth. Tier B. Description: a gift from the shadow god to his loyal followers. By manipulating the power of shadows, one conceals their entire body within illusory forms. Effect: upon activation, immediately enters stealth mode, becoming invisible to the naked eye for 5 minutes. Stealth is immediately cancelled upon taking any damage. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Just as Xiao Ye had anticipated. The B-tier stealth functioned exactly as described in the textbooks, the most vital skill for the assassin class. Whether for reconnaissance, escape, or ambush, it grants them the advantage of striking first. However, its weakness is equally obvious: any damage instantly breaks stealth. Thus, whether it's a mage's area of effect spell or an archer's arrow storm, these skills can be preemptively used to break their stealth. Especially archers wielding vision-piercing skills like Illumination Arrow, who stand as the nemesis of thieves and assassins. Yet as their class ranks increase, their stealth becomes increasingly difficult to detect and break. Take the first formidable assassin Xiao Ye encountered after awakening his class, the psychopathic Killer Chen family fourth young master in the ancient Lulan general's tomb. If Xiao Ye recalls correctly, he was an A-tier assassin. His stealth skill carried an additional effect: after breaking stealth, he could forcefully re-enter stealth, a technique known as powered concealment. At this moment, Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for what his own B-tier stealth would achieve after enhancing it with fire seed points.
A prompt instantly appeared before his eyes. Consume 50 spark points to enhance the talent slot Stealth B rank?
With nearly 10,000 fire seed points at his disposal, Xiao Ye didn't hesitate for a moment.
He selected Confirm. Enhance. Chapter 124, Custom Enhancement Branch? Spores? Void.
Beams of fire essence surged forth from Xiao Ye's body, swirling around him, burning brightly before dissipating. Immediately, a notification appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes.
Consumed 50 fire seed points.
Talent, Stealth B tier enhanced to Advanced Stealth Technique A tier.
Xiao Ye scrutinized the details. Advanced Stealth.
Tier, A tier. Description, an advanced stealth technique mastered only by seasoned thieves through rigorous training.
It grants a more concealed stealth state that is harder to detect or break.
Effect, immediately enters stealth state upon activation, immune to low-tier detection skills.
Stealth is broken only after taking a certain amount of damage. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 7 minutes. Equivalent to a fully enhanced version of stealth.
The stealth state is also more stable, only breaking after taking a certain amount of damage. This prevents it from being instantly disrupted by a mage's area of effect damage spells.
But that's not enough.
Based on Xiao Ye's previous experience enhancing talent traits with fire seed points, the tier of the attribute must reach at least S rank before a qualitative change occurs. And Xiao Ye wasn't content to stop at just any high-tier stealth.
He decisively chose to continue enhancing it. Consume 450 fire seed points to enhance the talent slot Advanced Stealth A tier? Xiao Ye didn't hesitate. Based on prior experience,
each advancement beyond S tier consumed nearly tenfold the seeds of fire. And forging a truly potent attribute demanded immense seeds of fire. And this assassin class specific trait clearly demanded even more fire seed than ordinary traits.
Continue enhancement. Flames once again erupted from Xiao Ye's body, burning and dissipating around him. Consumed 450 ember points.
Talent, Advanced Stealth A tier upgraded to Shadow Stealth S tier.
Shadow Stealth. Tier, S rank.
Description, only exceptionally gifted rogues can comprehend the method of applying the Way of Shadows to stealth techniques. Such individuals also gain greater favor from the Shadow God, receiving the protection of the shadows.
Effect, upon activation, immediately enters Shadow Stealth state.
Movement speed increases by 30%. Immune to all detection skills except light-based ones.
Gains increased damage reduction against area of effect attacks. Duration, 30 minutes.
Additional effect, while in shadow environments, movement speed boost in duration increase by an extra 50%.
Cooldown, 5 minutes.
Xiao Ye stared at the rows of skill descriptions before him, inwardly astonished. Indeed, S-tier traits represent a qualitative leap. As long as stealth wasn't broken, it could last a full 30 minutes. And in shadowed environments, he moved with the agility of a fish in water. Xiao Ye tentatively estimated that this shadow stealth should be comparable to the exclusive stealth skill of September's Undead Rogue class. With this skill, Xiao Ye could even adopt some rogue-style combat tactics. The question now facing Xiao Ye was whether to continue enhancing it further. According to the prompt before him, advancing Shadow Stealth again would consume a staggering 4,350 ember points. This would essentially drain half of his entire savings. Yet judging by the power of his previous SS tier traits, the leap from S to SS rank represented an undeniable qualitative transformation. Fine, if I'm going to gamble, I'll go all in. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and made his decision. He had always followed the strength agility build. So the stealth skill wasn't merely for reconnaissance or escape. Xiao Ye could fully leverage this rogue class specific skill to execute devastating single target burst tactics. For instance, when facing another situation like the temporary camp where he was outnumbered and surrounded, Xiao Ye wouldn't be forced into a completely passive, head-on fight against multiple enemies. Continue enhancing. No sooner had Xiao Ye spoken. Strands of fire seed energy surged forth from his body, swirling throughout the room like fireworks before gradually dissipating into ash. Suddenly, a prompt he had never seen before appeared before his eyes. Select Enhancement Path, Shadow Stealth Technique S rank. Option 1, Active Spores SS tier. Cultivate active spores within your flesh, enveloping your entire body to blend seamlessly with the environment as camouflage. Remain concealed indefinitely until spores are depleted. Spores regenerate continuously over time. Option 2, Void Concealment SS tier. The finest rogues throughout history have relentlessly explored the power of the void. By retreating into the void, one briefly enters a state of void concealment, becoming undetectable and invisible. Xiao Ye froze for an instant. This was the first time he'd personally chosen the enhancement direction for his talent traits. Could it be because his incomplete divine essence had gained some measure of restoration? The two enhancement paths before him left Xiao Ye hesitating. The first involved nurturing active spores using his own flesh. Though the idea sent a chill down his spine, it granted infinite stealth until the spores were depleted, effectively eliminating any cooldown. After breaking stealth to kill someone, he could immediately slip back into concealment. In a one versus many battlefield, especially amidst chaotic combat, it was a god-tier ability that felt like a fish in water.
Yet the second option, void concealment, equally left Xiao Ye torn. A state of complete void concealment, undetectable. Though labeled as brief in duration, it takes the concept of stealth to its ultimate extreme. Just hearing it evokes a profound sense of security. Moreover, as Xiao Ye understood, the term void pertained to a high-tier spell or even a fundamental law, a mysterious power that many of the Dragon Nation's most accomplished mages were devoted to exploring. Now this enigmatic power lay before Xiao Ye, within his grasp. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye made his choice instantly. I choose option 2, void concealment. A line of text instantly appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Consumed 4350 fire seed points. Talent, Shadow Stealth S tier has been upgraded to Void Concealment SS tier. Void Concealment. Tier, SS. Description, a skill mastered by a pioneering rogue who first touched the barrier of the void. The art of vanishing into the void allowed him to escape death multiple times amidst the encirclement of elite professionals. Effect, upon activation, tears through the void barrier to hide within the void. During this period, completely immune to detection skills and cannot be sensed. Duration, 5 minutes. Additional effect, each use grants 1 instance of void shift, allowing instant teleportation to any nearby location. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Chapter 125, SS Tier Transformation. Spectral Wrath. After reviewing all skill descriptions, Xiao Ye finally exhaled in relief. He had made the right bet. This was the SS Tier stealth skill, Void Concealment. Though its duration was shorter than other skills, it still lasted a full 5 minutes. And within those 5 minutes, Xiao Ye existed in a void state completely undetectable and imperceptible. 5 minutes was more than enough time for Xiao Ye to handle most situations that could be called dead ends. What's more, it comes with a void shift effect, allowing him to instantly teleport to any nearby location. This marks Xiao Ye's first acquired displacement skill. Previously, Xiao Ye possessed skills like Tide Summoning Spirit Step that significantly boosted movement speed, yet he lacked a true displacement ability. At best, he had the Savage Charge, looted from the Ghostclaw Bear in the Trial Tower, which could barely be considered a semi-dispersion skill. However, its movement speed was far too slow, making it easily countered when facing human practitioners. This Void Leap now gave Xiao Ye a new means for surprise assaults. The nearly 10,000 fire seed points in his possession were instantly depleted by half for this stealth attribute, evidencing that skills specialized by other classes demand greater fire seed expenditure for enhancement. Yet Xiao Ye felt not a shred of regret. For during his 3 years of high school, one of the top 3 professions in his career plan was the assassin class. Back then, Xiao Ye had already done extensive preparation and tactical study for assassin-type professions. And though he hadn't truly become an assassin yet, possessing this void concealment made him at least half an assassin. Gazing at the remaining 500+ fire seed points in his hand, Xiao Ye already had a rough plan for their allocation. First was ultrasonic detection, the reconnaissance skill he used most frequently. Back in the underground mines beneath Jade Square, when he was nearly detected by September, another S-rank professional, Xiao Ye realized it was time to upgrade this reconnaissance skill. The bald man, the hawk-nosed Intong, the enemies he would face in the future would only grow stronger. If he were detected while using a detection skill, they could easily turn the tables on him, or worse, use advanced skills to pinpoint his exact location. The advancement of ultrasonic detection was imperative. With a flicker of thought, a prompt instantly appeared before his eyes. Consume 2440 fire seed points to enhance the talent entry ultrasonic detection S tier? Since ultrasonic detection was already an S tier skill, the required fire seed cost immediately reached over 1,000 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye selected the enhancement. He was curious to see just how much further this ability could be elevated. Originally, Xiao Ye had obtained this skill from a corpse poison bat, upgrading it from the A-tier sonic detection to the S-tier ultrasonic detection. It had already reached near maximum enhancement for sonic-type abilities. But if he continued to enhance it, in which direction would it advance? As wisps of fire essence once again surged from Xiao Ye's body, the answer finally appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Consumed 2440 fire seed points. Talent, ultrasonic detection S rank has been enhanced to spectral wrath SS rank. The outcome of the enhancement left Xiao Ye momentarily stunned. Judging by the names alone, these two skill lines seemed worlds apart. Could it be that the detection skill had been completely erased? Xiao Ye hurriedly examined the details. Spectral Wrath. Tier, SS. Description, wandering spirits that linger between heaven and earth, neither dead nor extinguished. Only by binding their targets until they are reduced to ashes can their dense resentment be dispelled. Effect, releases ghosts into the surrounding area. These ghosts, imbued with intense resentment, will automatically search for all nearby targets, binding them with a resentment mark and tracking their movements for a set period. Additional effect, can mark targets in stealth or concealment states. Additional effect, targets marked by this cannot be detected except by holy light-based spells, but can be purged by purification. In an instant, Xiao Ye realized with a start. Advancing from S rank to SS rank truly brought about a qualitative leap. The original ability to detect targets using ultrasonic waves had now evolved into a spectral entity. This spectral presence sounded troublesome indeed. After marking a target, one could track its movements for a period afterward, far more precise than the previous sonar detection results. Xiao Ye's previous location data from ultrasonic detection was one time only. If the target moves too quickly, the results were unreliable. Moreover, the resentment mark could only be removed through purification magic. This meant that unless the enemy team had a priest who promptly detected the resentment mark, they would be under Xiao Ye's constant surveillance for an extended period. Those 2,000 plus fire seed points were absolutely worth every drop. Combined with Xiao Ye's void concealment, which grants complete immunity to detection. Combined with the target-seeking effect of this wraith's wrath. It's like saying, I get to stealth, but you don't. Combined, these abilities grant Xiao Ye a devastating advantage against current rogue class characters. Xiao Ye couldn't resist using spectral wrath right there in the room. A faint, shrill wail echoed as countless spectral spirits visible only to him instantly spread across the surrounding walls. They actually passed right through the walls. In an instant, through the spectral illusions that had attached themselves to thee and returned. Xiao Ye faintly glimpsed a languid figure through the wall. None other than September, who was bathing. But Xiao Ye jolted in shock. Only then did he realize that the moment the vengeful spirit attached itself to its target, it would project the surrounding scene into Xiao Ye's mind. The steamy scene made his heart skip a beat involuntarily, a wave of guilt washing over him. Who would have thought the tall, slender September possessed such assets? Ahem. Xiao Ye shook his head, banishing those distracting thoughts. He checked his inventory. Roughly 3,000 fire seed points remained, just enough to push one skill entry to the qualitative leap of SS rank. In truth, aside from ultrasonic detection, there was another skill Xiao Ye had long desired to enhance. The very first skill he had ever upgraded using fire seed points, beast blood boiling. Chapter 126, Gambled Away? The outrageous frenzied ape form? Beast blood boiling. Rank A. Effect, an innate skill possessed by high-tier bloodline beastkin. Activation boosts damage and attack speed by 50%. After effect ends, enters a brief weakened state with defense reduced by 30%. Additional, killing a target extends duration. For Xiao Ye, this was a high-output skill that had once helped him defeat the high-health Undying treant and numerous bosses. However, given the high-risk dungeons and monsters he now faced, and with the uncertainty of what challenges lay ahead, Xiao Ye dared not gamble on risking that 30% defense reduction from the weakened state. For instance, in the underground caverns of the Jade Mine. If he lacked sufficient recovery time to overcome the weakened state, the immediate 30% defense reduction would plunge him into extreme peril. But now, Xiao Ye had accumulated sufficient fire seed points. It's absolutely worth taking a gamble on this unique talent slot exclusive to Beastmen monsters. If it could eliminate the debilitating weakness debuff, this skill would undergo a fundamental transformation. With a flicker of thought, a prompt instantly appeared before Xiao Ye. Consume 300 fire seed points to enhance the talent trait Beast Blood Boiling a rank? Sure enough, each unique trait required a different amount of fire seed points for enhancement and advancement. But it was foreseeable, while other class-specific talent entries required vastly more fire seed than ordinary ones. The more fire seed consumed to advance other entries, the more powerful the enhanced entry would become. The seeds of fire required to enhance Beast Blood Rage to S tier already surpassed many of Xiao Ye's other traits, suggesting its enhancement potential is quite promising. Xiao Ye immediately selected Confirmation, and familiar wisps of fire seed surged forth from his body once more. And the enhancement results appeared before him. Fire seed cost 300 points. Talent, Beast Blood Boiling A tier has been enhanced to Frenzied Ape Form S tier. Frenzied Ape Form. Tier, S rank. Description, orc monsters awaken their primal mad ape bloodline, causing their bodies to swell dramatically into the mad ape form and unleash terrifying destructive power. Effect, upon activation, the body transforms into the frenzied ape form, significantly increasing strength, constitution, health, and other attributes by 200%. Damage output is drastically enhanced to devastating levels. Additional effect, the enraged ape form causes the body to swell beyond normal human proportions, greatly enhancing defense. However, due to the form's mutation, weapons and other skills cannot be used during the transformation. In an instant, Xiao Ye experienced the emotional roller coaster from elation to despair. When he saw nearly all attributes skyrocket by 200%, pure ecstasy flooded his being. This wasn't a frenzied ape form, it was practically a King Kong form. Yet when he saw the restriction preventing weapon or skill use during transformation, he froze instantly. Unable to wield weapons or skills, forced to rely solely on his bare hands and feet as weapons. Wasn't that essentially turning him from a human into a giant ape boss? Although both destructive power and defense were greatly enhanced, for Xiao Ye, it felt like a massive downgrade. This berserk ape form felt like a joke to him. Xiao Ye's greatest advantage lay in his vast array of diverse innate skills, whose synergies between various attributes and abilities could forge countless tactical possibilities. Now, abandoning all those skill combinations for the sake of one ability? That would be utterly foolish. I'm screwed. Xiao Ye felt like crying without tears. After all this time enhancing and fusing talent entries, he'd finally ruined one. Even if this, frenzied ape form, were an S-tier attribute, Xiao Ye was destined never to use it. Even when grinding mobs in dungeons, Xiao Ye couldn't bear to imagine how that girl would mock him if she saw him in this form. What should he do now? Should he gamble again by spending more fire seed points to enhance it? Or should he call it quits and save those sparks for future use? The scales in Xiao Ye's mind began to sway. Yet a surge of stubbornness and frustration tipped the scales heavily in favor of one side. Xiao Ye resolved to go all in. All or nothing. At worst, he could always work harder later to rebuild his fire seed value. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and selected to continue the enhancement. Consume 3,000 fire seed points to enhance the talent slot frenzied ape form S tier? Exactly 3,000 fire seed points, not a single point more or less. After this enhancement, only a few scraps would remain in Xiao Ye's hands. Confirm. Xiao Ye remained utterly composed. His entire demeanor remained remarkably calm. Even if this enhancement failed, life would still go on. In an instant, a massive surge of fire seed energy erupted from Xiao Ye's body, swirling throughout the entire room. Xiao Ye simply closed his eyes, refusing to witness the spectacle. Until a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Consumed 3,000 fire seed points. Talent, Berserker 8 Form S rank upgraded to Primordial Bloodline SS rank. Primordial Bloodline? Xiao Ye snapped his eyes open, hurriedly opening his talent panel, where a new SS tier entry now lay quietly. Primordial Bloodline. Tier, SS. Description: only the bodies of extremely rare beastkin monsters contain this ancient, primordial bloodline. It holds terrifying power. When activated, it feels like returning to the Savage Era when beastkin once ruled the entire planet. Effect: upon activation, the primordial bloodline drastically increases physical attack damage by 75% and attack speed by 75%. Duration diminishes as rage is consumed. Additional effect: attacks inflict a tearing effect, causing sustained bleeding damage upon hitting targets. Additional effect: rage gain rage upon activating the primordial bloodline. Killing targets and taking damage accumulates rage. When rage reaches its peak, gain a massive critical strike chance. Whoa! Xiao Yeqing couldn't help but gasp in shock. He repeatedly checked the effect description until he confirmed there were no additional effects transforming him into some other Orcish form, only then did he finally relax. Yet immediately afterward, a surge of wild excitement welled up within Xiao Ye. For he knew. Unlike human history, the orc race's golden age had actually occurred thousands, even tens of thousands of years ago during the barbaric era. During that era, the ancestors of the beastmen possessed terrifying power, truly reigning as the masters of this planet. Yet as the wheels of history rolled onward, the bloodline of the beastmen grew increasingly diluted and weakened. Rare beastmen monsters exhibiting atavistic traits occasionally possessed traces of their primordial ancestors' blood, granting them power far surpassing their kindred. Now, this precious trait manifested within Xiao Ye. Upon activation, it drastically increases physical attack damage and attack speed, effectively tripling his damage output. Though its duration diminishes with each point of rage consumed, defeating targets replenishes this rage. Moreover, reaching peak rage grants an additional critical strike chance. Without a doubt, Primordial Bloodline is currently Xiao Ye's most powerful ultimate ability. Just as Xiao Ye was still immersed in ecstatic joy, the suite suddenly echoed with the voices of Scarface and Jean Kyer. It seemed the man with the scarred face who had gone to apprehend Hookno Xingtong had returned. Chapter 127, Undercurrent Stir. Blackwater City's Great Reckoning. As Xiao Ye opened the door, September next door was also peeking out furtively, her eyes darting about, her face practically screaming curiosity and gossip. The two just caught Scarface and Jean Kyer walking out of the suite with grim expressions. Has Flower Face returned? September immediately asked Scarred with eager curiosity. So, did you catch that guy? Scar nodded, then waved his hand dismissively at Xiao Ye and September, signaling them to return to their own rooms. With a hint of impatience, he said, "We've got him. You two aren't needed anymore. Just stay in your rooms and get some rest." September immediately protested indignantly. "What do you mean it's none of our business? If it weren't for us, would you have found that shipment? Would you have found that hawk-nosed guy?" But Jean Kyer turned her head, gave September a meaningful smile, and said, "All right, little September. It's not that we don't want you involved, it's just that some dirty work is best left to us. Now isn't the time for you to get your hands dirty." Upon hearing this, September's expression froze. And suddenly understood something. She replied awkwardly, "Oh, I see." Xiao Ye also caught the hidden meaning in her words. He saw September give him a meaningful glance from afar. Only after Scarface and Jean Kyer had left the suite, September slipped quietly into Xiao Ye's room. She wore a light nightgown, a blanket draped over her shoulders. She entered and gave Xiao Ye a pout before suddenly smiling sweetly and asking, "Sunflower seeds, don't you still get what Jean Kyer was implying just now?"
Xiao Ye politely averted his gaze from September. To avoid dampening her spirits, he nodded in agreement. September, however, stood up and deliberately sat right in front of Xiao Ye. Her expression turned serious as she said earnestly, "Now that Flowerface has brought that guy back, we naturally need to start with him, follow the trail to uncover the mastermind behind them. So Scarface and Jean Kyer must have gone to interrogate Yin Tong. Sunflower seeds, you probably didn't see that coming, did you? Sister Jean Kyer is famed for her ruthless and brutal methods of torture." As Xiao Ye spoke these words, her face lit up with a mischievous grin. Truth be told, Xiao Ye wasn't entirely unprepared for this. The Nightingale Tavern had stood firm in Blackwater City precisely because everyone within its walls was a formidable combat-oriented professional. How else could Jean Kyer have become the proprietress of the Nightingale Tavern? That night when September camped out in Xiao Ye's room, gossiping about Jean Kyer all night long. Yet regarding that hawk-nosed Yin Tong, no matter how much Xiao Ye and September pressed him, the scarred man refused to answer. All they knew was that when Scarface and Flowerface returned to the suite, both wore unexpectedly somber expressions. After that, neither Yin Tong nor the hook-nosed man was ever seen or heard of again. In the days that followed, Xiao Ye spent 3 full days resting peacefully at the Nightingale Tavern, easing the nerves that had been stretched taut since escaping the Jade Mine and encountering Hooknose's group at the makeshift camp. During this time, Xiao Ye continuously experimented with his newly acquired entries in his room. On one occasion, he even activated Void Concealment and slipped unnoticed into the Nightingale Tavern's private cellar. To his surprise, he encountered Hooknose Yin Tong there once more. Only now, he was nothing more than a corpse, or more accurately, a body so horribly tortured it was barely recognizable as human. The cellar also held other spine-chilling instruments of torture, perhaps revealing the true face of Blackwater City hidden beneath its daytime bustle. Darkness, agony, slaughter. This was the true face of Blackwater City and its inhabitants. And Xiao Ye realized that, unbeknownst to him, he too had quietly changed? It likely began when he saw Yin Tong's corpse in that cellar. The first thought that surfaced in his mind was to check whether the embers still burned within the limbs. Could they be sacrificed by him? Alas, the embers within Yin Tong's corpse, dead for several days, had long since faded. And Xiao Ye was no longer the same man he had been a month ago. 3 days later, after Xiao Ye and his companion had fully rested and recovered both mentally and physically, under Jean Kyer's arrangements, Scar personally led Xiao Ye in September to level up near Blackwater City. Having exceeded their planned leveling progress within a mere 10 days, September had reached level 87, while Xiao Ye had soared to level 90. The remaining time to complete the leveling plan was more than sufficient. With Scarface personally leading the group, their leveling efficiency saw another significant boost. For the first time, Xiao Ye experienced being guided by a high-level professional. Scarface led the two exclusively to high-risk dungeons above level 100. Though Scar would take a share of the experience himself, he often reserved the finishing blows on elite monsters and bosses for Xiao Ye in September to claim the final hit bonus. As a result, with just 1 week left before the month-long deadline, Xiao Ye had already surpassed his level 100 goal. Yet Xiao Ye showed no signs of slacking off. He continued to rise early and return late, relentlessly sweeping through nearby high-pollution zones. His relentless drive left both Scarface and Flowerface utterly impressed, while September remained utterly baffled yet refused to be outdone, dragging himself out with dark circles under his eyes to level up alongside Xiao Ye every single day. Finally, with just 1 day left in the month, Xiao Ye's level plateaued at 107. Perhaps because he hadn't returned to Shangjing City's job change hall to complete his second job advancement. Once you hit level 100, each subsequent level felt like scaling a mountain. Yet this period of relentless grinding, Xiao Ye reaped a bountiful harvest of new high-tier attributes, and his entire gear set was completely renewed. On the very last day, as Xiao Ye was organizing his recent acquisitions in his room, he suddenly heard a commotion outside his suite, as if the entire Nightingale Tavern was abuzz with unusual activity. It wasn't just the Nightingale Tavern. Xiao Ye keenly sensed that something was brewing throughout Blackwater City lately, as if a major event was about to unfold. Regarding this matter, Jean Kyer, the Nightingale Tavern's proprietress behind the bar, seemed slightly tipsy. She gave Xiao Ye a charming smile, personally mixed him a drink, and said, "Want to know what's going on? Well. A few days ago, Scarface and Patchface already spread the word. Now the whole Blackwater City knows. Sheen Shan is coming back. The former king of Blackwater City is returning. The real reckoning is about to begin. Everyone who touched the shipment is marked for death. Some folks in Blackwater City won't be able to sit still much longer." Chapter 128, Storm Clouds Gathering. The month-long deadline has passed. Uncle Chin was about to arrive in Blackwater City. Xiao Ye had known from the start that Uncle Chin sending Scarface and Flowerface to bring him to Blackwater City was never just about leveling up in this high-pollution zone. He must have had his own agenda. Now it was clear, this city, nestled within the high-pollution zone and serving as the hub for all the black markets, was indeed a melting pot of shady elements, with various factions deeply intertwined.
Who exactly is the true power behind the scenes controlling Blackwater City today? Who was really pulling the strings behind the Viper mercenaries who stole that batch of potions? And why was Uncle Cheen once the king of Blackwater City? And what brings him back to Blackwater City now? Countless questions surged in Xiao Ye's mind, yet answers remained elusive. But there was no doubt. The day Uncle Cheen returned to Blackwater City would inevitably stir up this deep pool of murky waters once more. In these final days, September, usually curious and fond of excitement, had become surprisingly well-behaved, throwing herself entirely into leveling up. Perhaps she'd learned that Red Third Sister would be arriving in Blackwater City alongside Qin Shu, and with her level still lagging far behind Xiao Ye's, this had sparked a subtle sense of urgency within her. Ironically, the elusive hooded man who had been as rare as a dragon's head in recent times suddenly found himself with free time. Xiao Ye often spotted him sitting alone at the counter of the Night Camp Tavern. A single cup of wine on the table, yet he'd often drink from it all day long. His bizarre, terrifying attire combined with his forbidding aura meant ordinary folk dared not approach him. Only the proprietress, Jean Kyer, occasionally approached him out of concern for his solitude. Even then, the masked man would usually only give a slight nod and offer a few brief words in response. On the final day, when Xiao Ye sat down beside him at the bar. But unexpectedly, the man inside turned to look at Xiao Ye. A hint of softening appeared in the pair of eyes peeking out from beneath his bandaged face. And he actually spoke to Xiao Ye first. "It's your last day. Want me to take you out for a walk?" Xiao Ye was taken aback. He hadn't expected this usually cold and aloof bandaged man to extend an invitation to him. With no other plans for the day, Xiao Ye nodded immediately. Sure. Little did he know that when the hooded man said "show you around," he meant exactly that, rushing Xiao Ye through the bustling marketplace of Blackwater City in a whirlwind tour. Even when Xiao Ye spotted goods or vendors that piqued his interest, the hooded man never paused, leaving Xiao Ye no choice but to abandon his interest and keep pace. Yet amidst the wandering, Xiao Ye keenly sensed the peculiarities permeating the Blackwater City market. In numerous sections, vendors had shut down their stalls in large swaths, suddenly dividing the entire market into distinct, clearly separated zones. The merchants within each zone belonged to different factions. Some wore faces clouded with worry, while others seemed almost maniacally excited. The contrast between them was particularly striking. The cloaked man, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Those who've shut down, packing up to flee, they've all picked the wrong side." Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, carefully weighing the meaning behind the hooded man's words. "Ha!" The hooded man let out a cold laugh. "They're clever. Today is their final chance to leave. If they don't go by the end of the day, once Uncle Cheen returns, they won't be able to leave. Do they really think the current boss of Blackwater City can protect them? Utterly delusional." Xiao Ye's heart jolted, but he seized the moment to ask the masked man. "Brother Flower Face, what does boss mean?" The masked man explained in a measured tone. "With so many factions in Blackwater City, they must elect a leader to stand at the forefront. The Dragonhead is the head of the largest faction. They elect one every few years, essentially the city's decision-maker." "Then what about Uncle Cheen?" Uncle Cheen was the previous dragon head of Blackwater City and the fastest to ever ascend to that position. But that was over 20 years ago. For the past 2 decades, the Dragonhead has been the same man known on the streets as the priest. Once Uncle Cheen returns to Blackwater City, his first move will be to seek him out. A cold smile flickered in the man's eyes. His gaze then fixed intently on a street corner ahead. Xiao Ye followed his gaze, only to find the alley filled with black market gear dealers. Yet today, their stalls didn't display bloodstained gear or weapons. Instead, they displayed steaming bowls of porridge, steamed buns, pastries, and other hot dishes. Someone stood nearby hawking the offerings, seemingly distributing them for free. Black market gear dealers suddenly turned philanthropists, giving away porridge? Xiao Ye watched in bewilderment. But what puzzled him even more was that not far from these free food stalls stood a group of filthy, starving orphans, each one gaunt and sallow-faced. Their eyes drifted involuntarily toward the free hot meals being handed out at the gear dealers' stalls. Yet not a single one reached out to take any? Xiao Ye looked closely, and saw that the gaze these orphans cast upon the hot food was not filled with longing, but rather a look of determination and hatred. A slightly older orphan suddenly spoke up. "Only spineless cowards would eat your food. Uncle Cheen will be back soon. We won't eat your stuff." "Right. We won't eat." In an instant, the orphans hurled pebbles at the hot food displayed by the equipment peddlers. Xiao Ye was deeply shaken by the scene. "Ha!" The man wrapped in cloth spoke coldly beside him, shaking his head with mockery. "Only now do they put on this show of false virtue and play at charity? These people turned Blackwater City into this mess. The rules Uncle Cheen set back then are just ignored. Now they suddenly know fear." Xiao Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. Not only because of the information contained in the hooded man's words, but because he recognized the distinctive insignia worn by these hypocritical soup vendors. Emblems Xiao Ye knew all too well.
Red River Merchants Guild, Fengnan Forge, Eating Armor.
All prominent, well-known guilds in the capital city. Who would have thought such shady dealings were being conducted right here in Blackwater City? Uncle Chin's return this time is to kick every last one of them out of Blackwater City.
The man inside said coldly. Then he suddenly blew a loud whistle toward the group of orphans ahead. The orphans turned at the sound, their faces lighting up with joy as they ran toward the man wrapped in cloth, calling out, "Brother Flower Face! Brother Flower Face!" The hooded man turned to Xiao Ye, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go eat." That day, Xiao Ye, Flower Face, and the group of orphans enjoyed a lively meal at an open-air food stall. It was clear these orphans weren't dining with Flower Face for the first time. Gazing at his bizarre, bandage-wrapped face without a trace of fear, instead radiating an unmistakable warmth. Xiao Ye didn't know whether Hua Lian had taken him on that tour of Blackwater City that day with some deeper meaning or just on a whim. He had no time to ponder this question. Because the very next day, before dawn had broken, a convoy arrived at the gates of Blackwater City. Uncle Chin, the former leader of Blackwater City, had returned. Chapter 129, Uncle Chin returns. Reclaiming the old realm. Blackwater City, an obscure human city-state built amidst a highly polluted zone, is filled with shadowy forces and individuals who can only operate in the dark, conducting illicit business. Xiao Ye yearned to understand what the head truly meant. What exactly did the title of kingpin signify? Thus, on that early morning, Xiao Ye witnessed for the first time just how immense one person's influence could be over an entire city-state. As Uncle Chin's convoy rolled through the gates of Blackwater City, the sentries guarding the city gates stood aside with utmost respect, sheathing their weapons without a single blade exposed. Not a trace of hostility dared to show. As the convoy rolled down the city's main street, though dawn had yet to break, nearly the entire populace of Blackwater City had turned out. Crowds thronged both sides of the avenue, watching the convoy pass through the center. Jostling and stretching to see dark figures moving in the shadows, yet not a sound or disturbance disturbed the eerie silence. The street was eerily quiet. Until the convoy came to a slow halt. A tall, middle-aged figure pushed open the door and stepped out, walking to the front of the convoy. He did not wave to the people around him, didn't even glance at them, but walked forward with unwavering focus. But in an instant, a deafening roar erupted along the entire street. Dragon head! Dragon head! Dragon head! What began as a chaotic clamor gradually coalesced into a unified chorus. Many figures stepped out of the convoy, closely following Uncle Chin. Xiao Ye recognized the figure pressed close beside Uncle Chin, none other than Red Third Sister. Surrounded by several faces Xiao Ye had never seen before. Among them, a towering, burly man and a limping old man leaning on a cane stood out prominently. Though the old man leaned on his cane, his pace never faltered. With every street Uncle Chin traversed, countless people joined the procession behind him, making the entire group grow ever more formidable. Xiao Ye thought to himself, that painted-face fellow was right after all. Uncle Chin's first act upon returning to Blackwater City was to seek out its current leader, the priest. Uncle Chin led the way at the front, like the sharp edge of a blade, as the procession swept through block after block. Behind them, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers and frenzied shouts, suddenly smashing shop stalls to smithereens. This was no chaotic rampage with precision. As if guided by a target, they selected one or several shops from each row. Some shops had their adjacent neighbors smashed to pieces, yet the one in the middle remained untouched. Witnessing this, Xiao Ye suddenly understood the targeted shops had all been marked. Scarface, Flowerface, and their men had already thoroughly investigated the details of these shops. Which shops deserved to be smashed and which did not. Uncle Chin knew it all inside out. This was the true reckoning. Xiao Ye couldn't help but recall Jean Kai's words once more: everyone who handled that shipment must die. At that moment, Xiao Ye couldn't help but wonder, was the cargo Uncle Chin had lost truly worth a fortune? Or was it merely a bait deliberately thrown out by Uncle Chin, luring these individuals lurking within Blackwater City to reveal their true colors? As the group passed by Nightingale Tavern, Scarface, Flowerface, Jean Kai, and the rest of the brothers pulled Xiao Ye in September into their ranks. Naturally, they took the lead, tightly following Uncle Chin, moving like a sharp blade straight toward the very heart of Blackwater City, which was also where the current high priest of Blackwater City resided. There stood an exquisitely ornate cathedral, its walls and golden dome gleaming as if fashioned from pure gold, with every skylight inlaid with jade and gemstones, radiating dazzling brilliance as the first rays of dawn pierced through. Yet this cathedral was encircled by an immense, towering wall, creating a stark contrast to the chaotic chaos of Blackwater City outside, as if they belonged to two entirely different worlds. The crowd had now completely surrounded the church. Yet within its walls, an eerie silence reigned. Not a single soul was visible, and the so-called dragon-headed priest was nowhere to be found. Scar led the charge, splitting the gate open with a single swing of his axe. He bellowed a command. The crowd behind him poured in like a swarm of hunting dogs, their fury boiling over as they vowed to hunt down the priest hiding within. Hua Lianer, standing behind Xiao Ye, suddenly muttered under his breath,
That dimwit Scar is nothing but a dog. With Uncle Chin by his side, he'd bite even the heavens themselves. The scarred leader kicked the church door to pieces and charged inside. Amidst a clatter of breaking glass and billowing dust. After 10 minutes, Scarred Face stormed back out, his face twisted with fury. He addressed Uncle Chin. Uncle Chin, no one's here. The priest got out long ago. Uncle Chin said nothing, but picked up a torch and personally set the magnificent church ablaze. As billowing smoke rose into the sky, cheers erupted throughout Blackwater City. The priest fled. Blackwater City is no longer under his control. Uncle Chin has returned. Uncle Chin is the new boss from now on. In this manner, announced his return to all of Blackwater City. Xiao Ye wondered what Uncle Chin, who had been the leader here over 20 years ago, had done. That this chaotic city-state would keep his name etched in its memory for over 2 decades. To the point that even the priest who had ruled Blackwater City for 20 years dared not show his face, vanishing without a trace. It was only later, through Flower Face's words, that he learned that all the rules in Blackwater City were established by successive leaders, yet Uncle Chin had set only one rule upon becoming leader. Seal off the city. No external factions were permitted to establish a presence in its marketplace. It was said that during Uncle Chin's years as leader, Blackwater City functioned like a true human city-state, where everyone followed the rules and no one went hungry. After Uncle Chin departed, the priest who took his place shattered that order. Thus, one by one, outside factions discovered this hidden sanctuary of purification with delight. They reached their hands into Blackwater City, turning it into a place of utter darkness and corruption. The priest grew rich beyond measure, and Blackwater City descended into the chaos it is today. Blackwater City also had another rule, established by a former dragonhead. It decreed that the goods held by each successive leader were under absolute protection within Blackwater City, and no one was permitted to touch them. Should this rule be violated, anyone would have the right to kill the current leader and install a new one. Thus, several months ago, a batch of priceless high-grade purification potions quietly arrived in Blackwater City, instantly unleashing a tidal wave of chaos as factions from all corners scrambled to seize them. Chapter 130, Twilight Wolves Seeking Home? It's the pack returning to the mountains. The chaos and revelry in Blackwater City that day raged from dawn until nightfall. It was not until late at night that Xiao Ye finally encountered Uncle Chin once more at the Nightingale Tavern. Red Third Sister, the limping old man, and that exceptionally burly fellow were all present. And together they followed Uncle Chin down into the tavern's cellar. Scarface and Flowerface followed them in. During their month in Blackwater City, Xiao Ye and September had been barred from entering the cellar. This time, however, the proprietress, Jean Kyer, beckoned to them, signaling for them to follow. In this secret cellar hidden deep within the Nightingale Tavern's lowest level, Xiao Ye once again saw a corpse. Clad entirely in a holy white robe, yet stained with a patch of blood across its chest, a golden cross still hanging around its neck. Xiao Ye couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could this corpse be? Jean Kyer beside him offered a faint smile, voicing the question on Xiao Ye's mind. That's right, it's the priest. 2 days ago, Flowerface killed him. That old bastard got off easy dying like this. In that instant, Xiao Ye finally understood. So before Uncle Chin led his men to burn down the church at the heart of Blackwater City today, they had already known the priest was dead. That church was nothing but an empty shell. Burning it was nothing but a signal sent to the entire Blackwater City. Qin Shan has returned. So everything was actually part of Uncle Chin's plan. Seamless and flawless. Xiao Ye gazed at Uncle Chin's figure standing beside the priest's corpse, and could only think, cunning, meticulous, bold. Yet even these words felt inadequate to describe Uncle Chin. Xiao Ye couldn't help but recall their first meeting at Guiyun Tower, that solitary figure drinking alone, as desolate as an old wolf. Perhaps from that very moment, this entire plan had already begun to take shape in his mind. This trip to Blackwater City was never about a wolf seeking its homeland in twilight, but a return to reclaim the old territory. At this moment, everyone who could enter the cellar was someone Uncle Chin could trust completely. Hua Lian retrieved several contract-like documents from a locked safe nearby and handed them to Uncle Chin. These were found in that old man's church. Uncle Chin's expression remained unchanged as he glanced over the contents without comment. But standing at a distance, Xiao Ye spotted a familiar logo on those contracts: Bali Group. It was the very same Bali Group that Uncle Chin had spent half his life doing dirty work for, yet now sought to reclaim everything he owned. Would they regret letting Uncle Chin, whom they regarded as nothing more than an old dog, slip away? But the figure returning to the fray was no ordinary wolf, it was the Alpha returning to its mountain lair. The fangs they had released were now turning back on them. Bali Group sought to extend its reach into the very place where Uncle Chin had built his empire, Blackwater City. So Uncle Chin's first target for reclamation is none other than Blackwater City. As the night gradually faded and a new day dawned, Uncle Chin arrived at the suite where Xiao Ye resided, accompanied by Red Third Sister, the burly man, and the lame old man. Qin Shu sat down on the sofa, his hand instinctively reaching for a cigarette before halting mid-motion.
Xiao Ye noticed the thick layer of tobacco-stained yellow had vanished from his fingernails.
Uncle Qin had quit smoking. You've done well.
Uncle Qin fixed his gaze on Xiao Ye and nodded as he spoke.
This was the first thing he'd said to Xiao Ye since arriving in Blackwater City.
Scarface said he found that shipment partly thanks to you. Xiao Ye, however, refused to take credit, replying, I just happened to stumble upon it at the temporary camp, pure luck.
Uncle Qin suddenly grinned and said, Luck? Scarface didn't tell me that about you. Level 107 in just 1 month. That's not something luck alone could achieve.
Then Uncle Qin turned his gaze to September beside him, smiled, and said, I hear you and September caused quite a stir at the Jade Mine? September's expression immediately darkened. She cautiously glanced at Uncle Qin and Red Third Sister before lowering her voice. That was completely accidental. Who could have predicted a centuries-old mine would collapse? Uncle Qin remained silent, but Red Third Sister shot September a fierce glare and demanded,
Still trying to wriggle out of it? What did I tell you back then? To be careful in everything you do. I entrusted you to guide Xiao Ye properly, yet look at you. Even a newcomer to the trade behaves more sensibly than you. September immediately lowered her head, unable to speak. Xiao Ye, standing nearby, saw it all. Love is deep, and so is the reproach.
Hong San Yang treated September like her own daughter. Uncle Qin waved his hand dismissively, teasing Hong San Yang.
Don't you know this girl's temper? She's just like you were in your youth. Hong San Yang narrowed her eyes and shot Uncle Qin a withering glare. Then, Uncle Qin's expression abruptly hardened. His entire demeanor shifted back to the imposing, profound aura he carried during the day. Pointing at the burly man and the lame old man as he introduced them to Xiao Ye. Wang Laojiu, Mo Yi. Xiao Ye immediately gave a respectful nod.
He understood that Uncle Qin bringing these two men here meant they were undoubtedly sworn brothers. The burly man named Wang Laojiu remained silent, merely staring intently at Xiao Ye with wide eyes,
as if etching his features into memory.
Meanwhile, Mo Yi pulled his pipe from his mouth, grinned widely, and eyed Xiao Ye up and down before remarking,
This kid looks like he's got something going for him. No wonder he caught your eye.
Uncle Qin burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this, then fixed Xiao Ye with a piercing stare and said,
Well, lad, do you recall our agreement?
Since you've managed to reach level 100 in second-class transformation within a month, it's time for me to fulfill my promise.
Blackwater City is my roots, and now it's your back. It's time to reclaim every last bit of that mess in Shanjing City. Xiao Ye remembered Uncle Qin's words. He intended to elevate Xiao Ye to become the new underground kingpin of Shanjing City. But Shanjing City was fundamentally different from Blackwater City, a military-controlled city that tolerated no unchecked slaughter or chaos.
Uncle Qin seemed to see the confusion in Xiao Ye's eyes and spoke slowly.
Shanjing City isn't Blackwater City.
There are more rules and factions there. But white has its rules, and black has its rules. 20 years ago, when conflicts arose between factions, there was only one way to settle them: treasure bets. Each faction would select a professional fighter they deemed worthy as their stake. Then, each staked fighter would battle in an underground black market ring. Whoever survived would claim victory. But now, there's no need for these shady underground fights. This year, Shanjing City has a new, natural wager. It's the military's own event, the Challenge Announcement Ceremony.
Chapter 131, The Challenge Tournament. An unprecedented bet. A massive betting pool will open for this Challenge Announcement Ceremony, drawing participation from every underground faction in Shanjing City. Uncle Qin's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's as he declared, This betting event will be on an unprecedented scale. You needn't concern yourself with the off-field tactics, leave everything else to me. Just remember this: every victory you secure means we reclaim one faction's resources. If you emerge victorious at the end of that challenge ceremony, we'll reclaim at least half of Shanjing City's entire underground underworld. Xiao Ye froze in place. The Challenge Tournament. This wasn't the first time he'd heard the term. To be precise, he first learned of it from Nie Xiaoyu through the communicator. But he never imagined the military-hosted challenge assembly would involve such vast stakes. Even numerous underground factions in Shanjing City were placing their bets on this event. Uncle Qin had made it crystal clear. The challenge announcement ceremony was an unprecedented betting event, with every underground faction participating. And Uncle Qin had placed his bet on Xiao Ye. Beside him, September suddenly whispered to Red Third Sister. But Third Sister, how can we be sure all those underground factions will participate in this wager? Hong San Yang, however, offered a meaningful smile as she remarked, The betting tournament is a chance for redemption. No underground faction would willingly pass up this opportunity to rise to the top in one fell swoop. Even if some wish to stay out of trouble, we'll find ways to force them to stake everything and join in. That's how we operate. Xiao Ye's heart sank. What a scheme! Even if you have no desire to participate, no wish to stake your fortune, Uncle Qin and Third Sister will use every trick in the book to force you to stake everything you have on this gamble. This was Uncle Qin's plan. At that moment, Uncle Qin suddenly signaled to Mo Yi behind him. Mo promptly produced a slender box from his side and handed it to Xiao Ye, saying, "This is Uncle Qin's first gift to you. We underground operators may lack many things, but we certainly don't skimp on equipment and weapons. Let no one think we're stingy." Xiao Ye accepted the slender box with both hands and opened it, revealing a spear entirely clad in black silver. Its shaft was as pitch black as night, adorned with patterns that glinted with a murderous aura, while the spearhead was forged from starbreaker stone, black and translucent, dotted with sparks of radiant gold. Xiao Ye reached out and drew it, and the spear's attributes instantly appeared before his eyes. Star Slayer. Tier, Brilliant Weapon. Required level, 105. Description: Mystic Stone and Radiant Gold, two elements that should never unite, were forged by the heavens into a single blade. An unknown craftsman discovered this material, tempering it into a spear that radiates murderous intent, its might capable of slaying stars. Attack power, plus 7,900. Attributes: Strength plus 550, Agility plus 700, Spirit plus 450. Additional effect: Stellar Intent, critical strike rate increased to 35%. Additional effect: Star Piercer, when striking a weak point, gains additional physical penetration, dealing higher true damage. What a dazzling spear! Xiao Ye couldn't help but rejoice. His original level 50 golden weapon, the Imperial Sword of the King, had been battered beyond recognition after a month of intense combat. It was already battered and scarred, and its stats had long since fallen behind Xiao Ye's current level. A dazzling spear of 105 tier quality. A weapon of this caliber alone would fetch tens of millions at the Shangjing City auction. And this, Star Slayer, was a top-tier piece even among brilliant weapons. Its additional attributes and traits were all geared toward offensive damage. It could be described as brutally powerful. "Thank you, Uncle Qin." Xiao Ye's face beamed with evident delight as he respectfully thanked Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin, however, fixed his sharp gaze on Xiao Ye's full set of gear and remarked, "Your wrist guards and chest armor are passable. The rest is utterly inadequate. Once we return to Shangjing City, have Master Mo find you a new set to replace these. We can't let our gear hold us back at the challenge tournament." Xiao Ye's heart sank instantly. Uncle Qin's eye for quality was razor sharp. The gear he currently wore, besides the wrist guards and chestplate, which were new drops from leveling with Scar. One being the level 90 golden item, Phosphorus Pattern Bracers, and the 100 level golden armor, Dragon Rock chestplate. The rest were either relics from his level 50 days or cobbled together from silver and bronze gear. Everything had been prioritized for immediate combat effectiveness during the leveling phase. Xiao Ye had intended to reassess his gear once he returned to Shangjing City. Mo scrutinized Xiao Ye's gear closely and remarked, "There are still a few good pieces in the West District warehouse. Kid, come with me later to pick some out." Xiao Ye thanked him first. "Thank you, Mo." After presenting the Star Slayer to Xiao Ye, Uncle Qin and the Scarred Man's group hurriedly departed Nightingale Tavern once more, without pausing for even a moment's rest. The people of Blackwater City had been pacified. Uncle Qin's arrival had formally signaled the city's change of hands. Yet the truly complex task lay ahead. All factions and merchants, large and small, needed to be relocated and reorganized. And the hostile factions lingering within Blackwater City must be thoroughly eradicated. Moreover, Uncle Qin's forceful entry into the city had directly purged all shops established by external factions within Blackwater City. This move was undoubtedly a direct declaration of war against those external factions. For a considerable time to come, Blackwater City is unlikely to enjoy much peace. Uncle Qin will naturally remain in command at Blackwater City, overseeing and coordinating all affairs. Scarface and Mo were the ones who first escorted Xiao Ye in September back to Shangjing City. Compared to the stealth and caution required in Blackwater City, the return journey proceeded with remarkable ease, requiring no evasion of surveillance. The convoy proceeded in full force, escorting Xiao Ye in September back into the heart of Shangjing City. The convoy drove straight through the city gates and headed directly to the old district where the Red Moon Hair Salon was located. Xiao Ye was stunned to discover the entire old district had been completely transformed. It seemed cut off from the rest of the city, transformed into a sealed-off zone. The guards stationed outside were all men from Uncle Qin and Red Third Sister's forces. It seemed that over the past month, Uncle Qin and Third Sister hadn't been idle. They'd consolidated control over many of their existing territories, like this old quarter. As Third Sister had put it, the old district and the surrounding neighborhoods have been completely purged. Even the military wouldn't dare venture in lightly. Once you return, you can settle down there with peace of mind. Chapter 132, Nye Xiao Yu's Shock. The Black Obsidian Dragon's Growth. Upon returning to Shangjing City, this true human metropolis, Xiao Ye suddenly felt his month in Blackwater City had been like a dream, somewhat unreal. After briefly bidding farewell to September, Xiao Ye headed back to his dilapidated rental apartment. Nye Xiao Yu was still waiting for him there. Or more precisely, waiting for him to summon the obsidian dragon cub from his spatial pocket. Although throughout his month in Blackwater City, Xiao Ye had remotely transmitted the young obsidian dragon's growth data to Xiao via the communicator. Seeing it with her own eyes was still the only way to truly believe it. And Xiao found it hard to believe based on the data Xiao Ye had sent. The dragon cub's growth rate seemed far too rapid. In just one short month, the dragonling's progress under Xiao Ye's care nearly surpassed a year's worth of development at the research base. How could that be possible? That's why Xiao insisted on meeting Xiao Ye the very first day he returned to Shangjing City. After leaving the old city district, Xiao Ye wound his way through narrow alleys back to the dilapidated little rental flat he'd called home for 3 years. Though this dilapidated building was barely inhabited, it was still vastly superior to most structures in Blackwater City. By comparison, that place was practically a paradise of illegal structures and dilapidated buildings. Xiao Ye walked up the stairwell to his door, knocked lightly. Not even a second passed before Xiao Ye rushed over and flung the door open. Still wearing that familiar lab coat, her slightly tousled hair was pinned back with a pen. Her exquisite face bore eyes that stared at Xiao Ye with such excitement and impatience that she practically dragged him inside and slammed the door shut. Hurry! Hurry! Xiao Ye's eyes darted impatiently over Xiao Ye as she demanded. Quickly, bring out the dragon cub for me to see. Xiao Ye's gaze swept around the room, and for a moment, he froze. For the dilapidated rental apartment he'd lived in for 3 years had become almost unrecognizable. The once bare living room, with only a worn-out sofa, now held many exquisite pieces of furniture. Even the walls, long covered in cracks, had been freshly painted. The once crumbling support pillars had even been reinforced with steel plates. An air conditioner, a large refrigerator, an electric stove. Wait a minute. Xiao Ye instinctively reached for the door handle, ready to step outside and check if he'd wandered into the wrong place. But Xiao pulled him back, explaining. Oh, you mean this furniture? These are leftover research funds. I figured I'd have them improve the living conditions here instead. Xiao Ye instantly felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Just these branded pieces of furniture alone could probably buy this entire rental apartment. Sis, couldn't you have used that spare cash to rent us a better place? Xiao froze for a moment, then scratched her head and said. I guess you're right. But I actually like it here, it's so quiet. Of course it's quiet, no one else lives around here. Xiao Ye couldn't help but retort, while inwardly marveling at just how generous Xiao's research funding must be. Cut the crap. Let me see that dragon cub. Xiao's eyes flashed with intense curiosity once more. Xiao Ye stopped dithering. With a flick of his thoughts, a familiar teleportation array instantly materialized in the dilapidated rental house. Then, a figure covered in dark scales emerged, nimble and excited. None other than the obsidian dragon cub. Yet its size had grown 3 or 4 times larger than just a month ago. Especially in this cramped rental space, its growth seemed astonishingly rapid. The dragon cub sniffed around curiously, seemingly recognizing its old haunt. It lazily spread its wings and stretched. But the tips of its wings already brushed against 2 walls of the living room. Holy! Xiao's eyes widened at the sight, and she couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Her face flushed with disbelief, yet her eyes immediately lit up with a burning desire to study it. She hurriedly pulled out her portable measuring device and roughly assessed the dragon cub's current dimensions. Wingspan, 3.5 meters. No, fully extended it should be 4 meters or even longer. Body length around 3.5 meters. The distance from head to tail is... Xiao muttered incessantly as she measured. Xiao Ye knew she had once again entered her self-absorbed research frenzy, so he simply retreated to a corner and set down some of his luggage. Then, Xiao practically pressed her eyes against the dragon cub's body, examining its deep black scales while meticulously taking notes. Nearly an hour later, Xiao finally concluded her measurements of the dragon cub with satisfaction. And after reviewing the data on her recording board, she arrived at a conclusion. That within this short month, the dragon cub had achieved a terrifying rate of growth. This growth rate had nearly surpassed all records from every project at their research base. Such velocity was utterly impossible under normal natural conditions. Unless its host had undergone a massive power surge within that same month. Xiao Ye, what exactly have you been doing this past month? Xiao couldn't help but fix her inquisitive gaze on Xiao Ye as she asked. What level are you now? Xiao Ye, who was packing his things, answered casually. Level 107. What the hell? In that instant, Xiao couldn't help but let out another expletive. Her gaze swept over Xiao Ye's gear, most of which had been replaced, before she asked in disbelief. You're kidding, right? You're about to reach 2nd job advancement in just 1 month? Xiao Ye answered calmly. Pretty much. Though I haven't gone through the official ceremony yet. But when he turned his head, he met Xiao's gaze, which was filled with intense curiosity. Xiao stepped forward, scrutinizing every detail of Xiao Ye's transformation. As the chief researcher at the military institute, Xiao possessed an exceptionally keen eye. She swiftly detected the transformations occurring in Xiao Ye. The newly equipped gear on Xiao Ye was definitely not ordinary low-tier gear.
His current strength far surpassed that of the child who had only awakened his profession a month ago.
Moreover, it wasn't just his strength.
Xiao Ye sensed a shift in Xiao Ye's entire demeanor. He seemed more mature, like a warrior who had seen battle.
Xiao Ye couldn't help but frown, blurting out. Looks like you've been through a lot this past month.
But that's just as well. I've secured your eligibility to participate in the challenge announcement ceremony again. Those few from the Transfiguration halls who dared to disregard military regulations have all been dismissed.
You must remember. This challenge announcement ceremony is crucial. The higher your final ranking, the better. Chapter 133 Rules. Tournament Format. Odds Board. The challenge announcement ceremony. Sure enough, it was the challenge announcement ceremony again. Judging by how seriously Xiao Ye, a senior military researcher, took this event, it was clearly no ordinary affair. Xiao Ye tentatively asked, "What exactly is the military's purpose in holding this challenge announcement ceremony? Is there some special equipment reward involved?" Xiao Ye shot Xiao Ye a withering look and replied, "This competition is exclusively for this year's newest awakened individuals. Essentially, it's to rank the most promising among all the newcomers." As for the rewards you're thinking of? Let me tell you, compared to the payoff from this event, gear rewards are nothing. Alright, I can't reveal too many specifics. All I can say is this competition is closely tied to a classified military operation plan for later. Whether you can catch the skyrocketing train depends entirely on your final ranking. Xiao Ye examined the growth data of her newly acquired obsidian dragon cub with keen interest, her gaze lingering meaningfully on Xiao Ye as she spoke. Personally, though, I hope you secure a top spot. After all, you're bound to this obsidian dragon. The faster you grow, the faster the dragon cub grows. But I can't do much to help you. Don't even think about any backdoor favors. Xiao Ye scratched his head. Speaking of which, he actually owed Xiao Ye a favor. Back at the job transfer hall, those people had deliberately erased the spot Xiao Ye should have earned to directly participate in the challenge announcement assembly. It was Xiao Ye who had fought to get it back for him. Thanks for sorting out that spot. Xiao Ye immediately thanked Xiao Ye. No need to thank me. Xiao Ye replied without looking up. That spot was rightfully yours. Those scoundrels at the job change hall actually tried to line their pockets by reselling spots. Now they'll be waiting to reflect on their actions in jail. Besides, that spot only grants you direct advancement to the group stage. Xiao Ye glanced up at Xiao Ye and said, "With your current strength, you could easily stand out even in the open qualifiers and earn your spot in the group stage. After all, a level 107 second class transfer you'd be hard-pressed to find more than a handful in all of Shangjing City." Xiao Ye's eyes flickered as he immediately asked, "What exactly are the preliminary rounds and the group stage?" Xiao Ye shot Xiao Ye a disbelieving stare and said, "You don't seriously not know the rules of this challenge competition, do you? Where the hell have you been this past month? Living under a rock or something?" Xiao Ye scratched his head awkwardly. Truth be told, the moment he returned to Shangjing City, he noticed the streets were practically plastered with posters advertising this challenge tournament. And the buzz about it on the streets was absolutely electric. The challenge competition had clearly become a nationwide sensation. Yet Xiao Ye, fresh from Blackwater City, hadn't had time to study the competition rules in detail. Xiao Ye's slender fingers flew across the keyboard. Soon, a large screen displaying the competition rules appeared before them. "Here, take a look yourself." The rules were clearly laid out. All newly awakened practitioners this session are eligible to participate in the preliminary rounds of this challenge competition. Those who pass the preliminary rounds would advance to randomly assigned group matches. The group stage operates on a points system, where each practitioner battles opponents within their group. Winners earn 1 point, while losers lose 1 point. The practitioner with the highest points at the end will emerge from their group to advance to the main tournament of the True Challenge Assembly. That is the elimination stage. All professionals who emerge from the group stage will engage in an extremely brutal one-on-one, single-life elimination format until the final winner and rankings are determined. This challenge tournament features 2 formats. Besides the one-on-one individual professional competition, there is also a 5-on-5 team competition. The advancement structure remains the same as the individual competition: open qualifiers, group stage, knockout stage, and finals. Xiao Ye continued explaining from the sidelines. The individual and team events are not mutually exclusive. Every participant can register for both competitions simultaneously. But let's be clear, this team competition is essentially tailored for top-tier guilds. The ultimate champion will most likely emerge from among the 4 great guilds. I see. Xiao Ye nodded lightly. Whether individual or team events, the opening day was just 5 days away. Within these 5 days, Xiao Ye's most critical task was to promptly claim and complete his job change quest to achieve a true second job advancement. The second job advancement was a threshold. Completing the job change ceremony would bring about a qualitative change in his overall strength. Beyond that, Xiao Ye had an appointment to keep. A month ago, right outside the door of his dilapidated rental apartment. A girl named Qin Yanran had extended a guild invitation to him. Now that the month's deadline had passed, it was time for Xiao Ye to fulfill his promise. He wondered how the new guild she'd single-handedly founded was faring that girl with her stubborn and resilient nature. Regardless, Xiao Ye would join her guild as promised. The individual competition was fought for himself and Uncle Qin. While for the team competition, Xiao Ye would also give his all for the promise he had made. One more thing. Xiao Ye suddenly looked at Xiao Ye with a hint of playful amusement in her eyes. While you were away from the rental house, a girl came looking for you 7 times. She's lingered downstairs peering out 15 times. From the looks of it, she's quite a beauty. You better not let her down. Xiao Ye froze in surprise. Knowing that the only person who knew he lived in this dilapidated rental was Qin Yanran. And it had actually been 1 month and 7 days since their original agreement. In the end, he was the one who broke the promise. Moreover, ever since the jade mine near Blackwater City collapsed, communication signals throughout Blackwater City had been jammed. Only the military-grade secret communicator Xiao Ye had given Xiao Ye could occasionally pick up a signal. The communicator Qin Yanran had given her couldn't receive or send any messages at all. Damn it! Xiao Ye couldn't help but jump to his feet, a wave of guilt washing over him. After standing up the beautiful boss for so long, he couldn't possibly be fired, could he? That was 50,000 dragon coins a month, after all. Oh, right. There's one more interesting thing. This is the odds chart voted on by the people of Shangjing City. It gives a rough idea of the contestants' strengths this time around. Xiao Ye tapped lightly on the keyboard and a contestant odds chart appeared on the screen. Biting her nails, she exclaimed. Wow! Shangjing City hasn't been this lively in ages. Chapter 134, Dark Horses Emerge. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. Odds rankings? Xiao Ye immediately leaned in to take a look, revealing a large, dynamically updating webpage. The top 10 odds for this unveiling ceremony's participants were prominently displayed in the largest red font. Zhang Fanyang, Profession, Sunflame Walker S rank, Guild, Beacon. Gesang Zhuoma, Class, Cold Domain Hunter S tier, Guild, None. Wat Qinlong, Class, Beast Spirit Ancestral Shaman S tier, Guild, None. Lin Shueming, Class, Frostblade S tier, Guild, Dominion. Xing Qingshan, Class, Warrior B rank, Guild, None. Tang Jianchuan, Class, Thunder Prison Mage S rank, Guild, Beacon Fire. Wang Biao, Class, Coiled Dragon Monk S tier, Guild, Black Eagle. Sime, Class, Bone Priestess rank, Guild, Floating Cloud Pavilion. Wang Chuxian, Class, Holy Shield Knight A tier, Guild, None. Liao Yuan, Class, Soul Binder A rank, Guild, None. What? Unseen until now, this sight sent a wave of astonishment through Xiao Ye's heart. He never imagined that over half the names in the top 10 of this odds ranking chart would be completely unfamiliar. S-rank Class Wang Biao barely scraped into 7th place? And for some reason, Qin Yanran hadn't even made the top 10? Only Lin Shueming managed 4th place. 3 S-class professionals from Shangjing City couldn't even secure a spot in the top 3? Xiao Ye had never even heard of the top 3 names, Zhang Fanyang, Gesang Zhuoma, and Hua Qinlong. Especially the odds for the top-ranked Zhang Fanyang, they were off the charts. His odds were the lowest. Meaning in the minds of Shangjing City's people, he was the most likely to win the championship, almost a sure thing. What's the deal with this Zhang Fanyang? Xiao Ye couldn't help but blurt out the question. Xiao Ye tapped her temple lightly with her pencil and replied. He was originally a professional from a county under Shangjing City's jurisdiction. The Fenghua Guild recruited him, and he caused quite a stir recently. On his very first day in Shangjing City, Zhang Fanyang issued challenge letters to all 3 of the top contenders on the odds board: Lin Shueming, Wang Biao, and the others. Then he fought 3 consecutive matches in the arena and won all 3. Ever since then, Zhang Fanyang's odds have firmly held the top spot. Xiao Yeqing narrowed his eyes. Had Lin Shueming and Wang Biao both lost to this fighter named Zhang Fanyang? Though during their 3 years in high school, Xiao Ye had defeated both of them countless times, never once losing. But precisely because of that, he understood Lin Shueming and Wang Biao's personalities all too well. And as key talents being groomed by the guild, they would never hold back in a matter involving honor and reputation. That could only mean one thing: Zhang Fanyang was a genuine dark horse. Sunflower Walker. Xiao Ye murmured the name of this profession softly. It seemed he'd need to gather some intelligence next to figure out exactly what kind of class this was. Zhang Fanyang was destined to be a formidable opponent for Xiao Ye at the challenge announcement ceremony. Xiao Ye's gaze trailed down the names on the ranking board. Xing Qingshan, Sime, Liao Yuan. And one name in particular caught Xiao Ye's eye. Xing Qingshan. For behind his name was clearly marked his profession, merely a B-tier warrior. Amidst the overwhelming presence of S-tier professions dominating the top 10, this stood out like a sore thumb. Yet his ranking was surprisingly high, 5th place, even ahead of Wang Biao. Xing Qingshan. Xiao Ye murmured the name in surprise. You mean Xing Qingshan? To his surprise, Xiao Ye suddenly interjected, her expression calm yet tinged with confidence. Xing Qingshan is our military's contestant. This man is incredibly strong. Don't be fooled by his B-tier profession. His combat skills are personally endorsed by the commander-in-chief. He's a once-in-a-century prodigy. Xiao Ye silently committed the name to memory. Throughout the entire history of Dragon Nation, it wasn't unheard of for low-tier professionals to achieve dazzling feats. The military always produces individuals whose power borders on terrifying. That's about all there is. Nye Xiaoyu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she looked at Xiao Ye and said, "Once the group stage begins, I'm sure it won't be long before your name appears on this odds board. I'm quite curious to see how far you'll go in this challenge tournament." Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, seeing all those names on the list stirred up a fierce competitive drive within him, a feeling he hadn't felt in ages. It was a competitive drive that had gradually been buried by reality since graduating from first high school. But now, as this list reappeared before him, the feeling of being that prodigy who had dominated first high school for 3 long years surged back into his heart. A man accustomed to winning could never accept defeat. Next up is the odds list for the team competition. Nye Xiaoyu's fingers tapped lightly, and another ranking appeared on the screen. First place, Finghua. Second place, Hegemony. Third place, Black Eagle. Fourth place, Floating Cloud Pavilion. The top 4 spots were firmly held by the 4 major guilds, with the Beacon Guild commanding the top spot by a landslide margin. This ranking isn't exactly surprising. Nye Xiaoyu pointed at the Blazing Fire Guild on the leaderboard and remarked, "Among the top 10 individual rankings, 2 belong to members of the Beacon Guild, Zhang Fanyang and Tang Jianchuan. So this time, the championship of the team competition will most likely be claimed by the Beacon Guild." Nye Xiaoyu turned to Xiao Ye with curiosity. "By the way, are you in a guild?" Xiao Ye immediately nodded. Nye Xiaoyu perked up with interest and pressed further. "Oh? Which one? Is it one of the 4 major guilds? If it is, this ranking might just get a little interesting." Xiao Ye lowered his head and silently activated his long-dormant communicator. Truth be told, he still didn't know the exact name of Qin Yanan's guild. Sure enough, the moment he opened it, dozens of messages popped up. Some voice messages began playing automatically. Qin Yanran's familiar voice rang out immediately. "Xiao Ye, have you been busy lately? Did you head to a distant dungeon to level up? Reply when you get this. Xiao Ye, where have you been? Your 1-month deadline is almost up. Xiao Ye, when will you be back? What, Xiao Ye, did something happen to you? Reply to me quickly. Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, a challenge tournament is being held in Shanjing City. Will you come and participate with me? You haven't forgotten our promise, have you?" One after another, voice messages echoed through the rented apartment. Qin Yanran's emotions were palpable in each one. Anxious, concerned, resentful. As the messages progressed, Qin Yanran's mood grew increasingly subdued. Nye Xiaoyu, who had overheard these voice messages, shot Xiao Ye a meaningful and suggestive look. TSK. You scumbag. Xiao Ye. Chapter 135, Qin Yanran's withered appearance. Formation flaw. Late at night, Shanjing City. Within the Qin Group's holographic combat simulation arena. As the mechanical lights and shadows abruptly ceased, the words failure in large, red letters gradually materialized within the simulation arena. Qin Yanran removed the data reading device from her body, biting her lip. Then addressed her teammates standing behind her, each also wearing data reading devices. "Off tank, you go down first. Switch to a dual healer composition. We'll try again." Qin Yanran's expression held a hint of disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure and commanded the teammates within the simulation arena. "This time, it was my command error. I misjudged the enemy's damage output. We can definitely pull this off next time." Her words rang out with conviction, yet the entire new simulation combat arena fell into silence. Only the off-tank, visibly relieved, was removing his data reading gear. The others all wore expressions of disappointment and exhaustion. Standing right beside Qin Yanran, a robed mage girl frowned deeply, gazing at Qin Yanran with a mix of heartache and concern. Finally unable to hold back, she yanked the data reading device off her body and tossed it onto the ground, saying, "Yanran, don't push yourself. Don't you get it? You've commanded us perfectly. Everyone gave their absolute all. The problem lies with our formation. Our frontline can't withstand their damage output, and our 2 DPS players can't even unleash their full potential." The girl speaking was Qin Yanran's closest confidant, named Ning, and the only other S-tier sound domain mage in the entire guild besides Qin Yanran. The dual S-tier damage combo she and Qin Yanran formed was supposed to be their greatest strength. Yet because the guild couldn't find any frontline capable of withstanding the enemy's firepower, the entire team became a glass cannon, boasting firepower yet shattering at the slightest touch. A look of blankness flickered in Qin Yanran's eyes as she spoke with a hint of reluctance. "Unan, let's try again. This time we'll use dual healers alongside a frontline tank. Let's see if we can hold out." And Ning shook her head again, turning to the exhausted main tank in the party and said, "Forget it, Yanran. We've tried countless times both the double tank, single healer setup and the single tank, dual healer formation.
A B-tier shield warrior is the absolute best frontline we can find in our entire guild. And Ning removed the data reading device from her body, pouting as she walked over, gently rubbing Qin Yanran's delicate cheek with a mix of concern and frustration. I think we should stop wasting time on team matches. We're both stuck at level 98. How long have we been at level 99? The challenge announcement ceremony is only 5 days away. If we keep dragging our feet like this, we won't even finish our second job advancement. We'll miss out on the individual competition too. Qin Yanran sighed softly. She knew Ning was right. Neither she nor Ning had any issues with tactics or execution. But the lack of a tanky frontline was their team composition's fatal flaw. And there was simply no solution at present. A newly founded guild inevitably faced the problem of lacking available talent. Even with the financial backing of the Qin group and the appeal of an S-tier professional like Qin Yanran, they simply couldn't compete with the established guilds of the Big Four.
Any a rank or higher professional would never choose this newly formed guild for their future prospects.
All they could do was pick up the scraps left behind by others. Even though Qin Yanran managed to recruit her S-rank professional friend and Ning from White Tiger City, they still lacked frontline fighters and couldn't even assemble a lineup capable of reliably advancing to the elimination rounds.
Compounding the issue, the Qin family's current predicament meant Qin Yanran had to learn and resolve numerous business matters. Qin Yanran was overwhelmed, stretched too thin to the point of near exhaustion.
Seeing her best friend's exhausted state, and Ning felt so heartbroken she was almost angry. And she immediately stepped forward to pull Qin Yanran out of the simulated combat arena, scolding her.
Qin Yanran, you didn't sleep again last night, did you? Go home and rest immediately.
Everyone else is conserving their energy, while you're burning yourself out here. And Ning said, both anxious and exasperated. You go rest first.
I'll lead everyone in some extra practice sessions. Is that all right?
Several other teammates nearby chimed in with concern.
Yes, Captain. You really need to go rest. Aren't you leading us into the dungeon tomorrow? Go home now, guild leader.
Qin Yanran suddenly slapped her forehead. The recent exhaustion had left her mind a bit foggy. She'd nearly forgotten about leading everyone to clear the dungeon tomorrow.
All right. Qin Yanran finally bit her lip and nodded.
Pushing a dungeon was dangerous, she had to be in top condition.
Come on, hurry up.
And Ning coaxed and cajoled her relentlessly, finally shoving Qin Yanran into the Qin group vehicle and sending her home.
Back in the brand new simulated combat arena.
And Ning couldn't help but glance at her teammates with a hint of resignation. 2 B-tier shield warrior classes, 1 B-tier aura support class, 1 B-tier assassin class, and 1 A-tier priest healer class. These were the most reliable combatants their guild could muster. Team battles required 5 participants. And no matter how they rearranged the lineup or devised new tactics, they couldn't form a truly combat-ready team.
Sigh. And Ningqing couldn't help but sigh.
She knew deep down this wasn't a tactical issue, it was simply a matter of lacking the raw power. The front line couldn't hold, and no matter how much she and Qin Yanran, 2 S-tier damage dealers, tried to create space, they simply couldn't find an opening to unleash their attacks.
All right. It's getting late. Everyone should head home and get some rest.
And Ning waved her hand decisively, dismissing everyone for the day. Watching the look of relief wash over her exhausted teammates' faces. And Ning shook her head helplessly. It was no wonder they were worn out. Who could blame them for having to deal with a demanding guild leader like Qin Yanran? One by one, the guild members packed up their things and left. The section of the Qin group building designated as the guild headquarters for Qin Yanran gradually dimmed.
One by one, the lights flickered off. Just as Ning was about to pack up and head home. Suddenly,
a polite knock sounded at the door.
And Ning looked up.
And saw a figure standing before the guild base's entrance. Gazing up at the newly installed neon sign atop their guild headquarters. A greatsword suspended high above.
This person was none other than Xiao Ye. Chapter 136, The Sword Hanging High. Sudden unexpected event.
Xiao Ye searched through the latest news section and discovered the name and address of the guild Qin Yanran had established. Truthfully, the main reason was that he felt too awkward to ask Qin Yanran directly through the communicator. He felt guilty. The guild Qin Yanran founded wasn't named after the Qin group, but rather Sword of Judgment. A sword of judgment hanging high above the world. Xiao Ye followed the address to the guild's headquarters, gazing up at the massive neon sign overhead. Sword of Judgment hung in the sky, radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent.
Who could have designed this emblem?
Though it was late at night, Xiao Ye noticed activity within the guild base and knocked softly on the door. A girl in a pale yellow dress emerged, glanced at Xiao Ye, then at the pitch-black night sky, and asked with a hint of confusion. Who are you? The girl was none other than Ning. Her mind filled with both curiosity and irritation.
Who on earth is this? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night? I was finally about to clock out.
Hello? Xiao Ye promptly offered a polite greeting.
I'm here to report for duty. I'm also part of our sword suspension guild. Earlier, Ms. Qin Yanran, had invited me. Xiao Ye hesitated before adding the word once. After all, he was the one who broke the agreement first. What if they didn't want him now? Xiao Ye forced a harmless smile. But Ning instantly grew wary. Frowning, she scrutinized Xiao Ye and asked, "Ha? Who reports in the dead of night? And you claim Yanran invited you? I bet you're just some creepy stalker of hers." Xiao Ye froze, then hurriedly pointed at the light still on inside and explained. "I saw the light on inside, so I came to check. I really was invited by Qin Yanran." Before he could finish, and Ning frowned at Xiao Ye, her suspicion deepening with every passing moment. Her eyes narrowing as she interrogated him. "You say Yanran invited you to join the guild? Then tell me, what is our guild's motto? What is the purpose? What was the original purpose behind its establishment?" And Ning's rapid-fire questions instantly left Xiao Ye dumbfounded. Xiao Ye stared wide-eyed, his mind racing as he tentatively replied. "A sort of justice hanging high, judging all evils in the world? Wrong." And Ning immediately retorted with a scoff, then froze as her mind caught up. "But that actually sounds pretty good. Where'd you get that from?" "Xiao Ye, I just made it up." Ning. The two fell into an awkward silence, each eyeing the other with a hint of initial dislike. Xiao Ye promptly turned and walked away. He'd come back tomorrow during the day instead. At least he could find someone with a normal brain then? But just then, a figure suddenly dashed out of the guild base. It was a liaison officer with a communicator clipped to their ear. Every guild had personnel specifically tasked with coordinating and liaising within the base. Spotting Ning at the entrance, the liaison let out a long sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Thank goodness. Sister Ning, you're still here. Ji Chen's team is in trouble. Mutant monsters have appeared in the dungeon. The squad just sent a distress signal. It looks like Ji Chen and the others are trapped inside the dungeon and can't get out." "What?" And Ning's expression darkened instantly. She hurriedly asked, "When did they go in? Wasn't today not Ji Chen's turn to go out on a mission?" The liaison officer explained anxiously. "It's a new dungeon that suddenly appeared in Shangjing City this morning, right in the northern district. Ji Chen took his team there privately, hoping to earn a scouting bounty, but..." And Ning was both furious and anxious. "That Ji Chen, always acting on his own." The liaison asked anxiously, "Sis and Ning, what should we do now? Should we notify the guild leader?" And Ning's heart sank. At this hour, Qin Yanran had probably just gotten home and hadn't even had a chance to rest yet. "No. Don't tell Yanran. Let her rest for a bit. I'll take people over. Quickly notify all members near North City to assemble by that newly appeared instance." Xiao Ye, who had been standing nearby unnoticed, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Newly emerged instances are often unstable and their threat level is unpredictable. Given the current situation, we should notify the military immediately and let them handle the rescue." And Ning shot Xiao Ye an impatient glance and snapped. "There's no time. Mutated monsters have appeared inside the instance. By the time the military finishes evacuating nearby residents and descends to rescue us, it'll be too late." After speaking, and Ning added a sarcastic remark. "Didn't you say Yanran invited you to join the guild? Then why don't you come rescue them with me?" To her surprise, Xiao Ye nodded solemnly. "All right." This time, it was Ning who froze in surprise. She hadn't expected the man before her to actually agree. Rescuing someone in a dungeon was an extremely dangerous endeavor, especially without knowing the true situation inside. Could he really have been personally invited by Yanran to join the guild? And Ning still found it hard to believe, and she frowned, saying, "Then let's get moving." Xiao Ye had a habit. Even in the capital city, he always carried all his gear with him at all times. Any potion or consumable he used, no matter how slightly depleted, was immediately replenished whenever he had a spare moment, maintaining peak readiness at all times. So when he nodded to join Ning on the rescue mission, he was already combat ready for any unexpected situation. Newly opened instances weren't necessarily high risk, but they were often the most unpredictable and difficult to gauge. That's why the Beijing authorities offered such a hefty bounty specifically for the professionals who ventured into the dungeons as the first wave of scouts. Yet earning this bounty proved no easy feat. For the newly emerged instances harbored too many unstable factors. Casualties weren't solely caused by the monsters within, but also the terrifyingly unpredictable traps, teleportation arrays, and elusive forces of the rules themselves. The first wave of adventurers entering a dungeon invariably suffers the highest casualty rate. As the two hurried toward the northern district, Xiao Ye asked Ning, "Where exactly is the dungeon located?" And Ning pressed a hand to the communicator at her ear, listening intently before relaying a set of coordinates to Xiao Ye. "The dungeon entrance is at North District, Guanyin Building, Sector E, in the underground parking garage. Chapter 137, Spatial Dungeon. Merfolk Ruins. The underground parking garage?" Xiao Ye's expression suddenly turned grave, his footsteps halting abruptly as he asked, "Could it be a spatial instance?" Most instances appearing in the world fall into two categories. One type is real-world location-based.
Formed when real-world areas are corrupted into contaminated zones like the northern wastes around Xinjiang City or the Blazing Wind Graveyard. The second type are spatial instances that suddenly appear in a specific region. These instances typically feature only one unstable entrance, much like a teleportation array. Adventurers who venture inside are instantly transported to another dimension.
And spatial dungeons are the most troublesome. Due to their inherent instability, many instances cannot be precisely predicted when they will open or close. If a dungeon closes prematurely, adventurers who haven't exited in time will be trapped within the spatial realm forever. However, the fastest recorded closure of a spatial instance to date has been after 3 or 4 days. Since the spatial instance in this underground parking garage only appeared this morning, it's highly unlikely to close too soon. After following the instructions to the underground parking garage of Block E in Guanyin Building, North District, the scene before them confirms Xiao Ye's suspicions. A constantly writhing spatial fissure, as large as a soccer goal, illuminating the entire dim underground garage with its eerie, flickering glow. Judging by the crack's size, the internal space of this spatial instance should be classified as small to medium. And judging by the degree of distortion, its current state seems relatively stable. Xiao Ye made his assessment in an instant.
And Ning, standing beside him, froze upon hearing this.
This man seemed far more professional than she had imagined.
While she possessed some knowledge about estimating the internal conditions of spatial dungeons based on the size of their rifts, was something she was vaguely aware of, but she'd never dare make such a confident assessment.
Was this guy just bluffing?
And Ning cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Ye, only to see that Xiao Ye had already equipped a shield on his left hand and was checking the potions and items in his backpack's portable slot. She had been using her communicator to contact nearby guild members. And to be honest, she didn't trust this person who'd suddenly shown up in the middle of the night, nor did she hold much hope for him.
But now it seemed this guy was actually quite the real deal?
After thoroughly inspecting all his gear and items, Xiao Ye turned to Ning with a serious expression. The contamination level of the fissure only allows us to roughly gauge the danger rating of this spatial instance. Therefore, I suggest we inform the military about our rescue mission before entering, and likewise notify your guild leader.
Xiao Ye's tone brooked no argument. Actually made Ning hesitate. She stammered. Is that so? Xiao Ye's unwavering gaze
prompted Ning to activate her communicator channel. She addressed the liaison officer at the guild headquarters.
We've reached the dungeon entrance and are preparing to go in for the rescue.
Report this matter to the military for record and also inform Qin Yanan.
After completing these tasks, Xiao Ye didn't hesitate for a moment.
He raised his tiger-patterned war shield and stepped into the dungeon rift.
Hey! Wait for me. Watching this, Ning grew visibly anxious. This guy whose name she still didn't even know just walked right in?
Regardless of whether he was the one Yenran invited to join the guild, if anything happened to him, it would be her responsibility no matter what. And Ning hurriedly followed him inside. The instant she stepped into the spatial fissure, an intensely blinding light erupted before her eyes, causing Xiao Ye to instinctively shield his eyes with his hands. He had no choice but to activate his illusion-piercing eyes to counter the blinding effect. Sure enough, this instance had transported them to another dimension. In stark contrast to the deep, dark underground garage, this place was bathed in broad daylight. Surrounding him lay ancient, primitive ruins, broken walls and crumbling structures everywhere, their edges smoothed by wind and sand. And the damp wind that swept over him carried a salty, humid scent, suggesting proximity to the sea. It was impossible to discern what this place had once been.
Not far away, several monster corpses lay stiffly on the ground.
Creatures with slender limbs like humans, yet their faces resembled terrifying deep-sea fish, grotesque and monstrous, their necks covered in rows of gill-like folds.
Fishmen? Xiao Ye frowned.
Just then, a reckless figure suddenly appeared behind him, colliding directly into Xiao Ye's back, none other than Ning, who had been chasing after him. Ouch! The sudden glare forced Ning to shield her eyes. After a moment, her vision adjusted to the light. The scene before her left her momentarily stunned, and she murmured involuntarily, "Where on earth is this place?
And there's even an ocean.
Could this be the western sea border?"
Xiao Ye answered earnestly.
Within spatial-type instances, irregular spatial fields make it impossible to determine direction using real-world rules or common sense. So there's no way to tell exactly where we are. And Ning felt a slight jolt of surprise, yet she stubbornly insisted.
"I already know that, why do I need you to tell me?"
Her gaze then fell upon the corpses of the fishmen monsters lying dead around them. And she frantically scanned the area before slapping her communicator against her ear. No signal at all.
The ripples from the instance rift are cyclical. That's why sometimes you can't get a signal from your communicator after entering the instance.
Xiao Ye's voice came through again. And Ning felt a surge of frustration. She had clearly seen this information in textbooks before, yet why hadn't she thought of it herself?
Then what should we do now? Without a communicator signal, how are we supposed to find them?
And Ning retorted defiantly, only to see Xiao Ye suddenly look at her with a skeptical gaze.
He then said, one word at a time.
"We look for footprints, of course." And Ning froze again, her face flushing crimson.
Ah! Why does being around this guy always make me feel like such a fool?
But Xiao Ye had already stepped forward, pushing aside some scattered gravel,
revealing a thick layer of sand and gravel covering the ground.
Scattered footprints were visible, likely made by 4 or 5 people, stretching along this path deep into the ruins.
Move!
Xiao Ye immediately raised his tiger-patterned war shield and quickened his pace to lead the way. Having just scanned the attributes of these fish-men monsters with his insightful gaze, and discovered they were all above level 90. Yet these fish people monsters were only named fish people scouts, which meant there must be more elite monsters behind them, or even high-level bosses. If those people rashly ventured deeper to investigate,
they would likely face dire peril by now. Chapter 138, Critical Moment.
A savior arrives. Xiao Ye moved swiftly, so fast that Ning struggled to keep up. Yet whenever Ning began to doubt whether he had taken the wrong path, Xiao Ye would present convincing clues. Some were fresh marks on crumbling walls.
Others discarded empty potion vials. Others the ashes left by magical combustion. Did this guy awaken as a detective? And Ning couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Little did she know that every single detail left behind after these battles was of utmost importance to Xiao Ye. It was precisely through these minute traces. Xiao Ye keenly noticed that the footsteps left by that squad grew increasingly disordered, and the increasing number of discarded potion bottles on the ground, indicating their situation was growing ever more perilous. Finally, after crawling through a chaotic boulder field, the clamor of battle and frantic shouts echoed from ahead. It's Ji-chan and the others.
And Ning recognized the voices instantly, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried toward the source of the commotion. Xiao Ye followed close behind.
With his current agility, he easily outpaced Ning, a mage by profession.
As they emerged from the final stretch of boulder field, the scene before them suddenly opened up, revealing a small party of adventurers completely surrounded by a horde of vicious fishmen monsters. Unlike the fishman scout corpses Xiao Ye had encountered before, these monstrous fishmen were far larger and more savage, their scaled arms gripping bizarrely shaped iron weapons. The adventurer squad consisted of 5 members.
Only 2 melee-focused adventurers wielding shields, positioned front and rear to shield the remaining 3 members in the center.
Their situation was dire. Clearly, the female adventurer shielded in the center had suffered severe injuries. She lay collapsed on the ground, one hand clutching the wound on her abdomen, while the other hand still wielded a staff, continuously unleashing attacks upon the fishmen monsters ahead.
Yet the surrounding fishmen vastly outnumbered them,
and it was only a matter of time before they broke through their formation. Distant cries of agony and despair began to echo faintly.
Ji-chan! Ying!
And Ning couldn't help but cry out in panic, rushing toward them while deftly wielding her staff.
An invisible sonic boom erupted from the tip of her staff.
Then, an arrow nearly invisible to the naked eye shot toward the fishmen monsters surrounding the professional team.
In an instant, it pierced through the abdomen of one of the fishmen monsters.
As blood splattered everywhere, a massive damage number appeared.
9,863. What a massive hit!
Xiao Ye, with his illusion-piercing eyes activated, saw it all clearly.
It seemed like an invisible sonic boom arrow. Though Ning's cloth robes had long revealed her as a mage, I never imagined her damage output would be so peculiar. And the damage was quite impressive. It was just a bit reckless. Because according to Xiao Ye's plan, they were supposed to sneak up quietly and launch a surprise attack from behind these fishmen monsters. But her eagerness to save lives was understandable. And Ning's shouts and sudden attack instantly drew the attention of all the surrounding fishmen monsters, while the group of adventurers also spotted the arriving reinforcements. Joy at their impending escape lit up the faces of every adventurer. Some frantically waved at Ning, their voices breaking as they cried out. Sis and Ning! You're finally here! We're saved! Sister and Ning is here!
At the same time, Ning's magic staff swung again, casting a circular mark.
An invisible sonic blast instantly erupted around the mercenary squad,
instantly repelling all the fishmen monsters surrounding them.
Another sonic blast skill.
And a forced recoil type control skill at that.
Xiao Ye observed it clearly, and couldn't help but regard this somewhat reckless girl with newfound respect. Though she might be a bit reckless, her skill execution was impeccably precise. That skill had been perfectly timed to surround the professional squad, repelling the surrounding monsters without harming her own allies. Among the group of professional adventurers, the warrior leading the group roared, seizing the moment to lead his group out of the fish-human monsters' encirclement and break through toward Ning's position. Quick! Come over here! And Ning shouted urgently from the platform amidst the rocky forest.
This elevated platform offered a strategic vantage point. If those 2 adventurers could reach it, they'd be halfway to safety.
But things weren't that simple.
As massive bubbles suddenly began erupting along the surrounding shoreline,
followed by hideous fish-like human monsters bursting from the sea.
They emitted eerie, shrill screams as they gave chase to the adventurer squad. This place was nothing short of a monster spawn point.
Or rather, the very lair of these fish-human monsters. The swarm of monsters completely cut off the adventurer's escape route. Suddenly, a massive harpoon-like weapon was hurled like a siege crossbow. In an instant, it struck down the warrior type class at the rear guard position. Merely grazing his arm, it unleashed over 10,000 points of damage, instantly draining nearly all his health. Yet the colossal harpoon continued its relentless trajectory, narrowly grazing the hem of a wounded cloth-robed female adventurer in the squad's center, sending a cloud of dust billowing from the ground. Everyone turned in terror to look back, only to see a colossal fishman monster, several times larger than ordinary fishmen, suddenly emerge from the nearby beach. An elite-level boss. The harpoon-like projectile they had just encountered had been hurled by this very creature. What left the adventurer squad feeling utterly hopeless was that this strange weapon was just one of 4 or 5 strapped to the giant fishman's back. With a hideous grimace, it leisurely drew another harpoon from its back and aimed it at the adventurer squad. "Watch out!" And Ning, witnessing this, cried out in panic, yet as a mage, she could do nothing. Just then, she suddenly noticed a figure beside her leap off the high platform, shield in hand, charging toward the adventurer squad. It was him! And Ning froze in shock. Jumping off the platform like that, wasn't he courting death? Yet Xiao Ye's speed was astonishingly swift. A warrior in heavy armor wielding a shield, yet his footwork was as nimble as an assassin's. With precise footwork, he dodged one fishman monster after another blocking his path. And within mere breaths, he charged into the heart of the adventurer squad, standing before the last, gravely wounded warrior. At that very moment, the fishman colossus hurled its massive harpoon as thick as a siege crossbow bolt once more like a thunderbolt. Xiao Ye raised his tiger-patterned war shield with fierce resolve, his gaze fixed coldly upon the speeding harpoon, executing a flawless block with pinpoint precision. In that instant, the sheer force of the impact sent him staggering backward several steps. Yet despite the successful defense, the damage number that flashed caused the entire professional squad and Ning atop the high platform to suddenly widen their eyes in shock. 958. How could this be? That harpoon, powerful enough to shatter city walls, hitting a single man and barely chipping away just over 900 HP? In that instant, only one phrase flashed through Ning's mind. Top-tier frontline. Chapter 139, Perfect Block. What the hell is a top-tier frontline? Was she seeing things? And Ning found it hard to believe, for she recognized the warrior left behind to hold the rear guard in that professional squad. His name was Yuan, a B-tier melee class with solid gear, one of their frontline candidates for the upcoming team tournament. Yet when that massive harpoon like a siege crossbow struck Yuan, it dealt a staggering damage of over 10,000. It nearly killed him instantly. Yet when the same massive harpoon struck that person, it only dealt a little over 900 damage? It didn't even break his shield stance? What incredibly high defense! What immense strength! And Ningxing couldn't help but widen her eyes, staring intently at Xiao Ye, who stood defiantly at the rear of the group, holding his tiger-patterned war shield. He had a bottle of healing potion clamped between his teeth, tilting his head back to gulp it down, carefully restoring the small chunk of health bar he'd just lost. Then he casually handed a potion to Yuan, the warrior beside him who had just taken a heavy blow. His arm was already a bloody mess, and the shield in his hand had been knocked flying. His entire body collapsed onto the ground, his health bar critically low. His face was etched with terror, his mind even slightly dazed. "Hey! How's it going? Can you still walk?" Xiao Ye's voice snapped him out of his daze. Yuan stared dazedly at the stranger who had suddenly appeared beside him. Instinctively, he reached out to take the healing potion Xiao Ye offered. But as his hand reached out, he saw his own mangled arm, flesh torn away, bones exposed. "Ah!" Yuan let out a piercing scream, his face frozen in horror. He collapsed onto the ground, overcome by despair, repeatedly crying out, "My arm! My arm!" Seeing this, Xiao Ye sighed softly, quickly stowing his shield and shoving the bottle of healing potion directly into Yuan's mouth, silencing his wails. At that very moment, the elite-level boss, the Fishman Colossus, let out a strange cry and drew a massive harpoon from its back. This time, up close, Xiao Ye could see clearly. The Fishman Colossus's scales had faded, its two thick arms bulging with powerful muscles, clearly a mutated monster. Once again, that massive harpoon, like a siege crossbow, tore through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye dared not be careless. He once again equipped the tiger-patterned war shield in one hand, steadied his stance, and met the hurtling harpoon with a fierce collision. A deafening clang of metal echoed. Xiao Ye once again blocked the world-shattering harpoon. Simultaneously, damage once more erupted from his body. 988. Another damage figure under 1,000. This time, Ning saw it clearly. This man not only possessed terrifyingly high defense, but his shield blocking technique was also masterful. That last hit was a perfect block. So powerful. Who on earth is this person? When did such a formidable figure emerge in Shangjing City? He's undoubtedly among the top-tier frontline fighters of this generation of Awakened. No. He's the absolute pinnacle of the top tier. Yet before Ning could process the shock in her mind, the situation turned critical once more. Seeing that his two grappling techniques had failed, the giant fishman let out a strange cry. He then charged toward the professional team, holding his harpoon in both hands. Despite its massive size, its charging speed was astonishingly swift. "Watch out!" And Ning cried out urgently, her staff flickering through the air as if channeling a spell. Xiao Ye's gaze sharpened as he watched the colossal fishman charging toward his group, clenching his tiger-patterned war shield. Then shouted to the group of adventurers behind him. "He can't walk. Who's going to help him?" At Xiao Ye's warning, the trembling adventurers finally snapped to attention. A bow-wielding adventurer hurriedly turned back, hoisting the collapsed Yuan onto his shoulders. With the previously gravely wounded female mage now also incapacitated, the party now had two casualties. Supporting each other, their pace slowed considerably. Yet more fishmen monsters had already appeared around them, closing in to surround the group in droves. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from far behind on the elevated platform. "Quick! Cover your ears!" The 5 members of the adventurer squad, upon hearing this, instinctively covered their ears in unison, as if trained to do so. The archer, even more frantically signaled to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye watched the scene in bewilderment. Especially since the colossal fishman beast was now mere inches away. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ye chose to trust in Ning, lowering his tiger-patterned war shield and clasping his hands tightly over his ears. The next second, a deafening sonic boom, as thunderous as a celestial clap, erupted from the center of Ning's staff, sweeping out like a tsunami. Wherever it touched, the ears of every fishman monster burst with blood, each one frozen in place, terrified and dazed. Including the colossal fishman boss. Even Xiao Ye, who had tightly covered his ears, felt a deep, rumbling roar echo throughout his entire skull. What a powerful crowd control skill. Xiao Ye estimated the skill's range had already exceeded 300 to 400 meters. All the fishmen monsters were plunged into a daze, and a significant damage value appeared above each monster's head. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ye abruptly sprang to his feet and shouted to the other adventurers beside him. "Run!" Yet as Xiao Ye opened his mouth, he couldn't hear his own voice at all. Though the adventurer squads had covered their ears, their faces still bore a dazed expression. Evidently their physical constitution was far inferior to Xiao Ye's. So this indiscriminate, wide-area sonic blast skill temporarily stunned the entire professional team. Xiao Ye swiftly hoisted the injured Yuan onto his back, grabbed the last archer with his other hand, and sprinted toward the elevated platform wherein Ning stood. He knew there was another creature on the scene whose physical attributes were likely equally formidable: the elite-level boss, the giant fishman. Along the way, the other 3 adventurers, gradually regaining their senses, followed Xiao Ye's lead and fled. A sudden, heavy rumble echoed behind them. Xiao Ye didn't need to turn to know who was chasing them. "Hurry! Hurry!" As they reached the platform, Xiao Ye shoved the gravely wounded Yuan upward. And Ning reached out to pull him up, while the other adventurers scrambled to climb as well. But it was already too late. The colossal fishman boss, enraged, closed in from behind. Xiao Ye suddenly drew back, his tiger-patterned war shield precisely shielding the last player still scaling the platform, while his right hand drew the spear, Star Slayer, delivering a lightning-fast thrust that pierced precisely between the giant fishman's gills on its neck. Weakness damage. Additional effect: Stellar Piercer triggered successfully. 15,988. Chapter 140, Tanking and DPS. That's what you call the ceiling. That damage just now. And Ning's hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the warrior Yuan she'd just pulled up. How much? 15,000. The other professionals climbing the platform with their backs to Xiao Ye didn't witness it. But Ning, standing atop the platform, saw it all clearly. That guy just stabbed this giant fishman boss for 15,000 damage. Now Ning wasn't just questioning her eyes, she was starting to doubt her own mind. A heavy armor frontline class wielding a shield just dealt 15,000 damage in one hit? Was that even possible? The colossal fishman, stabbed squarely in its jaw, let out a piercing scream of rage. Its massive harpoon swung viciously toward Xiao Ye. But Xiao Ye didn't retreat a single step. His tiger-patterned war shield met the blow with precision, executing another flawless block. His right hand swung the Star Slayer in a backstab. Blocking and countering. The 3 layers of tiger might he had already accumulated were unleashed together. Another damage exceeding 10,000. 14,989. Xiao Ye had long since grown accustomed to such damage figures. After all, with the dazzling artifact, Star Slayer, equipped, his base attack power had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. Combined with skill bonuses, dealing nearly 15,000 damage was hardly surprising. Moreover, this wasn't even Xiao Ye's full output form. Once he activated his ultimate ability, Primordial Bloodline, his damage output could double again. Yet when this damage figure landed in Ning's eyes from the elevated platform, it completely shattered her entire worldview. A heavy armor frontline class capable of such devastating damage?
This damage output was on par with her own and Qin Yanan's both S-tier dedicated DPS classes. This guy can tank and deal damage like a beast.
What defines a top-tier frontline? This is what a top-tier frontline looks like.
As the saying goes, the defensive capabilities of a team's frontline classes determine its floor, while their offensive output defines its ceiling.
The higher the DPS of frontline classes, the more aggro they can hold.
Only then can the backline classes unleash their full potential without fear of losing aggro. At this moment, Ning's gaze toward Xiao Ye had changed noticeably. A frontline player of this caliber is truly top tier. Come what may, she'd lure him into the guild even if she had to trick him. Below the elevated platform, only Xiao Ye remained. The 2 shots he had just fired, each dealing over 10,000 damage, had exposed the health bar of the colossal fishman before him.
Mutant Fishman Vanguard. Level, Elite Boss 110. HP, 800,000. True to its elite status, 800,000 HP wasn't particularly daunting.
And with Xiao Ye firing at full capacity, it should take roughly 10 minutes to take it down. However, the primary objective of entering this spatial instance this time was rescue. The condition of the 2 critically injured adventurers remained unclear. They must be evacuated from the instance first. Xiao Ye abruptly withdrew, unleashing a crescent moon sweep at the giant fishman's still unevolved legs, sending over 10,000 points of damage flying and staggering the colossal fishman.
Seizing this opening,
Xiao Ye slung his tiger pattern war shield onto his back and nimbly scaled the high platform. The elevated platform would block these fishmen monsters, whose lower limbs hadn't fully evolved, for a considerable amount of time.
Retreat. After scaling the platform, Xiao Ye glanced back.
Below, the beach was already swarming with dense clusters of fishmen monsters. Looking deeper along the shoreline, he could vaguely make out numerous peculiar underwater structures partially exposed above the water in the shallows behind them. This place was nothing short of a merfolk kingdom. The scale of this spatial instance dwarfed Xiao Ye's expectations. The beach before him was merely the tip of the iceberg.
Move. Head for the exit. Xiao Ye shouted. And the adventurers immediately paired up, hoisting 2 injured comrades between them as they hurried back toward their point of origin. Yet Ning, leading the way at the front of the group, suddenly halted.
She looked ahead with a flicker of panic. The sprawling boulder forest before them resembled a colossal maze. She and Xiao Ye had just emerged from this very boulder forest moments ago.
Yet now, as she turned back, she had already forgotten the way out?
And before her eyes was a 3-way fork in the path.
I've forgotten the way back?
And Ning instinctively turned her gaze toward Xiao Ye at the rear of the group. But Xiao Ye said nothing. He slung his tiger pattern war shield onto his back, hurried 2 steps to the front of the group, bent down to pick up an empty potion bottle from the edge of a stone at one of the forks.
This way.
Xiao Ye pointed with his hand and stepped forward to lead the group. And Ning, watching from behind, was stunned, realizing he had already used empty potion bottles discarded along the way as markers to trace their path. The sharp, shrieking roars of the fishmen monsters echoed once more behind them. And the group hurriedly followed Xiao Ye through the rocky forest, returning to the abandoned ruins at the very beginning of the dungeon. At the center of the ruins, a massive void fissure pulsed and writhed, seemingly expanded since their arrival. The severely wounded adventurers, witnessing this, all revealed the joy of having narrowly escaped death. "We're saved." When Xiao Ye and Ning led the group of adventurers out of the instance space and back to the underground parking garage of Guanyin Tower,
military personnel had already arrived and sealed off the instance space entrance.
Many nearby members of the Sword Guild rushed over. Upon seeing Ning and the group of professionals who had escaped, they waved excitedly.
"Sis and Ning, you're finally out."
2 severely injured adventurers were rushed to the nearest hospital, while the others, though each bearing minor injuries, received simple bandaging and were held by the military. They would be questioned shortly about intelligence concerning the dungeon space. Xiao Ye sat quietly to the side, waiting for the military personnel to arrive for questioning. And Ning approached quietly, biting her lip as she asked,
"So you really are the professional Yanran personally invited to join the guild?" Xiao Ye nodded, raising his eyebrows as he replied, "Of course it's true." Any lingering doubts in Ning's mind vanished completely.
Instead, she gave him a fiery, up-and-down look, then extended her hand, saying,
"My name is Ning. Quiet and Lemon Ning.
Welcome to the Sword of Suspense Guild." Xiao Ye extended his hand as well, offering a firm handshake as he replied,
"My name is Xiao Ye. So what exactly is our guild's motto?"
And Ning lazily plopped down beside Xiao Ye, a playful smile curling her lips as she teased,
"There's no motto at all, I was just messing with you, Xiao Ye."
And Ning pouted indignantly.
"What's the big deal?
Yanran didn't even have time to think of one, and she won't let me use the motto I came up with."
"So what was your motto?" "For all eternity, unify the martial world." "What are you laughing at?"
"Nothing. I think it's pretty good."
Chapter 141, Farewell, Qin Yanran. Smiles and coldness.
Before long, a military officer approached Xiao Ye and Ning, holding a recording device. He saluted Xiao Ye and said, "You two are the professionals who just entered, correct?"
We've heard reports of mutated monsters discovered inside, and the dungeon scale has undergone changes? Xiao Ye stood up, returned the salute solemnly, and replied. Yes. Based on preliminary observations, this instance has developed the potential to become a medium-sized or even large-scale instance. Its danger level has reached at least S-class. The soldier meticulously recorded Xiao Ye's words, his expression turning grave as he remarked. An S-rank instance, appearing in a residential area is not a good sign. Just this morning, when the instance was first discovered, its contamination level indicated it was merely a small B-class instance. Who would have thought it would change so rapidly? Xiao Ye frowned as well. A growth-type spatial instance? Turning back to the dungeon fissure still hovering in the air above the underground garage, the entrance to this spatial dungeon seemed to have expanded slightly since they first arrived. Inside the instance is an ancient coastal ruin. The monsters there are all mutated fish people types. I wonder if your database has any records of this kind of monster? Xiao Ye promptly began detailing his observations from within the instance. After the military recorder transcribed every word, he extended a friendly handshake to Xiao Ye and said, "Thank you for the intelligence. This is crucial for us. I'll report all of this up the chain. And we'll issue an S-rank or higher investigation mission to the Bounty Association." "You're welcome." Xiao Ye nodded in acknowledgement. This military recorder was remarkably conscientious and took Xiao Ye's report very seriously. At that very moment, a strikingly beautiful figure hurried into the underground garage. None other than Qin Yanran, the official guildmaster of Sword of Suspense, who had rushed over immediately after receiving the news from the liaison. Qin Yanran was already fully geared up, clearly prepared to charge into the instance and rescue the trapped individuals. Upon seeing Ning before her and the three professionals who had been rescued with only minor injuries, Qin Yanran finally let out a sigh of relief and asked Ning, "What about Yuan and Luangying? How are they?" And Ning gently stroked Qin Yanran's back and replied, "Don't worry. They've both been taken to the hospital. Though their injuries are serious, they're not life-threatening. But this time, we owe it all to that mysterious guy you invited. Yanran, you had such a formidable frontline asset all along, why didn't you bring him out sooner? We wouldn't have had to spend every day grinding in the simulation combat arena." Seeing in Ning's peculiar expression, Qin Yanran looked utterly confused and asked blankly, "What mysterious guy?" And Ning nodded toward Xiao Ye, who was briefing the military, and said, "There. That guy. Didn't you personally invite him?" Qin Yanran turned to look. Just as Xiao Ye, having finished his report to the military recorder, turned around. Their eyes met. And saw Qin Yanran's beautiful face, though it bore a hint of weariness. Xiao Ye waved awkwardly in greeting. But Qin Yanran's expression shifted from blankness to surprise, and then an uncontrollable smile suddenly blossomed across her previously haggard face. Like a sudden burst of fireworks blooming in the dim basement. "Xiao Ye?" Qin Yanran approached Xiao Ye with light steps, scrutinizing his face closely as she asked, "Where have you been all this time?" Xiao Ye couldn't help but scratch his head nervously before answering truthfully. "I went to a heavily polluted area far away to level up. Then something unexpected happened there, my communicator lost signal, and I couldn't receive any messages." "Oh, I see." Qin Yanran nodded lightly, her smiling eyes never leaving Xiao Ye's face as she asked softly, But are you okay? I heard the high pollution zone is full of extremely dangerous monsters." "I'm fine. Just got delayed a bit and came back late." Xiao Ye replied with a hint of apology, "I promised a month." Before Xiao Ye could finish, Qin Yanran cut him off. "It's fine." At that moment, Ning and the other three professionals who had stayed behind approached. "President." Both professionals wore expressions of relief at having escaped danger, while the slightly injured warrior among them wore a look of guilt and regret, keeping his head down without a word. Qin Yanran turned to look at the injuries on the three of them, sighed, and said, "Glad you're all right." But when her gaze fell on the warrior with his head bowed, a flicker of anger flashed across Qin Yanran's face as she snapped, "Ji-Chen, you weren't on duty today. Who gave you permission to bring guild members here to run the instance without authorization?" It turned out this warrior was the leader of the squad, Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen's face was equally filled with regret as he hung his head sheepishly and said, "I'm sorry, guild leader. I never expected that dungeon to go haywire. The bounty for investigating newly opened dungeons is more generous than other missions, and the team members all wanted to earn extra money." Hearing this, Qin Yanran's brows furrowed tightly. She bit her lip, hesitating to speak. However, Xiao Ye had already pieced together the entire sequence of events from these few words. "Ha!" Xiao Ye suddenly let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze on Ji-Chen as he said sharply, "So it was you who incited the other members to join you in entering this new dungeon with an uncertain danger level?" Ji-Chen froze instantly. The same actions, when framed by Xiao Ye's words, took on an entirely different nature. "You?" Ji-Chen stared blankly at Xiao Ye, wanting to explain but finding no words. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ye shifted his gaze to Qin Yanran and said in a deep voice, "Is this the guild you've built?" One of your subordinates dares to take your members into a dangerous, unknown dungeon without your permission? Doesn't that make you nothing but a figurehead as guild leader? Xiao Ye's words, delivered with deliberate precision. Stunned Xin Yan ran. Her eyes widened as she stared blankly at Xiao Ye, her pretty face frozen stiff as if struck by lightning. And Ning beside her froze too, quickly reaching out to tug at Xiao Ye's sleeve as she whispered. Hey! Why are you talking to Yanran like that? Xiao Ye, however, turned away coldly and walked straight past Xin Yanran, stating, if this guild is so disorganized and lacks any sense of structure, with even the guild leader holding no authority, you'd be better off not inviting me to join anymore. I've no interest in playing make-believe with a guild that won't go far. Chapter 142, No Rules, No Order. Wait. Xin Yanran suddenly called out to Xiao Ye. Her eyes slightly reddened as she looked at Xiao Ye stubbornly and declared, my guild isn't like that. You can't just skim the surface and ignore what lies beneath. To dismiss my entire guild based on a single incident is rather rash, isn't it, Xiao Ye? And Ning, standing nearby, glared at Xiao Ye indignantly and retorted. Exactly. You have no idea how much Yanran has sacrificed for this guild. In less than a month, the Sword of Destiny Guild started from scratch and climbed 138 spots on Shangjing City's guild rankings. Yanran hasn't had a single good night's sleep this entire month. Xiao Ye halted his steps but didn't look at Ning. Without turning his head, he replied. Only losers keep harping on their sacrifices. Winners just deliver results. Xin Yanran's eyes narrowed in irritation as she retorted. If Xiao Ye is so principled, why did he breach our agreement? According to our agreement, you were the first person I invited to join the guild and you're the vice president of Sword's Edge Guild. Xiao Ye agreed to it back then. At these words, Xiao Ye turned around, his expression as cold as ever, and replied. If I were the vice president, things would be even simpler. Xiao Ye fixed a cold stare on Ji Chen and declared. Effective immediately, expel him from the guild. In an instant, Ji Chen's face froze in shock. The two fellow professionals beside him also froze, exchanging glances before immediately pleading on Ji Chen's behalf. President, we all made it out alive this time. Let's just let this matter drop. Yes, Ji Chen meant well. Yuan's sister is ill, and his family urgently needs money. But Xiao Ye merely raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two of them before saying indifferently. I'm afraid you two have misunderstood my meaning. What I meant was not just him, all five of you are dismissed. The two professionals' expressions abruptly changed, turning deathly pale in an instant. What? Standing nearby, and Ning instantly looked at Qin Yaran in disbelief, exclaiming. This is outrageous. They weren't even the ringleaders. But Xiao Ye's cold voice cut through the air. To heed others' incitement without the guild leader's permission, such members likely hold no regard for you as their leader. And they certainly don't see themselves as part of the guild. And Ning was instantly speechless. As the two professionals also found themselves at a loss for words. While Ji Chen's face was frozen in shock and guilt as he stared blankly at Xiao Ye, the suddenly appearing vice president. For they had witnessed firsthand. They had all witnessed Xiao Ye's terrifying power firsthand. For the guild, a professional of such formidable strength was worth 100 of them. Moreover, it seemed he and guild leader Qin Yanran shared an extraordinary bond, making the guild leader's choice utterly obvious. Guild master. Ji Chen suddenly clutched his wound, straightening abruptly. He bowed deeply to Qin Yanran, his body bending so low his head nearly touched the floor. Tonight's incident was entirely my fault. I was the one who persuaded them to join me in this dungeon run. I, Ji Chen, will take full responsibility. President, expel me. Please, don't expel those four. Xin Yanran's face was as cold as ice. Xiao Ye's words earlier echoed like thunderclaps in her mind. Had she, driven solely by sheer determination, buried herself in work this past month, forgotten the very purpose behind founding this guild? For a guild to endure, strict rules and regulations were essential. Ji Chen, if I recall correctly, this isn't the first time you've taken guild members on a dungeon run without authorization, is it? Xin Yanran said coldly. I warned you last time, yet not only did you fail to learn your lesson, you've once again put my guild members in grave danger. Without rules, there can be no order. Effective immediately, you are no longer a member of the Sword of Suspense Guild. Ji Chen hung his head low, his entire figure radiating profound desolation. He nodded. I understand. I'm sorry, guild leader. Ji Chen clutched his wounds and limped away toward the far end of the garage. The other two professionals watched his retreating figure with mixed expressions. If I were you, I wouldn't feel sorry for him. Xiao Ye frowned, addressing the two remaining professionals. I wouldn't even forgive him. He dragged you into that dangerous instance without any assessment. He never gave a thought to your lives. The two professionals also lowered their heads, expecting dismissal to be their inevitable fate. But Qin Yanran interjected. Your teammates Yuan and Lu Yingying are still hospitalized. According to regulations, the guild bears no responsibility for injuries sustained during unauthorized dungeon entry. However, I will cover their medical expenses. You may remain in the guild until both of them have fully recovered.
You are prohibited from participating in missions for 3 months, and your entire year's bonus will be deducted. Whether you can remain in the guild beyond that will be decided at the appropriate time. Do you accept? The two adventurers instantly lifted their heads, their faces lighting up with relief. They nodded in unison. I accept. Thank you, guild leader. That's enough. Xin Yanran waved her hand and said softly, go back and tend to your wounds. Watching the two adventurers depart, filled with gratitude yet radiating joy. And Ning, who had witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines, sensed something was off. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Those two were playing off each other just now. One playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Hey, hey, hey! You too! And Ning blinked rapidly, shifting her gaze between Xiao Ye and Xin Yanran. Clearly without any prior communication, yet they were so perfectly in sync. Xin Yanran's lips curved into a smile as she gazed at Xiao Ye and said, Didn't Xiao Ye say he was leaving the sword-hanging guild? Xiao Ye remained completely unfazed, his face unflushed and his heart unmoved, as he calmly replied. That won't do. We agreed on 50,000 dragon coins a month. But President Qin, when did I become vice president? Xin Yanran reached into her backpack and pulled out a sword suspension guild emblem, extending it toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye took it and saw that engraved on the back of the badge, which featured a finely crafted sword suspended in midair, was a line of numbers. Serial number 0002. Xiao Ye smiled knowingly. By the way, does being vice president come with a pay raise? Xin Yanran narrowed her beautiful eyes, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. Depends on your performance. But first, I'll dock a month's performance bonus. Ah. And Ning, watching from the side, was left speechless. Only after the two had walked off shoulder to shoulder did she snap back to reality. The underground garage suddenly filled with the sounds of playful laughter and roughhousing. You've got some nerve, Xin Yanran. Didn't you say Unit 0002 was your uncle? You actually let him become vice president? We're done. Xin Yanran. Chapter 143, Never fought such a wealthy battle. The peculiar understanding between Xiao Ye and Xin Yanran had likely formed during their time at First High School. Though they barely exchanged a word during their school days and had no real connection, there was one place where they frequently crossed paths. The combat arena during the mixed martial arts simulation class. During the annual free-for-all combat assessment, Wang Biao, a well-connected rich kid, would secretly rally a group of students, attempting to eliminate competitors like Xiao Ye and Xin Yanran early on. Yet, with just a glance, Xiao Ye and Xin Yanran, unaccustomed to cliques, would tacitly and subtly join forces, one by one eliminating the students Wang Biao had painstakingly recruited from the arena. After leaving the spatial rift instance in the underground parking garage, Xin Yanran finally slept soundly for the first time in a month upon returning home, unprecedentedly burying her head and sleeping soundly until the sun was high in the sky the next day. But after leaving the underground garage, Xiao Ye didn't return to his dilapidated rental apartment. Instead, he headed for the old city district. The old town buzzed with unusual activity late into the night as tarp-covered trucks came and went under cover of darkness. The open and hidden sentries in the surrounding alleys quickly spotted Xiao Ye. And only after confirming his identity with Mo Yi via communicator did the guards let him in. It was still the familiar Red Moon hair salon, but sitting behind the counter now was not Red Third Sister, but Mo Yi himself. His cane lay beside him, and his scholarly attire seemed particularly out of place amidst the salon's pink decor. Xiao Ye has arrived. Sit. Mo Yi seemed engrossed in some information, glancing up briefly at Xiao Ye before gesturing for him to sit before him. Xiao Ye stole a glance and saw that Master Mo was staring at none other than the odds board for the challenge announcement ceremony. Interesting. This year's challenge tournament is proving quite intriguing. Mo Ye's unlit pipe swayed as he scanned the names on the odds board. What exactly do you find interesting, Master Mo? Xiao Ye asked curiously. Master Mo pointed to the guild affiliations listed at the bottom of the rankings for Xiao Ye to see, then grinned and said, Look at the top 10 on this odds board. 5 of them aren't affiliated with any guild. Everyone in Xinjiang City knows how formidable these kids are. How could guilds not be scrambling to recruit them? Xiao Ye froze in surprise. Truthfully, when he first saw the top 10 names on this odds leaderboard, he'd had the same question. Talents capable of reaching the top 10 on the odds leaderboard, how could they not belong to a guild? So what do you think is going on, Mo? Xiao Ye asked cautiously. Master Mo tapped his pipe between his lips, then pointed at the names on the odds leaderboard one by one as he spoke. Among the top 10 on this odds board, Xing Qingshan at number 5 is the military's puppet. Naturally, he belongs to no guild. Xiao Ye was startled. He hadn't expected Moya's intelligence network to be so sharp. Even Xing Qingshan, the military's man, was already on his radar. Mo Yi continued. As for Gasang Zhuoma in second place, she's from the Kale tribe. It's understandable she doesn't belong to any guild. But the third-ranked Hua Qinlong, the ninth-ranked Wang Chuxian, and the 10th-ranked Liao Yuan all lacking guild affiliations? That's simply unacceptable. Xiao Ye immediately frowned and asked, What do you mean by Kale tribe?
Mo Ye packed tobacco into his pipe once more, explaining leisurely. The Kale tribe was originally a nomadic people from the western regions of the Dragon Nation.
Their ancestral lands became polluted, forcing them to migrate to the vicinity of Shangjing City. The Kale have always kept to themselves, refusing to engage with any guilds. I've long heard from people in the underworld that the Kale tribe produced a formidable young woman this year. Her name is Gesangzhuoma. Xiao Ye, if you encounter her at that challenge tournament, don't underestimate her. Xiao Ye nodded cautiously, committing that distinctive Tibetan name to memory. But then, Mo Ye's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, I've already sent people to investigate the backgrounds of the other contestants without guild affiliations. But there's one you must be especially wary of, Liao Yuan, ranked 10th on the odds list. Mo Ye's expression grew grave as he continued. Uncle Qin specifically instructed me to warn you about this man. Liao Yuan is no ordinary individual, he's someone the bully group has set their sights on. He's actually several years older than all of you in this year's Awakened cohort. Yet, through some unknown means, he deliberately waited until this year to participate in the Awakening ceremony. You absolutely must be wary of this Liao Yuan. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the final entry on the top 10 odds list. 10th place, Liao Yuan, profession, soul binding enchanter, rank, a tier. Mo Ye suddenly picked up the cane beside him, stood up, and said, Enough of that for now. I've found you a new set of armor. Come take a look. Xiao Ye's heart leapt with excitement, and he hurriedly followed. The armor Master Mo mentioned must refer to the new equipment he'd found for him. Though leaning on his cane, Mo Ye walked with a slight sway yet remarkably steady steps, even slightly quicker than most people. He navigated the stairs with no hesitation whatsoever. Xiao Ye followed Mo Ye up to the second floor of the Red Moon Hair Salon, where he saw a room filled to the floor with all manner of gear. From helmets, chestplates, and leg armor to daggers, short crossbows, and a whole series of offhand weapons. Over 100 pieces of gear covered the entire floor, the lowest tier being gold and grade items. Among them were even dazzling items that glinted with a cold, icy light. For a moment, even Xiao Ye felt overwhelmed by the sheer variety. When he heard Mo Ye tapping his pipe beside him. To make a name for yourself at this challenge ceremony, you'll need at least 2 or 3 sets of gear to handle different opponents. Xiao Ye froze in place. He wasn't unaware that when facing opponents of different classes, switching to specialized gear was essential to gain an advantage. Against mages, stack magic resistance gear. Against tanks and high health classes, stack damage output. But he never imagined he'd be fighting such a well-equipped battle. Xiao Ye had assumed that assembling a set of gold tier gear would suffice to handle any situation. But Uncle Qin and Master Mo had prepared far more thoroughly than he could have imagined. The value of the gold tier weapons and gear spread before him was simply beyond estimation. Though Xiao Ye also noticed something unusual. Many of these pieces bore marks, even traces of blood. Mo Ye took a puff from his pipe and grinned. Don't look down on them, Xiao Ye. In our line of work, the gear we handle is naturally stripped from corpses. We don't have any new stuff for you to use. Chapter 144, Shearing the Sheep. Revisiting the Fishman's Lair. After a sleepless night. With Mo Ye's help, Xiao Ye selected 1 primary combat set and 3 backup sets tailored for countering mages and other classes. Experience truly matters. Mo Ye's occasional guidance from the sidelines frequently opened up new avenues of thought for Xiao Ye. For instance, Xiao Ye had subconsciously assumed that countering mages required stacking maximum magic resistance. Yet Master Mo guided him to assemble a set featuring 2 displacement skills as additional effects. Though this set's magic resistance wasn't exceptionally high, combined with Xiao Ye's own void shift movement skill, he now possessed a full 3 movement effects. 3 consecutive dashes. No mage could dodge that combo at this stage. Mo Ye tapped his pipe on the ground as he spoke. For a mage, getting within range means the match is over. Xiao Ye, his mind suddenly illuminated, nodded vigorously in agreement. He couldn't help but wonder what Master Mo had done in the past. When Xiao Ye inquired about his past, Mo Ye merely grinned without answering. Besides the few sets of gear he'd selected, Xiao Ye also selected a short crossbow from Mo Ye as a secondary backup weapon. A level 90 golden weapon. Since Xiao Ye lacked any crossbow-specific talents, its damage output wasn't particularly high, but it compensated for his lack of ranged attack capabilities. Before departing, Xiao Ye carefully counted his loot. He'd selected over 20 pieces of gear from Mo Ye. Every single piece was a level 90 plus golden grade item, and among them were even 2 priceless radiant grade artifacts. As Xiao Ye joyfully stowed these treasures into his backpack, Mo Ye's lips twitched painfully. Black market gear was the lifeblood of his business chain. These were the cream of the crop plucked from his stash. Puffing on his pipe, Mo Ye repeatedly reminded Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, kid, these are all on loan. Once the tournament's over, you'll have to return them. Xiao Ye grinned from ear to ear and nodded. Got it, Mo. Seeing Xiao Ye agree so readily, Mo Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. He muttered under his breath. Though if you fancy keeping a few pieces, that's fine too. When he returned to his dilapidated rental apartment with a backpack stuffed full of gear, Xiao Ye realized for the first time how absolutely right Xiao Ye had been to completely renovate and reinforce the entire room, even adding a security door.
He couldn't help but glance again at the gleaming gold gear inside his backpack.
Xiao Ye simply leaned against his backpack and lay down on the sofa for a brief rest. Before long, he was roused by a notification from his communicator. And the moment he opened it, Qin Yanran's voice rang out.
Hello? Vice President Xiao, when do you plan to come to work today?
Friendly reminder, free breakfast is available at the guild base before 9 a.m.
Xiao Ye's eyes snapped open. Free breakfast? Must grab it.
He'd long heard that Qin Group offered exceptional employee benefits.
He absolutely had to check it out today. 15 minutes later.
In the cafeteria of Qin Group's headquarters, Xiao Ye carefully selected one portion of every item from the dazzling array of breakfast options. Finally settling across from Qin Yanran with 3 or 4 plates in hand. Just then, Ning arrived with her own breakfast. Seeing every plate piled high like little mountains in front of Xiao Ye on the table, she couldn't help but exclaim.
Hey! Are you some kind of starving ghost reincarnated?
Yanran, this guy is literally fleecing your family. Qin Yanran, however, beamed at Xiao Ye and said.
No worries, go ahead and take all you want. Eat more, eat more. Is this enough?
Xiao Ye, what do you like?
Shall I have the chef make another serving?
Xiao Ye, who had been intently savoring his food, suddenly froze. He looked up at Qin Yanran, whose eyes sparkled with delight, and choked on his food.
This girl was smiling so happily she definitely had ulterior motives.
Xiao Ye patted his chest and asked warily.
President Qin, does our guild have any activities planned for today? Qin Yanran's smile only deepened as she replied.
Of course. The guild has long planned to tackle an S-ranked dungeon today.
Anling and I are just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 100.
With only 5 days left before the ranking ceremony, we must hurry and complete our second job advancement. With Vice President Xiao reporting in at this critical moment, it must be because you care deeply about the guild's fate. Today's dungeon will surely be your chance to shine and establish your reputation among the guild members. Xiao Ye placed a hand over his heart. He had broken the 1-month promise he made to himself. Making contributions to the guild to make amends was only right. Yet he never imagined that Qin Yanran, the sole heiress of the Qin Group with boundless resources at her disposal, would still be stuck at the threshold of level 100. Proof that she had truly devoted herself body and soul to the guild during this past month.
Xiao Ye nodded immediately and replied. No problem. Which dungeon did the guild decide to tackle?
Qin Yanran's expression turned serious as she retrieved a terminal device from her side and stated. To obtain the job change certificate for a level 100 second job, we need to defeat a dangerous S-rank boss above level 100. Since both Ning and I are just one step away from level 100, we plan to directly challenge a dungeon above S-rank.
Leveling up and getting the job change certificate all at once.
Xiao Ye nodded as he spooned a piece of cheesecake.
No problem. I need to get my job change certificate too.
Doing it together saves us the trouble.
And Ning asked curiously. Xiao Ye, what level are you currently?
Xiao Ye casually replied.
Level 107.
And Ning's eyes widened instantly. She exchanged a look with Qin Yanran and exclaimed in shock.
Level 107?
Holy crap! Didn't they say that after level 100 each level requires 10 times more experience than level 90, or even more?
How did you blast through to level 107? That's even higher than Zhang Fanyang on the odds leaderboard.
Xiao Ye replied casually.
High pollution zones. The monsters there grant more experience.
Upon hearing this, Ning couldn't help but swallow hard, staring at Xiao Ye with a strange look.
This guy really is a freak. He made the high pollution zone sound like no big deal? Who in their right mind would go there to level up?
By now, Xiao Ye had already finished his breakfast. Wiping his mouth with a tissue, he said.
But for those S-rank or higher danger dungeons, I do have an idea. We might even earn some extra investigation bounty.
Qin Yanran instantly grasped Xiao Ye's meaning and asked.
You mean that spatial instance that appeared in the Guanyin building's underground parking garage just yesterday?
Exactly. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. Before leaving the spatial instance, Xiao Ye had turned to survey the entire coastal shoal. Those submerged structures half exposed above the sea, the peculiar ancient totems, the mutated fish people monsters.
Everything pointed to one thing. This instance held immense potential. Chapter 145, Enemies Meet Unexpectedly. One punch breaks the stalemate. What do you think, Enan? You were in that instance yesterday too.
Qin Yanran turned her gaze to Ning beside her and asked.
Ning propped her chin in her hand, thought for a moment, and said.
The fish people monsters in that dungeon are indeed formidable.
Had we arrived even a moment later yesterday, Ji Chen and the other 5 would have been wiped out.
But Ning suddenly shifted her tone, shooting Xiao Ye a meaningful glance.
Since we now have a top-tier frontliner, it might just be worth a shot. Top-tier frontliner?
Qin Yanran glanced at Xiao Ye in surprise, a hint of amusement in her eyes.
Well, looks like our Vice President Xiao has made some remarkable progress this past month, huh? Xiao Ye waved his hand unabashedly, replying. After all, you can't take people's money without some real skill. President Qin, tell me how is our Sword of Suspense guild faring these days? When Qin Yanran heard Xiao Ye say our guild, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. She then pulled out the terminal beside her and stated. The Suspended Sword Guild currently has 455 members in total. Among them, 322 are combat professionals, all ranked 70 or above. There are 105 members above level 80 and 23 above level 90, including myself and Ning. The top 30 elite members by level are joining us for today's dungeon run. You'll meet them shortly after we assemble. Xiao Ye nodded. A 30-person raid team was the most common size for professional guilds. The number was neither too large nor too small. It avoids complications in command and coordination while concentrating the guild's elite combat power to tackle high-risk dungeons and bosses. The top 30 players within a guild often symbolized its absolute peak combat strength. Yet even with 30 members, significant coordination was required for both damage output and teamwork. In this regard, Qin Yanran, who specialized in raid command during her time at First High School, should excel. Half an hour later, the top 30 members of the Sword of Suspended Justice Guild assembled before the base entrance. Xiao Ye scanned them meticulously from head to toe. Noting the balanced class distribution among the 30 frontline warriors, mages, archers, and other damage-dealing roles, alongside healers and assassins, each occupying a portion of the group. Every piece of equipment they wore was top tier. It was clear that Qin Yanan had invested considerable effort in forging this elite group. Before we enter the instance, I have an announcement to make. Qin Yanan had now changed into her own professional gear. Her class was an S-tier blood hunter, a light armor-wielding profession. Tight-fitting leather armor hugged her sleek frame, while a bone-carved skull longbow strapped to her back radiated a chilling aura, likely her primary weapon. Qin Yanran stood before the entire team, her expression turning serious, instantly radiating the formidable aura befitting the sole heiress of the Qin group. Xiao Ye is our vice president of the Sword's Edge Guild. This matter was decided when the guild was first established. Due to certain delays, Xiao Ye is only meeting everyone now. All eyes instantly turned to Xiao Ye standing beside Qin Yanran. Their gazes filled with curiosity, skepticism, and naturally, a hint of reluctance. A parachuted-in vice president often struggles to win over the masses. But Xiao Ye paid it no mind, offering a smile and a greeting to the crowd. Qin Yanran offered only a faint smile, offering no explanation. She knew there was no need for her to worry. Soon enough, these 30 individuals would witness Xiao Ye's formidable prowess. Once fully prepared, the 30-member team marched in unison toward the underground parking garage of Blocky and Guanyin Tower. As they approached the entrance to that spatial instance, they found numerous other adventurer squads already gathered here. It seemed they weren't the only ones eyeing that first investigation bounty. When she spotted one particular guild among them, a shadow of gloom flickered across Qin Yanran's face. Xiao Ye, standing beside her, keenly sensed her emotional shift. And while Qin Yanran went to report to the military personnel guarding the instance entrance, Xiao Ye quietly asked Ning beside him, "What's the deal with that team of adventurers in blue and white uniforms?" And Ning followed Xiao Ye's gaze and scanned the area. Her expression instantly darkened as she clenched her teeth and said, "Those are all South Shore Group operatives. I didn't expect them to show up too. The South Shore Group has always been rivals with Yanan's family business. Relying on their professional guild being established earlier, they've constantly suppressed us during outdoor leveling runs. The leveling zones outside Shangjing City are vast, yet we kept running into them everywhere. I'm convinced they did it on purpose. Because of their monopolizing of training grounds and boss hogging, our Sword of Suspense guild has clashed with them countless times." Yanran is furious. Xiao Ye's gaze sharpened as he pieced things together. He noticed the warrior leading the South Shore Group guild, wielding a long spear. The man's gaze kept drifting this way, seemingly by accident. In just one night, news of the new dungeon appearing in the Guanyin building's underground parking garage had already spread far and wide. Since it was a dungeon, anyone had the right to enter and explore. It seemed inevitable that today, within this instance, they would cross paths with this group of South Shore Group professionals. As the guild leader of Sword's Edge and the sole heir to the Qin group, Qin Yanran often couldn't afford to openly confront them. But Xiao Ye was different. Having vanished for a month only to reappear suddenly, it was high time for this vice president to seize an opportunity and show his true colors. After another 10 minutes or so, the military personnel guarding the fissure at the dungeon entrance signaled a retreat, lifting the blockade around the entrance. Wave after wave of adventurers surged in like a tidal wave. Beyond the allure of the hefty investigation bounty, the allure of undiscovered treasure chests within the newly emerged instance was equally irresistible. "Let's go!" Qin Yanran gave the command, leading the sword-hanging guild into the dungeon fissure by example. At that moment, Xiao Ye also noticed the spatial fissure, which had expanded considerably since the previous night. Upon entering the spatial dungeon rift, a blinding light flooded their vision, revealing the familiar sight of an abandoned ruin overlooking the sea. Only now, the corpses of the fishman scouts that had remained beside the ruins last night had turned into stark white bones.
Having already been here once, Xiao Ye and Ning immediately took on the role of guides.
Quickly locating the same boulder forest they had traversed the day before, they prepared to retrace their steps, exploring the entire coastal ruins from this direction. Over 30 people marched energetically toward the boulder forest. Qin Yanran's gaze, however, lingered on the rear of the group, noticing several thieves in blue and white uniforms lurking near the rear of the Sword Guild's formation. They were furtively observing the group, seemingly intending to follow discreetly. A flicker of concern crossed Qin Yanran's eyes. Just then, Xiao Ye strode past her. Turning to follow her gaze toward the rear of the group, he declared in a deep voice. Strike once to ward off 100 blows. Don't worry, Guild Leader Qin. Chapter 146, The Terrifying Xiao Ye. Not in the same league. This is strange. When we first arrived at this chaotic stone forest yesterday, it didn't feel this vast. It's like a maze. And Ning, leading the way at the front of the group, was bewildered after just a few steps. Yesterday, driven by urgency to rescue people and guided by the sounds of combat ahead, she had managed to navigate through the chaotic rock forest. Now, with the surrounding silence, and Ning instantly lost her bearings. At that moment, Xiao Ye, who had been trailing behind with Qin Yanran, nonchalantly walked up to the front of the group. Pointing to the fork on the left, he declared, "This way. Follow me." And Ning froze, her surprise evident as she asked, "Wait, how do you remember the way?" Xiao Ye tapped his forehead lightly with his finger, replying without turning his head. "With my brain, of course." The familiar tone, the familiar words. Yet as Ning stared at Xiao Ye's retreating figure, she was utterly dumbfounded without a trace of defiance. She then whispered to Qin Yanran beside her. "Yanran, how much do you pay this guy per month?" Qin Yanran also quietly held out a hand and whispered. 50,000 dragon coins. He. Worth it, right? And Ning silently gave Qin Yanran a thumbs up and murmured. "Awesome. No wonder you're the eldest daughter of the Qin group. This guy's like a walking map. Should keep your voice down. Don't let him hear." Guided by Xiao Ye, the group swiftly navigated through the maze-like boulder forest. The familiar shallow beach came into view once more. Beneath the high platform of the boulder forest, fishmen monsters wielding peculiar iron weapons were prowling about. Qin Yanran's expression tightened as she gestured. "Form up in team formation. Frontline classes, prepare to descend the platform." Immediately, the warrior-type frontline classes among the 30 adventurers stepped forward, positioning themselves at the very front of the group. They leapt down from the platform first, forming a shield wall on the shallows to clear a space. This commotion instantly drew the attention of numerous fish-men monsters nearby. One by one, the hideous creatures gripped their weapons, let out a series of strange cries, and charged toward them. "Damage dealers, prepare." Qin Yanran raised one hand. And the mages and archers among the ranged DPS classes took advantage of the elevated platform's vantage point, preparing to unleash their attacks. As the fishmen monsters gradually closed in on the warriors below the platform, Qin Yanran swung her arm decisively. And a hail of magical arrows instantly rained down. Interwoven with flames and lightning, they unleashed a barrage of elemental effects, instantly exploding into damage numbers upon the fishmen monsters' bodies. 6,513. 3,519. 4,561. The damage figures varied, but the overall output was quite impressive. After several rounds of attacks, the health bars of the first wave of fishmen monsters charging the front lines were completely depleted. They let out piercing screams and collapsed one after another. The frontline warriors below the platform advanced in unison, while the remaining mages and other damage dealers swiftly leapt down from the platform. Priests in the rear swung their staffs, unleashing beams of holy healing upon the frontline warriors, instantly restoring their depleted health. The seamless coordination between classes clearly revealed they had rehearsed this many times before. The entire team gradually spread out across the shallow beach. And this commotion once again drew more fish-men monsters from the surrounding area. Huge bubbles rose one after another from the sea surface. Then, a familiar massive figure reappeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. The mutant monster. The giant fishman vanguard. Still possessing that massive, sturdy frame, several uniquely shaped steel harpoons strapped to its back, a pair of vicious fish eyes sweeping over. Then slowly reached behind to draw a massive harpoon, hurling it violently toward them. Mutant monster. Watch out. And Ning urgently shouted the warning. Last night, she had already witnessed the destructive power of these giant harpoons, which were like siege crossbows. Her gaze then shifted to Xiao Ye, only to find him standing completely still, seemingly uninterested in intervening. Xiao Ye's gaze fixed intently on the warrior-class adventurers in the front ranks. Judging by their gear, these fighters were significantly stronger than last night's squad. They wouldn't be crushed in a single blow. One by one, the frontline warriors raised their shields in battle readiness, forming a solid shield wall. Among them stood the most imposing warrior, Deng Wei, the frontline class with the highest defensive stats in the Sword of the Sky Guild. In every raid mission, big or small, Deng Wei had always been the guild's top choice as the main tank. Yet today, the sudden arrival of this vice guild leader stirred a sense of unease within Deng Wei. Judging by his gear, this vice president was also a warrior. Deng Wei clenched his teeth, determined to prove himself before the guild leader. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his shield forward, positioning himself at the very front. With a piercing whistle cutting through the air, the massive harpoon struck like a bolt of lightning, slamming into the human shield wall formed by the group. In an instant, a cloud of smoke billowed skyward. Amidst the swirling haze, Deng Wei, who had been holding the front line, was sent flying backward while several others in the front ranks were sent scattering in all directions. A massive damage number exploded above Deng Wei's head. 15,374. Though not fatal, it instantly wiped out more than half of his health bar. What kind of damage? Deng Wei's face twisted in shock, a wave of dread washing over him as his shield was violently knocked several meters away. But more critically, their frontline formation had been breached. Two nearby fishmen monsters seized the opportunity to charge into the formation, shattering the defensive wall of the frontline warriors. These vicious fishmen monsters were now mere steps away from the fragile mages within the party. Deng Wei scrambled to his feet, desperate to fill the gap, but it was already too late. In that critical moment, a figure burst forth from the group. Wielding a shield adorned with the markings of a white tiger, he stood firmly before the mages, immediately isolating the two fishmen monsters that had breached the formation. Under a barrage of spells and arrows, the two fishmen monsters quickly became corpses. Yet at that very moment, another terrifying whistling sound approached from afar. Deng Wei raised his head just in time to see that massive harpoon, like the Grim Reaper himself, whistling toward the formation once more. "Hey! Get out of the way!" Deng Wei shouted urgently. But instead of retreating, the figure beside him advanced. Holding the shield adorned with white tiger patterns, he suddenly stepped forward, blocking the entire team's front. A deafening clang of metal. The figure merely slid back half a step. And that massive harpoon, as deadly as the King of Hell himself, was blocked? A trivial damage number popped above his head. 756. At that moment, Deng Wei finally realized. He and this newly arrived Vice President Xiao were simply not on the same level. Chapter 147, Vice President Xiao. And more surprises? Xiao Ye felt the immense force reverberating through his hands. After acquiring a full set of golden artifacts from Mo last night, his defensive capabilities had reached an entirely new level. Xiao Ye thrust his shield forward with one hand while swiftly picking up the shield that had been knocked to the ground with the other, tossing it to Deng Wei. Catch! Deng Wei caught the shield with both hands instinctively, yet his face was frozen in utter astonishment as he stared at Xiao Ye. Still unable to believe his eyes. That massive harpoon, which had dealt a whopping 15,000 damage to him, had only chipped away a mere few hundred health points? How is that possible? Deng Wei's mouth twitched slightly as he asked in disbelief. Was that a perfect block just now? Xiao Ye nodded nonchalantly. Yes. Yet that simple affirmation struck Deng Wei like a thunderclap. A perfect block. It was the ultimate skill every shield warrior dreamed of mastering, yet even in close quarters one-on-one combat, it remained incredibly difficult to execute. Let alone against a long-range throwing technique that came crashing down like thunder. Deng Wei couldn't fathom what kind of reflexes and skill could pull off a perfect block. How did you do that? Deng Wei asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. But Xiao Ye didn't even turn his head as he replied. Practice more, and you can do it too. Deng Wei fell silent, unaware that Xiao Ye's words held not a shred of falsehood. He had honed his blocking technique for 3 full years, day and night, tirelessly. And Deng Wei wasn't the only one stunned by this moment. Several frontline warriors nearby, including the mages who'd nearly been trampled by the fishman monster moments ago, were instantly impressed by this newly arrived Vice President Xiao. One female mage, who had been terrified moments before, couldn't help but blurt out, "Wow! Vice President Xiao is so handsome." Several priestesses swung their wands, showering Xiao Ye with beams of healing light. The healing effects overflowed instantly, yet several more flashes of white light continued to appear. As nearby warriors whose health bars hadn't yet been fully restored gazed longingly at Xiao Ye. Yet within the entire party, the one whose smile was most uncontrollable was guild leader Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran happily pulled up the calculator on her communicator and silently tapped away. And Deng Wei's defense has already surpassed 7,000, right? By that logic, our vice guild leader Zhao's defense must be over 10,000. Watching Qin Yanran's sly, calculating expression, and Ning raised an eyebrow and remarked, "That's not even the most insane part. You'll see soon enough." Qin Yanran's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with amusement as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Ye, who led the group at the very front. She chirped delightedly. "Deputy President Xiao, what other surprises do you have that this emperor hasn't seen yet?" "Yanran, you look like a tyrant right now." Really?" Xiao Ye's arrival instantly filled the gap in the front line of the entire team. In no time, he rallied the frontline warriors and restored their fighting spirit. The surrounding fishmen monsters were swiftly eliminated. The mutated fishman vanguard in the distance slowly extended its thick arms behind it, attempting to repeat its previous tactic. But this time, Xiao Ye wasn't about to give it a chance. He activated the tide summoning spirit step beneath his feet. His speed surged instantly as he charged straight toward the mutated fishman vanguard. Xiao Ye, witnessing this, issued a decisive command. Everyone! Follow Vice President Xiao as your vanguard and advance swiftly. Xiao Ye had already charged to the front of the mutant fishman vanguard. Swiftly equipping the Starslayer spear in his right hand, he launched a lightning-fast thrust. The spear pierced the mutant fishman vanguard's arm, forcibly halting its movement. A staggering damage figure instantly flashed. 17,569. Behind him, and Ning watched in stunned disbelief. How could this guy's damage output have skyrocketed so much in just one night? Beside her, Qin Yanran's eyes widened as well, her beautiful gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ye. Her voice betrayed astonishment as she exclaimed. That's insane damage. Xiao Ye. Qin Yanran immediately exchanged a glance with Ning, both instantly understanding the other's meaning. The higher a frontline class's damage output, the more monster aggro they could draw. In the past, since the frontline role in their party had always been the weak link. So despite both Qin Yanran and Ning being S-tier DPS classes, they'd always held back to prevent aggro issues. But now, Xiao Ye's arrival had completely freed them from that shackle. See? That's why I said this guy's a top-tier frontliner. And Ning puckered her lips. Her staff flickering as a sonic arrow, charged to its limit, shot toward the mutated fishman vanguard. Meanwhile, Qin Yanran drew the whitebone longbow from her back, drew the string, and each arrow in her grasp instantly became engraved with crimson patterns. Invisible sonic arrows. And arrows spiraled with crimson patterns. Whizzed past Xiao Ye's side, striking the mutated fishman vanguard with brutal force. Two massive damage numbers instantly exploded. 7,593. 9,563. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He glanced back at Qin Yanran and Ning from afar, then called out in the party channel. Hey! You two better aim carefully. Xiao Ye could tell that nearly every arrow bearing those blood-red patterns was striking the merfolk's vital points with precision, undoubtedly the work of Qin Yanran. Meanwhile, the erratic shots, sometimes nearly hitting Xiao Ye's sonic arrows, no need to look, they were undoubtedly in Ning's handiwork. Yet their damage output was undeniably high. Up close, Xiao Ye could see clearly that Qin Yanran's blood-veined arrows were no ordinary bows and arrows. Each arrow carried a massive piercing and bleeding damage effect. Even the thick hide of these mutated fishman vanguards couldn't withstand them. And Ning's sonic arrows dealt an odd hybrid damage between physical and magical. Each hit sent the mutated fishman vanguard reeling with a brief stun. Combined, their damage output accounted for nearly half of the entire team's total damage. Of course, that's excluding Xiao Ye's damage output. With Xiao Ye holding the front line without retreating, the entire team unleashed a barrage of attacks. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the mutant merfolk vanguard's health plummeted to critical levels. With a piercing wail, it crumpled into a battered corpse. Streams of white experience light poured from the fishman vanguard's corpse, flowing into each member of the team. Though the distributed experience was negligible for Xiao Ye's current level, it was substantial for those still stuck in the high 90s. Xiao Ye observed several party members flash with white light, some even instantly leveling up. At that moment, Xiao Ye, being the closest, clearly saw a faint, flickering ember slowly emerge from the fishman vanguard's corpse. Xiao Ye immediately took 3 steps and 2 strides and approached, nonchalantly offering the flame as a sacrifice. Unbeknownst to him, and Ning, who had followed the group, spotted it with her sharp eyes. She came closer and asked curiously, Xiao Ye, what are you doing? Startled, Xiao Ye froze, then instantly channeled his inner Oscar-winning actor, rummaging over the fishman vanguard's corpse. Oh, just checking if any gear dropped. Xiao Ye pretended to reach under the fishman vanguard's corpse. And to his surprise, he actually pulled out 2 pieces of gear. Ha! There really are. Chapter 148, I have a plan. Divert the trouble eastward. Successfully defeating the first mutant tier boss encountered in this dungeon, which was a huge morale boost for the entire team. More importantly, gear drops. When Xiao Ye raised the 2 pieces of gear he'd looted from the fishman vanguard's corpse, the entire guild erupted in cheers. Whoa! Gear drop. Awesome. Wonder what class this gear is for. Getting gear from the first boss? That's a great start. In that instant, even Xiao Ye was swept up in the joyful atmosphere. Holding the gear, he turned to Qin Yanran with a questioning look. How should we split this gear? Qin Yanran smiled and explained to Xiao Ye. The rule of the Sword Guild is, first come, first served. Loot drops are assigned by class. The player who contributed the most in that class during this mission gets first pick. But after selecting an item, the next loot goes to the second highest contributor, and so on. Xiao Ye nodded immediately. Fair enough. He then looked at the 2 pieces of loot in his hands. One was a level 100 silver leg armor piece, see stone greaves. While the other was a shimmering level 95 gold tier staff, sees healing, which, judging by its name, was likely a priest-specific item. Qin Yanran immediately turned her gaze to Xiao Ye and said, the first piece is heavy armor gear. By all accounts, you should have the first pick. Xiao Ye shook his head without hesitation and said, I pass. After all, the level 95 golden item he wore was snatched from Moye and came with top-tier attributes. So naturally, he had no interest in this level 100 silver grade leg armor. Seeing Xiao Ye decline, Deng Wei beside him lit up with delight. He quickly raised his hand and declared, Guild leader, I'll take it. As a frontline heavy armor class, Deng Wei was the undisputed second choice after Xiao Ye. Qin Yanran promptly handed the leg armor to him. The other heavy armor warriors raised no objections either, instead wearing looks of eager anticipation. They knew that the next piece of gear to drop would be theirs. Deng Wei, brimming with joy, addressed Xiao Ye. Bro, thanks a ton. Wait, no vice president. Xiao Ye shrugged it off casually. It doesn't matter. Calling me brother is fine too. After confirming that the level 95 golden tier staff named Cease Healing was indeed an item that boosted healing effects, he promptly handed it to a healer named Yu Qing in the party. The entire party set off once more. But before long, they saw massive bubbles erupting one after another from the nearby shallows. One after another, hideous fishmen monsters surfaced from the sea. Unlike the earlier fishmen grunts, these monsters seemed to have more fully evolved lower limbs, moving faster on land. Yet, with the entire party maintaining their disciplined formation, these fishmen monsters couldn't break through the frontline warriors' defensive line, and were picked off one by spells and arrows. Yet as the squad pressed forward along the beach, the number of monsters swarming before them grew ever larger, and once again, mutated fishmen vanguards appeared. Not just one, but a full 7 or 8 of them. Each mutant merman vanguard carried a massive harpoon strapped to its back, striking fear into the hearts of the warriors, including Deng Wei. Xiao Ye nodded to Qin Yanran. Don't panic. Lure them one by one and take them down. Qin Yanran immediately commanded with composure. I'll tank the mob. Meanwhile, she drew an unusual arrow from her back and knocked it onto her bow. The white bone longbow drew taut like a full moon. When clearing mobs as a team, there are generally 2 methods for pulling aggro. The first involves an agile assassin class going solo to aggro the mobs and draw them one by one. The second involves a ranged class within the team using skills with greater attack range to draw the monsters in. Qin Yanran clearly employed the second method. Her white bone longbow suddenly vibrated, emitting a sharp, metallic twang. A crimson arrow shot through the sky like a meteor, tracking a perfect arc through the air before striking the nearest mutated fishman vanguard with pinpoint accuracy. 5,963. Despite the great distance, the damage remained undiminished. Evidently, this was one of Qin Yanran's secret weapons. The mutated fishman vanguard felt a sharp sting. Its fierce fish eyes scanned the surroundings, instantly spotting the culprit. Its nostrils, devoid of any nasal bone, flared as it let out a snort of fury and charged straight at Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran drew her bow once more, unleashing 2 rapid shots that locked the aggro solid. As the mutated fishman vanguard charged forward with overwhelming force, Xiao Ye, wielding his tiger-patterned war shield, positioned himself precisely to block its path. Open fire! Qin Yanran's command rang out with fierce resolve. Deng Wei and several other melee classes closed ranks behind Xiao Ye, while the mages, archers, and other damage dealers in the party unleashed their full firepower. Wave after wave of damage numbers exploded upon the fishman vanguard. 3,468. 5,692. 2,346. Within minutes, they had once again slaughtered a Murloc vanguard. Next, they repeated the same tactic. Qin Yanran drew her bow and lured the monsters from afar, while Xiao Ye charged straight to the front. The group then focused their firepower to blast them to pieces. One by one, the mutated fishmen vanguards were eliminated. For the first time, Xiao Ye experienced the luxury of being protected by multiple priest-class players, often seeing his health bar dip only slightly before several white healing spells instantly flashed over it. Xiao Ye's health bar remained full the entire time. This left Deng Wei and the other warrior class players around him seething with envy. Before they knew it, the group had advanced nearly a kilometer along the coastline. Qin Yanran habitually glanced back toward the rear of the group from time to time. Xiao Ye knew she was worried about being tailed by the South Shore Group's professionals. Guild leader, I have a plan. Xiao Ye suddenly addressed Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran froze for a moment before asking curiously. Oh? What's your brilliant idea, Vice President Xiao? Xiao Ye's gaze shifted toward the beach, where 1 or 2 mutated fishmen vanguards were re-emerging from the depths. The waters beneath this stretch of beach seemed to hold a hidden world, with all manner of monsters and mutated fishmen vanguards emerging in endless succession. Even behind the path they had cleared, more monsters had emerged from somewhere unseen. Xiao Ye silently counted the number of mutated fishmen vanguards appearing on the beach as he addressed Qin Yanran. Divert the trouble eastward. Chapter 149, How Cunning. I love it. Divert the trouble eastward? How? Qin Yanran blinked at Xiao Ye in confusion. Meanwhile, on the shallow sandbar beside the team, as the tide receded, a platform half submerged in the sea came into view about 100 meters ahead. Lead the team to that platform first. I'll handle the rest. Xiao Ye declared immediately. Xin Yanran was still a bit bewildered, but saw Xiao Ye had already begun moving. After stowing his tiger pattern war shield, Xiao Ye's speed seemed to surge once more. Agile as he darted toward the nearest mutated fishman vanguard. Beside him, and Ning immediately asked with urgency and confusion. What is Xiao Ye trying to do? Xin Yanran bit her lip, gesturing to command. Get the team to the platform first. The group of over 30 arrived on the platform that emerged from the sea only after the tide receded, where strange totems dotted the landscape like an altar. Xin Yanran stood at the edge of the altar, gazing into the distance. Where Xiao Ye, on the shallow sandbar, was already moving with nimble steps, circling behind a mutated fishman vanguard. Suddenly, his spear thrust forward with deadly force. Ah! Xin Yanran froze in shock. And the entire group around her let out a collective gasp. What is Vice President Xiao trying to do? Taking out the fishman vanguard alone? That's way too dangerous. Captain, should we go down and help? Xin Yanran couldn't help but frown, her beautiful eyes clouded with concern. After Xiao Ye thrust his spear into the mutated fishman vanguard's rear, he turned and ran. The mutated fishman vanguard let out a furious roar. Its fishy eyes scanned the area, spotting the culprit, stomping furiously as it closed in on Xiao Ye. Is he trying to lure the monsters? Xin Yanran instantly grasped the situation. Xiao Ye led the way, the mutated fishman vanguard hot on his heels. Two figures engaged in a chase across the shallow beach. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Ye, who had been running straight ahead, suddenly veered sharply, plunging directly into another group of fishmen monsters. Darting with nimble steps to evade each fishman monster's attack as he charged toward another mutated fishman vanguard amidst the swarm. No way! He. And Ning gasped in shock. As Xiao Ye thrust his spear forward, aiming it at the mutated fishman vanguard's back for another stab, dealing over 10,000 damage, successfully drawing the aggro of a second mutated fishman vanguard. Then he turned and fled once more. Everyone on the platform, including Xin Yanran, stood utterly dumbfounded, as if witnessing a thrilling chase spectacle. Occasional gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. As Xiao Ye repeated his tactic, darting through wave after wave of fishman monsters like a nimble fish, drawing the aggro of every single mutated fishman vanguard without fail. Within mere minutes, over a dozen mutated fishman vanguards had closed in on Xiao Ye. Giant harpoons flew toward him like siege crossbows. Yet each time, Xiao Ye dodged them with precise, agile footwork. Xiao Ye, with this pack of mutant merfolk vanguards hot on his heels, dashed straight toward the high platform at the entrance of the boulder forest. Whoosh! At that moment, Xin Yanran atop the high platform finally discerned Xiao Ye's intent. He intended to lure all these mutated fishmen vanguards to the vicinity of the Diamond Forest platform. These terrifying mutant fishmen vanguards were like anti-aircraft guns. When several fishmen spearmen simultaneously hurled their massive harpoons, weapons akin to siege crossbows, no single person could withstand the assault. Should anyone from the South Shore group attempt to follow them with ill intent, they would be forced to halt right here on this platform amidst the chaotic stone forest. Yet soon, Xin Yanran realized she had underestimated Xiao Ye's ruthless tactics. After luring the pursuing horde of mutant fishmen vanguards near the rocky forest, Xiao Ye showed no sign of stopping. Instead, he continued charging forward until he reached the very edge of a high platform hugging the edge of the boulder forest. This platform formed a protruding ledge, with a slanted blind spot below it. Xiao Ye intended to lure all these fishmen vanguards right there. This way, those standing on the platform above the boulder forest would be unable to see the fishmen hiding in the blind spot below. But the moment they leaped off the platform, they'd be met by a dozen giant harpoons, firing like siege crossbows. Holy crap! What a diabolical plan! And Ningqing couldn't help but gaze with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, I absolutely love it. This time, we'll really give those Southern Shore Group professionals who love chasing us a taste of their own medicine. Xin Yanran shook her head involuntarily, though a smile still played at the corners of her mouth. Yet her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Ye from afar, a sudden wave of worry washing over her. Having lured them in so deeply, how would Xiao Ye escape this himself? As an archer class, Xin Yanran possessed passive enhancements that granted her significantly greater visual range than ordinary people. She watched as Xiao Ye, who had initially taken cover in the blind spot beneath the high platform, suddenly flickered and vanished from her sight. The mutated fishmen vanguards he had lured into the platform's blind spot instantly lost their aggro target, looking around in confusion. The next second, Xiao Ye's figure reappeared atop the platform in the rocky forest, clutching a plank he'd somehow procured. After a flurry of activity, he secured it atop the platform in the rocky forest. A few minutes later, Xiao Ye vanished from Xin Yanran's sight once more. When he reappeared, he was right before her eyes. Xin Yanran was startled out of her wits. Blinking rapidly, she scrutinized Xiao Ye before her, asking in disbelief. You have stealth skills. Beyond the stealth skills exclusive to the assassin class, Xin Yanran couldn't fathom any other way to silently escape from the encirclement of over a dozen mutant merfolk vanguards in an instant.
Yet Qin Yanran herself possessed a passive skill that detected stealth nearby, and she had clearly sensed nothing just moments ago. Meanwhile, Ning, who had been grinning from ear to ear the whole time, bounded over excitedly and punched Xiao Ye playfully, exclaiming,
Xiao Ye! You're the man! That move was so sneaky, I absolutely love it. Distracted by the interruption, Qin Yanran asked curiously, Xiao Ye, what exactly did you pull off up on that platform just now? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes and replied,
I erected a wooden sign there with a single line of writing.
Qin Yanran and Ning immediately asked in unison, what did it say? Xiao Ye answered calmly, danger ahead. Keep out. Chapter 150, Strange Path. Altar. Tides rise and fall. But.
And Ning couldn't hold back a laugh, her eyes crinkling as she teased.
Xiao Ye, you're just too mean. The best way to get someone to do something is to tell them absolutely not to do it.
Xiao Ye spread his hands innocently.
What's the problem? I clearly warned them. Qin Yanran chuckled. Exactly.
If they were ordinary practitioners, they'd be cautious seeing that sign.
But those shady practitioners from the South Shore group? They'd definitely think we were deliberately bluffing. They'd jump down anyway. Vice President Xiao, what a move. Ha ha.
A palpable sense of triumphant anticipation swept through the entire team. This suddenly parachuted Vice President Xiao seemed to have activated the entire team's style and atmosphere the moment he arrived. Now, two paths lay before Xiao Ye and his companions.
The first path was to continue exploring along the coastline. The second was to follow this massive platform and delve into the underwater ruins beneath the deep sea. What are your thoughts, Vice President Xiao? Qin Yanran instinctively asked.
Xiao Ye carefully examined the platform covered in ancient totems.
Following the platform down toward the sea surface, there appeared to be an artificial staircase.
However, half of this path lay submerged, seemingly connecting to another underwater structure. The tide seems to be steadily receding.
The sea level should continue dropping from here on.
Xiao Ye mused before speaking. I suggest we take this route. The deeper we venture into the sea, the higher the probability of encountering higher-level bosses. Don't forget our objective. The job change certificate quest requires defeating a boss above level 100 with an S-tier threat rating.
Qin Yanran nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That's exactly what I was thinking.
For our current operation, there's no need to explore the entire dungeon.
Our objective is to defeat a single S-tier threat boss.
Everyone, take a 10-minute break.
We'll continue forward after 10 minutes. Qin Yanran gave the order.
Yet none of the guild members rested in place. Instead, they gathered at the edge of the platform, each gazing expectantly toward the direction of the rocky forest. Seeing this, Xiao Ye chuckled and asked Ning,
looks like our sword suspension guild and that South Shore group have quite the beef, huh? And Ning's expression darkened as she replied. You bet. Back when we were leveling up around Shangjing City, it nearly ended in bloodshed. If not for.
Qin Yanran's gaze swept over, and Ning, who had just started talking, quickly shut up. Xiao Ye instantly understood the situation and didn't press further.
After a brief rest,
Xiao Ye, wielding his tiger-patterned war shield, led the way at the front of the group. As the entire group continued exploring deeper along the path emerging from the sea on the elevated platform, the frontline warriors beside him now regarded Xiao Ye with newfound respect, practically following his every move.
Deng Wei, in particular, remembered the favor Xiao Ye had done by giving him the equipment.
He now addressed him as Deputy Leader Xiao at every turn, willingly serving as Xiao Ye's right-hand man while wielding his shield. As they advanced, the totems lining both sides of the path emerging from the sea grew increasingly dense. Xiao Ye had once crouched down to study them closely, discovering an ancient script that likely wasn't even human. Some were pictographs, while others were utterly baffling gibberish. Only the carved illustrations interspersed among the characters hinted that this might have been a sacred site where ancient indigenous inhabitants performed rituals. And this path stretched all the way into the depths of the sea. As Xiao Ye walked further down this path, his heart grew increasingly cautious and his footsteps gradually slowed.
Xiao Ye, what's wrong?
Qin Yanran, who had been following behind him, sensed his unease and immediately asked.
Xiao Ye suddenly walked to the edge of the path, peered down, and said, we've already walked nearly a kilometer into the sea.
If it weren't for the receding tide, this spot would no longer be in the shallow waters.
I'm wondering what purpose this path serves.
Qin Yanran followed Xiao Ye's gaze to the edges on both sides, pondering silently. Unexpectedly, Ning suddenly interjected from behind. And her opening words sent a jolt through Xiao Ye's heart. This long path looks like an altar.
Xiao Ye froze, then urgently pressed, and Ning, what did you say?
And Ning replied with a slightly innocent look. Altars. I've seen plenty of photos like this at the Mage Guild.
They build these long paths, some along cliff edges, others inside volcanoes.
The earliest awakened believed that by offering sacrifices to the deities dwelling in these places, they could increase their magical power.
Every mage should know about this, right? Xiao Ye and Qin Yanran exchanged stunned glances. Whether it was this eerie path leading to the sea's center or Ning's explanation, It seemed continuing down this path wouldn't lead to anything good. What lay at the end of this path of sacrifice? For whom, exactly, had those people built this structure half submerged beneath the sea? Perhaps only by pressing forward could they find the answers. Xiao Ye heightened his vigilance, raising his tiger pattern war shield as he led the way forward. The surrounding sea level seemed to be steadily dropping, the tide steadily receding, with no sign of when it might surge back in. Yet the path before them seemed to stretch on without end. Gradually, murmurs of confusion and discontent began to stir among the group. Why haven't we reached the end yet? It didn't look that far when we were watching from the shore. Yeah, I swear we've been walking for miles. Captain, is there even anything ahead? Maybe we should turn back. Seeing Deng Wei's helmet drenched in sweat, Xiao Ye immediately pulled a towel from his backpack and handed it to him. Deng Wei waved it away, roughly wiping his forehead with his hand. He gave Xiao Ye a self-deprecating smile. No need, no need. I'm just a rough guy. It's weird, really. Back in school, I never sweated this much during long-distance runs. Only during exams do I sweat this much. Heh, whenever I get nervous during exams, sweat pours down my forehead in big drops. But Xiao Ye stared at him with a peculiar expression, suddenly muttering to himself. Nervous? Nervous. Deng Wei was already built like a tank, with a physique far beyond the average person's. And that was before he awoke as a professional, gaining another massive boost. How could he possibly be drenched in sweat after just this short distance? Unless something strange was going on around here, indirectly affecting Deng Wei's mental state. Could it be an illusion? Xiao Ye was suddenly chilled to the bone by this thought, immediately activating his illusion-piercing eyes. The instant it activated, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Xiao Ye's back. The scenery before his eyes abruptly shifted. The path beneath their feet was not a straight line at all, but a never-ending circular loop. No wonder they could never reach the end, it was all an illusion. The bizarre runes they'd encountered along the way were the very traps and formations weaving this illusion. They'd been ensnared from the moment they stepped onto this path. At the center of the circular sea, a colossal, ancient octopus floated, its skin flaking away inch by inch. Upon its head sat a wheel-sized, pitch-black eye. Now fixed its gaze unwaveringly upon Xiao Ye and his companions. Chapter 151, Lord-Class Monster. Guild Advancement Credential. Ning. Xiao Ye suddenly shouted, startling Ning beside him. She looked up in confusion. What's wrong? Judging by the bewildered expressions on Ning and Qin Yanran's faces, Xiao Ye realized the scene before them must be completely different from what he saw. The enormous eye atop the ancient giant octopus seemed to turn, fixing its gaze directly on Xiao Ye. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Ye. He urgently instructed Ning. Ning, do exactly as I say next, don't ask why. Quickly use that wide area sonic skill you employed yesterday. Reduce the power to half. Now. Ning looked even more bewildered, urgently explaining. But that move will also damage our allies. Xiao Ye cut her off urgently, looking straight into her eyes as he said. Ning, do you trust me? Hurry. Ning froze for a moment, biting her lip as her wand began to channel energy. She raised the staff high into the air, tracing the intricate seal Xiao Ye had witnessed the day before. As the incantation concluded, a violent sonic boom erupted from the staff in Ning's hands, radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, every guild member including Qin Yanran covered their ears, stunned by the piercing sound. Each person even sustained a significant amount of damage. After the violent sonic blast subsided, the lingering echoes gradually faded, and the confusion on their faces gave way to bewilderment. Then, to their shock, they saw the situation they now found themselves in. A circular structure beneath their feet, and the ancient giant octopus continuously surfacing at its center. Everyone finally saw the true nature of what lay before them. Ah! And Ning let out a sharp scream, staring at the terrifying and bizarre giant octopus. Where are we? What is that monster? After a moment of shock and disorientation, Qin Yanran quickly grasped the situation and asked Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, what on earth is going on here? Xiao Ye responded as if facing a formidable enemy. Remember the altar Ning mentioned? This entire bridge is actually a massive altar, and we who stepped onto it are its sacrifices. The recipient of this sacrifice is that colossal giant octopus. A wave of dread washed over Xiao Ye. Had it not been for his piercing illusion eyes, they would likely still be marching forward, the consequences unimaginable. Everyone, snap out of it. Quickly replenish your resources. Qin Yanran, now fully alert, calmly issued her commands. Clerics, cast purification on every single person. Cast it on yourselves first. Qin Yanran's approach was extremely cautious. Purification could remove all curses and other detrimental effects from their bodies. This was to ensure they hadn't fallen victim to other traps besides the illusion. Xiao Ye, this old octopus must be the boss of this area, right? A previously unseen seriousness flashed across Xiao Ye's face. For his piercing gaze, which could normally see through monsters' information and even their attached attributes, could only discern limited information when examining this ancient octopus. Deep Sea Tentacle Decaying. Level 130 Lord Tier. HP 3 million. Term unknown? This is a level 130 Lord Tier monster. Xiao Ye exclaimed in sudden astonishment. Lord Tier. Qin Yanran's expression turned pale with shock. Lord level monsters far surpass ordinary danger ratings. Those deemed Lord Tier were often the rulers of entire regions. Each Lord Tier monster demanded the full force of top-tier guilds, and sometimes even required military intervention to be eliminated. Qin Yanran's gaze darted anxiously toward Xiao Ye, ready to order an immediate full retreat at his slightest nod. But Xiao Ye suddenly spoke up. Hold on. This ancient octopus may have once been a Lord-level monster, but it's now in its twilight years. We can try our luck. What if we manage to kill it? Qin Yanran hesitated. As guild leader, she should prioritize the safety of all members above all else. Yet she trusted Xiao Ye's judgment. Qin Yanran voiced the unspoken words on Xiao Ye's mind. If we can kill it, the proof of slaying a Lord-level monster will be enough to raise our guild's rating by 1 tier. Every guild, from its founding, continuously improves its rating through combat achievements and comprehensive strength evaluations. From D rank to the highest S rank, and beyond that, the 4 top-tier guilds recognized as surpassing S rank. Suspended Sword Guild currently held a D tier rating. Achieved in just 1 month through Qin Yanran's relentless efforts and the resources of the Qin Group. The feat of slaying a Lord tier monster alone is sufficient to elevate Sword's Edge Guild's rating by 1 tier to a class. Not only would the guild's standing soar dramatically, but it would also gain eligibility for higher tier bounty quests and further expansion. Qin Yanran's heart stirred. This was an opportunity she absolutely had to seize. Missing this chance would mean relying on other methods to slowly raise the guild's rating, which would likely take at least another year to reach a tier. Attack! Qin Yanran's command rang out instantly. She drew the longbow strapped to her back, clenched her teeth, and turned to address the 30 elite members of the Sword Suspension Guild behind her. This old octopus is a Lord-level monster, but it's in its twilight years. This is our chance. Slaying this Lord tier boss will instantly elevate Sword Suspension's Guild rating to a class. The chance is right before us. Qin Yanran, won't let it slip away. What about you? Qin Yanran's resolute voice swiftly ignited the fighting spirit of every suspended Sword Guild member. This female guild leader, who proved herself every bit as capable as any man, possessed an unyielding resilience and a vibrant ambition brimming with life. A leader like this always commands the strongest following. Turning to Xiao Ye, Qin Yanran fixed him with an intensely trusting gaze and declared, "The upcoming battle will be commanded by Vice President Xiao Ye. Everyone follow his orders, including me." Xiao Ye's gaze turned grim as he gripped his tiger-patterned war shield tightly. With clear and decisive logic, he swiftly issued orders. All members, form a line around the circular bridge. Melee classes spread out to shield the ranged damage dealers behind you. Assign 1 healer class for every 5 members. I will draw the maximum aggro. Everyone else, follow my commands and be ready to unleash your attacks at any moment. Xiao Ye raised his Star Slayer, slowly pointing it at the ancient giant octopus in the center of the sea. Engage. Chapter 152, Surging Morale. Terrifying limb-severing damage. The Lord tier monster known as Deep Sea Tentacle floated right in the center of the circular structure's waters. So there was no need to aggro it. The 30 members of the party swiftly formed a line along the circular bridge under Xiao Ye's command. As Qin Yanran's bone-white longbow suddenly unleashed a crimson arrow streaking through the air, signaling the start of the assault for everyone. In an instant, a barrage of spells and arrows slammed into the ancient octopus at the center of the sea. Damage numbers exploded across its body one after another. 569, 699, 963, 2198. The defense of a level 130 Lord tier monster was truly terrifying. Spell after spell slammed into it, yet none of the damage dealt even broke 1000. The only one to surpass 2000 damage came from Qin Yanran beside Xiao Ye. This Lord-level monster has such high defense. Qin Yanran couldn't help but frown. At this moment, everyone stood atop this circular structure, making ranged classes like archers and mages the primary damage dealers, while the melee classes led by Xiao Ye could only hold their shields and guard the bridge. Yet Xiao Ye dared not relax for a moment. This ancient octopus known as the Deep Sea's Touch, which had lived for untold centuries and attained the rank of a Lord-level monster. It must possess many other terrifying abilities. Take, for instance, those 8 tentacles hidden beneath the sea, their true length impossible to discern. As spells and arrows pelted the ancient octopus, once again peeling away flakes of its already aged, tree bark like skin. The octopus's head, now floating on the surface, seemed to react with agonizing slowness. Only after a long moment did a flicker of pain and fury finally appear. Its enormous, pitch-black eyes, dark as night, suddenly shifted, glaring fiercely at the human adventurers surrounding it. Watch out! It might be a psychic attack. Xiao Ye shouted urgently as a warning. All priests, cast Purify on yourselves immediately.
The priests sheltered in the rear immediately obeyed the command, their wands spilling sparks of holy light that they apply to their own bodies. Yet one beam of purification light landed directly on Xiao Ye's head.
Xiao Ye turned in surprise to see.
Only to see Yu Qing, the priestess who had earlier taken that level 95 golden staff. She swung her staff again, casting another purify on guild leader Qin Yanran.
Using purification multiple times in such a short span? No wonder she ranked first among the guild's priests. She truly possessed remarkable skill.
Xiao Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him, though those around him showed no sign of noticing.
At that very moment,
the colossal ancient octopus at the deep sea's center suddenly retracted its head, sending a dark current rippling across the entire sea surface.
Xiao Ye immediately shouted with alertness. All frontline classes, prepare for defense. That old octopus is about to attack.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than towering waves erupted skyward. 8 tentacles, each as thick as a human torso, erupted from the sea surface, violently lashing out toward the group standing on the circular bridge. But thanks to Xiao Ye's warning, every melee class positioned at the edge of the circular bridge steadied their shields, shielding the fragile mages and archers behind them. The massive tentacles slammed violently against the shields. Instantly, massive damage numbers exploded across the frontline characters.
5,863. 4,536. Yet the priests positioned behind the frontline warriors immediately began their healing.
The pale green glow of healing spells spread over the heads of the group.
The health bars of all frontline warriors rapidly recovered. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye's tiger-patterned war shield steadfastly shielded Qin Yanran and Ning beside him,
as he watched the massive tentacle smash against the shield. Sure enough, the aged skin and suction cups on the tentacle now cracked and split. A sudden flash of insight struck Xiao Ye, and he shouted,
"Melee classes, seize this chance to attack the tentacles."
Knowing this opportunity was rare, Xiao Ye unleashed his full power.
Barbaric bloodline activated instantly.
The Star Slayer, in his right hand, fueled by a layer of accumulated tiger might, thrust violently into the massive, aged tentacle. The razor-sharp tip of the Star Slayer pierced through the tentacle with little resistance.
An enormous damage number exploded in an instant. 25,637. Piercing the entire tentacle through and through.
Surrounding melee fighters followed Xiao Ye's lead, raising their close combat weapons to hack viciously at the extended tentacles. Damage numbers exploded across these tentacles. The warriors, who had been seething with frustration watching the ranged classes deal damage for so long, finally unleashed the pent-up rage in their hearts.
"Damn it! You think you can just eat me, you old octopus?" Deng Wei bellowed as he swung his greatsword, hacking viciously at the tentacle. "What kind of illusory nonsense are you pulling? Just you wait, I'll chop your arms off." With the melee classes joining the fray, the team's overall damage output surged dramatically.
The ancient colossal octopus at the sea's center let out a strange, pained wail as it tried to retract all its tentacles. But unexpectedly, the tentacle reaching toward Xiao Ye was instantly pierced through by his spear, Star Slayer, pinning it to the bridge deck. Now, only this single tentacle remained frozen in mid-retraction across the entire bridge deck. Xiao Ye immediately commanded with decisive resolve,
"Everyone, concentrate your fire on this single tentacle."
In an instant, a barrage of magical arrows bombarded the tentacle pinned to the bridge deck. Even Deng Wei, seething with anger, rushed over and slashed at it with his blade. As damage numbers exploded one after another, the thick tentacle skin began peeling away in patches until it was blasted clean in two. The severed segment remained impaled on the bridge deck. The ancient giant octopus let out a furious howl of rage. A massive damage number exploded on its body. 286,391. A staggering 286,391 damage. This was the severed limb effect. The deep sea's grasp's massive 3 million health bar visibly plummeted in an instant. Combined with the damage previously dealt by the team members, it had already lost nearly 1/6 of its health bar. In that instant, everyone saw hope of defeating this boss-level monster. And the entire party's morale soared. Chapter 153, Major Crisis. The Cunning Octopus. The ancient giant octopus at the center of the sea suddenly retracted all 7 of its remaining tentacles deep into the ocean. Its single, enormous, pitch-black eye fixed intently on Xiao Ye as if it harbored genuine apprehension toward him. "DPS, don't hold back. Use your best healing potions now." Qin Yanran seized the moment of heightened morale to rally her team. "Use your best gear when it counts. The highest grade healing potions issued to you are meant for moments like this. Don't hold back." All 30 members of this expedition were elite warriors from the Sword of Suspense Guild. Qin Yanran had invested heavily in them, equipping each with the finest high-grade healing potions available on the market for critical moments. At Qin Yanran's command, many mages whose mana bars were nearly depleted quickly pulled bottles of high-grade recovery potions from their backpacks and downed them. While the priests, led by Yu Qing, swiftly replenished their own mana reserves to brace for the next fierce assault from the deep-sea touch. Xiao Ye glanced down at his own backpack, feeling a pang of shame. Thanks to the 5-fold regeneration bonus from his photosynthetic recovery trait, Xiao Ye had always purchased the cheapest low-tier recovery potions. However, since entering the dungeon as the focal point of the female priest players, Xiao Ye's health bar had remained nearly full the entire time. Even so, to guard against any unexpected turn of events, Xiao Ye promptly popped a potion into his mouth. And Ning glanced at the potion hanging from Xiao Ye's lips and exclaimed in disbelief. "You're over level 100 and still using low-tier healing potions? Xiao Ye, you're being way too cheap." Xiao Ye pursed his lips, unwilling to explain. A low-tier recovery potion restored 2000 HP. And after the 5-fold boost from photosynthetic recovery, it was exactly equivalent to a high-tier recovery potion that restored 10,000 HP, only lacking the subsequent slow, sustained HP regeneration effect. Just then, the ancient giant octopus at the center of the sea suddenly retracted its entire head beneath the waves, followed by ripples spreading outward across the surface, radiating toward the crowd on the surrounding circular bridge. Psychic attack? Xiao Ye instantly heightened his vigilance, shouting out commands. "Everyone be cautious. Frontline warriors, replenish your buffs and protect your nearby allies." Xiao Ye himself kept his piercing illusion eyes active, staring intently at the ancient octopus at the center of the sea. The next second, the 7 massive, thick tentacles suddenly broke through the water once more. But this time, instead of emerging from the inner side of the circular bridge, they circled around from the sea to the outer perimeter. They slammed violently toward the people on the bridge. All frontline warriors, prepare to defend. Xiao Ye, observing closely, swiftly changed direction and raised his tiger-patterned war shield to block the outer side of the circular bridge. Yet suddenly, Xiao Ye realized he was the only one who had moved. All other frontline warriors, including nearby Deng Wei, remained poised as if facing mortal danger, shields raised toward the inner side of the circular bridge. Yet clearly, those 7 massive tentacles had already silently emerged from the water on the outer side of the circular bridge. What the hell? Xiao Ye snapped out of it in an instant. Everyone except himself had fallen victim to the illusion once more. To Deng Wei and the other frontline warriors, those 7 thick tentacles appeared to be emerging from the inner side of the circular bridge. So one by one, their faces tensed as they raised their shields toward the empty inner side. Damn it! Xiao Ye's heart sank in alarm. This old octopus has become a demon. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ye roared out loud. "All frontline classes, follow my orders immediately. Close your eyes, turn around, and defend your backs. All other classes, take cover on the spot." Xiao Ye's sudden command instantly threw the frontline warriors into confusion. People rarely doubt what their own eyes see. But perhaps Xiao Ye's earlier performance and those critical commands had established a sufficiently authoritative image of the vice president in many members' minds. After a moment of disorientation, a significant number of frontline professionals chose to trust Xiao Ye's words. They turned around, shields raised toward the empty outer edge of the circular bridge within their line of sight. Meanwhile, the other damage-dealing classes all dropped to the ground on the circular bridge. The next second, 7 massive, thick tentacles slammed down from the outer edge of the circular bridge. The few frontline professionals who reacted just in time earned major credit, their shields spinning into position to block this wave of attack. Though several frontline professionals who hadn't turned in time left exposed gaps. But other damage dealers like mages and archers had promptly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding this unexpected assault. "Xiao Ye, what's going on?" Even Qin Yanran and Ning beside him were pulled down by Xiao Ye, narrowly escaping the attack. "Healer! Purify!" Xiao Ye shouted urgently. As purification spells instantly manifested across the circular bridge, the chaotic crowd stared in stunned silence as the thick tentacles gradually retracted back into the sea beyond the outer edge of the circular bridge. Though the team members on the bridge were disheveled and many had sustained injuries from the onslaught, none were fatal. "What the hell? How did these tentacles suddenly appear behind us?" Deng Wei exclaimed in utter shock. A wave of dread washed over him. Had he not gritted his teeth and trusted Xiao Ye just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This ancient octopus has lived for centuries, it's become a demon. Xiao Ye's expression grew more solemn than ever before. A lord-level monster was indeed no simple foe to defeat. Now, he saw that enormous eye on the ancient giant octopus's head seemed to be staring at him, whether intentionally or not. "You all fell victim to the illusion once more just now." Xiao Ye immediately shouted his explanation. "That old octopus deliberately made you see its tentacles extending from the inside, when in reality they were circling around from the seawater to our backs." Hearing Xiao Ye's explanation, Qin Yanran and Ning felt a chill run down their spines. Had Xiao Ye not spotted it in time and ordered the front row to turn around immediately, this single move could have dealt a devastating blow to their entire team. Octopuses were once considered the most intelligent species besides humans, and this ancient specimen before them had likely lived for hundreds of years. Xiao Ye locked eyes with the ancient octopus at the sea's center as he commanded in a deep voice. "All frontline classes, follow my commands from now on. Do not trust your eyes. Trust me." Chapter 154, Precision Targeted Command. Opportunity. Understood.
Dang Wei clenched his teeth and bellowed.
I'll close my eyes the moment I start.
I'll follow Vice President Zhao's commands exactly.
Though the other frontline fighters still felt a lingering sense of dread, hearing Dang Wei take the lead, they immediately raised their shields and shouted in unison.
Vice President, just give the orders. We all trust you. Xiao Ye nodded, his expression growing increasingly grave.
He dared not imagine what fate would have befallen the entire team had he not possessed those piercing truth eyes. Xiao Ye advanced to the edge of the circular bridge, his tiger-patterned war shield raised high,
locking eyes with the ancient octopus rising from the sea's center.
That enormous eye, as deep as an ancient well, stared intently at him.
Xiao Ye knew it was thinking. A lord-level monster truly transcended the intellectual capacity of ordinary beasts.
And it was the first monster since his awakening that could truly be called a strategic opponent.
Xiao Ye had already seen through this move. What kind of attack would it launch next? Where exactly did that bizarre phantom attack originate? Was it from sound waves, or that enormous eye on its head? Qin Yanran, can you hit its eye from this distance? Xiao Ye immediately asked Qin Yanran beside him.
But Qin Yanran frowned and shook her head.
I could hit it, I could. But I already tried it.
For some reason, whether it's my skills or normal attacks, any arrow fired near its eye gets blocked by an invisible wall. Qin Yanran drew an arrow from her quiver, drew her bow taut, aimed at the ancient octopus's eye, and released. A blood-red arrow streaked through the air. Yet just as it was about to strike that enormous eye, the arrow suddenly lost all momentum and plummeted straight into the sea.
See? My bloodthorn arrow can pierce even steel armor normally. But now. Qin Yanran's eyes filled with worry as she spoke. Xiao Ye, are you suspecting that the old octopus's mental attack emanates from its eyes?
Xiao Ye remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts. But at that very moment, the ancient octopus at the sea's center stirred once more, its colossal head slowly sinking beneath the waves again.
Everyone, be careful! Xiao Ye bellowed the warning.
His piercing illusion eyes vigilantly scanning both inward and outward along the ring's perimeter.
Everyone tensed as if facing a formidable enemy.
Dang Wei beside him closed his eyes immediately, waiting for Xiao Ye's commands. Another wave of ripples spread out slowly from the old octopus's head. Another mental illusion attack. Xiao Ye watched closely. Suddenly, the sound of water breaking echoed, and the 7 thick tentacles surfaced once more.
Only this time, some tentacles appeared on the inner side of the circular bridge, while others emerged on the outer side. A combined attack from both inside and outside,
all striking simultaneously toward the people on the circular bridge.
This was its scheme.
It seemed to understand Xiao Ye's words, pincering its prey from both sides. Thus, even if the frontline warriors closed their eyes and obeyed Xiao Ye's commands to either charge inward or outward, they could only block attacks from one direction.
Xiao Ye's pupils contracted sharply in an instant. What a troublesome monster! For a monster to possess such intelligence was truly terrifying.
At that moment, all frontline classes, including Dang Wei, kept their eyes tightly shut, awaiting Xiao Ye's command.
Xiao Ye's gaze grew fierce.
He took a sharp breath and shouted.
Li Yuanliang, Zhang Wei, Wang Jidong, Zhen Ku. Hold your defensive positions. Don't move. Dang Wei, Chen Xianwu, Wan Shan, turn around immediately and defend your rear. Xiao Ye's commands were precise to the individual. The frontline warriors whose names were called sprang into action immediately. Some stood immovable as mountains, raising their shields to guard the inner side.
Others swiftly pivoted, turning their shields outward toward the outer edge of the circular bridge.
Every tentacle was met with precise countermeasures. The next instant,
the massive tentacles violently slammed down upon the crowd on the circular bridge, only to strike shields as hard as iron plates. Though massive damage numbers exploded above the heads of these frontline warriors in defensive stance, they were swiftly healed by surrounding priests.
Full force attack, everyone!
Xiao Ye instantly raised his Star Slayer, unleashing a thunderbolt thrust. Eerie flames instantly coiled around the spear's blade. Let this old octopus taste the bone-clinging poison flames.
Seizing this opportunity,
everyone on the circular bridge unleashed their full firepower, furiously attacking the nearest tentacles. Beside him, Qin Yanran never ceased firing her white bone longbow.
Astonished, she asked Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, how do you know every single one of their names?
Xiao Ye replied without turning his head.
As vice president, I did my homework.
A faint smile touched Qin Yanran's lips as her white bone longbow unleashed another volley of crimson arrows toward the ancient octopus at the center of the sea.
Ha! Qin Yanran suddenly gasped in surprise.
One of the arrows aimed at its eye, though blocked once more, had come significantly closer than before.
Almost reaching its eye. Xiao Ye, its mental defenses seemed to be weakening.
Xiao Ye also keenly noticed this change. Indeed, the 3 previous illusory realm attacks had taken a considerable toll on this ancient octopus. After all, this creature was a monster in its twilight years. Under the relentless barrage of fire from the ring bridge, the skin covering the ancient octopus's body at the center of the sea cracked and shattered once more.
Unbeknownst to them, the damage dealt by the group had increased significantly. 1,536. 1,756. 1,253. Damage that had barely broken 1,000 moments ago now consistently hit 4 digits. Everyone, give it your all. This old octopus is done for. And Ning shouted excitedly, her staff swinging swiftly as invisible sonic arrows exploded against the ancient octopus's head. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, the 3 million HP health bar of the boss-level monster, Deep Sea Tentacle, was finally pushed below half. And it continued to shrink at a visible pace. In stark contrast to the high morale of the fighters on the circular bridge, the ancient octopus at the center of the sea seemed to be barely clinging to life, unable to launch another attack for a long time. Its health bar continued to plummet. Defeating this Lord-tier monster was within reach. Yet at that very moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant shallows behind them, punctuated by several piercing screams. Xiao Ye and Qin Yanran both turned to look, and saw that the commotion originated from the elevated platform within the rock forest. The South Shore Group's operatives had indeed followed them with their thieving hearts undeterred. A deep look of concern flashed across Qin Yanran's face. With the ancient octopus lord about to fall, if those South Shore Group operatives showed up now, they would surely seize the opportunity to interfere. Yet Xiao Ye, whose expression had remained calm throughout, suddenly spoke up. Don't worry. Just focus on leading the team to deal damage. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 155. I told you there was danger up ahead. Half an hour earlier, within the stony forest, the professionals of the South Shore Group all wore expressions of utter exhaustion. Lu Hui, the leader of this group, was now visibly frazzled. Though they had sent scouts to track the Sword Guild's exploration route the moment they entered this instance, and had been quietly tailing them ever since. Who could have foreseen? This chaotic stone forest was like a gigantic maze. The moment the Sword of Suspension Guild members stepped into the boulder forest, they vanished from sight, leaving Lu Hui and his team frantically wandering like headless flies through the entire boulder forest for half a day before finally emerging near this elevated platform. Lu Hui first dispatched the assassins in his group to scout ahead and search for the Sword Suspension Guild's trail, while he plopped down on the ground to rest for a moment. Seizing the moment, Deputy Captain Chen Hai cautiously approached and asked, Brother Hu, do we really have to waste time chasing after that Sword Suspension Guild? This is a new dungeon, and I've seen plenty of teams already finding the treasure chests. Lu Hui shot Chen Hai a withering look and snapped. You think I want to? This is a mission handed down from above. Can't you see what's really going on? Our boss, Mr. Li from the South Bank Group, wants to acquire the Qin Group. If that Qin family girl actually builds up this guild and turns Qin Group's deadlocked situation around, wouldn't President Li's acquisition plans completely fall through? Chen Hai scratched his head as he spoke. Got it. So we're here to sabotage the Qin family girl's efforts, ha! But that Qin girl really is a beauty in the making. Lu Hui shot him a cold stare and snorted. Of course. But that Qin girl isn't for you to covet. Or did you think Mr. Li was only after that Qin family's crumbling enterprise? Chen Hai immediately broke into a flurry of apologetic smiles. Oh, I see. Brother Hu, I get it now, ha? Just then, the thief Lu Hui had sent out to scout returned. The rogue reported to Lu Hui with a look of suspicion. Brother Hu, there are indeed monster corpses on the shallow beach below the high platform ahead. The Suspended Sword Guild most likely took this route. But Lu Huyu's face lit up with excitement. He jumped to his feet and demanded. But what? I knew they'd come this way. Tell the brothers to get ready to move out. The rogue's expression turned peculiar as he replied. But there's a wooden plaque on the high platform up ahead. I don't know if they left it, but there's a line of writing on it. Lu Hui's eyebrows shot up as he demanded, what did it say? It says danger ahead. Do not approach. Bah! Lu Hui spat on the ground and sneered. Danger ahead, my ass. As if the Sword Hanging Guild would kindly warn us. If it weren't for Mr. Li telling us not to kill anyone, I would have taken them out days ago. Follow me, brothers. Lu Hui immediately led the South Bank Group's band of mercenaries to the platform. Glancing down at the wooden board stuck into the platform and the words scrawled upon it. Ha! Danger? Lu Hui let out a cold laugh, kicking the wooden plank to smithereens. Then took a running start and leaped off the platform first. Behind him, Deputy Captain Chen Hai's eyes widened as he roared in pursuit. Brothers, follow Tiger. Half an hour later. For brothers were missing. Lu Hui and Chen Hai finally broke free from the mutated Fishman Vanguard's encirclement. Dusty and disheveled, panic-stricken. Once they finally escaped the mutated Fishman Vanguard's aggro range, hearing the wails of misery from his fallen comrades behind him, Lu Hui's face turned ashen and he remained silent. Chen Hai, meanwhile, downed another bottle of recovery potion in one gulp before suddenly pointing at a disturbance on the sea surface and urgently exclaimed. Brother Hu! Look! There seems to be someone out there on the sea. Could it be the Sword Guild? Lu Hui sprang to his feet, his eyes dark and shadowed as he scanned the water. His voice was cold. Damn it! It's probably those bastards from the Suspended Sword Guild. They've set a trap for us right here. Men, chase them down. as figures gradually appeared on the nearby shallows. Xiao Ye and Qin Yiran's eyes sharpened with alertness. At that moment, the ancient colossal octopus at the center of the sea had less than 1/10 of its health remaining. As its health bar dwindled, the ancient colossal octopus seemed to grow increasingly weak, unable to launch even one more major attack. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they successfully defeated this Lord-tier boss, the Deep Sea's Grasp. But just then, figures clad in blue and white uniforms appeared along the shore. It's those South Shore Group people after all. They've tracked us down. They're like a shadow that won't go away. Qin Yanran clenched her teeth in fury as she spoke. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Those bastards are tough as nails. How did they break through that horde of mutant fishmen vanguards?" Qin Yanran voiced her concern. "These South Shore Group operatives aren't weak. Their company poured massive resources into training them. Their leader is Lu Hui, an A-rank heavy armor knight. He's got incredibly thick health and packs a serious punch." As they spoke, the South Shore Group mercenaries closed in relentlessly, nearly leaving the shallow waters behind as they approached the circular bridge where the group stood. Leader Lu Hui narrowed his eyes, carefully assessing the situation ahead. Suddenly, Lu Hui's eyes flashed with excitement as he grinned and declared, "Who'd have thought they'd be fighting a boss right now? Looks like we've arrived just in time. Let them do all the heavy lifting for us, we'll just come in and take the prize. Brothers, grab your gear." Without a moment's hesitation, the South Shore Group's professionals drew their weapons one by one. Their eyes gleaming with greed as they watched the Sword of Suspension Guild urgently finish off the last sliver of health on the ancient giant octopus. Chen Hai exclaimed with even greater excitement. "Brother Hu! Look at this scene, this boss must be something special. It's bound to drop some great loot." Lu Hui beamed at the words, stepping forward to call out to Qin Yanran. "Yanran! Looks like you guys are struggling to hold on. How about we lend a hand? Ha ha ha." As the laughter and lewd whistles from the South Shore Group professionals on the shallow shore reached her ears, a chill flashed across Qin Yanran's lovely face. She swung her white bone longbow to shoot Lu Hui. But Xiao Ye reached out and stopped her. The ancient giant octopus before them had only a sliver of health remaining. And at this critical moment, there could be no mishaps. "Do as I say. Keep your team focused on damage output. Leave the rest to me," Xiao Ye commanded in a deep voice. Then he abruptly stepped out of the formation, moving to the junction between the circular bridge and the shallow shore. Gazing at the South Shore Group operatives led by Lu Hui, their faces brimming with ill intent. Xiao Ye's spear, Star Slayer, drew a boundary line directly on the wall, completely separating the circular bridge from the shallow beach. Then, with a hint of amusement on his face, Xiao Ye looked at the disheveled Lu Huyu and the group of South Shore Group operatives, saying, "I told you it was dangerous ahead. Yet you insisted on coming anyway?" Chapter 156, One Man, One Spear. Unstoppable. Xiao Ye's words ignited Lu Hui like a fuse. Lu Hui erupted in fury, bellowing, "Kid! Was that sign in the boulder forest put up by you?" Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes and smiled. "That's right. But didn't I warn you about the danger ahead? Judging by your battered state, what? Didn't you see that sign?" Xiao Ye shouldn't have mentioned it. The moment he brought up the sign, Lu Hui's anger flared. He gave a sinister chuckle and said, "Ha! Those monsters lurking beneath the high platform in the boulder forest, you deliberately lured them there too, didn't you?" Xiao Ye shrugged innocently and said, "Hey! Don't make accusations without proof. I even kindly put up a sign to warn you." Fury blazed in Lu Hui's eyes as he spat out. "You foolhardy fool! Not even Qin Yanran can save you today." As soon as Lu Hui finished speaking, Chen Hai, standing nearby, sprang forward like a hound given the order, swinging his long sword straight for Xiao Ye's throat. Xiao Ye activated his piercing illusion eyes, revealing Chen Hai as a level 93 berserker and among his gear a single golden artifact. "Where did this little bastard come from? I'll take your life." Chen Hai bellowed, flames swirling around his greatsword as he unleashed a lethal strike. But unexpectedly, Xiao Ye's body flickered violently, causing Chen Hai's blade to swing completely empty. The fiery blade slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. With Xiao Ye's current agility stat, he was far beyond what an ordinary berserker could match. The next instant, Xiao Ye's Starslayer spear plunged viciously into Chen Hai's back. Instantly, a massive damage number exploded above Chen Hai's head. 13,693. The damage, exceeding 10,000 points, instantly crippled Chen Hai's health bar. Xiao Ye had donned this gear today, a full set of primary combat equipment he'd handpicked from MOE. Originally intended for the challenge tournament, he'd deliberately donned it early for this dungeon run to get accustomed to it. With Xiao Ye's terrifying stats now, he was simply not someone of Chen Hai's caliber could hope to fight. The Starslayer spear pierced straight through Chen Hai's back. Gazing at the spear tip protruding from his chest and watching his health bar vanish in an instant, Chen Hai's previously ferocious face instantly drained of color. A horrified and disbelieving expression spread across his face as he let out a piercing scream, desperately trying to flee back. only to be pinned to the ground by Xiao Ye. The cold gleam of the Star Slayer's spear tip now pressed against his nape. All of this unfolded within mere seconds. Xiao Ye's precise and ruthless maneuver instantly stunned Lu Hui and the other professionals from the Zhongnanan group. Chen Hai's health bar showed a sliver remaining, but with his professional-grade physical resilience, timely healing could always restore him. Yet if Xiao Ye's gun tip slid down just 1 more centimeter, Chen Hai would meet his end right then and there. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Ye's eyes. One foot planted firmly on Chen Hai's body, the other pointing with its toe at the line he had just etched into the ground with Star Slayer. And spoke each word deliberately. This time, I'm warning you one last time. This line, whoever crosses it, dies. In that instant, Lu Hui and the other South Shore Group operatives exchanged stunned glances, their faces frozen in shock and terror. Only Chen Hai continued to wail incessantly. Brother Hu, save me. Brother Hu. Lu Hui suddenly swallowed hard, his eyes fixed intensely on Xiao Ye as he demanded. You dare kill someone? At these words, an amused expression flashed across Xiao Ye's face. Had this question been asked before Xiao Ye journeyed to Blackwater City, he might have hesitated. But after returning from that filthy place, the answer to this question had long been settled in his mind. Care to try? Xiao Ye suddenly kicked Chen Hai, who was at his feet, toward Lu Hui, saying with a playful tone. I'm a man who follows the rules. This guy showed up before I said that, so I'll spare his life. From now on, anyone who wants to try their luck, just step over the line. Chen Hai scrambled to his feet from the ground, drowning his wounds in healing potions as he shouted. Where's the healer? Where's the healer? Cast a healing spell on me. Lu Hui instantly flew into a rage, delivering a vicious kick to his back as he barked. Useless. Get to the back of the line. Hearing this, Chen Hai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He scrambled away as if fleeing, rushing to the very back of the formation. But at that moment, gazing at Xiao Ye standing at the rear of the line, spear in hand, not a single professional from the South Shore Group dared to step forward. Even Lu Hui felt a pang of apprehension. He knew full well the strength of his lackey, Chen Hai. Yet just now, before he could even get a clear look, Chen Hai had already become a prisoner at Xiao Ye's spear. When did the Sword Guild acquire such a man? Who the hell are you? Lu Hui glared at Xiao Ye, his voice tinged with reluctance. Xiao Ye pointed to the suspended Sword Guild emblem pinned to his chest and declared. I'm but a humble deputy leader of the Sword Hanging Guild. Ha! A savage grin suddenly spread across Lu Hui's face. Suddenly, he equipped a spear, stomped his foot, and lunged toward Xiao Ye, bellowing. Everyone from the South Bank group, attack him together. Can't a whole group take down this kid? If you can't, forget about working here after this. With Lu Hui leading the charge. The surrounding South Bank group operatives hesitated briefly but then charged forward after him. After all, they all depended on the South Bank group for their paychecks. Lu Hui thrust his spear toward Xiao Ye. Despite his heavy armor, his movements were surprisingly agile. Clearly, he possessed special talent traits. Xiao Ye watched closely, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Swiftly equipping the tiger pattern war shield in his left hand to block Lu Hui's spear strike with pinpoint precision. Perfect block. 769. Lu Hui's sudden sneak attack had barely managed to inflict several hundred points of damage on Xiao Ye. Lu Hui's face paled with shock. Yet Xiao Ye's counterattack, infused with the aura of the tiger, was already closing in on him. Both wielded spears. Lu Hui also held a shield in his hand. Yet he was utterly unprepared, unable to withstand Xiao Ye's powerful, forceful counterattack. Star Slayer slashed through the shield like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight into his chest. 15,637. Massive damage exploded above Lu Hui's head, yet it was clear that his health bar, protected by heavy armor, was significantly thicker than Chen Hai's had been moments before. Simultaneously, several other South Shore Group professionals charged across the line, closing in to surround and attack Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye didn't retreat a single step. Sweeping a crescent moonstrike. The star-slaying spear traced a crescent-shaped arc through the air, instantly repelling several South Shore Group professionals. Massive damage numbers erupted from their bodies. 13,691. 16974. 15,613. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Ye thrust forward, his spear piercing straight toward a fragile archer who was scrambling to retreat. Lightning fast thrust. One strike, one kill. The archer was terrified out of his wits, too scared to even glance at his remaining health bar. He rolled awkwardly backward, scrambling to escape. Xiao Ye swung his spear tip, now aimed squarely at Lu Hui, the closest target. Only to see Lu Hui's face turn pale with terror. He whipped his head around and bolted toward the sidelines, not even bothering to pick up his shield lying at his feet. One man, one spear. Killed a squad of South Shore professionals, leaving none daring to cross the line. Chapter 157, Wolf Among Sheep. Slaying the Deep Sea's Touch. The Vice President, did he single-handedly hold back the South Shore Group's professionals? Holy crap, the Vice President is incredible. Many members of the Sword of Suspense Guild nervously stole glances at Xiao Ye on the shallow shore. Witnessing Xiao Ye holding the line like a single warrior against 1,000.
they all shouted excitedly. In truth, Qin Yanran had been quietly monitoring the situation on Xiao Ye's side all along. She knew that Lu Hui, the leader of the South Shore Group's professionals, was no pushover. Until she saw Xiao Ye, bored stiff, hugging his spear as he stood at the back of the line. And none of the South Shore Group hunters dared to advance. Qin Yanran finally exhaled in relief, suddenly realizing her worries had been somewhat unnecessary all along. Because he had said, "Leave everything else to me." If he said he could handle it, he would. Everyone, focus your attacks. Take down this boss. Then go support the vice president. Qin Yanran's gaze turned icy as her white bone longbow once again emitted a zither-like twang. She shouted loudly. In that instant, the morale of the entire Sword Suspension Guild soared once more. Countless spells and arrows, infused with fire, lightning, and other elements, exploded like a torrential downpour upon the head of the ancient giant octopus rising from the sea. The health bar of this Lord-tier boss, the deep-sea tentacle, finally began to dwindle. As Qin Yanran's battle drew to a close, Xiao Ye's situation was actually more leisurely. Lu Hui's squad of South Shore Group professionals stood cautiously yet resentfully at the sidelines, glaring fiercely at Xiao Ye. Yet not a single one dared to step forward. Xiao Ye, clutching his star-slaying spear, glanced back toward Qin Yanran's position, then turned his gaze to Lu Hui and his group before him. The boundary line carved by the Star Slayer at his feet had grown blurred from the recent chaos. Not a single member of Lu Hui's group dared to cross it. As Xiao Ye lowered his gaze to the dividing line, the group nervously checked the line beneath their feet, afraid they might be too close. A smirk touched Xiao Ye's lips as he suddenly stomped one foot firmly outside the line. Lu Hui and his men immediately scrambled back several steps in panic, glaring up at Xiao Ye with resentment. You. Lu Hui struggled to find words, his voice stuck in his throat. But then Xiao Ye promptly withdrew his foot, gave them a bored look, and said, "All right then. You don't even dare to step in. What are you still doing standing around here? Once our guild members finish taking down the boss and get their hands free, don't you think they'll come clean up your mess?" A look of frustration flashed across Lu Hui's face, but the group of professionals he'd brought along were all trembling in their boots. Together, they couldn't even take down a single person. And once the guild had so many members free, wouldn't they be finished off sooner or later? "Brother Hu, maybe we should just..." someone suggested in a trembling voice, and the others immediately agreed. Lu Hui's face turned ashen, but he suddenly realized Xiao Ye had a point. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Retreat! Damn it, better safe than sorry." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the professionals from Nanan Group immediately turned tail and fled. Especially their deputy captain Shenhai, who bolted faster than anyone. This infuriated Lu Hui, who cursed furiously as they fled. After seeing off this group of unwelcome guests, Xiao Ye's expression grew increasingly composed. He knew full well that just a moment ago he had nearly killed that South Shore Group archer. His spear, Star Slayer, had already pierced the man's back. And with just a slight increase in force, the paper-thin leather armor of the archer profession would have offered no defense. And with the bonus damage from Thunderbolt Thrust, it would have ended his life instantly. But at the very last moment, Xiao Ye abruptly held back his strength, allowing the archer who scrambled away on his hands and knees to scrape out a last breath of life. This was a dungeon within Shangjing City. And Xiao Ye had nearly killed someone right here in this instance. Though dungeons allowed for all manner of unexpected situations beyond the bounds of law and convention, there were still so many people present just now, and Qin Yanran and the others were right behind him. A complex wave of emotion surged through Xiao Ye's heart. Ever since he'd narrowly escaped death in Blackwater City and returned, he felt like a changed man. But this was Shangjing City, ruled by the military, not Blackwater City, where murder went unpunished. Even those professionals from the Nanan Group were just salaried workers supporting their families. Xiao Ye had learned from Ning that despite the numerous conflicts and grudges between the Sword Guild and the South Bank Group's mercenaries, it had only nearly resulted in a fatality. Had this happened in Blackwater City, or to Uncle Qin and his crew, it would have long since escalated beyond a single life being lost. Xiao Ye now felt like a wolf returning to the fold. Just then, a chorus of cheers and excitement snapped Xiao Ye out of his reverie. He turned to see, only to see Qin Yanran finally defeat the boss-level monster, the deep-sea tentacle. Streams of white experience light rose from the sea surface, flowing into the bodies of the group. And instantly, countless figures glowed with the light of leveling up. Among them, a strand of white light drifted toward Xiao Ye from afar, visibly boosting his experience bar by a significant amount. It seemed the experience granted by this Lord-level boss was truly generous. Qin Yanran, overcome with excitement, waved enthusiastically from afar and called out to Xiao Ye through the communicator. "We did it! A Lord-level monster token. With this, the suspended Sword Guild can directly advance to an A-rated guild." Xiao Ye held the communicator at his collar, chuckling softly. "Congratulations! President Qin, you've worked hard." Qin Yanran smiled warmly at Xiao Ye from afar and replied. "Vice President Xiao has worked tirelessly, leading the charge against the boss, then fending off external threats. Whoever commanded such a valiant subordinate?
With General Xiao by my side, our great cause is assured. Xiao Ye couldn't help but chuckle, tucking away the communicator. Suddenly, Ning, standing tall at the platform's edge, pointed toward several flashes at the center of the sea and shouted excitedly. Look! Gear drop! Gear drop! Excitement erupted once more throughout the entire Sword of the Sky Guild's ranks. Guild leader! I'll go retrieve it. Dang Wei even tossed aside his shield and dove headfirst into the sea, excitedly scooping up an armful of gear and shouting. Guild leader! We've struck gold. There are 7 or 8 pieces of gear. Golden gear. No. Brilliant gear. It's brilliant gear. Chapter 158, Brilliant Grade. See Heart Flame Ring. One by one, the dazzlingly radiant pieces of gear were laid out in a row on the ground. Deng Wei and several other team members continued diving into the water multiple times, determined not to miss a single piece. Though this, deep-sea touch, was in its twilight years, it remained a bona fide Lord-tier boss. A single boss had dropped over a dozen pieces of gear. And just by their appearance, at least 3 were clearly brilliant grade artifacts truly invaluable. Qin Yanran, the guild leader, beamed with delight. Waving her hand, she announced, same as always. Members of each class take turns selecting based on contribution. Once an item is chosen, the next one is off limits. After everyone picks, the guild will distribute special bonuses to compensate any members who didn't get gear. The moment these words were spoken, the members of the Sword Suspension Guild present erupted into excitement once more. Even those with little hope of receiving gear wore delighted expressions. A testament to Qin Yanran's notoriously generous nature as guild leader. Even Xiao Ye couldn't resist leaning in for a closer look. Revealing 3 dazzling artifacts, an elegantly shaped staff, a silvery white cloak, and a ring glowing with a deep crimson light. As Qin Yanran picked up the staff to examine it, and Ning beside her had already been eyeing it eagerly. As the undisputed top mage DPS in the entire guild, the ownership of this staff was naturally beyond question. Brilliant artifact, Windflow staff, and Ning may choose first. Any objections? Qin Yanran declared with sullen formality. And Ning's authority within the Sword of Suspense Guild was undeniable, and all the mages present shook their heads in unison. Give it to Sister and Ning. She's our team's top DPS, she won't let it go to waste. Right. I second that. Amidst the chorus of agreement, and Ning grinned broadly and chuckled. Hee. Yanran, I won't hesitate then. The next item revealed was a dazzling silver white cloak, a magnificent artifact that significantly boosted both hit rate and critical strike chance. It seemed tailor-made for Qin Yanran's archer class. As both the guild leader and the top DPS in the archer class, no one objected to Qin Yanran receiving this silver-white brilliant equipment cloak. As for the final brilliant equipment ring, Qin Yanran declared in a solemn tone. Per our rules, all accessory equipment is class agnostic. Everyone will select items in order based on their contribution to this mission. Therefore, I propose that Vice President shall be the first to choose this ring. Before Qin Yanran could finish, Deng Wei immediately raised both hands in agreement. I agree. Defeating this Lord-tier boss is largely thanks to the Vice President's leadership. Without his crucial command, we might have suffered heavy losses. Right. Vice President Xiao should choose first. The others immediately chimed in with their agreement. During the earlier perilous boss battle, Xiao Ye's decisive and unconventional command had left a deep impression on everyone. Not to mention how he single-handedly blocked the South Shore Group's professionals from disrupting us from the rear just moments ago. By both reason and sentiment, this dazzling grade ring rightfully belonged to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye hesitated for a moment. Truth be told, he had considered stepping aside for someone else. After all, he had arrived a month late, parachuting into the group without participating in the guild's growth during that period. Yet, the moment Qin Yanran placed that brilliant grade ring into Xiao Ye's hand, the ring's attributes instantly appeared before his eyes. See Heart Flame Ring. Tier, Brilliant Artifact. Level Requirement, 105. Description, forged from volcanic rock deep beneath the ocean's surface, infused with the essence of demonic flames from the sea, significantly enhancing fire attribute damage. Attributes, Strength plus 750, Spirit plus 750, Agility plus 750. Additional effect, Demon Flame burn. All burning damage effects of the wearer are increased by 100%. It must be said, Xiao Ye was tempted. Originally, this was the ring offering the highest bonuses for fire element mages. But Xiao Ye also possessed a hidden trump card, his ultimate skill, Bone Burning Toxin Flame. After undergoing the Fire Sea fusion, the toxin and combustion effects had merged into one. Thus, Bone Gnawing Poison Flame could fully benefit from this ring's enhancement. A 100% boosted Bone Gnawing Poison Flame. That's absolutely amazing. Qin Yanran noticed the hesitation on Xiao Ye's face and immediately smiled sweetly. Want it? If you want it, just take it. By all rights, this dazzling ring should be yours. Xiao Ye's hesitation vanished instantly. He nodded and declared. Then I won't be modest, I'll take this brilliant grade ring. The members of the Sword Guild chimed in agreement, and a faint smile graced Qin Yanran's face.
Truthfully, she had hoped Xiao Ye would accept the ring all along. For mutual giving and receiving to truly integrate him into the guild. Otherwise, given Xiao Ye's terrifying strength, guild members might even suspect he was a temporary hire paid for by someone. Xiao Ye immediately equipped the Sea Heartflame ring, significantly boosting his overall attributes once more. Beyond the formidable additional effect of Demon Flame Burn, the substantial bonuses to 3 attributes were absolutely worthy of this dazzling grade ring. After taking the ring, Xiao Ye naturally stepped aside, no longer participating in the selection of other equipment, retreating to the sidelines alongside Ning. Watching the guild members before him joyfully take turns selecting the next pieces of gear. A lively and fulfilling atmosphere spread throughout the group. And Ning, still beaming, held the newly acquired staff in her hands, admiring it repeatedly. Hee, a dazzling grade staff really is something else. Who knew that old octopus would be so generous? This is perfect. We've secured both the job change certificate and the guild advancement token, plus all this gear. It's like hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. And Ning couldn't help but glance curiously at the quiet Xiao Ye beside her and said, I really do owe you a debt of gratitude. Now, Yenran can finally put her mind at ease. By the way, will you join us for the team competition at the challenge announcement ceremony? Even now, and Ning found it hard to believe. After searching so long for a frontline fighter, one of the highest caliber warriors had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Ye nodded decisively. I will. Both the individual and team competitions were part of his plan all along. The challenge announcement ceremony was imminent. Now, only one final task remained. Heading to the job change hall in Shangjing City to complete his second job advancement. Finally, he would see that senior again, the one who always managed to get himself into such a mess. Wondering what guidance he might leave for me this time? Chapter 159, SS Rank Entry. Eye of the Abyss. The looted gear was distributed piece by piece. Those who received items were naturally overjoyed. While those who went without gear weren't disheartened either. A hefty bonus awaited them. Dang Wei plunged back into the water and said, Guild leader, I'll go check if any gear was missed. I'll also cut off the token from this deep sea tentacle. The so-called monster credentials were essentially distinctive body parts cut from the monster's corpse, which could be brought back to the bounty hall to earn additional cash. Specialized appraisers would then issue official certificates based on these parts. Since guild leader Qin Yanan was, after all, a girl, Dang Wei had always handled the task of cutting monster corpses in the past. But now, Xiao Ye urgently interjected. Dang Wei, I'm coming with you. Dang Wei waved his hands hastily, replying, Vice President, leave this small matter to me. No need for you to trouble yourself. It'll be faster if we go together. But Xiao Ye plunged headfirst into the water without a second thought. In truth, Xiao Ye wasn't worried about forgetting any gear. He'd long noticed that though Dang Wei seemed careless, he was actually meticulous when it mattered. Xiao Ye's true objective was the ember on the corpse of the Deep Sea Touch. A Lord-tier boss and the most formidable one Xiao Ye had faced since his awakening. The ember left behind on its corpse was undoubtedly extraordinary. Xiao Ye dove headfirst into the sea. Though this was a shallow bay, it still plunged over 10 meters deep. The light beneath the surface gradually dimmed, now only allowing a faint glimpse of the deep-sea tentacle's full form. The corpse of this ancient giant octopus stretched its 7 tentacles across the seabed, each spanning dozens of meters in length. Had it been in its prime rather than its twilight years, it would undoubtedly have reigned supreme. Beneath the sea, flickering flames swayed like seaweed. Xiao Ye moved swiftly. And before Dang Wei could catch up, he sacrificed all the fire torches. Alerts instantly rang in Xiao Ye's ears. Sacrifice of deep-sea touches torches successful. Fire seed value plus 3,750 points. Acquired talent trait Abyssal Gaze SS tier. A trait appeared. And it's SS tier. Xiao Ye's heart leapt with joy. This Lord tier boss truly lived up to its reputation. But now wasn't the time to scrutinize the attribute. Dang Wei had already descended with a dagger in hand. Xiao Ye wasted no time. He equipped Star Slayer and swiftly severed the ancient giant octopus's head, along with suction cups from several massive tentacles, using them as proof of his hunt. After securing proof from multiple body parts, Qin Yenran decided against proceeding further, choosing instead to turn back and leave the instance. The Sword Guild's objective for this expedition had been fulfilled. Both the job advancement certificate and the guild advancement token from that Lord-level boss had been secured. Not to mention a batch of valuable gear. This haul alone would significantly boost the combat strength of the Sword Suspension Guild's elite squad. After leaving the instance beneath the Guanyin Building's underground parking garage, Qin Yanan wasted no time in taking Ning to process the advancement credentials for the Sword of Suspense Guild. Clearly, the suspended Sword Guild meant more to her than her own class change. After bidding farewell to the others, Xiao Ye headed straight for the job advancement hall. The proof of slaying the deep-sea tentacle was sufficient to complete his job change quest and qualify for his second job advancement. Upon returning to this familiar, gilded and magnificent class change hall, Xiao Ye noticed that nearly all the staff members had been replaced. It seemed Xiao Ye was right, those who had sought to line their pockets through the job change qualifications were likely rotting in prison now. Now, the hall was filled with many more military personnel, and everything appeared much more orderly and regulated. After one staff member meticulously processed Xiao Ye's registration, he was escorted to one of the teleportation arrays. Xiao Ye couldn't help but take a deep breath. As the scene before him spun rapidly and blurred once more, a familiar dizziness washed over him as the surroundings abruptly shifted once more. When Xiao Ye opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the dilapidated, still burning temple ruins of his previous journey, but a completely different scene. He seemed to have arrived atop a towering cliff, where the surrounding clouds appeared close enough to touch. As if someone had erected a massive altar here, but what was being worshipped? Senior? Xiao Ye called out cautiously, only to feel his voice vanish like a drop of water into the ocean within this altar perched atop the cliff, receiving not a single echo in return. It seemed the elder had yet to make an appearance this time. Xiao Ye slowly walked forward, only to find that at the very center of the altar, a revered tombstone had been cleaved clean in two, its fragments scattered chaotically across the ground. Could this be the work of his own predecessor? Recalling the scene he had witnessed last time, the temple, the altar, both structures seemed subtly connected to one thing: gods. Could this be the very place where his predecessor had once slaughtered the gods? Xiao Yeqing's heart gave a sudden jolt. He scrutinized the tombstone once more, only to find the inscriptions had been erased. And on the cut surface of the tombstone, rows of familiar yet chaotic characters appeared, seemingly carved by someone in passing. It was undoubtedly the work of his predecessor. Later comers, if you can see these words, it means you are still alive. This path, like life itself, rises and falls unpredictably. The future remains uncertain. I wonder where you stand now. Press onward. On the altar ahead lies the gift I left for you. The same hastily scrawled handwriting. Still that familiar tone, with a few misspellings and smudges scattered throughout. Xiao Ye couldn't help but picture that elder standing before the stone tablet, racking his brain to leave words that sounded profound, scribbling and erasing until only these few lines remained. But that elder had spoken a truth. This path, like life itself, was full of ups and downs. Last time, within that temple, the elder seemed to have endured a brutal battle. Even in victory, he was utterly battered. Now, atop this towering cliff, that predecessor seemed to effortlessly slay the deity here, displaying unparalleled grandeur. Xiao Ye continued walking along the altar, and at the cliff's edge, he found a flickering torch, its flame swaying gently in the breeze. But what truly stunned Xiao Ye was the vista before him. Gazing down from the altar's edge, layers upon layers of golden deciduous forest stretched across the mountains, resembling a sea of hills. The sheer grandeur of the view instantly broadened his heart and mind. Xiao Ye sat cross-legged at the edge, seemingly grasping some of the intent behind that predecessor deliberately leaving the torch here. Surely that venerable predecessor once paused here too, gazing down upon this magnificent panorama. Chapter 160, The Flame of the Black Blade Arbiter. Annihilation / After sitting in quiet contemplation of the scenery before him for a long while, Xiao Ye slowly rose to his feet, reaching out to touch the embers left behind by that unknown predecessor. Within this wisp of flame tinged with black, a faint shadow of the black blade appeared like smoke, like mist, tangible yet elusive. The instant his finger touched the flame, the wisp of black-tinged embers began to dissipate across Xiao Ye's body. A prompt instantly appeared before his eyes. Sacrifice of the Black Blade Judge's Embers successful. Acquired talent entry Annihilation / Epic. Xiao Ye's heart skipped a beat. Besides, Liquid Crystal Realm, his second epic tier attribute, had finally appeared. Within his talent slot, a shadowy, mist-enveloped entry now rested quietly. Annihilation / Tier, Epic. Description: the ultimate technique of the Black Blade Judge, eternal guardian of the ancient altar. Where the blade cuts, all the guilty shall vanish into black mist and be obliterated from the world. Effect: transforms your weapon into the Black Blade of Judgment, unleashing an annihilating strike across a wide area, dealing true damage equal to 300% of your attack power. Additional effect: the Annihilation Blade cannot be blocked, destined to deliver the fated death to the guilty. Cooldown: 10 minutes. What a devastating strike. Xiao Yeqing couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Though he already possessed the ultimate ability Primordial Bloodline to drastically boost his damage output, she still lacked a true trump card among pure damage skills. Thunderbolt Thrust and Full Moon Sweep could only serve as standard offensive tools. In critical moments, he often needed a high damage skill capable of delivering the decisive blow to end the entire battle. Now, this obliteration / perfectly filled the final gap in his arsenal. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Ye bowed respectfully toward the magnificent scenery before him. The piercing gaze bestowed upon him last time had undoubtedly been a tremendous aid on his journey, even saving his life on occasion. And now he had bestowed upon him the high output skill, Annihilation / Thus, even without undergoing a true class change ceremony like ordinary practitioners, Xiao Ye's combat power had grown no weaker than theirs. After leaving the class change hall, Walking through the streets of Shoujing City, Xiao Ye finally truly grasped the feverish intensity of the challenge announcement ceremony, this nationwide carnival of combat. With the challenge announcement ceremony drawing ever closer, large-scale posters had been plastered across every street and alley. They proclaimed the schedules for the group stage, elimination rounds, and the grand finals. And even support photos of the top 10 contenders on the odds leaderboard were plastered on the walls of shop after shop. Groups of fervent supporters waved their banners, taking to the streets to cheer wildly. Above these banners, Xiao Ye spotted several familiar names. Zhang Fanyang, Huo Qinlong, Lin Xueming. Behind each of them stood not only these fervent supporters from Shoujing City, but also the backing of major corporate brands. Just as Uncle Qin had said, behind this banner unveiling ceremony lay, at its core, a commercial extravaganza and a power struggle among hidden forces. Those at the top of the odds rankings. Every victory they secure sends their backing conglomerates soaring. Meanwhile, the shadowy forces betting on them seize this opportunity to aggressively seize rivals' territories and businesses. Uncle Qin once remarked, over the years, the shadowy forces behind Shoujing City have been suppressed for far too long. Beneath the murky waters, the conflicts between factions have reached an irreconcilable point. Thus, all factions have reached a consensus, using this challenge tournament as their stage. Each faction's chosen contestant represents their very interests. The outcome of each duel would determine the transfer of countless businesses and territories. Yet the military, the true rulers of Shoujing City, had inexplicably acquiesced to these underground factions' actions. Thus, a scene unprecedented in centuries unfolded across Shoujing City. Every underground criminal faction stepped forward to uphold the order of this tournament. Everything propelled this challenge announcement ceremony into an unprecedented nationwide frenzy. Walking down the street, Xiao Ye suddenly received a message. And upon opening it, he heard Qin Yanran's excited and cheerful voice. Xiao Ye, we got the guild advancement certificate. Once the public notice period ends, Sword Suspension Guild will be an A-rank guild. Her tone alone conveyed Qin Yanran's palpable excitement. Congratulations! Xiao Ye smiled instantly. Ever since founding the suspended Sword Guild, Qin Yanran had been carrying an immense burden. Now, within a single month, Sword Suspension had advanced to an A-rank guild, finally capping off her long-standing efforts with a perfect achievement. Truthfully, this time it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Xiao Ye. Qin Yanran's sincere voice came through the communicator. You're welcome. Xiao Ye replied with a laugh. You pay me, I fix your problems, that's the deal, Guild Leader Qin. Just wondering when that 5,000 dragon coin salary of mine will be deposited? Qin Yanran chuckled. Don't worry, it'll be distributed by the guild in a few days. It won't be long now, Vice President Xiao. Oh, and I heard from Ning that you'll be joining our team for the team competition at the challenge tournament? Xiao Ye immediately replied. Of course. As member number 0002 of the Sword of Destiny Guild, it's practically my duty. He. Qin Yanran's laughter filled the communicator as she beamed. With you joining us, the Sword of Suspense Guild might just soar to new heights at this challenge assembly. Don't be late for tomorrow's team battle simulation training at the base. Got it. Xiao Ye replied promptly. Qin Yanran was indeed a relentless, demanding guild leader. She'd already scheduled his entire day for tomorrow. But with only a few days left until the challenge announcement ceremony, and both the individual and team competitions would be running concurrently. Since he'd decided to join the team event, it was indeed wise to familiarize himself with his teammates beforehand. Establishing basic teamwork and tactics. The team event required 5 participants. Besides Xiao Ye, Qin Yanran and Ning naturally secured 2 spots. As for the remaining 2 spots, Xiao Ye wasn't sure who Qin Yanran would choose to fill them. Though it should be that skilled priestess, Yu Qing, right? Tomorrow would be the perfect chance to check it out and maybe score another free breakfast from the Qin group. Chapter 161, Fusion. Abyssal Eye plus Inside Eye. Returning to his shabby little rental apartment, Nie Xiaoyu was unexpectedly absent. Apparently back at the military research base for another meeting. With the challenge announcement ceremony approaching, Nie Xiaoyu seemed busier than ever. After a quick wash, Xiao Ye lay on his bed and immediately opened his talent panel. Besides the annihilation / gained from the class change ceremony, Xiao Ye had another unexpected acquisition today. A talent entry obtained from the embers of the ancient giant octopus, the lord-level boss from the underground parking lot instance, Abyssal Gaze. Judging by the name, it appeared to be another psychic-type talent, though Xiao Ye hadn't had time to examine it then. Now was the perfect time to examine it. Abyssal Gaze. Tier, SS. Description: the terrifying gaze of an ancient creature that dwells in the depths of the abyss. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Effect: when activated, the Abyssal Gaze grants the host a warning when targeted by damaging skills, clearly marking the enemy within their field of vision. Additional effect: upon activation, the host briefly gains panoramic vision. Cooldown: none, but rapidly consumes mana upon activation. Xiao Ye froze in surprise. A passive defensive counter-type effect. Essentially, once activated, it functions like an automatic early warning system.
The moment an enemy targets you with a skill, you'll receive a warning. Whoa! Xiao Ye couldn't help but ponder it carefully. This is actually a pretty decent skill. And for a short time after activation, you gain all-around vision. The only drawback was its rapid mana drain upon activation, which proved problematic for Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye had always focused his stat points on strength and agility, and the bonuses from his heavy armor set primarily boosted his constitution, making spirit his weakest attribute. Consequently, his maximum mana pool was rather limited. To make matters worse, Xiao Ye also possesses the skill, Piercing Illusion Gaze, which similarly drains mana rapidly upon activation. With both eye skills active simultaneously, Xiao Ye's already inadequate mana pool simply couldn't withstand the strain. But if he couldn't activate it in real time, wouldn't this Abyssal Gaze be utterly useless? Unless... A bold thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Ye's mind. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the Fire Seed interface. Since both the Abyssal Eye and the Inside Eye were eye techniques, there was an 80 to 90% chance they could be fused in advance by consuming Fire Seeds. Sure enough, the moment he opened the fusion interface, a prompt immediately appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Consume 22,500 Fire Seed points to fuse the entries Eye of the Abyss and Eye of Truth? Xiao Ye took a deep breath. The Eye of Truth was already an SSS tier skill, while the Eye of the Abyss was an S tier skill. Merging the two required a staggering 22,500 Fire Seed points. Fortunately, during his final leveling push in Blackwater City, Xiao Ye had amassed a substantial reserve. Now, he had exactly what he needed, exactly 40,000 spark points. Fuse. Without further hesitation, Xiao Ye selected the fusion. In the very next second, countless sparks surged from Xiao Ye's body, filling the entire room like a raging storm of fire. The sparks devoured and fused with one another. Finally, after they had all dissipated, a notification appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes. Talent entry fusion successful. Epic tier talent entry acquired Eye of Judgment. It worked. Xiao Ye pumped his fist in excitement. The third epic tier entry. Compared to SSS tier entries, an epic tier entry represents a whole new level of quality. Those over 20,000 Fire Seeds were well spent. Eye of Judgment. Tier, Epic. Description, gaze directly upon all illusory sins. When the hour of fate's judgment arrives, all that is immortal shall be reduced to nothingness. Effect, upon activation, pierces all illusory illusions, discerns the target's weaknesses, and marks them as the judgment body. Additional effect, judgment marked. When the host's attack hits a target bearing the judgment mark, the first strike deals 100% critical damage. Additional effect, source of sin. When the host is targeted by high damage skills, the bell of sin tolls, automatically marking the attacker as a judgment target. Xiao Ye watched in silent astonishment. This was the terrifying power of an epic tier skill. It nearly fused all the advantages of the Eye of Discernment and the Eye of the Abyss, while also adding a marking effect that guarantees a critical hit on the targeted enemy. Crucially, this effect could stack with Xiao Ye's other damage-dealing skills. Take Annihilation Slash, for instance. Imagine the sheer terror of a 100% critical strike Annihilation Slash? And what if you add the massive damage boost from activating Primordial Bloodline? A shiver of excitement surged through Xiao Ye's heart. He was itching to test the absolute limit of his current maximum burst damage potential. After equipping Star Slayer and a set of top-tier gear I scrounged from MOE, my base attack power shot straight up to 15,000. With all those bonuses stacked up, how much damage could a single Annihilation Slash possibly deal? Could it break through the 100,000 mark? Xiao Ye couldn't help but grow increasingly excited for the upcoming challenge announcement ceremony. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Xin Yanran's voice message promptly rang out in Xiao Ye's communicator. Vice President Xiao, time to get to work. Latecomers will have their pay. Xiao Ye jolted awake, scrambled out of bed, splashed water on his face, and rushed to the Qin Group headquarters. By the time he arrived, several top-tier elite members of the guild were already present. It seemed the execution of the Sword of Destiny guild members was truly impressive. And Xiao Ye was seeing a holographic combat arena of this scale for the very first time. Every piece of equipment was fully stocked, and the arena itself was dozens of times larger than the one at First Middle School. Xin Yanran explained to Xiao Ye while nibbling on a bread slice. This is where we usually simulate 5-on-5 team matches. The opponent data is sourced from the top 20 teams of the previous challenge tournament. But no matter how hard we trained before, we could only reach 15th place. No matter how we shuffled our lineup or tweaked our tactics, we couldn't break through any of the teams ranked higher. But with you joining us today, things are bound to be completely different. Chapter 162, Full Throttle Push. The Ultimate Team Fight Weapon. The top 20 teams from the last challenge event? Xiao Ye perked up instantly. After all, the challenge announcement ceremony wasn't held every year. The last one had taken place 7 years prior. What made that event most legendary was that it produced nearly 10 elite professionals who later rose to become Dragon Nation's most distinguished heroes. Dragon Slayer Yang Wu. Battering Ram Wang Tianxua. Meteor Mage Xi Fei. Your terminal stored data on so many practitioners?
Xiao Ye asked, both surprised and curious.
Xin Yanran bit her lip and replied.
The data merely contains the attributes and skills those veterans possessed during the previous challenge tournament.
We've also deeply analyzed their tactics and teamwork.
In truth, the simulated combat power naturally can't match the real-time reactions of those veterans themselves. Still, it can serve as a basis for testing our team's strength.
Xiao Ye nodded, narrowing his eyes as he replied. Understood. Let's get started. Xin Yanran looked surprised and asked. We're jumping right in? No need to familiarize ourselves with each other's skills first? Xiao Ye had already begun donning his terminal equipment as he replied. We'll learn as we fight. Xin Yanran froze in place
as she watched Xiao Ye don the full set of gear, as if she were seeing that unrivaled prodigy from first high school all over again. Xin Yanran shoved all the bread slices into her mouth at once, waved her hand, and mumbled,
Come on. And Ning, Yuqing, get ready.
The few she called out immediately stepped onto the simulation field. To complement Xiao Ye, this top-tier frontliner who could both tank and deal damage. Xin Yanran's chosen lineup this time was Xiao Ye, herself, and Ning, and two healer sisters Yuqing and another.
With two healing roles,
one to protect the squishy targets, the other to channel all healing into Xiao Ye, maximizing his combat effectiveness.
The five swiftly entered the brand new simulation arena, facing the very team that had previously stumped them, the 15th place squad from last year's challenge tournament. Ready. 5, 4, 1. Begin. In an instant,
Xiao Ye and his team entered a newly simulated combat arena, while the projections of their 5 opponents materialized before them. The opposing lineup consisted of 2 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 archer, a full damage composition with no healers.
The moment the countdown ended, both warriors charged toward Xiao Ye simultaneously, while the archer and mages focused their ranged attacks solely on him.
In that instant, Xiao Ye understood why Xin Yanran's previous team had consistently failed to clear this stage.
Facing this all-out offensive strategy that immediately concentrated firepower to eliminate the frontline. If the sole frontline class couldn't hold, the enemy formation would break through and secure an instant victory, with no alternative solutions. But now, Xiao Ye stood at the very front of the team. Xiao Ye, wielding his tiger pattern war shield, effortlessly parried a warrior's charge attack, then skillfully dodged half of the enemy's ranged spell attacks through agile positioning, and withstood the focused fire of 5 enemies. Yet Xiao Ye's health bar hadn't even dipped below a quarter. Instead, he spun his star-slaying spear to block and counterattack, instantly crippling one of the charging warriors who had closed in. Xin Yanran seized the moment, unleashing her full power with the white bone longbow to counterkill the attacker. Within the party, Yuqing and another healer swiftly restored Xiao Ye's health bar to full. At that moment, Xiao Ye launched a countercharge, activating Tide Spirit Step. His speed surged, allowing him to bypass the enemy's last remaining warrior, and charged straight into the enemy's fragile damage dealers. His star-slaying spear swept through like a raging storm. Xiao Ye moved as if through empty space, swiftly eliminating 3 fragile targets. The sole remaining warrior was then finished off by Xin Yanran and Ning's combined firepower. All of this unfolded within a mere 30 seconds. The word victory appeared in bold across the new simulated battlefield. The entire combat arena fell silent. Xin Yanran and Ning stared wide-eyed, still unable to process what had just happened. This, we passed already? And Ning felt like crying. The bottleneck they'd been grinding through day and night, exhausting every possible formation and combination, had been shattered by Xiao Ye in under 30 seconds. Not only had Xiao Ye single-handedly absorbed the enemy's first wave of focused fire, but he also single-handedly took out the 3 squishy backline classes. Looking at the stats, and Ning barely even managed to get an assist. This guy is insane. And Ning couldn't help but mutter angrily. Xiao Ye's overwhelming prowess left her, the esteemed top mage of the Sword Suspension Guild, with no chance to shine. Xin Yanran, though stunned, couldn't suppress the smile spreading across her lips. Even after witnessing his prowess once within the dungeon, Xiao Ye's strength still far exceeded her expectations. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye was already in the zone, itching to get started as he urged. Quick! Next group! Xin Yanran signaled to the operator. And the lineup that had placed 14th in the previous challenge tournament instantly materialized on the simulated battlefield. In the span of a single morning, with Xiao Ye joining the Sword Guild, they swept through like a force of nature. They charged from the 15th ranked team all the way to 3rd place, needing little to no coordination for most of the battles. They dominated completely on both offense and defense until they finally encountered some resistance when facing the 5th ranked team. Yet Xiao Ye's tactical intuition was simply too sharp. Many tactics Xin Yanran and Ning had drilled countless times were instantly grasped by Xiao Ye the moment they were mentioned, and he executed them even better than they'd anticipated. Victory followed victory, without a single loss. It wasn't until they faced the 3rd ranked team from the previous challenge tournament that the Sword Hanging Guild finally suffered their first defeat. The reason? Their opponents fielded a lineup of 5 assassin classes. This unconventional approach caught Xiao Ye off guard, leaving him momentarily unable to adapt. Even though Xiao Ye could use the effective Wraith's Wrath to pinpoint the assassins' locations and hunt them down. By the time he took down 2 of them, Qin Yanran and Ning and the other 4 fragile classes had already been taken down by the remaining assassins, turning the battlefield into a 3-on-1 stalemate. Every member of the 3rd-ranked team from the previous challenge tournament was formidable, with one of their top assassins now a renowned master assassin in the Dragon Nation. They were masters of all sorts of sneaky stealth tactics. Even Xiao Ye, encountering him for the first time, had fallen victim to his schemes. During the lunch break, Qin Yanran and Ning could barely contain their excitement. While Xiao Ye remained silent, his mind racing throughout the meal as he pondered the question. How exactly should he assemble a team to take on the 5 assassins? Since this peculiar formation had managed to secure a top 3 finish at the previous challenge announcement ceremony, it clearly held valuable insights worth studying. It wasn't impossible to encounter it again in this year's challenge tournament. However, the greatest challenge in battle was Xiao Ye's inability to simultaneously pursue enemies and protect the rearguard. Unless, he could add a defensive frontline warrior to the team. Xiao Ye suddenly addressed Qin Yanran. Our lineup needs an adjustment. For me, having 2 healers is redundant. If we could add someone dedicated to protecting you 2 damage dealers, even a 5 assassin lineup could hold its own. Qin Yanran froze for a moment before asking. Remove a healer and add a frontline fighter? But the challenge announcement is tomorrow. Where are we supposed to find a tanky frontliner on such short notice? Xiao Ye suddenly slapped his forehead as a figure came to mind. I actually have someone in mind. As long as the price is right, she'll definitely come. Chapter 163, Farewell, Gu Shiyu. The misfortune of a money grubber. Who? Qin Yanran asked curiously. And Ning scoffed. Come on. Yanran, haven't you already scoured every talent market in Shangjing City? Besides, the recruitment fair is tomorrow. Even if there were any talent left, they'd have been snapped up long ago. How could they have waited this long? Xiao Ye set down his chopsticks, opened the contact list on his communicator, and sent a message to one of the names. Have you eaten? Within seconds, a reply came. Already ate, but I could go again. Time and place? A smirk touched Xiao Ye's lips as he replied. Meet me at Lu's Noodle Shop downstairs at Guiyun Tower in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, at Lu's Noodle Shop. Xiao Ye spotted a petite figure running excitedly toward the place from afar. It was Gu Shiyu, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Truth be told, the last time they met at the Bounty Association, Xiao Ye had sensed something unsettling lurking behind this girl. Unlike Xiao Ye, back then, Xiao Ye was stuck with a whiteboard profession not even worthy of D-tier status. Naturally, no guild would openly accept him. But Gu Shiyu? She was a bona fide A-tier heavy armor class. Any guild would have fought over her as a coveted frontline asset. Yet she had chosen to go solo to the Bounty Guild and join a random party, which is how she and Xiao Ye ended up being tricked by the Yuanjia village gang. Judging by their interactions later, this girl was clearly short on cash too. Clearly short on funds, yet possessing such skill, why refuse guilds altogether to work freelance? Unless she had her own reasons. Hey! Xiao Ye? Gu Shiyu's petite figure bounced and skipped over to sit before Xiao Ye, a hint of delight on her face. Yet one hand already reached for the menu on the table. After so long, why did Boss Xiao suddenly remember me? Is there another big job coming up? After a month apart, Gu Shiyu's gear had been completely revamped. She still wore thick heavy armor, but the gleaming metallic finish suggested high quality, likely another full set. It seemed that despite being a free agent, Gu Shiyu hadn't fallen behind in her growth over the past month. Only that dimpled, money-grubbing expression remained unchanged. While speaking, her eyes had already fixated on the menu. Owner, start with a bowl of wonton noodles and 2 large cups of coconut juice. Xiao Ye immediately waved at the owner and said, Just 1 cup for me, I won't be drinking. Gu Shiyu quickly protested. Hey, both cups are mine. Xiao Ye's mouth twitched. This girl might be petite, but her appetite was like a bottomless pit. Whoa. Watching Gu Shiyu down an entire cup of coconut juice in one go through her straw, then immediately plunging it into the next cup. Xiao Ye finally managed to get a word in, asking, Where does Ms. Gu hold her high position these days? Gu Shiyu reluctantly pulled the straw from her mouth and replied, No workplace. Still just a free agent. Xiao Ye's heart leapt with excitement. He quickly said, That's perfect. I've got a big job for you. Interested? Gu Shiyu's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Forgetting the coconut juice in her mouth, she blurted out, I'm in. What kind of job? How much do you pay? Xiao Ye replied calmly. You know about tomorrow's notice board event, right? But upon hearing this, Gu Shiyu's expression turned peculiar as she replied. The challenge announcement ceremony? But I've already taken a job for that event helping a merchant guild with a team match. 2,000 dragon coins per match. Xiao Ye froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. His surprise wasn't that Gu Shiyu had already been recruited by someone else for the challenge announcement ceremony, but rather at how low her commission was. 2,000 dragon coins?
Gu Shiyu was, after all, a full-fledged tier-heavy armor professional.
Based on market rates, shouldn't her appearance fee for a single match be at least 10,000? 2,000 dragon coins? Xiao Ye frowned immediately.
That appearance fee is way too low, isn't it? Gu Shiyu's face also betrayed a hint of unease as she lowered her head and said,
"Well, you earn what you can, right? That's just how we merchants roll." Xiao Ye keenly sensed something was off. If she didn't have some hidden difficulties, how could a money-grubbing person like Gu Shiyu not know the market price? But if he asked directly now, Gu Shiyu would certainly not speak.
Xiao Ye sighed and asked,
"Which merchant guild did you sign with? What's the penalty clause?" Gu Shiyu froze, stammering, "It's not about the penalty. Since I promised them, I have to keep my word." Xiao Ye frowned and retorted,
"Honor is one thing, but they're clearly shortchanging you by pushing the price so low."
"Which guild is being so ruthless?"
Gu Shiyu hesitated for a moment before whispering, "The South Shore Group."
Xiao Ye's eyebrows shot up. What a small world.
Xiao Ye abruptly stood up and said to Gu Shiyu,
"Wait here.
I'll see if I can help resolve this for you."
"Boss, bring her another coconut juice." A few minutes later, Xiao Ye returned to the Sword Suspension Guild base and presented Gu Shiyu's current attribute information to Qin Yanan. An A-rank mystic armor warrior? Qin Yanan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise and a burning admiration for talent. This all-around defensive specialization could rival even S-tier professions in cultivation potential. And the South Bank Group only paid her 2,000 dragon coins for one match? Qin Yanran immediately protested indignantly, "This isn't just underpayment, it's outright exploitation."
Just then, Ning rushed into the office, a document in hand, her expression grim as she declared,
"We found out. Gu Shiyu's father was once an employee of Nanan Group.
Later, an accident occurred at the factory, leaving him severely injured. He remains in a coma to this day, residing in a nursing home owned by Nanan Group. To cover the astronomical nursing fees, Gu Shiyu signed a contract with Nanan Group. It prohibits her from joining any professional guilds and restricts her to working exclusively for Nanan Group."
Xiao Ye's expression grew eerily calm as he asked, "Since her father was injured in a Nanan Group facility, shouldn't Nanan Group be responsible for his medical expenses and pay substantial compensation? Why is Gu Shiyu the one saddled with the debt instead?" Qin Yanran's beautiful face darkened with cold fury as she retorted,
"South Shore Group has plenty of shady forces working for them. They can twist black into white.
This isn't the first time they've pulled something like this."
Then, Qin Yanran stood up, hesitation etched on her face as she addressed Xiao Ye.
"I'm sorry, Xiao Ye. This matter. I'm afraid even I can't help.
The penalty fee, no matter the amount, is no problem.
But relations between Qin Group and Nanan Group are currently at an all-time low. If I demand the person back now, Nanan Group will surely demand an exorbitant price I simply can't afford." Xiao Ye sighed softly.
He understood Qin Yanran's words.
Given the hostile relationship between the Sword Guild and Nanan Group,
if Qin Yanran demanded the person now, the other side would only tighten their grip on Gu Shiyu as leverage.
"You mentioned earlier that the South Bank Group has quite a few shadowy forces under their command, right?" Xiao Ye suddenly asked. Qin Yanran nodded and replied, "That's correct.
South Bank Group actually built its foundation on such activities. Even their current businesses, if investigated thoroughly, are all tainted."
Xiao Ye's gaze grew icy. Since it involved criminal elements, it would require criminal methods to resolve.
Xiao Ye immediately dialed a name in his communicator.
"Hello, is old Master Mo available?" Chapter 164, Master Mo steps in. Gain and sacrifice. "Xiao Ye, young man?" "Ahem."
The sound of Mo Ye puffing on his pipe and coughing came through the communicator.
"What's up? Aren't you supposed to be competing in the team tournament with that girl from Qin Group?"
Xiao Ye froze, surprised.
"Master Mo, you already know?"
On the other end, Mo Ye seemed to choke on his pipe again, coughing as he replied,
"Xiao, don't get any ideas. Mo Ye isn't spying on you.
It's just that you've been hanging around Qin Group a lot these past few days. An old man like me has his sources.
And that girl from Qin Group is famously beautiful."
"You youngster."
"Ahem." Xiao Ye immediately started coughing.
He hurriedly grabbed the communicator, stood up, and moved to the side.
"Master Mo, what are you saying?"
On the other end, Mo Ye finally stopped coughing. His voice deepened as he asked,
"Ha. Go ahead, what's on your mind, kid?" Xiao Ye's expression turned serious, and proceeded to relay everything he knew about Gu Shiyu to Mo Ye.
After a moment of silence on the other end, Mo Ye spoke up.
"Nanan Group? They do have some dealings with us. But what time is it now? The entire underground world of Shangjing City is in the midst of a major shakeup. Even the softest targets have turned into tough nuts to crack. You really know how to pick your timing to bring me trouble." Xiao Ye's expression darkened. Even in the hands of the underworld, this matter would undoubtedly be a thorny issue. Yet moments later, Mo Ye on the communicator spoke up.
"But it's not entirely impossible to negotiate.
Alright, in 1 hour, wait for my message. With that, Ye hung up the communicator. Xiao Ye felt uncertain. And when he turned his head, he met Qin Yanan's gaze. Her expression carried a hint of resignation as she suggested to Xiao Ye. Why don't we invite that Gu Shiyu to our guild's base first? A guest is a guest. Come on in. This is the Sword of Destiny Guild's headquarters. Xiao Ye pushed open the door and said. Gu Shiyu obediently followed behind Xiao Ye, cautiously stepping into the guild base located within the Qin group tower. Though not lavishly decorated, the interior was undeniably bright and refined. Simulated combat arenas, rest areas, dining halls, entertainment zones. Members bearing the suspended sword guild insignia moved about the space. Some chatting and laughing leisurely. Others hurriedly forming teams for missions. Each person had their own business to attend to, and each face radiated a sense of belonging. Following closely behind Xiao Ye, Gu Shiyu's face wore a look of astonishment and curiosity, her eyes practically glued to the surroundings. Scanning every corner since they entered. Until Xiao Ye led her to a window-side corner in the lounge area. From where nearly half of Shangjing City lay spread out below. Seeing Gu Shiyu standing by the window, staring blankly out. Xiao Ye suddenly asked. So, what do you think? The sword-hanging guild's not too shabby, right? Gu Shiyu's gaze remained fixed on the scene outside the window, murmuring absent-mindedly. How wonderful. Xiao Ye couldn't help but fall silent. A formidable A-tier professional like her should have easily attained all this, yet she couldn't even control her own destiny. Footsteps approached from behind. Qin Yanran appeared at the doorway, holding 3 cups of coffee. Her gaze softened as she watched Gu Shiyu standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. She then turned to Xiao Ye with a questioning look. This must be the girl, right? Xiao Ye nodded. At that very moment, a message suddenly flashed through Xiao Ye's communicator. It was none other than Master Mo. Xiao Ye glanced at Gu Shiyu, who still stood blankly by the floor-to-ceiling window. He quietly stepped aside before opening his communicator. Mo Ye's voice came through immediately. The matter is settled. Head over to the construction site in the northern district now. Bring that girl named Gu Shiyu with you. Xiao Ye snapped his head up, his voice brimming with surprise and gratitude. Thank you, Mo. The North City District construction site was quite a distance from the Qin Group headquarters. Qin Yanan dispatched a Qin Group vehicle to transport the two there and insisted on accompanying them. Upon arriving at the destination, they found a barren plot of land still awaiting construction, though numerous building materials and machinery had already been placed within it. Several vehicles were parked on a relatively level section of the wasteland, where Mo Ye was stationed. And directly across from him were clearly representatives of Nanan Group. Among them was a face familiar to Xiao Ye Lu Hui, with whom he had crossed swords in a previous incident. This time, however, Lu Hui was clearly not the leader. Instead, he stood obsequiously beside a bespectacled man in a suit, looking more like an underling. Master Mo waved at Xiao Ye from afar. You two stay in the car for now. I'll go check it out. Xiao Ye gave a quick instruction to Qin Yanran and Gu Shiyu before immediately getting out of the car and walking over. Beside Mo Ye stood a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, roughly in his 40s or 50s, exuding an air of extraordinary presence as he chatted and laughed with Mo Ye. Meanwhile, the South Shore Group crew wasn't having such an easy time, especially Lu Hui, who spotted Xiao Ye. His dark, shadowy eyes fixed on Xiao Ye with intense hostility. Mr. Mo. Xiao Ye approached and greeted him respectfully. The middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit scrutinized Xiao Ye with a piercing gaze, his expression carrying an indescribable meaning. Mo Ye waved his hand dismissively at Xiao Ye, then his expression turned stern as he addressed the Nanan Group. Now that everyone's here, let's proceed as agreed. Bring over the people and the contract. The bespectacled man in the suit, who seemed to be their leader, smiled and also gave Xiao Ye a thorough once-over before saying, Master Mo, you truly have remarkable presence. I won't beat around the bush. I've brought both the people and the contract. This land now belongs to our Nanan Group. Mo Ye's face darkened as he waved his hand without a word. Xiao Ye, who had overheard the exchange nearby, was suddenly jolted by a startling realization. To seal this deal, Master Mo had sacrificed an entire construction site? Mr. Mo, this. Mo Ye shook his head at Xiao Ye, replying with a meaningful tone. If you must thank anyone, thank Uncle Qin. This old man couldn't possibly make such a huge decision. The two exchanged contracts. Lu Hui, holding a contract in his hand, glared fiercely at Xiao Ye as he thrust it forward. Meanwhile, from another vehicle belonging to Nanan Group, a man was lowered onto a stretcher. A startled cry erupted from the nearby vehicle. Dad! A petite figure hurriedly pushed open the car door and rushed over, while Qin Yanran from the car hurriedly followed. Gu Shiyu rushed madly to the stretcher, somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit waved his hand, and several medical staff in white coats immediately emerged from the ambulance behind him. They took charge of the man on the stretcher and addressed Gu Shiyu. Miss, please don't worry. We'll examine the patient first. At that very moment, Qin Yanran, who had been chasing after them, suddenly froze.
Her gaze fixed blankly on the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit standing beside Moe, and she blurted out,
"Dad? What are you doing here?" Chapter 165, Deception, Rage, and Vengeance. "Dad?" Xiao Ye froze in shock. This middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit was actually Qin Yanran's father, the current head of the Qin group. How had such a figure been invited? Master Mo revealed a cunning smile and gave Xiao Ye a discreet nod. "Yener?" The middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit gazed at Qin Yanran with gentle eyes, smiling softly as he spoke. "I was informed there was a patient here. I've come to take him to our Qin medical center for recuperation." The man spoke with casual nonchalance, yet his words held far more weight than their surface suggested. How could the head of the prestigious Qin group personally come to pick up a patient? Though puzzled, Qin Yanran wisely refrained from asking further questions. The man then turned his gaze back to Xiao Ye, his eyes carrying a hint of depth. He asked Qin Yanran, "Yener, is this the vice president of your sword-hanging guild?" A faint blush instantly spread across Qin Yanran's face as she replied nervously, "Yes. His name is Xiao Ye." Xiao Ye suddenly felt a hard shove from behind by Moe, causing him to stumble forward a step. He hurriedly greeted, "Good day, Chairman Qin." The middle-aged man's gaze suddenly sharpened as he scrutinized Xiao Ye from head to toe. Then his expression softened, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he said, "Just call me Uncle Qin. From now on, I'll be counting on you to lend a hand with Yener's guild." Xiao Ye answered with sincerity, "Ms. Qin Yanran handles everything personally and acts decisively. I'm just doing my part." The middle-aged man's gaze toward Xiao Ye deepened with admiration. He ruffled Qin Yanran's hair and remarked, "Qin certainly has a fine daughter." Just then, the group of doctors in white coats who had conducted the initial examination for Gu Shiyu's father finished their work. The lead physician, an older man, removed his mask and approached, addressing Qin Yanan's father with utmost respect. "Chairman, the examination is complete. Though the patient's condition remains somewhat unstable, if timely surgical intervention is performed alongside our advanced medical team, we should be able to restore consciousness. However, if he had been brought in sooner." Before the physician could finish, Gu Shiyu's face contorted with shock as she asked incredulously, "Doctor, are you saying my father could still wake up?" The elderly physician nodded and explained, "While the treatment to restore consciousness presents certain challenges, it's not entirely impossible. Had he been brought to the hospital sooner, many medical facilities could have performed this procedure." Gu Shiyu's expression gradually shifted from shock to one of fury. Her entire being erupted like a rabid beast, charging headlong toward the group from Nanan Group. "Lu Hui, you son of a! You lied to me. My dad could still be cured. You've been lying to me all along." Xiao Ye suddenly reached out, firmly holding back Gu Shiyu, who was struggling like a small, frightened animal. Her eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down her face, she clenched her teeth and struggled relentlessly in Xiao Ye's embrace. "My dad could still be cured. You're lying to me. I'll kill you all." The group of professionals from Nanan Group formed a tight barrier in front of the bespectacled man in the suit, shielding him as he climbed into the car. Lu Hui, the last aboard, wore a savage grin as he cast a distant glance at Gu Shiyu. "Gu Shiyu!" Xiao Ye clutched Gu Shiyu tightly in his arms, whispering each word with deliberate force. "I promise you, this debt will be repaid. But not today." Gu Shiyu buried her face deep into Xiao Ye's chest and wept uncontrollably. Her sobs made the surroundings feel even quieter, her tears soaking Xiao Ye's shoulder. Xiao Ye repeated each word, one by one. "I will avenge this." Behind them, Qin Yanran's fair face was frozen in icy fury. She glared at the departing Nanan Group vehicle, clenching her jaw and saying nothing. "Enough, Yener." Qin Yanran's father stepped forward immediately and said, "Get the patient to our Qin Group convalescent home as soon as possible. Miss Gu, I pledge on behalf of Qin Group that we will spare no effort in treating your father." Gu Shiyu accompanied her father as they boarded the Qin Group ambulance, while Qin Yanran returned with her father. The entire construction site was now left with only Xiao Ye and Moye's group. "All right, Xiao, stop staring." Moye promptly pulled his pipe from his breast pocket and placed it in his mouth. Glancing around, he declared, "This land won't belong to us anymore." Xiao Ye froze at the words, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He hadn't expected Uncle Qin and the others to make such a tremendous sacrifice just for his one request. "Xiao, do you have any idea how much time and effort Uncle Qin poured into this land?" Moye hadn't lit his pipe yet. He took a dry puff, raised his eyebrows, and said, "But when I reported Nanan Group's outrageous demands to Uncle Qin, he only said 2 words. Give it to him." Moye walked over and gave Xiao Ye a light pat on the shoulder. "Uncle Qin may be a man of honor, but he's never been this generous before. Don't let him down, kid." Then, watching the receding ambulance, Moye sighed and said, "They could have saved him, but they didn't. Nanan Group is just stringing him along for the sake of his valuable daughter. Such dirty tricks aren't uncommon among our kind. You'll see more of them soon enough." Seeing Xiao Ye momentarily stunned, Moye bit his pipe and grinned. "But rest assured, Uncle Qin never plays dirty. We don't resort to such troublesome tactics.
Then, tracing a horizontal line across his throat with his finger, he added.
We handle things more directly. If someone can be killed, we kill them outright. Then, Master Mo used his cane to carve a deep cross into the ground, his voice cold as ice. What belongs to us, we'll take back sooner or later. Besides, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Uncle Chin has actually been wanting to make contact with the Chin group for some time. This incident, through you, has actually provided the perfect opportunity for us to establish a connection with the Chin group. A sly, calculating smile spread across Moya's face as he added.
Enough of that. Tomorrow is the official competition of the ranking ceremony. How prepared are you? After all, the group you've been assigned to is famously known as the Group of Death.
Xiao Ye froze for a moment. Today, aside from the mock combat, he'd been preoccupied with Gu Shiyu's affairs. And he'd completely forgotten the group assignments had already been released. Seeing Xiao Ye's expression, Mo Yi flew into a rage. He raised his cane and smacked Xiao Ye's backside, snapping, "You brat! Why are you wasting your energy on trivial matters? The match announcement ceremony. In the group you've been assigned to, there are 5 contestants ranked in the top 20 of the odds chart alone. It's tomorrow's most anticipated death group." Chapter 166, The Mysterious Guest in the Private Room. Each group has 50 players. Opponents are randomly assigned to play 10 matches against each other. Win a match, earn 1 point. Lose a match, lose 1 point. Only the top 4 in each group advance based on final rankings. Master Mo puffed on his pipe with exasperation, yet patiently explained to Xiao Ye. In your group alone, there are 5 players ranked in the top 20 of the odds chart, yet only 4 advancement spots. Which means one of tomorrow's top 20 odds makers is destined to fall in the group stage. All the major media outlets in Shangjing City have already started hyping up your group as the Group of Death. Why aren't you taking this seriously, kid? Xiao Ye's expression turned serious. The group stage, where 50 teams compete for 4 spots, is hellishly difficult by design, and that's before factoring in 5 opponents ranked in the top 20.
Mr. Mo, please calm down.
Xiao Ye opened the page on his communicator while speaking. Let me check which 5 odds makers we're facing tomorrow. Before Xiao Ye could finish, Master Mo interrupted, spittle flying from his mouth. Stop looking, kid. I've already memorized them for you. Those 5 are Wang Fingyan at 19th, Fan Wei at 15th, Zhou Bo at 11th, Wu Qilong at 3rd, and Gasang Zhuoma at 2nd.
Wu Qilong, Gasang Zhuoma. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed instantly as he remarked. So 2 of the top 3 on the odds board are in this group? No wonder they call it the Group of Death. Seeing Xiao Ye's expression, not only was there not a trace of tension or worry, but instead a hint of battle intent flickered within his eyes. Mo Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. This kid was indeed something special. Enough talk. Tomorrow's the match announcement ceremony. I'll take you somewhere. Mo Yi waved his hand, motioning for Xiao Ye to get in the car with him. The convoy departed from the open construction site and drove all the way to the parking garage of a skyscraper in downtown Shangjing City. Following Mo Yi, Xiao Ye rode the elevator down to the 3rd basement level. The moment the elevator doors opened, the scene before them, a sea of neon lights and revelry, resembled a colossal casino. Though it was broad daylight, the place pulsed with the energy of a midnight carnival. Countless screens displayed real-time odds for each contestant. Beneath them, crowds with wide, bloodshot eyes clutched betting slips tightly in their hands. Not just ordinary punters, but also prominent groups, chambers of commerce, and even shadowy forces from the capital city, all openly present here. Each contestant on the odds board represented their dice. And the stakes they held collectively were enough to wager half of Shangjing City. See that? Mo Yi grinned instantly. This battlefield here is far more thrilling than tomorrow's duel arena. Follow me. I'll introduce you to someone. Though leaning on a cane, Master Mo still moved swiftly through the crowd, making his way deep into the VIP section. Here, enclosed rooms stood side by side, their doors shut tight, offering a far quieter sanctuary than the bustling exterior. Xiao Ye followed closely behind Mo Yi, walking all the way to a heavily guarded VIP room at the end of the corridor. After verifying his identity, 2 heavily armed guards finally opened the door for Master Mo. Inside revealed a vast suite, its opulent decor rivaling that of a top-tier presidential suite. The only difference was a massive screen on the wall displaying real-time odds rankings. Yet the vast room held only one occupant, a girl seated upright on an opulent sofa. She wore distinctive foreign attire, her hair braided into a spirited bun and swept up, her skin a pure, golden tan. Her gaze, sharp as a steppe eagle, fixed on Mo Yi and Xiao Ye as they entered. Xiao Ye, let me introduce you. Mo Yi grinned immediately. This young lady is Gasang Zhuoma. Xiao Ye's heart skipped a beat. Gasang Zhuoma? The second-ranked contender on the odds board, second only to Zhang Fanyang? Yet what Mo Yi said next left Xiao Ye even more stunned. He reached into his pocket to fumble with his pipe, but held back at the last moment. Turning to Xiao Ye with a cheerful smile, he declared, "At this challenge event, Zhuoma is one of us too." Xiao Ye froze instantly, unable to suppress a skeptical look directed at Mo Yi.
Xiao Ye clearly remembered Mo Yi himself stating that Gesangzhuoma belonged to the Kale tribe, a group that never aligned with guilds or factions.
So how could she now be one of us?
A meaningful smile played on Mo Yi's face as he leaned closer and whispered to Xiao Ye.
It's all business. Even the most isolated tribes need material resources to survive.
Besides, Uncle Qin had some connection with the Kale tribe back in his youth.
Just then, Gesangzhuoma abruptly rose from the sofa, pressed her palms together in a respectful salute toward Mo Yi, and said, "Good day, Master Mo."
Mo Yi promptly returned the gesture, palms pressed together, and chuckled.
"Shuoma, allow me to introduce you. This young man is Xiao Ye.
He's one of our own at this poster unveiling gathering." Xiao Ye immediately pressed his palms together, mimicking their gesture as he greeted.
"Hello."
But Gesangzhuoma's eagle-like gaze fixed on Xiao Ye, her brow furrowing slightly as she offered no return greeting.
Instead, she turned her head and said haughtily to Master Mo, "Master Mo, I don't understand. If Mr. Qin wishes to place a bet, Zhama alone is sufficient. Why bring others?"
Gesangzhuoma spoke Mandarin with remarkable fluency and clarity, paying no heed to Xiao Ye standing mere inches away.
Mo Yi's face flushed with embarrassment as he laughed awkwardly. "Ah, we're all on the same team."
"No need to be so particular. Both of you were personally selected by Uncle Qin. I hope you'll look out for each other at the challenge announcement ceremony and ensure Uncle Qin's plan doesn't come to naught."
For some reason, Gesangzhuoma's gaze toward Xiao Ye held a hint of hostility as she declared loudly,
"Rest assured, Mo Yi, Zhuoma won't let Mr. Qin down."
Though outwardly directed at Mo Yi, her words carried an unmistakable challenge toward Xiao Ye. As she caught Mo Yi discreetly signaling her,
Xiao Ye promptly spread his hands, his expression unflinching as he replied without hesitation.
"Miss Shuoma, please don't mind.
I'm just a relative of Uncle Qin, benefiting from the connection."
Master Mo immediately chimed in. "Exactly. This lad's all about connections. We hope Miss Shuoma will look out for him."
To his surprise, Gesangzhuoma's gaze softened slightly as she turned to Xiao Ye and said,
"So you're related to Mr. Qin?
Since we're in the same group tomorrow, if we face off, I'll let you win a match to help you advance." Xiao Ye met her gaze with a calm expression, replying without a trace of arrogance or humility.
"Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shuoma. That won't be necessary. We'll each advance based on our own merits." Chapter 167, The Wealth Code. "Go all in on me." After leaving that VIP lounge, Mo Yi addressed Xiao Ye.
"Xiao Ye, don't take offense. Truthfully, Uncle Qin's treasure was staked solely on you. Gesangzhuoma of the Klur tribe was merely another bargaining chip. To enter this colossal gamble in the capital, one can't possibly have just one chip in hand."
The next day,
the entire city of Shangjing was roused by the deafening roar of parades, shouts, and cheers. The challenge announcement ceremony officially commenced. Households emptied their streets as tens of thousands spontaneously poured from every district of Shangjing City toward the colossal arena erected in the city center. The crowds on the streets were like coalescing dragons, shoulder to shoulder, packed tight and immobile. The massive arena in the city center, shrouded for a full month during its construction, finally revealed its true form.
16 battle arenas stood in perfect formation, arranged like an ancient Bagua formation.
Surrounding spectator stands and various facilities were fully equipped, ready for this nationwide carnival of a tournament. Day 1 featured individual group matches, with 16 groups competing simultaneously. Media outlets had already crowded around their assigned fighting arenas. Clearly, the level of attention each group received varied drastically based on their draw results. The arena almost entirely occupied by media was undoubtedly the much-anticipated Group of Death. The very group Xiao Ye was in. Banners proclaiming Group of Death had been strung up outside the arena. And cameras like long spears and short cannons were all aimed at this arena that hadn't even opened yet. Media outlets swarmed in. "Hello, everyone. As you can see, I'm right here in front of the highly anticipated Death Group's arena." As if fate itself had intervened, a staggering 5 contestants from the top 20 oddsmakers list at this year's draft ceremony have been drawn into this very group. Yet only 4 spots are available for advancement. Who will emerge victorious? And who will fall short? I will now bring you live updates from this Group of Death. Suddenly, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned toward the contestants' entrance of the arena. Hold on. The Death Group contestants are arriving. Media crews immediately went into overdrive, swiveling their cameras toward the scene. We see the second and third favorites on the odds board, Gesangzhuoma and Huaqilong, have entered the arena. As the top 3 contenders in this year's odds rankings, will they face off in the group stage? If they're matched up, it's bound to be an absolutely spectacular match, a real treat for all spectators. Next up are Zhou Bo at 11th place, Fan Wei at 15th, and Wang Fingyan at 19th. But the appearance of these contenders is unlikely to be welcome news for their group rivals. The contestants entered through a special passageway located in the center of the arena. Xiao Ye entered the arena alongside this group of 50 contestants. The moment Gesangzhuoma and Huaqilong, leading the group, stepped onto the arena, they immediately caused another sensation.
Media outlets swarmed around them, forming a tight circle.
By comparison, even contestants like Joe Bo, ranked 10th or lower on the list, seemed rather lonely by the side of their fellow competitors.
Not to mention obscure contestants like Xiao Ye,
with only a single interviewer swarming around them like an ant, while the space beside them remained utterly empty, devoid of even a single person. Xiao Ye, however, found himself quite at ease. He leaned quietly to the side, surveying the 16 massive combat arenas before him. Each arena was separated by a distinct platform, clearly designed to allow matches to proceed simultaneously. Each participant must fight 10 matches in the group stage. Randomly assigned opponents, 5 matches per day, completed within 2 days. Before the official commencement of the Challenge Cup tournament, no one knew which opponents they would be matched against within their group. Xiao Ye silently surveyed the 50 contestants around him. Aside from the top 5 contenders on the odds board already swamped by media, the rest were indeed as unremarkable as himself.
It seemed the odds rankings for Shangjing City were quite objective. It was highly unlikely any other dark horses would emerge.
Except for Xiao Ye himself. Just then, unexpectedly, a microphone was thrust toward his mouth. Xiao Ye turned to see a young reporter in a business suit.
"Excuse me, young man, may I interview you?" Song Wei was a reporter for a small local TV station.
Compared to the top-tier media outlets in the capital, she considered herself lucky just to have squeezed into this fighting arena. Yet just moments ago, she'd strained every muscle trying to push her way in to interview one of the top 20 contenders on the odds board. She found herself completely stuck. She'd barely made it through 2 layers before being pushed back out. The ranking announcement ceremony was about to begin, yet she had no interview material whatsoever.
Frustrated and helpless, Song Wei decided to throw caution to the wind and approach the nearest contestant for an interview. "Excuse me, may I interview you?"
Song Wei held her microphone out with a professional smile, extending it toward Xiao Ye's mouth.
Xiao Ye turned to look and saw Song Wei holding the microphone in one hand and a camera in the other, truly wearing multiple hats.
To facilitate filming, she flipped the camera around, switching it to selfie mode, capturing both herself and Xiao Ye within the live stream frame. Xiao Ye noticed her live stream had only a little over 30 viewers.
"Hey, buddy, could you say hi to the viewers in my live stream?"
Song Wei beamed at Xiao Ye, her thick skin being her greatest asset in this profession.
Xiao Ye just waved his hand in response,
before Song Wei immediately fired off an extremely provocative and pointed question.
"I'd like to ask you, classmate unfortunately placed in this group of death, how do you feel right now? Competing against the top 20 contenders on the odds board, with virtually zero chance of advancing, what are your thoughts on that? Will you simply treat this group stage as a life experience? What were your original expectations and goals for participating in the challenge tournament?"
Faced with Song Wei's barrage of professionally sharp questions,
Xiao Ye simply shrugged and replied, "Goals? To top the group and advance."
"Oh, don't be too discouraged, classmate.
I know."
Song Wei almost instinctively offered the comforting words she'd rehearsed long ago, but mid-sentence, she snapped back to reality.
What had that person just said? Top of the group to advance. What kind of crazy talk is that? Song Wei's brows instantly furrowed, yet a faint glimmer of hope flickered within her heart. Could this classmate be another dark horse?
Her eyes lit up as she moved the microphone closer to Xiao Ye's lips.
Student, what position are you holding on the odds leaderboard?" Let me check."
Xiao Ye scratched his head, pulled out his communicator, and checked his name.
Only to find the odds next to his name were 0?
Song Wei, who had been secretly observing him, instantly felt a wave of exasperation wash over her.
Odds outside the top 500 on the leaderboard were all 0. Was this student joking?
But at that moment, the bell signaling the start of the ranking announcement ceremony began to ring. Song Wei could only ask Xiao Ye helplessly one last time.
"Classmate, the announcement ceremony is about to begin. Is there anything else you'd like to say to everyone?"
Xiao Ye glanced at the mere 30-odd viewers in Song Wei's livestream, and suddenly said with a serious expression,
"Oh, right. Here's a money-making tip for everyone. My name is Xiao Ye.
Bet on my team to advance as the top group winner.
Bet everything you've got."
Song Wei was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning the camera away as she said, This contestant seems a bit too nervous, everyone.
Don't mind him. The results announcement is about to begin, everyone."
A thunderous gong suddenly echoed across all 16 vast combat arenas.
The challenge announcement ceremony officially commenced. Chapter 168, The First Battle. A shot that shook heaven and earth. Contestants Lin Jiabao and Chen Yang proceed to the first duel platform. Contestants Lin Guandao and Fan Wei proceed to the second duel platform. Contestants.
A clear, resonant voice echoed throughout the colossal arena where Xiao Ye stood. This colossal arena housed 8 distinct duel platforms, with duels occurring simultaneously on all 8 platforms.
As soon as a match concluded, the next pair of contestants would immediately take their place.
Soon, Xiao Ye heard his own name called.
Contestant Xiao Ye and Yan Bing proceed to the 8th duel platform. Let's go.
Xiao Ye sprang up from the wall he'd been leaning against, giving a quick nod to Song Wei beside him, who was still frantically fiddling with the camera.
Classmate, is it your turn already? Good luck. Song Wei called out to Xiao Ye amidst her flustered movements. Thanks. Xiao Ye gave a slight nod and walked toward the 8th duel platform. Song Wei suddenly froze. For some reason, watching Xiao Ye's departing figure. As if his entire demeanor had transformed into that of a different person. The duel arena spanned nearly 100 meters square, flat, spacious, and completely unobstructed. Any profession could unleash their unique fighting tactics here. Both Xiao Ye and his opponent, upon stepping onto the arena, were fitted with disposable bracelet-style protective gear. These wrist guards would instantly unleash a one-time, high-value shield when the wearer's health bar dropped below a predetermined kill threshold. The timing of this shield activation determined the outcome of the duel while also safeguarding the combatants' lives. Dueling Platform 8, Yan Bing of the Golden Gate Merchants Guild faces off against Xiao Ye of the Sword Hanging Guild. The presiding official on the duel platform, a military officer, announced the match with meticulous precision. Once the duel commences, the match ends when either participant's health bar first reaches the kill threshold, signaled by the shield value being triggered. Voluntary surrender or complete departure from the duel platform will likewise be deemed the end of the match. The duel lasts 10 minutes. If no winner is determined within that time, the contestant with the highest percentage of remaining health will be declared the victor. I now declare the duel officially open. Xiao Ye gripped the star-slaying spear with one hand. His opponent across the arena, Yan Bing, was likewise a heavily armored warrior wielding a spiked flail. The chief examiner's words had barely faded. Xiao Ye was about to clench both fists and salute his opponent, when Yan Bing suddenly roared without warning. His flail whirled like a whirlwind as he charged straight at Xiao Ye. Such a lack of martial virtue. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed as he gripped Lu Xing in one hand, his feet already shifting into motion. Yan Bing's charge was ferocious, the chain hammer in his grasp swinging with devastating force toward Xiao Ye. The chain hammer was a unique weapon. A weapon combining a devastating hammerhead with a chain. And it was most effective against ordinary blades and swords, including spears and staffs. Against such a weapon, conventional parrying and blocking were utterly useless. And even if you managed to catch the chain, you couldn't stop the hammerhead's momentum. However, every weapon has its natural counter, and the simplest and most effective way to deal with a chain hammer is with a shield. But Xiao Ye had no intention of using the tiger pattern war shield at this moment, for every duel was recorded in its entirety. By the time he reached the later elimination rounds, every duel record would be studied by his opponents. Therefore, Xiao Ye must reveal his tactics and trump cards one by one. Besides, the duels had only just begun. For Xiao Ye, this was the perfect opportunity to warm up. Watching Yan Bing's powerful chain hammer swing toward him, this strike clearly carried the bonus effect of skill damage. Xiao Ye's feet spun abruptly, his body twisting violently in another direction, dodging the blow with precise, effortless agility. He didn't even use any skills, it was all about positioning and anticipation. This evasion caught even the stern-faced examiner watching the duel with a sudden spark of interest. His opponent, Yan Bing, froze in shock. His seemingly unstoppable strike had completely missed its mark? But with lightning reflexes, he swung his spiked chain hammer again, sweeping it horizontally toward Xiao Ye's lower body. A burst of blood energy erupted from the spiked chain hammer once more, unleashing another damaging skill. Let you dodge. Yan Bing's face twisted with irritation as he growled. Yet Xiao Ye's feet darted backward with lightning speed, narrowly evading the strike once more. 2 consecutive skills. And Xiao Ye had dodged them both purely through positioning? Yan Bing's expression instantly betrayed panic. For in this time-limited duel arena, skills were the cards in one's hand. Once a skill missed its mark and failed to land, the ensuing cooldown period inevitably left one at a disadvantage. Yan Bing clenched his teeth. His strategy had always relied on sheer recklessness, now he had no choice but to push it to the limit. He let out a fierce battle cry, his speed surging as his strength attributes seemed to skyrocket. His chain hammer swung with blinding speed as he charged straight at Xiao Ye. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Xiao Ye watched intently, daring not to let his guard down for even a moment. Even an eagle hunting a rabbit gives its all. Yan Bing's fierce chain hammer came crashing down toward Xiao Ye's face, while Xiao Ye continued to evade with precise footwork. Across the entire duel platform, it appeared Yan Bing was relentlessly pursuing Xiao Ye. Yet the chief examiner beside them silently shook his head, for he had already discerned the truth. Though the contestant named Xiao Ye had been evading the entire time, not landing a single strike, each of his movements was exquisitely calculated. He wasn't merely creating distance to escape, instead, he danced around Yan Bing with graceful, intricate movements, maintaining a mere step's distance at all times. Yet Yan Bing's chain hammer, which possessed inherent range advantages, failed to land a single blow? In terms of combat skill, this contestant named Xiao Ye was masterful, completely outclassing his opponent on multiple levels. In stark contrast, Yan Bing had descended into a state of furious frustration. His attacks had lost all rhythm, exposing numerous openings. The outcome was now undeniably clear. The chief examiner's pen hovered over the winner's column on the paper. Yet according to the rules of this duel, the result could not be declared until the allotted time had elapsed.
Watching the 10 minutes tick away, the chief examiner observed Xiao Ye on the duel platform with keen interest, wondering when this kid would finally make his move. If he didn't act soon, once the time ran out and both combatants' health bars remained full, the only possible outcome would be a draw. Could it be that this kid truly only knew how to evade? The examiner couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Just as the last few grains of sand trickled down in the hourglass beside him, Xiao Ye suddenly struck on the duel platform. The star-slaying spear pierced Yanbing's chest with brutal precision at an exact angle, a damage number instantly appearing. The chief examiner immediately lowered his head, completing the half-written name Xiao Ye with his brush. Though a hint of impatience flickered in his mind. This kid was indeed aiming to sneak in a hit before time ran out. Though somewhat cunning, it did leverage his superior evasion skills, hardly an unfair victory. Yet the very next second, a sudden, crisp shattering sound echoed across the duel platform. The chief examiner snapped his head up, only to see Yanbing's disposable wrist guard shatter abruptly. A hazy shield of light enveloped Yanbing's body. The examiner's expression now mirrored Yanbing's stunned look on the duel platform. One shot. Had he actually crossed the kill line? Chapter 169, The Second Battle of Wulong. A strange opponent. What? The examiner abruptly stood up, eyes wide as he stared intently at the duel platform, only to see Xiao Ye already sheathing his spear. He gave Yanbing a slight bow, then turned to bow to him before stepping down from the platform. Yanbing, the other contestant on the duel platform, stood frozen in shock, stiff as a statue. The chief examiner, equally stunned, only snapped back to reality when ink from his pen began to bleed onto the page, spreading a dark stain beside Xiao Ye's name. Wiping the ink from his finger, the chief examiner murmured the name once more. Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's single shot had just dealt a staggering 28,000 damage. The reason was that the lightning strike had pierced Yanbing's weak point with pinpoint accuracy. Yanbing's heavy armor set wasn't a matching set but rather cobbled together. The gap between his chest plates was his greatest vulnerability, a weakness Xiao Ye had long since identified through persistent observation. Moreover, Xiao Ye's strike had triggered the Starbreaker Lance's special effect Stellar Piercer, which granted additional armor-piercing effects and critical strike chance when hitting a weak spot. Thus, with the cumulative damage piling up, Xiao Ye's single strike drove Yanbing's health bar below the kill threshold, triggering the shield of his disposable protective bracelet. In truth, Xiao Ye had treated the entire duel with Yanbing merely as a warm-up. Having been away from this kind of duel arena for too long, Xiao Ye needed to gradually warm up his condition. He was preparing to face 5 of the top 20 contenders on the odds board. Thus, in his next match, Xiao Ye would adopt a different strategy. He intended to test his ability to endure his opponent's damage head-on, gaining a more precise understanding of each competitor's offensive capabilities. Not long after, the announcer called Xiao Ye's name once more. Still to dueling stage 8. Contestants Xiao Ye and Yanzhe, proceed to dueling platform 8. Xiao Ye responded and stepped onto the dueling platform once more. His opponent this time, Yanzhe, was an assassin clad in leather armor. Xiao Ye, displaying martial courtesy, grasped his spear and bowed to his opponent. This time, the assassin Yanzhe across from him returned the salute with a hint of nervousness. Yet Yanzhe's entire body was stiff as a board, and even the hand gripping his dagger trembled slightly, seemingly overcome with nerves. A rookie stepping onto the duel platform for the first time? Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow, a faint suspicion forming in his mind. Meanwhile, the chief examiner of the 8th final stage, upon seeing Xiao Ye's familiar face once more, couldn't help but pay closer attention. His gaze lingering on Xiao Ye with deliberate intent, seeking to gauge just how deep this youngster's waters ran. I hereby declare the duel officially open. As the examiner's words fell, Xiao Ye instantly tightened his grip on the star-slaying spear in his hand, fully prepared for battle. Yet Yanzhe across from him suddenly froze in place. His face visibly drained of color with tension, standing there like a statue, staring fixedly at Xiao Ye without moving an inch. Xiao Ye couldn't help but frown. For an assassin, failing to use the stealth skill immediately at the start to gain the first strike advantage meant forfeiting their greatest opportunity. After a few seconds of staring each other down, Xiao Ye finally couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you going to use stealth? Yanzhe snapped out of his daze as if jolted awake, slapping his forehead and exclaiming. Oh right. Stealth. Stealth. Stealth first, then backstab, followed by knockout. The stream of muttered commands left Xiao Ye thoroughly bewildered. Was this guy reciting an assassin's combo sequence? Fortunately, at that moment, Yanzhe's figure finally began to fade into the shadows. Xiao Ye immediately gripped his Lu Xing spear with both hands, his gaze darting warily around him. He didn't intend to use Wraith's Wrath, a skill specifically designed to counter stealth units, to directly expose his opponent. Instead, he intended to use this opportunity to warm up his anticipation and reaction skills. Yet at that very moment, a dagger suddenly hurled from the void, its trajectory originating precisely from Xiao Ye's left rear. The dagger flew straight toward Xiao Ye, and Xiao Ye instinctively swung his spear to block it. Yet, a twitch of exasperation involuntarily twitched at the corner of his mouth. Clumsy.
Utterly clumsy. Clearly, the dagger thrown by his opponent was merely a feint. The real attack would surely come from his right front. Xiao Ye could even hear the unhidden footsteps approaching from the right front. What was the deal with this opponent? Yet Xiao Ye, who had already seen through the ruse, did not dodge. Instead, he kept a watchful eye on the right front corner with his peripheral vision, waiting quietly. Sure enough, the next second, a dagger shot out from the shadowy figure ahead and to the right, piercing straight into Xiao Ye's right arm. A damage number instantly appeared on Xiao Ye's body. 2196. Xiao Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Judging by the damage alone, Yanzai's damage output was respectable, and his gear set couldn't be too shabby either. And that was precisely Xiao Ye's objective. He intended to absorb the opponent's damage head-on to gauge it more accurately. Yet this scene caught the eye of the chief examiner nearby, causing his brow to furrow so deeply it seemed to reach the heavens. During the previous duel, this kid named Xiao Ye had displayed evasion skills that seemed to rival the ceiling. Yet in this match, he took a hit right off the bat? What was going on? Even he could see through that thief's clumsy feint just now. There was no way Xiao Ye hadn't noticed it too. The chief examiner couldn't help but tap the warning bell in his hand, his voice deepening as he declared, "I'm reminding you all, fixed matches are strictly prohibited in the arena. Anyone caught will be immediately disqualified from the challenge tournament." Besides match fixing, he couldn't fathom how Xiao Ye could have actually taken that blow just now. The warning sent a chill down Xiao Ye's spine. Had his acting been too obvious? Just then, Yanzai landed a strike beside him, muttering under his breath. After backstab, follow up with blunt strike. The dagger in his hand emitted a faint yellow glow. As Yanzai flipped the dagger's handle and swung it back to strike Xiao Ye's head. No, this charade must end. Xiao Ye instantly snapped to attention, dodging sideways. His star-slaying spear blocked the opponent's blunt strike skill, then countered with a thrust, aiming straight for Yanzai's throat. 9681. Though Xiao Ye held back on this strike, it still nearly wiped out Yanzai's health bar, coming within a hair's breadth of the lethal threshold that would decide the match's outcome. Up close, Yanzai's face was frozen in panic, beads of sweat the size of beans covering his forehead. Yet he still muttered, "Don't panic if you're caught. Use leg sweep." A flash of crimson light erupted from Yanzai's leg as he lunged toward Xiao Ye with a kick, shouting, "Leg sweep." But Xiao Ye, already reacting, swept his Starslayer spear through the air. The strike sent Yanzai tumbling backward onto the ground, the spear's tip now pressed directly against his throat. Before Xiao Ye could thrust the spear forward, the examiner beside the duel platform impatiently rang the warning bell early. Clearly, he'd seen enough of this clumsy duel. "I declare the match over." The examiner frowned as he marked Xiao Ye's name in the winner's column once more, muttering under his breath, "What the hell is this?" Xiao Ye, somewhat bewildered, bowed to Yanzai. Only to see Yanzai, the moment he heard the match was over, visibly relax as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The pallor of tension vanished from his face, replaced by a relieved smile. He hastily returned Xiao Ye's bow. As the two descended the duel platform together, Yanzai suddenly asked Xiao Ye with a hint of curiosity, "Brother, how did you know I was about to use the blunt strike and leg sweep?" Xiao Ye instantly felt this question was somewhat insulting. His mouth twitched as he replied, "Well, didn't you just shout it out yourself?" Yanzai scratched his head, his eyes clear as he asked, "Ha? Was I not supposed to say it out loud? Did you see me shout it out?" "No." Chapter 170, The Fifth Battle. Scar watches on. After stepping down from the stage, Xiao Ye finally realized. This Yanzhi was a complete bookworm through and through, whose lifelong ambition was to study the habits and characteristics of all manner of strange and bizarre monsters. He knew absolutely nothing about combat. Fortunately, his family was well off. Little did he expect that during the awakening ceremony, he would accidentally awaken an A-rank assassin class. This forced his family to hire trainers to level him up and coerce him into participating in this challenge tournament, which led to that earlier farcical scene. Even though he possessed a fairly powerful A-rank assassin class, he could only execute combos through rote memorization. Perhaps this was fate playing tricks. Some desperately strive to awaken a combat class but never succeed, while others effortlessly obtain an A-tier class, only to find themselves utterly disinterested in combat. Soon, 2 more match notifications called out Xiao Ye's name. Yet still none of the 5 ranked in the top 20 of the odds leaderboard. They were He Wang from the Flowing Fire Guild, and a solo player named Lu Siwei. One was a mage, the other a shield warrior. Having learned from his previous match, Xiao Ye deliberately took some skill damage from his opponents in these 2 bouts, but he didn't let either fight drag on too long. After gauging their capabilities, he swiftly ended the fights without using a single skill. Thus, he had now fought 4 matches. From the initial encounter with Yan Bing to the final match against Lu Siwei, Xiao Ye estimated their levels to be around 90 at most, and they hadn't even reached the threshold for second-class advancement. For him, facing professionals at this level was merely a warm-up. It seemed that to truly make Xiao Ye show his true strength, he'd have to wait until he encountered one of the top 20 players on the odds board. Just then, Xiao Ye, who was temporarily sitting out, suddenly heard waves of cheers and applause erupting from two distant dual platforms. Even some hysterical screams. There stood Ghostclaw, ranked second on the odds board, and Huaqinlong, ranked third, at their respective dual platforms. The crowds of followers and media surrounding these two were the most densely packed. Many were eager to see them face off, hoping for a championship-level showdown right in the group stage. Yet so far, none of the top 5 contenders in the odds rankings had faced each other. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind Xiao Ye. "Hey, classmate." Xiao Ye turned to see none other than Song Wei, the young reporter he'd met briefly before. Her professional attire now bore creases, clearly the result of navigating through the throng of fellow journalists. And the frustrated look on her face suggested she hadn't managed to push through the crowd and had stepped out for a drink and a breather. "How are you holding up? How many matches have you played?" Song Wei handed Xiao Ye a bottle of water with a friendly smile. In her eyes, this nervous, rambling classmate and herself, a small-time reporter, were kindred spirits. Both had dreamed of making a splash at this challenge announcement event, yet reality would soon teach them a harsh lesson. "Thanks." As Xiao Ye took the water, he noticed Song Wei's camera was still rolling, though the livestream now showed only a dozen or so viewers. "4 matches so far." Xiao Ye replied immediately. Oh, how many did you win?" A relieved smile flashed across Song Wei's face. Before Xiao Ye could answer, she continued, "Hey, honestly, there's no need to stress too much about winning or losing. If you lose, you lose. Since you've already fought 4 matches, that means just one more fight today, and then you can go home and rest." Xiao Ye gave a faint smile and said, "Yeah, one more match and I'm off for the day." Song Wei glanced at the pitifully low viewership in her livestream. Today had essentially been another wasted effort. With a click, she shut down the stream and sighed. "Sigh, glad it's over. Wonder who your next opponent will be? You're Xiao Ye, right? Hee, just one more match left, I'm coming to cheer you on." Just then, the announcer's voice rang out once more, calling Xiao Ye's name. "Contestant Xiao Ye, Zhou Bo, proceed to the 8th final stage." Xiao Ye sprang to his feet upon hearing this. But beside him, Song Wei's face suddenly froze in shock as she exclaimed, "Zhou Bo? Xiao Ye, your next opponent is Zhou Bo." Xiao Ye nodded, casually stretching his limbs. Song Wei abruptly stood up, watching Xiao Ye's unhurried demeanor, and immediately exclaimed anxiously, You don't know Zhou Bo? He's ranked in the top 20 on the odds board." Xiao Ye nodded again and replied, "I know him." He'd already learned the name from Mo Yi yesterday. Zhou Bo, ranked 11th on the contestants' odds list. His profession was Bloodthirsty Blade, and he seemed to hail from the same place as Huaqinlong, another dark horse contender. Song Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed to Xiao Ye, "Zhou Bo isn't just any ordinary top 20 contender. His odds ranking keeps climbing, and many say he's the most likely to break into the top 10. Yet Xiao Ye had already turned and walked toward dueling platform 8. A flicker of delight suddenly appeared on Song Wei's face as she hurriedly reactivated her camera and followed after him. While the other major media outlets were still crowded around Ghostclaw and Huaqinlong, this time she'd surely be able to squeeze to the front row, right? Zhou Bo, currently ranked 11th on the real-time odds leaderboard, was bound to boost traffic to her livestream channel. Who knew this Xiao Ye would turn out to be such a lucky charm for her? Go Xiao Ye! But don't push yourself too hard!" Song Wei exclaimed, her voice tinged with both excitement and concern. Once again, it was the familiar dueling platform number 8. But just before stepping onto the stage, Xiao Ye suddenly spotted a familiar face in the audience seats beside him. It was a burly man with a terrifying knife scar across his face. Sitting brazenly in the front row of the stands, giving Xiao Ye a thumbs up from afar. Scarface. Xiao Ye's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected him to show up. But Scarface's presence here was surely meant as a hint to Xiao Ye. It meant someone was backing Xiao Ye in this upcoming duel. Xiao Ye gripped the Star Slayer and slowly stepped onto the duel platform. The real battle had finally arrived. Chapter 171, Blood Blade. Shock. Playing the fool to devour the tiger. Xiao Ye, spear in hand, stepped onto the duel platform and gave a slight bow to the chief examiner. The chief examiner nodded back at Xiao Ye. That familiar youngster again. But this time, his opponent was Zhou Bo, ranked 11th on the odds board. He too was curious, could this dark horse, who always managed to surprise everyone, keep up the underdog streak when facing a true powerhouse from the odds board? This duel pitched Xiao Ye of the Sword-Hanging Guild against Zhou Bo. The examiner's voice boomed over the broadcast system. Yet the duel platform still held only Xiao Ye alone. His opponent, Zhou Bo, had yet to take the stage. Xiao Ye showed no signs of impatience, standing calmly on the platform with his Star Slayer in hand. The chief examiner frowned and called out again over the loudspeaker. "Contestant Zhou Bo, please proceed immediately to dueling platform 8. At this moment, the duel stage, which had been desolate all day, was finally surrounded by layers upon layers of spectators. These spectators had come specifically for Zhou Bo, many waving flags and banners bearing his portrait. Evidently, Jobo had already amassed a significant following. His popularity, already climbing steadily on the odds leaderboard, had now reached its peak, with many even placing bets on him, hoping he could break into the top 10 of the odds rankings. Jobo! Jobo! Go Jobo! The shouts and cheers were deafening. Yet the Jobo they called for was nowhere to be seen. Until the chief examiner's voice sounded again over the PA system, tinged with urgency. Contestant Jobo, please come forward immediately. Suddenly, a voice rang out from below the final stage. Coming! Coming! Stop rushing me! A figure emerged, surrounded like a moon by a crowd of fans, mostly female, walking toward the duel platform with a look of disdain. His fans instinctively parted to make way for him until he strolled leisurely onto the stage. 11th on the odds board. Bloodthirsty Blade Jobo. He was a man of average height with sallow skin, clad in dazzling red gear. His armor fell somewhere between plate and leather, clearly favoring a light armor, agile playstyle. 2 gleaming gold-plated machetes were not tucked away in his backpack, but instead were flamboyantly slung across his back. His brow was prominently arched, and though his eyes were narrow, they held an eagle-like sharpness. Judging by his looks alone, he certainly had the kind of face women would find attractive. Xiao Ye gripped Star Slayer in his hand and slowly bowed to him. But to his surprise, Jobo merely shot him a contemptuous glance. With one hand, he drew a gilded cleaver from behind his back, pointing the blade at Xiao Ye in a provocative gesture. This is the final match of the day. Don't waste my time. And don't go saying I'm picking on some nobody. I'll only use my left hand and this blade in this duel. No sooner had the words left his mouth, a wave of excited shouts erupted from the spectators surrounding the duel platform. Jobo! Jobo! Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly peculiar, then promptly declared with relish. All right. Since his opponent had such a peculiar request, he was more than happy to indulge his desire to show off. The chief examiner at the sidelines promptly rang the warning bell and declared in a deep voice. I declare. The duel officially begins. Before the bell's echo faded, Jobo's feet shifted instantly. Narrowing his eyes, he gripped his gilded machete in a reverse grip, sweeping around an arc as he lunged toward Xiao Ye. His strides were short and precise, yet his movements showed no sign of slowing. Xiao Ye watched intently. Realized Jobo was truly in a different league from the previous contestants. Unlike thrusting weapons, slashing blades required curved movements to maximize their cutting advantage. The smaller the steps, the greater the adaptability. Jobo's rise to 11th place on the odds board was certainly not based solely on his professional rank. His combat skills were undoubtedly top tier. This was a worthy opponent. Xiao Ye gripped the Star Slayer spear with both hands, his feet positioned one in front of the other, yet he stood immovable. Jobo closed in swiftly. The gilded cleaver in his left hand slashed toward Xiao Ye like a bolt of lightning. Only at close range could one see the blade covered in terrifying blood-draining grooves. A single strike with this would undoubtedly achieve a bloodletting effect. Yet Xiao Ye's gaze remained icy. Instead of dodging, he thrust his star-slaying spear forward with sudden ferocity. Every inch longer meant every inch stronger. Xiao Ye's advantage lay in the far greater reach of the Star Slayer spear. If Jobo insisted on swinging that blade, his abdomen would first meet the spear's tip. In that instant, Jobo's pupils contracted sharply. Watching the bullet pierce toward his abdomen at an impossibly angle, Jobo abruptly spun his body to evade it, simultaneously relinquishing his first strike advantage. Was this kid just lucky? A flicker of surprise crossed Jobo's eyes, followed by a hint of regret. He shouldn't have retracted his blade just now. Even if it meant taking that bullet head-on, trading blows, Jobo was supremely confident in his own ability to inflict damage. His decisive first strike, intended to secure victory, had been effortlessly nullified by his opponent, stirring a flicker of irritation within Jobo. His body spun, and the gilded machete in his hand lashed out like a storm, once again unleashing its fury upon Xiao Ye. Jobo came at him with murderous intent, determined to end the fight outright. Each strike delivered with such blinding speed it left only after images. This was the signature move that made the blood-crazed blade master Jobo famous, Blood Blade Mad Shadow. An attack speed far surpassing his opponent's, unleashing a barrage of devastating damage in an instant. The fierce clang of blades clashing echoed across the duel platform. Jobo's supporters surrounding the arena erupted into a frenzy at this signature display, wildly chanting his name. Jobo! Jobo! Yet within mere seconds, Jobo realized something was terribly wrong. His barrage of over a dozen rapid slashes, unleashed like a storm, failed to land a single blow on his opponent. Either parried by the spear tip or evaded with precise footwork. Like an elusive viper, exploiting the spear's reach advantage to the fullest. He had even nearly been struck by a counter thrust himself. Blocking between weapons depended on the strength of both combatants. As his successive strikes were parried one after another, Jobo realized with horror that his palms were tingling with numbness. Sensing danger, Jobo suddenly unleashed a crimson blow from his gilded cutlass, swinging it forward, using the recoil to pull back. Yet his sweeping killing strike, Crescent Moon Slash, was once again narrowly evaded by his opponent.
More accurately, the opponent had abruptly retreated, positioning themselves with pinpoint precision at the very edge of the crescent moon/S damage radius.
Was that another lucky guess?
After all, if it wasn't luck, then this person's mastery of damage range was simply terrifying.
A bead of sweat formed on Jobo's forehead.
A flicker of gold shone in his narrowed eyes as he stared at Xiao Ye and demanded,
"Who the hell are you? You dare play dumb and outsmart me?" At that moment, the crowd surrounding the duel platform gradually fell silent. Everyone seemed to sense something was amiss.
That this duel might not end with the crushing victory they'd been frantically anticipating for Jobo.
Jobo's storm-like onslaught moments ago seemed to have had little effect.
Many spectators couldn't help but fix their gaze on Xiao Ye.
Who exactly was this seemingly unremarkable contestant wielding a spear?
Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, who had fought tooth and nail to secure a spot in the front row beneath the final stage, was utterly stunned.
Judging by the current state of the battle, this duel wasn't turning out to be the one-sided affair everyone had anticipated. Jobo unleashed his signature storm-like assault, even deploying a lethal move.
Yet the contestant named Xiao Ye wasn't severely wounded like Jobo's usual opponents, nor was he pushed to the brink of defeat.
He hadn't even used a single skill yet?
At this moment, Xiao Ye herself hadn't noticed that on the screen of the camera she'd instinctively raised like a professional habit.
The live stream's viewer count was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate.
And then, in that very moment, a scene unfolded that sent a wave of gasps and gasps rippling through the entire audience.
Jobo, breaking his public promise, slowly drew another gilded machete from his back. Chapter 172, The End. A greater dark horse emerges. What? Jobo is going dual wielding? Wasn't he supposed to use only one blade in his left hand? Is this opponent really that formidable? Who on earth is he facing? That someone forced Jobo to bring out both blades.
A wave of gasps erupted from the spectators below the competition stage, punctuated by a few sighs of disbelief. After all, the boastful claim of only using one blade in his left hand had come straight from Jobo himself.
Yet in less than 2 minutes, he'd publicly broken his own promise, leaving many feeling unsatisfied.
Jobo's face on the duel platform turned ashen,
fully aware that his public backtracking might invite boos. But the spectators gathered below the platform could never fathom the pressure he now faced. The unassuming demeanor of his opponent wielding that spear made cold sweat the size of peas bead on Jobo's forehead.
He had already expended 70% of his strength right off the bat, even revealing his ultimate move.
Yet his opponent hadn't even used a single skill. Breaking his promise in public was embarrassing. But surely it was better than losing on this duel platform?
This was merely the group stage, and his momentum on the betting odds chart had been surging lately.
If he lost today to this unknown nobody, everything would be ruined. No time for second thoughts.
A fierce expression flashed across Jobo's face. He switched the gilded cleaver from his left hand to his right, forming a scissor grip with the second cleaver he'd just drawn. His voice turned ruthless as he declared,
"Aren't you supposed to be good at blocking?
You can block one blade, but try blocking two."
Jobo's twin blades suddenly accelerated, whirling like dancing dragons as they surged toward Xiao Ye. This was the art of dual blades.
The two blades in his hands moved in perfect coordination, not only doubling the attack frequency from before, but the blade's shadows constantly shifted, weaving offense with defense.
Offense and defense became one, the blade's shadows as swift as the wind. Meanwhile, Jobo's footwork surged with explosive speed. In an instant, the icy blades were already streaking toward Xiao Ye's face. Xiao Ye observed closely. Such a phantom-like attack was beyond defense with ordinary techniques. Even if he managed to block one strike, Jobo's other blade would latch on like a bone-gnawing maggot. Once he closed the distance, he'd be trapped within Jobo's rhythm of attack. Xiao Ye suddenly took two blows head-on, sacrificing damage to step back and create distance. Then countered with a backhand strike, a sweeping, circular moon sweep. A spear glow as vast as a full moon erupted from his blade, forcing Jobo to retreat a step to evade. Yet a surge of delight washed over Jobo's face, not because he'd finally landed damage, but because Xiao Ye had finally used a skill.
Heh, you finally used a skill.
Xiao Ye's casual skill activation finally gave Jobo a glimmer of confidence.
Using a skill meant his opponent had been pushed to a certain limit, no longer as inscrutable as before, where Jobo couldn't gauge Xiao Ye's true strength at all. Jobo let out a savage grin, crouching low as his entire body surged forward like a raging dragon, closing in on Xiao Ye.
"Come on. Let's see how long you can keep dodging."
Blood-red flashes danced amidst the twin blades' afterimages. This time, Jobo unleashed his deadliest attack. If he could end the fight quickly, he could maintain his dark horse reputation and momentum. But it had to be over quickly. Jobo let out a sudden, furious roar. His health bar inexplicably plummeted by half, yet his attack speed instantly doubled. This was his ultimate trump card, blood sacrifice frenzy blade, sacrificing half his life force to gain extreme attack speed and damage.
Jobo was about to end the match outright. Little did he know,
Xiao Ye had finally had enough of playing around.
Having already gauged Jobo's damage output,
and he had thoroughly deciphered the characteristics of Jobo's dual blade fighting style,
With that settled, it was time to bring this duel to an end.
Xiao Ye suddenly clenched his grip on the Star Slayer, veins bursting along every muscle fiber in his body.
The primordial bloodline activated instantly. In an instant, a primal force surged through Xiao Ye's body.
The shadow of the Star Slayer in Xiao Ye's grasp surged forward with explosive velocity.
Simultaneously, a new attribute bar appeared before Xiao Ye's eyes, Rage Meter.
The spear's shadow and Zhou twin blades swirled together like a storm.
The clash of steel echoed like thunder. This was a duel of speed. The speed of their attacks had surpassed their own reaction capabilities, relying solely on muscle memory and instinct to launch lethal strikes at each other. Amidst the swirling blades and darting gunfire, Xiao Ye's Rage Meter surged relentlessly before his eyes.
Zhou gilded cleaver, bearing several terrifying blood streaks, suddenly pierced through Xiao Ye's spear aura,
landing before Xiao Ye's body. Instantly, a barrage of damage numbers exploded. 3,816, 4,166, 3,566. I won. A savage grin instantly spread across Zhou's face. Yet at that very moment, he saw Xiao Ye's lips suddenly curve into a dangerous smile directed at him. Zhou's body jerked violently, and saw that while his machete was still embedded in the opponent's body, while the ordinary, pitch-black spear in his opponent's hand had already pierced 3 bloody holes through his own body. 15,369, 17596, 16,488. 3 strikes. 3 hits. All critical hits. Then Zhou heard a crisp snapping sound from his wrist, followed by a misty shield erupting violently from his body. No! No! This can't be!
Zhou erupted in a hysterical roar, scrambling to the floor to pick up the shattered bracelet fragments.
I didn't lose. There must be something wrong with this bracelet. I couldn't have lost to him.
Silence fell over the entire arena below the duel platform.
Those who had been waving posters bearing Zhou's name froze in shock. Zhou had actually lost? Even the chief examiner looked stunned.
After a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly rang the warning bell.
I declare, this duel is over. The victor is Xiao Ye from the Sword Suspension Guild.
Even as military personnel approached the edge of the arena to forcibly escort Zhou off the stage,
Zhou still clutched the bracelet fragments in his fists, refusing to let go. He kept roaring in frustration. This must be the bracelet's fault. It's your fault.
Meanwhile, Song Wei, standing in the front row below the duel platform, was equally stunned.
Xiao Ye won? Defeated his opponent? Or Zhou? Zhou, the dark horse ranked 11th on the odds board? An even bigger dark horse had emerged.
Yet her camera had already captured the entire scene. Song Wei hurriedly looked down to check the camera, only to freeze in shock once more. Her livestream, which had only a dozen or so viewers moments ago, had skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands.
With a constant influx of new viewers pouring in, everyone was asking the same question. Who exactly was the one who defeated Zhou? Chapter 173, Song Wei. This overwhelming fortune. In an instant, a thought surged uncontrollably through Song Wei's mind. This earth-shattering fortune has finally come my way.
Within mere seconds, Song Wei regained her composure, plastering a professional smile on her face,
and precisely adjusted the camera angle to frame both herself and Xiao Ye. Hello everyone watching the livestream. Welcome to the Morning Light Media livestream. I'm reporter Song Wei. I'm sure everyone just witnessed it. A contestant named Xiao Ye unexpectedly defeated Zhou, who was ranked 11th on the odds board.
And this was no fluke or accident. Another dark horse has emerged at this challenge event.
His name is...
Before Song Wei could finish the commentary that flashed through her mind, she was suddenly jostled aside by the crowd. Row upon row of media personnel, armed with cameras and lenses, had already surged forward. Flashbulbs lit up like stars in the night sky, all flashing simultaneously toward Xiao Ye's exit.
Hey! Stop pushing! I was here first. Song Wei was nearly in tears with frustration. The precious traffic and opportunity she'd worked so hard to secure were being snatched away again by the big media outlets.
But she was alone, without even a photographer by her side.
How could she possibly compete with them? Hey! Stop pushing! Can't you guys be reasonable?
Her fellow journalists paid no heed, forcefully shoving row after row of cameras forward, pushing Song Wei, who had been waiting at the foot of the stage, to the side.
Contestant, I'm a reporter from Red Wave News in Shangjing City. May I interview you? Your name is Xiao Ye, correct? Xiao Ye, you just defeated Zhou, ranked 11th in the odds.
Would you attribute that to luck or skill?
This contestant.
One after another, reporters in professional uniforms, wearing their trademark smiles, hurriedly thrust microphones toward Xiao Ye as he descended the stage. Yet Xiao Ye didn't answer any of their questions. Instead, his gaze scanned the crowd until it landed on Song Wei, now pushed far into a corner.
Excuse me, make way.
Xiao Ye immediately pushed through the crowd, walking straight towards Song Wei. Song Wei's eyes were already reddened, yet she kept struggling to hold her camera high, aiming it at Xiao Ye amidst the crowd. when suddenly Xiao Ye pushed through the crowd toward her and waved at the camera lens in her hand. The surrounding media circle panicked when they realized the person Xiao Ye was approaching was a fellow junior reporter. The reporter from Red Wave News, unwilling to give up, rushed after him again, thrusting a microphone toward Xiao Ye's mouth and saying, "Contestant Xiao Ye, millions of viewers are watching our Red Wave News live channel. Would you consider granting us an interview first?" Red Wave News was the top media outlet among Shangjing City's many news organizations. Xiao Ye was well aware of this, but he suddenly shook his head at them and said, "Sorry, I've already scheduled an interview with Morning Light Media." The surrounding reporters were stunned. They'd never even heard of this Dawn media outlet. When he saw Xiao Ye had already walked up to Song Wei, he waved at the camera in her hand and said, "Today's 5 matches are done. You can clock out now." Song Wei's eyes, already brimming with tears, lit up with a surprised smile. Then quickly regained her composure. She gently extended the slightly worn microphone toward Xiao Ye. "Looks like our player Xiao Ye has finished his shift for the day. Our viewers in the livestream are dying to hear from you. Let's get some thoughts from Xiao Ye on how he's feeling right now." Song Wei stole a glance at the live chat view count, which continued to skyrocket like a rocket. By the time the interview concluded, the viewer count in Song Wei's livestream had finally plateaued at over 1.2 million. If not for a scarred man suddenly appearing beside Xiao Ye and calling him away, Song Wei would have practically carried her camera home with him. Moreover, the entire interview had gone exceptionally smoothly. Xiao Ye was both cooperative and skilled at conversation. When faced with the viewers' bizarre and gossipy questions, he appeared to answer them, yet in reality, he said nothing substantial, all while maintaining perfect decorum. Even Song Wei, a seasoned reporter, found herself admiring his skill. As they parted ways, Song Wei sincerely thanked Xiao Ye. "Thank you, Xiao Ye. Honestly, I don't even know how to thank you, you've practically saved my job." But Xiao Ye simply waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. See you tomorrow, Reporter Song." A delighted spark instantly lit up Song Wei's eyes. "We'll definitely meet tomorrow." Scar escorted Xiao Ye all the way to his car. His naturally menacing, intimidating appearance and aura forced many spectators who had been crowding around Xiao Ye to sheepishly back off. "You're really making a name for yourself now, kid." Scar couldn't help but grin. But Xiao Ye was more preoccupied with another question. Had Uncle Qin placed a bet on his fight? "Scarface, did Uncle Qin send you?" Xiao Ye asked tentatively. Scar looked at Xiao Ye with a meaningful gaze, then grinned and said, "You want to know if Uncle Qin bet on this match behind the scenes, right? I'll be honest with you, while it wasn't a huge payout this time, you just won back half the street for Uncle Qin." Scar's grin stretched wide, his face brimming with uncontrollable amusement as he declared, "You've given Uncle Qin a solid opening victory. By rights, we should throw you a victory banquet. But Boss Missouri said there's no rush today. We'll wait until all the group stage matches are finished tomorrow." Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. After all, only 5 matches had been played so far. Today they'd only faced one player ranked in the top 20 odds list. Who knew who they might encounter tomorrow? Scarface drove Xiao Ye back to the underground betting extravaganza he'd visited the day before. Returning to this place of decadent excess, he found everything exactly as it had been yesterday. If anything, it seemed even more frenzied. Xiao Ye discovered his name had already appeared on the odds leaderboard. From obscurity beyond the hundreds, he had surged straight to the 10th spot on the odds leaderboard. Chapter 174, Odds Soar. One bet changes destiny. Master MO is waiting for you at the usual spot from yesterday. Head over first, I've got some business to attend to. Scarface grinned like a Cheshire cat, pushing Xiao Ye into the VIP section while he dashed off to the betting counter. After the VIP area security verified Xiao Ye's identity, they watched him walk down the corridor with curious eyes. Xiao Ye sensed he was already becoming a familiar face among these people. After all, within this underground hall, every dual platform's battle progress was broadcast live in real time. A dark horse like him, who had suddenly surged from hundreds of places back to the top 10, was precisely the kind of hot commodity they could bet on to change their fortunes. Even in the VIP corridor, the elegantly dressed guests passing by couldn't help but stare intently at Xiao Ye's face. Xiao Ye pushed open the door and entered the suite of the VIP lounge he had visited the previous day, only to find that Master MO was not inside. Instead, a young girl dressed in foreign attire, Gasang Zhuoma, stood there. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow, about to greet her. Gasang Zhuoma suddenly addressed him. "I admit I underestimated you yesterday. I never imagined you could defeat Zhou Bo." True to her Clur tribe roots, the girl spoke with her usual blunt honesty. "Just luck," Xiao Ye replied modestly. As he walked over to look, only to find the large screen before Gasang Zhuoma playing the recorded footage of his duel with Zhou Bo. The frame captured the very moment Xiao Ye exchanged blood with Zhou Bo and clinched the victory. Gasang Zhuoma stared intently at the screen before suddenly speaking up. "I've watched this footage 4 times already. Actually, you could have blocked Zhou Bo's final 3 strikes, right?" Xiao Ye froze. Gasang Zhuoma was indeed an exceptionally sharp young woman. Xiao Ye could have easily parried Zhou Bo's final desperate 3 strikes. Xiao Ye could have easily parried them, choosing a safer approach, even defeating him without a scratch. But at that moment, Xiao Ye deliberately chose this blood-for-blood approach to end the match as swiftly as possible. Why? Gasang Zhuoma instantly turned her head, her strikingly exotic eyes fixed intently on Xiao Ye as she asked. Her gaze held no trace of other emotions, only a pure desire to understand. Conceal the blade. Xiao Ye settled lightly onto the sofa, his response calm and straightforward. The reason he deliberately took those 3 blows was to prevent his fighting style from being easily deciphered by other opponents. Sometimes skillful, sometimes clumsy. Only then could he remain unpredictable. Geezer Zhuoma pondered the 2 words Xiao Ye had spoken, then nodded lightly and said, "It seems I've underestimated you once again. Your ambitions extend far beyond what I imagined. You're formidable, but still far from enough. Only 2 true masters grace the odds leaderboard, Hua Qinlong and Zhang Fanyang. If you face Hua Qinlong tomorrow, you won't stand a chance." Gasang Zhuoma's blunt words left Xiao Ye momentarily unsure whether she was offering a genuine warning or deliberately putting him down. Just then, the VIP lounge door swung open from the outside, revealing the figure of Mo Ye, leaning on his cane, stepping into the suite. "Well done, Xiao Ye." Mo Ye's voice preceded his arrival. Spotting Gasang Zhuoma on the sofa, he paused in surprise. "Oh, Miss Zhuoma is here too? I thought you went to your father's place?" Gasang Zhuoma immediately stood up and greeted Master Mo respectfully, saying, "Good day, Master Mo. I'll be heading over immediately." Then, with decisive efficiency, she rose and left the suite. Xiao Ye found himself puzzled. If this wasn't arranged by Master Mo, could it be that Gasang Zhuoma had actually come to this private room specifically to wait for him? "Mr. Mo, please sit." Xiao Ye promptly stood up and said, "Very well." Mo Ye waved his hand dismissively, then leaned on his cane and plopped down onto the sofa with a cheerful grin. He tossed his pipe onto the table and said, "Xiao, you fought brilliantly in that battle. Scar should have told you already. After the first day, only 4 people in your death squad maintained a perfect win record. They are Hua Qinlong, Zhuoma, Fanwei, and you. Your odds have skyrocketed. You wouldn't believe it when you beat Zhou Bo this afternoon." The entire hall erupted. Mo Ye's face glowed crimson as he spoke, his excitement palpable. Xiao Ye seized the moment to ask, "Mo Ye, I only beat Zhou Bo, who ranked 11th. How did I jump straight to 10th place?" Mo Ye narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Ah, Zhou Bo isn't the only one among the top contenders on today's odds board who stumbled. Besides, the contenders on that odds board face each other head to head. Real-time fluctuations in rankings are perfectly normal." Xiao Ye nodded thoughtfully, then finally voiced the question he'd been most eager to ask. "Master Mo, you say I've jumped straight into the top 10 of the odds rankings. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Doesn't that mean more people will know my background, making it harder to play the betting game?" Mo Ye's expression turned serious as he picked up his pipe again and replied, "Ah, quite the opposite. Old man's telling you this, the higher you rank on the odds board, the better it is for us. While it's true that more people knowing your background means smaller payouts for winning bets. But only when you're among the top few on the odds board do you truly enter that grand scheme. Some random nobodies just don't have the qualifications to join the game." Mo Ye gave a cunning smile as he addressed Xiao Ye. "So, Xiao, just keep charging forward. Leave the rest to this old man." Just then, the VIP lounge door swung open once more from the outside. And there stood Scar, beaming with satisfaction. His waist pouch bulged, and he couldn't stop grinning as he exclaimed, "Master Mo, you're here." Mo Ye immediately frowned and glared at Scarface, instantly seeing through his little scheme. He asked, "Scarface, you went to place a bet too, didn't you?" Scarface grinned widely. "It's a surefire win, isn't it? I knew Brother Xiao couldn't possibly lose. And it wasn't just me, painted face in September, all bet on him too." But then a strange look flashed across Mo Ye's face. He suddenly pulled a bill from his pocket, handed it to Scarface, and said, "Go. Cash out my money too." Scar was taken aback. "Ha! Even you, old Mo, placed a bet." Xiao Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. "Seriously, why didn't you guys bring me along for this? Don't blame us, Xiao. House rules, we can't bet on ourselves." Chapter 175, Consecutive Forfeits. Hua Qinlong's Tactics. As the first rays of sunlight once again pierced the night shrouding Shangjing City, the entire city seemed to boil over once more. The second day of the challenge announcement ceremony was even more frenzied than the first. A look of sheer fervor spread across the faces of every onlooker. In just the span of yesterday, vast swaths of commercial properties changed hands. Some plummeted to rock bottom overnight, while others soared to new heights overnight. Song Wei was one of them. Overnight, she transformed from a struggling intern reporter into the top star of Morning Light Media. Not only was she assigned a dedicated photographer, makeup artist, and props team, they even provided her with a personal vehicle. Even now, Song Wei found it hard to believe. She couldn't even smoothly recite the interview notes she'd rushed to finish the night before. Yet not a single executive in that meeting room dared reprimand her. Because last night, Xiao Ye had left a message in her livestream.
See you tomorrow. Equally dramatic upheavals were unfolding in Xiao Ye's life. The moment Xiao Ye stepped into the colossal arena, instantly ignited a wave of enthusiastic cheers and screams from the surrounding crowd. Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye! The area around the waiting zone was already packed to the brim. Overnight, some spectators had even raised giant photos and banners of Xiao Ye. This was the treatment reserved for the top 10 star contenders on the odds board. It must be said, Xiao Ye felt somewhat unaccustomed to it all. Fortunately, thanks to his specific instructions, the guards by the competition stage had only allowed Song Wei, a single reporter, to enter. The two looked at each other, noticing the changes that had occurred overnight, and couldn't help but smile. Song Wei couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I didn't bring a photographer. I just came to say, go for it. Xiao Ye gave a slight nod and replied. Thanks. As the deep voice boomed over the PA system, the second half of the group stage officially commenced. Xiao Ye waited quietly in the holding area for his name to be called. And soon enough, the voice over the PA system called his name. Contestants Xiao Ye and Li Qian proceed to the 8th fighting platform. However, just as Xiao Ye was about to head to the combat platform, the broadcast announced another statement. Due to contestant Li Qian's inability to take the stage, this is deemed a forfeit. Opponent Xiao Ye automatically wins this match. The next pair of contestants, please proceed to the combat platform. Xiao Ye froze in shock. His opponent had forfeited outright? Sure enough, the large screen displaying the match results had already declared Xiao Ye the winner. Beside his opponent's name Li Qian, two characters were displayed, withdrawal. Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, judging by his performance on the duel stage yesterday, he hadn't exactly demonstrated any terrifyingly overwhelming dominance. Surely no opponent would forfeit just because of exaggerated hype? Xiao Ye could only sit quietly in the waiting area once more. But soon, the PA system called out his name once more. Contestants Wang Ji and Xiao Ye proceed to the 6th combat platform. This time, before Xiao Ye could even rise from his seat, the announcement came again. Due to contestant Wang Ji forfeiting, opponent Xiao Ye automatically wins this match. Another forfeit? Xiao Ye couldn't help but frown. Was this really necessary? When the announcer called Xiao Ye's name for the third time, it was yet another direct declaration of victory for him. Due to competitor Qin Ziliang withdrawing, opponent Xiao Ye automatically wins this match. Xiao Yecheng narrowed his eyes. Out of his 5 matches today, he'd won 3 without even stepping onto the stage. If this kept up, wouldn't the group stage end before it even began? Xiao Ye instinctively sensed something was amiss. If one opponent might withdraw because of Xiao Ye's surprise performance yesterday and didn't want to fight him, it couldn't possibly be that 3 opponents in a row would forfeit. Unless someone was deliberately targeting him. Just then, a figure rushed into the waiting area. It was reporter Song Wei. Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye! Her face flushed with anxiety as she scanned the room frantically, searching for Xiao Ye's figure. Over here! Xiao Ye waved at her immediately. And she hurried over to him, her expression grim as she said, Xiao Ye, have you heard? Many contestants in our group have withdrawn. I got some inside info from a reporter colleague. Apparently someone's been pressuring them behind the scenes, forcing them to withdraw. The group that started with 50 contestants now has only about 20 left. Everyone else has withdrawn. Xiao Ye's expression turned startled as he asked. Why? Who did this? Song Wei's face betrayed deep concern as she bit her lip and replied. It seems to be Hua Qinlong and his people. They're deliberately forcing other competitors to withdraw so Hua Qinlong can face you more easily. You defeated Zhou Bo yesterday and he's from the same hometown as Hua Qinlong. Hua Qinlong wants to avenge Zhou Bo. And your group is already a death group. Even if you stay in the competition, you have almost no chance of advancing. That's why many people were threatened into withdrawing directly. Xiao Ye took a deep breath, his expression growing colder by the second. I see. It seemed he had become someone's target today. But Song Wei suddenly grabbed Xiao Ye's sleeve, her voice filled with concern. You don't know. Today, Hua Qinlong is fighting with extreme brutality completely different from yesterday. Every competitor who hasn't withdrawn and faces him ends up severely injured. They're practically carried off the field. Xiao Ye couldn't help but chuckle with amusement. Seems this Hua Qinlong really wants to face me. Seeing Xiao Ye's expression, Song Wei grew anxious and urged. Xiao Ye, you've already won 8 matches. If you absolutely can't handle it, just concede if you end up facing him later. 8 wins are more than enough points to advance to the knockout stage. Whatever you do, don't go up there and fight Hua Qinlong. Just then, the announcer called Xiao Ye's name once more, as if by fate's design. Contestant Xiao Ye and Hua Qinlong proceed to dueling stage 8. Song Wei's heart sank, but she saw Xiao Ye already standing up, slowly walking toward dueling stage 8, leaving behind a single sentence. Remember what I said yesterday to everyone in my livestream? Bet everything you have on me winning first place in this group. Guaranteed win. Chapter 176, Shock. He's going head to head against Hua Qinlong. As Xiao Ye exited the waiting area, he caught sight of a contestant being carried off the duel platform.
The man lay on the stretcher, wailing in agony. His arms and legs appeared broken. Despite the military medics and healing professionals surrounding him, working to repair his injuries, the wretched cries remained unstoppable. In stark contrast to these wails was the thunderous roar of cheers and shouts erupting near dueling Platform 8.
Hua Qinlong! Hua Qinlong!
These were all supporters of Hua Qinlong.
Both in sheer numbers and intensity of fervor, they were on an unprecedented scale, far surpassing any contestant Xiao Ye had ever witnessed before.
Among them, a few spectators waved banners bearing Xiao Ye's name, but their numbers seemed pitifully small in the face of this overwhelming crowd.
On the 8th duel platform before him,
Hua Qinlong stood at the very center of the arena, arms raised high, basking in the cheers and shouts of his supporters. He was a boy with deeply tanned skin, seemingly weathered by years of exposure to the elements, likely older than Xiao Ye. His attire was neither heavy armor nor cloth robes, but a peculiar leather armor pieced together from various animal hides. His hair was cropped short and sharp, his cheekbones prominent, his eyebrows thin and faint. Eyes gleaming with ferocity, he stared intently at Xiao Ye as the latter slowly ascended the duel platform.
Hua Qinlong's expression remained impassive as he appraised Xiao Ye.
Suddenly, he spoke up.
"You are Xiao Ye? I didn't expect you'd actually have the guts to step onto this platform."
Xiao Ye gripped the Lu Xing spear in one hand, a faint smile curling his lips.
"Didn't you go to great lengths to find me?"
Hua Qinlong suddenly burst into a wide grin, his rows of ghastly white teeth bared like a beast's fangs. He then fixed Xiao Ye with a predatory gaze and snarled.
"Do you know how much you cost me yesterday by beating Zhou Bo?" Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow.
Hua Qinlong was certainly blunt. It seemed Zhou Bo and he were undoubtedly backed by a powerful force. Xiao Ye's victory over Zhou Bo yesterday must have cost their backers a significant amount of business. Otherwise, Hua Qinlong wouldn't have gone to such lengths just to face Xiao Ye on the duel platform today.
Ha!
Hua Qinlong suddenly gave Xiao Ye a sinister grin and said,
"Frankly, how much business Zhou Bo lost yesterday is trivial. I'm not here today to avenge him. What matters is proving to our backers that even when they bet on us and lose, they'll always win it back. So since you've stepped onto this duel platform today, don't even think about leaving it in one piece." Xiao Ye instantly grasped the meaning behind Hua Qinlong's words. Hua Qinlong's elaborate scheme to force over half the contestants to forfeit today wasn't about avenging Zhou Bo, but because their backers had opened another big bet. He wanted to use this duel to win back everything he'd lost to Zhou Bo yesterday. There was no camaraderie among fellow townsmen. Hua Qinlong cared only about profit. Such a clear-headed enemy was often the most terrifying. The same chief examiner still stood at the edge of dueling Platform 8.
And through their repeated encounters, Xiao Ye's face had become somewhat familiar to him. He had witnessed this unknown youngster win 5 consecutive matches yesterday, propelling him to 10th place on the odds board.
Now he stood before the championship favorite, Hua Qinlong. How could the chief examiner not be aware of the scene where most of today's contestants had withdrawn? He couldn't help but feel nervous for Xiao Ye.
Taking a deep breath, he struck the warning bell forcefully.
This duel pits Hua Qinlong against Xiao Ye. I now declare the match officially underway.
As the crisp ringing of the warning bell faded,
the crowd surrounding the duel platform instantly fell silent.
Every breath was held as all eyes fixed on the two figures atop the platform. Xiao Ye gripped his star-slaying spear tightly, showing no sign of complacency either.
Hua Qinlong, ranked 3rd in the odds, a professional beast spirit ancestral shaman. Last night, Gesang Zhuoma's words had given Xiao Ye a wake-up call. So Xiao Ye had also studied footage of Hua Qinlong's first-day duels. The beast spirit ancestral shaman was a profession akin to Western druids, likely capable of summoning beast spirits to instantly gain massive attribute and damage boosts. Yet the footage from his 5 matches yesterday offered almost no useful insights. Because in all 5 matches, Hua Qinlong won with a single strike. Hua Qinlong had only used one skill yesterday, summoning a colossal berserker bear spirit to bind itself to his body, greatly enhancing his strength and damage with unparalleled ferocity. Yet today, the moment the warning bell faded, Hua Qinlong on the duel platform gave Xiao Ye a wicked grin. His hands clenched tightly. A bone-chilling wolf howl erupted across the arena, followed by the apparition of a massive frost wolf, its fur a deep ash-gray materializing behind him. Wolf spirit. As if anticipating Xiao Ye would study his tactics from yesterday, Hua Qinlong summoned the wolf spirit, a spirit he had never used before. The giant wolf's phantom clung tightly to his body, shadowing his every move. Hua Qinlong wielded a pair of cold glinting fist blades, their edges merging with the sharp, wolf claw-like aura. His entire being resembling a ravenous wolf on the hunt as he charged toward Xiao Ye. His speed was blindingly fast and ferocious. Xiao Ye saw it all and immediately abandoned any thought of holding back. He activated the tide summoning spirit step with his feet. His speed surged explosively. Yet instead of retreating backward, Xiao Ye surged forward. He charged straight toward Hua Qinlong. The crowd surrounding the duel platform erupted in gasps and boos. What? He actually intends to clash head-on with Hua Qinlong. Has this Xiao Ye lost his mind? Isn't this suicide? Looks like the match will end with one strike from Hua Qinlong again.
Xiao Ye, watching from the sidelines, was filled with anxiety. Having just witnessed the fate of the last contestant who took Hua Qinlong's attack head-on.
Xiao Ye, what the hell are you thinking? At that very moment, two blindingly fast phantom figures collided violently on the empty duel platform. The massive wolf spirit's claws and Xiao Ye's Starslayer clashed violently. In that instant, a thunderous boom erupted across the arena. Both figures were sent flying backward. All eyes watched the scene in stunned silence, for they realized with shock that the contestant named Xiao Ye was holding his own without any disadvantage. Chapter 177, Mockery. Clown. Rage. The fist blade collided with the star-slaying spear. Blood for blood. Xiao Ye and Hua Qinlong's figures flashed backwards simultaneously, damage numbers erupting from both bodies almost at the same moment after their clash. 3,871. 3,678. Neither gained the upper hand. Judging by the percentage drop in their health bars, Xiao Ye's total vitality was actually on par with Hua Qinlong's. What the hell is going on? That guy Xiao Ye actually took Hua Qinlong's opening attack head-on? And he didn't lose any more health than Hua Qinlong. What class is this guy even playing? Spectators surrounding the final stage exchanged bewildered glances. Even before today's match, many had already taken notice of Xiao Ye, the dark horse who burst onto the scene yesterday. Many who wanted to bet on Xiao Ye had meticulously studied the recordings of all 5 of his matches from yesterday. In his first match against Yanbing, Xiao Ye displayed unparalleled evasion skills in the second, third, and fifth match against Zhou Bo. Everyone believed Xiao Ye was a dark horse whose combat techniques outweighed his inherent stats. But it wasn't until they witnessed Xiao Ye just now bravely taking the full brunt of Hua Qinlong's wolf spirit charge. Everyone finally realized that this Xiao Ye, who had just revealed his true ferocity, possessed far more than mere skill. The two on the duel platform were poised for battle. After pulling back, Xiao Ye and Hua Qinlong swiftly began weaving along the center of the arena, their movements mirroring each other's. Hua Qinlong stared at the sliver of health bar torn from his own body, yet his face twisted into a fanatical grin. With the wolf spirit's phantom shrouding his form, his eyes glowed blood red as he fixed Xiao Ye with a fierce glare. So that's it. No wonder Zhou Bo lost to you yesterday, it wasn't an accident at all. But this is even better. The stronger you are, the more it proves my worth. Hua Qinlong's fist blades clashed together, sparks flying from the friction. Then his form surged forward once more, charging fiercely toward Xiao Ye. With the wolf spirit's aura enveloping him, Hua Qinlong's speed rivaled even the top-tier assassin class. Any attempt to create distance would only trap one in his relentless pursuit. Xiao Ye, having long recognized this, advanced instead of retreating. His Starslayer blade traced a crescent arc like a full moon, anticipating the direction of the attack. Circular moon sweep. The tip of the Lu Xing instantly sealed off all of Hua Qinlong's forward movement. Yet suddenly, Hua Qinlong halted his advance. Clenching his fists, the beast spirit aura shimmering around him abruptly transformed. The giant wolf's phantom instantly transformed into a colossal, ferocious bear. Hua Qinlong's muscles bulged explosively, unleashing a crackling aura. He leapt high into the air, the blade-like protrusions on his fist striking downward toward Xiao Ye. Behind him, the raging bear silhouette reared up, raising its massive bear paw. Furious bear crush. What a masterful counter. Xiao Ye's pupils instantly contracted. This Hua Qinlong was truly extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he executed such a swift counter. The massive bear paw slammed down onto the dueling arena floor. The sheer force of the strike carved a deep crater into the surface, its impact rippling out to cover several meters around the area. In an instant, shards of rock and dust flew everywhere. Yet on the dueling platform, Xiao Ye's figure had vanished without a trace. Where the hell did he go? Hua Qinlong roared with fanatical fervor, his gaze sweeping the surrounding dueling platforms. Yet his face showed no trace of panic, only heightened excitement and fervor. He was now like a raging, man-shaped bear. Each swing of the blade fists on his hands unleashed a colossal bear claw phantom, wildly sweeping the area in an attempt to force Xiao Ye out. In that very instant, Xiao Ye keenly realized the strike must not be met head-on. He decisively activated the two-stage displacement effect attached to the gear personally selected for him by Master Mo, instantly escaping Hua Qinlong's attack range. Stealth? We'll see how far you can sneak. At that moment, Hua Qinlong on the duel platform instinctively assumed Xiao Ye had entered stealth mode. And instantly transformed into a raging mad bear. His fists swept viciously across every corner of the duel platform, the fierce wind generated by his punches lashing out like a gale. Yet below the stage, the spectators fell into an eerie silence. For while Hua Qinlong on the platform was blinded by his own actions, those below saw everything clearly. Xiao Ye had been hiding behind Hua Qinlong the entire time. With nimble steps, he skillfully occupied Hua Qinlong's blind spot while meticulously observing. The moment Hua Qinlong turned, Xiao Ye instantly shifted position to match. Though Xiao Ye had been right behind Hua Qinlong the entire time, Hua Qinlong stubbornly refused to notice him. To the audience below the stage, Hua Qinlong now resembled a living clown, being toyed with and spun around. Finally, from the strange expressions on the audience's faces below the stage, A wave of furious embarrassment erupted across his face. He whipped his head around to look behind him. Xiao Ye's taunting ignited the last shred of reason in his heart. Damn brat! I never intended to cripple you.
Huaqinlong abruptly shed the cumbersome bear-like aura clinging to his body, whirling around to glare furiously at Xiao Ye behind him, his eyes bulging as he snarled.
You brought this upon yourself.
A murderous intent flared in Huaqinlong's fierce eyes.
Each contestant wore a single-use shield bracelet.
When their health dropped to the critical threshold, it would instantly unleash a massive shield to protect their life. However, any damage exceeding the shield's capacity would shatter it instantly, delivering a lethal blow to the opponent. After all, this was the duel platform. Any unexpected outcome was within the realm of possibility. Even killing an opponent could be dismissed as a momentary lapse. Even if the military investigated afterward, they couldn't really hold anyone accountable. Moreover, outright eliminating an opponent could easily become a sensational headline. A savage grin slowly spread across Huaqinlong's face.
Zhou Bo's defeat yesterday had already cost him dearly. Today, his clownish humiliation on the stage meant that even victory would make him a laughingstock. The factions backing him might well lose even more faith in him.
To break this deadlock, there was only one solution: to kill Xiao Ye right there on the stage.
Huff!
Huaqinlong suddenly exhaled a long breath, yet what erupted from his nostrils was a fiery hot mist.
The next second,
a shadowy beast spirit materialized once more upon his form.
This time, it was a colossal, scale-covered lava earth dragon. Chapter 178, Skulls. Rest in peace. A deafening roar erupted from the entire arena, followed by even more passionate cheers. Huaqinlong! Huaqinlong! Even Xiao Ye atop the duel platform was taken aback.
Huaqinlong, named for capturing dragons, had actually possessed the skill to summon a dragon spirit. As the immense shadow of a molten earth dragon materialized upon Huaqinlong,
his entire body underwent a transformation.
Earth-colored scales covered his form, enveloped in a scorching aura of molten lava. The blade-like protrusions within his fists erupted with scorching heat.
The lava earth dragon,
a low-tier hybrid dragon species. Though ranking among the lowest echelons of the dragon clans, it was already a monstrous entity worthy of being called a domain lord. Spectators at the edge of the arena erupted in stunned gasps.
Huaqinlong actually summoned a dragon spirit?
I heard that to summon a beast spirit, you must first slay a monster and refine its soul.
Has Huaqinlong already slain an earth dragon?
But that's a lord-level monster. I reckon this match is over. No one can defeat Huaqinlong now that he's summoned the dragon spirit.
Yet the shock and jeers echoing around him didn't faze Xiao Ye standing in the arena.
Far from showing any fear, Xiao Ye instead examined the enormous phantom of the lava earth dragon before him with a hint of curiosity.
Is this what a low-tier dragon looks like?
Judging by its size, it must be a fully grown specimen. Little did they know that within Xiao Ye's summoning space, a true high-tier dragon, the obsidian dragon, slept peacefully. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Ye even considered summoning the young dragon to pit it against this distant relative sharing a drop of blood.
But that would be a bit too much bullying. As he pondered, Huaqinlong's aura across the arena surged violently.
His entire being merged with the colossal illusory shadow of a molten earth dragon upon his form. A searing heat aura enveloped him, scorching the air across the entire duel platform until it felt bone dry.
With every step he took, a deep molten imprint was left behind.
Yet Huaqinlong stared at Xiao Ye as if he were already dead. With a savage grin, he spat out a phrase in their clan's dialect.
Sku was Sali. The next second, Huaqinlong's jaw snapped open.
His jaw seemed poised to split apart. A torrent of intense, searing lava breath erupted from his mouth, instantly engulfing nearly the entire duel platform.
Lava breath. An attack unique to the Dragon Clan.
An epic tier damage skill from the very start. It must be said that even Xiao Ye hadn't anticipated that after summoning the lava earth dragon spirit, Huaqinlong could inherit its abilities to this extent.
For the current crop of contestants, this was nothing short of a devastating blow. Even with Xiao Ye's current stats, he couldn't possibly withstand this lava breath engulfing the entire duel arena.
In that instant, Xiao Ye understood what Gesang Zhuoma had told him last night.
This challenge tournament held only two true masters, Zhang Fanyang and Huaqinlong.
Judging solely by the power of their strongest attack, Huaqinlong's trump card was unquestionably the most devastating. The searing lava breath instantly swept in like a raging storm. The chief examiner beside the duel platform abruptly leapt to his feet. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the situation had spiraled beyond control. Huaqinlong's strike was clearly aimed at killing Xiao Ye. He tried to halt the duel, but it was already too late. The overwhelming lava breath raged across the entire duel platform like a storm. Spectators along the sidelines all leapt to their feet, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief.
What? Is this terrifyingly destructive skill really something the young practitioners of this generation can unleash? Lava breath. Isn't that an epic tier skill? Where's Huaqinlong's opponent? Could he already be dead?
Huaqinlong truly lives up to being the top contender for this challenge tournament.
A choking, burning stench instantly spread across the entire final stage. Smoke blanketed the entire duel platform, while Huo Qinlong himself collapsed onto the ground as if drained of strength. The illusory shadow of the lava earth dragon on his body gradually dissipated clearly. This lava breath attack had completely exhausted all his energy. At the same time, a massive burst of scorching damage erupted from his own body. 27,855. This move, which dealt 1,000 to the enemy but cost 800 to himself, left his health bar hanging by a thread above the kill line. Waiting military medics nearby prepared to rush the final platform, yet the intense heat radiating from it held them back, preventing them from taking a single step forward. The examiner's face stiffened, one hand already poised on the warning bell, ready to declare the duel over. But at that very moment, a cold gleam like a shooting star flashed through the thick black smoke enveloping the duel platform, followed by a pitch-black spear that violently sliced through the haze, striking with deadly precision toward Huo Qinlong, who lay collapsed on the ground, utterly spent. What? Even the chief examiner couldn't help but utter a startled cry, while all the spectators around them stared wide-eyed, mesmerized by the utterly unbelievable scene unfolding before them. Xiao Ye wasn't dead. He hadn't even fallen. The disposable wrist guard on his hand hadn't shattered, and the shield hadn't been deployed, meaning the match wasn't over yet. The thick black smoke finally began to dissipate, revealing Xiao Ye standing defiantly atop the duel platform. His Lu Xing spear was pressed against Huo Qinlong's throat. Huo Qinlong lay exhausted on the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he looked up at Xiao Ye. How is this possible? Huo Qinlong's voice was hoarse and raspy, like a knife cutting through his throat, his jawline exposed with terrifying burn marks. It seemed that the molten breath he had unleashed moments ago had inflicted significant damage upon himself as well. Across Xiao Ye's entire body, fragments of jade green light, like shards of glass, gradually faded away. That molten breath attack was too powerful for even Xiao Ye's current attributes to withstand head-on. Thus, he had activated one of his trump cards, the Jade-like realm. Enveloping his entire body in a jade-like transformation, it granted temporary immunity to all damage. Only then could he endure that overwhelming, inferno-like strike. With that, the situation on the duel platform abruptly reversed. That terrifying lava breath failed to kill Xiao Ye, while Huo Qinlong, utterly exhausted and forced to crawl on the ground, clearly possessed no strength left to fight. Xiao Ye's star-slaying spear tip pressed gently against Huo Qinlong's throat, and spoke softly to him. Vasarik. Huo Qinlong's pupils suddenly contracted. You understand? The phrase Skuvasari Huo Qinlong had uttered to Xiao Ye earlier was a tribal dialect used by his people to bid farewell to the departed, meaning rest in peace. Xiao Ye's reply, Vasarik, was another local phrase, meaning good morning. Last night while researching Huo Qinlong, Xiao Ye had casually jotted down this single tribal phrase from his records, the only one he knew. Yet uttering it now in front of Huo Qinlong felt like the ultimate mockery. The examiner's warning bell rang out, and a military medic rushed onto the duel platform, carrying away Huo Qinlong, who still appeared somewhat vacant-eyed. At the same moment, the chief examiner's voice trembled as he announced, "The victor of this duel is Xiao Ye." In an instant, the entire arena erupted in uproar. Chapter 179, Group Leader. 10 straight wins to advance. The chief examiner's declaration of Xiao Ye's victory echoed throughout the entire duel arena. Yet what followed was a suffocating silence, followed by an uproar that swept across the entire arena. Some supporters of Huo Qinlong tore up their banners and nameplates, shouting curses in fury. Others stood with vacant, dazed expressions, clearly having staked everything on this match. Others clutched their heads and wept, still refusing to accept the outcome. Only the handful of Xiao Ye supporters were now cheering wildly. Among them, one figure stood on their seat, waving a large sign with all their might. Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye! It even caught Xiao Ye's attention on the duel stage. At first glance, Xiao Ye found the face unfamiliar. It was a bespectacled man in his 40s, appearing frail and unlikely to be a professional. Xiao Ye was certain he'd never seen this man before. Yet for some reason, the man was now acting like a madman, waving his banner wildly while alternately crying and laughing. He had clearly become Xiao Ye's #1 fan. He won. Below the duel platform, Song Wei's eyes adorned with meticulous eyeliner widened in disbelief, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the stage. Xiao Ye clutched his spear with both hands, bowed to the chief examiner, then slowly descended from the platform. His opponent, Huo Qinlong, was carried down by a group of medics. As the word Xiao Ye appeared steadily on the central screen of the arena, marking him as the victor of this duel, Song Wei finally snapped out of her daze. He won! He won! Overcome with joy, Song Wei nearly leaped into the air, until the photographer beside her discreetly reminded her that over 3 million viewers were watching the live stream. Song Wei quickly composed herself. Yet even now, it all felt like a dream. Just yesterday, she was merely an intern reporter whose permanent position was far from guaranteed. Yet in the span of a single day, her name and photo now stood alongside the company's partners. And all this stemmed from her offhand interview with a player named Xiao Ye before yesterday's group stage matches.
Song Wei's eyes darted anxiously through the crowd, searching for Xiao Ye so she could be the first to congratulate him. But there he was, quietly returning to the player waiting area. He had already completed 9 matches in the group stage, with just one final match remaining. Outside the waiting area, however, the crowd was erupting. Everyone present had witnessed the emergence of a true dark horse. Hua Qinlong, who had been ranked 3rd on the odds board, had been knocked off his perch. A new star named Xiao Ye was slowly rising. His name rapidly climbed the odds rankings, even overtaking Hua Qinlong's former position to claim 3rd place. Soon, as the announcer called his name once more, Xiao Ye's final duel had finally arrived. Yet, the moment Xiao Ye stepped onto the duel platform gripping his Star Slayer, his final opponent immediately took a deep bow before him and declared defeat outright. "Xiao Ye, thank you. I choose to concede." Xiao Ye froze in shock. His face wore a sorrowful expression mixed with the satisfaction of vengeance as he fiercely explained. "My friend refused to forfeit outright, and that's why Hua Qinlong shattered his arm right there on the stage. That damned Hua Qinlong, he never deserved to win." Xiao Ye finally understood. He raised the Star Slayer in his hand and returned a light salute. At that moment, as the chief examiner's voice once again declared victory, Xiao Ye's 10 group stage matches were complete 10 wins out of 10. Among the 50 participants in the group stage, Gesang Zhuoma ranked 2nd in the odds and Fan Wei ranked 15th had not been matched against each other. Consequently, they too achieved 10 consecutive victories. Yet Xiao Ye's name was inscribed above theirs. The reason was simple: defeating Hua Qinlong in an undefeated run naturally carried greater prestige than their respective records. The moment the final group stage standings flashed across the giant screen, the entire arena erupted once more. All eyes turned to Xiao Ye, the sudden dark horse who had emerged from nowhere. And a significant portion of Hua Qinlong's supporters even switched allegiances on the spot, turning to cheer for Xiao Ye. "Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye!" The deafening chants engulfed the entire arena. Song Wei, standing at the forefront of the media crowd, witnessed this scene and felt as though it were all a dream. Xiao Ye, having just stepped off the stage after the match, walked straight up to Song Wei. He gave her a faint smile and said, Well, Mr. Song, the big shot reporter, remember what I said? The secret to wealth." Song Wei couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She shook her head helplessly and said, I remember. But back then, there were only 30-odd people in my livestream. Who would have actually believed what you said? Song Wei was absolutely certain that even if her livestream had 3 million viewers yesterday, not a single person would have believed that nobody Xiao Ye could win every match and come out on top of his group. The two shared a knowing smile. Xiao Ye had only been joking. He casually asked, What are your plans next? Now that the group stage is over, will you keep doing interviews? Song Wei nodded firmly, her smile brightening as she replied, Of course. The company has given strict orders from now on. I'm your dedicated reporter. I'll be covering every move of Xiao Ye until the final results ceremony concludes. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Having an extra reporter friend wasn't such a bad thing. Song Wei suddenly covered the camera with her hand and whispered, But Xiao Ye, do you really think you can win the championship? Xiao Ye's lips curved into a smile as he replied, That's anyone's guess. Why don't you place a bet on me? Whoa. 2 mornings ago, Xin Jiadong, a man in his 40s, stood dazed on the rooftop, wavering over whether to leap. In his hand was the last bit of money left after his shop had been sold off. Yet this sum fell short of his debts by more than tenfold. A lifetime of hard work had come to nothing. Instead, he was now drowning in an endless sea of debt. Perhaps it was all just fate. Xin Jiadong stood on the rooftop, looking down at the city below. The entire capital was celebrating as if it were New Year's Eve, yet this festive atmosphere felt utterly alien to him. At that moment, he decided to open the only niche media livestream he followed one last time, to bid farewell to that hard-working young reporter. The moment he activated his communicator, Song Wei's voice filled the livestream. Student, the results ceremony is about to begin. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone? The young contestant appearing on screen replied earnestly. Oh, and here's a little secret to success. My name is Xiao Ye. Chapter 180, Team Match Dark Horse. Combo Skills Shine. Following the individual group stage, the team elimination rounds commenced. With Xiao Ye emerging as a dark horse out of nowhere, the spotlight shifted to the newly established Sword of Suspense Guild. Xiao Ye, Qin Yanran, and Ning, Gu Shiyu, and Yu Qing formed Sword of Suspense's final roster. As the 5 stood upon the dual platform, an unprecedented crowd surged around the arena, roaring like a tidal wave as they chanted Xiao Ye's name. Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye! Among the crowd, Xiao Ye once again spotted the bespectacled middle-aged man in the front row of the stands, vigorously waving his flag. This man seemed to have become the leader of Xiao Ye's supporters, directing the crowd behind him to chant in perfect unison. This scene left Qin Yanran, and Ning, and the others feeling deeply moved. Most of them are here just for Xiao Ye. Qin Yanran added with a smile. Vice President Zhao's reputation has really taken off. He's practically outshining his superiors now.
A twitch flashed across Xiao Ye's lips as he replied. Chairwoman Qin, you flatter me. The team battle arena was several times larger than the individual combat grounds. The expansive grounds featured varied terrain and numerous obstacles, making team coordination even more crucial. Soon, the Sword of Suspense Guild faced their first team battle opponent. Their opponents were a professional team under the Yongshun Merchants Guild. The team's class composition was clearly defined: 2 frontline fighters, 2 mages, and 1 healer. As soon as the chief examiner at the edge of the arena announced the start of the match, both sides instantly sprang into action. After recent drills, Xiao Ye and his team executed their tactics with increasing synergy. Great Mystic Armor Warrior Gu Shiyu seamlessly integrated into the team, forming the strongest first line of defense. Freed from the frontline position, Xiao Ye transformed into a free-roaming swingman. The moment the match commenced, he charged straight into the enemy formation, his hands gripping the Starslayer spear. Seeing Xiao Ye's charge, the opposing team's 5 members instantly tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. 2 frontline warriors stood frozen, shielding the ranged damage dealers behind them. One mage, seemingly the team leader, urgently shouted commands. Block him. If he breaks through, we're finished. A barrage of spells instantly rained down upon Xiao Ye. Yet Xiao Ye charged straight into their formation without flinching. Just as Xiao Ye reached the 2 frontline warriors, and Ning behind him suddenly swung her staff. A long cast, circular sonic boom erupted violently within the enemy formation. Instantly, the 2 frontline warriors were pushed outward, tearing open a gap in the formation. Xiao Ye's speed surged dramatically as he seized the moment to charge into the enemy formation. His star-slaying spear lashed out like a storm, exploding with massive damage on the fragile classes in the enemy ranks. 18,663. 19,563. 17,636. In an instant, the entire backline was wiped out. This was the combo between Xiao Ye and Ning. One drawing enemy fire and attention, the other seizing the moment to cast hard control skills, shattering the enemy formation. Once Xiao Ye's ultimate charge penetrated the enemy lines, the game was essentially over. The remaining 2 frontline classes would then be methodically picked off by Qin Yanan. This first team battle unfolded exactly as they had simulated. The battle concluded in under 2 minutes. And the examiner promptly declared the Sword of Suspense Guild victorious, directing them straight to the waiting area. Fewer teams had registered for the team battle compared to the individual battle. Apart from a few well-known professional guilds, most participants were professionals affiliated with prominent corporations and merchant associations in the capital city. Therefore, the team battle group stage only required completing 5 matches to advance to the knockout rounds. With the addition of Xiao Ye and Gu Shiyu, the Sword Suspension Guild had clearly become another dark horse in the team battles. In the subsequent group stage matches, Xiao Ye would charge toward the enemy lines wielding his Starslayer spear, instantly drawing the full attention of the opposing team as if facing a formidable threat. Then, Qin Yanan and Ning unleashed their dual S-tier firepower. Even when forcing through damage, they could reliably eliminate the enemy frontline, steadily chipping away at their defenses. They also encountered a reckless team of opponents, charging in with several warrior-type classes, rushing straight toward Xin Jian's formation. Betting that if they couldn't stop Xiao Ye, they could trade blows with suspended sword to sneak attack their base and snipe the enemy's squishy targets. Yet when those warriors deliberately sidestepped Xiao Ye and charged into Xin Jian's rear ranks, they found a petite figure clad head to toe in heavy armor standing resolutely before Qin Yanran and Ning. Several stubborn warriors charged forward regardless, only to be met with despair once more as their weapons and skills dealt negligible damage to Gu Shiyu. After Qin Yanan generously outfitted Gu Shiyu with a full set of new gear, her defensive stats now rivaled even Xiao Ye. She was a veritable iron turtle. Those who failed to reach the backline damage dealers in time met their end at the hands of Qin Yanran and Ning, who picked them off one by one. The frontline warriors couldn't kill Qin Yanran and Ning, while their own backline was swiftly mowed down by Xiao Ye. The only outcome awaiting them was the end of the match. Throughout the 2-day team battle group stage, the Suspended Sword Guild secured 5 consecutive victories with almost no effort, advancing directly as the top seed in their group once again. Even the Suspended Sword Guild's name shot up the odds rankings, climbing to 5th place just behind the 4 major guilds. Qin Yanran beamed with delight throughout the entire group stage. And upon confirming their direct qualification for the playoffs, she generously treated the entire guild to a lavish late-night feast. Amidst the lively guild feast, Xiao Ye, wanting to avoid the crowd, found a quiet corner and quietly observed everything unfolding before him. To his surprise, Gu Shiyu stumbled over to him, a bottle of wine in hand and a flushed glow on her cheeks. "Xiao Ye, there you are." Gu Shiyu seemed to have had a few drinks, her cheeks rosy and dimples dancing at the corners of her smile as she leaned in to say to Xiao Ye, "Xiao Ye, I never got the chance to thank you. I never imagined I could live this kind of life." Xiao Ye smiled and replied, "You're welcome. You deserve it. How's your father doing?" Gu Shiyu's eyes lit up as she replied,
Chairman Qin's father personally arranged for the doctors to perform the first awakening treatment. His condition has improved significantly. They say he should regain consciousness soon. Woo, I owe Chairman Qin such a huge favor, and I owe you even more. Xiao Ye suddenly shook his head and said, "Don't think that way. Chairman Qin's father helped you not just because of the favor. Gu Shiyu, remember this, you're an A-tier professional, one of Shangjing City's top-tier frontline warriors. In any guild, you deserve this level of treatment." Gu Shiyu's eyes suddenly reddened, or perhaps it was the alcohol taking effect, and she suddenly burst into tears. "Xiao Ye, thank you, thank you." Just as Xiao Ye felt at a loss, a message suddenly pinged on the communicator by his side. It was from reporter Song Wei. The moment he opened it, her anxious voice came through. "Breaking news. The media world is abuzz. It'll be front-page headline news first thing tomorrow morning. After thinking it over, I felt I should warn you first. You must be extremely careful. Hua Qinlong is dead. He was murdered." Chapter 181, Hua Qinlong murdered. A bizarre death. How could this be? Xiao Ye's mind buzzed with shock, his brow furrowing sharply. But then he heard Song Wei's anxious voice over the communicator. His body was found on the street. I hear the circumstances were gruesome and bizarre. The military has already cordoned off the area. I'll have to go now. We're heading over immediately to see if we can get some intel firsthand. Just be careful, okay? Tomorrow marks the official elimination round of the individual tournament. As the heavy favorite on the odds board, Hua Qinlong still secured 4th place in the group stage and qualified for the elimination rounds, despite losing one match to Xiao Ye. With his skill, he could easily advance deep into the playoffs. Yet on the eve of the knockout stage, he was found dead on the street. Huadang Street was one of the liveliest thoroughfares in downtown Shangjing City. Yet at this moment, the street was completely sealed off by military personnel. A military SUV slowly pulled up to the cordon. A woman in military research attire stepped out decisively. An officer stationed nearby immediately approached her. "Team leader Nya, my apologies for summoning you here so late." Nya Xiaoyu waved him off, her expression unusually stern. She was responsible for experimental projects at the military research base in Shangjing City. Normally, sudden deaths in the city had nothing to do with her. But today, an urgent call from higher-ups had reached her, demanding she rush to the scene overnight for an inspection. "Take me to see the body." Without further ado, Nya Xiaoyu donned her protective suit and followed the guarding officials into the cordoned-off area. Inside the large, sealed tent was an extremely emaciated corpse. As if all flesh and blood had vanished, leaving nothing but skin stretched over bones. Both legs were broken, and a deep wound near the heart appeared to be the fatal injury. Team leader Nya, this individual was a contestant in the recent challenge competition and a top contender for the championship. An official nearby immediately explained to Nya Xiaoyu. "I know." Nya Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively. Hua Qinlong, who was originally ranked 3rd on the odds board. The official froze awkwardly for a moment before continuing. "The captain mentioned the cause of death seems peculiar. He ordered none of us to touch the body until you arrived." Nya Xiaoyu's expression turned extremely serious. With her gloved hand, she slowly peeled back the corpse's clothing, now shredded into rags. Then flipped the corpse over, now frighteningly light, revealing an intricate, bone-white cross adorned with chains tattooed across Hua Qinlong's back. At the very center of the totem lay the fatal wound, the point where the fatal spear had pierced through his chest. The official beside her exclaimed in shock. "Team leader Nya, is this a tattoo he had before he died?" But Nya Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. His face flushed with shock as he shook his head in a daze. "It's not a tattoo. This is an ancient ritual. The last time it appeared in the Dragon Nation was over 100 years ago. How could?" Just then, the communicator on the official's waist buzzed again. And upon receiving the message, his expression turned even more shocked as he reported. "Team leader Nya, another body with identical circumstances has been discovered. The location is East Street. Back in the underground VIP lounge." Xiao Ye sat quietly on the sofa. Mo puffed on his pipe in silence, then frowned after a moment and said, "This shouldn't be happening. Sure, there have been cases before where big money bettors lost their wagers during matches and got taken out by disgruntled factions harboring grudges. But those incidents always occurred after the matches concluded. The elimination rounds have only just begun. Even if Hua Qinlong loses his group stage match, he still holds immeasurable value. It makes no sense for his backers to kill him outright." In this VIP lounge, aside from Mo, only Xiao Ye and Scar were present. News of Hua Qinlong's violent death on the streets had reached this place, instantly causing an uproar in this carnival-like venue. Scar also frowned as he spoke. Could it be enemies? Hua Qinlong rubbed a lot of people the wrong way during the tournament. Mo shook his head again and said, "Impossible. Even if enemies wanted him dead, they wouldn't strike now at this critical moment when the military's surveillance is tightest. To kill a top contender on the betting odds list right under the military's nose?
That's practically suicide. Who would risk so much at a time like this? Xiao Ye couldn't make sense of it either. Besides, Hua Qinlong's strength was undeniable, killing him wouldn't be easy. Unless that person's strength far surpasses Hua Qinlong's. Master Mo suddenly tapped his pipe on the table and said to Xiao Ye with a stern expression. Xiao, you'd better be careful these days. The motive behind the killings remains unclear. That means you could very well be one of his targets. I'll relay this matter to Uncle Qin later and see what he has to say. Xiao Ye immediately nodded and replied. Understood. The next day. Contrary to expectations, the front page headline "The Death of Hua Qinlong" was unexpectedly not being aggressively reported by the media. According to Song Wei, military personnel had halted all coverage, ordering a temporary news blackout to prevent disruptions to the upcoming official tournament of the challenge announcement ceremony. However, Song Wei discreetly shared a piece of information with Xiao Ye. Last night, Hua Qinlong wasn't the only one who died. Another contestant from the challenge announcement ceremony also met a violent end on the streets. Who had struck them down? What was the motive behind these killings? Xiao Ye desperately wanted answers, but military information was tightly controlled. Moreover, Nie Xiaoyu, who lived in his rented room, hadn't been seen for several days. The military's final directive was clear: the elimination rounds of the challenge tournament would proceed as scheduled. Today marked the first round of individual battles. Unlike the random matchups in the group stage, opponents for the official elimination rounds had been predetermined long ago. 64 contestants emerged from the group stage. Each pair would battle, with the victor advancing to the next round. Thus, 64 would become 32, 32 would become 16. All the way to the final showdown between the last two remaining contestants. In the early hours of the morning, Xiao Ye, who had left home at dawn to rush to the duel arena for the competition, spotted a familiar figure he hadn't seen in ages on the rooftop of the dilapidated rental building across from his own, a building long since abandoned by most residents. A familiar figure he hadn't seen in ages. Brother Flower Face? Xiao Ye froze in surprise. As the figure on the rooftop across the way flickered and vanished from his sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 182, Elimination Round. Beast Soul Knight Zhou Yunbao. Has Flower Face returned from Blackwater City? Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of surprise. If he had already returned, why would he appear on the dilapidated rental building across the street instead of coming straight to find him? Back in Blackwater City, Xiao Ye had realized this man, whose entire face was swathed in bandages, was far from what he seemed. His true strength far surpassed Scarface's. By more than one measure. Otherwise, how could he have so easily assassinated Blackwater City's original leader, the priest, right under the noses of its countless spies? Could Hua Qinlong's death be connected to the man with the painted face? The thought involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Ye's mind. After all, that man with his entire face concealed beneath bandages possessed the capability. But why? Neither Uncle Qin nor himself had any reason to do such a thing. Especially now, when the military was conducting rigorous investigations, there was no need to court trouble. Xiao Ye shook his head, temporarily pushing these jumbled thoughts aside. Today marked the first day of the elimination tournament. The elimination matches were held in the center of the colossal arena, where several platforms far larger than those used in the group stage stood upright in the heart of the venue. The surrounding spectator stands were also dozens of times larger than before. Long before the first elimination match began, the place was already packed to the rafters, buzzing with excitement. A massive four-sided screen in the arena's center displayed today's first-round matchups. Xiao Ye's opponent was a professional duelist named Zhou Yunbao, who had advanced from another group. He belonged to a guild quite renowned in Shangjing City, the Crimson Knights. Every member of the Crimson Knights Guild was a knight-class professional, making them a refreshing exception among the various hybrid guilds. True to form, Zhou Yunbao was no exception, a bona fide A-tier, Beast Soul Knight. Congratulations to all contestants for advancing to this stage. Those gathered here are the future pillars of Shangjing City. May you advance far in the competition. I now declare the elimination round of the challenge tournament officially open. As the deep voice boomed over the broadcast once more, contestants began ascending the designated stage. Xiao Ye, who had skyrocketed to third place on the odds board, was no longer the unknown rookie he once was. The moment Xiao Ye stepped onto the final stage, gripping his Star Slayer, the surrounding crowd erupted in a deafening roar. Xiao Ye! Dark Horse! Go Xiao Ye! Ride the Dark Horse all the way! Vice President Xiao will prevail! A hysterical shout instantly caught Xiao Ye's attention. It came from Deng Wei, the burly man from the Sword Suspension Guild. A large section of the spectator stands was entirely filled with members of the Sword Suspension Guild. And under Deng Wei's enthusiastic leadership, they were all cheering for Xiao Ye in unison. Apart from Qin Yanran and An Ning, who were still competing in the elimination rounds, nearly everyone else had gathered. Xiao Ye spotted Gu Shiyu and Yu Qing among them, both vigorously waving their banners. Xiao Ye smiled warmly and waved back at them, only to unleash an even more deafening roar of cheers. In contrast, Zhou Yunbao on the opposite side of the final stage looked rather forlorn. Clearly, he had supporters in the audience too, but they seemed to vanish into the sea of Xiao Ye's fans. This duel pits the Blood Knight Order's Zhou Yunbao against the sword-hanging guild Xiao Ye. As the chief examiner's voice echoed across the final stage, the first round of the elimination tournament officially commenced. Xiao Ye, still gripping Star Slayer, bowed respectfully to his opponent, while Zhou Yunbao, standing opposite him, returned the bow with equal respect. With a hint of resignation, he spoke. Xiao Ye, I never expected to face you in the first round. I thought I might get a bit further this time. His recent head-to-head victory over Huo Qinlong had cemented Xiao Ye's reputation as a dark horse contender, earning even the other competitors grudging respect. Not at all. Xiao Ye immediately responded with modesty. Zhou Yunbao, however, remained unflappable. No need to apologize. Elimination is elimination. Getting to face a top-tier master in a fair fight is a blessing in itself. This man was a true warrior. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement, saying no more. The two immediately took their stances on the duel platform. Zhou Yunbao suddenly summoned a teleportation array on the platform. As light flickered, a pitch-black wolf horse beast let out a piercing whinny and burst forth from the array. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes at the sight. Had Zhou Yunbao already acquired a mount? Mounts were the hallmark of the knight profession. A knight without one was incomplete. Mounted, their entire attributes would surge dramatically. Additionally, they gain unique skills like charge. The threshold for knights to mount a steed was reaching level 100 and undergoing their second-class advancement. It seemed Zhou Yunbao had his own unique strengths that allowed him to break through the group stage. Xiao Ye immediately gripped his Star Slayer spear with both hands, daring not to let his guard down for even a moment. Zhou Yunbao wielded a massive war spear, crouching slightly as his wolf horse beast let out a sudden whinny, its hooves stomping fiercely on the duel arena as it charged straight toward Xiao Ye. Its momentum far surpassed ordinary charge skills by several-fold. This was the true charge of the knight profession. In truth, their greatest prowess lay not in this dueling arena, but on the battlefield. Thousands of knight-class warriors unleashing their charge skills simultaneously on the battlefield, one of the most terrifying meat grinders on the field. The wolf horse beasts moved far faster than humans. And in the blink of an eye, they were already charging toward Xiao Ye. Zhou Yunbao's massive spear darted toward Xiao Ye like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Ye observed the situation intently, and immediately activated the tide summoning spirit step beneath his feet, his figure abruptly dodging out of harm's way. Then, a strange poisonous flame began to swirl around the tip of his Starslayer spear. With a swift counter thrust, he stabbed it into the wolf horse beast. For the knight class, their mounts were not only their second lives, but also the very foundation of their livelihood. Deprived of their mount, a knight becomes as clumsy as a shield warrior, utterly harmless. Zhou Yunbao swiftly turned his horse, attempting to create distance from Xiao Ye. However, his charge missed its mark. And the wolf horse beast's agility clearly couldn't match Xiao Ye's speed. And in the instant it turned, Xiao Ye unleashed a flurry of spear thrusts. The stunning and slowing effects of toxic bone flames piled layer upon layer onto the wolf horse beast. The beast's movement speed plummeted instantly. Witnessing this, Zhou Yunbao frantically thrust his spear toward Xiao Ye. Yet how could Zhou Yunbao, already mounted and turning slowly, possibly strike Xiao Ye as he darted and weaved around him? Xiao Ye unleashed the full power of his star-slaying spear. In less than half a minute, he drove the wolf horse beast's health close to the kill line. Seeing this, Zhou Yunbao had no choice but to recall the beast to his summoning space. He sheathed his massive spear and drew a long sword instead. What followed was a knight-class forced to engage Xiao Ye in foot combat. The outcome was predictable. Within a few exchanges, Zhou Yunbao's health bar plummeted below the kill threshold under Xiao Ye's relentless assault. The shield bracelet on his wrist shattered violently. Zhou Yunbao could only halt his movements in resignation. With a sigh, he bowed to Xiao Ye, signaling his defeat. Zhou Yunbao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've been called a dark horse myself. Never imagined the gap between dark horses could be this vast. Xiao Ye returned the bow while holding Starslayer, replying. Though the wolf beast's charge is fierce, its agility is woefully lacking. It's ill-suited for the dueling arena. You'll tame even mightier steeds in time. The battlefield is where the knight's true prowess shines. Zhou Yunbao bowed his fist in acknowledgement to Xiao Ye. I've learned a lot. Chapter 183, The Invisible Hand. First glimpse of its fangs. First elimination round, 64 down to 32. I now declare the victor of this duel to be Xiao Ye of the Sword-Hanging Guild. The chief examiner's voice echoed across the entire duel arena. Xiao Ye's supporters below the stage immediately waved their flags and banners with all their might. They shouted his name with all their might. Xiao Ye, Xiao Ye. The entire scene gradually erupted into a frenzy of fervor. As Xiao Ye advanced through the elimination rounds, maintaining his overwhelming dominance with consecutive victories, and people grew increasingly convinced that Xiao Ye was the biggest dark horse of this challenge tournament. Round 2 of the knockout stage, 32 to 16. This match pits Xinjiang Guild Xiao Ye against Chanha Merchants Kajiman. I now declare the winner of this match, Sword Hanging Guild Xiao Ye. In the first 2 elimination rounds, Xiao Ye encountered almost no resistance. Though his opponents were considered elite among this year's Awakened, they still fell short of the true elite professional level. His string of victories only amplified Xiao Ye's growing fame. With this, the top 16 contenders for the challenge tournament were now fully determined. Zheng Fanyang, who also marched through with a dominant winning streak, remained firmly atop the odds rankings. Second place was held by Gasang Zhuoma, the immensely popular Klur tribe girl who had also remained undefeated. Next came Xiao Ye, hailed as the biggest dark horse of the tournament. From 4th place onward, the rankings are as follows. Lin Xueming from the Dominion Guild. Xing Qingshan from the military. Tang Jianchuan of the Beacon Guild. Mei from the Floating Cloud Pavilion Guild. Lone professionals Liao Yuan, Wang Chuxian, Fan Wei, Ji Haoren, Wang Biao, and others, along with Qin Yanan, who snatched a spot at the last moment. And Ning, however, faced the tournament favorite Gasang Zhuoma in the previous round and unfortunately fell at the round of 32. The next elimination round will directly determine the top 8 contenders of this year's challenge tournament. Yet in the unseen, shadowy corners of Shangjing City, the competition had already nearly completely reshuffled the entire underworld. Countless businesses changed hands overnight. Countless factions collapsed overnight. Yet with the sudden emergence of Xiao Ye as a dark horse, a faction that had entrenched itself in Shangjing City for years began to reveal its true, monstrous nature. Like an invisible black hand, reclaiming every figure that once belonged to it. Now, beneath the streets of Shangjing City, a phrase echoes through the shadows. The former underground kingpin, Uncle Qin, is returning. And Xiao Ye is his sharpest blade, and the next underground kingpin of Shangjing City. In that underground VIP lounge, Mo Yi and Scar were enthusiastically analyzing Xiao Ye's upcoming opponent for tomorrow. The matchups had been finalized, and Xiao Ye's next opponent was Lin Xueming from the Hegemony Guild. Seeing this familiar name, Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel it was truly a case of enemies meeting by chance. This Lin Xueming, who had once been his diligent, inquisitive sidekick during their days at First High School, had been the first to stab Xiao Ye in the back after the awakening ceremony. Now, the two finally crossed paths at this challenge announcement ceremony. Lin Xueming's ranking on the odds board was not low. He even surpassed Xing Qingshan from the military, sitting firmly at 4th place. Yet here they were, crossing paths prematurely in the round of 16, a rather amusing turn of events. Because Xiao Ye could very well halt his progress right here, firmly blocking him from the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Scarface and Mo Yi had analyzed Lin Xueming's previous duel footage and reached a conclusion. Xiao, that Lin Xueming guy was no match for you at all. No need for any tactics, just go all out tomorrow. Got it. Xiao Ye gave a slight nod. He knew Lin Xueming all too well, that narrow-minded bastard. Losing to Xiao Ye on tomorrow's duel stage would become a thorn in his side, one he'd never be able to pull out. Suddenly, the door to the VIP lounge creaked open. And a familiar figure stepped inside, none other than Flower Face, his face still tightly wrapped in bandages. Brother Flower Face? Xiao Ye was taken aback. So it really was him he'd spotted on the rooftop of the building across the street this morning. Master Mo puffed on his pipe and said, "Oh, right, Xiao, I forgot to tell you. That day I told Uncle Qin about what happened in Shangjing City. Hua Lian was sent back specifically by Uncle Qin. With him around, you'll be safe." So that's how it was. Xiao Ye was suddenly struck with astonishment. So Hua Lianer had been stationed around his rental apartment this morning on purpose. Then Hua Qinlong's death probably wasn't an accident. Uncle Qin is taking this matter very seriously. Mo Yi said solemnly. But with Flower Face by your side, we can rest easy. Scarface grinned, slapping Flower Face on the shoulder as he said, "You're right, brother Xiao. With this guy around, any assassination attempt pales in comparison." Yet, unexpectedly, Patchface suddenly shook his head. His eyes, the only part of his face not covered by bandages, glanced at Xiao Ye with a strange look. "Xiao Ye, the apartment building you live in is no ordinary place." Xiao Ye froze in surprise and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Isn't it just a dilapidated, uninhabited rental building?" The man with the painted face replied with a complex look in his eyes. "I thought so too. That's why last night I went to that dilapidated building across from yours. I wanted to rent a place opposite yours so I could keep an eye on your surroundings at any time. But I never expected. How should I put this? Have you ever seen a place require 12 different documents to rent? From my birth certificate to my ID card, even my injury medical records, they demanded every single detail. What kind of rundown rental building needs such high security?" Xiao Ye froze upon hearing this. But then something immediately clicked in his mind. It seemed all this was undoubtedly connected to that military researcher Nie Xiaoyu living in his rental unit. From Nie Xiaoyu's casual remarks earlier, Xiao Ye had already sensed that this military researcher's background was far from ordinary. She was likely far more than just the chief researcher at the Shangjing Institute. And Xiao Ye had never noticed that his dilapidated rental apartment had been placed under such tight military surveillance. Was all this really to protect that female researcher? Or was it to protect himself, who had forged a pact with Black Obsidian Dragon? Chapter 184, Jealousy. Madness. Farewell, Lin Xueming. Late at night. Within the military research base of Shangjing City. Within a room sealed off from all external contact, 3 shriveled corpses lay, their grotesque and hideous forms twisted beyond recognition. One more than the day before. Each corpse bore identical marks of death, desiccated as if drained of flesh and blood, reduced to nothing but skin stretched over bones. Etched onto the back of each corpse was the same ancient chained cross totem. Nie Xiaoyu's new workstation lay just outside this room, separated from the morgue only by a thick pane of glass. Yet fear held no sway over her now. She frantically leafed through the documents and records scattered across the workbench. Before her lay a paper tracing of that chained cross totem. Nie Xiaoyu wanted to know what this eerie symbol, reappearing in Shangjing City after over a century, truly signified. Just then, a security guard knocked lightly on the door before stepping aside respectfully. A middle-aged man in military uniform strode into the room with purposeful steps. Uncle Chen? Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly rose from the workbench and saluted the middle-aged man with military precision. What brings you to Shangjing City? The man Nie Xiaoyu called Uncle Chen first gave her a gentle nod. I came to see my goddaughter. Has she gotten into any more trouble these past few days? Nie Xiaoyu immediately flashed an obedient smile, hurriedly pulling out a chair beside her and saying, Uncle Chen, please sit. The middle-aged man waved his hand, then his expression instantly turned serious. His piercing gaze fixed on the 3 corpses in the adjacent room. Are these the bodies? Nie Xiaoyu nodded immediately, her expression growing grave as she replied. Yes, this is the 3rd body in 3 days. The middle-aged man asked sternly. Who is the killer? Any leads? Nie Xiaoyu shook her head silently before continuing. I've checked the records. This totem is identical to the one from 100 years ago. Everything points to that profession reappearing. A grim expression flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes as he spoke slowly. Whether it's that profession or not, one thing is certain: this person has already killed 3 people. 2 of them were participants in the challenge assembly. We have reason to suspect this person is targeting our new recruits. Nie Xiaoyu's mind raced as she asked sternly. Uncle Chen, are you suggesting this person might be a professional from the enemy nation? The middle-aged man didn't respond directly, only stating, I've already redeployed personnel from the unit. Based on the list of all participants who advanced to the elimination rounds of the challenge assembly, we've placed all those promising recruits under secret protection. That includes your secret obsidian dragon research subject. Nie Xiaoyu instantly stuck out her tongue in surprise, saying, Uncle Chen, you already knew about this? The middle-aged man gave a faint smile and replied, Rest assured. I promised you from the start, no matter how freely you study that obsidian dragon cub, I won't interfere in the slightest. Besides, that kid's been stealing the spotlight at the bounty hunting gatherings lately. It'd be hard for me not to know. Nie Xiaoyu smiled knowingly and said, The stronger he becomes, the faster the dragon cub grows. Just watch, Uncle Chen, the obsidian dragon will become a sharp sword in the hands of our dragon nation sooner or later. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said, Truthfully, I'm more intrigued by that Xiao Ye lad than the dragon itself. I've reviewed the file you gave me. Someone who could fall from the peak to the depths, then climb back up step by step, that's the kind of talent our dragon nation truly needs to protect. Before he comes into his own, we absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. The next day, the talent competition commenced as scheduled. This nationwide spectacle finally reached its fever pitch. Today's round of 16 would determine the 8 most dazzling contenders of this entire event. 8 dual platforms stood ready, each surrounded by a sea of people. The supporters of every contestant reached the peak of their excitement at this moment. Xiao Ye gripped his Starslayer spear as he slowly ascended the dual platform. Across from him, Lin Xueming stood with a fierce expression, a mocking smile curling his lips as he declared, Xiao Ye, I hear you've been making quite a splash lately. Xiao Ye shrugged indifferently. Maybe. At least I seem to be ahead of you on the odds board. Lin Xueming's face darkened instantly. Xiao Ye's words struck directly at the most painful spot in his heart. Ever since the rankings were unveiled, Lin Xueming had watched with his own eyes as Xiao Ye, the man he thought he finally crushed underfoot, plowed through the group stage, even defeating Hu Qinlong. With a string of victories, he shone brightly in the knockout stage, securing the 3rd spot on the odds board. And now, of all people, he'd stepped on his head again. Xiao Ye, why do you keep crawling back like an indestructible cockroach? Lin Xueming's eyes burned with undisguised loathing and resentment as he sneered. Why do you always show up right when I'm at my peak? Feeling pretty good about founding a guild with Qin Yanran, huh? But I'm already the leader of the Dominion Guild's branch in Shangjing City. And just at this moment, you have to go and stick your nose in. Xiao Ye couldn't help but frown, then smiled faintly. Could it be that everything I've done has nothing to do with you at all? That stealing your thunder was just a coincidence? Or perhaps it's simply that your abilities aren't up to par? Lin Xueming's expression twisted strangely.
Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter and shook his head.
No, no, no. This is all because of you. My life should have been far more perfect than it is now.
It's your appearance that's caused all my misfortunes now. That's why you must die.
Did you hear that, Xiao Ye?
I said you must die. These frenzied words made Xiao Ye frown involuntarily. Lin Xueming's hatred had already reached a frenzied state. It could be said that no one in the world desired Xiao Ye's death more than him. Yet even so, Lin Xueming, who wasn't stupid, absolutely shouldn't have uttered such words here. After all, this was the duel platform under the gaze of countless spectators. You can win, but you absolutely must not kill your opponent. And today, outside the arena, there were twice as many military personnel as before. Something was off about Lin Xueming. Chapter 185, Ice Mist Domain. Countering Spiral Movement. This duel pits Lin Xueming of the Hegemony Guild against Xiao Ye of the Suspended Sword Guild. I now declare the duel officially commenced. The moment the chief examiner struck the warning bell, Lin Xueming abruptly drew a sword of exquisite craftsmanship. Layers of biting cold instantly coiled around its blade. His class was the S-tier profession, Frostblade, a melee class that combines agility with frost attributes perfectly suited for the duel arena. Combined with Lin Xueming's own formidable combat skills, he consistently ranked firmly within the top 5 of the odds charts. Many were even convinced he would claim the ultimate championship. Gripping the frost-glowing blade with one hand, Lin Xueming lunged toward Xiao Ye, appearing before Xiao Ye in an instant. Xiao Ye saw it coming and thrust his Starslayer spear forward with pinpoint precision. The clash of spear and sword erupted in a crisp metallic ring. As the weapons locked in a stalemate, both combatants took damage. 3,142. 2,172. The damage difference was minimal, but Xiao Ye had taken less damage. A hint of apprehension flashed in Lin Xueming's eyes as he instinctively glanced at Xiao Ye's gear. He hadn't expected that his top-tier gear, forged at great expense by the Hegemony Guild, wouldn't give him the slightest advantage. Lin Xueming vanished in an instant, his feet tracing an arc as he instantly flashed behind Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye had to admit that, so far, Lin Xueming was the fastest opponent he had ever faced. A complex, sinister grimace twisted Lin Xueming's face as the frost-clad longsword in his hand swung viciously from behind toward Xiao Ye. Remember? Spiral positioning. You taught me that yourself. This technique, using the opponent as a pivot, spiraling around their blind spots to attack or retreat, was precisely what Xiao Ye had personally taught Lin Xueming back at first high school. Yet the more Lin Xueming mastered it, the more he realized its true power. Yet it only fueled the seething resentment he harbored toward Xiao Ye. Why couldn't he have invented such an ingenious footwork pattern himself? Why could Xiao Ye do it? Xiao Ye spun abruptly, gripping Starslayer horizontally with both hands to block the strike with pinpoint precision once more. Lin Xueming immediately pulled back, his face flushed with fervor as he shouted at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, do you know? All these years, I've been studying this kind of footwork. Also that one day, I could crush you beneath my feet. Suddenly, waves of frigid energy radiated outward from Lin Xueming, spreading across the duel platform, gradually coalescing into a dense ice mist that enveloped the entire arena. Frost and chill obscured most of Xiao Ye's vision, even slowing his movements considerably. The entire floor of the duel platform began to freeze over, while Lin Xueming's figure slowly faded into the icy mist. Domain skill. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. It seemed Lin Xueming was willing to play his ultimate trump card to defeat him. This type of domain skill, which drastically weakens opponents within a certain range while simultaneously enhancing the caster's own abilities, making it one of the most formidable abilities on the dueling field. In an instant, Xiao Ye had barely sensed a ripple within the swirling cold mist ahead. A frost-wrapped longsword had already struck from his side. Its speed surpassed any previous attack. It seemed that within this frost domain, Lin Xueming was not only unaffected but had significantly increased his speed. The sword's shadow flashed. Xiao Ye swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. He countered with a thrust of his spear, only to find it too, striking empty air. It seemed not only his movement speed had been weakened, but even his attack frequency. Xiao Ye saw a faint layer of frost coating his entire body. Immediately after, Lin Xueming's figure flickered repeatedly within this frost domain, swinging his sword with brutal force, strike after strike. Each icy blade unleashed successive waves of frigid shockwaves through the frosty mist. Even when Xiao Ye barely dodged, the cold surges still lapped at his body, causing him to lose a significant amount of blood. Amidst the icy mist, Lin Xueming's maniacal voice suddenly echoed. Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye! How do you like this grand gift I've prepared for you? Can you handle it? Weren't you once the top prodigy seed?
Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment to personally trample you beneath my feet? Wave after wave of biting cold intensified, stabbing into Xiao Ye's body like blades, dealing damage that was no small matter. 359. 386. Even incremental damage shouldn't be underestimated. The entire duel platform was now shrouded in thick, icy mist, completely obscuring the battle from the surrounding spectators. Yet supporters of the Hegemony Guild and Lin Xueming were shouting their lungs out. Xiao Ye is finished. This is Brother Xueming's trump card. No one has ever escaped his ice mist domain. The Xiao Ye fellow meets his end here. Brother Xueming, push harder. The chief examiner at the edge of the platform couldn't help but frown. The fog obscured the entire arena, making it impossible for him to assess the situation. In recent days, incidents involving contestants had been occurring one after another. And if another incident occurred on the duel stage now, he would likely bear the brunt of the blame. Yet as the chief examiner, he had no grounds to halt the duel at this critical moment. Xiao Ye, how does it feel to be utterly crushed? You know what? I've been tasting that flavor for 3 whole years. Amidst the thick, icy mist, Lin Xueming's voice grew increasingly frenzied. His figure flickered incessantly within the icy mist, each strike chipping away at Xiao Ye's health bar. Xiao Ye's movements, however, grew increasingly sluggish. Xiao Ye, answer me, you bastard. Lin Xueming snarled with a savage grin. This tactic's been my special gift for you since the group stage. I told you you must die. From the very start, Lin Xueming had planned to use the ice mist domain to obscure the entire duel platform, intending to kill Xiao Ye on the duel platform under the guise of an accident. This ice mist domain would only grow denser with time. By then, even if Xiao Ye wanted to break out of the arena and forfeit, Lin Xueming wouldn't give him the chance. The icy cold sword in his hand thrust out once more, unleashing the lethal technique, Frost Shatter. But this time, a crisp metallic clang suddenly rang out. Lin Xueming's expression abruptly froze in shock. His strike had been precisely parried by Xiao Ye's Starslayer. Through a layer of dense icy mist, Xiao Ye slowly turned, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He said, "So all that time you spent researching counter-spiral movement tactics, it basically boils down to counter-spiral movement, right?" Lin Xueming's pupils instantly contracted. Xiao Ye's words had directly exposed the core of the tactic he'd agonized over. Could Xiao Ye have deciphered his entire strategy in just these few minutes? And at that very moment, a strange colored flame suddenly began to swirl around Xiao Ye's entire body, gradually melting the frost encasing his body. His movements, previously hindered by the icy mist, returned to normal. Chapter 186, Water can quench fire. Fire can scorch ice. Xiao Ye's entire body was now enveloped in bone-clinging poison flame. All practitioners' innate skills exist in a cycle of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Water extinguishes fire, fire melts ice. A wave of heat radiated from Xiao Ye's body, swiftly melting away the layer of frost that had once encased him. Beneath his feet, the Tide Spirit Step activated instantly, completely dispelling all slowing and freezing effects from the ice mist domain. Xiao Ye's figure surged forward with explosive acceleration. The Starslayer spear in his grasp sliced through the icy mist like a bolt of lightning, his speed now several times faster than before. Thunderbolt thrust. Lin Xueming instinctively raised his sword to block, intending to retreat back into the ice mist, only to find Xiao Ye's strike was also a feint. His form twisted violently, circling around to appear directly behind Lin Xueming's flank. Swinging the bone-clinging poison flame-wrapped luxing blade directly into his back. Terror flashed in Lin Xueming's eyes, but evasion was impossible. He could only hastily activate a mystic ice shield, causing layers of ice armor to instantly form around his body. The star-slaying blade struck the ice armor, instantly shattering the shield. Though it failed to damage Lin Xueming's health, it instantly inflicted the effect of fossilizing poison flame upon him. This poison flame, dealing both burning and toxic damage, instantly ignited upon Lin Xueming's body. Is this the counter-spiral movement you've been studying all these years? Xiao Ye landed his strike but showed no urgency to pursue. Instead, he sheathed his gun, gazing at Lin Xueming with a murderous intent in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Counter-spiral movement is nothing more than exploiting the rhythm gaps in spiral movement to attack blind spots and weapon weak points. Is that really worth years of research? Lin Xueming's face instantly contorted with shock. He hastily drew back, his entire body vanishing once more into the dense ice mist. It wasn't that he feared the strange poisonous flame effect enveloping him, but because every word Xiao Ye had just spoken struck the very heart of the matter. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Xueming's brow as a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Exploiting the gaps in an opponent's attack rhythm through spiral positioning, that was the essence of Lin Xueming's years of research. Yet Xiao Ye had seen through it in mere minutes, even turning it against him. Was this the gap between them? In that instant, Lin Xueming lost his composure entirely. His entire body concealed within the icy mist, he hesitated for an agonizingly long time before launching a new attack. No. This was the arena. Even if he had deciphered his tactics, as long as the Ice Mist domain remained intact, the advantage was still his. A savage expression gradually spread across Lin Xueming's face. He had fought tooth and nail to reach this position. He would never allow himself to be overshadowed by Xiao Ye again. Lin Xueming's feet shifted again, swiftly maneuvering within the Ice Mist domain. He sought to leverage its concealment and reclaim his initiative. Yet at this moment, Xiao Ye had already lost interest. Wraith's Wrath activated instantly. Amidst wails of agony audible only to Xiao Ye, formless specters surged into the surrounding ice mist. They instantly marked Lin Xueming's location and clung to his body. Xiao Ye held nothing back. Primordial Bloodline activated instantly as he gripped his luxing blade and charged into the icy mist. The dense ice mist erupted with wave after wave of clashing blades and weapons. And muffled groans of injury. Two swiftly moving figures twisted and turned within the icy mist, colliding with each other and triggering wave after wave of frigid air currents. Below the dual platform, members of the Hegemony Guild and Lin Xueming's supporters erupted into frenzy at the sight, wildly chanting his name. Lin Xueming! Lin Xueming! Brother Xueming is about to end this match. This is definitely a win. Meanwhile, the surrounding supporters of Xiao Ye wore expressions of growing concern. Only Shen Jiadong, the bespectacled middle-aged man leading their group, seemed utterly unaffected by the unfolding drama. He continued waving his flag frantically, his voice hoarse as he bellowed. Xiao Ye will win. I believe in Xiao Ye. He can't lose. He's a god. At that very moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the icy mist shrouding the dual platform. The searing heat instantly dispersed the icy mist. And streams of molten lava erupted outward, splashing onto the arena floor and billowing thick smoke. The entire dual platform came into clear view before all spectators once more. As the icy mist slowly dissipated, only one person remained standing on the arena, while the other lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Judging by the position, it was precisely at the epicenter of the explosion. All the spectators instinctively rose to their feet, craning their necks toward the dual platform, only to see that the fallen contestant's shield bracelet lay shattered. And the life-saving shield it had unleashed was now noticeably thinning. The sheer terror of that strike was evident. Who won? Who's that standing there? As the standing figure slowly sheathed his spear and bowed toward the spectator stands, everyone instantly understood the outcome of this match. Earlier within the icy mist, although Lin Xueming could pinpoint Xiao Ye's location thanks to his greatly enhanced perception within his domain, he could only vaguely discern Xiao Ye's appearance. Thus, when Xiao Ye executed his clone self-destruction tactic, effortlessly luring Lin Xueming into believing he had finally seized Xiao Ye's opening, just as he thrust his sword through the back of Xiao Ye in triumph, a terrifying wave of scorching heat instantly exploded within the clone. With Xiao Ye's now completely transformed attributes, the clone's lava self-destruct could unleash devastating explosive damage across a vast area. In an instant, it shattered the shield bracelet on Lin Xueming's wrist, consuming even its substantial shield entirely. Lin Xueming was defeated. His eyes glazed over as he collapsed into the massive crater blasted into the dual platform. As the chief examiner's deep voice boomed, I declare the victor of this duel to be Xiao Ye of the Sword-Hanging Guild. The crowd surrounding the arena fell into a stunned silence, followed by an unprecedented roar of celebration and gasps. Meanwhile, the supporters of the Hegemony Guild and Lin Xueming fell into a collective silence. As Xiao Ye slowly descended the dual platform, cradling Lu Xing, he heard Lin Xueming, sprawled on the ground, suddenly erupt in a maniacal, frenzied laugh. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ye, do you really think you've won just because you defeated me? This isn't over yet. I told you you would die. Lin Xueming's eyes burned with resentment and hatred as he glared at Xiao Ye. You can't escape. You will die. Chapter 187, Crisis. Thunder Prison Mage. Tang Jianchuan. Lin Xueming's final words on the dual platform lingered in Xiao Ye's mind long after. He knew Lin Xueming wasn't one to make empty threats. Reserve, ruthlessness, backstabbing. These were precisely the things Lin Xueming was most capable of. Therefore, the words he left behind certainly weren't baseless. Xiao Ye also sensed a sinister plot brewing behind the scenes of this challenge ceremony. Hua Qinlong's violent death on the streets. The rumors of his bizarre death. Something major seemed to be brewing behind the scenes in Shangjing City. Yet Xiao Ye had no time to dwell on these matters now. After all, Shangjing City was military territory. No matter what happened, they wouldn't stand idly by. More crucially, news from Uncle Qin in Blackwater City. Freeing Xiao Ye from such concerns, Uncle Qin himself was returning soon. The round of 16 matches were now complete. And the 8 quarter-finalists for the entire challenge tournament had been determined. The matchups for the next round, the quarterfinals, had also been announced. And Xiao Ye's next duel opponent? None other than someone he'd crossed paths with before. Tang Jianchuan of the Beacon Guild. The next day's matches arrived swiftly.
And this quarterfinal showdown once again ignited a citywide frenzy in Shangjing.
Only the strongest survive.
Not a single contestant left standing had made it by luck alone. Each was backed by countless supporters and powerful factions. Standing atop the duel platform, Xiao Ye embraced the Star Slayer in his arms and bowed to his opponent Tang Jianquan across the stage.
Tang Jianquan returned the bow with equal respect, a faint smile playing on his lips as he addressed him courteously. "Brother Xiao Ye, do you remember me?" Xiao Ye nodded immediately.
Back during the Lulan General's Tomb Dungeon run, he had placed 2 level 50 golden artifacts he'd retrieved from within into the auction house. The ultimate buyer had been none other than Tang Jianquan. At the time, he had enthusiastically invited Xiao Ye to join their fiery battle guild.
The man was indeed quite the smooth operator. Tang Jianquan looked at Xiao Ye with a meaningful expression and said,
"I told you back then we'd cross paths again someday.
Never imagined it'd be on this dual platform.
Now I truly regret not pushing harder back then to bring you, brother, into our Beacon Guild." Xiao Ye smiled in response. Flattery aside, the Beacon Guild already boasts 2 of the top 8 players.
They certainly don't need one more like me. Tang Jianquan gave a wry smile and said,
"Truth be told, brother Xiao Ye, I truly didn't want to be matched against you. I was hoping to advance further, but encountering you means my journey likely ends here."
Xiao Ye chuckled. Tang Jianquan was a man who never let arrogance cloud his judgment.
But his words weren't born of false modesty.
Tang Jianquan's class was the S-tier, Thunder Prison Mage, a textbook squishy, pure damage build.
Xiao Ye, on the other hand, specialized in the strength agility build combining agility and explosive power. Judging from their previous duels, he was practically the bane of fragile mage classes.
Yet Tang Jianquan had fought his way into the top 8, proving his own skill was undeniably elite.
This duel pits Tang Jianquan of the Beacon Guild against Xiao Ye of the Suspended Sword Guild. Both combatants instinctively clasped their fists in a salute, acknowledging each other.
As the chief examiner's voice faded at the edge of the duel platform, the match was about to begin.
Facing such an opponent, Xiao Ye held nothing back from the very start. His feet activated the Tide Summoning Spirit Step as he gripped the Star-Slaying Blade and charged straight at Tang Jianquan.
Tang Jianquan, his expression equally solemn, swung his staff in rapid succession.
As chain lightning erupted from the air, streaking toward Xiao Ye faster than arrows.
While casting spells, Tang Jianquan swiftly retreated backward. For a mage,
maintaining distance from opponents was their lifeline.
Tang Jianquan knew all too well that if Xiao Ye closed in, the match would essentially be over. Even melee classes like Lin Xueming and Hua Qinlong couldn't withstand Xiao Ye's damage. For a fragile mage like himself, it would be over in 2 hits.
Xiao Ye, gripping the Star Slayer in one hand, deftly sidestepped the chain of lightning bolts. Yet instead of vanishing upon impact, each chain struck the ground, forming small pools of lightning across the dual platform.
Electric sparks flickered within the pools.
Clearly, stepping into one would inevitably cause paralysis. The Thunder Prison Mage was truly formidable.
Tang Jianquan's execution was equally impressive.
Every single thunder chain landed precisely along Xiao Ye's inevitable path. To get close, Xiao Ye would first have to navigate around these scattered pools of lightning, a maneuver that would inevitably slow his advance. Once Tang Jianquan created distance, Xiao Ye would fall into the rhythm of being kite-fished. A chase erupted across the duel arena.
Tang Jianquan led the way. Xiao Ye in pursuit.
Neither dared to relax for a moment, especially Tang Jianquan, who watched helplessly as Xiao Ye steadily closed the gap between them. While Xiao Ye pushed his reflexes to their absolute limit. The lightning chains were swift and treacherous. Just as the lightning pools formed a deadly path, Xiao Ye's foot stepped right into one. In that instant, a wave of numbness swept through his entire body. 1516. You are now paralyzed. At that very moment, Tang Jianquan's eyes lit up. His staff swept through the air, leaving a trail in its wake. A cluster of thunderclouds instantly appeared above Xiao Ye's head. In the blink of an eye, a series of thunderbolts struck his body. 3691. 5513. 8661. Each strike dealt greater damage than the last, and Xiao Ye instantly grasped the terrifying power of the Thunder Prison Mage. Once struck by the paralysis effect of his lightning chains, the damage from subsequent lightning spells would only grow more devastating with each strike. Xiao Ye abruptly activated the displacement effect on his equipment, instantly leaving the spot now engulfed by thunderclouds. By then, the entire dual platform was already littered with one small lightning pool after another. So that's how it is. Xiao Ye instantly grasped Tang Jianquan's tactical intent. As a Thunder Prison Mage, Tang Jianquan could stand on the lightning pools himself without suffering any effects. As long as he could cover the entire duel arena with one thunder pool after another. With no escape possible, Xiao Ye would inevitably become a plaything in his palm. By now, Xiao Ye's health had already dropped by nearly half. And an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloped his heart. Chapter 188, The Path Amidst the Sky-Filling Thunder Pools.
Xiao Ye's mind raced, formulating his next tactical response in an instant. Suddenly, he flipped his grip on the star-slaying spear, drew back, returning to the opposite side of the arena where the duel had begun, facing Tang Jianquan across the gap. Tang Jianquan's heart leapt with delight at this sight, yet his expression betrayed not a hint of complacency. Before this battle, he had studied countless recordings of Xiao Ye's previous duels. His conclusion boiled down to one simple truth. Xiao Ye was a tactical genius. His ability to adapt on the fly was extraordinary, devoid of any rigid patterns, and his diverse fighting styles were utterly unpredictable. Though Tang Jianquan couldn't fathom Xiao Ye's current strategy, a faint sense of unease stirred within him. At least for now, his own tactics were achieving the desired effect. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Jianquan swiftly swung his staff, firing chain after chain of lightning at Xiao Ye, forming a sea of thunder. Continuing to lock down Xiao Ye's movement and compress the space on the dueling field. This distance was now Tang Jianquan's most comfortable range for unleashing his attacks. Thunder-infused spells now howled toward Xiao Ye across the arena. The dueling platform resembled a vast chessboard, with Tang Jianquan relentlessly encircling and blocking his opponent like a master strategist, while Xiao Ye could only awkwardly dodge with his Starslayer spear in hand, as his half of the arena was rapidly being blanketed by thunder pools. Yet Xiao Ye remained expressionless as he dodged relentlessly, almost as if he had abandoned any offensive strategy. The entire arena fell into a growing silence. Every spectator's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time they'd witnessed Xiao Ye driven into such a desperate corner. Could this dark horse who burst onto the scene be stopped here? At that very moment, Xiao Ye on the duel platform was suddenly cornered into a dead end covered in lightning pools. No way forward, no way back. Opportunity. Tang Jianquan's expression instantly sharpened as he swung his staff to form an intricate seal. In an instant, thunder pillars as thick as bowls erupted across the arena, trapping Xiao Ye in the corner from above. The lightning-flashed pillars formed a thunderous prison cage. This was the signature technique of the Thunder Prison Mage, Tang Jianquan. Once Xiao Ye was trapped within, Tang Jianquan could unleash massive lightning damage to overwhelm him. This was the ultimate finishing move Tang Jianquan had been building up to all along. Blinding bolts of lightning erupted across the entire arena. The flashes were so bright the surrounding spectators couldn't keep their eyes open. While Tang Jianquan swung his staff with unrestrained fury, thunderbolts like silver serpents slammed into the thunder prison cage, even causing a cloud of scorched smoke to rise from the duel platform. Under such relentless bombardment, even Xiao Ye would have no chance of withstanding it. Tang Jianquan's hand trembled as he wielded his staff. Panting heavily, he had nearly drained his entire mana pool. Did it work? Tang Jianquan dared not relax his vigilance even now. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as he stared intently at the thunder prison cage. But suddenly, he saw that the figure within the cage had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Tang Jianquan's pupils instantly contracted. But the very next second, a jet-black gun barrel pressed against the back of his neck. Tang Jianquan's entire body froze instantly, staring blankly at the duel arena he'd already covered in thunder pools, asking in disbelief, How did you get here? At that very moment, amidst the vast expanse of lightning pools he had meticulously laid out, one pool began to dissipate, followed by a second, then a third. These vanishing points were mere specks almost negligible amidst the sea of lightning pools. Yet together they formed a path. A bitter expression flashed across Tang Jianquan's face as he murmured, So that's it. You've been calculating the timing of these thunder pools' dissipation all along, haven't you? The thunder pools formed when lightning chains struck the ground weren't permanent. They lingered for a long while before gradually dissipating. Ever since Xiao Ye noticed this, he had silently calculated the timing of their dissipation. Thus, when Tang Jianquan chanted the thunder prison cage, Xiao Ye directly activated his substitute mirror image. His true body, meanwhile, had entered a state of void concealment, quietly lying in wait under the cover of the sky-filling thunderous light, until the path leading directly to Tang Jianquan's side appeared. Xiao Ye had already appeared behind him, the muzzle pressed against his throat. Any further struggle was utterly futile. Tang Jianquan immediately raised his hands with a bitter smile, signaling his surrender. Xiao Ye, you bastard, you're truly terrifying. Xiao Ye sheathed his star-slaying spear and admitted frankly, Your tactics truly pushed me to the brink. Next time, perhaps you could try laying out the thunder pool with a bit more precision. Tang Jianquan was at a loss for words, wanting to speak but forcing himself to stay silent. He had just laid down at least 500, if not 1,000, thunder pools on that duel field. Who could possibly pay such close attention to the casting and ending times of every single one? Probably only this freak in front of him. This was the gap between them far greater than the mere slight difference it appeared to be. Tang Jianquan couldn't help but sigh, but quickly regained his composure. After all, he'd come here today expecting defeat anyway. Brother Xiao Ye, tell me honestly. Now I think you could actually hold your own against that madman in our Finghua guild. Tang Jianquan suddenly smiled with a sense of release. Tomorrow, you'll likely face him. I'll definitely buy front row VIP tickets to watch. Xiao Ye's eyebrows shot up. The madman Tang Jianchuan referred to was none other than Zhang Fanyang.
Zhang Fanyang, who had firmly dominated the top spot on the challenge tournament odds board without ever slipping.
After the quarterfinals, the semifinals would follow. Xiao Ye and Zhang Fanyang were both in the upper bracket, meaning that tomorrow, the two will face off directly in the next round of the semifinals. Chapter 189, the final four are set. Who will prevail?
Xiao Ye had barely returned to the waiting area. Explosive news erupted from another stage. Gelsang Dralma of the Klur tribe, one of the top favorites to win the championship, has surprisingly lost. She fell short in the quarterfinals. And her opponent was none other than Liao Yuan, a name that hadn't garnered much attention. When Xiao Ye heard the news, he happened to see a group of medical staff rushing Gelsang Dralma out on a stretcher from the waiting area. Her injuries must be severe. A look of gravity instantly clouded Xiao Ye's eyes.
Liao Yuan?
This was the name Mo Yi had specifically warned him to watch out for. Behind Liao Yuan stood Qin Shu's archenemy Bali Group. Throughout the tournament, even though Liao Yuan hadn't received much media attention, he kept winning. From barely squeaking through the group stage to advancing in the knockout rounds. This quiet Liao Yuan had already advanced to the semifinals. Given Gelsang Dralma's temperament, she'd likely fight to the death on the duel platform rather than concede defeat easily. Yet now she lay beaten into such a pitiful state. Xiao Ye couldn't help but heighten his vigilance once more, fearing he wasn't the only one playing the fool to catch the tiger at this challenge ceremony.
The Bali group backing Liao Yuan is equally formidable. Mo Yi had once remarked that even though the underground world of Shangjing City was a melting pot of all sorts of people, Bali group was like a hidden hand pulling the strings, with every faction connected to it by a web of intricate ties. As the quarterfinals drew to a close, the final four contenders at the challenge announcement ceremony were finally revealed. Xiao Ye defeated Tang Jianchuan of the Beacon Guild.
Zhang Fanyang, also from the Blazing Fire Guild, defeated Si Mei from the Floating Cloud Pavilion, another of the four great guilds. Xin Yanan, who squeezed into the quarterfinals at the last moment, was defeated by Xing Qingshan from the military. This Xing Qingshan, whom Ye Xiaoyu called a once-in-a-century combat genius within the military, had fought his way into the top four of the challenge tournament with nothing more than AB-tier profession. After finishing his own duel, Xiao Ye went to watch the latter half of Xing Qingshan and Qin Yanran's match. Xing Qingshan truly was a natural-born fighter. Despite his skills and attributes lagging far behind Qin Yanan's S-class profession, he managed to narrowly defeat Qin Yanan through sheer mastery of his combat techniques. Qin Yanan's defeat was well-earned. If Xiao Ye could rate his own combat skills at 90 points, then Xing Qingshan had likely reached 95. Such combat prowess, capable of bridging the gap between professional tiers, must have been forged through relentless, hammered-out training. Xiao Ye couldn't even begin to imagine the suffering Xing Qingshan must have endured in the military to cultivate such terrifying combat skills. Or perhaps it was the art of killing. The final semi-finalist was Liao Yuan, who had defeated Gelsang Dralma. Xiao Ye hadn't had time to watch that match, only learning the gist of the duel from reporter Song Wei. Facing the overwhelming favorite for the championship, Gelsang Dralma, Liao Yuan unleashed a level of power that stunned everyone, pushing the Kalei tribe's prodigy to the brink, forcing her to exhaust all her techniques yet ultimately still losing the match. Xiao Ye, Zhang Fanyang, Xing Qingshan, Liao Yuan. These four secured the final spots in the challenge tournament finals. However, due to the tournament bracket distribution, Xiao Ye's opponent tomorrow is inevitably Zhang Fanyang from the same upper bracket, while Xing Qingshan from the military would face Liao Yuan, who had been biding his time all along. As Xiao Ye exited the waiting area, he spotted Scar waiting for him outside. "Get in!" Scarlet whistled at Xiao Ye, grinning as he opened the car door for him. "You're something else, kid. Honestly, I never thought you'd make it this far. Uncle Qin sure had an eye for talent. Top 4 in the challenge tournament. Wow." Scar couldn't help but express his admiration as he started the engine. "Oh, and guess what? You probably haven't heard yet. Uncle Qin's back." He was supposed to come see the competition in person, but something came up. Xiao Ye froze, then hurriedly asked, "Uncle Qin is back already? What about Blackwater City?" Scar glanced at Xiao Ye through the rearview mirror and gave him a knowing look before saying, "Blackwater City is naturally taken care of. Uncle Qin is now moving to consolidate our operations here. Now, nearly half of the underground operations and businesses in Shangjing City that belong to us have been reclaimed. Xiao, Uncle Qin said you deserve top credit for this." Scarface's car drove straight to the underground VIP lounge, pushing open the door to this sunless den of revelry. Xiao Ye was startled to find that this once bustling place had grown eerily quiet. The once bustling crowd was now only sparsely scattered. The real-time odds leaderboard hanging at the center had dimmed all other contestants' names, leaving only the names of the final 4 contestants illuminated. Mo Yi, who usually stayed in the VIP lounge, was now seated outside the main hall. Spotting Scarface and Xiao Ye, he waved them over with a broad grin.
Xiao, you did well today. Old man, I watched your entire duel live in the main hall today. Honestly, I was on the edge of my seat.
But Xiao Ye caught a hint of hidden worry in Mo Ye's expression and immediately asked,
Mr. Mo, why are there so few people here?
Mo Ye took a puff from his pipe and replied with a cunning smile. Before, this place was packed because everyone had chips in their hands. Now that the competition has reached this stage, the chips have long since gathered in the winner's hands. Those without chips naturally have no reason nor the right to be here anymore. Then, Master Mo's gaze turned solemn as he fixed it on the 4 names remaining on the odds board, declaring,
Xiao, I'll tell you straight. Half of all underground operations and businesses in Shangjing City are now under our control.
But we're not the only ones who've made it this far. The next round of this gamble will decide who ultimately claims the prize.
Xiao Ye knew exactly who Mo Ye was referring to as the other winner.
Was none other than Liao Yuan, the wolf in sheep's clothing, and the bully group behind him.
Oh, Uncle Qin is waiting for you in the suite. You should go now. Mo Ye said to Xiao Ye with a meaningful look. Xiao Ye gave a slight nod.
Walked down the corridor to the familiar suite.
Pushed open the door.
And saw a tall, familiar figure seated on the sofa, Uncle Qin. Yet he was not alone in the suite. Across from Uncle Qin sat a woman dressed in opulent finery, her expression cool and distant. Behind her stood a young man in an embroidered suit. And that young man's face. Xiao Ye had seen it many times before on odds boards and in major news reports.
Liao Yuan. Chapter 190, The Murderer. The Truth. The White Elephant Kingdom.
Xiao Ye, who pushed open the door and entered, instantly captured the attention of the 3 people in the suite. The woman in the lavishly dressed attire, in particular, scrutinized Xiao Ye from head to toe with a piercing gaze.
Then a subtle, unassuming smirk appeared on his face. Qin Shan, is this child the card you've staked everything on?
Uncle Qin merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Instead, he beckoned to Xiao Ye and said,
Xiao Ye, come sit down.
By now, Xiao Ye had already begun to piece together the woman's identity. The lady for whom Uncle Qin had served as a henchman for 40 years, the current head of the bully group, Chen Li.
Just as she had said. Xiao Ye was the card Uncle Qin had staked everything on, while Liao Yuan was bully group's card. The difference was this: Xiao Ye now sat casually on the sofa beside Uncle Qin, while Liao Yuan could only stand behind Chen Li.
Noticing this stark contrast, Chen Li suddenly smiled. Her cool, elegant face, accentuated by her luxurious attire, seemed all the more captivating.
Ah Shan, the old you would never have dared sit across from me like this. Uncle Qin grinned back, though his smile held more coldness than warmth.
And the former madam probably wouldn't have gone out of her way to come see me either. Chen Li's expression instantly turned icy as she retorted coldly.
A hound will always remain a hound. No matter how skilled it is in combat, it can never take the place of a human. Qin Shan, do you truly believe you can defeat the group?
Uncle Qin leisurely drew out a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he replied. The moment a hound is abandoned by its master, it ceases to be a dog, it becomes a wild wolf.
Mrs. Chen, need I remind you that this underground VIP lounge you're in is now the territory of wolves? Trespassing uninvited into someone else's territory is hardly a friendly gesture. Chen Li's expression grew colder,
tugging her elegant garments tightly around her neck as she rose from the sofa.
Want to play games with Bully Group?
First hope your cards hold out till the end. As Chen Li strode out of the VIP lounge with an air of superiority, Liao Yuan, standing behind her in his embroidered black suit, eyed Xiao Ye with a hint of amusement. Xiao Ye met his gaze without flinching.
Needle against straw.
Neither concealed the murderous intent burning in their eyes.
Inside the military research facility,
Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly followed a middle-aged man in military uniform striding with a commanding gait into the isolation chamber.
The sight before her made Nie Xiaoyu's eyes widen in shock.
Covering her mouth, she gasped.
Another corpse.
2 military personnel in protective gear were carefully sealing the body. One of them hurriedly saluted the uniformed man.
Commander Chen. What brings you here? Protective gear is required in here. Please be extremely careful. The middle-aged man's face was dark and ominous.
He gave Nie Xiaoyu a meaningful glance beside him.
Nie Xiaoyu immediately hurried forward.
She herself wasn't wearing protective gear either, and waved impatiently at the personnel trying to block her path, saying, "No need for protective gear. These past few days of research haven't uncovered any residual hazards."
Who died? Where was the body found? How long ago? Nie Xiaoyu fired off questions like a machine gun.
The military personnel replied.
The deceased's name is Fan Wei.
He was also a participant in the challenge tournament. The body was discovered yesterday in the waiting area of the duel platform.
What?
Nie Xiaoyu froze in shock, whirling around to find the same grave expression etched on the middle-aged man's face.
Another participant in the challenge announcement ceremony is dead?
And in the waiting area of the dueling platform, no less. Nie Xiaoyu blurted out in shock.
Who dares be so audacious? To kill someone so brazenly in the waiting area of the duel platform?
The middle-aged man replied with a stern gaze. Fanwei was a contestant in the top 16 of this challenge tournament. His death occurred during the round of 16. At that time, I had already ordered the troops to guard the area strictly. During the competition, no one except the contestants was permitted to enter the waiting area. A look of shock and disbelief flashed across Xiao Ye's face as she asked,
Uncle Chen, are you saying the murderer is hiding among these contestants?
The middle-aged man in military uniform nodded grimly and said, the fact that they could so easily eliminate Fanwei, a top 16 contender, proves this killer's skill far surpasses his. With the challenge ceremony still ongoing, I have reason to suspect the killer remains among the contestants, specifically among the 4 finalists announced today.
The final 4.
A name suddenly flashed through Xiao Ye's mind.
No, it couldn't be him. He would never do such a thing.
The middle-aged man in military uniform spoke slowly.
My men are already checking each one.
Xing Shan is one of our own in the military, so it absolutely couldn't be him.
As for Zheng Fanyang, he's with the Beacon Guild, one of the 4 great guilds of Dragon Nation.
They'd never dare sneak shady characters into the challenge announcement ceremony.
That leaves only 2 suspects, Xiao Ye and Liao Yuan.
Xiao Ye hurriedly interjected.
Uncle Chen, it couldn't be Xiao Ye.
The middle-aged man waved his hand to cut Xiao Ye off, saying, Xiao Ye, I know you've interacted with him extensively, but this matter allows for no room for error.
Xiao Ye paused, then continued. Uncle Chen, since we've narrowed it down to these 4 people, why not just suspend the competition until we get to the bottom of this?
The middle-aged man in military uniform suddenly sighed, a faint, cold smile appearing on his face as he replied.
It's not that simple. This challenge tournament isn't something we can just halt whenever we please.
I just received word that General Kiran of the White Elephant Kingdom will be arriving tomorrow to observe the upcoming matches. He's choosing to come at this very moment, and instead of visiting the 4 major cities, he's heading to the small capital city. It seems he's using this observation as a cover to stop us from uncovering the real culprit behind it all.
Xiao Ye felt as if struck by lightning.
She instantly grasped the meaning behind Uncle Chen's words. The White Elephant Kingdom, bordering the Dragon Kingdom, had maintained a delicate relationship with its neighbor over the years.
Border conflicts have been escalating.
Uncle Chen, could this murderer be a spy from White Elephant Kingdom? Xiao Ye's face turned as pale as a ghost, while the middle-aged man in military uniform looked even more grim as he said, if that's truly the case, then the White Elephant Kingdom has played a clever game on us. If we suspend the challenge announcement ceremony to investigate, we'll lose face internationally. But if we don't investigate, and that spy planted by White Elephant Kingdom ends up winning the competition, then we'll lose face in a big way.
Chapter 191, Yang Yan the Wanderer. Zhang Fanyang.
The semi-finals of the challenge announcement ceremony had arrived.
Yet dark currents once again swirled beneath the surface throughout the entire capital city. News of General Kiran of the White Elephant Kingdom suddenly arriving to observe the spread throughout the entire capital city.
Accompanying this development, the 4 semi-finalists who had advanced were invited to reside in the military reception hall,
ostensibly to meet with General Kiran of the White Elephant Kingdom alongside military officials, but in reality, all 4 were effectively confined.
When Xiao Ye was invited to this military reception hall, he immediately recognized the situation.
The surrounding guard units were more tightly deployed than at any time before.
Each contestant was explicitly forbidden from leaving the reception hall until the challenge tournament concluded. Initially, Xiao Ye assumed this was the military's protective measure for the contestants, until he discovered that General Kiran of the White Elephant Kingdom, who had come to observe, wasn't staying in this reception hall at all. Instead, he was being kept far away, at the other end of the military base.
Xiao Ye sensed something was amiss.
And compared to protection, the military seemed more intent on monitoring the 4 of them. Recent rumors had also reached Xiao Ye's ears, suggesting that another contestant, Fanwei, had also vanished. Xiao Ye had clearly seen him during the round of 16 match, coupled with the earlier violent death of Hua Qinlong on the streets. Unless the military had already identified the mastermind behind these strange occurrences, could it be among the 4 of them? The semi-finals took on an even grander scale due to the visit of General Kiran from the White Elephant Kingdom. Only 2 platforms remained in the center of the colossal arena.
Yet both duels proceeded simultaneously. Xiao Ye versus Zhang Fanyang. Liao Yuan versus Xing Qingshan.
The crowd of spectators from Shangjing City who came to witness the event reached unprecedented numbers.
Not only that,
even the high-ranking military officials responsible for organizing this challenge event were all present. Seated at the very center of the viewing platform was a middle-aged man in military uniform, none other than Chen Lu, commander-in-chief of the military district surrounding Shangjing City. Beside him, the man wearing a red cap and sporting a beard was General Kiran of the White Elephant Kingdom, currently engaged in conversation with Commander Chen. As Commander Chen slowly rose to his feet and picked up the microphone on the table.
A voice as deep and resonant as a great bell filled the entire arena.
On behalf of the military, I welcome all citizens of Shangjing City to witness this challenge announcement ceremony.
The competition has now reached the semifinals. Let us welcome the 4 finalists of this challenge announcement ceremony. Accompanied by Commander Chen's voice, Xiao Ye and his 3 companions emerged from behind the curtain, each stepping onto their designated dual platform one after another. Standing opposite Xiao Ye's platform was Zhang Fanyang, the contestant who had dominated the odds leaderboard throughout the entire competition, never once relinquishing the top spot. Zhang Fanyang wasn't particularly tall, but his physique was remarkably well proportioned, with fair skin and regular features. The most striking feature, however, was the faint red tint in his eyes. It was said that this crimson hue had appeared suddenly after he awakened his profession. Sunflower Walker Zhang Fanyang. The madman Tang Jianko spoke of the undisputed strongest rookie champion of the new generation in the Finghua Guild. As Xiao Ye studied him, Zhang Fanyang was also studying Xiao Ye. His gaze was focused and clear, seemingly devoid of any personal emotion regarding this duel. He didn't even care about the final outcome of this challenge board event. His eyes held only Xiao Ye. Only this opponent standing before him on the duel platform. Xiao Ye knew this time, he would give his all without holding back. Any hidden cards he possessed would be played without hesitation if the situation demanded it. If he couldn't overcome Zhang Fanyang, he wouldn't even earn the right to face Liao Yuan. But Xiao Ye believed Liao Yuan on the adjacent duel platform wouldn't have it easy either. Xing Qingshan from the military was just as formidable as any other opponent. This semi-final match pits Zhang Fanyang of the Beacon Guild against Xiao Ye of the Suspended Sword Guild. Xing Qingshan vs Liao Yuan. I now declare the semi-finals officially open. As Commander Chen's resonant voice echoed across the entire arena, the semi-final showdown between the final 4 was about to ignite. Xiao Ye, still gripping his Star Slayer, bowed to his opponent. While across the duel platform, Zhang Fanyang drew his weapon and returned the salute. His weapon was a ceremonial dagger. The blade itself was short, only about 2 feet long, sheathed within its scabbard, revealing not a single glint of its edge. Attached to the hilt was a string of Buddhist prayer beads, seemingly fused with something within them. After exchanging bows, Zhang Fanyang drew his blade without hesitation. Instantly, a fierce flame erupted along the edge of the Buddhist ceremonial knife. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to shimmer and warp. Xiao Ye gripped the star-slaying spear, its shaft instantly enveloped in flesh-eating poison flames. Without a word, the 2 figures closed in on each other with blinding speed. In an instant, the monk's blade and spear tip collided. Fiery blaze and venomous flame intertwined. Zhang Fanyang's ceremonial knife wasn't particularly swift, but it was exceptionally steady. Each strike left room for maneuver. Ready to strike or defend. Unhurried, unflustered. Xiao Ye even glimpsed his own fighting style reflected in Chen's movements. Their understanding of combat seemed strikingly similar, never allowing rash moves to trap themselves with no escape. Blade met blade. Each strike from either fighter was parried with pinpoint precision, as if anticipated by the opponent. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 exchanges passed. And aside from a few points of damage exchanged through parries, neither had managed to dent the other's health bar. Such a thrilling exchange instantly sent the entire arena audience into a frenzy. Yet both combatants on the arena understood that their earlier exchanges were merely probing maneuvers. The real killing blows were yet to come. Zhang Fanyang held his ritual knife in his left hand, while his right hand suddenly formed a mystic seal before his chest. A golden-hued inscription instantly spread across his body. It was a massive Sanskrit character, seemingly a sacred mantra from Buddhism. In that instant, the flames on Zhang Fanyang's ritual knife surged violently. From barely 2 feet tall moments before, to a towering height of over 6 feet. Zhang Fanyang wielded the ritual knife with one hand, casually swinging it. The range of its fiery blade instantly expanded several-fold. It could now envelop every direction around him. The flames on the blade grew ever more intense, and within the blaze, faint inscriptions seemed to twist and coil. Chapter 192, Unwarranted Karmic Fire. The Lapis Lazuli Realm. Every inch longer, every inch stronger. Now, the attack range of the blazing ritual knife in Zhang Fanyang's hand had expanded several times over. Yet it remained as nimble and responsive in his grasp as the original 2-foot blade. The star-slaying spear in Xiao Ye's grasp instantly lost its advantage in attack range. Watching Zhang Fanyang swing the blazing ring blade like a fiery whirlwind charging toward him, Xiao Ye hesitated no longer. Instantly equipping the tiger-patterned battle shield mountain tiger in his left hand. The blazing ring blade struck with sudden ferocity, slashing viciously at Xiao Ye. Yet it was precisely parried by Xiao Ye. Sparks flying in an instant. Zhang Fanyang watched as Xiao Ye suddenly produced the shield, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This was the move Xiao Ye had been concealing since the very start of the challenge announcement ceremony. Mastery of both shield and spear, that is Xiao Ye's complete form. To conceal his true fighting style,
Xiao Ye had exclusively wielded the Star Slayer spear from the very start, leading everyone to believe he specialized in the agile spear style.
After a moment of astonishment, Zhang Fanyang unleashed his flaming ring blade once more.
Scorching heat swirled wildly around Xiao Ye, churning the surrounding air currents.
Yet each time the ring blade swung in,
it met the shield in Xiao Ye's hands, the one bearing the white tiger pattern.
Each block was flawless. Tigers might accumulated layer upon layer.
Yet Xiao Ye showed no haste in launching a counterattack. Instead, he lay in quiet wait, biding his time for Zhang Fanyang to reveal an opening. The fiery ring blade whirled like a storm. Yet the tiger-patterned shield stood immovable as a great bell.
Finally, Xiao Ye seized the moment when Zhang Fanyang, after delivering several fierce swings, paused to catch his breath.
The star-slaying spear in his right hand thrust out suddenly. The lightning strike, imbued with 18 tiger stances, instantly unleashed a fierce spear aura upon the Lixing spear.
It drove straight toward Zhang Fanyang's chest, a strike so swift even his speed couldn't evade it.
Zhang Fanyang saw it clearly, yet his expression remained unchanged. The spear's aura collided with the blazing ring blade. And in that instant, a thunderous explosion erupted across the dueling platform.
Zhang Fanyang's figure was instantly hurled backward like a.
While Xiao Ye stood firm, shield in one hand and spear in the other, not retreating an inch.
Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye!
The crowd surrounding the entire arena erupted in thunderous, frenzied cheers.
At the same moment, Zhang Fanyang on the duel platform took a massive hit. 19,533. A single strike had wiped out half of Zhang Fanyang's health bar.
Yet Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. For in his estimation, this strike, built up with a full 18 layers of tiger might, absolutely couldn't deal only this much damage, right?
Sure enough, Xiao Ye noticed that among the Buddhist prayer beads wrapped around the hilt of Zhang Fanyang's ceremonial dagger, one had suddenly shattered. Damage transfer?
The thought flashed through Xiao Ye's mind, instantly heightening his sense of danger. At least half the damage from his last shot had been absorbed. If Zhang Fanyang truly could divert damage through those beads, then the 7 or 8 remaining beads on his dagger's hilt were. This was troublesome. Xiao Ye took a deep breath. Zhang Fanyang truly deserved his position as the undisputed top contender on the odds board. His attacks were pure and deadly. And with a life-saving tactic like the prayer beads, he's practically a perfect blend of offense and defense.
Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Commander Chen Lu, dressed in military uniform, quietly noticed that General Kiran of the White Elephant Kingdom was paying more attention to another duel. Liao Yuan versus Xing Qingshan. It seems General Kiran finds this duel more intriguing? Commander Chen remarked casually, feigning nonchalance.
General Kiran of the White Elephant Kingdom immediately wore a feigned look of incomprehension on his face, responding stiffly.
The new generation of practitioners from the Dragon Kingdom are truly young heroes. I am deeply impressed.
Commander Chen gave a cold snort, his smile not reaching his eyes. Both duels on the platforms had already reached a fever pitch. Zhang Fanyang and Xiao Yuan consistently topping the odds charts without fail, while the other was a dark horse whose popularity remained sky high. Their duel drew even more spectators and cheers. In stark contrast, the semi-final match between Liao Yuan and Xing Qingshan seemed somewhat overshadowed. While there were still many spectators around the duel platform, their numbers fell short of half those gathered on the other side. Commander Chen, however, was sweating bullets for Xing Qingshan. For if Xing Qingshan, representing the military, could emerge victorious, that would be the best possible outcome. But if Xing Qingshan lost, who could be counted on to stop that shadowy figure? Last night, the military intelligence department worked through the night to investigate, and all clues gradually became clear.
Who was the mastermind hiding among the contestants? Chen Lu was beginning to piece it together. Xiao Ye and Zhang Fanyang on the duel platform once again widened the distance between them.
From the moment they stepped onto the stage until now, neither had spoken a single word. Yet in the exchange of glances, both understood the other's determination and desire to win this match.
Zhang Fanyang was formidable.
A rare admission of respect from Xiao Ye.
For Zhang Fanyang's strength lay not only in the terrifying skills granted by his Sunflame Walker class,
but also in his profound understanding of skill mechanics and his pinpoint mastery of attack ranges.
And even in tactical planning, the two shared some uncanny similarities.
Playing it safe in peril, yet never letting a single lethal opportunity slip. After several rounds, though Xiao Ye now held a clear advantage in health bar, he knew defeating his opponent outright would be far from simple.
Zhang Fanyang's gaze toward Xiao Ye now held an added layer of respect and fervor, while within Xiao Ye's chest, an unprecedented blazing fighting spirit ignited.
Their figures stood poised on the dueling platform,
locked in combat once more.
At this level of professional combat, the only path to victory lay in finding the opponent's weakness.
Yet neither would ever reveal one easily. Time ticked by,
as if they would fight until the very end of time. The semi-final match extended from its 10-minute time limit to a full hour.
Yet Xiao Ye and his opponent countered each move with precision. Both fighters' focus and spirit were stretched to the absolute limit. Each clash between the ceremonial knife and the spear was perilously close. What often seemed like a fatal strike was deflected by the opponent. Around the duel platform, the spectators had collectively held their breath without realizing it, all cheers having ceased. Everyone rose to their feet, mesmerized by this duel destined to be etched into the annals of history. The battle raged until the very last second. Zhang Fanyang, wielding the flaming ring blade, suddenly crushed a Buddhist bead upon its hilt. And in that instant, a sacred chant reverberated across the arena. A sea of flames erupted upon Zhang Fanyang's ring blade. Zhang Fanyang murmured softly, "Unjustified flames of retribution." A sea of flames instantly swept from the ring knife across the entire duel platform, while Xiao Ye's body was instantly enveloped in a layer of jade green glazed glass, the glazed glass realm. In an instant, everyone realized this would be the decisive move that determined the outcome of the duel. When the fiery inferno finally dissipated from the dueling arena, both figures remained standing on the duel platform. Neither shield bracelet shattered, yet time had run out. The chief examiner on the duel platform immediately stepped forward to meticulously check both combatants' health points. But then, Zhang Fanyang suddenly raised his hand and softly declared, "I lose." His face remained impassive, devoid of joy or sorrow, yet his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye returned his gaze, and in both their eyes, a mutual admiration flickered. In truth, the duel between Xiao Ye and Zhang Fanyang could have been far more brutal. To determine the true victor, it would never be this easy or straightforward. Yet just before today's semi-final began, a middle-aged man in military uniform suddenly summoned both of them to a secret room. Chapter 193, A Fated Showdown. Commander Chen Lu. It was a stern-faced middle-aged man in military uniform, accompanied by a quiet guard. The first words out of the man's mouth left both Xiao Ye and Zhang Fanyang stunned in unison. "I am Chen Lu, Commander-in-Chief of the Shangjing Military District. I summoned you today for one reason only. I want you to hold back to 70% of your strength in the upcoming semifinals. Regardless of who wins or loses, save your trump cards for the final match." Commander Chen Lu's gaze swept over Xiao Ye and Zhang Fanyang. "What I'm about to say involves the military's highest secrets. Both of you have someone backing you, staking their own lives as collateral. That is why I am sharing this information with you. We have confirmed that contestant Liao Yuan has illicit ties to the White Elephant Nation. Therefore, if Xing Qingshan cannot stop him, whichever one of you two advances to the finals must secure the ultimate victory." A thunderclap echoed in Xiao Ye's mind. Liao Yuan is actually a spy for the White Elephant Kingdom? Wasn't he supposed to be Bali Group's pawn? In that instant, Xiao Ye finally understood why General Bai Shanghua had chosen precisely this moment to visit Shangjing City to observe the challenge announcement ceremony. This competition was no longer a simple contest, but one that involved the reputation of the Dragon Nation and the military of Shangjing City. If Liao Yuan ultimately claimed the top prize, the military's painstakingly organized event would become a laughingstock. After a surge of emotion, Xiao Ye locked eyes with Zhang Fanyang and nodded first, saying, "I'll only exert 70% of my strength. I'll keep my trump card in reserve." Zhang Fanyang's expression remained impassive, but he nodded in agreement. On the duel platform, after meticulously verifying both Xiao Ye and Zhang Fanyang's vitality levels, the chief examiner finally announced the match result with unwavering precision. The victor of this match is suspended Sword Guild, Xiao Ye. In an instant, the spectator stands surrounding the duel platform erupted in chaos. Many believed Xiao Ye was the biggest dark horse, yet a lingering doubt remained in everyone's mind. Could Xiao Ye truly pull off an upset all the way? Even Zhang Fanyang, who had dominated the odds charts, had now fallen to him. Dark horse. Xiao Ye. The dark horse all the way. The ultimate winner. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Zhang Fanyang on the duel platform remained utterly expressionless, neither sad nor happy, as if the outcome of this duel held no significance whatsoever to him. Xiao Ye raised his Starslayer and bowed to him, saying, "You've been too kind." Zhang Fanyang sheathed his blade in kind, returning the salute as he replied, "I hope next time we can have a real fight." Both had fought at only 70% strength, a deliberately blurred line. The final outcome was determined solely by the percentage of health remaining when time ran out. Xiao Ye knew Zhang Fanyang must still be holding back his ultimate move. But the last few cards he held in his hand remained unused as well. There will be another chance. Xiao Ye clasped his fists in salute and declared, "The outcome of this match doesn't really mean anything." Unexpectedly, Zhang Fanyang shook his head and replied earnestly, "A loss is a loss. Your remaining vitality was indeed higher than mine. Under identical conditions, I gave it my all. I hope we'll have the chance to spar again someday." Xiao Ye nodded and replied, "Agreed." After receiving Xiao Ye's reply, Zhang Fanyang turned and walked off the duel platform, showing not a trace of disappointment or reluctance. Even Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration. This man's composure truly surpassed that of ordinary people. Not long after Xiao Ye and Zhang Fanyang's match concluded, the outcome of another duel nearby was also decided.
Xing Qingshan had lost. He was carried off the field, completely unconscious, his body covered in horrific wounds that were truly shocking to behold.
Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart.
He knew that as a soldier, Xing Qingshan must have fought until the very last moment on the duel platform. If victory in this duel could be bought with his life, he would have paid that price without hesitation. For a B-rank professional to reach this level, Xing Qingshan was truly a genius among geniuses. Yet now, Liao Yuan, left standing on the duel platform, suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. Raising his arms high as he shouted and roared at the spectators below. Amidst the frenzied cheers of the bewildered crowd, Xiao Ye exchanged a glance with Commander Chen Lu, seated at the very center of the viewing platform.
Commander Chen Lu's gaze held a complex depth of meaning. The distance between the two semi-final dueling platforms was not great.
Xiao Ye stood on his platform, his gaze meeting Liao Yuan's across the sea of people on the other duel platform. As if destined by fate, Xiao Ye and Liao Yuan met again in the finals. This was no longer merely a feud between Uncle Qin and the Bully Group. Xiao Ye must win tomorrow's final. With the semi-finals concluded, the entire challenge announcement ceremony finally reached its climax, the ultimate final. Spectators gathered around the duel platform were reluctant to leave. While Song Wei, microphone in hand, pushed her way to the front of the media pack only to receive a stern warning from the military guards. The two finalists, Xiao Ye and Liao Yuan, would be directly escorted to the military base and would be prohibited from granting any media interviews. This abrupt decision sparked a torrent of complaints among the journalists. Song Wei sighed helplessly. For some reason, even though Xiao Ye had advanced to the finals, a lingering unease still gnawed at her heart. Yet work must go on. Since neither Xiao Ye nor Liao Yuan could be interviewed, and another contestant, Xing Qingshan, had been rushed to the hospital for treatment, the only option left was to interview Zhang Fanyang. Fortunately, thanks to the extraordinary popularity of Song Wei's live stream, the company managed to secure her an interview with Zhang Fanyang. In the interview room, Song Wei nervously rehearsed her lines while glancing at the time on her watch. The photographer and all staff were already fully prepared. The scheduled interview time had passed by over 10 minutes. And the viewers in the live stream waiting to see Zhang Fanyang were already growing impatient. Yet contestant Zhang Fanyang still hadn't arrived? I'll go check. Song Wei gestured urgently to the director and cameraman before rushing out of the interview room, heading towards Zhang Fanyang's dressing room. Yet the moment Song Wei reached the door, an eerie, faint sound drifted out from within the room. A low, slow breathing sound that definitely didn't seem human. A chill ran down her spine. Noticing that the door to Zhang Fanyang's dressing room wasn't fully closed, a crack remained open. Unable to resist, she pressed her eye against the crack, only to witness a scene that made her scalp crawl and her entire body tremble. Zhang Fanyang lay motionless on the floor, while a massive, gaunt figure far exceeding human proportions was perched atop him. A figure covered in coarse, patchy fur, its skin cracked and dry like a demon's. Its long, narrow mouth was sucking at Zhang Fanyang's neck. Song Wei steadied her trembling hands with all her might, and raised the miniature communicator she carried, quietly capturing the scene through the door crack. Yet in the very next instant, the demonic specter clinging to Zhang Fanyang vanished without a trace. At the same time, a low, slow breathing sound suddenly emanated from above her head. Song Wei felt as though she'd been plunged into an ice cellar. The last thing she did with her hand was press the transmit button on the communicator. Recipient, Xiao Ye. Chapter 194, The Evil Spirit in the Photograph. The Brutal Truth. After stepping down from the final stage, Xiao Ye was immediately escorted by military personnel to the base, under constant, tight guard all the way to the secret room he had visited earlier that morning. Contestant Xiao Ye, please wait here. Commander Chen wishes to speak with you. Xiao Ye obediently sat down on a chair in the room. The room's furnishings didn't resemble an interrogation chamber at all. The chair had comfortable cushions, and there was even a row of bookshelves lined with various books. Commander Chen hadn't arrived yet, but Xiao Ye already had a vague idea of what he would say. Liao Yuan had defeated Xing Qingshan, which meant Xiao Ye was the only one left who could stop him in the final showdown. This spy with secret ties to the White Elephant Kingdom absolutely must not be allowed to claim the top spot at the final ranking ceremony. Yet at that very moment, a message suddenly appeared on Xiao Ye's communicator. Sent by reporter Song Wei. No message, just a single photo. Xiao Ye tapped the photo and witnessed the horrifying scene. Zhang Fanyang. Xiao Ye leapt to his feet, charging toward the door like a madman. He pounded on it, shouting, "Help! Someone, help!" The door burst open from the outside, and Commander Chen Lu, who had just reached the doorway, appeared before him, along with the guard who had been closely following him. Zhang Fanyang. Commander Chen, we must save Zhang Fanyang. Xiao Ye hastily held up the photo on his communicator for Commander Chen Lu to see, his mind racing as he thought. They should be in the interview room's lounge. There's also a reporter named Song Wei. Hurry and save them.
Commander Chen Lu's expression darkened instantly upon seeing the photo on Xiao Ye's communicator, his brow furrowing with grim determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately ordered, "Quick! Send men to the interview room." Then, Commander Chen waved to the guard beside him and said, "Changju, you go too." Xiao Ye instinctively lunged toward the corridor exit, only to be halted by Commander Chen's outstretched hand. The commander spoke in a deep, authoritative tone. "Sorry, Xiao Ye, you can't go. Your safety is paramount now. Tomorrow is the final match. You can't afford any mishaps." Xiao Ye froze in surprise. At that moment, the military guards nearby immediately stepped forward, forming a solid line to block his path. Commander Chen's expression turned stern as he addressed Xiao Ye. "Trust me, it'll be fine. I've sent Chengju along too." At that moment, Xiao Ye's mind felt like it had exploded. What exactly was that monster in the photo Song Wei had given him? Was it the same thing that had killed Hua Qinlong and all those other victims? Had even Zhang Fanyang perished? If that was the case, Song Wei, who wasn't even a combatant, was likely already in grave danger. Why was she there? Why in the interview room's lounge? Where's Liao Yuan? "Commander Chen, where is Liao Yuan?" Xiao Ye suddenly shouted urgently. But Commander Chen waved his hand, signaling the surrounding military guards to release Xiao Ye. He then spoke slowly. "I just came from Liao Yuan. Like you, he is under strict military custody. The monster in the photo, it wasn't him. How could that be?" Xiao Ye was momentarily dazed, staring down at the photograph on his communicator. The enormous, gaunt creature in the photo, resembling a malevolent specter, was unlike anything Xiao Ye had ever encountered in any book or historical record. If even he didn't recognize this monster, then only one person could possibly know. "Nya Xiaoyu." Xiao Ye composed himself and said in a deep voice, "Nya Xiaoyu. Commander Chen, I need to contact Nya Xiaoyu from the military research team." "Understood." Commander Chen nodded in agreement. "I'll notify her immediately to come here. You stay right here with me and wait for her. Don't go anywhere." Less than 3 minutes later, Nya Xiaoyu burst into the secret room, still wearing her white lab coat. It seemed she had been stationed at this military base all along. Seeing Commander Chen and Xiao Ye both present with serious expressions, Nya Xiaoyu instinctively sensed something was wrong. She hurriedly asked, "Commander Chen, what's happened?" Meanwhile, Xiao Ye had already projected the photo from the communicator onto the projector brought in by Commander Chen's men. The enormous, gaunt, demon-like creature appeared even more hideously terrifying when enlarged. "This was just sent to me by a reporter." Xiao Ye was about to speak, when Nya Xiaoyu's face froze completely. She hurried forward, pressed her hand against the projection wall, removed her glasses, and examined it closely. Suddenly, she shrieked in horror. This is a bishage. So that's it, that's what it is." Nya Xiaoyu suddenly slapped her head in frustration and anger, her face a mix of shock and regret. Then turned to Commander Chen and declared, "We've been going down the wrong path all along. The symbols on the corpse weren't crosses at all, they were Buddhist swastikas. This entity is called the Bishaz, a deeply sinful demon from the Buddhist legends of the White Elephant Kingdom. Bishagia feeds on souls, capable of sucking out human spirits and killing silently. Once fully grown, it becomes a monster powerful enough to cause catastrophic disasters. But such a demon cannot survive alone, it must attach itself to a host. And the requirements for the host are extremely high, it must be someone capable of withstanding the backlash of vengeful spirits." At this point, Xiao Ye and Nya Xiaoyu exchanged a look of sudden realization. Liao Yuan's profession was precisely that of a soul-binding envoy. With this, all the clues fell into place. No wonder Liao Yuan could assassinate contestants like Hua Qinlong from afar without anyone noticing. Because this Bishaji was none other than his contract beast. It could temporarily leave its host and operate independently. Just then, a military officer knocked on the door and entered to report. "Commander Chen, General Kiran of the White Elephant Nation is meeting with contestant Liao Yuan. It appears some ambassadors from the Ogo Federation have also arrived." Boom! Commander Chen Lu slammed his fist on the table in fury, the shockwave silencing the entire room. "Well done, General Kiran. Well done, White Elephant Kingdom. Looks like they're determined to see us through this entire challenge tournament." But Nya Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Xiao Ye with a complex expression. "Xiao Ye, you won't be able to defeat him in tomorrow's match. After consuming souls, the Bishaz feeds back onto its host. The stronger the target, the more powerful the host becomes. So Liao Yuan's current power has likely already surpassed everyone else's. No wonder the casualties were all elite challengers from the tournament. Hua Qinlong, Fan Wei." Xiao Ye suddenly spoke up, asking a question in a low voice. "You said the Bishaji prefers to target powerful practitioners to consume their souls. What if it encounters ordinary people, or say, practitioners with mundane occupations?" Nya Xiaoyu's expression darkened as she hesitated before replying.
The Bishaji feeds on souls, but if it encounters ordinary people who aren't powerful, it will savagely devour their flesh to satisfy its appetite.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye's expression turned icy cold. Chapter 195, Xiao Ye today. Victory is certain. A terrifying silence filled the entire room. Xiao Ye unconsciously twirled the hem of her sleeve as she asked gravely. So, Xiao Ye, are you really going to fight tomorrow? Xiao Ye remained silent.
Commander Chen Lu, standing nearby in his imposing military uniform, frowned deeply but spoke up.
Xiao Ye, you're not like Xing Qingshan. You're a civilian, not a soldier.
Even the military has no authority to force you to compete tomorrow. If you choose to withdraw, I understand. Xiao Ye's gaze, however, remained fixed on the photograph displayed in the communicator. That hideous demon Bishage, and Zhang Fanyan lying on the ground. In an instant, countless faces flashed through Xiao Ye's mind. Uncle Qin, Master Mo, Scarface, September. If they were here now, he believed they too would never force Xiao Ye to risk his life. But having come this far, what fate, what sworn enemies all were but illusions. Life and death were the only matters that truly mattered. Commander Chen Lu and Xiao Ye fixed their gaze on Xiao Ye, but all they heard was his deep, measured voice asking, "How can we kill the Bishagia?" Xiao Ye froze in surprise. Even Commander Chen Lu's face betrayed a hint of astonishment at Xiao Ye's words. His expression then turned stern as he demanded, "Xiao Ye, is that your answer?" Xiao Ye lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Commander Chen Lu. If it were Xing Qingshan, he'd take the stage without hesitation, even if it cost him his life, right? But now, I'm the only one left. I will fight tomorrow's match. And I will win. Their eyes locked, and Commander Chen Lu saw a steely determination in Xiao Ye's gaze. Suddenly, he felt certain that if Xiao Ye joined the military, he would make an exceptional soldier. Very well. Commander Chen Lu nodded steadily, then stood up and declared, "Leave the rest to me. I guarantee you this, no matter the outcome of tomorrow's match, the military will do everything in its power to ensure your safety." All hesitation vanished from Xiao Ye's face. He turned to Xiao Ye and said, "In that case, we still have one night left. To figure out how to defeat Liao Yuan and kill Bishaz." Xiao Ye stared blankly at Xiao Ye for a moment. Suddenly transformed as if possessed by another spirit. Her face quickly contorted into a fanatical expression. Her pen scribbled furiously across the paper as she declared, "So far, 4 bodies have been confirmed killed by Bishaz, Qinlong, Fanwei. Excluding Zhang Fanyang for now, Liao Yuan's power after being fed by Bishaz has surged to nearly that of a level 130 professional." Xiao Ye lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ye as she continued. "And that's just Liao Yuan's individual strength. According to the rules of the challenge tournament, contract beasts can also be used on the duel platform. So tomorrow, the moment he's cornered, he'll summon Bishaji." Xiao Ye's face showed no trace of fear either, only a burning fervor for battle. "So how do we kill this Bishagia?" Xiao Ye swiftly pulled up some data on the terminal beside her, her brow furrowed as she replied, "Difficult. According to Buddhist legends from the White Elephant Kingdom, the Bishagia exists between the real and the illusory. When it's in its illusory state, ordinary attacks can't harm it at all. This explains why victims are assassinated without a trace." Meanwhile, Commander Chen Lu, observing the two in this solemn yet intense moment, quietly slipped out of the room. Xiao Ye and Xiao Ye were both exceptionally intelligent and stubborn individuals. Once they set their minds on a course of action, they would spare no effort to seize even the faintest glimmer of hope or possibility. Knowing the mountain harbors tigers, they still ventured toward it. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Commander Chen Lu stood there, his eyes burning as he addressed Xiao Ye. "I've found you some help." Xiao Ye froze, turning his head to look behind Commander Chen Lu. Standing in the doorway were several familiar faces. Xing Qingshan, Gesang Zhuoma, Wang Chuxian. Xing Qingshan was wheeled in, his body wrapped in layer upon layer of thick bandages, yet his eyes remained sharp and piercing. Gesang Zhuoma stubbornly leaned on a cane, limping into the room. Wang Chuxian's injuries were equally severe. All of these individuals were contestants who had once fallen to Liao Yuan. Gesang Zhuoma led the way, her cane tapping against the floor as her pretty face remained tightly drawn. True to her straightforward nature, she immediately declared, "Don't waste time. Liao Yuan's weapon is the soul-chasing chain, with a wide and agile attack range. Xiao Ye, you must be wary of his long-range assaults." Xing Qingshan was pushed in on a wheelchair, his expression stern as he coughed and said, "Ahem. When I fought Liao Yuan, he had a move that could pierce right through my shield stance and deal damage. Liao Yuan isn't slow. Most of his attacks aren't physical damage, there's some kind of bizarre elemental damage. Xiao Ye, remember this well." The room grew increasingly lively with the arrival of Xing Qingshan, Gesang Zhuoma, and the others. Xing Qingshan from the military, Gesang Zhuoma the prodigy girl of the Kale tribe. Each possessed extraordinary insights and perspectives on combat techniques. In their back-and-forth exchange, not a single word was wasted. Every word, every sentence, cut straight to the heart of Liao Yuan's entire fighting style. With Nie Xiaoyu adding her insights on the Bishi's technique. Wang Chuxian, who had remained largely silent, suddenly spoke with a grave expression. Actually, I think I encountered that, Bishaz. It was after I finished my match, but for some reason, it didn't attack me? Wang Chuxian had lost to Liao Yuan in the round of 16. And all eyes immediately turned to him. Wang Chuxian strained to recall the scene, speaking slowly. My profession is Holy Shield Knight. Though I'm a knight, I actually belong to the Priest Association. So after the match that day, I returned to the Temple of Light. It was near the church where I heard that eerie breathing sound. As the night wore on, and Xiao Ye's mind crystallized into a highly targeted tactical plan. As the first rays of dawn tore through the night sky over Shangjing City like lightning, the final round of the challenge announcement ceremony was finally upon them. The buzz of discussion gradually died down, every gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ye's face. Gasang Zhuoma suddenly spoke up, her words cutting through the air like a sharp blade. Xiao Ye, take down that beast Liao Yuan. Xing Qingshan couldn't help but add. You have to win. Go for it. We're counting on you, Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye slowly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to everyone in the room. Thank you all. Xiao Ye will triumph today. Chapter 196, Why be a dog when you can be a man? Who would claim the top spot at the challenge announcement ceremony? This question ignited the largest spectator turnout in the history of Shangjing City. The streets were deserted as crowds poured into the arena. The entire colossal arena was packed to the brim with spectators. Yet this time, only one massive platform remained at the very center of the arena. Portraits of contestants Xiao Ye and Liao Yuan covered the entire arena. Who could have imagined these two dark horses would meet in the finals? The entire crowd chanted their names in unison. Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye! Liao Yuan! Meanwhile, the VIP section of the viewing platform had been expanded. Among the spectators were not only General Kirin from the White Elephant Kingdom, but also ambassadors from the European Federation. Under the pretext of observing the rising talents of the Dragon Nation, Commander Chen Lu sat in the center seat, his expression unreadable as he conversed amiably with ambassadors from various nations. Meanwhile, General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom, wearing his distinctive red cap, maintained an eerie, faint smile throughout. He watched Commander Chen Lu silently, without uttering a word. Noticing this, Commander Chen Lu casually inquired. General Kirin, who do you think will claim the top spot at today's competition? General Kirin's expression shifted slightly before he replied. I've heard both contestants are exceptionally strong dark horses. I wouldn't dare make a rash prediction. Commander Chen Lu suddenly burst into loud laughter. Well then, General Kirin, would you care to wager with me? Kirin's eyes widened in surprise as he asked. What kind of wager? Commander Chen Lu's eyes sharpened as he sneered coldly. We'll wager that the top spot at this challenge ceremony will undoubtedly belong to our Dragon Nation. General Kirin's expression shifted slightly as he forced a smile and replied. Commander, you jest. Aren't both contestants from the Dragon Nation? Commander Chen Lu snorted coldly and said no more. As Xiao Ye left the waiting area and stepped onto the dual platform, he spotted several familiar yet long unseen figures in the front row of the audience seats. Uncle Qin, Scarface, Flowerface, and September, who stood up and waved frantically at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye! Go for it! September screamed hysterically. While Uncle Qin beside her gazed at Xiao Ye with eyes as deep as a pool, giving him a quiet nod. Not far away, another group was equally frantic, chanting Xiao Ye's name. Qin Yanran and Ning, Gu Xiu, Deng Wei. Go! Vice President Xiao will win. Just as Xiao Ye was about to exit the waiting area through that long corridor, a hurried figure suddenly dashed over, extending an item to Xiao Ye, none other than Nie Xiaoyu, her expression weary. The two finalists ascended the stage, passing before the viewing platform. As Liao Yuan passed the viewing platform, he caught sight of the ambassadors from the European Federation who had come to witness the match. A peculiar smile spread across his face. Even nodding from afar to General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom and saluting him with a full attention salute. Then his gaze swept right past Commander Chen Lu, seated squarely in the center. Such blatant disregard instantly darkened Commander Chen Lu's expression. Beside him, General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom grinned unabashedly, even winking at Liao Yuan. This unusual scene caught the attention of many spectators, leaving them both astonished and furious. Yet as Xiao Ye passed the viewing platform, his gaze swept with equal disdain across the faces of the various ambassadors. Only when he reached Commander Chen Lu did he render a respectful military salute. Commander Chen Lu returned the salute with meticulous precision. Then slowly rose to his feet and announced in a voice as resonant as a great bell. The final match of the individual competition at this challenge announcement ceremony will be contested by contestant Liao Yuan versus the sword-hanging guild Xiao Ye. The two stepped onto the ultimate duel platform. From the moment they stepped onto the platform, Xiao Ye and Liao Yuan's gazes locked intently upon each other.
A peculiar smile flickered across Liao Yuan's face before he suddenly spoke. How is your journalist friend? I heard she had an incident yesterday. Xiao Ye's expression turned icy, but he replied calmly. Do you think General Kirin from your White Elephant Kingdom can protect you today? Liao Yuan's expression shifted instantly. Exposed by Xiao Ye's words, a flash of ferocity crossed his eyes as he retorted. Ha! What do you know? As long as I take first place at the Challenge Board tournament today, even the military won't dare touch me in public. Ambassadors from every nation of the Ogu Federation are here. General Kirin will definitely protect me. Xiao Ye merely shook his head with a cold smile, replying. What I mean is, why choose to be a dog when you could simply be a decent human being? Liao Yuan fixed Xiao Ye with a fierce glare, baring his teeth as he spat. If I were you, I'd first consider whether you'll even make it off this dual platform alive today. Xiao Ye suddenly smiled, raising his wrist toward Liao Yuan. Revealing his wrist was completely bare. Liao Yuan's expression shifted, even betraying a hint of apprehension. I now declare this duel officially open. Commander Chen Lu's resonant voice boomed once more. This time, he would personally serve as the chief examiner for this final decisive battle. In an instant, Liao Yuan's body erupted into a blur, each hand gripping a soul-chasing chain radiating scorching black energy. The chain's tail ended in a spiked tip adorned with a bizarre cross-shaped totem. As Liao Yuan whirled the chains, the two spikes traced airy afterimages through the air, hurtling toward Xiao Ye. Yet he was still over a dozen paces away from Xiao Ye. This was precisely the terrifying attack range Gesang Zhuoma had warned about last night. Xiao Ye instantly equipped the tiger-patterned battle shield mountain tiger, not retreating but advancing instead. Charging forward with sudden ferocity. The soul-chasing chains and the tiger-patterned war shield collided fiercely, producing a cracking sound. Simultaneously, the other soul-chasing chain struck like a venomous serpent toward Xiao Ye. Two snakes striking from the hole. But Xiao Ye's tiger-patterned battle shield could only block one. At that very moment, a dark figure abruptly materialized beside Xiao Ye, revealing another identical Xiao Ye who had abruptly materialized on the opposite side. The identical tiger-patterned war shield in his hand blocked the soul-chaining attack from the opposite side with pinpoint precision. On the dueling platform, two identical Xiao Yes swiftly shifted positions left and right, their movements dazzlingly rapid. Dual line operation. Chapter 197, all cards on the table. Every last card, every tactic. Held nothing back, unleashing everything they had. This was Xiao Ye's resolve for this battle. And it was also the first time he directly deployed his stand's mirror image on the tournament stage in full view of the audience. During his previous battle against Lin Xueming, Xiao Ye had employed his stand mirror image under the cover of an ice mist, leaving the surrounding spectators completely unaware of its presence. But now, Liao Yuan looked as if facing a formidable enemy. The two soul-chasing chains in his hands lashed out violently. The barbed spikes at their ends simultaneously surged toward the two Xiao Yes once more. As if he intended to shatter Xiao Ye's duplicates within his attack range? It seemed Liao Yuan had already obtained intelligence on Xiao Ye's clone self-destruction tactic, combined with the curse-like words Lin Xueming had uttered after losing the match. Xiao Ye instantly grasped the connection clearly. Lin Xueming and Liao Yuan were colluding. The intelligence regarding Xiao Ye's clone self-destruction tactic must have been personally relayed by Lin Xueming to Liao Yuan. But the more Liao Yuan knew, the more he feared Xiao Ye's clones. On the dual platform, two Xiao Yes instantly split into two paths, encircling Liao Yuan from both sides of the platform. There, star-slaying, spears dragging two trails of afterimages across the ground. Right on. Liao Yuan's expression instantly darkened. The two soul-chaining chains in his hands whipped through the air once more, tracing long arcs. He desperately tried to block both Xiao Yes from closing in. Which one was the real body? Which was the decoy? If the real one got close, Xiao Ye's terrifying close combat prowess was something even he dared not underestimate, let alone with a fake body beside him that was like a ticking time bomb. But if he killed the fake one, it would undoubtedly trigger the lava self-destruct. Liao Yuan's eyes bulged as he scrutinized the two Xiao Yes on the duel field, not missing a single subtle movement. Unable to believe Xiao Ye could maintain perfect synchronization while controlling both avatars simultaneously. The two soul-chasing chains in his hands attacked the two Xiao Yes at different angles and rhythms. Yet both Xiao Yes on the dual platform executed incredibly agile and precise maneuvers, evading both chains with flawless timing. Though their movements weren't identical, the difference was utterly imperceptible. The distance between the three closed rapidly. There was no time left to discern. Liao Yuan suddenly gritted his teeth, merging the two soul-chasing chains in his hands into one. He flung them in a fierce, black dragon-like arc, the soul-extinguishing draw. In an instant, a vast swath of vengeful ghost mist engulfed nearly the entire dual platform. Since he couldn't tell which was real, he might as well target both Xiao Yes. If he could force Xiao Ye's clone to self-destruct with this troublesome technique early on, he could eliminate a major threat. The swirling spirits scattered like fireworks across the entire arena.
A collective gasp erupted from the vast crowd surrounding the arena. An attack of this caliber far exceeded the output of any other practitioner in their class.
Commander Chen Lu's eyes darkened with gravity. Just how terrifying were Liao Yuan's current attributes? Moreover, anyone could see that such a terrifying strike must be one of Liao Yuan's ultimate moves. Xiao Ye had forced Liao Yuan to unleash his ultimate move right off the bat. But even Xiao Ye's clone would likely be unable to withstand this strike. Yet after the swarm of wandering souls swept across the entire duel arena, the anticipated self-destruction of Xiao Ye's clone never materialized. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. And the terrifying lava explosion we had witnessed earlier was nowhere to be seen? Instead, both Xiao Ye figures vanished from the arena. Liao Yuan's face instantly stiffened. His gaze swept every corner of the arena as if facing a formidable enemy. Yet he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Xiao Ye's hair? Where had they gone? It turned out that just as the swarm of wandering souls engulfed the entire duel platform, Xiao Ye had silently withdrawn his substitute mirror image. He then immediately activated void concealment, placing his entire body into a state of void stealth, and used the additional effect of void shift to evade Liao Yuan's lethal strike. The entire duel platform fell into an eerie silence. Either two Xiao Yes appeared simultaneously, or none at all. Liao Yuan on the platform felt utterly frustrated, as if punching cotton. He had prematurely unleashed one of his lethal moves, only to find himself now at a disadvantage. Liao Yuan's soul-chasing chain swept out violently, its coils trailing black mist in vengeful spirits that engulfed a wide area around him. Get the hell out here! Liao Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of restlessness and apprehension. He had witnessed Xiao Ye's duel with Hua Qinlong, where Xiao Ye had exploited precise positioning to block Hua Qinlong's blind spots, toying with him like a clown. Humph! Liao Yuanqing couldn't help but snort coldly. He wasn't like that clumsy Hua Qinlong. His attributes now far surpassed any contestant who had ever stepped onto this dueling platform. Liao Yuan leapt backward instantly, planting one foot on the edge of the duel platform to ensure Xiao Ye couldn't appear behind him, then swept the soul-seizing chain in his hands forward with a cold laugh. Xiao Ye, if you want to wear me down, I'll wear you down. Do you really think you can outlast me? Given Liao Yuan's terrifying current attributes, if the match truly dragged on until the end of the allotted time, victory would undoubtedly be his. Each swing of the two soul-chasing chains carved a deep gash into the dueling platform, transforming the once smooth surface into a battle-scarred wasteland. All spectators present couldn't help but gasp in awe. Just how formidable was Liao Yuan's strength attribute? Only those seated at the edge of the arena, like Commander Chen Lu and a few others, wore increasingly grave expressions. Liao Yuan wasn't wasting his energy in vain. Each strike of his soul-seizing chain sent shards of debris and gouges rippling across the arena floor. The duel platform, which had previously left no traces when walked upon, was gradually being covered in dust and debris. Under these circumstances, Xiao Ye's stealth would inevitably be detected. And at that very moment, a footprint abruptly appeared on a patch of debris on the duel platform. A cold, ruthless gleam flashed in Liao Yuan's eyes. His foot slammed down, and his body shot forward in an instant. Get your ass out here! The two soul-chasing chains in his hand snapped shut at the joints, transforming into two spear-like weapons that stabbed toward the position of the footprint. Clearly one of his signature killing moves. The sharp spikes of the soul-chasing chains pierced fiercely through the air, emitting a crisp ringing sound. And in the void where nothing existed, a war shield adorned with a white tiger pattern suddenly materialized. Liao Yuan's eyes lit up with joy, but his expression abruptly changed. For he realized there was only a shield standing upright on the ground and no one behind it. At that very moment, Liao Yuan felt a chill of murderous intent emanating from behind him. Not one, but two. Two figures of Xiao Ye suddenly burst forth from the void. There, star-slaying, spears simultaneously transforming into a colossal phantom of a black judgment blade. Two clones. Two annihilation slashes. True to Xiao Ye's resolve when stepping onto this duel platform, all trump cards were played without reservation.